Chapter 1, Threat in the Apocalypse. Open up. I know you're inside. If you don't want to attract zombies, then hurry up and open the door for me. Through the peephole, Li Chuyang saw that it was the security guard from his neighborhood knocking on the door. He had seen from upstairs very clearly. The neighborhood security guards took advantage of their weapons, and one of them who had awakened the fire ability, now their leader. As soon as the zombies appeared, they quickly occupied the small supermarket in the neighborhood. The supermarket not only had many food supplies and daily necessities but also had a small basement where they could hide. The appearance of zombies was sudden, and part of the neighborhood was quickly infected and turned into zombies. The remaining people hid in their homes, unsure of what to do. Everyone's food supply was limited. After discovering that this group of security guards could fight against zombies, many people went over to join them, thinking they could be protected and get some food. However, these security guards weren't fools. They knew their food would run out one day, especially with so many people to support. Every extra person meant an additional mouth to feed. As a result, those seeking refuge in the supermarket were gradually driven out to look for food, most of whom ended up becoming zombies and died at the hands of the security guards. Perhaps since no one was sent out to find food anymore, these security guards began searching the neighborhood for survivors, deceiving them out of their homes to take their supplies before forcing them out again to look for more resources. Li Chuyang lived on a higher floor, and his family still had some stored food, so he never went out and thus avoided being found by the security guards. But eventually, the day came. The remaining food could only sustain him for 2 more days. He knew he had to go out to look for more. But if he opened the door now, everything inside his home would surely be looted entirely. He wasn't sure if he could stay lucky like before. The front door was still relatively sturdy, not easily breakable, and as long as it could hold a bit longer, he didn't want to take any risks. Suddenly, the noise outside ceased. Li Chuyang tightened his grip on the fruit knife in his hand, trying to peek through the peephole to see if the people outside had left when suddenly there was a bang. The strong door collapsed as though it were dough slapped onto a chopping board. The security guard, gripping a forearm-length iron rod, sneered upon seeing him and lightly swung the stick as he walked into his home. Li Chuyang retreated to the couch, hiding the fruit knife behind his back. What do you think? A broken-down door like this can keep anyone out. The security guard looked around the living room but didn't find anything valuable. All the doors to the rooms were closed. He pointed the iron rod at Li Chuyang. Speak up, where have you hidden all your stuff? Li Chuyang glanced down at him, trembling as he shook his head. No, there's nothing left in my house. Daring to lie to me. The security guard smashed the glass coffee table in front of Li Chuyang with his club, the shards cutting across Li Chuyang's cheek, causing him to recoil further into the couch. Nothing left. Then what have you been eating these past few days? Do you survive off air? Hand over your supplies right now. Or I'll throw you to the zombies immediately. After threatening him, the guard's tone immediately softened. If you hand over your things obediently, I can help you leave safely. Staying here alone is too dangerous. Follow me, we have a lot of people who can protect you. The security guard leaned in closer, noticing that Li Chuyang had delicate and tender skin, white complexion, rather attractive indeed. Unable to resist, the guard extended his hand to touch Li Chuyang's face and test how it felt. Li Chuyang didn't move. Shrinking further into the couch, he had no place to retreat. His black eyes locked onto the security guard's face, silently imploring, "Don't move." Suddenly, time seemed to stop. As Li Chuyang prepared to pull out his fruit knife, someone suddenly appeared at the doorway. Li Chuyang's attention shifted to the newcomer, while the security guard blinked in confusion, his hand still extended toward Li Chuyang's face, unaware of what had just happened. Hold it. A boy curled up on the couch with the security guard leaning over towards him, one hand clutching an iron stick, while the other inching toward the boy's face. It looked like a scene where the boy was being harassed. The security guard turned around, looking displeased at the 3 newcomers. Who are you? Li Chuyang had lived here for 6 or 7 years, 9 out of 10 residents in the neighborhood were familiar to him. These 3 intruders, however, did not seem like any of the usual residents. Fu Han approached Li Chuyang, coldly questioning the security guard. What were you doing just now? It's none of your business what I was doing. Mind your own affairs or else you'll regret meddling. The security guard gripped his iron stick tightly, his eyes filled with threat. Fu Han glanced at the security guard's uniform. Are you a security guard here? How can you bully the residents? After hearing this, the security guard burst out laughing and said, which eye of yours saw me bullying him? I was protecting him. Brother Fu Han, there's no need to waste words on someone like him, the girl among the 3 spoke up. The security guard finally realized that the newcomers were not friendly. Outnumbered, he quickly focused on the girl who had spoken, but before he could get closer, the boy standing beside her kicked him away. The boy was strong, and it was clear these weren't ordinary people. Without hesitation, the security guard chose to flee and look for help. Are you alright? Fu Han looked at Li Chuyang and asked gently. Chapter 2, Supernatural Abilities. It was just a prophecy. Li Chuyang remained still on the sofa, shaking his head as he looked at Fu Han, while simultaneously eyeing the other 2 people. Where is Xiao Wu? The girl approached and asked Li Chuyang. Sis, she, along with aunt and uncle, all turned into zombies. Turned into zombies? Then why are you fine? If Xiao Wu and her parents could turn into zombies, what made Li Chuyang's frail body able to survive? Xiao Yu. Fu Han glanced at Xiao Yu, who slightly softened her tone. How did they turn into zombies? They wanted to find food, but unfortunately met some zombies. Li Chuyang hung his head low, seemingly still frightened by those horrifying events. Why are you not affected? I hid in my room and didn't come out. And Xiaxia glanced at several room doors, noticing that the corner door had indeed many scratch marks left by the zombies. And Xiao Yu felt that there was more to the story than met the eye, though she couldn't pinpoint exactly where it seemed off. Fu Han noticed the wound on Li Chuyang's cheek, rummaging through his backpack until he found a box of band-aids. Li Chuyang wasn't sure what Fu Han meant when he pointed at his face. You have a cut on your cheek. Li Chuyang reached out to touch it, but Fu Han quickly grabbed his hand. Don't use your hand to touch it. Since Li Chuyang couldn't see clearly, Fu Han helped him treat it. Fu Han, what do you plan to do now? Since Xiao Wu's family had already turned into zombies, there wasn't much reason for her to stay here any longer. And Xiao Yu and Xiaxia exchanged glances before telling Fu Han, we'll go with you to Beilong City. Fu Han nodded, then turned to Li Chuyang, what about you? The three of them actually possessed supernatural powers, and this Fu Han appeared to be the strongest one Li Chuyang had seen. Therefore, his abilities should also be very powerful. This place couldn't hold them anymore. They were so formidable, it would be best if he could temporarily follow them. What are you looking at? Is there something on my face? Fu Han chuckled and asked Li Chuyang. Li Chuyang came back to reality, shaking his head as he softly inquired, can I follow you guys? Of course, Fu Han happily agreed, then remembered to ask for an sibling's opinion. He's your close friend's cousin and is now homeless. You don't mind bringing him along, right? And Xiaxia said nothing, but Xiao Yu knew that even if they refused, Fu Han would persuade them to agree. There was no way he would leave Li Chuyang alone here. Go pack your things. Li Chuyang stared at Xiao Yu and Xiaxia for a while before hiding the fruit knife in the crevice of the sofa. Xiaxia glanced toward the kitchen, asking Li Chuyang, is there any tap water left at your place? Li Chuyang nodded, yes, but I don't dare drink it. Although the water supply in the complex was still connected, the electricity had been cut off long ago. There was no problem with the tap water touching the skin, but without electricity or fire, they couldn't boil the water. Luckily, there was still enough purified water at home for him to drink. So, he hadn't taken any risks drinking the tap water. However, once those 2 bottles were finished, and if he couldn't find clean water outside, he might have no choice but to take a risk drinking the tap water. And Xiaxia glanced at Xiao Yu and Fu Han, smiling as he asked, do you mind if we use your kitchen and bathroom? Li Chuyang shook his head, use them. Thank you. Pack your things first, and we will wash up a little bit and then head out. Li Chuyang went inside his room to pack his things. And Xiaxia then said to the others, Xiao Yu, go take a shower first. Fu Han and I will heat some water first, and then we can take our turns. All right. Though they passed through several residences and complexes along the way, these places were filled with too many people, meaning there would be many zombies present. Thus, it was difficult to find a secure place to clean themselves properly. In fact, they hadn't bathed for several days. They had observed that although contact between tap water and skin posed no issue, drinking it directly was impossible unless boiled. This conclusion was drawn from experience. On their journey here, they encountered 2 people who drank tap water and subsequently transformed into zombies. Later, after conducting experiments on animals, they discovered that anyone drinking tap water eventually would become a zombie. The amount consumed determined the duration of transformation. However, boiling the water ensured its safety. Thanks to Fu Han's fire elemental supernatural abilities, they could always boil the tap water and store it. Li Chuyang looked around the room and found nothing worth holding on to. He grabbed his old school bag, packed the remaining 2 bags of bread and 2 bottles of purified water inside, along with a few clothes and some other useful items, filling the bag to the brim. After he finished packing, he stepped out but couldn't find Xiao Yu. Instead, in the kitchen, he saw Fu Han and Xiaxia heating up water. Chapter 3, Concealment. Fu Han's palm was glowing with a fiery heat, continuously boiling the tap water in the kettle. Then Xiaxia would pour the boiled water into bottles that seemed to have appeared from nowhere. Those bottles were definitely not from their home, and there were so many of them, the 3 of them couldn't possibly fit them all in their backpacks. Although Li Chuyang had doubts in his mind, he didn't voice them regarding this but instead asked if they needed help. And Xiaxia, check if there are any more clean bottles or containers like that around your house. We should boil some water and store it. By the time Li Chuyang gathered all the usable bottles, and Xiaxia made him wash them thoroughly while casually asking, aren't you afraid? Since they'd already chosen to let Li Chuyang follow them, there was no point hiding the matter of abilities anymore, so they weren't concealing it. Li Chuyang's reaction surprised Xiaxia slightly as his gaze looked exceptionally calm. Li Chuyang glanced at Fu Han's palm fire and said, I've seen someone else who could do something similar to him. And Xiaxia and Fu Han exchanged a glance before asking, where did you see that? He was with the security guard earlier. Li Chuyang suddenly seemed to remember, becoming nervous as he said, he must have gone to get backup. Let's leave quickly. There are a lot of them. They've stolen things from quite a few people in the neighborhood, and they'll definitely come for yours too. And Xiaxia, then why haven't they come up yet? Li Chuyang paused for a moment, shaking his head to indicate he didn't know. If they hadn't come up, then they must be lying in wait downstairs. Fu Han smiled at him and said, if they're not coming up, then we don't need to rush. Li Chuyang knew Fu Han's confidence wasn't fake. The flame in Fu Han's hand was not only brighter and purer in color than the one the security guard used, but despite burning so much water, Fu Han showed no signs of fatigue. This meant Fu Han's ability far exceeded that of the security guard. After finishing her shower, and Xiao Yu came out, noticing Li Chuyang helping without a word, she then asked Xiaxia to take a shower next. While filling water, Xiao Yu suddenly asked Li Chuyang, after Xiao Wu turned into a zombie, which direction did he run off to? Li Chuyang shook his head after looking at her, I don't know. I hid in my room and only came out when I heard no sounds outside. Fu Han glanced at Xiao Yu once, but she remained silent afterward. Soon after, Xiaxia finished washing up quickly. Fu Han also managed to boil a substantial amount of water by now, so Xiaxia took over. Once all the water was ready, Xiao Yu glanced at Xiaxia who nodded back. Then Xiao Yu glanced at Li Chuyang and waved her hand, making all the water disappear instantaneously. Li Chuyang stared at her in amazement, but he didn't ask anything. Instead, he looked over to Xiaxia. Fu Han possessed pyrokinetic abilities, and Xiao Yu likely had spatial abilities which allowed her to put things away. As for Xiaxia, who also radiated energy, what type of ability did he possess? Li Chuyang didn't know exactly how many types of abilities existed, nor did he understand if he had any himself. Was it all just an illusion or psychological effect? He hadn't felt any kind of energy in his own body, at least compared to the few ability users he'd encountered thus far, who all possessed noticeable energy. Fu Han's showering process was swift as well. When Li Chuyang saw them all packed up and ready to leave, he simply said, just take whatever else you might need here. Their recent days spent on the run had taught them exactly what was most important to carry, everything else was just baggage. Even though they had Xiao Yu, a spatial ability user, her storage space was limited and could only hold so much. Neither Fu Han nor Xiaxia had given this much thought, but Xiao Yu walked around a bit, partly searching for useful items and partly hoping to uncover clues about the transformation of Xiao Wu's family into zombies. However, apart from 2 new quilts, there was nothing else of real value found. Seeing that her space still had room, Xiao Yu tucked these items away, thinking that if they weren't needed later, she could always discard them. Xiao Yu checked Li Chuyang's room again, finding nothing further. Let's go, there's nothing left. Li Chuyang carried an old gray school bag on his back, one that appeared worn and patched after countless years of use. It hung heavily, making him look like a snail carrying a large shell. Fu Han, observing this, couldn't help but worry if Li Chuyang moved as slowly as a snail. Let me carry it for you. Li Chuyang's eyes revealed a bit of wariness. Shyly and cautiously, he shook his head lightly in refusal, as though fearing the other person might become upset. Fu Han smiled but didn't say anything more. After all, it was the apocalypse now, and trust between people had long since vanished compared to before. Then let's go. Fu Han walked ahead, and seeing that Xiao Yu and Xiaxia were not moving, Li Chuyang followed behind Fu Han. Xiao Yu took one last look at the house. When she turned around, she suddenly caught sight of a glaring light. She quickly realized this wasn't just light reflected off a windowpane, it was metallic light reflecting from the sofa where Li Chuyang had been sitting. At that moment, Li Chuyang actually had a knife hidden on him, which explained why he hadn't moved while seated on the sofa. The sunlight hitting the sofa reflected toward the entrance, but since they'd been inside the house, none of them noticed. When Fu Han had asked him to pack his things, he deliberately delayed for a bit, ostensibly to conceal the knife. But he pretended to be concerned about them, acting as if he were worried for their safety. Clearly, Li Chuyang wasn't as simple as he appeared. The situation with Xiao Wu's family transforming into zombies definitely wasn't as straightforward as it seemed. He must have been hiding something. Xiaxia saw her staring at Li Chuyang's back without moving. What's wrong? It's nothing. Xiao Yu shook her head and quickly caught up. Chapter 4 Safe Zone. After descending the stairs, they saw the security guard who had fled. Sure enough, he was waiting for them downstairs. Hand over everything you have on you, and maybe we'll spare your lives. Now that they outnumbered the others, their bravado had grown considerably. Li Chuyang stood behind Fu Han and took a look around. There were 7 of them, likely leaving one person back at the supermarket to keep watch. Each of them carried a weapon, except for the man standing in front who was their leader, also the one with the fire elemental ability. On closer inspection, Li Chuyang realized that this person's internal energy didn't measure up to Fu Han's, it was roughly comparable to Xiaoyu's. Other than him, the remaining guards merely had better physical fitness but possessed no special abilities. On their side, both Xiao Yu and Xiaxia had abilities, which meant that despite the numerical advantage, these 7 wouldn't be able to match them. Still, Li Chuyang spoke timidly, I can give you all I have. You already have so much from the supermarket, let us go. He started to hand over his backpack, but Fu Han stopped him, no need to give them anything. And Xiaoyu shot him a disdainful glance and sniffed lightly. Li Chuyang's words caused the other group to feel smug, while Fu Han and Xiaoyu's reactions made them grow colder instantly. Don't push your luck. Fu Han looked at their security uniforms. You're the security here, yet you are causing trouble. Do I need to meddle in my old man's business? He gestured, lighting a small flame, his condescending gaze making him appear like a king demanding submission from everyone. Knowing that his actual strength was slightly above novice level, after Xiaoyu took action, it didn't take much effort for Fu Han and the others to subdue the 7 individuals. All Li Chuyang needed to do was stand by and act concerned and tense throughout the process. Where's the supermarket? And Xiaoyu had no intention of letting them off easily. A group like this actually monopolized a supermarket's supplies. Although she suspected Li Chuyang might have intentionally brought up the supermarket earlier, if there were resources, why not take them? Li Chuyang's purpose was simple: once Fu Han's group acquired more supplies, they'd be less likely to abandon him. He had already witnessed many families being forced to kick their relatives out of the house for the sake of some supplies. His aunt's family had even driven him outside alone to look for food and water. When he returned with items, they gave him just a little and still planned to chase him out again. If family members could treat each other so cruelly, what could one expect from unfamiliar strangers? So far, these 3 people weren't bad. After reaching the supermarket, Li Chuyang developed a new impression of Fu Han. Fu Han wasn't just not too bad, he was probably a bit stupid. No, too kind-hearted. There were still plenty of supplies in the supermarket, but Fu Han didn't claim them all for himself. Instead, he left a portion for the group of security guards, warning them not to bully others anymore, and instructing them to share part of the supplies with other survivors in the neighborhood. When Fu Han was distributing the goods, he asked Li Chuyang whether he knew about the approximate number of survivors in the community. While observing the surroundings daily from upstairs, Li Chuyang had an estimate of how many people were still living in the compound, though he shook his head at Fu Han and said, I don't know. Besides the group of security guards, there were 2 other families in the supermarket, a couple in their 30s with a pair of children, and a mother-daughter duo where the daughter shared the same delicate features as her mother. Fu Han distributed some supplies to them as well, giving slightly more to the family of 4. Seeing that the group of security guards were obedient to their quartet, the father from the family of 4 stepped forward and asked, Are you going to the safe zone? Fu Han had heard of the safe zone. Originally, he planned to return directly to Beilong City, but now there was Li Chuyang. Li Chuyang seemed entirely defenseless, so sending him to the nearest safe zone along the perilous journey would be the best choice. Sending 1 or more people made no difference. Fu Han nodded. Can we follow you? We'll take care of our own child and absolutely won't cause any trouble. Sure. We also want to go to the safe zone. The mother and daughter stood up immediately. Fu Han turned to the security guards, who all shook their heads. We're not going to the safe zone. Let's just send all of them to the safe zone. Fu Han suggested to the siblings. The siblings had no objections. They also didn't want to leave others to die, as long as it wouldn't jeopardize their own lives. As for Li Chuyang, since he was already following them, there was no need to ask for his consent. Fu Han gave a portion of the supermarket supplies to the 2 families but didn't give anything to Li Chuyang. Instead, he let Xiaoyu keep everything. Li Chuyang didn't say anything, so Fu Han explained to him that his backpack was already full and couldn't hold any more items, but he could always tell Fu Han if he needed anything. Li Chuyang didn't know whether Fu Han was being truthful or not, but he nodded in agreement. After tidying up, the group set out again. Originally, they could have headed north directly to Beilong City, but now, to reach the nearest safe zone, they had to head west first. On the road, they saw some cars, but none of them were operable. Those that could be driven had been taken long ago. The city presented a desolate scene everywhere. The usually bustling streets were now devoid of any human presence. Shops of all kinds had been ransacked empty, with supermarkets hit the hardest. Food supplies had certainly been swept clean. Some shops even had their clothes and jewelry looted by people. The mother-daughter duo who joined them sneaked into a gold and jewelry store when they passed by. When they came out, both women were wearing numerous diamond and gold rings on their hands, and their bags were stuffed with unknown quantities of loot. Seeing Xiaoyu looking at them, they assumed Xiaoyu wanted some jewelry too. Reluctantly, they picked out 2 rings with large-looking diamonds and offered them over. Xiaoyu declined to take them and instead let out a cold snort. Chapter 5, Flattery. Hong Lingling angrily tried to take the ring back, but her mother Su Mei quickly grabbed it and glared at her before flatteringly presenting it to Xiaoyu. This ring would look great on you, young lady. Although it can't replace food, at least it'll cheer you up a bit. And besides this, there's nothing else to make us happy. You can keep it yourselves. After saying this, Xiaoyu walked ahead. Su Mei then turned her attention to Xiaoya, Xiaoyu's brother. Surely, he wouldn't take it either. Ultimately, she had the idea of offering it to Fu Han. Hey handsome, take it for your girlfriend. I don't have a girlfriend. Fu Han also refused to take it. Su Mei smiled and looked extremely pleased. She glanced at Xiaoyu and said, I thought she was your girlfriend, so you're not a couple. As she spoke, she signaled Hong Lingling with her eyes to come over. If that's the case, you can keep it for now and give it to her when you have a girlfriend. Who knows when these days will end? By then, who knows if you could find a diamond ring like this. Hearing this, Fu Han finally looked at the ring in her hand. Su Mei immediately asked, "You don't like this style? I have other styles in my bag." Su Mei pretended to rummage through her bag and then pulled Hong Lingling over. "They're not in my bag, they're all in my daughter's. Hurry up and show him the rings in your bag for him to choose from." Su Mei deliberately pushed Hong Lingling, who bumped into Fu Han and blushed coyly, reproachfully shouting, "Mom." "Oops, sorry about that." Su Mei didn't show a hint of apology in her expression or eyes. Instead, there was a touch of pride and happiness. "We've been walking all morning, our legs hurt. How about we find a place to rest and eat something?" There were no signs of zombies nearby. They had indeed been walking almost all morning and still had to continue their journey in the afternoon. Dangerous situations might arise at any moment. Now, eating something to replenish their strength was not a bad idea. Just as Fu Han nodded his agreement, Su Mei's eyes darted around and found them a perfect resting spot, the Changning Grand Hotel at the intersection ahead. This is the most famous hotel in Changning. It said reservations are booked 6 months in advance. She had dreamed of having a meal here before. Judging by Fu Han's accent, Su Mei guessed he wasn't from Changning. Su Mei and Hong Lingling ran over first. The hotel's door had already been destroyed, but within the gilded and magnificent hall, some clean spots could still be found. Fu Han and the others had no choice but to follow. Li Chuyang and the family of 4 walked at the back. Not far away from the residential area, they encountered a small wave of zombies. Li Chuyang noticed that this couple seemed somewhat capable. The older brother stood guard behind his sister while he remained at the rear. The husband and wife bravely charged forward to help Fu Han's group. Judging by their skills in killing zombies, they appeared quite experienced. Li Chuyang wasn't surprised by this. They could stay behind at security check surely because they were different from that mother-daughter pair, meaning they had certain skills. Thinking of it, they all knew each other, albeit not very well. Li Chuyang had seen them around the neighborhood but hadn't greeted them. That mother-daughter pair had lived in the neighborhood even before he arrived. It was said that the daughter, Hong Lingling, was born out of wedlock, and the house they lived in was bought by Hong Lingling's biological father. Their reputation in the neighborhood wasn't too good, and they didn't have many friends, always dealing with various men. The family of 4 originally came from a rural area. 3 years ago, after saving enough money, they bought a house here. Both husband and wife were hardworking and down-to-earth people, and their children were also obedient and thoughtful. Inside the hotel, Su Mei and her daughter had already taken the cleanest and most comfortable spots. The two surrounded Fu Han, while an family siblings sat nearby. Li Chuyang chose a place by the window where he could clearly see outside. Seeing Fu Han sitting over there, the Lu family decided to sit with Li Chuyang. Lu Ting saw that Li Chuyang only had bread and water, so she handed over her sausage. Li Chuyang took a look at it but did not move. "Take it and eat." Lu Guoqing rummaged through his bag and took out a pack of beef jerky to share, then asked Li Chuyang, "Where are your aunt and uncle?" "They became zombies." Lu Guoqing was momentarily stunned. "I thought." His wife Zhang Yanzi nudged him with her elbow. Embarrassedly, Lu Guoqing took a sip of water. He had thought the Xiao family had left without Li Chuyang. Their side remained relatively quiet, while Fu Han's side was rather lively. Su Mei and Hong Lingling took everything they had received at the supermarket, as well as the food they had obtained earlier from that group of security guards, and laid them all out on the table. Even though they couldn't enjoy the dishes made by the hotel's chefs anymore, this could barely be considered a grand meal for the apocalypse. They were not the least bit reluctant to share their things with Fu Han. Without any prompting from Su Mei, Hong Lingling moved close to Fu Han on her own initiative. "Big brother Fu Han, try this mango chip. It's really delicious." Hong Lingling fed the mango chip directly to Fu Han's mouth. Chapter 6, Temptation. Looking at Fu Han's awkward and troubled expression, and Xiaozhe laughed without reservation. Although Xiaoyu felt extremely annoyed inside, she also had no intention of relieving Fu Han's embarrassment. When Fu Han saw Li Chuyang, he stood up immediately. "I'll take these over to Li Chuyang." He picked up all the food he had for this meal. Hong Lingling pouted unhappily and suddenly shifted her gaze to Xiaozhe. "Brother Xiaozhe, do you want something to eat?" And Xiaozhe waved his hand. "What I have is enough for me." "How could this tiny amount be enough? I, a girl, can eat this much in one meal." Hong Lingling sat down next to him right away. "You still need to fight zombies, you should eat more." She didn't hesitate to grab a good amount from their supplies and put it on his side. And Xiaozhe smiled towards Xiaoyu, who pushed her items aside without mercy. "My brother said he wouldn't eat your stuff, can't you understand that?" Hong Lingling couldn't help but show a pitiful face. "I didn't mean anything by it, I just wanted brother Fu Han and brother Xiaozhe to have a fuller meal. If you want some too, I can give you some as well." "Why do you always target us mother and daughter when our little Lingle doesn't have any bad intentions?" Su Mei chimed in, obviously upset. "We can't kill zombies, so is there anything wrong with trying to contribute in another way?" Don't think everyone is foolish, they know what you're up to, and Xiao Yu shot back ruthlessly, showing no mercy towards Su Mei or her daughter. What kind of people do you think my daughter and I are? Su Mei stood up, angry. And Xiao Yu simply ignored her. Seeing that Xiaozha didn't intend to help them even a bit, Hong Lingling started crying and then ran away sadly. Lingling. With no clear way out of this situation, Su Mei chased after Hong Lingling. Li Chuyang glanced once, then looked at Fu Han. Seeming to understand what Li Chuyang was thinking, Fu Han said, they'll come back on their own soon. It seemed that Fu Han wasn't dumb, he understood perfectly well. Fu Han didn't bother about Su Mei and Hong Lingling, so neither did anyone else. As for the food Fu Han brought over, Li Chuyang accepted it without hesitation. If not for him, Fu Han would have missed out on the supplies from the supermarket. Lu Guiqing knew that Fu Han had allowed them to follow because of his kindness, so he wanted to remind Fu Han of something. When we stayed at that supermarket, we had to go out every day to look for things for them. The amount of useful items we found each day determined how much food they gave us. He wouldn't have brought his wife and child to seek refuge with that group of security guards if it weren't for the dire lack of food at home. Their mother-daughter pair is different from us. They only need to serve them daily and get plenty of food in return. Don't let yourself be deceived by their appearances, whatever they say, don't trust them completely. Although Lu Guiqing was honest, he didn't dare to speak his thoughts too openly. Fu Han, though young and without experience with girlfriends, might not fully withstand temptation. But judging from Fu Han's attitude toward Su Mei and her daughter earlier, it appeared there were no such inclinations. Fu Han nodded, I understand, thank you for the reminder. Zhang Yanzi shoved the bread into Lu Guiqing's hands, my husband speaks his mind without filter. Please don't take offense. Also, please don't tell that mother-daughter duo about this incident just now, they'd definitely argue with us. Su Mei and her daughter were too eloquent, capable of arguing on any topic. Even with 4 people in their family combined, they couldn't out-argue them. Smiling, Fu Han agreed, while Li Chuyang remained silent, gazing outside the window. It was still bright sunny moments ago, yet the sky gradually darkened, plunging into complete darkness shortly after, followed by thunder and a heavy rainstorm. Since the appearance of zombies, weather had become unpredictable. It looked like this rain wouldn't stop anytime soon, so Fu Han said, we may have to spend the night here. There was no distinction between day and night in the eyes of zombies, but during nighttime, human combat abilities dropped significantly. Hence, it would be best to avoid traveling at night. Brother Fu Han. Just as Fu Han got up to discuss staying overnight with the siblings, Su Mei and Hong Lingling came running out fearfully from the rear of the hotel. Without hesitation, they ran straight to him. Hong Lingling didn't hold back and directly rushed into his arms, tightly hugging him with both hands. Su Mei awkwardly withdrew her hand and grinned broadly, asking Fu Han, with such a big storm outside, do we need to continue traveling? Lu Guiqing could hardly suppress the impulse to open his mouth and remind Fu Han. Zhang Yanzi pulled him slightly, do you still want to eat? Li Chuyang took a glance and found Fu Han was still quite clear-headed, though his ears seemed to have turned a bit red. Hong Lingling's strength wasn't insignificant, but it was far from matching Fu Han's. Fu Han managed to break free her hold and push her away after great effort. Seeing Hong Lingling about to cling onto him again, he quickly retreated back to Li Chuyang's side and sat down, accidentally brushing against Li Chuyang's hand. Are you cold? Unlike Fu Han's fiery warmth, Li Chuyang's hands felt as if they had been over ice. In July, when it doesn't rain, it's still scorching hot, especially during the day. They were all wearing short sleeves except for Li Chuyang, who alone wore long sleeves and pants covering his arms and legs entirely, almost like there was something he didn't want anyone to see, or perhaps he didn't want to be suntanned. After all, the skin he had exposed looked very white, and Xiao Yu had gotten much darker on their journey, and her skin wasn't nearly as pale as Li Chuyang's. Only Hong Lingling might be able to match up with him in this regard. Do you have any clothes in your bag? Li Chuyang nodded, and Fu Han appeared even more anxious than he did, watching him slowly take out a dark blue sports jacket and put it on. Though he looked frail, he hadn't actually fallen ill since childhood, especially after moving into his aunt's house where even mild fevers or colds never bothered him. But after the zombies appeared, he started experiencing inexplicable fevers, with his body alternating between hot and cold. These episodes generally occurred during weather changes, but not every time the weather changed would he fall sick. Such situations usually lasted an hour or two and sometimes even longer. Once he returned to normal, he didn't feel any change in his physical condition. Why are your hands still so cold? Fu Han helped zip up his jacket to the top. Chapter 7, Seduction. Yu Yan DJ. When Hong Lingling saw Li Chuyang already half leaning on Fu Han's body, she became very upset. Just now when she hugged brother Fu Han, he pushed her away immediately. Now brother Fu Han was actually holding this kid's hand and not letting go, even letting him lean on his body. Brother Fu Han, my mom just asked if we need to keep traveling this afternoon. With such heavy rain, if you want to continue the journey, go ahead. And Xiao Yu and Xiaozha walked over. You. I'm asking brother Fu Han, not you. Hong Lingling shouted angrily. And Xiao Yu, if you're not afraid of attracting zombies, then shout even louder. Speaking of zombies, Hong Lingling was still scared, so she cautiously looked around. Not seeing any zombies, she muttered a curse under her breath. Fu Han reached out to touch Li Chuyang's face, which was as icy cold as his hands. We'll spend the night here tonight. Xiao Yu, do you have any blankets? Before Xiao Yu could answer, Hong Lingling showed Fu Han something with an eager look. Brother Fu Han, look what this is. It's the room card from the hotel I found behind earlier. We can get a good night's rest tonight. We'd better find him a room for rest right away. Don't keep clinging to Brother Fu Han. Li Chuyang knew that his body would become weaker and weaker. Before, he could lock himself in a room alone, but now with so many people here, the only person he could trust was Fu Han, and only Fu Han had the ability to protect him. So, even after he fainted, his consciousness still made him hold on to Fu Han's hand tightly, unwilling to let go no matter what. With no other choice, Fu Han had to carry Li Chuyang to the upstairs room for rest while holding his hand. You guys also find rooms for rest. I'll stay here with him. Lu Guocheng and Zhang Yanzi checked the rooms opposite and beside them. They were all clean, and they had no complaints, so they let Xiao Yu and Su Mei choose first. Hong Lingling came out with a sullen face and saw Xiao Yu heading towards the room across. She quickly blocked the doorway. I want to stay in this one. Xiao Yu was about to lash out, but Xiaozha stopped her. Let's stay on this side. Seeing something off in Xiaozha's expression, Xiao Yu calmed down and went into the room on the left with him. After both sides had chosen, Lu Guocheng and his wife ignored Hong Lingling and pulled their child quickly into the room on the right. Hong Lingling angrily threw her bag on the bed, unable to accept the idea of Fu Han spending the night in the same room with Li Chuyang. This was such a great opportunity, it couldn't be missed. If Fu Han stayed with her tonight, she would later be able to openly cling to his side. No. Where are you going? The room was dark, and it took Su Mei some time to find the flashlight in her bag. Seeing Hong Lingling going to the opposite room, Su Mei smiled slightly and didn't call her back. The door to Fu Han's room was slightly ajar. Since his hand was held by Li Chuyang, it was inconvenient to open the door, so he didn't ask them to close it. Hong Lingling walked straight in, saw their hands still interlaced, and let out a discontented huff. Brother Fu Han, I left something downstairs. I'm too scared to go down alone. Can you come with me? I am not available at the moment. He had tried using fire to warm Li Chuyang up for quite some time after covering him with a blanket, but his body remained so cold. You should ask Xiaozha to accompany you. Tell him I'm not available, and he will go with you. If it's not something important, you can wait until tomorrow when we leave to retrieve it. Hong Lingling kept staring at their interlocked hands. Does Brother Fu Han plan to rest like this today? This is so tiring. Isn't he already asleep? You can easily pry his fingers open without him knowing. Need help? He could indeed force Li Chuyang's fingers open, but Li Chuyang was gripping very tightly, seemingly extremely insecure. He was worried that forcibly prying his fingers apart might hurt him. Just spending the night this way wasn't much of an issue. Having a comfortable bed to lie down on was already pretty good. When his condition improves a bit, I will lie down to sleep. Didn't you say you wanted to go fetch something? If you're not going, then return to your room. I don't need your help. Fu Han clearly rejected her. Though Hong Lingling wanted to rush over and separate their hands, doing so would ruin her image in front of Brother Fu Han. How did you come back so soon? Wasn't it successful? Seeing her frustrated expression, Su Mei guessed the result. Hong Lingling rolled her eyes. If you know, why ask? Mom still has tricks up her sleeve. Go to bed now. How do you plan to get Brother Fu Han over here? He's holding that kid's hand and not letting go at all. Mom, could it be, is he like that? They've only known each other for a day, and he doesn't even bat an eye at a beauty like me standing right in front of him. And he clearly isn't interested in Xiao Yu either. He must have a thing for Li Chuyang. Hong Lingling suddenly realized, so it wasn't that she lacked charm, it was Brother Fu Han who had issues. You're thinking too much. If he likes women or not, we can just test it out, can't we? The reason he cares so much about Li Chuyang is because Li Chuyang is sick. Quickly, take off your clothes and lie down. I'll go tell him you have a stomachache and ask him to come take a look. I'll stay outside to keep watch, and you need to seize this opportunity. I figured out long ago that among the three of them, Fu Han is by far the strongest. As long as we stick with him, we won't have to worry about anything. Our future depends entirely on you. Mom, don't worry. This time, I promise I'll get him. After making sure everything was set up for Hong Lingling, Su Mei finally made her way towards Fu Han's room. Chapter 8, Changes. After Hong Lingling left, Fu Han happily discovered that Li Chuyang's body was beginning to warm up. However, his happiness didn't last long. Li Chuyang's body became increasingly hot. Just moments ago he had felt like ice, and now it was as if he were running a high fever. Even after removing the blanket, Li Chuyang continued to sweat profusely. Fu Han decided he'd better continue taking off Li Chuyang's clothes. If that still wouldn't work, he would have no choice but to hold Li Chuyang in the rain to lower his temperature. But Fu Han worried Li Chuyang's fragile condition might not withstand such treatment. Their hands were still tightly gripped together. To keep him cool, Fu Han lifted Li Chuyang's shirt and rolled up his sleeves. Seeing the wounds on Li Chuyang's arm, Fu Han suddenly understood why Li Chuyang had always worn long sleeves, regardless of how hot it was outside. The wound looked like it was caused by a knife, probably a few days old, with scabs formed over it but no sign of fresh blood. While Fu Han was staring at Li Chuyang's arm, he failed to notice Shimei entering the room. To her eyes, this scene seemed as if Fu Han had undressed Li Chuyang and was about to do something to him. This made her immediately recall what her daughter had said earlier. Could it be true? Could he actually be attracted to men? Despite being someone experienced in many situations, she quickly regained composure and intentionally made a sound with her footsteps to alert Fu Han. How is he doing? Coming back to his senses, Fu Han adjusted Li Chuyang's clothing to cover the wound on his arm. He started having a fever. So that was the case. Shimei let out a sigh of relief. It's a fever then, which is good. Do you have any fever-reducing medicine? You should give it to him right away. Yes, and Xiao Yu has some. On their way here, they had seen several pharmacies along the road and managed to gather some medicine. You should go get it then. I'll watch over him for you. It was an excellent opportunity. Fu Han glanced at Li Chuyang and said, could you, Auntie, please fetch the medicine for me, or maybe ask Auntie to bring Xiao Yu over instead. His thought process was sharp. Clearly, he knew there was tension between her and Xiao Yu. But this couldn't happen. If Xiao Yu came, Fu Han would likely send her to check on Lingling. Shimei hadn't figured out what to do yet when a bolt of lightning suddenly flashed past the window, followed shortly by Hong Lingling's shrill scream from the opposite room. She wasn't supposed to act so fast, was she? Did she really lose patience? Pretending to be startled, Shimei said to Fu Han, that sounded like Lingling. Can you check on her, Fu Han? She told me earlier that she was experiencing stomach pain, and I don't know what happened. Fu Han was stretched too thin. Li Chuyang, upon hearing Hong Lingling's scream, slowly became conscious again. You're awake. Although Li Chuyang's body was still burning hot, it wasn't quite as bad as before. Fu Han's eyes shone brilliantly like the sun, exuding warmth and intensity. It seemed like ever since his parents passed away, he hadn't seen such a gaze. In Fu Han's eyes, there was only him, and this brilliance appeared solely for him. Li Chuyang felt as though his little heart had been lightly poked by someone's finger. How are you feeling now? Fu Han asked. Li Chuyang glanced at their intertwined hands. Surprisingly, he hadn't let go the whole time. I'm fine, he said, and finally released Fu Han's hand. Since he's okay now, Fu Han, you should hurry and see what's wrong with Lingling, Shimei urged on the side. Fu Han paused for a moment, and then a shadow rushed into the room, trembling and hiding beside Shimei. And Jia's siblings and the Lu Guoqing family, upon hearing Hong Lingling's scream, had arrived at the doorway. Hong Lingling was disheveled, looking like she had just climbed out of bed without taking time to properly dress. She rushed over in a panic. Shaking uncontrollably, she informed Shimei, there are zombies. I was lying down, and I heard scratching sounds coming from next door. It must be zombies. And Xiao Yu and Xiacha checked the neighboring room where Lingling slept, discovering 2 zombies inside, which they handled effortlessly. Despite that, Hong Lingling insisted she was still terrified and refused to return to her own room. With puppy dog eyes, she sweet-talked Fu Han, saying, Brother Fu Han, I want to stay with you. Fu Han glanced at Li Chuyang beside him. Li Chuyang felt as though Fu Han was silently asking for help, though whether he could resolve this or not, Li Chuyang had no intention of assisting Fu Han. This trouble was entirely self-inflicted by Fu Han, and he should deal with it on his own. Even in this apocalypse world, Fu Han still remained excessively soft-hearted. And Xiao Yu stepped forward, saying, it's still early, and I doubt anyone will fall back asleep. Why don't we all stay together to keep her company? That way, she won't feel scared anymore, right? Hearing this, Hong Lingling glared fiercely at her. This woman was clearly here to spite her. Everyone stayed, but awkward silence enveloped the group, making the atmosphere stiff and tense. The Lu Guoqing family went over to check on Li Chuyang and were relieved to see that he was doing better. Li Chuyang alone could barely deal with zombies, let alone being a burden when sick. They worried that if they couldn't take care of him later, they might end up leaving him behind. Even if they wanted to protect Li Chuyang, they also had their own children to care for, and it would be impossible to manage everything. Li Chuyang got out of bed, drank a little water, and then went to the window for some fresh air. This time, his fainting spell wasn't too long, but after waking up, he felt as if something about him had changed, though he couldn't find any visible differences in his body. The wind outside had weakened considerably, but the rain was still heavy. The sky was dark, like it was already evening, and darkness was about to fall. Chapter 9, Merit. And Xiaxia took out a deck of cards and started playing with a few people. Li Chuyang didn't participate, and Fu Han originally didn't want to play either. However, Hong Lingling and Su Mei kept sticking close to him, leaving him no choice but to squeeze between the siblings so they couldn't get too close. During the game, Hong Lingling always tried to take the opportunity to touch or brush against Fu Han. She succeeded a few times at first, but Xiao Yu quickly realized her intentions and stopped her every time after that. Hong Lingling never managed to touch Fu Han again and, upset, threw down her cards and declared she wouldn't play anymore. She also forgot about the earlier zombie incident and stormed back into the room. This girl can't handle losing, I'll go talk to her, Su Mei said as she went after her. Just now you know how to get angry. What were you doing earlier? Su Mei tapped her forehead hard. It's just two zombies, separated by a wall. Are they going to come through the wall and eat you? You could have waited for Fu Han instead of panicking all the time. Such a good chance was wasted by you. Can this be my fault? I heard scratching sounds on the wall, thinking they were coming. What if I got eaten by zombies? And anyway, I waited for so long, but Fu Han never came. How do you even know if he would come? You're still being defiant. Your mom will make him come over to see you soon if you hadn't already run off to the other side. Well, what should we do now? Should I pretend to be sick again? Su Mei tapped her forehead once more. How did I give birth to such a stupid daughter like you? Don't you see in Xiao Yu over there? If you pretend to be sick again, she's the one who'll come over to see you. All you do is scold me. I think they won't separate anytime soon, we can only wait until evening. What should we do now? Wait. Right now, all you need to do is rest well so that you'll have energy later tonight. Lying down, Hong Lingling tossed and turned, unable to sleep. A little while later, she sat up and touched her stomach, saying, I want to eat meat. How many days have we not had a proper meal? Every day we're eating instant noodles, sausages, and bread. I want a real meal. I want to eat meat. Do you not realize the situation right now? Where are you supposed to find food or meat? It's already great that we have something to eat. Su Mei slapped her arm twice. If you're hungry, just eat something from the bag. Hong Lingling stayed seated without moving, suddenly remembering something. Mom, haven't you worked in hotels before? Big hotels like these must have cold storage rooms full of food. You definitely know where it is, right? There must be lots of seafood and meat in there. Just thinking about it made her drool. Mom, let's go check it out. Aren't you afraid of zombies? Yes, I am. But I bet they're all locked inside their rooms, otherwise, they would have come for us already. Hong Lingling pulled Su Mei up. Let's go together. If we see any zombies, we'll immediately run back. Mom, think about it. If we manage to find the hotel's food storage, then we've done our part. And Xiao Yu will have no more reason to say we only eat for free, and they won't look down on us anymore. Indeed, since Lingling wasn't with Fu Han, she felt uneasy deep down. Their mother-daughter pair currently had no contribution or use at all, and if Fu Han continued this way, they might end up being left behind at any moment. After much persuasion by Hong Lingling, Su Mei finally agreed. The two quietly left the room, hoping not to be discovered by others so that they could claim the credit alone. What are you thinking about? After Su Mei and Hong Lingling returned to the room, Fu Han also exited the card game. Li Chuyang snapped back to reality, looking at Fu Han standing next to him. Fu Han was taller than him by a head and had a more muscular build. However, the warmth displayed by Fu Han made him not feel pressured. Li Chuyang shook his head and timidly looked out the window. Are you sure you're feeling okay? I noticed your body temperature fluctuating between cold and hot earlier. Did you catch some kind of illness? Also, Fu Han was still worried about Li Chuyang's health, and the wound on his arm, what was it? Li Chuyang's symptoms did not resemble an infection of the zombie virus. Fu Han paused halfway through his words, which made Li Chuyang raise his head to look at him. What else? Nothing. I just thought that if you needed any medicine, maybe Xiao Yu has it. Li Chuyang, when the weather changes dramatically, my body reacts this way. No medicine works, but it doesn't really affect my health, so don't worry. Thank you for taking care of me earlier. Also, I mistook you for my mom, which is why I held on to your hand without letting go. Sorry. Are you very afraid of me? Li Chuyang spoke cautiously, like a soft and fluffy little white rabbit. Fu Han instinctively reached out to pat his head, then waved his palm in front of him and smiled, saying, How come I turned into your mom? Is your mom's hand this big? Fu Han glanced at Li Chuyang's hand, reminiscing about how their hands had just been clasped together. Li Chuyang was embarrassed and didn't know how to explain. I was just joking. Fu Han lowered his hand and said, You didn't eat much just now. Do you want to have something else? Li Chuyang shook his head, gazed deeply at Fu Han, and then dejectedly said, I feel like I'm just a burden following you guys. He wanted to see what Fu Han thought of this. Chapter 10, Preparing for Battle. Everyone here is a comrade. There's no such thing as holding each other back. Do you expect me to sit and watch you die? In situations like this, many people couldn't even take care of themselves, let alone have the strength to protect weaker individuals. They might even need to sacrifice others for their own survival. He didn't want to lose his humanity, so he would do his best to protect the remaining survivors. Fu Han roughly understood what Li Chuyang was worried about. Don't worry, I won't leave you behind. You really are an idiot. Li Chuyang still hadn't fully relaxed. Who knew what Fu Han would do when danger struck? At this moment, Su Mei rushed in from outside, panting heavily as she exclaimed, There's a zombie. We've already checked both sides of the rooms. There aren't any zombies left. And Xiao Yu said irritably, her eyes fixed on the cards in her hand, clearly not wanting to pay attention to her. No, we weren't resting in the rooms. Su Mei caught her breath. Lingling and I wanted to check if the hotel's cold storage still had food left. But on our way, we ran into a group of zombies. When Lingling and I turned back, we got separated, and she hasn't returned yet. Fu Han, could you go look for Lingling? She's all alone being chased by zombies, it must be very dangerous. What are you two up to again? And Xiao Yu had never trusted them. Their intentions towards Fu Han were obvious, it was just a matter of time before they outright admitted it. Who knows whether this wasn't another scheme to lure Fu Han into some sort of trap to harm him. I'm not lying. If you don't believe me, why don't you go with Fu Han and find Lingling together? Originally, they had been planning to head over to the cold storage, but as they passed the staff break room, Su Mei hadn't finished speaking when Lingling opened the door prematurely. Inside, there was a group of hidden hotel waiters, some who'd been bitten by zombies during the outbreak and were now stuck inside, transformed into zombies. Terrified, both of them ran back as fast as they could. Lingling, realizing she couldn't outrun the zombies, hid herself in one of the private rooms. I'll go take a look. As Fu Han moved to join her, Su Mei became afraid. Lingling is in one of the downstairs private rooms, it shouldn't be hard to find her. You go, why should I come along? What can I possibly do? I'll stay here and wait for you to bring Lingling back. So many zombies, she wouldn't last long out there, it'd be suicide. And Xiao Yu once again witnessed just how thick Su Mei's skin could get. Hong Lingling was her daughter, and she had just dumped all responsibility on Fu Han. Fu Han confirmed exactly which private room Hong Lingling had hidden herself in and then asked, how many zombies did you see? About 7 or 8. And Xiao Yu shot her a sharp glare, and Su Mei added hastily, perhaps more like 10 or 12. They suddenly burst out of the rest area, Lingling and I only thought about escaping, we definitely weren't counting them. That was quite a few. Moreover, they had no idea if Su Mei and Lingling had startled other zombies along the way during their escape. And Xiao Yu was uneasy about letting Fu Han go alone. Big brother, stay behind to protect them, and I'll go with brother Fu Han to find Lingling. Both Fu Han and Xiaozhe agreed with this arrangement. Before leaving, Xiao Yu sternly warned Su Mei against pulling any tricks. Su Mei found a spot near Xiaozhe to sit down. On Xiaozhe's other side sat the Lu Guoqing family. Li Chuyang was still standing by the window, the rain was lessening, and the sky brightened slightly. Su Mei had been extremely tense earlier, but now that things seemed calmer, she relaxed enough to sip water twice. Initially hoping to earn some favor, she ended up causing trouble instead, making her too embarrassed to say anything further. The Lu Guoqing couple tightly held their children's hands, worrying that zombies might come near. The room was silent, filled only with the gentle pattering sound of the rain and the bright echoes of water splashing on advertisements outside. Tap. Tap. A rhythmic sound approached through the corridor, sounding much like footsteps, getting closer and closer. Just moments after relaxing, Su Mei immediately tensed, straightening her back, looking at Xiaozhe alongside the Lu Guoqing couple. I'll take a look, Xiaozhe stood up and walked toward the door. Su Mei shifted a few steps deeper into the room. Based on the footsteps, Xiaozhe had determined it was a zombie outside, no normal person walked that slowly. A zombie wearing hotel security clothes shuffled its obese body toward their room. Xiaozhe dispatched it without difficulty, but before he could breathe a sigh of relief, he saw more zombies walking up from the stairwell, and not just one. Most of them were wearing hotel uniforms, while some looked like hotel guests. This number was too great for Xiaozhe to handle alone, so he quickly retreated into the room and locked the door behind him. What's the situation? Su Mei immediately asked upon seeing his return. Li Chuyang had already guessed from his actions. The rain was about to stop, and the sky would soon return to normal. Zombies are coming, and Xiaozhe had to inform them, urging them to prepare for battle. If Fu Han and Xiao Yu were still here, they might have stood a chance. But now with only him, it was impossible to deal with so many zombies while also protecting the others. Lu Guoqing pulled out his military knife, a gift from his company commander when he was in the army. Zhang Yanzi's weapon, on the other hand, was their household cleaver. Chuyang, please help uncle look after these two, said Lu Guoqing, as both he and his wife had no choice but to assist Xiaozhe in fighting the zombies. Su Mei wasn't reliable, they'd known this from the start, so they entrusted their children, Lu Xian and Lu Ting, to Li Chuyang. Stay close to brother Chuyang, and don't go anywhere else, understand? Zhang Yanzi reminded the children before hugging them tightly. Chapter 11, Self-Preservation. There were too many zombies, and they already knew the group's location. The door wouldn't hold for long. Fu Han and Xiao Yu didn't know when they would return, so the survivors had to fight their way out and seize the initiative. If there was a chance to lure the zombies away, that could be a good option too. The zombies had started clawing at the door now, the sound excruciatingly shrill. The zombies had come up from the stairwell. They either had to kill their way down or retreat upstairs and look for another way out. The best-case scenario was that only a few zombies remained, deal with them and it would be over. And Xiaozhe shared his plan with Lu Guoqing and Zhang Yanzi. The two then instructed Lu Xian and Lu Ting, emphasizing that they must stick closely with Li Chuyang. No matter what happens, take them and go if you get the chance, Chuyang. Li Chuyang looked at Lu Xian and Lu Ting. Throughout their journey, they had been obedient, causing no trouble. Though they didn't talk much, it was clear their recent experiences had matured them considerably. Looking at them reminded Li Chuyang of himself when he was sent to live with his aunt. Along the way, the Lu family had treated him kindly, so he promised Lu Guoqing that he would take care of Lu Xian and Lu Ting. It wasn't that the Lu couple trusted Li Chuyang, it was just that there was nobody else left to whom they could entrust their children. Li Chuyang lacked any supernatural abilities and sometimes struggled to even take care of himself. Su Mei scoffed disdainfully, only someone with a problem in their head would trust this kid to take care of children. The boy probably can't even handle a chicken, let alone a zombie. The boy is foolish too, he cannot even protect himself but wants to help others with their kids. Don't lose your life like that. After ensuring the Lu couple was ready, Xiacha opened the door. 3 zombies instantly squeezed inside. Xiacha killed one immediately, Lu Guoqing and Zhang Yanzi swiftly followed, chopping off the heads of the other 2 zombies. Subsequently, Xiacha used his wood element ability to temporarily trap the zombies outside. Baby finger thick green vines sprouted from the wooden floor, binding the zombies' legs. The zombies struggled fiercely, and soon the vines began snapping one by one. Leading Lu Guoqing and Zhang Yanzi, Xiacha killed the several zombies near the door first, then moved into the corridor. Su Mei hid in the farthest corner, staring intently at the entrance. The narrow corridor made combat difficult for Xiacha and the others, leaving them no choice but to keep pushing the zombies back. The number of zombies was far greater than they imagined, this was just within their sight. There was no telling how many more lurked on the staircase. Inside the room, Li Chuyang glanced out the window, the rain had stopped. The sky was a dull yellow, about to descend into darkness again. On the desolate streets, a few zombies ambled lazily, as if called to somewhere. They were heading toward the Changning Grand Hotel. Finally, Xiacha managed to push the zombies back to the stairwell. He immediately called out for Li Chuyang and the rest to move upstairs. Downstairs, the number of zombies was overwhelming, just looking at them, the entire staircase was filled with zombies. There was no way they could escape downstairs this way. If they stayed on this floor, the zombies would eventually flood in and surround them. Su Mei rushed upstairs first, followed by Li Chuyang pulling Lu Xian and Lu Ting behind her, and finally Xiacha's group. However, there were simply too many zombies, continuously flowing up from the lower floors. Earlier, they hadn't noticed any zombies when entering, but now, these seemed to appear out of nowhere. The strength of Xiacha and his companions was limited. Unable to hold off all the zombies, some managed to bypass them and make it upstairs, 1, then 2, and more. Su Mei clamped her hand over her mouth to suppress a scream, scrambling desperately upstairs. Some doors on the upper floors were open. Su Mei ran to one, peeked inside, saw no zombies, and quickly ducked in. Li Chuyang, with Lu Xian and Lu Ting, lagged behind slightly. Just as they reached the door, Su Mei coldly locked eyes with Li Chuyang and unhesitatingly slammed the door shut in front of them. "Brother!" Lu Ting hid behind Li Chuyang, calling out. Li Chuyang hastily pulled Lu Xian and Lu Ting backward while maintaining eye contact with the approaching zombie. In his mind, he silently pleaded it to leave, sweat trickling down his forehead like tears. The zombie moved slowly, suddenly turning toward the room where Su Mei had hidden. To Li Chuyang, it felt like an eternity had passed, though it was barely 2 seconds. That zombie didn't chase after them anymore, but there were still others. He didn't know if this was his ability, but there indeed had been a very strange feeling just now. He hadn't just wanted the zombie to stop chasing them, he had also wished for it to go after Su Mei instead. And surprisingly, the zombie really stopped pursuing them and went after Su Mei. Li Chuyang hesitated for a second before pulling Lu Xian and Lu Ting into another room just as the next zombie lunged toward them. The soundproofing of the hotel rooms wasn't great. Li Chuyang could vaguely hear Su Mei's terrified screams, along with her cries of anguish. Lu Xian and Lu Ting stayed silently by his side. Neither knew what had just happened, their minds blank from fear. As Li Chuyang calmed down, he became increasingly certain of one thing, he had an ability. His ability wasn't like Fu Han's or Xiao's, nor was it like Xiao's. His power allowed him to control both humans and zombies. So, the fact that he'd managed to escape from the zombies earlier, stop the security guard, and wait for Fu Han and the others to arrive, it wasn't due to luck. It was because of his ability. He had always thought that his parents were watching over him from above and that's why he'd been so fortunate. Chapter 12, It's You. Su Mei was so focused on running for her life at the time that she didn't know exactly which private room Hong Lingling had hidden in, only a rough position near the kitchen. Fu Han and Xiaoyu encountered several zombies as soon as they came out, and it took them some time to deal with them. It was also their first time at Changning Grand Hotel, so they were not familiar with the hotel's layout. After much effort, they finally found the kitchen and then quickly located Hong Lingling. On their way there, they encountered zombies, but not many since most of them were concentrated around Hong Lingling's private room. By the time they arrived, the zombies had already pushed open the door of the private room, forcing Hong Lingling to hide in the bathroom inside. She was about to give up when Fu Han and the others arrived just in time. When Hong Lingling was rescued and opened the door to see Fu Han, she burst into tears and rushed into his arms. And Xiaoyo's expression instantly changed as she yanked Hong Lingling away. "Let's go back quickly. Your mom is still waiting for you." Hong Lingling ignored her, wiping her tears while stubbornly clinging to Fu Han. By the time they reached the stairs, they realized something was off. Zombies from all over the hotel, as well as outside, were slowly making their way up the stairs. Some of them noticed them and lunged toward them. After Fu Han and Xiaoyu dealt with the ones attacking them, they retreated. With so many zombies around, they worried about Xiaoju's situation upstairs. Mr. and Mrs. Lu didn't have any special abilities and their physical strength was mediocre, leaving only Xiaoju with an ability, though it wasn't enough to handle this crowd alone. Hong Lingling was utterly terrified, she had never seen so many zombies before. How can there be so many zombies? And Xiaoyu couldn't understand where these zombies had come from. Why hadn't they appeared when they entered the hotel earlier? I don't know how my brother is holding up. There was no way he could protect everyone against this number. We need to stop these zombies from going further upstairs, and Xiaoyu stated firmly. With so many zombies, how are we supposed to stop them? And Xiaoyu glanced at Hong Lingling who could provide no help but only add more trouble. Fu Han observed and said, we'll clear out the zombies around the staircase first, block the stairwell, and then head upstairs to find Xiaoju. How will we get down afterward? And Xiaoyu worriedly asked, noting that the zombies seemed inexplicably gathering here. They couldn't stay in the hotel anymore. The only option is to look for another exit. Fu Han hadn't thought of this yet. With the uncertainty of how many zombies were now upstairs and how long they had been present, the priority was to reunite with Xiaoju above. I'll take care of the zombies while you, Xiaoyu, and Hong Lingling move the tables and chairs to block the stairway. Alright. Hong Lingling shrunk under the gaze of Xiaoyu. Once agreed upon, Fu Han rushed out first. Hong Lingling hid behind Xiaoyu as they waited for Fu Han to eliminate the majority of the zombies near the stairs before helping to drag tables and chairs over. Upstairs, Xiaoju and his group noticed the dwindling number of zombies and glanced downstairs. To their surprise, they saw Fu Han and Xiaoyu cleaning up the zombie-infested staircase and heading their way. Upon reaching the upper floors, they caught sight of a familiar figure mixed among the zombies. Mom! Only after looking closely did Hong Lingling recognize her mother and cried out. The Lius didn't see their children, feeling relieved yet still anxious and worried. Upon seeing Hong Lingling sobbing in sorrow, they sympathized with her loss. Fu Han didn't have time to comfort Hong Lingling, Li Chuyang's whereabouts were still unknown. Although it was Hong Lingling's mother, Su Mei had turned into a zombie. Fu Han could only kill her. Hearing Fu Han's voice outside, Li Chuyang tapped on the door from the inside, signaling his presence to Fu Han and the others. Only after they cleaned up the surrounding zombies did they ask Li Chuyang to open the door. Seeing that the three of them were unharmed, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Zhang Yanzi's eyes were red as she hugged Lu Xian and Lu Ting tightly. Hong Lingling was still sobbing, unable to accept her mother's fate of becoming a zombie. When she heard Fu Han express concern for Li Chuyang, it both agitated her and reminded her sharply. She suddenly stopped crying, her eyes narrowing with anger as she turned to Li Chuyang and demanded, shouldn't my mom have been with all of you? Why are you guys okay while my mom turned into a zombie? No matter how you look at it, Li Chuyang should have found it easier to escape the zombies with Lu Xian and Lu Ting than Su Mei did alone. Li Chuyang shook his head. After we came up here, she hid in the room ahead, while we hid here. I don't know how she turned into a zombie either. If you don't know, then who does? Did you push my mom out of her room? Hong Lingling didn't believe him and lunged at Li Chuyang, grabbing his hand and yelling for him to confess the truth. Li Chuyang was pushed back and crashed against the wall, his back hitting it with a loud thud. Unrelenting, Hong Lingling's fingers painted blue extended toward Li Chuyang's face. Fu Han quickly held her back, protecting Li Chuyang from behind. Mr. and Mrs. Lu pulled their children away, while Xiaoyu had no choice but to pull Hong Lingling off. At this moment, Xiaoju stepped forward, judging by the condition of both doors, it seems like the zombies were all on your mother's side. They quickly broke through the door, turning her into one. Didn't we also see zombies trying to break through doors when we arrived? If they had arrived later, Li Chuyang would likely have become a zombie too. Hong Lingling refused to believe what Xiaoju said and insisted Su Mei's transformation into a zombie had something to do with Li Chuyang. Before she could act again, more zombies climbed up from downstairs. Chapter 13, The Truth. A considerable number of zombies were climbing up, so Fu Han could only lead everyone to retreat upstairs temporarily. Did you notice how strange these zombies are? And Xiaoyu thought about the situation they had seen downstairs and felt increasingly uneasy. Fu Han had noticed it early on, they seemed to be controlled by something. They had never seen such a situation before. Zombies often appeared in clusters in certain places, but here the zombies kept coming from all directions as if something was calling or attracting them. Their energy was limited. After having killed so many zombies, everyone had expended a lot of strength. They must quickly think of a way to leave the hotel. Hong Lingling was still watching him, so Li Chuyang had no choice but to stay close to Fu Han. With the zombies advancing step by step, they soon ran out of escape routes. Seeing that Fu Han and his group were busy dealing with the zombies, Hong Lingling quietly approached Li Chuyang and pushed him forcefully into the zombie crowd. Brother Chuyang! Lu Ting screamed in fright. Once Fu Han realized who was surrounded by the zombies, he rushed over immediately. The flames that erupted around him scared the zombies into retreating immediately. He pulled Li Chuyang back and protected him behind him. Li Chuyang didn't say anything but looked at the zombies down the stairs. Among the horde of zombies, one stood out. All the other zombies were scrambling to climb upstairs, but this particular one, wearing a black suit and slightly overweight, stood there without moving forward. It watched above like an observer. Moreover, Li Chuyang felt a kind of energy from this zombie, which was very similar to the energy he perceived from the few psychics like Fu Han. When he sensed this energy, he thought it might be a psychic. However, upon closer inspection, this was clearly a zombie. Could it have been a person with special abilities before turning into a zombie? After ordinary people are bitten by zombies, they either awaken their powers or turn into zombies themselves. No one knows what happens when someone with powers is bitten by a zombie. Fu Han and the others soon also noticed this peculiar zombie. The zombies also seemed to receive new instructions. A small number of zombies engaged in Xiaxia and his group, while more zombies moved to surround Fu Han. Considering the recent circumstances, Fu Han didn't dare to confront them directly. Their primary goal was for everyone to safely leave, not necessarily to kill the zombies. Let's go into the room first. Fu Han had a plan in mind and needed to discuss it within Xiaxia's group. There was also the issue with Hong Lingling that needed handling. Why did you push Li Chuyang just now? Fu Han still protected Li Chuyang behind him. We feel sorry for what happened to your mother, but you can't blame Li Chuyang for it. If you continue like this, we cannot keep carrying you along. Fu Han, you guys haven't even figured out what really happened to my mom. Those are just your guesses. Hong Lingling suddenly remembered something and pointed at Lu Xian and Lu Ting near Lu Guocheng and his wife. They were there too. These two kids definitely wouldn't lie. You tell me how my mom turned into a zombie. Lu Ting hid behind Zhang Yanzi in fright, and Lu Xian clung tightly to Lu Guocheng. Hong Lingling tried to pull the two of them out, but Lu Guocheng stepped forward. Are you saying that Chuyang caused harm to your mom? What motive would he have to hurt your mother? The two of them have always been around Chuyang. How could Chuyang harm your mom? You've lost your mother, I know you're sad, but you can't harm Chuyang because of this. With so many zombies outside, we need to figure out how to leave safely. Otherwise, we will all become zombies. If it were them who died, would you still say that? Hong Lingling asked with a cold laugh. The zombies were already grabbing at the door. You. Lu Guocheng was angry but speechless. They know nothing. Li Chuyang stood up. Uncle Lu, let her ask. Lu Guocheng looked at Li Chuyang and then Zhang Yanzi, and squatted down to ask Lu Xian. Xian, tell Dad what you saw when Brother Chuyang was leading you upstairs earlier. Lu Xian glanced at Hong Lingling. Earlier, Brother Chuyang led us upstairs, and Su hid in the front room. Brother Chuyang wanted to bring us inside with her, but she closed the door. Then Brother Chuyang led us into the room behind. Hearing Lu Xian's account, everyone's expression changed significantly. So, it wasn't Li Chuyang who caused Su Mei's death, but rather Su Mei shut the door and didn't let Li Chuyang bring Lu Xian and Lu Ting inside to hide. Fortunately, Su Mei didn't let them go in, otherwise, they would have turned into zombies too. What else do you have to say? Lu Guocheng angrily pulled Lu Xian back to Zhang Yanzi's side, grateful that he had entrusted the children to Chuyang. Fu Han looked at Li Chuyang and asked softly, why don't you explain? Who would believe him? And Su Mei had already become a zombie, otherwise, she might have even blamed him for her own actions. Li Chuyang lowered his head. Now Hong Lingling was left speechless. This seemed like something Su Mei could do, but she couldn't admit it. It must be something you told him to say. No one paid attention to Hong Lingling as Fu Han led Li Chuyang over to An Xiaoyou's side to discuss how to deal with the peculiar zombie. Fu Han, if I'm not mistaken, that zombie is controlling the others. If we can kill it, there won't be any more coming. An Xiaxia, I noticed that it's just standing there without moving downstairs, like it's using the other zombies to wear us down. It may be smarter than the other zombies, but it's probably still no match for us. I think the same, Fu Han nodded. We can't keep being drained by it. Once it decides to act, we'll be in danger. So my plan is for you two to draw the other zombies away, and I'll go after it. We don't know what it's capable of, and it would be dangerous for you alone, Brother Fu Han. And Xiaoyu worried that Fu Han wouldn't be able to handle it alone when she and her brother were busy fighting off other zombies. We can't just sit here waiting to die. They were on the 5th floor now. If they were on a lower floor, they could have climbed down using bed sheets. And Xiaxia patted An Xiaoyou's shoulder. Let's follow Fu Han's plan. Stay in the room and wait for us. Fu Han brought Li Chuyang to Lu Guocheng and his wife, to ensure Hong Lingling wouldn't harm Li Chuyang again. After everything was ready, An Xiaoyu opened the door. And Xiaxia used vines that grew from the floor to block the zombies. Flames shot out from Fu Han's hands, instantly igniting the vines. The two skillfully coordinated their efforts to roast the zombies. Terrified, the zombies scattered down the corridor, their burning bodies setting fire to other areas. The door burned away, forcing Li Chuyang and the others to retreat to the balcony, the place furthest from the entrance inside the room. Outside the hotel, stray zombies were still entering, though fewer than before, as if all nearby zombies had already been summoned to the hotel. Chapter 14, Fierce Battle. The firelight faded, and new zombies surged forward. An Xiaoyu and An Xiaxia managed to keep the zombies on both sides under control. They were wielding identical baseball bats, smeared with the foul blood of zombies. Through the grime, one could still make out their original brown color and the black markings on them. Fu Han's weapon was an ordinary fruit knife, which he only used against small numbers of zombies. Facing so many, he simply unleashed fire, as zombies also feared fire. Scorching flames fell upon the zombies on the staircase, spreading quickly. The zombies lost all semblance of control immediately. Though zombies lacked feeling, an aura of fear seemed to linger among them now. A slightly overweight zombie in a black suit jumped onto the railing. It showed no fear, instead, it stared intently at Fu Han, as though Fu Han was its prey. No, it would be more accurate to say that Fu Han had long been the prey this zombie had set its sights on. Li Chuyang stood behind, genuinely worried for Fu Han. Others might not have noticed, but Li Chuyang could perceive that the energy within this particular zombie was somewhat stronger than Fu Han's. Ordinary zombies not only moved slowly but also had extremely sluggish limbs. However, this zombie had easily leaped onto the railing and stood there very steadily. Its murky gaze wasn't as vacant and wooden as those of normal zombies, it appeared to have some semblance of intelligence. Before Fu Han made his move, it leapt with a bound, lunging directly at Fu Han. Its seemingly weak hand swiped through the air, creating the faint sound of tearing apart the air. It deftly dodged the fireballs Fu Han threw at it while commanding other zombies to attack him. Fu Han drew his fruit knife. Flames spread from his palm over the entire blade, and any zombie slashed by it ignited, burning until they collapsed on the ground. And Xiaxia had already expended a great deal of energy. The vines he controlled grew thinner and weaker, making it increasingly easy for zombies to break free. And Xiaoyu faced even greater difficulties since her spatial abilities were almost useless against zombies. She was entirely relying on her physical strength and skills honed during training to continue fighting. Knowing they couldn't hold out much longer, Fu Han decided not to prolong the battle with the zombie and intensified his attacks. Though the flames he gathered were smaller than before, they burned at higher temperatures. Ordinary zombies caught in them became scorched within moments. Fu Han was drenched in sweat, not from the heat of his own flames, but because his internal energy reserves were nearly depleted. Meanwhile, the movements of the zombie remained fluid and agile as ever. Just as Li Chuyang grew concerned, the zombie detected Fu Han's weakness and, in the blink of an eye, leapt before him, seizing Fu Han's hands, the ones that posed the greatest threat to it, preparing to turn Fu Han into another zombie. If Fu Han turned into a zombie too, none of them would survive today. Seeing this, Li Chuyang tensed up, intensely watching the zombie. Suddenly, something in his mind clicked, as if time had frozen. The zombie abruptly paused, and its grip on Fu Han weakened. Surprised, Fu Han immediately seized the opportunity to push the zombie away. Flames landed on the zombie's arm and spread rapidly along the sleeves of its suit. With a furious roar, the zombie glanced toward Li Chuyang before jumping up to the window near the staircase, breaking the glass, and escaping through the shattered pane. The remaining zombies hesitated for a second before continuing to surround Fu Han and his companions. Li Chuyang sighed in relief, glancing down from the balcony. On the street below, several scattered zombies no longer approached the hotel but instead resumed aimlessly wandering around as before. Seeing the zombie flee, Lu Guoqing took out his combat knife and went to help Fu Han. After dealing with the rest of the zombies, Fu Han decided to leave the hotel. There was no saying whether that zombie could return, and the hotel's layout was not favorable for retreat or escape. Let's find another place to rest, and Xiaxia said, looking at Fu Han's pale face. It was already dark, and they hadn't rested properly throughout the afternoon. Ideally, nothing further should happen tonight. Just as Fu Han nodded, he suddenly fainted. And Xiaxia reacted swiftly, catching Fu Han and touching his hand, immediately becoming worried. Why is his body so hot? And Xiaoyu also touched him. Yes, it's really hot. Is Big Brother Fu alright? Looking at Fu Han, Li Chuyang realized that his energy had been almost entirely depleted during the fight against the zombie. That explained his pale complexion. However, the little remaining energy within him was undergoing some strange transformation now. Let's find a place to rest first. Li Chuyang still had many things left unexplained. Given Fu Han's current condition, they didn't dare to move too far and found a nearby clothing store. Li Chuyang and the married couple Lu Guoqing pushed some clothes over to block the glass windows, while Zhang Yanzi and Hong Lingling fetched more clothes to lay on the ground for resting. You go change your clothes, we'll watch here, said Zhang Yanzi as she picked out some appropriate clothing. Everyone changed into clean outfits, and they brought over new clothes for Xiaxia and Xiaoyu as well. And Xiaoyu glanced at Li Chuyang, call us if anything happens with Big Brother Fu. Lu Guoqing took out food and handed a box of chocolate cookies to Li Chuyang. Sitting quietly on one side, Li Chuyang occasionally looked at Fu Han lying on the ground. The energy within him was slowly becoming abundant again, and in less than half an hour, he should be able to recover to his previous state, even more robust than before. And Xiaxia and Xiaoyu's internal energy also showed changes, but not as significant as Fu Han's. Stronger energy meant greater psychic abilities. For someone like Xiaoyu with spatial powers, this would likely expand her space size. But as for him, he wasn't sure if he had any special abilities because he hadn't felt the same kind of energy inside himself as Fu Han and the others. Then how did he manage to control that zombie? Back then, he was almost about to collapse, yet only managed to control it for just 2 seconds. Moreover, he recovered much faster than Fu Han. Aside from feeling a little tired mentally, he felt absolutely fine within just a few minutes. Thinking about trying again, Li Chuyang raised his head and noticed Hong Lingling looking at him with a fierce glare. She sniffed and walked toward him. Li Chuyang became cautious, but Hong Lingling went to Lu Xian and Lu Ting instead, handing each a chocolate bar. It was sister's fault earlier for speaking to you that way. Can you forgive me? Since Lu Guocheng and his wife saw that she was apologizing, they didn't stop her, wanting to avoid further conflict. Lu Ting stared at the chocolate in front of her, and since Lu Xian didn't take it, neither dared she. Don't you two like chocolate? Zhang Yanzi nudged Lu Guocheng, who said, you keep it and eat it yourself, they don't like it. Hong Lingling fetched other snacks, but Lu Xian and Lu Ting refused them too. She couldn't help but glance at Li Chuyang beside her and asked him with a smile, would you like to have some? Chapter 15, Reaping What One Has Sown. And Xiaxia and Xiaoyu also looked over here. Li Chuyang did not take it, looking at her with a puzzled expression on his face. Earlier, I was too excited. It was wrong of me to blame your involvement in my mother's death. And I shouldn't have treated you that way. Let me say sorry to you here. Hong Lingling took out a bag of things and shoved it into Li Chuyang's hands. I can't eat all this by myself. I see that you don't have much food, so these are all for you. I have something to eat. You should keep them and eat slowly yourself. Li Chuyang didn't believe she would sincerely apologize like this, and he certainly dared not eat the food she gave him. Hong Lingling thought for a moment and took a bottle of water out of the bag. If you won't take the other things, then drink this bottle of water. Consider it as a sign that you forgive me. Hong Lingling opened the water and handed it to him. Are you afraid to drink because you feel guilty? Are you? Brother Fu Han, you're awake. Hong Lingling glanced back and immediately shoved the water bottle into Li Chuyang's hands before rushing to Fu Han's side and grabbing his arm. Brother Fu Han, I've been worried sick about you. I thought you'd turn into a zombie like my mom. And Xiao Yu rolled her eyes from the side. Li Chuyang checked Fu Han's condition. After half an hour, Fu Han's energy had recovered almost completely. After waking up, he seemed refreshed and more spirited than before, indicating that he was fine now. Seeing Hong Lingling fully focused on Fu Han, Li Chuyang took the opportunity to return the water bottle to Hong Lingling's bag and then grabbed another bottle of water, offering it to Fu Han. Have some water. Fu Han reached out to grab it but was stopped by Hong Lingling. She hesitated for a moment before explaining, he only has 2 bottles of water left. Brother Fu Han, you'd better drink mine instead. After saying this, she quickly pulled a bottle of water out of her bag, which happened to be the very one Li Chuyang had just returned. Li Chuyang tightened his grip on the water bottle in his hand. And Xiao Yu glanced at Li Chuyang, taking out a water bottle and handing it to Fu Han. You keep yours for yourself. We have plenty of water. Hong Lingling pouted unhappily, realizing that Fu Han wasn't helping her. Furious that he wouldn't assist her, she drank the water herself but soon perked up again. Brother Fu Han, how do you feel now? Is there any discomfort left? Li Chuyang went back to his position, noticing Hong Lingling's eyes occasionally glancing his way. He then drank 2 sips from the water bottle in his hand. A smile emerged on Hong Lingling's lips as she cheerfully said, if you're still feeling unwell, you must tell us. Fu Han felt a bit strange. I'm fine already. Thank you for worrying. It's getting late. Everyone should get some rest. I'll take the night watch. We'll leave here early tomorrow morning. After finishing, Fu Han went to talk with Xiaxia and Xiao Yu on the other side. Hong Lingling couldn't follow closely, so she rearranged the sleeping mat beside her own spot for Fu Han while munching on chocolate, waiting for him to come back, keeping a close eye on Li Chuyang's movements. It was you who turned my mom into a zombie, so why shouldn't you turn into one too? You're just a burden following brother Fu Han anyway. Helping everyone is kind of like doing everyone a favor. You, without self-preservation abilities or making any contributions, turning into a zombie will at least save some food for everyone else. Han Fu, are you really alright? Fu Han nodded. Yeah, and I feel like I might have grown stronger. Do you remember what it was like when your superpowers awakened? They exchanged glances. And Xiaxia responded, we all had high fevers, and when we woke up, we had powers. So if our powers become stronger, do we need to go through a high fever phase? Not entirely sure right now, Fu Han thought back to Li Chuyang's situation from the afternoon. But regardless of how he looked at it, Li Chuyang didn't seem like someone whose power had awoken. Normally, people who awaken powers also develop excellent physical fitness. After Li Chuyang woke up, there were no changes in his constitution, he was still weak. Moreover, Li Chuyang alternated between being hot and cold, unlike their bodies, which only got hot. And Xiaxia asked Fu Han about the sensations he felt before and after fainting. If this ever happens again, they want to be prepared. And Xiao Yu felt both envious and happy, brother Fu Han, do you think anyone could have 2 superpowers? Or even more? Her power was utterly useless against zombies, and if only she could have powers like brother Fu Han's, it would be great. And Xiaxia understood her thoughts instantly. Our understanding of superpowers isn't very complete yet. In the future, we may encounter someone like that. However, don't take unnecessary risks. Based on what they know now, in order to awaken a superpower, one must first be infected with the zombie virus. Even if one survives successfully, it's not certain that a superpower will awaken. Conversely, failure would definitely result in becoming a zombie. I know. Fu Han said, you're already very capable now. Can't you deal with zombies without superpowers? I don't want to hold Brother Fu Han back. Brother Fu Han, you should rest well tonight. My brother and I will take the night watch. My current condition is fine, but both of you haven't rested since this afternoon. Fu Han patted Enshiaja's shoulder, if there's any issue, I'll let you know. That zombie from this afternoon might come back at any time, and if you two don't get enough rest, then no one will be able to help me then. Alright, you let us know when something happens. And Xiao Yu returned and noticed Fu Han's sleeping mat had been moved next to Hong Lingling, so she immediately went over and moved Fu Han's mat back. Hong Lingling naturally refused and blocked her from moving it. And Xiao Yu used a little force, causing Hong Lingling to fall down, squeezing out a couple of tears. Looking pitifully, she called out, Brother Fu Han, I'm scared to sleep alone here. Standing still, Fu Han said, then you can come over here and sleep with all of us. Brother Fu Han is taking the night watch tonight. If you're so afraid, you can sleep next to me. And Xiao Yu directly moved Hong Lingling's sleeping mat beside her own position. In anger, Hong Lingling drank up the remaining half bottle of water, then threw the empty bottle forcefully aside. It just happened to land by Li Chuyang's feet. Li Chuyang glanced at her, quickly lying down and turning his back toward Hong Lingling. Fu Han worriedly looked at Li Chuyang, asking Enshiaja, nothing happened when I passed out, right? Enshiaja recounted how Hong Lingling had apologized. I thought she'd let go of it. Her mother has just. We should bear with her a bit more these few days. Tell Xiao Yu not to provoke her. Alright. Fu Han brought some food and water over, I knew you were still awake. Do you want to eat something? Li Chuyang shook his head, holding for a moment before softly asking, did you feel hot all the time when you fainted? I saw that none of them covered you with anything. Fu Han's energy within was clearly stronger than before. Was the fluctuation between being cold and hot in his body possibly related to his superpower? Have you awakened your superpower as well? Li Chuyang's eyes widened, did Fu Han notice? Fu Han smiled, patting his head, don't overthink it. A superpower will show up when it's meant to. If you want to learn how to fight zombies, I can teach you. Chapter 16, Doubt. Hong Lingling saw Fu Han staying by Li Chuyang, laughing and talking. She wasn't pleased at all, and immediately started to complain, Brother Fu Han, I feel terrible. Can you come over here? Where do you feel uncomfortable? And Xiaja walked over. Hong Lingling, I want Brother Fu Han to check on me. Fu Han, you'd better let Xiaja take a look. And Xiao Yu stood with her arms crossed, looking and lightly laughing at her, my brother has studied medicine. Hong Lingling blinked and said, I suddenly feel fine now, but why don't you go check Li Chuyang again? Make sure he's really fine. Don't have something happen tomorrow that delays our departure. Fu Han wasn't quite at ease either, so he had Enshiaja go and check on Li Chuyang. Enshiaja checked Li Chuyang's body, and within the limits of his ability, he found no issues with Li Chuyang's health. The night passed quietly, and everyone slept soundly. Enshiaja and Xiao Yu woke up first, and they wanted Fu Han to rest for a while. After Fu Han repeatedly insisted that he was neither sleepy nor tired, they didn't press the matter. The sky was already bright at 5:30 a.m., and they still needed to eat before setting off. And Xiao Yu then woke everyone else up. Lu Xian and Lu Ting both got up, but Hong Lingling alone lay still without any movement. When Xiao Yu was about to gently push her, she realized Hong Lingling's body was extremely hot, her condition was similar to Fu Han's last night. And Xiao Yu immediately informed Fu Han and Enshiaja. Enshiaja looked at Fu Han and said, was she bitten by a zombie yesterday? Fu Han went through the events of the previous day in his mind, she was fine when we found her yesterday, and she wasn't touched by any zombies afterward. Enshiaja, Xiao Yu, check if there are any wounds on her body. Unwillingly, Xiao Yu inspected Hong Lingling's entire body, finding not a single wound. She hasn't been bitten by a zombie. Could it be that bottle of water? Fu Han noticed something odd about her expression, what's wrong? And Xiao Yu hesitated briefly, though not entirely certain yet, the bottle of water was the only suspect. This was also a good time to reveal Li Chuyang's true colors to Brother Fu Han. I saw Li Chuyang place a bottle of water in Hong Lingling's bag yesterday. Hong Lingling drank the whole thing last night. Fu Han clearly understood what Xiao Yu was implying. If the bottle contained regular tap water, considering Hong Lingling's physical condition, having problems this morning wouldn't be impossible, but he didn't believe Li Chuyang would do such a thing. One bottle of water can't prove anything. Let's go ask Li Chuyang. Li Chuyang was eating with the Lu Qing family when Fu Han called him over and directly asked if he had placed a bottle of water in Hong Lingling's bag the day before. That was Hong Lingling giving it to me last night. Since I didn't want it, I returned it. Li Chuyang glanced at the still lying Hong Lingling, is there something wrong with Hong Lingling? And Xiao Yu stared straight into Li Chuyang's eyes and repeated the question, is the bottle of water in her bag the one she gave you last night? Yes, Li Chuyang nodded, realizing something and asked back, is there something wrong with that bottle of water? It has always been in my bag. Did you know there was something wrong with the bottle, so you deliberately returned it to her bag? Last night, Hong Lingling was eager to make Li Chuyang drink the water, but not only did he refuse, he even snuck it back into her bag when she wasn't paying attention. What else could this indicate except guilt? And Xiao Yu firmly believed that Li Chuyang knew something was wrong with the water. Li Chuyang fearfully lowered his head and timidly asked, is there something wrong with the bottle of water? There's nothing wrong with it. Fu Han stopped and Xiao Yu and told her and Xiaxia, go see how Hong Lingling is doing. And Xiao Yu wanted to protest, but Xiaxia pulled her away. Li Chuyang, what's wrong with Hong Lingling? Fu Han patted his head, she's just sick. You don't need to worry. We may have to delay our departure a bit. Go inform Uncle Lu. Li Chuyang nodded, glancing at Hong Lingling and asking, is there anything I should do? You go eat. Xiaxia and I will keep an eye on her. Li Chuyang handed the sausage in his hand to Fu Han, this is from Aunt Yen. If you need help, call me. Okay, go ahead. Hong Lingling was fighting the virus inside her body, and no one could help her, she had to rely on herself. All they could do was protect her until she woke up. If she didn't turn into a zombie and woke up instead, her physical condition would definitely become much stronger. She might even awaken some special abilities with luck. And Xiao Yu noticed the ham sausage in Fu Han's hand and took out some food from her space bag. As she ate, she started talking again about the bottle of water. Li Chuyang must have known there was something wrong with that bottle of water. I saw him put it secretly back into Hong Lingling's bag last night. Why didn't he simply give the water back to Hong Lingling if there wasn't an issue? Brother Fu Han, you're too trusting. There's also the matter about Xiao Wu's family that I haven't mentioned to you yet. Do you know what Li Chuyang's situation is like in Xiao Wu's home? Their family isn't rich. Adding an extra child's education expenses adds a lot of pressure to their household, so they usually don't treat Li Chuyang particularly well. But Li Chuyang is actually quite calculating and far from as innocent as he looks. Xiao Wu told me many things about Li Chuyang. He likes hiding things and has stolen quite a bit from his family. Plus, no classmates at school like associating with him. Seeing the injuries on Li Chuyang's body yesterday, Fu Han had originally intended to ask Xiao Yu about the circumstances at Li Chuyang's aunt's house. Now, Xiao Yu brought it up herself. Xiao Yu said, look at how timid he seems. Does he show any sorrow when talking about his aunt's family? That shows he doesn't really care about them at all. Fu Han sensed that Xiao Yu had more to say. Xiao Yu, what are you trying to say exactly? I'm saying that Xiao Wu's family turning into zombies might be related to him. Xiao Yu glanced at Hong Lingling who was still unconscious. If this incident with Hong Lingling hadn't happened, I wouldn't have thought this deeply. He can harm Hong Lingling now, so who knows who he'll target next. Yesterday, Hong Lingling even pushed him right in front of the zombies, but he didn't get angry at all. He could still face Hong Lingling so calmly. Brother Fu Han, you should keep a closer eye on him. Fu Han looked towards Xiaxia. Xiaxia, do you feel the same way about Li Chuyang? Xiaxia didn't think as much as Xiao Yu did. Xiao Yu is just worried about you. What she says isn't entirely baseless. Anyway, our goal is just to deliver them safely to the safety zone. There's nothing wrong with being cautious. How could someone who can't even handle zombies possibly harm others? Fu Han felt sympathy more than anything. Li Chuyang always ate slowly and never competed for food with anyone. Even after everyone finished eating, he would quietly help clean up without ensuring if he himself was full, it seemed like he was accustomed to doing so. Even though Fu Han sympathized with Li Chuyang, he understood clearly that Xiaxia and Xiao Yu were the ones who would return home with him. It wasn't worth ruining their team harmony over a temporary member like Li Chuyang. Still, why did his heart feel so heavy? Chapter 17, Turning Misfortune into Blessing. It wasn't until nearly 7 in the morning that Hong Lingling finally woke up. After opening her eyes, Hong Lingling was a little dazed for a moment. Realizing who was gathered around her, she immediately rushed to Fu Han. Xiao Yu thought she had turned into a zombie and intercepted her. Fu Han himself also took a few steps back. Brother Fu Han. Hong Lingling pouted unhappily and called out, her voice still so sweet, and didn't forget to glare at Xiao Yu. Seeing how sharp her eyes were and that there were no changes in her skin or other areas, they confirmed that she hadn't become a zombie. How do you feel? Is there any part of your body that feels uncomfortable? Xiaxia carefully observed Hong Lingling. Hong Lingling could only recall some vague memories. She only remembered feeling uncomfortable last night, wanting to find Brother Fu Han but not being able to wake up. Brother Fu Han, what's wrong with me? Hong Lingling worriedly covered her chest. Xiaxia said, you had a high fever. Hong Lingling didn't even glance at Xiaxia, looking coyly at Fu Han instead. Did Brother Fu Han take care of me all night? Her body involuntarily leaned closer to him. Fu Han took 2 more steps back, bumping into Li Chuyang. Are you okay? Just as Fu Han reached out to steady Li Chuyang, Hong Lingling squeezed in between them. She looked at Li Chuyang with confusion, wondering why he seemed fine when he had drunk the water last night. Wasn't it supposed to be enough? After all, someone from across their building drank tap water in the morning, and by afternoon had turned into a zombie. Fu Han pulled away Hong Lingling's hand and asked her, "Do you feel any changes in your body?" Hong Lingling looked at her hands and suddenly bent down to smell herself. "Oh my goodness, why do I smell so bad? Brother Fu Han, I want to take a shower, I need to change my clothes." Fu Han replied, "There's no water here, go change into clean clothes first." Unhappy, Hong Lingling grabbed her clothes to change, but soon her startled scream came again. Fu Han turned back around, then changed his mind. "Xiao Yu, check on it." And Xiao Yu picked up her baseball bat. But Hong Lingling ran out on her own. The clothes she was supposed to put on were left lying around on the bed. Joyfully, she jumped in front of Fu Han, calling out, "Brother Fu Han." "What happened?" Fu Han, seeing her running over, assumed there was a zombie. Glancing sideways at the silent Li Chuyang beside her, Hong Lingling suddenly stretched out her hand toward him. Instantly, a finger-thick jet of water sprayed from her palm, completely soaking Li Chuyang. Everyone was shocked. It was Fu Han who recovered first and stopped Hong Lingling, but by then, Li Chuyang was already soaked through. His wet hair clumped together, sticking to his forehead, and water dripped down his pale cheeks as he stood there quietly, looking disheveled and heartbroken, as if crying silently. "You." Fu Han was a bit angry. Yet Hong Lingling acted as if she hadn't done anything unusual, holding out her hand in front of Fu Han and cheerfully asking, "Brother Fu Han, did I just get superpowers?" "Stop pretending," and Xiao Yu envied and begrudged her at the same time. Not only did Hong Lingling avoid becoming a zombie, but she also awakened with water-based powers. Although it wasn't clear yet how these abilities might help against zombies, they were practically as useful as in Xiaoyu's space ability. Finally, Hong Lingling felt confident in front of Xiao Yu and shot her a triumphant glance. "You were supposed to change your clothes, right? Once you're ready, we'll set off." "Humph," Hong Lingling lightly hummed and said to Fu Han, "Brother Fu Han, please wait while I take a bath." "Brother Fu Han, do you want to take a bath too?" Shaking his head, Fu Han said, "Go quickly. Li Chuyang, you should also change into clean clothes. Do you have any left?" Zhang Yanzi volunteered, "I'll find something for him." "No, let me go. All of you tidy up our things. We'll leave once Hong Lingling is ready." Noticing Li Chuyang remaining silent, Fu Han felt somewhat worried. "Are you alright?" He handed him a clean piece of clothing to dry his hair. "Hong Lingling. Stay away from her in the future." Hong Lingling originally didn't like Li Chuyang, especially because of what happened with her mother. Now that she had superpowers, she would definitely target Li Chuyang in various ways. Fu Han still felt uneasy and added, "Stay close to me, and I'll stop her from doing anything to you." Li Chuyang looked up at Fu Han and quietly asked, "Could Hong Lingling leave, perhaps? If she bullies you again, tell me, and I will have a serious talk with her. If necessary, I'll let her leave." Although the powers were hers, he would absolutely not stand by and watch Hong Lingling use them to bully others who were weaker. "What did I just do? What's gotten into you?" Fu Han gently ruffled Li Chuyang's hair. "These clothes seem pretty suitable for you." Fu Han picked up 2 short-sleeved shirts but immediately put them back, choosing instead a lightweight long-sleeve top and pair of long pants for Li Chuyang. He looked around again and said, "It seems there aren't any shorts here. I brought my own." Li Chuyang shyly took the clothes. Fu Han pointed to the second row of clothes at the back and said, "Go change over there, I'll keep watch. Throw away the clothes you take off." After Li Chuyang emerged in his new outfit, he saw that Fu Han was holding a pile of clothes, confused about why he had taken so many. "I'm going to leave these with Xiao Yu. If you need clothes to change, you can ask her, or tell me and I'll relay it to her." Fu Han glanced toward Xiaoyu's direction and, seeing Hong Lingling hadn't come out yet, casually asked, "What happened to the wound on your arm?" "I wasn't spying while you changed, I noticed it when I cooled you down yesterday." Why am I explaining myself so guiltily? But to be fair, Li Chuyang was really pale-skinned, with his messy hair making him look like a cute little white puppy. "Where's the knife Mom gave you? Are you hiding anything else?" Xiao Wu snatched the knife Li Chuyang had been carrying for self-defense and then called out to her father, "Dad, I've got him, search him for more hidden stuff." When Xiao Wu saw Xiao Hua take out a small pack of rainbow candies from Li Chuyang, she immediately called her mother to search his room as well, instructing Xiao Hua at the same time, "Dad, remember to make him strip after he comes back from outside next time. We'll see how he hides things then." Li Chuyang struggled and accidentally kicked Xiao Hua. In anger, Xiao Hua retaliated with a kick to his calf. "You dared to resist." Xiao Wu thought it necessary to warn him further, "If you run away, I'll have my parents break your legs and throw you to the zombies." "Wu, I didn't know this guy could hide things until now." Li Yan pulled everything usable from Li Chuyang's room and pinched his arm hard. "How many years has our family supported you? At such a critical moment, you're still hiding things. Are you trying to starve us to death so you can survive alone? Mom, you're not teaching him a lesson this way." Xiao Wu tightened her grip on the knife and slashed Li Chuyang's arm lightly. "You won't get off so easily if you continue hiding things. We should check his room again to see if he's hidden anything else." After turning Li Chuyang's room upside down, the 3 of them came out. Xiao Wu waved the knife in front of him and said, remember to come find me for the knife tomorrow morning, and bring back some food. If you don't, you won't get to eat. Chapter 18 Route. If you don't want to say it, then don't. I was just asking casually. Fu Han placed his hand on Li Chuyang's shoulder and leaned down to see the expression on his face clearly. Li Chuyang instinctively avoided him, raising his head to meet Fu Han's gaze with a panicked look in his eyes as he said, I accidentally got scratched by a door before, it wasn't a zombie that did it. I know it wasn't a zombie, and I won't tell anyone else either. Fu Han reached out and patted his head. This time, Li Chuyang didn't move away. Fu Han warned him, just stay close to me, and you won't get scratched by a door again. Li Chuyang obediently nodded. Let's go over there. Everyone had packed their things pretty much, but Hong Lingling hadn't returned yet. Fu Han handed his clothes to Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu looked at the outfits worn by Fu Han and Li Chuyang for a moment and froze. One was white with blue stripes, the other white with black stripes, resembling a couple set. They themselves seemed completely unaware of it. Xiaoyu put the items away and went to call out to Hong Lingling. After several more minutes of dawdling inside, Hong Lingling finally emerged. She did indeed look prettier after taking a shower, though her hair was still wet, her face freshly made up. She wore a spaghetti-strap shirt with a row of dazzling tiny diamonds around the collar, paired with a short skirt showing off her long legs. Her shoes were still the old ones. Fu Hanji, what do you think of this outfit? Hong Lingling spun around in front of Fu Han, then looked down at the sneakers on her feet and said with a coquettish tone, Fu Hanji, I want to go find a pair of new shoes. Fu Han glanced at Xiaoyu and the others, while also signaling to Xiaoyu with his eyes. He said, you look too fancy like this, it's not convenient. Why don't you change into something more suitable? Xiaoyu, help her pick out an appropriate outfit. Fu Hanji, aren't I looking good like this? You can keep this outfit for when we reach the safe zone. In this outfit, how are you supposed to run away if we encounter zombies outside? Don't you have Fu Hanji to protect me? Xiaoyu directly dragged her away, saying, didn't you already get your powers? You can protect yourself now. She randomly picked out 2 black long-sleeved pants and threw them at her. But I don't even know how to kill zombies yet. And what kind of clothes are these you're picking? Are you doing it on purpose? Are you jealous because I'm prettier than you? Dare you let everyone see you without makeup? You're just jealous. Anyway, there's no way I'm wearing black clothes. Don't you remember your mom? Right now, black suits you best. If you don't want to change, then take your time picking here, we're leaving first. Fine. I'll change. Seeing Xiaoyu's increasingly ugly look, Hong Lingling eventually selected a white t-shirt with a large pink rabbit printed on it and a pair of light-colored distressed jeans. After changing, she once again demanded to paint her nails. Xiaoyu simply slung her bag over her back and walked out the door, forcing Hong Lingling to hurriedly pack up her things. She tossed the bag Su Mei carried earlier to Li Chuyang, saying, except for the 2 kids, you're probably the most useless person around here now. I'm just demonstrating your value, otherwise, wouldn't you feel embarrassed following us? Upon hearing this, Fu Han turned around and took the bag from Li Chuyang, saying, I'll carry it for you. Fu Hanji. Why are you helping him? All he has to do is carry the bag, it's not like I asked him to kill zombies. Alright, let's go. Fu Han pulled Li Chuyang's hand and quickened his pace. So Fu Han cared so much about Li Chuyang, could he really be liking him? When she came out in the dress, Fu Han barely gave her a second glance. Today's sun was unusually large. Yesterday afternoon's heavy downpour had left almost no visible puddles or water stains anywhere. When the sunlight hit them, it felt like they were going to be roasted alive, the exposed skin blazing hot, as if it would evaporate and vanish from the world in the next moment. Hong Lingling rummaged through the supermarket and found some umbrellas and portable battery-powered fans, providing them with some relief. The supermarket had been thoroughly ransacked, the food naturally gone without a doubt, and the few useful small tools left scarce. The remaining items were mainly appliances and other large objects difficult to transport. There wasn't much room left in Xiaoyu's dimensional space. After collecting a few usable small objects, they left the supermarket and continued toward the bookstore. Now that mobile phones couldn't be used, Xiaoyu knew there was a bookstore ahead where they could possibly find a map or 2, making it easier to plan their route. Holding the sunshade, Hong Lingling walked by Fu Han's side. From time to time, she said she would like to shade him with the umbrella, or asked if Fu Han wanted to apply sunscreen, and every few minutes she would ask if he wanted water, especially when Fu Han was talking to Li Chuyang. Hong Lingling would certainly have something to say to Fu Han as well. Whenever she noticed Fu Han and Li Chuyang walking closer together, she would immediately squeeze herself between them, shoving Li Chuyang away. Once, Hong Lingling shoved Li Chuyang so hard that he fell to the ground. The road, scorched by the sun, felt as rough and solid as rock. Li Chuyang's elbow collided with it and turned instantly red. Fu Han saw this and snapped at Hong Lingling, can't you walk properly? Fu Han go. Hong Lingling tried a few cajoling calls, but Fu Han ignored her, which made her subdue herself a little bit. When they reached the bookstore, Xiaoyu successfully found the maps he wanted. Inside the bookstore, there were not only national maps but also separate maps for various provinces and cities. These maps didn't take up much space, so Enshiaja grabbed a few more copies. There were only 5 or 6 zombies in the bookstore, and it seemed the books hadn't been disturbed, making them largely useless in the apocalypse world. By noon, when the sun was at its largest, the sunlight outside was blinding. They decided to rest for a while inside the bookstore before setting out again. After eating, Enshiaja took out the map and looked for several potential locations of the safe zones on it. They only knew the general location of the safe zone to the west, but not the exact place. As Fu Han wasn't from this area, he wasn't familiar with Changning City or the surrounding provinces. Therefore, under the guidance of Enshiaja and Lu Guocheng, he planned a few suitable routes. After finishing the route planning, Enshiaja raised a question: with such a long distance and our current speed of travel, it will take us 1 or 2 months just to get here, the border between 2 provinces. If the safe zone isn't here, we don't know how far south we'll have to go. This did not include any possible encounters with zombie hordes requiring detours, the time spent dealing with zombies, or other delays along the way. Lu Guocheng, looking at the yellow thick lines on the map, said, if only we could find a car, using the highway would save us at least half the time. The more time they spend on the road, the greater the danger they face. And Xiaxia nodded, he thought the same thing. Fu Han, we may still need to look for a car. Their planned routes went through less populated areas, where they would likely encounter fewer zombies. Driving on the expressway should mean encountering fewer zombies, and therefore being relatively safer. How much farther is it anyway? At the sound of an unfamiliar voice, all of them turned their attention to the outside of the bookstore. After Li Chuyang recognized who was outside, his eyes slightly widened. Cousin, do you have any more water? I've finished mine. Wang Qian pulled her collar for some ventilation with one hand and used a portable fan with the other, fanning her face, and even then, she was sweating profusely. Qin Hao attentively took a bottle of water from his bag and handed it to Wang Qian. Cici, I still have water. Shi Xiuyan glanced at Qin Hao's backpack and couldn't believe that he actually had unopened bottled water left. He asked, how much water do you guys have left? Zhu Menglei took out a bottle, she had already taken a few small sips. He Kuan shook the half bottle he held. After seeing Wang Qian gulp down more than half the bottle, Qin Hao swallowed, I gave my last bottle to Cici. How much do you have left? Shi Xiuyan replied, I've finished mine too. Wang Qian gave what was left of the small half bottle of water to Shi Xiuyan. If we can't find any drinking water soon, we're going to die of thirst. She plopped down on the steps outside the bookstore. Qin Hao sat down next to her and aimed his portable fan at Wang Qian. There must be drinkable water in the hotel, and maybe even plenty of food. Once we get to the hotel, everything will be fine. How much longer do we have to go? Wang Qian exhaled deeply. Even sitting in the shade, her face was still covered in sweat. Qin Hao took out a pack of wet wipes to wipe her sweat, and Wang Qian took the wet wipes herself. Cici, wipe your sweat. As he turned to look at He Kuan, Qin Hao's smile disappeared immediately. His eyes glaring, he shouted loudly, He Kuan, don't you see how hot we are? Hurry up and make some wind. He Kuan didn't even look at him, lazily replying, my wind doesn't come out easily. Without hesitation, Qin Hao snatched the portable fan from his hand, then you can stop using this. He Kuan had already gotten used to Qin Hao's moves, but he still fought with Qin Hao every time so that Qin Hao wouldn't think he could use his abilities at will. 10 minutes. Hurry up. In the blink of an eye, their shirts fluttered and Wang Qian and Zhu Menglei's long hair slightly billowed, none of them were sweating anymore. Fu Han Gu, is this also an ability? Hong Lingling looked on in astonishment and couldn't help but ask out loud. The 5 people sitting by the door immediately stood up and looked inside the bookstore. Qin Hao stepped forward in front of Wang Qian, while He Kuan and Zhu Menglei took 2 steps back. Who's inside? Qin Hao shouted towards the bookstore, a person or a zombie. They had seen very clearly from the bookstore that all 5 outside were humans, so Fu Han directly led everyone out. Before Fu Han could say anything, He Kuan's eyes lit up, and he ran up in front of Fu Han, more accurately in front of Li Chuyang. Excitedly grabbing Li Chuyang's hand, He Kuan said, how did you end up here, Li Chuyang? It's really great that you're okay. I was worried you might have turned into a zombie. Who are they? How did you end up with them? Where are your cousin and aunt? Looking at He Kuan holding Li Chuyang's hand, Fu Han felt uncomfortable. It was obvious that He Kuan and Li Chuyang knew each other well, with genuine concern in his eyes for Li Chuyang. Are you, Li Chuyang's? His gaze then shifted toward Qin Hao and the others who still stood below the steps, their eyes filled with caution. Only Zhu Menglei who had stayed by He Kuan's side climbed up the steps. We are his classmates. He Kuan carefully examined Fu Han and the others, not recognizing any of them. Qin Hao didn't want to get to know Fu Han and his group right now, all he wanted was to find some water and food. Judging from the crowd, Li Chuyang seemed the easiest target among them. And back at school, Li Chuyang was someone he frequently bullied. Li Chuyang, do you have any water in your bag? Let me take a look at your bag, he said as he extended his hand towards Li Chuyang. Although there were several people who seemed difficult to deal with, Qin Hao didn't think they would be able to stand up against his group. Under normal circumstances, Li Chuyang would definitely have handed over his bag to Qin Hao, since Qin Hao would have no interest in his things, and Li Chuyang also didn't wish to get entangled with Qin Hao and his group further. But now it was the apocalypse, and water and food had become extremely precious. Even though Li Chuyang knew and Xiao Yu still stored many supplies in her space, he didn't intend to give his own stuff to Qin Hao. Thus, gripping tightly onto his bag, he shook his head and said, "I only have half a bottle left." "You still have half a bottle, but we don't have any." Qin Hao seemed to forget the presence of Fu Han and the others, laughing upon seeing how Li Chuyang guarded his backpack. "Hand me your bag, let me see what's inside. Do you know what situation we're in now? Are you carrying textbooks and exercises books in your bag?" Back at school, Li Chuyang's bag always contained such items, where you absolutely could never find anything else. "Qin Hao." He glared at him with gritted teeth, angrily saying, "Chuyang is our classmate." This kind of thing seemed to have happened more than once. So what if he's a classmate? You're the one who's close to him, not us. Do you think you alone can stop us? Qin Hao laughed arrogantly. "If you want to follow us, don't interfere unnecessarily, otherwise you can lead Zhu Menglei away with him." "Fine, anyway I've been wanting to leave you all behind for a while." If he hadn't met Qin Hao and his gang at first and instead encountered some familiar faces, he would never have wanted to stay with Qin Hao. "You go find your parents on your own, I'm not going." Zhu Menglei glanced at Qin Hao's side, quickly stepping behind He-Kun. "He-Kun, I want to follow you. You better not regret it." Qin Hao clenched his fists. Shi Xiuyan gave Wang Qian a glance, and Wang Qian pulled Qin Hao impatiently. "He-Kun." Shi Xiuyan frowned and called out, realizing He-Kun possessed special abilities. He didn't want to lose such a capable and trustworthy fellow comrade. "Wang Qian, He-Kun, look at them, why do you want to follow them?" "Shi, why bother convincing him? Let him go if he wants to. We'd rather not have those who slow us down anyway." Qin Hao then noticed Fu Han and the others, seeing the diamond rings on Hong Lingling's hands and her neatly done makeup, which amused him. "What are you laughing at?" She also possessed unique abilities, and with Fu Han around, Hong Lingling wasn't about to endure silently anymore. Qin Hao reined himself in a bit, fumbling for a bank card while suppressing his laughter. "Can I buy some water and food from you? There's over 100,000 on this card. If you give me all your water and food, then this card will be yours, ha ha ha." In the apocalypse already, how was it still possible for someone to wear so many diamond rings, as if trying to lure a few men into protecting her? Hong Lingling slapped a ball of water right onto Qin Hao's face without a second thought. Blob. Unable to resist, Qin Hao swallowed the remaining water in his mouth, then licked the water off the corners of his lips clean. It felt so refreshing. He blinked at Hong Lingling. "Can I have some more?" Chapter 20 Conflict. Qin Hao took off his wet black sleeveless t-shirt and wiped his face, then threw it on the road along with the bank card. He walked up to Hong Lingling. "That wasn't fun just now. Can we have some more?" "Xiao Yan, would you like to give it a try?" Seeing Qin Hao's muscles, Hong Lingling blushed for a moment. Qin Hao's shameless behavior had somewhat tempered her anger. While secretly checking out his abs, she compared him to Fu Han in her mind. Brother Fu Han has superpowers and looks no worse than Qin Hao, but brother Fu Han is still better. Back in school, Qin Hao was always this wild, and he hasn't changed at all now. "You have superpowers." After wiping his face, Qin Hao showed no surprise, but instead, a little concern for himself. "Is it okay to drink this water?" Hong Lingling didn't bother replying. In front of brother Fu Han, she couldn't let him misunderstand about her. Qin Hao was genuinely worried about turning into a zombie. "Li Chuyang, can she drink that water?" "The water's fine." Although they were classmates with Li Chuyang, Fu Han didn't like them much. He took out the spare water from his bag. "You can take these waters." With Hong Lingling around, and many reserves of water stored in Xiaoyu's dimension space, he didn't mind giving the waters to Qin Hao. Qin Hao accepted it without hesitation, then turned around and handed it over to Wang Qian. Under Wang Qian's dissatisfaction, he took out another sleeveless t-shirt to wear. Shi Xiuyan and He-Kun were also wearing the same style of t-shirt, which they had picked up from a clothing store. It was quite comfortable to wear on such hot days. While putting on his clothes, he looked toward Fu Han. Hong Lingling thought he might be grateful or offer thanks, but he smiled and made an even more outrageous request. "Do you have any food left? Can you give us some?" Fu Han and others didn't know Qin Hao well, but Li Chuyang and He-Kun understood his character perfectly, especially He-Kun. Throughout their journey together, they'd witnessed what Qin Hao had done. He wasn't joking when he said he wouldn't follow them anymore. Dealing with Qin Hao and his group was troublesome for He-Kun. He didn't want a conflict with them. "Didn't you say there was everything at the hotel? Why don't you head there quickly?" Qin Hao shrugged. "We're not in a hurry. We're hungry now, and we need to eat. There's probably a lot in your bag, right?" Hong Lingling understood his intentions. Recalling Qin Hao's previous behavior, she suppressed her urge to use her powers. "Brother Fu Han already gave you water. What else we have, what does it have to do with you? I don't mean anything bad. I just want to make friends with you. We haven't seen any other survivors for so long. My name is Qin Hao, what's yours?" Qin Hao grinned as he extended his hand toward Fu Han. "Don't touch him." He-Kun shouted loudly, stepping forward in front of Qin Hao, frowning and saying, "For my sake, can't you just let them go?" Let them go. They should beg Brother Fu Han to let them go. To deal with them, Brother Fu Han doesn't even need to lift a finger. Hong Lingling glanced at Li Chuyang, then stepped forward. This time she no longer held back. The water ball swiftly condensed in front of her and suddenly struck Qin Hao, causing him to tumble down the stairs. Drenched from head to toe, he landed awkwardly on the ground. Lying there helplessly, one hand propped against the floor, as if momentarily unable to get up by himself. Ah! In the sudden silence, Hong Lingling's painful scream rang out. Her body violently convulsed, and though her mouth opened wide, no words came out. She had a vacant stare, and her face turned pale. Not until a strong wind appeared and knocked her down did her symptoms ease. Watching her fall, Fu Han didn't act impulsively to help her. Qin Hao stood up, appearing completely relaxed and nonchalant. I thought your superpower was something special. He Kuan rushed over and checked on Hong Lingling, relieved to find that she was still breathing. You almost killed her, do you realize that? Qin Hao replied indifferently, I just wanted to teach her a lesson. Fu Han increasingly disliked Qin Hao. Since Qin Hao didn't plan to let them go, he saw no reason to keep tolerating him any longer. Do you have superpowers too? Sharp eyesight. He Kuan, his power generates electricity. Just now, Qin Hao had used the water conjured by Hong Lingling to transmit electricity through her body. What's your superpower? Qin Hao clearly heard what Hong Lingling had said before, and he didn't believe that Fu Han could let someone with powers like Hong Lingling follow him without having powers himself. It doesn't matter whether I have powers or not, you wouldn't let us leave anyway, would you? Glad you know. If you leave the stuff on you and this woman behind, I might consider letting you go. In just a few minutes standing under the sun, Qin Hao's clothes had dried considerably. If Hong Lingling went with them, they wouldn't have to worry about water problems in the future. Brother Fu Han. Hong Lingling regained her composure, though she felt dizzy, nauseous, and weak in her muscles, she could still clearly hear what others were saying. Fu Han's expression turned serious and grave as flames condensed in his palm, looking very eerie. In such hot weather, his hand held a ball of fire while not even a drop of sweat escaped from his body, unlike others who all showed some sign of perspiration on their faces. Qin Hao put away his smirking facade, taking out the weapon tucked at his waist, a retractable steel rod. The electricity he generated couldn't reach the enemy in midair, but it was different now that he had this steel rod, which he'd found after great difficulty at a hardware store. It was the perfect weapon for him. Only when Qin Hao was ready did Fu Han throw the fireball from his hand. Unable to dodge in time, Qin Hao accidentally got his clothes set alight, then panicked like a monkey as he wildly ran around Wang Qian seeking help. And Xiao Yu burst into laughter, throwing back his own words, I thought he was so tough. The patch of scorched clothes left Qin Hao disheveled and ash-covered, making him look much worse off than before. Watching everyone from Fu Han's side laughing at his misfortune infuriated him to no end, gripping his electrified steel rod and charging forward. The surface of the silvery rod was wrapped in strong currents, making an irritating buzzing sound. Qin Hao. Shi Xiuyan suddenly spoke, stopping him. He had been observing quietly all along, allowing Qin Hao to act recklessly. Wang Qian didn't know why he suddenly spoke up either, and looked at him, just as puzzled as Qin Hao. Xiuyan, are you going to help me take a stand? Qin Hao was a bit excited. Though they were good brothers, this guy had never reached out to help him. Li Chuyang started to feel a little worried about Fu Han. He assumed Shi Xiuyan wouldn't intervene since he hadn't moved yet. Shi Xiuyan was very close to Qin Hao, but at school, he had never bullied classmates together with Qin Hao. Shi Xiuyan also possessed powers. His energy level, although slightly inferior to Fu Han's, if combined with Qin Hao's, might prove to be too much for Fu Han to handle. Besides, Wang Qian's body exhibited some strange characteristics. The energy within her wasn't concentrated in one place as it was with other people with abilities, it was dispersed throughout her entire body. Chapter 21, Smile. You're not done messing around yet. Shi Xiuyan walked over to Qin Hao and told him to put his weapon away, quietly reminding him, don't forget why we're here. Let's not cause trouble for now. Qin Hao, seeing that Shi Xiuyan probably had a plan, very cooperatively put his weapon away and grinned as he looked at Fu Han, I was just joking with you guys, I wanted to see what kind of skills brought you all here. Brother, your abilities are far stronger than hers. Qin Hao's compliments didn't make Fu Han drop his guard or smile in response. Hong Lingling, lying on the ground, gritted her teeth after hearing Qin Hao's mockery. How could she just let him injure her like this and get away with it? However, she couldn't speak clearly and only made some and sounds. No one else understood what she was trying to say except Enshiaza, who came to check on her, and no one seemed inclined to avenge her injury by Qin Hao. It was as if everyone had forgotten about the incident. Abnormal ability bearers have much stronger constitutions than ordinary people. Despite Hong Lingling's current state where she can only lie there, in a day or two, she will be mostly recovered. We haven't eaten enough for several days now. You've seen our food and water are all gone, so that's why Qin Hao acted that way. I sincerely apologize for his behavior earlier, Shi Xiuyan spoke gently and earnestly. And thank you for giving us water before. Can we go inside and rest for a while? As the saying goes, one doesn't hit someone with a smiling face. His attitude left no room for anger. After he spoke, Qin Hao indeed calmed down, standing beside Shi Xiuyan with a smile on his face, showing none of the arrogance from earlier. He was a completely different person. The sun outside was still strong. After leaving Fu Han's group, Shi Xiuyan and his companions retreated under the stairs. Their foreheads and temples were drenched in sweat, and they weren't stepping inside without permission. Fu Han merely didn't want a conflict. Since the other party extended an olive branch, he saw no reason to refuse it. After entering the bookstore, Shi Xiuyan took Wang Qian and Qin Hao to another side and divided the water given by Fu Han among them. Qin Hao and Wang Qian hesitated slightly but dared not drink first. On the contrary, Shi Xiuyan drank it confidently. Seeing Shi Xiuyan drink it, Wang Qian no longer worried. Qin Hao rummaged through his bag but finally only found a small pack of crushed Oreo cookies which he handed to Wang Qian without hesitation. He Kuan was unfamiliar with the others and sat next to Zhu Menglei beside Li Chuyang. He had many questions he wanted to ask Li Chuyang, but his empty stomach interrupted him. Zhu Menglei had run out of food as well and only had that bottle of water left. He Kuan conjured up a breeze that reached Lu Guoqing's couple, making everyone feel cooler. Qin Hao, unhappy, huffed and went deeper into the bookstore to look for something edible. Zhu Menglei gave her bottle of water back to He Kuan after letting him take only 2 small sips. You drink it. Watching them, Li Chuyang took out the water and bread from his bag. At school, whenever anything happened to him, as long as He Kuan knew, he would definitely come to help. Sometimes Li Chuyang wasn't particularly friendly to He Kuan, but He Kuan never got angry with him. Although he never said he wanted to be friends with He Kuan was the only person he acknowledged deep down. Therefore, it was impossible for him to abandon He Kuan. When his supplies ran out, he could always ask Fu Han again. If Fu Han's group got upset or disagreed with letting He Kuan follow them, he would leave with He Kuan for the safe zone. Now there was only Hong Lingling. The road ahead was unknown how much trouble Fu Han would encounter. He Kuan also had abnormal abilities. Together with Zhu Menglei, dealing with a few zombies shouldn't be a problem. He Kuan was extremely hungry. When Li Chuyang pulled out the bread, both He Kuan and Zhu Menglei were swallowing saliva. He Kuan took 2 pieces of bread from Li Chuyang and handed one to Zhu Menglei. Chuyang, keep yours. One is enough for us. Neither he nor Zhu Menglei had any food left. This little bit wouldn't last long for Chuyang, better save some. Not. Fu Han glanced at the food in his hand, originally intended for He Kuan and Zhu Menglei. Somehow, he shoved it all into Li Chuyang's hands. Take good care of these. Come find me when you're done. Then he took a few more bottles of water and gave them to Li Chuyang too. Seeing that Fu Han had no intention of leaving, Li Chuyang distributed part of the supplies to He Kuan and Zhu Menglei right in front of him. Do you guys still have a lot of food? He Kuan asked quietly. Chuyang, does all this belong to you, or? There's no such thing as a free lunch. Since Chuyang had accepted so much, would they ask Chuyang to do something in return? No problem, go ahead and eat. Li Chuyang thanked Fu Han and then asked, Fu Han, could you let He Kuan and Zhu Menglei follow us? This was the first time Fu Han had ever heard Li Chuyang call his name, and he was momentarily stunned before turning to He Kuan. You're not going to look for them anymore. I've already said I don't want to follow them anymore, He Kuan replied calmly, without rushing to eat. He Kuan and Zhu Menglei won't cause any trouble for you guys. You've seen my abilities, I can handle zombies too. We also won't take your food or water, our supplies are our own responsibility. Food and clean water were the most precious things now, and he couldn't just demand them from Fu Han without reason. But since there was someone with water powers here, if they got along well with her, they shouldn't have to worry about drinking water. Fu Han saw that Shi Xiuyan and his companions didn't seem to mind He Kuan being around, and with Li Chuyang looking at him expectantly, he decided to agree first. Thanks, big brother Fu. Judging by your age, you should be older than me. From now on, I'll call you Big Brother Fu, He Kuan said with his easygoing nature. Zhu Menglei also expressed her gratitude. You go ahead and eat, I'll tell them. Okay. Only then did He Kuan open the cookies in his hand. Chuyang, do you want some? I've eaten already. Having someone familiar around made Li Chuyang very happy. Watching He Kuan devour the food like a ravenous wolf, Li Chuyang smiled. His smile was just a slight curling of the corners of his mouth, but it was quite noticeable. Hee, you don't know how little we've eaten these past few days. At the beginning, they actually had plenty of food, but they hadn't known to conserve it, assuming they could always find more in the supermarket. But when they went to the supermarket, they found nothing left, and none of the nearby stores had even a crumb of food. Chuyang, how did you meet Big Brother Fu? I was worried that your aunt and uncle might completely ignore you. He Kuan turned his head to glance at Fu Han, only to find Fu Han already watching him. He flashed Fu Han a smile. It seems Fu Han isn't a bad person. Seeing Chuyang share his bread with them, and deliver water and food immediately without hesitation towards He Kuan and Zhu Menglei. Fu Han gave things to Chuyang partly to test his relationship with Zhu Menglei, and partly to leave this favor to Chuyang. Chapter 22, Small Tricks. Li Chuyang told He Kuan about the events before and after he met Fu Han. After listening, He Kuan was even more certain that Fu Han was a good person, and also confirmed that he would go with them to the safe zone. While they were talking, Fu Han also gave Shi Xiuyan and his group a little food. Shi Xiuyan thanked him and asked Fu Han, are you also planning to go to the safe zone? The news of the safe zones had spread in the early days of the apocalypse. When the apocalypse first appeared, there was still backup power in various places, and many people received the emergency plan proposed by the state regarding the apocalypse and zombies, which was to establish safe zones across the country for the people to live in. Although it is unknown how the construction of the safe zones is progressing now, during the initial stages, only a limited number of safe zones could be constructed, roughly one between several provinces. The spread of zombies was unimaginable, and systems like electricity and the internet in cities were all destroyed. Everyone was just trying to escape, and no one repaired these systems. As a result, the world's information transmission and other aspects became even more backward than in ancient times within a short time. Shi Xiuyan and his group initially didn't know about the safe zones either. It wasn't until after they ran out of food at home and went out that they encountered other people fleeing and learned about it. They had also thought about going to the safe zone with them, but they had to go to the Changning Grand Hotel to find their parents first before heading to the safe zone. Whether it was the large group or the small group of people, no one was willing to go with them to find their parents first, and some even looked down on the few teenagers under 20 years old, thinking they would be a burden. When he first saw Fu Han's group, consisting of both adults and children, he was somewhat surprised. Afterward, they gradually awakened to their special abilities and never thought about traveling with anyone else again. Now, he felt that they should take action together with Fu Han's group. Upon hearing that their destination was the Changning Grand Hotel, Fu Han couldn't help but frown. We just went in yesterday, and it was full of zombies. We didn't find any people. Qin Hao found an air conditioner behind the bookstore. As he could generate electricity, the temperature inside the bookstore gradually cooled down. He also took the opportunity to change the burnt clothes off his body and put on a pair of navy blue overalls and a white short-sleeved shirt. Just as he came out wanting to brag to Wang Qian, Fu Han's words made him freeze in place. Qin Hao. Wang Qian called out in surprise, showing her concern. What did you just say? Are you saying my parents have turned into zombies? Qin Hao approached Fu Han with a serious expression, tightly gripping the gray iron ring on his left middle finger. Wang Qian hurriedly consoled him, they just went into the hotel and didn't check every corner of it. Your parents might still be alive. Seeing Qin Hao react so strongly, Fu Han simply reminded them to be cautious without saying anything else. Since you've been inside, can you accompany us once more? This was Shi Xiuyan's true purpose. Anything we find inside will be divided among us based on the number of people, and we want to visit the hotel's parking lot too. There should be drivable cars there. Not mentioning anything else, finding a car was very appealing to Fu Han, but he needed to discuss it with Xia Zhe. Although He Kun had been speaking with Li Chuyang all along, he was also paying attention to Fu Han. After Fu Han returned from talking with Shi Xiuyan, He Kun curiously perked up his ears to eavesdrop on what he said to Xia Zhe, knowing what Shi Xiuyan had discussed with him. Unable to resist, he stepped forward to stop it. Let's go to the safe zone soon. Following Shi Xiuyan to Changning Grand Hotel would likely lead to unforeseen events, and Shi Xiuyan wouldn't treat Fu Han as a real partner anyway. If something happened, he wouldn't care about him. Li Chuyang also didn't quite agree with Fu Han following Shi Xiuyan back to the hotel. The zombies that fled yesterday would certainly return. With so many zombies in the hotel, they had barely managed to escape. Seeing Li Chuyang's worried eyes filled Fu Han with not just happiness but also a tinge of excitement. He could tell Xia Zhe also wanted to find a car in the hotel's parking lot. Most of the zombies they encountered in the hotel yesterday were its customers, and there was no sign of internal destruction. Therefore, there must be quite a few cars in the parking lot that were still usable. Fu Han looked at Xia Zhe and said, we should be able to find a car. Xia Zhe agreed with this line of thinking. Those who opposed were Xiaoyu, who was worried that something might happen to them. They insist on going inside the hotel to look for their parents. The three of them don't know the situation inside the hotel, so entering like this is too dangerous. Let me and Xia Zhe go with them, and you wait for us here. Fu Han did not bring in Xiaoyu. And Xiaoyu firmly refused to agree. Unless you take me along. You stay here. Bro. There is no way I'll let you go. He Kun touched his nose and said, how about I go with them? Li Chuyang thought this was a good idea. He Kun knew Shi Xiuyan's group well and could warn Fu Han of any situations. And he also had special abilities to protect himself. However, since He Kun was Li Chuyang's classmate, then Xiaoyu did not trust him. They were all at an impasse until Li Chuyang suddenly called out to Xiaoyu. She turned around and looked into his eyes, only hearing his voice say, let them go. They'll come back safely. And Xiaoyu paused for a moment and then reluctantly agreed. Li Chuyang noticed that Fu Han and Xia Zhe were looking at him. He turned away to drink some water and wiped the sweat off his forehead, not expecting that controlling people would take so much more effort than controlling zombies. Shi Xiuyan's group was just barely fed and hydrated. Fu Han and these two were exactly what Shi Xiuyan expected and hoped for, others were too weak and would likely become a burden. After tidying up, they set off with Wang Qian also joining their group. As Xiaoyu sat down, she couldn't figure out what had happened. The one thing that stood out as strange was Li Chuyang. What just happened? What do you mean? Li Chuyang raised his head, puzzled. Noticing Zhu Meng lay nearby, Xiaoyu pulled Li Chuyang aside to talk. With Fu Han gone, she needed to clarify Xiao Wu's family situation with Li Chuyang. I clearly didn't agree to Fu Han going, so why did I suddenly change my mind? Li Chuyang blinked innocently, pretending to be confused. I just convinced you, didn't I? Was it because of what I said that you changed your mind? Would I come and ask you if I knew the reason? And Xiao Yu impatiently countered. It definitely wasn't that. Do you really not know what happened? Li Chuyang shook his head and curiously asked, so how do you feel now? I think, they will definitely come back safe. And Xiao Yu hesitated for a second before letting her guard down completely and revealing her inner voice. How could this happen? I was genuinely worried about them. Chapter 23, Being Driven Away. Li Chuyang had initially been worried that Xiao Yu would confront him later to settle accounts. However, his attempt was not only successful but also Xiao Yu didn't revert to her previous thoughts. Xiao Yu, puzzled by this matter, brought up Xiao Wu's affairs. You don't have to pretend in front of me. When I was at your place, I saw the knife you hid in the sofa. Was Xiao Wu's family turning into zombies your fault? If you don't tell the truth, then go with your classmates. I won't let brother Fu Han continue taking care of you all. Who knows if you'll team up with your classmates and harm us. No matter how, their relationship with Li Chuyang couldn't possibly match the bond he shared with his classmates. Li Chuyang hoped that Xiao Yu wouldn't bring up this matter anymore, but after just controlling Xiao Yu's mind, his brain was very exhausted, and he couldn't use his power again to make Xiao Yu forget about Xiao Wu's matters. His aunt's family turning into zombies indeed had something to do with him, but it was also their own fault. After the zombies appeared, it didn't take long for drastic changes to occur outside. When he went out looking for food, there were already very few living people left. Most either locked themselves in their homes or fled the city. The food he could bring back each day became less and less, far from enough to feed them all. His aunt and uncle endured hunger every day, but they dared not go out to find food, fearing encounters with zombies. For some reason, they actually decided to target their neighbors, intending to take food from the neighboring houses. After finally breaking into a neighbor's home, they discovered that all the neighbors had turned into zombies, prompting them to flee back home in panic. But still, some zombies followed them inside. By the time he returned, the zombies had been driven out, but his aunt had been bitten by a zombie and had yet to transform. His aunt's condition grew increasingly dire as she was about to turn into a zombie. He advised his uncle and cousin to give up on saving her, which led to their dissatisfaction and scolding, calling him an ungrateful wolf for being raised for so many years. His cousin, finding him bothersome, asked his uncle to lock him inside the room. Even though he couldn't see what happened outside from within the room, he could hear everything. Once his aunt turned into a zombie, she immediately targeted her husband and daughter. They shouted and screamed, but the zombie aunt no longer recognized them. Her sole intent was to turn them too. In their haste to escape down the building stairs, his cousin tripped, and when his uncle tried to help her, both were bitten by his transformed aunt. There was nowhere for his cousin to run. After hearing no more sounds from outside, he forced open the old door and stepped out. From the upstairs balcony, one could clearly see the scene downstairs, even hearing their screams as they were bitten. Panic-stricken, they ran upstairs hoping to get back inside the house, but having been bitten already, he chose to shut the door in self-defense. The bedroom door was flimsy and easily broken, he couldn't allow them inside his house. Soon, his uncle and cousin turned into zombies, staying at the doorstep for some time before leaving. Although his relatives had turned into zombies, Li Chuyang didn't feel much joy or relief. Now alone at home, most of his days were spent on the balcony, watching as fewer and fewer living people remained while zombies multiplied. He had considered seeking refuge with the security guards in the neighborhood, but upon seeing their actions, he dismissed the idea. Every day, he didn't know what to think about, resorting only to reminiscing about his childhood. It wasn't until Fu Han's group arrived that he felt any hope. No matter what, he didn't want to turn into a zombie. And Xiao Yu wouldn't believe him regardless of his explanations, so Li Chuyang stuck to his earlier story, planning to make Xiao Yu forget this matter later. So Xiao Yu coldly said, then once brother Fu Han comes back, you can leave with your classmates. Fu Han and Xiao Yu's group had better relations, and given Xiao Yu's seriousness, Fu Han might listen to her. Fortunately, Li Chuyang had also thought about going with Hikuin before. And Xiao Yu still had items obtained from the supermarket in the residential complex stored in her storage space. Neither Hikuin nor Zhu Menglei had water or food, so he must ensure to ask Fu Han for more when the time comes. Are you okay? Although Zhu Menglei couldn't hear what Xiao Yu and Li Chuyang were saying, she kept observing them. Throughout the conversation, Xiao Yu's expression remained grim. Li Chuyang shook his head, saying, we may not be able to stay with them anymore, we'll need to head towards the safe zone ourselves. Is it because of me and Hikuin? Zhu Menglei had no supernatural powers. Throughout the journey, Hikuin had been protecting her, leaving her unable to contribute. She didn't want to cause anyone further trouble or hold them back. It would be acceptable for her to owe just Hikuin, and she only wanted to owe Hikuin alone. It has nothing to do with you, she dislikes me. Li Chuyang started to think about leaving, taking out everything Fu Han had given him from the bag. You and Hikuin keep these. What about you? Zhu Menglei noticed he had left only a little for himself. She felt uncomfortable taking Li Chuyang's things, as Hikuin wouldn't accept them either. I'll ask them for more later. You put these away or I won't have enough room to carry them. Since they were going to separate anyway, it wasn't unreasonable for him to want some supplies. Understanding Li Qiang's plan, Zhu Menglei packed the items into the bag she and He Kun shared. Are you all set? Aha. Find an opportunity to leave soon without drawing attention. Don't go too far, just stay nearby. I'll find you outside. What are you going to do? Zhu Menglei didn't want trouble and worried how they'd handle running into zombies. I'm going to find He Kun and his group. Fu Han and the others had supernatural powers and no baggage, they should be able to deal with the zombie easily, but Li Qiang still felt uneasy and wanted to check. Why didn't you go with them earlier? It's too dangerous now. Maybe don't go. I'll just look around outside the hotel, I won't go inside. I'll find and Xiaoyu, and you slip out when you can. Leave the stuff here. And Xiaoyu merely disliked him but was otherwise trustworthy. Zhu Menglei didn't have time to persuade him further and ultimately decided to follow Li Qiang's instructions. Chuyang, your female classmate just ran off. Zhu Menglei was too focused on watching in Xiaoyu, and when Lu Guoqing's family saw her running out, it was already too late. And Xiaoyu panicked, what happened to her? What did you say to her? I just told her that we're leaving because of you. She might think it's her fault. I need to find her. And Xiaoyu stopped him and asked suspiciously, you two aren't hiding anything from me, are you? There are zombies outside, we're not looking to die. Are you? And Xiaoyu also hesitated to leave everyone behind and go search for Zhu Menglei herself. I'm going to find her. Li Chuyang took off running. Seeing this, Lu Guoqing and his wife stood up. Lu Guoqing intended to go after them, but Xiaoyu refused, how can I face brother Fu Han if we all leave? Let's wait and see. They're not capable of fighting zombies, so they won't go too far. Chapter 24, Frozen Zombies. After leaving the bookstore, Zhu Menglei didn't run far, she hid around the corner. When Li Chuyang ran out, he immediately saw her. Just wait here, and I'll go check the hotel. If there's any danger, go back into the bookstore quickly, he said after thinking for a moment. If they ask you, tell them that you wanted to say goodbye to He Kun before leaving and that you didn't see me. Zhu Menglei was worried about him going alone. Then I should go with you. Wait here. After finishing his sentence, Li Chuyang walked toward the hotel. Why did Li Chuyang seem so different? Zhu Menglei realized this late. At school, Li Chuyang had never exuded such authority, his voice was always soft, and he would never speak in a commanding tone like this. Fu Han and a few others arrived at Changning Grand Hotel. The situation inside was not much different from what Fu Han expected, no zombies were seen around the hotel, but a few familiar zombies were wandering in the lobby as if following someone's orders to guard the place. It was nothing more than just a few zombies, so Qin Hao paid no attention to them. Within a few minutes, he charged forward and eliminated all of them by himself. The Changning Grand Hotel had dining areas on the first floor and several accommodation rooms on the floors above. After yesterday's chaos, the first floor lobby was now a mess, with scattered tables and chairs, and zombie corpses visible everywhere. Even though Qin Hao firmly believed his parents were still alive, he thoroughly checked every zombie corpse one by one to ensure neither belonged to his parents. Shi Xiuyan and Wang Qian followed behind him. Despite knowing deep down that it was unlikely, they glanced too. Their parents had come here to eat, and after searching the lobby and finding no trace of them, Qin Hao searched every private dining room. Still, their parents were nowhere to be found. With over 10 private rooms in the hotel, they encountered only a few zombies during their search. Xiuyan, do you think they might have gone upstairs or escaped from the hotel? Qin Hao hoped that until the day he found his parents, they hadn't turned into zombies yet. Let's look upstairs. Fu Han thought about the situation from yesterday. It was too dangerous to go upstairs again, if they met the same zombie as yesterday, they might easily be surrounded once more. A strange sound echoed faintly in He Kun's ears, making him uneasy. Though unsure what it was, a sense of unease grew in his heart. He wanted to leave quickly and wasn't entirely in agreement with Qin Hao wanting to continue searching upstairs. Given the building had 5 or 6 floors, checking each room thoroughly wouldn't take less than half an hour. Did you discover anything unusual when you came here yesterday? And Xiaozhou looked around and noticed a door leading to a room, it was where Fu Han had searched for Hong Lingling yesterday. No, we didn't find anything special. Weren't the zombies from upstairs supposed to have come from here? Fu Han shook his head. No, these zombies were either some of the hotel staff who turned, or ones that entered from outside. Did something occur to you? There's no escape exit here. If guests eating here haven't fled the hotel, then they must have left as zombies, and Xiaozhou continued, noticing the confusion among everyone. We didn't find large groups of guests in any of the upstairs rooms. If the guests from downstairs moved upstairs, many people would be crammed in one room. We didn't encounter a flood of zombies rushing out from any rooms on the 2nd, 3rd, or 4th floors yesterday. In each room, there were at most 2 or 3 zombies. Fu Han remarked, the zombies here seem reluctant to leave the hotel. When they left yesterday, he noticed that the zombies hadn't chased them out of the hotel, and even now, the few zombies Qin Hao killed in the lobby were the same ones they had encountered yesterday. This slightly bolstered Qin Hao's hope. He-kun suddenly became anxious and blurted out, then let's hurry and check the parking lot for cars. Fu Han glanced at the other room. That might be the kitchen. We haven't been in there yet. Want to check it out? Naturally, Qin Hao wouldn't miss out on any possibility. But He-kun froze in place, thinking, couldn't they keep quiet for a bit? The strange sound grew clearer, seemingly coming from above their heads. Perhaps there could be something edible inside, and with this thought, He-kun followed their footsteps. The vast kitchen was completely empty, not even the shadow of a single zombie was present. There were traces of the chefs cooking and fleeing everywhere. After so many days, the ingredients that had not been dealt with or only half-processed had already gone bad, emitting a foul smell that made it impossible to stay even for a second. Without seeing any zombies or people, Qin Hao, eager to leave, glanced further into the room and noticed a leg sticking out from the ground. Qin Hao quickly walked over, and the others could only return, except He-kun who waited at the door. On the ground was a chef, still gripping a knife, but already dead. More importantly, Qin Hao discovered another door behind him. It was the hotel's cold storage where Su Mei and Hong Lingling originally came to look for food. Apart from this chef, there were many footprints on the ground, as well as a woman's high heel. The direction of the footprints led inside the cold storage, as if many people had taken refuge in there. Shi Xiuyan saw that everyone was prepared, so he said, let's open it and take a look. Qin Hao and Wang Qian stood side by side and forcibly pulled open the cold storage door. Qin Hao looked like he was putting a lot of effort into it, using both hands, while Wang Qian seemed very relaxed, easily pulling the door open with one hand. As soon as the door opened, a burst of cold air blew towards them, making them feel quite comfortable. However, the sight inside wasn't very pleasant. Inside the cold storage, apart from the hotel's stored food, there stood a group of zombies. A glance revealed more than could be counted with just 2 hands, a very large number. The appearance of the zombies differed greatly from normal humans and was instantly recognizable. The most obvious difference was the zombie's skin, which appeared a deathly gray, covered with clearly visible blood vessels. These zombies in the cold storage were actually the guests eating on the first floor of the hotel. After the outbreak of zombies, most people ran into the kitchen and eventually hid inside the cold storage. At that time, they didn't know that being bitten would also turn them into zombies. Once one person inside turned, none of the others escaped. The zombies in the cold storage seemed lifeless, remaining motionless even when approached. Wow! He-kun, noticing they weren't coming out, heard the sound getting closer and entered out of fear. Upon seeing the state inside the cold storage, he got a shock. But he was quickly distracted by the cold temperature and refrigerated food. Inside was cooler than an air-conditioned room, with frozen seafood and various foods exposed, and ice on the zombies starting to melt gradually. Inside, Qin Hao and Shi Xiuyan found their parents. Shi Xiuyan and Wang Qian had mentally prepared themselves beforehand, but upon actually seeing their parents, their eyes and emotions betrayed significant fluctuations. Qin Hao, with red-rimmed eyes, kept shouting, suddenly remembering something, pulling Fu Han over, asking him to use fire to melt the ice on his parents' bodies. Fu Han didn't refuse. Flames emerged from his palm, melting the ice inside the cold storage more quickly. Chapter 25, Dilemma. They hadn't eaten cooked food for many days and were almost forgetting what it felt like to have a proper meal. Now with so much meat in front of them, it was something they could have never imagined before. The backup power for the cold storage had already run out long ago. Without opening the door, these foods might remain refrigerated for a few more days, but there was no way for them to keep them chilled now. If they didn't eat soon, everything would spoil. He-kun went through all the items inside the cold storage. If only they could take these things away and preserve them, it would be enough to feed their group for more than a week. Do any of you know how to cook? He-kun held up a lobster as big as his face and asked the others, receiving only a glance from Wang Qian that clearly told him to shut up. The ice on Qin Hao's parents' bodies had completely melted. On his father's finger was an iron ring identical to the one on Qin Hao's hand. This ring was given to him and his father by his mother on his 18th birthday. Be careful. Shi Xiuyan wanted to give him a few words of advice but suddenly noticed Qin Hao's parents' hands moving. Fu Han pulled Qin Hao aside just in time, causing them to miss. Though there was still a thin layer of ice on the other zombies in the cold storage, they all started to move. Only then did they realize that these zombies are not dead yet. Dad? Mom? Qin Hao called out several times, but received no answer. They've become zombies, Wang Qian shouted at him. We need to leave here immediately. He-kun felt a moment of regret and dropped the lobster, joining Fu Han and the others. He summoned a gust of wind to try to blow away the zombies in front of him, but the zombies remained unmoved. And Xiaxue's wood-based ability couldn't function here either, while Fu Han's abilities worked without hindrance. There was also Wang Qian. Qin Hao was still immersed in the pain and sorrow of losing his parents and didn't even notice when a zombie approached. Wang Qian gave a powerful kick next to him, sending a zombie flying into a box where it shattered into pieces. After being frozen, the zombies' bodies became hard but also fragile. Wang Qian's brute strength turned out to be their greatest weakness. Qin Hao's parents were also getting closer. Wang Qian hesitated to attack them and could only drag Qin Hao backward. When they retreated to the kitchen, He-kun realized their escape route had also been blocked by the zombies. The sounds he'd heard earlier were now crystal clear. It was the sound of this crowd of zombies coming down from the hotel. We seemed to be surrounded. With so many zombies, his abilities were useless. And Xiaxia and Shi Xiuyan's powers weren't working, leaving only Qin, Fu Han and Wang Qian to handle the situation. Brother, I can't hold on much longer, what should we do now? They had nowhere to retreat. Qin Hao's parents were getting closer, and Wang Qian didn't know whether she should attack them or not. She knew one strong kick would reduce them to rubble. Shi Xiuyan glanced at Qin Hao, who looked lost, staring at his parents, and said, just forget about him. Wang Qian always followed Shi Xiuyan's lead and promptly stopped worrying about Qin Hao, focusing her efforts on the other frozen zombies. Shi Xiuyan and He grabbed kitchen knives to fight off ordinary zombies coming from the door. Fu Han's fire engulfed entire areas, but the zombies at the entrance weren't entering in large numbers, as if observing, or perhaps waiting to exhaust their stamina. Li Chuyang hadn't found any zombies near the hotel and moved closer. Seeing no zombies in the lobby, he assumed Fu Han and the others had cleared them all out. When he prepared to enter, a wave of zombies suddenly surged down from upstairs. Startled, he quickly retracted his foot. The zombies hadn't noticed his presence and all headed toward the back of the hotel. In the last row of zombies, he saw the particularly powerful zombie they had encountered yesterday. It was like a commander or leader of the zombies, supervising and directing them from behind. Judging from this situation, Li Chuyang guessed Fu Han and the others must have gone to the back of the hotel. There were no exits inside, they must be surrounded by zombies by now. He couldn't imagine that Fu Han and the others were fighting a two-front battle, cornered in the kitchen, and Xiaxia and the others couldn't use their abilities. Although controlling ordinary zombies was easy, it would be useless against so many zombies. The only thing he could do to rescue Fu Han and the others was to control the leading zombie and lead the rest away. This wouldn't happen in just a second or two. If he failed, he would most likely be targeted by the leading zombie, and now there was no one around to protect him. Should he abandon Fu Han and the others? He couldn't possibly count on anyone from the bookstore to take him to the safe zone. While he could control zombies, if he were surrounded by a group of them or encountered a powerful one like the one in front of him now, he wouldn't survive either. He still needed someone to protect him. The few people inside were the ones he could trust now, they were also who he couldn't let go of. Regardless of anything, he had to give it a try. Li Chuyang's palms were all sweaty with tension. After getting ready, he walked into the hotel and focused his attention on the leading zombie standing at the back. Nothing seemed to have happened, not a sound was made. Yet, something akin to an invisible ripple touched it. In an instant, it located the source of this force and locked onto Li Chuyang. Perhaps because of the great distance between them, or perhaps because he was still too weak, Li Chuyang failed. Upon detecting a more threatening presence, the leading zombie ceased paying attention to the others behind and quickly moved towards him. Li Chuyang's control only provided some small interference that slightly slowed it down, he couldn't even make it stay in place for a single second. Sweat poured down his forehead, leaving him no time to wipe it away. Time seemed to pass quickly as Li Chuyang realized he had delayed the zombie for nearly 2 minutes, but it still reached him. In that moment, something broke through his mind, and the zombie froze. However, he found himself unable to move as well, as though time itself had stopped, not due to his control over the zombie. The zombies inside lost their guidance and stormed into the kitchen en masse. Fortunately, the kitchen was spacious enough for Fu Han and the others to prepare. He discovered several buckets of cooking oil under the kitchen counter. If only a few zombies entered at a time, it would be hard to deal with them effectively, but now that they all rushed in together, and Xiaxia came up with an idea. They coordinated to lure the zombies into a corner of the kitchen. Then, they used Hikuen's wind to spread the oil over the zombies. Finally, Fu Han's fire completed the job, freeing them from the predicament. Qin Hao. Wang Qian was just celebrating when she saw Qin Hao suddenly rushing in. Everyone else froze, unsure of how to rescue him. Fu Han and Xiaxia remained vigilant at the door. The sudden appearance of so many zombies must have been orchestrated by the zombie from yesterday. Wang Qian and Shi Xiuyan waited a bit longer. As the fire grew larger, it wouldn't be long before the place exploded, and they would have to leave despite their reluctance. Hikuan glanced back regretfully at the cold storage, lamenting the loss of all that meat and seafood. Qin Hao. Chapter 26, The Energy Gem. Qin Hao, who was covered in darkness, rolled out from the fire and extinguished the flames on his body by rolling on the ground a few times. His clothes were burnt beyond recognition, their original color no longer visible. A large portion of his hair had also been burnt, his face blackened, making it difficult to make out his features. Only his eyes continued to move. Wang Qian looked at him with delight but quickly averted her gaze upon noticing his exposed skin. Shi Xiuyan exchanged a smile with him and took out a long, thin windbreaker from his bag, tossing it to Qin Hao so he could put it on. Did you go in there looking for death? After seeing that Qin Hao had dressed properly, Wang Qian couldn't help but scold him, though her lips still curved into a slight smile. In front of her, Qin Hao spread out his hands to reveal his answer, a bunch of keys in one hand and a ring belonging to his father in the other. Just for these 2 items, you'd give up your life. Wang Qian knew the significance of this ring to him but still felt the need to berate him a bit. After Qin Hao seemed to be alright, everyone let out a sigh of relief and continued walking out. It was time to find a car in the parking lot now. There wasn't a single zombie outside, which made the scene feel eerily strange. Fu Han and Xiaxia couldn't figure out why all the zombies had suddenly rushed into the kitchen just now. Worried about other traps waiting for them outside, they unexpectedly spotted two familiar figures in the hotel lobby, one being the very zombie they were looking for, and the other, Li Chuyang. Chuyang. Hikuan recognized the person standing in front of the zombie and shouted anxiously. Upon seeing them emerge safely, Li Chuyang sighed in relief before fainting from exhaustion. Hikuan was just about to force the zombie away from Li Chuyang when someone got there faster than him. As the zombie lunged to bite Li Chuyang, it abandoned this attempt due to a sense of impending danger from behind. Upon recognizing its attacker, the zombie seemingly remembered them and growled twice at them. Fu Han first checked if Li Chuyang was injured. Seeing that he had merely passed out, Fu Han's worries eased. But inside, he was still seething and focused on the zombie. Having witnessed the zombie's formidable strength before, Xiaxia immediately stepped forward to assist Fu Han in dealing with it. Hikuan thought to himself that just one zombie shouldn't pose much difficulty, so they should be able to handle it, thus, he went to tend to Li Chuyang. Shi Xiuyan stayed alongside Wang Qian and Qin Hao, both feeling no need to join the fight. However, after some time, they realized this was no ordinary zombie. Zombies are typically mindless creatures devoid of any intelligence, capable only of basic clawing and biting motions. Yet, this zombie appeared to have brains. Not only did it skillfully dodge attacks, but it also planned its assault strategically. Xiaxia couldn't fully utilize his powers, most of Fu Han's attacks were evaded by the zombie, and after hurting the zombie once, it abruptly leapt onto a distant table and crouched down as if gathering energy. After nearly 10 seconds, it suddenly jumped toward Fu Han. Green vines temporarily restrained it, giving Fu Han the chance to escape. Shi Xiuyan noticed that zombies were beginning to gather outside the hotel and moving towards it. I'll block the zombies outside, you go help them. Realizing the strength of this zombie, Shi Xiuyan said decisively to Wang Qian. Wang Qian handed Qin Hao over to Hikuan, scanned the surroundings, broke off a leg from the round dining table to use as a weapon. She prepared herself and forcefully charged at the zombie, wielding the table leg in both hands to strike hard against its abdomen. Instantly, the zombie flew like rubber outwards and crashed against the wall, taking a while before falling to the ground with a slap. Both Fu Han and Xiaxia had assumed she was simply strong, but neither of them could have imagined her force being that immense. Before they could recover, the thunder outside immediately caught their attention again. After the gathered zombies congregated at the hotel entrance, a bolt of lightning struck them down instantly, turning the area into a smoldering patch of charred ground. The zombies lying on the ground rose back up again. Neither Fu Han nor Xiaxia spared another glance towards the door, fully concentrating on handling the zombie before them. This time, both used their full strength, and as the zombie grew increasingly incapable of resisting under their coordinated efforts, it attempted to flee. Fu Han quickly called out for Xiaxia to stop it, while Wang Qian hurled the table leg directly, striking the zombie's head. This time it truly died. The zombies outside were wiped out entirely by Shi Xiuyan's lightning strike, yet he had expended all his energy and was extremely weakened now. When Li Chuyang opened his eyes, he was startled by a dark mass beside him until he recognized it as Qin Hao upon hearing his voice. You're awake. How did you end up here alone? Trying to turn into a zombie? Li Chuyang ignored him and looked over his burnt body, guessing it must have been from the fire. Although he didn't find the zombie, he noticed Hikuan looking at something curiously and went over. Hikuan had just pulled out the table leg, smashing the zombie's head into two halves that lay motionless. Initially, he had wanted to check if there was anything unusual inside the special zombie's brain but unexpectedly discovered a diamond-shaped blue gem. The gem was only the size of a date, with an overall diamond-like shape, crystal clear and exceptionally pure. Its material couldn't be identified immediately. What is this? Hikuan wiped the gem clean, wondering if it had accidentally been swallowed by the zombie. Li Chuyang had been thinking about how the energy within the zombie hadn't dissipated, suggesting the zombie might not have died completely. But when Hikuan revealed the gem, everything became clear, all the zombie's energy was hidden in this blue gem. Qin Hao, noticing Li Chuyang staring intently, snatched the gem from Hikuan, intending to use it to impress Wang Qian. Suddenly, a burning sensation shot through his palm, prompting him to instinctively clench his fist. Fu Han was busy checking on Li Chuyang, who responded distractedly, lost in thought about the energy in Qin Hao's hand moving into his body. This. Qin Hao spread out his palm, showing the once brilliant blue gem had turned transparent and then disintegrated into powder that floated away in the air. I have no idea what happened. Qin Hao could not have felt nothing. Li Chuyang clearly sensed the gem's energy being absorbed by Qin Hao, indicating he didn't want others knowing about this secret. Li Chuyang decided against exposing him since there was no way to prove it and even less ability to explain how he knew. If zombies' energy was stored in such gems, would it be the same for humans? What's wrong? Are you still feeling unwell anywhere? Fu Han asked, unsure whether Li Chuyang was distracted due to physical issues or thoughts about the gem. In the apocalypse, gems held little value anyway, and this discovery was purely accidental. Everyone paid little attention to its loss. Chapter 27, Companion. I'm fine, I just got scared and fainted. After Li Chuyang said this, he swayed slightly, his head was still dizzy and swollen, as if punishing him for telling a lie. Fu Han reached out to support him and said, "Let me carry you." I can still walk on my own, it's fine. Seeing Hikuin standing next to him, Li Chuyang instinctively placed his hand on Hikuin's shoulder and said, "Hikuin can help me along. I'll be better in a moment." Hikuin had been lost in thought about the gemstone when he heard Li Chuyang's voice and snapped back to reality. "What's wrong with you? My head is still spinning a little." "Oh, that reminds me, how did you end up here all by yourself?" "I was worried about all of you, so I secretly came over. I saw there were no zombies inside and went in. Then, I encountered that zombie. You don't have any powers, so don't act alone from now on. Didn't you see how dangerous it was earlier? If we hadn't arrived in time, you'd already be dead at our hands as a zombie." Hikuin said this half-jokingly. Fu Han spoke earnestly, "If you want to go somewhere, you can tell me, and I won't let you become a zombie." Li Chuyang became increasingly unable to understand Fu Han's behavior. Hikuin also felt puzzled, not knowing what their relationship might be. All the zombies around them had been cleared out, so the group proceeded to the parking lot on the negative first floor of the hotel. There were only a few zombies in the parking lot. Some cars were damaged, but those parked farther inside were undamaged, seemingly due to some people escaping previously. Qin Hao and Shi Xiuyan found their family's cars, untouched. With keys in hand, they could drive away immediately. However, since there were only 3 of them while Fu Han's group was much larger, 1 car would not suffice. Shi Xiuyan and Qin Hao couldn't bear to give their cars to others either. Hence, they managed to procure 2 more vehicles for the others, making enough room for everyone. Fu Han and Xiaxia didn't know much about cars, so they could only watch idly as the others dealt with it. Seeing this, Xiaxia took out a book on automobiles that he had found in the bookstore and handed it to Fu Han. All set. Since Hikuin didn't know how to drive, the task was entrusted to Fu Han and Xiaxia. They drove the vehicles back to the bookstore. Though it was a short distance, with no other humans or cars on the road, they stood out prominently. The sound of their engines echoed loudly and clearly. And Xiao Yu, upon hearing the noise, cautiously emerged to greet them. Only after seeing that it was really them did she smile. First, she checked to ensure neither Xiaxia nor Fu Han were injured before noticing Li Chuyang. "How did you end up with them?" Xiaxia replied, "We met him at the hotel. I thought Zhu Menglei went to find Hikuin, so I headed to the hotel." As Li Chuyang explained, his eyes turned toward Zhu Menglei who stepped out from the bookstore. Xiao Yu wanted to ask further details, but Li Chuyang dragged Hikuin and Zhu Menglei inside to speak privately. "What exactly did she say earlier?" "Chuyang, you went to look for Zhu Menglei. Why didn't you tell us?" Unlike Xiao Yu, Hikuin expressed worry about their safety. With no choice, Li Chuyang briefly disclosed his plan to Hikuin. Expecting Hikuin to scold him, Li Chuyang quickly asked if Hikuin knew how to drive. "They can drive, right?" Zhu Menglei chimed in, "Maybe we shouldn't follow them anymore." "What do you mean? Didn't Fu Han agree for us to tag along? And Xiao Yu doesn't want us to follow. We should go our separate ways." Li Chuyang considered joining Qin Hao's group. After all, they were classmates, but they formed their own team of 3. Sticking with Qin Hao's group meant they might be abandoned any time. It was better for Li Chuyang, Hikuin, and Zhu Menglei to stay together without hiding anymore. Hikuin scratched his head in frustration, "But I don't know how to drive either. Otherwise, let's follow Qin Hao's group." Before they resolved this, Shi Xiuyan approached, interrupting what Xiao Yu was about to say. "Aren't you guys heading to the safe zone too? Our vehicles are too noticeable. How about we join you instead?" Driving 3 cars made their group highly conspicuous in the apocalypse, so sticking with Fu Han's large group seemed more practical. Shi Xiuyan realized this when they retrieved the cars and had discussed it with Wang Qian and Qin Hao. Despite prior minor disagreements, after this operation, Qin Hao found them not entirely unpleasant. Moreover, traveling with more people was certainly livelier. Xiao Yu wasn't too fond of Qin Hao, but when she thought about Hong Lingling still lying there unable to move, having someone around who could keep Hong Lingling in check would be good for her. Besides, her brother was right, these 3 were all strong. There was no reason to refuse traveling with them. None of the 3 had any objections, and Fu Han even wanted to inform Li Chuyang's group. "Are you here to ask us to leave?" Hikuin understood as well. Out of the 3 of them, only he possessed an ability that allowed him some self-defense capability. Chuyang and Zhu Menglei were merely burdens, no one would want to carry them along. With matters concerning life or death, Fu Han hadn't done anything improper towards them, so Hikuin held no resentment. Fu Han looked puzzled and said, "Leave? Where are you guys going? Aren't you asking us to leave?" Hikuin glanced at Li Chuyang. Fu Han explained, "I came here to ask you, if Qin Hao's group wants to join us and head towards the safety zone, do you have any objections?" "Who told you I asked you to leave?" Hikuin laughed awkwardly and replied, "It was a misunderstanding on our part. Qin Hao's group joining us is fine, we have no objections, just decide it yourselves." Having witnessed Fu Han's skills before, surely Qin Hao wouldn't harm them now, right? With that, the decision for Qin Hao's group to join was set. As dusk approached and they now had cars, they were no longer in a rush to travel. They decided to rest at the bookstore for the night and depart the next morning. After resting for half a day, although Hong Lingling couldn't get up and move yet, she was already able to feed herself. Lying there, she loudly demanded that Fu Han feed her something. And Xiao Yu knew she was capable of moving her hands. She stopped Fu Han, placed the food beside her, and paid her no further attention. Eventually, it was Zhu Menglei who noticed how difficult it was for her to eat and went over to help feed her. After finishing the meal, Fu Han found in Xiao Yu to discuss the matter of He Kun leaving. Although He Kun claimed it was a misunderstanding, Fu Han didn't take it seriously and suspected that Xiao Yu had mentioned it to them. And Xiao Yu admitted openly, "I originally intended to bring it up to you anyway. We simply don't need to drag them along, they can't help much, and we have to divert our attention to protect them. What if we neglect them, will they blame us then? It might be better to let them fend for themselves, to survive depends entirely on their own capabilities. As long as it doesn't come to that, I don't want to become that kind of person," Fu Han responded firmly. "You know I was abandoned by my classmates. I won't say it again from now on. But, what if you find out they're not good people? If they truly develop ill intentions, I certainly won't let them continue traveling with us." With these words from Fu Han, and Xiao Yu felt somewhat reassured. Chapter 28, The Blocker. After clearing things up with Xiao Yu, Fu Han felt it was still necessary to explain himself to Li Chuyang and the others, so they wouldn't worry. He Kun naturally was very happy and easily draped his arm on Fu Han's shoulder. "Brother Fu, I knew I wasn't wrong about you. I just told them that you probably didn't know about this matter, otherwise, you definitely wouldn't agree." Flattery was also He Kun's forte. "Xiao Yu must have some opinions against you due to Xiao Wu's issue, so she is targeting you. If she tells you anything more or does something to you, come find me. I won't show her any favoritism." Fu Han reminded Li Chuyang earnestly. Li Chuyang nodded in agreement. "Qin Hao and the others will sleep in the car tonight, we'll rest here at the bookstore. You guys should get some sleep too, we're setting off tomorrow morning. Chuyang, why do I feel like he seems somewhat special towards you? Did something happen between you two? Or does Fu Han have some ulterior motive for Chuyang? Even He Kun has noticed it." Li Chuyang began to believe it wasn't just a coincidence. "I'll go ask him." He Kun reached out to stop him but quickly retracted his hand. It would be good to let him ask, maybe he could uncover something. When Li Chuyang stood in front of Fu Han, he realized his impulsive decision. Fu Han was waiting for him to speak. After some hesitation, he finally asked his question all at once. Fu Han assumed Li Chuyang was coming to thank him, and only he knew how awkward the smile in his heart was. "I care more about you because even when you're bullied, you don't say a word. Unlike Hong Lingling who immediately comes to me when there's trouble. I'll seek help from He Kun if there are issues, you should pay more attention to Hong Lingling instead. Hong Lingling targeted me because you kept showing favoritism towards me." After hearing what happened in the kitchen from He Kun, Li Chuyang knew his actions against the zombie helped them quite a bit, so he didn't bring up the afternoon's incident with Fu Han. As for the energy gem inside the zombie's body, he had no plans to tell Fu Han about it yet. "I thought he liked you." He Kun laughed, relieved. "In the future, we'll try to solve problems ourselves. Regarding Hong Lingling, leave it to me to deal with her." Late at night, after everyone in the bookstore fell asleep, Qin Hao and the other three people woke up inside the car. According to their previous plan, Wang Qian stayed behind to watch while Qin Hao and Shi Shiyan crept toward the Changning Grand Hotel under the cover of darkness. All the zombies they encountered along the way were killed by Qin Hao. Qin Hao smashed their heads apart and searched almost everywhere but found no trace of the blue gemstones they discovered earlier that afternoon. Furthermore, among the group of zombies they killed in the hotel, there were no gems either. How can there not be any? Chi-Chi said that the gemstone was found inside a zombie's head. Previously, they hadn't known about these kinds of items, so they had never specifically cracked open a zombie's skull. This type of gem might only exist within certain special zombies. They had all witnessed the combat skills of the afternoon zombie which far surpassed an ordinary one. If he was right, the stronger the zombie, the more powerful its gemstone's energy will be. If we can obtain enough of these gems, then won't we be invincible? Who wouldn't want that level of power? Shi Shiyan, we still don't know whether others know about it. Don't tell anyone for now. In the future, whenever we encounter some powerful zombies, we need to be especially cautious. We cannot allow anyone to notice that we took the energy gems from the zombies. Qin Hao was puzzled. Then why are we still going with Fu Han and them to the safe zone? Wouldn't it be easier if we went on our own? You saw how strong that zombie was this afternoon. We can't guarantee we won't run into stronger ones on the way to the safe zone. It would be tough for the three of us to handle them alone, but with Fu Han around, we'd stand a better chance. That's why everyone preferred traveling in groups. Strength leads to friendship. Conversely, weakness would only invite disdain and abandonment. You're always thinking ahead. Qin Hao patted Shi Shiyan's shoulders and looked around. Seems like there aren't such zombies here. Let's go back. All right. It was eerily quiet outside. The people inside the bookstore had no idea they'd gone out. The sun the next day was bright as ever. With their vehicle, they managed to leave Changning City within a single day. It should have been faster, but the roads were not maintained well. Various obstacles and zombies slowed their progress significantly. According to their planned route, they should have been able to get on the expressway today, but it ended up being a day later. Moreover, things did not go as smoothly as they had anticipated. The entrance to the highway was blocked by iron fences, and there were people guarding it. The guards hid in the woods on either side of the road. When they got out of the car to ask them to move the fence, these 4 robust men suddenly rushed out from the woods. They were armed with knives and sticks. Their skin was dark and their clothing was plain. It seemed like they were villagers from nearby. All 4 were ordinary people. Qin Hao didn't even care about them, wanting only to resolve the issue quickly so he could continue the journey. But before he could act, Fu Han stopped him, and Shi Xiuyan also gave him a look to back off. Fu Han went forward to explain, stating that they just wanted to pass through and had no other intentions. You must have food in your car, right? If you give us enough food, we'll let you through. The 4 didn't let down their guard simply because they were young. Since they came out of the city with 4 cars, it was clear that they must have brought quite a lot of supplies. This road doesn't belong to you guys, and no one's collecting fees anymore. What gives you the right to block our way? After resting for 2 days, Hong Lingling had almost recovered, though she still occasionally felt dizzy and nauseous. Brother Fu Han, why are you being polite with them? We can definitely handle them. Without hesitation, Hong Lingling summoned a water column and shoved the 4 men backward. Her abilities were currently at the primary level, having just awakened, and she didn't have full control over them yet. While her powers lacked significant lethality, they were certainly intimidating to normal people. The sudden appearance of the water jet startled them, knocking them back with force, but none of them were injured. Instead, it left them feeling invigorated. It took the 4 some time to realize that they had underestimated this group, and they gestured discreetly toward the forest behind their backs. Holding their weapons tightly, they prepared for a fight. At Hong Lingling's next movement, they became terrified and shrank back into a ball. Fu Han knew Hong Lingling's abilities wouldn't harm them the same way Qin Hao's might, so he did nothing to stop her. Scaring them a little bit wouldn't hurt. Don't hurt my dad. Suddenly, a boy and a girl tumbled out of the woods, holding hands with another daughter, while a boy ran straight over. He stood firmly in front of the 4 strong men, glaring eyeball to eyeball at Hong Lingling. Chapter 29 The Village. The mother in front ran over and held her child, while the other mother followed closely behind. The 2 stood beside the 4 men and pleaded with Hong Lingling to let them go. We had no other choice but to stop you here. This was the first time Hong Lingling experienced the feeling of being feared by others, which made her arrogant and self-satisfied. Now that you know our strength, why don't you hurry up and move the stuff so we can pass? The 4 men quickly moved to pull away the barricade. The mothers with the 2 children suddenly knelt before Hong Lingling. Please save us. Everyone in the village is starving to death. Hong Lingling took a couple of steps back, too lazy to deal with it. Indifferently, she said, we cannot save you. You'd better escape for your own lives. Then she looked at the 4 men behind with disdain, indicating they should act faster. 3 children rushed over and surrounded Fu Han and Hong Lingling, yelling that they were starving to death and begging their older brothers and sisters to save them. Hong Lingling directly pushed the boy in front of her away. The little boy was so thin that he was light as a feather, and fell down due to her push. Brother, the little girl helped the boy up. After glancing at Hong Lingling, the 2 continued running towards Fu Han, pleading him for help. Fu Han couldn't bear to see them like this. He pulled the children over and asked their parents to explain the situation clearly. Brother Fu, our car can't fit any more people, and there wasn't enough food to distribute among them either. This was what Fu Han hesitated and worried about. Taking these people along would expand their group, inevitably leading to numerous problems. We didn't plan to go with you anyway. Several villagers spoke up simultaneously, clarifying the situation. They were all villagers from a lower-level village. When zombies appeared, they did not understand what was going on, and when they realized, most of the villagers had turned into zombies. After working together to drive the zombies out of the village, they surrounded the area with iron walls to keep the zombies out. The village had farmland, fields, and spring well water, which was more than enough for survival. But their built iron wall could no longer hold back the zombies. Zombies gradually invaded their fields, cutting off their food supply. Now they only had a small piece of land left in the village. With every resource available utilized, they constructed a temporary barrier the zombies could not breach immediately. By this point, they had almost finished the stored food. Previously, some villagers found out that occasionally cars passed through this highway intersection. Hence, they came up with the idea to block the road and take some food from passersby. It's not that we wanted to, but if things continue like this, everyone in the village will starve to death. If their fields were still intact, they certainly wouldn't resort to such measures. All you need to do is help us drive away the zombies, and we'll reclaim our farmland. Then we can continue growing crops and won't have to rob others anymore. Both adults and children's eyes were filled with hope, as if the saviors of the world stood before them. It turns out they wanted them to fight against the zombies. Hong Lingling showed no enthusiasm. You all have hands and feet. Can't you kill the zombies yourselves? The 4 men lowered their heads in shame. We used to be able to. Later, these zombies became increasingly ferocious, and we simply weren't their match. Shi Xiuyan thought about the zombie he encountered at the hotel, speculating that there might also be a powerful zombie controlling these ones or possibly more than one. Seeing Fu Han hesitate slightly, one of the men noticed they had 4 vehicles. He immediately offered, "Our village has some gasoline left. Keeping it is useless to us now. With all of your vehicles, surely you can use it." Shi Xiuyan then suggested, "Then let's take a look." And Xiaza, his sister, and He Kuan were unable to bear seeing those children suffer from hunger. Moreover, it was just fighting some zombies, with only Hong Lingling unhappy. No one paid attention to her objections. There was no way to drive their vehicles into the village. Therefore, the villagers instructed them to park in the woods and cover them with leaves and branches. On the road, several children's stomachs growled. With the consent of Lu Guoqing and his wife, Lu Xian and Lu Ting walked behind, took a few packets of biscuits from their bags, and distributed them. The adults ate 2 pieces, the children 3, and then they packed the rest away, planning to share with others upon returning to the village. The large houses enclosed by the villagers were located against the back mountain. When they built the iron wall, they left a small door at the back which only allowed one person to pass through each time. Most of the zombies gathered in the village, and there were almost no zombies in the forest behind the mountain. They could barely manage to find some wild fruits and vegetables to eat on the mountain, or worse, eat bark and roots if necessary. However, the food they could find was getting less and less, and the villagers' physical conditions were deteriorating. They were becoming as thin as monkeys, not to mention the children and elderly. It wasn't until the group reached the village and met with other villagers that they realized how difficult life was for them. Seeing strangers appear, the villagers were both nervous and curious. Once the explanation was made clear regarding their purpose, the villagers immediately became towards them. After exchanging greetings, Fu Han sent someone to take them to see the zombies in the village. He initially planned to only take in Xiaza to scout the situation, but Qin Hao and Shi Xiuyan offered very enthusiastically to go along. With their rather strong abilities, Fu Han had no reason to refuse them, while others were left behind. Hong Lingling naturally wanted to be around Fu Han all the time, but upon thinking about going to see zombies, she dismissed the idea. Li Chuyang noticed Qin Hao's and Shi Xiuyan's enthusiasm, suspecting there must be some reasons behind it, so he went with He Kuan to look for them. "Where are you going?" Hong Lingling was not idle either. Seeing Li Chuyang wanted to go out, she immediately stepped forward to stop him. He Kuan felt irritated by her arrogant attitude. "What does where we're going have to do with you?" Hong Lingling retorted, "I am keeping an eye on you for Brother Fuan. What if you encounter zombies outside? In the end, it will still be Brother Fuan who has to save you. Li Chuyang, you don't even have any powers, you need our protection. At least know your place, and stop causing trouble for me and Brother Fuan. Anyway, you guys aren't allowed to go. Did Brother Fu ask you to keep an eye on us? Stop flattering yourself. You. And Xiao Yu, why don't you scold them?" Hong Lingling placed her hands on her hips, clearly displeased. And Xiao Yu walked over and asked, "Where are you guys going?" "To pee." "Lie. You want to find Brother Fuan, don't you? If you don't believe us, then come along." He Kuan directly pulled Li Chuyang and left. Hong Lingling huffed angrily. Then suddenly realized, isn't there a place to pee inside? Chapter 30, Dispersal. They must have gone to find Brother Fu Han. Hong Lingling saw that He Kuan and the others had already walked far away. Afraid to go into the forest alone, she couldn't help but look at Xiao Yu and suggest, "Let's go find Brother Fu Han too." And Xiao Yu reminded Zhu Menglei to follow Wang Qian and Lu Guoqing's family carefully, then went off with Hong Lingling. All they're trying to do is curry favor with Brother Fu Han. If anything dangerous happens, they'll hope Brother Fu Han will protect them more. After observing for a couple of days, Hong Lingling discovered that Xiao Yu disliked Li Chuyang and his classmates just like her. Though she didn't like Xiao Yu either, it was more important now to try to squeeze Li Chuyang out so that Brother Fu Han would focus on her. How can He Kuan hold his own against Li Chuyang and what's his name Zhu Menglei? They'll still have to rely on Brother Fu Han. And Xiao Yu shot her a glance, "You aren't much better." Hong Lingling sneered slightly, swallowing her pride for the moment, "At least I have special abilities. I can give you water anytime you want. What can Li Chuyang and Zhu Menglei possibly do?" And Xiao Yu remained silent, and Hong Lingling took the opportunity to change the subject, pointing ahead at Li Chuyang and He Kuan. "I knew they were lying. They are definitely going to find Brother Fu Han. Hey, why are you walking so fast? I need to bring them back." "No, don't. Since we've come this far, let's go find Brother Fu Han and your brother." Hong Lingling didn't want to turn back. Earlier, Brother Fu Han hadn't wanted to take her along, but if he did, she'd certainly have insisted. If Brother Fu Han encounters any danger, this would be her perfect chance to shine. "We aren't familiar with this area, what if we get lost?" It was the apocalypse after all, and meeting zombies could mean life or death risks. With Brother Fu Han not around, she needed to keep an eye on them. Brother Fu Han and the others went to check the village. "We should walk in the same direction without a doubt. And they too surely won't come back with you, or will you force them back by binding them?" Hong Lingling intentionally added, "Don't you want to know why they came out here?" Though Xiao Yu already had some doubts about Li Chuyang, hearing this question from Hong Lingling intrigued her further. Li Chuyang and He Kuan quickly found their way to Fu Han's group following the path. He Kuan attempted to greet them but was stopped by Li Chuyang. The two stood quietly observing the state of the village from the woods. The village had been ravaged by zombies, leaving everything chaotic. Surrounding fields were also destroyed, except for a small group of zombies huddled near the iron walls. Scattered through the village were other aimlessly wandering zombies. Fu Han's group arrived at one of the village houses, using 2 zombies as practice. They weren't making too much noise either, aware of how close they were to attracting more zombies. Making loud sounds would soon gather all the zombies nearby. Comparing these village zombies to the surviving villagers revealed 2 very different states. Emaciated from hunger, the villagers looked entirely spiritless. On the contrary, the village zombies appeared stronger, with heightened senses of hearing and sight reacting far more agilely than those encountered in Changning City. Each of these zombies could match 2 normal ones. Shi Xiuyan's lightning ability wasn't applicable as it would inevitably draw other zombies, leaving it up to Fu Han, and Xiaozhe, and Qin how to manually deal with the 2 zombies. Even though restrained and not at full strength, the 3 still expended considerable effort taking down the pair. But from the villagers' perspective, being able to kill 2 zombies at once made them appear incredibly powerful, renewing hopes that they could rid the place of the zombie threat. Under Shi Xiuyan's cover, Qin Hao crushed the heads of both zombies, yet they still failed to find the energy gems they sought. The villagers informed them about a sweet potato field relatively well preserved. Clearing out the local zombies to unearth the potatoes could ensure them a hearty meal that night. This field was on the edge of the village, not densely packed with zombies, but comparably more open terrain. Seeing their difficulty dealing with the zombies, Li Chuyang asked He Kuan to assist while continuing his support behind the scenes. During the hotel incident, overusing his powers likely led to his fainting. Once his dizziness passed, he found controlling regular zombies considerably easier, managing extended durations and even multiple zombies simultaneously, 2 or 3, with slight reductions in control time. Despite Fu Han's careful efforts, surrounding zombies were stirred, proving more alert than anticipated. He Kuan's appearance helped to alleviate some of the pressure, but they were too busy dealing with zombies to say much. On the other side, Hong Lingling saw He Kuan go out for help and certainly didn't want to miss such a great opportunity. And Xiaoyu barely had time to stop her before she dashed over, leaving no choice but to reluctantly follow. "Brother Fu Han, I've come to help you too." Hong Lingling burst from the woods and shouted toward Fu Han. Her shout inadvertently drew zombies from behind the walls. There was a ditch by this vegetable patch, and any zombie doused in Brother Fu Han's flames would immediately jump in to put them out. In a place like this, only in Xiaozhe's wood element abilities were somewhat useful, still, his abilities lacked lethality. Faced with an increasing number of zombies, Fu Han's group could do little more than block their way temporarily while the villagers dug up more sweet potatoes. After a while, as the numbers of zombies continued to increase, they realized the gravity of the situation. Every action affected another, and Hong Lingling's shout not only drew zombies from nearby houses but seemed to summon all the zombies from the entire village towards them. "Let's go," Fu Han immediately decided on a retreat. Before Hong Lingling even got to use her abilities, she was shoved full of sweet potatoes and rushed back. Shi Xiuyan knew using his powers would only attract more zombies, but under the current circumstances, he was forced to act. Thunder struck down, but the result was not as expected. The zombies paused for about a second before continuing their lunge towards them. Chuyang is still behind. After running for a bit, He Kuan suddenly remembered that Li Chuyang was still hiding in the woods. He didn't know if he'd managed to escape early upon seeing so many zombies. "I'll go find him," said He Kuan with a tight grip on his fists, disappointment and anger flickering across his face. "I'll go find them and try to lure the zombies away." "Brother Fu Han, don't go, it's too dangerous. If we lead so many zombies back to where we came from, the iron wall won't hold. We must try to draw most of the zombies away." Fu Han made this decision because he had considered these factors. With zombies almost catching up, there was no room for discussion. Fu Han threw several balls of flames at the approaching zombies and then ran off in another direction. The others moved, including Hong Lingling who clenched her teeth unwillingly, and in Xiaoyu who was worried about Fu Han. Chapter 31, Reminder. After He Kuan left, Li Chuyang originally planned to hide in the woods and help them. However, Hong Lingling suddenly appeared and attracted more zombies. There were too many zombies, so he didn't dare to take action rashly, otherwise it would be dangerous if the zombies discovered him. He dared only to stay where he was, hiding silently in the grass. After a while, with no sound from Fu Han's group, Li Chuyang cautiously peeked out. Most of the zombies had chased after Fu Han's group, leaving just a few scattered ones behind. He decided to make his way back through the woods, but just as he stood up a little, a particularly tall and thin zombie behind him saw him and led a few other zombies chasing him. Before making sure no more zombies would chase him, he had to run into the depths of the forest. There should be no zombies in the woods. With some luck, the zombies might give up after chasing him for a bit. Though not entirely lucky, no additional zombies pursued him. Li Chuyang effortlessly used his power to get rid of a few zombies, then prepared to go back through the woods. Unfortunately, he perfectly missed He Kuan who thought he was still waiting at the original spot and met Fu Han instead who had lured most of the zombies away. Fu Han led the zombies into the woods, intending to use the difficult terrain to both hold off and shake off the zombies. Alternatively, he would lead the zombies far enough away before using his powers to deal with them. Li Chuyang found Fu Han on a tree. Walking over and hearing the sounds of the zombies, he discovered a group of them gathered under a big tree. He wondered what on the tree could attract so many zombies until he saw that it was Fu Han. The zombies couldn't climb trees and could only scratch the trunk with their hands around it. A tree with a girth as wide as this one had already lost more than half its bark, likely to be pushed down within 10 minutes by the zombies. Fu Han's situation on the tree looked funny, but facing so many zombies made Li Chuyang unable to smile as he considered how to rescue him. Since Fu Han was on the tree, he could clearly see the situation below. With such a large number of zombies, there was no way for him to use his powers effectively. After crouching in the grass for a while, a white thing suddenly darted past from behind him. Possessing powers, Li Chuyang easily caught this agile big wild rabbit. Li Chuyang tied a stone onto the rabbit with weeds, then threw the rabbit near the feet of the zombies. Frightened, the rabbit immediately hopped away, successfully attracting the attention of the zombies according to Li Chuyang's plan. The stone on the rabbit wasn't very large but emitted loud noise when the rabbit fled in the grass, leading the zombies to chase it towards another direction. In the end, only a few zombies remained under the tree. With Li Chuyang secretly helping from the background, Fu Han climbed down and solved these remaining zombies. Are you alright? After handling the zombies, Fu Han rushed over first thing. Li Chuyang shook his head, I'm fine. Have the others returned? Fu Han looked around worriedly and asked, didn't you see Hikuin? He came to find you first. When Li Chuyang noticed Fu Han, he had been worrying about this, now becoming urgent saying, why isn't he with you? He ran to look for you first. There were too many zombies following me, so I didn't catch up with him. Hikuin was evidently important to him, I'll send you back first, and then go look for him. I'll go with you. Li Chuyang looked at Fu Han with a firm expression. Alright. Let's check the place where I waited earlier first. Did you come out with Hikuin? On mentioning this, Li Chuyang felt guilty, Hikuin and I came to help you. Hikuin helped us, and you saved me. Fu Han clearly understood the current situation and who caused it, however, you guys coming out like this is still too dangerous. The zombies in this village are much more capable now. They seem. To seem what? Fu Han did not conceal anything from him, revealing his discovery, my powers have become stronger previously, and I suspect that the zombies are also evolving and continuously growing stronger. Among the zombies, there are occasionally powerful ones similar to the one they encountered in the hotel. Fu Han's conjecture was correct. The zombies were indeed evolving. However, they hadn't evolved to the level of the hotel's zombie yet, which is why Shi Xiuyan and Qin Hao could not find energy stones in the bodies of the zombies here. These zombies' energy levels had not yet reached the stage to coalesce into energy stones. If this trend continued, all the zombies in the village would soon possess energy stones, becoming increasingly formidable. If these villagers want to stay, we'll have to help them clean up all the zombies in their village and fields. There are so many zombies, have you thought about how to deal with them? Based on today's situation, it was necessary to make a good plan, otherwise, it would end up like earlier when all the zombies in the village were attracted. Would it be a good idea to lure all the zombies to one place and get rid of them using my fire and Shi Xiuyan's thunder combined? This method was inspired by his earlier thought on how to deal with the zombies behind him. Dealing with them all at once is indeed a decent way, but the large number of zombies makes it hard to gather them into one location. If Li Chuyang helped from the back, it should be doable. Where do you plan to lure them to? How about digging a pit in the woods? Are you serious? With this many zombies, you'd need a very big and deep pit for that. Zombies aren't dumb either, if they see one fall, the others definitely won't jump down too. I'm just kidding. Without fully understanding the exact situation of the zombies in the village, everything they were talking about was hypothetical. Looking at Fu Han's amused smile, he patted Li Chuyang's head and said, don't worry, I'll figure something out. Which I saw me worried. They walked back along the way Li Chuyang had come, and soon enough met Hikuin. With wind abilities, Hikuin ran fast, successfully shaking off the zombies following him, as well as those few chasing after Li Chuyang. Fortunately, no one else had been around this area recently, and Hikuin followed Li Chuyang's trail easily. I didn't see you there, but I did find some zombies, which scared me half to death. Thankfully, he noticed the signs in the nearby grass. How did you two meet up? Brother Fu is still reliable. Qin Hao and Shi Xiuyan were our classmates for 3 years, yet it was Brother Fu who risked danger to look for Chuyang. Hikuin had completely lost faith in Qin Hao, warning Fu Han accordingly, Brother Fu, watch out for them. Before meeting you guys, we starved, and all because Qin Hao was snatching food from others. At the bookstore entrance, wasn't he trying to take your stuff? After realizing you were not easy to handle, they changed their minds. He and Zhu Menglei had to compromise and cooperate with them to survive, which made him uneasy inside. People and things of no value mean nothing to Qin Hao, as proven by his multiple orders for Hikuin to get rid of Zhu Menglei whenever possible. This time, their decision to follow Brother Fu raised doubts about whether they had any ulterior motives. I saw them searching for something on the zombies in the forest, Li Chuyang interjected with another warning. Chapter 32, Resentment. Li Chuyang only dared to speak his mind after he was clear about Hikuin's attitude toward Qin Hao and the others. Although he had a good relationship with Hikuin, Li Chuyang wasn't sure if Hikuin truly disliked Qin Hao and them. It was best to let Fu Han and the others discover the energy stones on their own. His paranormal ability didn't require energy, and perhaps because of this, his physical constitution hadn't grown stronger like Fu Han and the others. It was better to let Fu Han, He Kuan, and the rest discover the existence of the energy stones as soon as possible, enhancing their supernatural abilities. What could they possibly find on zombies? He Kuan looked at the two in confusion. He hadn't noticed before that Qin Hao and them were looking for something on the zombies. He Kuan reviewed everything that had happened over the past few days, and the only point of suspicion was the gemstone he found, a blue diamond-shaped gemstone. Qin Hao wouldn't be trying to find another gemstone like that just to win Wang Shi's favor again, would he? Indeed, the gemstone from that day had been exceptionally beautiful. Li Chuyang felt speechless. How did the conversation jump from the gemstone to such topics? I don't know what they're looking for, you should keep an eye out for it. The three prepared to make their way back through the forest but discovered many wandering zombies inside. These were precisely the same zombies that had chased Fu Han earlier. Moreover, the wild rabbit that Li Chuyang had used to lure the zombies had been eaten completely, leaving only some bones scattered in the woods. With so many zombies around, how are we going to get back? He Kuan scratched his head in distress. Fu Han looked carefully but couldn't think of any good ways. The zombies were too scattered, making them difficult to lead away, and there was also the risk of leading more zombies back, endangering the villagers. We can only spend one night in this forest tonight. But I haven't brought anything. He assumed that they'd quickly return, so he handed his bag to Zhu Menglei for safekeeping. Fu Han hadn't brought a bag either, and both turned their attention to Li Chuyang. There isn't much in my bag either. Li Chuyang came out carrying a bag, but clearly, it didn't have enough supplies for all three of them. Let's search in the forest and see if we can find anything edible. Li Chuyang thought since he had caught a wild rabbit, there must be other game in the forest. However, after searching several places, not only did they not find any game, they didn't even spot a single bird, managing to only gather some sour wild fruits. As the sky grew dark, the zombies in the forest showed no sign of dispersing. The three huddled together for warmth, using grass as makeshift blankets to cover themselves. Li Chuyang usually woke up early. When he opened his eyes, dawn was breaking already. Fu Han and He Kuan were still asleep. Since they were lying close together, with him in the middle, his slight movements awakened Fu Han. But He Kuan was still deeply asleep. After checking outside briefly and finding that the zombies had disappeared, they immediately woke He Kuan. They had been gone for a whole night, and Xiaxia and the others must be extremely worried. In fact, the ones who truly worried were those few people. And Jia's sibling stayed awake the entire night. If Xiaxia hadn't kept a level head, and Xiao Yu would have rushed out long ago to look for Fu Han. Sitting in the yard all night, and Xiao Yu kept her gaze fixed on Hong Lingling. Hong Lingling naturally felt uneasy, and with Xiao Yu silent, she didn't dare argue with her either. Zhu Menglei had also been sleepless. Both He Kuan and Li Chuyang were outside, and she didn't share much rapport with the others. Only Qin Hao and his companions slept soundly. He had even thought that if Fu Han and the others didn't come back, they could reasonably take over Xiao Yu and Hong Lingling. Regardless of Xiaxia's powers, these two women possessed quite valuable skills. As for the other useless individuals, they might as well be left in this village. Hearing a knock at the door first thing in the morning, and Xiao Yu was the first to rush towards it. Upon hearing Fu Han's voice, she immediately excitedly opened the door. Before she could say anything, Hong Lingling cried and clung to Fu Han. Li Chuyang glanced once and then went with He Kuan to find Zhu Menglei. Fu Han pried Hong Lingling's hands off him, pushing her aside while frowning and questioning her. Why are you crying? Because I'm worried about you, brother Fu Han. Did you know I didn't sleep a wink last night? I wanted to go look for you, but Xiaxia didn't let me. Hong Lingling pouted, looking like she awaited comfort. Brother Fu Han, you really scared me to death. Please don't do such dangerous things in the future. And Xiao Yu couldn't stand it anymore. Not wanting to hear her continue her nonsense, she released her pent-up emotions from the whole night. Our danger happens because of you. If it weren't for you attracting all the zombies here, would brother Fu Han have had to risk himself alone to lead the zombies away? How can this be my fault? How do you know it was me who brought the zombies here? If I like brother Fu Han so much, would I harm him? Hong Lingling glared and looked at the two as if nothing had happened to them, pointing her finger and saying, you should blame them instead. Brother Fu Han clearly told us to stay here, but it was those two who sneaked out, and we only followed. If not for them, how could this have happened later? Li Chuyang wasn't accustomed to arguing or debating with others, but He Kuan's face darkened instantly when he saw Hong Lingling trying to shift the blame to them. We did go out, but did we ask you to follow? Chu Yang and I went to help, and you were just making things worse. If you hadn't come along, there wouldn't have been so many zombies, and we could have returned with the sweet potatoes from the field long ago. Don't take advantage of Chu Yang not talking back to dump all the responsibility on him. He Kuan said, looking at Fu Han and asking him, Big brother Fu, you should know clearly in your heart who caused our trouble yesterday and who saved you. Yesterday, after I led the zombies away, Li Chuyang saved me, and He Kuan also came to help. What are you saying, brother Fu Han? Li Chuyang doesn't even have any supernatural abilities, he couldn't even deal with one zombie. How could he save you? Brother Fu Han, you don't have to favor him like this, do you? I'm not favoring him. Hong Lingling, I haven't criticized you much until now, but yesterday's events were indeed caused by you attracting the zombies. Fu Han rarely became serious, and when his handsome features turned solemn, they exuded an intimidating aura. You must apologize to everyone for yesterday's events. Brother Fu Han, you. Hong Lingling wanted to continue her usual tactics of coquetry and tears, but when she realized that not only Fu Han, but everyone else was looking at her the same way, she began to feel scared. She remembered what Su Mei had taught her: never oppose the majority, and sometimes it is necessary to learn to admit your mistakes. I'm sorry, yesterday, it was my fault. After speaking, she began to sob softly, her tears streaming down, yet still no one came to console her. So she stepped up to Fu Han, apologizing again. Brother Fu Han, please don't be angry at me. I will definitely not cause any more trouble in the future, and I will do whatever you ask. Li Chuyang, this is all because of you. Otherwise, Brother Fu Han would already be mine, and none of today's troubles would have happened. Chapter 33, Confession. Hong Lingling's temper has never been good. Fu Han thought it necessary to ignore her for a while so she could learn to rein herself in, thus he didn't pay attention to Hong Lingling and went to talk with Xiaozhe and Xiaoyu instead. Xiaoyu was still upset, and Hong Lingling did not dare to go near them now. She stood alone, stubbornly wiping her tears. Your makeup is smeared. So what if it is? When Hong Lingling saw who was talking to her, she let out a cold snort and immediately turned around to take out her mirror to check. Qin Hao, he doesn't like you anyway, is it worth crying for him? Even if Fu Han cannot be mine, I will never like you. Even though Brother Fu might be out of her reach, she would rather not choose annoying Qin Hao. I'm not interested in you, my heart belongs only to Sister Qi. I just came over to give you some consoling words. It's the end of the world now, but you don't have to hang on one tree till you die. Look at my good friend, how about him? Qin Hao gestured her to look at Shi Xiuyan. Good buddy, for the sake of your powers, make a sacrifice. Shi Xiuyan is actually 2 years younger than Fu Han, but he looks mature and composed, much older than his age. They are about the same height, however, Shi Xiuyan is relatively slim and tall. Both are handsome in their own style, but they differ greatly in detail. Fu Han's facial features are stronger and more rugged, with fine fringes and very pure eyes that shine brightly and sunnily when he smiles, making his slightly darker skin appear even manlier. Shi Xiuyan's skin is a little whiter, his smile doesn't show his teeth, making him hard to read, as a deep thinker. Hong Lingling instinctively felt that Shi Xiuyan wasn't someone to mess with, so she told Qin Hao to back off. Qin Hao frowned. In what way does my brother fall short of Fu Han? Isn't Xiuyan obviously more handsome? I just prefer Brother Fu. After yelling at Qin Hao, Hong Lingling ran to the corner to wash her face, then reapplied makeup, pale-faced, but heavily outlined around the eyes, giving her a look of excessive sorrow. For the rest of the day, Hong Lingling quietly stayed by herself, her eyes staring longingly at Fu Han, yet she didn't approach him. Fu Han sought further details from the villagers about the village situation and then presented his earlier plan, discussing together specifically what to do next. According to the villagers' descriptions, He Kun drew a rough map of the village. They were currently located at the rear left side of the village, where the back of the village was a mountain and the left side a forest. If they lured the zombies to the left, the entire forest could catch fire, an impractical solution. On the right in front of the village were farmland and vegetable plots respectively. As the villagers needed to continue living there, it was best not to affect these areas. Close to the vegetable garden was also a small pond, which looked like an ideal location, except that Fu Han's power couldn't be effectively utilized here. That can be left to Qin Hao and Shi Xiuyan. Their powers will work without interference. He Kun was precisely hoping they'd contribute more effort this way, leaving them too exhausted to have any sinister plans. This seemed to be the most reliable method at hand. There was no reason for them to refuse. However, Qin Hao raised another point: shouldn't we find out first where the zombies are distributed within the village? After yesterday's incident, they weren't sure if the missing zombies from the woods had returned to the village or remained elsewhere. I'll go with Shi Xiuyan, all of you can rest well. Qin Hao wanted to use this opportunity to investigate whether there were any special kinds of zombies in the village. The village is so big, today we definitely won't be able to finish investigating. Fu Han hoped that during the battle against the zombies, Shi Xiuyan and Qin Hao would be in the best mental condition. Therefore, he divided them into 2 teams. Today, Shi Xiuyan, Qin Hao, he, and Xiaozhe would head out together. Starting tomorrow, these 2 would get proper rest, leaving the remaining tasks for others. Sitting nearby, Hong Lingling listened attentively. Once Fu Han finished all allocations, she stepped forward to ask, Brother Fu, is there anything I can help with? Seeing the map on the table, her eyes fixated on the area marked as the pond. You just stay here and take care. If anyone needs water, please assist everyone as much as possible. Fu Han's tone became colder. Knowing Hong Lingling's feelings for him, he decided it was best to keep his distance. I understand, Brother Fu, I promise I'll behave. Hong Lingling blinked and asked softly, Brother Fu, are you still mad at me? There was something Fu Han wanted to ask her yesterday. Seeing that her emotions were stable now, he voiced his question, why did you pick on Li Chuyang? Hong Lingling's immediate reaction was denial. Looking into Fu Han's eyes, she wondered if Brother Fu could tell whether she was lying or not. Is it because of your mother? Your mom turning into a zombie has nothing to do with Li Chuyang. Please don't target him over this in the future. Fu Han sincerely hoped everyone could get along well, just surviving the apocalypse was already incredibly fortunate. We still have a long time ahead of us to be together, and you're only making things difficult for me like this. Everyone won't always forgive you. Hong Lingling slowly clenched her fists and looked at Fu Han as she said, Big brother Fu, I like you. I don't like you. Is it because of Li Chuyang? What does Li Chuyang have to do with this? You don't like me, do you like Li Chuyang instead? What are you talking about? I just don't like you, I have no feelings for you at all. Why do you always protect him then? If you don't like me, do you like in Xiaoyu or Wang Shi? Who I like is my business. You just need to know that I don't like you. Fu Han felt somewhat flustered, fearing Hong Lingling would say something shocking. After hurriedly finishing his words, he walked away, calmed down a bit. If it's not because of Li Chuyang, why can't you admit it boldly? Since you haven't made up your mind yet, Big brother Fu, let me solve this problem for you so you don't have to worry about it anymore. What did you say to Fu Han just now? And Xiaoyu saw Fu Han walking by and called out, Big brother Fu, but Fu Han didn't seem to hear her and continued walking away, his expression looking odd. She suspected it had something to do with Hong Lingling. Hong Lingling flicked her eyes and replied, I just asked Fu Han if he liked someone. And Xiaoyu immediately tensed up, curiously asking, what did Fu Han say? He didn't say anything. Surprisingly, Hong Lingling wasn't afraid of Xiaoyu anymore. Do you like Big brother Fu too? Don't talk nonsense. Hong Lingling shrugged dejectedly, saying, but I think we might both be out of luck. There's probably someone already in Fu Han's heart. Who? Who do you think Fu Han cares about more and keeps protecting? You mean? Li Chuyang. What special abilities does Li Chuyang have that we don't know about? Yet yesterday, Fu Han actually claimed that Li Chuyang saved him from a group of zombies. Do you really believe that? This is clearly a lie Fu Han fabricated to protect Li Chuyang. In the future, anyone who dares to criticize Li Chuyang or suggest he leave will be shut up by Fu Han with this excuse. If Fu Han really likes men, then neither of us has a chance. Chapter 34, She actually wants to kill me. Yesterday, they didn't bring back many sweet potatoes. After Fu Han and the others went to the village to investigate the situation of the zombies, the villagers also organized a small team to go to the forest to look for food. Lu Guoqing's family, seeing the state of the villagers, wanted to take out their food and give it to the children, but it wasn't enough. Therefore, they decided to let Lu Guoqing help the villagers. Hong Lingling then took the opportunity to ask Xiaoyu, do you want to get rid of Li Chuyang? What do you plan to do? Only by getting rid of Li Chuyang will we have a chance. She didn't want to do this, but if Li Chuyang continues to stay, there would be no possibility for her and brother Fu Han. Only by being with brother Fu Han could she ensure that she wouldn't be abandoned. As for Xiaoyu, if brother Fu Han insisted, she wouldn't mind sharing brother Fu Han with Xiaoyu. And Xiaoyu's pupils suddenly contracted, startled by Hong Lingling's words, are you thinking about? I'm doing this for our own good. If you can't do it, I will. Hong Lingling's eyes and expression turned cold, he is just a burden. Taking him along will only drag us down. Sooner or later, brother Fu Han will get into trouble because of him. You don't want to see brother Fu Han get into trouble, do you? Since brother Fu Han can't bear to make a move, let us make the decision for brother Fu Han. Seeing that she was still hesitating, Hong Lingling threw her an ace, don't you always want to know about the Xiao family? The matters concerning the Xiao family had always been a knot in Xiaoyu's heart. She really wanted to learn some information from other people, what do you know? They were all killed by Li Chuyang. It's impossible. How could Li Chuyang kill all three of them? Li Chuyang's frail body was certainly not a match for the three of them. All Li Chuyang did was to lock them outside, turning them into zombies, so he could take over all the food at home and survive on his own. Hong Lingling knew these reasons alone might not convince Xiaoyu. I don't know how Li Chuyang tricked them out, but I clearly heard Xiao Wu's family cursing Li Chuyang as an ingrate and asking him to open the door. If my mother were still alive, she could testify to it too. Our family lived in the same building as Li Chuyang. Both my mom and I couldn't last long in the house, but Li Chuyang had 4 people, yet they lasted longer than us. Moreover, Li Chuyang was the one who survived in the end. Don't you find that strange? And Xiaoyu thought of the day she met Li Chuyang and the knife he hid behind his back, why didn't you say this earlier? Isn't it because I hate you? You don't like me either, so why should I tell you? Now, I know we are on the same side, so of course, I have to let you know the true face of Li Chuyang, and that's also why I dislike Li Chuyang. My mom died mysteriously. To be honest, I still suspect it has something to do with Li Chuyang. Maybe Li Chuyang was worried that my mom and I found out his secret, so he decided to eliminate her first, and he may even be planning to get rid of me. And Xiaoyu suspected Hong Lingling was trying to deceive her. If brother Fu Han found out what they were doing, he definitely wouldn't be pleased. I don't believe what you're saying. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Just think carefully. One day you'll thank me for doing this today. Seeing He Kun wasn't around Li Chuyang, Hong Lingling quickly turned to find Li Chuyang and angrily said, we all have responsibilities for yesterday's incident, but since you saved brother Fu Han, he didn't blame you. Just now, Brother Fu Han said that both of you stayed in the forest yesterday, and he asked you to take me to help the villagers find food in the forest as a form of punishment. Brother Fu never mentioned this to me. Li Chuyang naturally didn't trust what she said. Brother Fu told me. Hong Lingling glared fiercely, pulling Li Chuyang to catch up with the villagers' team, immediately smiling amiably, let's go help. Since Hong Lingling's power wasn't lethal, Li Chuyang thought his ability was sufficient to deal with her, so he wasn't too worried and wanted to see what Hong Lingling was up to. A group of them slipped out through a side door. The villagers, having familiar routes, led them quickly disappearing into the woods. When He Kun came out of the house and found that Li Chuyang and Hong Lingling were gone, he became concerned, assuming they had gone out again looking for Fu Han. Seeing in Xiao Yu lost in thought nearby, he reluctantly asked her. They went to the forest with the villagers to look for food. And Xiao Yu became a little more alert. Even if what Hong Lingling said was true, she didn't think it should be left to Hong Lingling to deal with Li Chuyang. Instead, Brother Fu Han should see Li Chuyang's true face. I'll go with you to look for them. He Kun thought in Xiao Yu was acting strange, as though she was even more anxious than he was. However, he only wanted to find Li Chuyang quickly, so he didn't pay her any attention. Neither of them knew where exactly they had gone, so they asked a villager who knew and let him guide them. The woods at mid-afternoon were stiflingly hot, and the oppressive silence felt somewhat eerie, just like what Li Chuyang had seen yesterday. After walking for a long time, they hadn't spotted a single bird or any other animal. Hong Lingling was afraid that Li Chuyang would escape, so she still held on to his hand. Lu Guoqing turned back several times and looked at them suspiciously, wondering why their relationship had suddenly become so close. While dabbing water on her face and thanking her waterproof makeup, Hong Lingling was pondering how to find an opportunity to lose the others and make it easier to take care of Li Chuyang. The villagers led them to a spring halfway up the mountain, which was where they normally collected water from. They didn't dare drink water from other places. Around the spring, there were some wild fruits and vegetables, and the wild fruits here tasted better than the ones Li Chuyang's group had found the day before. Further up the mountain, the villagers wouldn't dare to go. In the past, someone had gone but never returned. It was rumored that there were many ferocious beasts on the mountain. If they didn't encounter Brother Fu Han and his group, the villagers would have no choice but to send people up the mountain to search for food eventually. Seeing everyone around picking fruits and collecting vegetables without paying much attention to them, Hong Lingling thought this was a good chance, so she quickly pulled Li Chuyang and ran toward the higher ground of the mountain. After running for a while, she suddenly felt something wasn't right and stopped, turning back to look at Li Chuyang. Why aren't you shouting for help? Why wasn't he scared? What are you planning to do? Hong Lingling saw no one following, so she released her grip and coldly questioned him, did my mother become a zombie because of you? If you lie to me, I'll throw you down from here. My mother becoming a zombie has nothing to do with me. Li Chuyang glanced at the steep slope and reached out to grab hold of a nearby tree. Is that really true? Hong Lingling narrowed her eyes, and her expression suddenly turned fierce, you're lying. My mother became a zombie because of you. I will tell Brother Fu Han this is your own admission. When Brother Fu Han forgets about you, I'll take your place in his heart, and Brother Fu Han will be mine. Taking his place in Brother Fu Han's heart? What kind of status did he even hold in Brother Fu Han's heart? Li Chuyang was completely confused. He thought Hong Lingling had come to avenge her mother, but how did this get mixed up with Brother Fu Han? Now you can. Chuyang. Lingling. Chuyang. Lu Guoqing's voice startled Hong Lingling. This was her first time killing anyone, she hadn't even killed a zombie before. Li Chuyang looked at the hands Hong Lingling had extended toward him, along with what she had just said, and suddenly realized why Hong Lingling had pulled him out. She intended to take the chance to kill him. He knew Hong Lingling disliked him and often bullied him. Xiao Wu used to treat him this way too. So deep down, he hadn't really cared much about it, only wanting to reach the safe zone safely without further contact. But now, Hong Lingling actually wanted to kill him. Xumei's matter couldn't all be blamed on him. Apart from that, he had done nothing to harm Hong Lingling, yet she wanted to kill him. Li Chuyang gradually lost control, activating his ability to try and manipulate Hong Lingling so that she would fall off the mountain first. If no one rescued her, she would certainly die here. Chuyang. Lingling. Is that you? Seeing Lu Guoqing had already discovered them, Hong Lingling immediately withdrew her hands, and Li Chuyang also came to his senses. However, the tense aura remained, making Hong Lingling feel suddenly uneasy inside. How could Li Chuyang, who seemed unable to harm even a fly, scare her? Relieved to see that both of them were unharmed, Lu Guoqing sighed, why did you two run over here? Li Chuyang kept his head lowered without saying anything. Hong Lingling nervously gestured with her hands, alternating between loosening them and clenching them into fists, worried that Li Chuyang might reveal her intentions and expose what she had said. We noticed a rabbit earlier and chased after it. Was there a rabbit? Lu Guoqing looked around for a circle but didn't find a single rabbit hair. Yes, we don't know where it ran off to. Let's head back. Lu Guoqing was definitely going to meddle by sticking close to them, so Hong Lingling had to abandon her plan. As long as Li Chuyang stayed quiet, he probably didn't know what she intended to do yet, right? Chuyang, are you alright? Li Chuyang shook his head without looking at Hong Lingling. Lu Guoqing felt something was off, but since Li Chuyang didn't say anything, he couldn't guess what had happened. His gaze flicked back and forth between the two of them, suddenly pausing before urging them to hurry back. He intentionally walked between the two of them, preventing Hong Lingling from having another chance to reach Li Chuyang. In front of Lu Guocheng, Hong Lingling didn't dare to make another move, instead casting uneasy glances at Li Chuyang frequently. When He Kuan and Xiao Yu arrived, Li Chuyang was asked by He Kuan if he was alright. Looking at Hong Lingling, Li Chuyang's expression remained calm as he opened his mouth to speak, "I'm fine." Hong Lingling's heart, which had been on edge, dropped with relief but immediately tensed up again, first because she wondered why Li Chuyang hadn't told He Kuan, and secondly because of Xiao Yu, she wasn't sure how to keep Xiao Yu from speaking out. Seeing that the atmosphere between the two was still strange, Lu Guocheng's suspicions were only reinforced. Considering He Kuan's impulsive nature, he thought it would be better to inform Fu Han first and let Fu Han handle the situation. Chapter 35, Forcing Him. After rejecting Hong Lingling, Fu Han didn't dare to look at Li Chuyang anymore. Every time he glanced at Li Chuyang, his heart raced uncontrollably. Hong Lingling's claim that he liked Li Chuyang left him feeling even more disoriented. In a rush, he pulled in Xiacha and the others to investigate the situation of the zombies in the village. The zombies Fu Han had lured into the forest yesterday had returned to the village and were now wandering around again. Once the four people emerged, they split into two groups. Qin Hao naturally paired with Shi Xiuyan, and the two proactively chose to go to the right side of the village. Due to previous reminders from He Kuan and Li Chuyang, Fu Han couldn't help but doubt their overly enthusiastic and proactive attitude. And Xiacha soon noticed that Fu Han was distracted. "What are you thinking about?" "Hong Lingling." "Why would I think about her?" "I mean what she did yesterday." Fu Han's abnormal behavior was unusual. This was the first time Xiacha saw him so flustered. "Something must have happened. Before we left, what did she say to you?" It seemed that since then, Fu Han had started behaving strangely. "Did you hear it too?" "No." And Xiacha shook his head with a smile, becoming even more curious. "What did she say to you?" She said she liked me." And Xiacha wasn't surprised at all. "Didn't you know that before?" "Did everyone notice?" Fu Han couldn't help but recall the day when Li Chuyang had asked him to take better care of Hong Lingling. So did Li Chuyang also know? "It's not hard to tell." And Xiacha looked at him and laughed. "You've never had a girlfriend, right?" Fu Han shook his head. The people he interacted with most were schoolmates, and he hadn't developed feelings for anyone yet. "How did you guess that?" And Xiacha didn't seem like an expert in romantic matters either. And Xiacha replied proudly, "I was quite popular at school." Suddenly tense, Fu Han clenched his fists and asked, "What else did you figure out?" "My sister has a bit of a crush on you." "Is that all?" "Wang Qian and Zhu Menglei don't like you." And Xiacha probably hadn't thought about feelings between men, and Fu Han felt relieved inside, though confused as to why he should feel this way. Could it be, as Hong Lingling had suggested, that he actually liked Li Chuyang? Fu Han glanced at Xiacha. Although he trusted Xiacha very much, this kind of matter was best discussed only after he clarified his own feelings. Seeing that Fu Han didn't intend to continue, Xiacha let the topic drop. As for Xiao Yu liking Fu Han, that was his sister's business. If there was no need, he wouldn't interfere. "Let's finish here quickly and then go find Qin Hao and Shi Xiuyan." And Xiacha thought there was still something Fu Han wanted to say. Fu Han told Xiacha what He Kuan and Li Chuyang had told him earlier. Since Xiacha was someone Fu Han trusted, sharing this information could allow Xiacha to keep an eye on Qin Hao and the others. If they're really looking for gems, the next time we find something like those, we can grab it first and take a look. It was okay if they were just interested in the gems, but Fu Han feared there might be some other sinister purpose behind their actions. "I remember Hong Lingling's bag still has quite a few diamond rings. Why don't you ask her for a few and show them to Qin Hao?" Fu Han immediately rejected this idea from Xiacha. All he wanted was to stay far away from Hong Lingling, fearing that she might say something else that would disturb his peace of mind. On Qin Hao and Shi Xiuyan's side, they hadn't encountered any evolved zombies, but they did discover something that Fu Han and Xiacha had already found. Although the zombies in the village appeared to be randomly dispersed, they always moved within certain boundaries. If the zombies were compared to radar, the range they could detect likely just covered the entire village. If their guess was correct, the zombies in this village were being controlled by an evolved zombie. This evolved zombie must have a gemstone in its head, but they still didn't know where in the village it was hiding or how strong it was. While pondering how to lure out this evolved zombie, they noticed Fu Han and Xiacha coming to find them. After telling Fu Han the results of their investigation, they concealed their suspicions. They decided to keep these guesses secret unless they needed Fu Han's help later to seize the gem. Since the village was so large, it was impossible to understand everything at once. The four people headed back. Upon returning, Fu Han realized that several people were missing. It turned out that once again the group of four had gone out. However, the order of departure was different from yesterday. Hong Lingling and Li Chuyang went out first, followed by He Kuan and Xiao Yu who went searching for them. Upon hearing that Li Chuyang had gone out with Hong Lingling, Fu Han couldn't help but start worrying about Li Chuyang. Although Hong Lingling had special abilities, neither of them could handle the zombies, and Fu Han was more concerned that Hong Lingling might bully Li Chuyang. The more Fu Han thought about it, the more worried and afraid he became, wanting to go out and look for them. Xiaocha asked for detailed information and guessed they might have followed the villagers going to the forest to look for food. He advised Fu Han to calm down a little and wait before doing anything. He also worried about Xiaoyu, but, having experienced what happened yesterday, he believed they wouldn't just run around recklessly anymore. Qin Hao also tried to persuade him a few times, not out of goodwill. In fact, he secretly rejoiced over the situation. If these 4 people didn't return, then Fu Han would lose some of his support and might end up following his and Xiao Yan's orders in the future. His hopes, however, weren't fulfilled. Not only did the 4 people come back, but everyone returned unharmed, on the surface at least. Fu Han rushed over, confirming first that Li Chuyang was alright, before turning to Hong Lingling and asking why she had taken Li Chuyang along. Seeing Li Chuyang hadn't said anything, Hong Lingling stuck to her pre-prepared response. I took him along to try and find food for everyone, to make up for what happened yesterday. I know how dangerous it is outside, so I went along with others too. Brother Fu Han, I just wanted to help everyone find something to eat. Seeing that Hong Lingling seemed genuinely well-intentioned in trying to help, the villagers chimed in a few words. Even Lu Guoqing signaled to Fu Han. Fu Han pulled Li Chuyang aside. You didn't encounter anything strange while you were out, did you? Did Hong Lingling do anything to you? Li Chuyang looked at Fu Han and shook his head. I'm fine. She didn't do anything to me. All the way back, Hong Lingling had been feeling extremely uneasy, while Li Chuyang's mind remained unusually calm. The reason Li Chuyang hadn't said anything was because he wanted to give Hong Lingling a chance, and himself one as well. If Hong Lingling still intended to harm him, he wouldn't show her any mercy. If she did anything to you, you must tell me. Hong Lingling not doing anything wasn't like her style, and Fu Han worried if she had threatened Li Chuyang into not saying anything. Big brother Fu, what's wrong with you? It's nothing. Staring into Li Chuyang's eyes, Fu Han suddenly felt his heart racing wildly again. Only then did he realize he was still holding Li Chuyang's hand. Burning with embarrassment, he quickly let go. The villagers busied themselves preparing food for the evening. After Hong Lingling finished talking with Fu Han and Li Chuyang, seeing Fu Han showed no reaction and only Li Chuyang glanced at her, she decided to help the villagers with Zhu Menglei, hoping to demonstrate her reform and win Fu Han's approval. Lu Guoqing saw Hong Lingling leave, promptly informed Zhang Yanzi, asking her to keep an eye on Hong Lingling while taking care of the 2 kids. Then he approached Fu Han to say something important. Fu Han guessed it must be related to Li Chuyang and the others. Indeed, he was right, but the content was beyond his imagination. Lu Guoqing didn't say anything up front but instead asked Fu Han, what exactly did Chuyang tell you? He told me nothing unusual happened, elder brother Lu. Did you see anything between them? Something like this isn't easy to bring up. Lu Guoqing, with his usual stern face now showing a hint of shyness, recounted the details of what he witnessed. Finally, he came to the point. From what I observed at the time, it appeared Hong Lingling wanted to force herself on Chuyang. Fu Han froze for a moment, motionless, as if he'd stopped breathing. Didn't Hong Lingling like him? She should dislike Li Chuyang the most, so why would she target him? Was elder brother Lu mistaken? The serious expression on Lu Guoqing's face left no room for jokes. Isn't Hong Lingling always trying to cling to you? But it seems like you're not interested in her, right? I suspect that since the other guys aren't easy to provoke, she set her sights on Chuyang instead. There were some things he originally didn't want to say, but since matters had come to this point, there was no need to hide them anymore. To be honest with you, before you rescued us, their mother and daughter managed to survive by using their bodies to serve those security guards. They couldn't kill zombies and were too scared to go outside looking for food. Why else would those guards keep them around as freeloaders? If I were able, I would stop Hong Lingling from bullying Chuyang like this. Fu Han didn't want to comment further. In this apocalypse, everyone might do things beyond their control. Still, he found it hard to believe that Hong Lingling could act this way towards Li Chuyang. If it were true, though, it was indeed unspeakable, something no one would readily admit. Having said all he needed to say, Lu Guoqing believed that Fu Han would certainly protect Li Chuyang, and went to find his wife. Seeing the strange look Lu Guoqing gave her, Hong Lingling worried about what he might have told Fu Han, so she immediately ran out to find him. To her surprise, Fu Han looked at her with a similarly strange expression. What had Lu Guoqing said to brother Fu Han? Although Fu Han didn't believe what Lu Guoqing had said, he still went to verify it with He Kun and Xiaoyu. These two had caught up later, and Lu Guoqing hadn't mentioned anything to them. Fu Han's questioning instead aroused He Kun's suspicion and Xiaoyu's concern. He Kun chased after him to get the full story, while Xiaoyu went to talk to Hong Lingling. Did Uncle Lu tell you something? Or did Chuyang tell you something? I've been asking Chuyang the whole way, and he kept saying nothing was wrong. If Chuyang wouldn't tell me, why should he tell you? In Chuyang's heart, he must surely consider himself more important and reliable than Fu Han. The confident tone of He Kun made Fu Han feel a bit sour inside. I don't know exactly what happened yet, but once I figure it out, I'll definitely let you know. Chapter 36, Jealousy Erupts. He Kun felt it would be more reliable if he went to ask Lu Guoqing and Li Chuyang. Lu Guoqing, upon hearing this, immediately knew what Fu Han had told him. He advised He Kun, let Fu Han handle this matter. Men all have their pride, and boys are no exception. Don't ask about it anymore, and don't ask Chuyang either. Hikuan became increasingly confused by what Lu Guoqing said. Since there was no luck here, he ran to find Li Chuyang instead. He wasn't sure what kind of relationship Uncle Lu had with Chuyang, but between him and Chuyang, there was nothing that couldn't be said. Thinking back to when they were in school, the moment he had a crush on someone, he told Li Chuyang first. He even confided his plans for how to pursue her. You even said that if I liked her too, you'd give her up for me. You remember. Hikuan laughed happily at the memory, then suddenly realized something, delightedly placing an arm around Li Chuyang's shoulder. You're much better now. In the past, you wouldn't reply to 10 things I said, but now you know how to say so much to me. Back in school, because he and Hikuan weren't similar people, Hikuan was relatively dazzling in the school environment, lively, energetic, always surrounded by people. On the other hand, he didn't want too much attention, so he rarely spoke to Hikuan. Why did you suddenly bring up this topic? There's no need to dwell on past matters. I just wanted to let you know that I considered you a good friend even back then. Now that we've both lost our families, you're my family. We can rely on each other. Whatever happens, I'll tell you, and whatever happens to you, you must tell me as well, understood? Initially, he only wanted to find out what had happened between Li Chuyang and Hong Lingling, but these words came from the heart. Thinking of his own family, Hikuan's eyes reddened momentarily. Since the end times began, he kept telling himself to stay strong and live happily. This is what his parents would have wanted. Thus, he tried not to think about those sad memories. He couldn't explain why he liked Li Chuyang so much or why he felt such a strong affinity towards him. Ever since he saw Li Chuyang for the first time at school, he decided that he wanted to become friends with him. It must be fate. Fate brought them together and allowed them to meet again in the apocalypse, allowing them to continue surviving together. This was the first time Li Chuyang had seen Hikuan's softer side. Hikuan usually wore a smile, cheerful though still capable of being temperamental. His strength hid sadness and fragility. By contrast, he appeared weak and timid, but his heart had long turned as hard as stone, untouched by what he saw. Seeing Hikuan smile, Li Chuyang thought, perhaps his heart was hard now, but in the future, there would certainly be a soft spot. I've just noticed how handsome you look when you smile. No wonder quite a few girls in class sneak glances at you. Li Chuyang's smile faded slightly, and Hikuan swallowed back his tears. Call me big brother. Just call me big brother. The smile disappeared from Li Chuyang's face, reverting to his old self who seldom spoke. Immediately sensing this, Hikuan retracted his request. We should just stick to calling each other as we used to. But in my heart, you are my little brother. If you don't reject it, consider it agreed upon, okay? Happy, Hikuan revealed his dimples and patted Li Chuyang's shoulder, saying, all right, tell big brother, tell me, what did Hong Lingling do to you? Who told you anything? Li Chuyang didn't know how many people already knew how many details, yet his demeanor remained so calm. No one told me anything. It's just that I suspect Uncle Lu and Brother Fu are hiding some facts, so I came to ask you clearly. Judging by Li Chuyang's expression, Hikuan knew something was definitely amiss. Li Chuyang looked at him and said calmly, something has indeed happened, but you have to trust me that I can handle it myself. I also have an ability, but right now, I can't fully explain what my ability truly is. You have abilities too. Excited, Hikuan nearly shouted but quickly lowered his voice, all right, when you feel ready, tell me. As his younger brother, he naturally had to indulge him. But if there's anything I can help with, you must tell me. Okay. Li Chuyang nodded. Hikuan suddenly stared intently at his face, scrutinizing closely. Li Chuyang thought something was wrong until he finally heard Hikuan say, Chuyang, I found your speaking just now rather handsome, not quite, very handsome. While the two chatted and laughed, Fu Han watching from afar felt a sourness like drinking a barrel of vinegar. They had their arms around each other, standing so close, exchanging glances without acknowledging anyone else. Fu Han was tempted to rush over and take Hikuan's hand away, but he couldn't find a proper excuse. It wasn't enough for them just to chat and laugh, they even ate and slept together. Hikuan's protective attitude towards Li Chuyang was very much like a mother hen sheltering her chick, giving no room for others to intrude. Anyone could see that their relationship had obviously changed. No one thought anything of it though, since Hikuan had always liked tagging along with Li Chuyang. Apart from Fu Han who felt jealous inside, Zhu Menglei also didn't feel good about it. Originally, the three of them were together, now it seemed she was forgotten. She had always known that Hikuan and Li Chuyang were closer, but she never expected how bad she would feel when she saw it. Afterward, Hikuan and Li Chuyang were almost inseparable. Although Li Chuyang said he could handle things himself, Hikuan still wanted to stay close by to protect him. Fu Han could not bear it anymore, so he decided to take Hikuan to investigate the situation of zombies in the village, leaving Li Chuyang behind. However, neither of them trusted leaving Li Chuyang alone, so they brought him along too. They planned to find an opportunity later to separate Hikuan and ask what had happened between them. Before leaving, he specially told Xiao Yu to keep an eye on Hong Lingling. He probably hasn't said anything to Brother Fu Han. And Xiao Yu started to believe some of the things Hong Lingling had said. Brother Fu did seem overly concerned about Li Chuyang. I'll help you cover it up only so that Brother Fu Han can see what kind of person Li Chuyang is. You must promise me not to have any intentions to harm Li Chuyang, otherwise I will tell this to brother Fu Han. Now she had leverage on Hong Lingling. Hong Lingling had no choice but to listen to her. I promise not to harm Li Chuyang again. But, what if he attacks me? You have abilities, aren't you afraid of him? What if he gets his classmates to help him? I can't beat them all. She regretted having not pushed Li Chuyang down earlier, knowing there'd be so much trouble later. I'll keep an eye on them. And Xiao Yu doubted Hong Lingling would not seek help in danger, and stop talking to her further. Right now, brother Fu Han definitely won't believe whatever we say, so we need to figure out a way for Li Chuyang to speak for himself. Let him speak for himself. He isn't stupid, why would he admit such a thing? Hong Lingling thought Xiao Yu was joking. Those words were fabricated by her to get Xiao Yu to cooperate against Li Chuyang. Her family had been trying to save themselves, they hadn't had time to care about other people's affairs back then. But for her, this turned out to be a good thing. And Xiao Yu needed her cooperation, which meant she wouldn't tell brother Fu Han about her attempt to hurt Li Chuyang in the short term. He won't admit it in front of everyone, so I want you to trick him into revealing his secrets. I'll bring brother Fu Han to secretly eavesdrop on your conversation. Only when brother Fu Han hears it from him personally will he believe what we are saying. This was the only feasible method, and Xiao Yu was sure Li Chuyang couldn't cover his tracks perfectly without any flaws. Will this work? Hong Lingling put on an act of showing worried looks. So now we need to carefully plan how to trick Li Chuyang's words out. She had to know the truth of Xiao Wu turning into a zombie from Li Chuyang. Hong Lingling never understood why Xiao Yu was so obsessed with Xiao Wu's matter. After someone turned into a zombie, what else was there to think about? When she saw her mom turn into a zombie, she only mourned for half a day before focusing on herself, who could transform into a zombie at any moment. Thinking about those who were dead wouldn't help at all. Xiao Wu is my only best friend. She didn't want to worry her brother, so she had never mentioned these words to her brother, holding them in for long. Now prompted by Hong Lingling, she couldn't help but disclose her thoughts. Xiao Wu once told me, Li Chuyang thought her family embezzled the money left for him by his parents, and in reality, he disliked them intensely. But since staying at their house was better than going to the orphanage, he had pretended to be well-behaved all along, making everyone mistakenly believe his family bullied him. If I hadn't known this, I might not have suspected anything. On first meeting, Li Chuyang seemed gentle and helpless but actually hid a knife behind his back. Discovering this, she became even more convinced that Xiao Wu turning into a zombie was not simple. Even disregarding Xiao Wu, knowing that Li Chuyang is such a hypocritical and dangerous person, I simply couldn't allow him to continue deceiving others and live peacefully among us. Hong Lingling was not interested at all in the affairs of Xiao Wu and in Xiao Yu. All she knew was that she mustn't let Fu Han's means of livelihood be taken away by Li Chuyang, so she immediately expressed her agreement with Xiao Yu's words, standing on the same side. Right, he absolutely can't stay. A person like him who is cold-hearted inside and extremely selfish never considers others, and one day, for his own benefit, he may even harm us. What Hong Lingling said was a bit too exaggerated, and Xiao Yu knew it was definitely because of Fu Han, hence, she was too lazy to argue with her. The two began to discuss how to make Li Chuyang confess, and no matter what Xiao Yu said, Hong Lingling just nodded in approval. Xiao Yu then stopped counting on her and started thinking on her own. This actually suited Hong Lingling's purpose because she had her own plan, a good plan that would kill two birds with one stone. She didn't want to keep listening to Xiao Yu anymore. Rather than worrying about Xiao Yu and Li Chuyang exposing her in front of brother Fu Han, it was better if zombies ate Li Chuyang and she could shift the blame to Xiao Yu. She had done this before by pushing Li Chuyang into the zombie crowd. It was easier than doing it herself and she wouldn't have to worry about being afraid and unable to take action. Chapter 37, The Person to Trust. Afterwards, Fu Han noticed He Kun still closely following Li Chuyang, so he asked Xiaza to drag He Kun away. He Kun struggled a few times but was no match for Xiaza. Xiaza was half a head taller than him and held him by the collar, forcing He Kun to follow Xiaza towards the other side as he watched Fu Han and Li Chuyang moving further and further away from him. Was it Fu Han who told you to drag me away? What does he want to do with Chuyang? After managing to stop his steps, He Kun immediately questioned Xiaza. Xiaza, he has something to say to Li Chuyang. Can't that be said in front of us? Chuyang would tell me everything. Is that so? Then did he tell you what happened yesterday? This. He Kun was suddenly speechless, unable to find any good excuse. Instead, he suddenly thought of Xiao Yu and immediately yelled, if there's anything to ask, you should go ask your sister. Who knows what idea your sister and Hong Lingling had to bully Chuyang? Did something happen yesterday involve Xiao Yu? He noticed over the past 2 days that the atmosphere between Xiao Yu and Hong Lingling was somewhat strange, but he assumed Xiao Yu was still upset about Hong Lingling luring the zombies that day. Since Xiao Yu didn't like Hong Lingling, he naturally thought Xiao Yu wouldn't collaborate with Hong Lingling. What do you know? It was your sister who told me where Hong Lingling and Chuyang went yesterday. Although I didn't get much out of her, your sister must know something. I've also confirmed, Hong Lingling spoke with your sister before she took Chuyang out yesterday. Just like Hong Lingling, and Xiao Yu didn't seem to like Chuyang, but He Kun never probed too deeply into this. If you don't like us, just say it outright and let us leave. There's no need for such treachery behind our backs. Hong Lingling was unmanageable, but Xiaoyu was Xiaoza's sister, and Xiaoza should properly manage her, right? Fortunately, nothing happened to Chuyang, otherwise, he wouldn't let it slide so easily. If it really has anything to do with Xiaoyu, I will apologize on her behalf. He Kun didn't expect Xiaoza to be so reasonable and momentarily forgot to rein in his tone. What use is your apology? It wasn't you who did it. If anyone is apologizing, let your sister apologize to Chuyang. He didn't mean anything else, he just wanted Xiaoyu to admit her mistake and not bother Chuyang again in the future. After we figure things out, if it's her fault, I will definitely make her apologize. Regarding other matters, he wouldn't interfere too much, but if it involves mistakes by Xiaoyu, Xiaoza felt that this was something he absolutely needed to address. Even at the end of the world, he wouldn't allow Xiaoyu to take the wrong path. He Kun showed an expression of, this is more like it, temporarily forgetting about Li Chuyang and started investigating the village conditions within Xiaoza. Xiaoza came out yesterday and already had an initial grasp of the village situation, and today he intended to explore the interior. The two found a house nearby and discovered only one zombie in the yard, so they climbed the wall together, with Xiaoza taking control of the zombie first. The zombie struggled and emitted some growls. He Kun pulled out his knife to finish it off when another zombie suddenly burst through a slightly ajar door and lunged at him with its claws. Xiaoza managed to entangle the zombie's legs with vines in time, stopping it before it reached He Kun. He Kun caught his breath, hearing Xiaoza shouting at him, and hastily retreated. They had all witnessed the strength of the zombies here before and knew the vines couldn't hold them for long. Seeing Xiaoza struggling to control both zombies simultaneously, He Kun decided to have him focus on the zombie in front while he handled the one rushing out of the room. Fortunately, there were no other zombies in the house, nor did they disturb the zombies deeper within the village, otherwise, they'd have lost their lives today. With a firm grip on his blade, He Kun gave Xiaoza a nod after preparing himself. Xiaoza then released one of the zombies. The zombie glanced at He Kun, looked at its still-bound comrade, and charged towards Xiaoza instead. Seeing this, He Kun swiftly dashed forward with the wind assisting him, directly piercing through the zombie's shoulder. The zombie turned around with a fierce look, its murky eyes fixed on him as it roared, unleashing all its power in an instant and knocked He Kun down. Dizzy from the impact, He Kun dropped his knife on the ground. As Xiaoza prepared to save him, a violent gust of wind abruptly blew away the zombie before him. The zombie merely stepped back a few steps, completely unharmed. After slacking off for a few days, He Kun regained his fighting spirit. He told Xiaoza not to intervene, picked up the knife on the ground, made some adjustments, and attacked the zombie again. Man and zombie exchanged blows fiercely. With his wind ability, He Kun was abnormally agile, the zombie could hardly touch him, while he left quite a few wounds on the zombie's back and limbs. However, zombies don't feel pain, their strength seemingly endless. He Kun knew he couldn't drag it on any longer, so with swift precision, he chopped off one of the zombie's hands. The zombie whose hand had been severed became completely enraged and even more ferocious. Xiaoza had already dealt with the other zombie, making this a good opportunity to train He Kun, which both he and He Kun were aware of. Hence, Xiaoza refrained from intervening. Their abilities, one weakened the zombies and the other enhanced oneself, though they both faced issues of insufficient killing power similar to Hong Lingling's water ability. But relatively speaking, Xiaoza's ability had a slight advantage. After Xiaoza controlled a zombie, he could usually kill it before it broke free from his control. On the other hand, He Kun's ability only caused minor inconveniences to the zombies, previously used mostly for escape rather than combat. If his martial skills were strong enough and complemented by his ability, dealing with zombies would be simple. Fu Han had guessed that zombies were continuously evolving, a thought Xiaoza had been pondering over. According to the current speed of evolution of zombies, their ability enhancement simply couldn't keep up. Moreover, their abilities would only grow stronger if they were used frequently. Fu Han, Qin Hao, and Shi Shuyan's abilities held up well in zombie battles, which is why theirs improved fastest among them. On the contrary, the rest of the group fell further behind. Xiaoza considered if there was a way to resolve this issue. Looking at He Kun now, he felt like he might have found the answer. To grow stronger, everyone must face zombies on their own without being constantly protected because of weaker bodies or powers. Even Xiaoyu and Hong Lingling included must undergo training, finding their methods to deal with zombies whether by physical means or through abilities. He Kun drove his blade straight into the zombie's head, then collapsed onto the ground with the creature. Xiaoza checked on him and realized he was just too exhausted, so he sighed in relief, saying, "Take a break, I'll check out inside." Inside, there were indeed no other zombies. Observing through the window, Xiaoza noticed there were only 2 zombies ahead of the house, one still across the yard. He also found several cured pieces of meat inside, the smell indicating they hadn't gone bad, hanging untouched on the wall. Though the unripe oranges on the orange tree in the yard had been destroyed by the zombies, the preserved pork had been spared. After resting, He Kun entered and saw the cured meat, his eyes lighting up immediately, longing to stuff it into his mouth right away. "Can we eat this?" Xiaoza looked at his excited expression, slightly curling his lips but shook his head. "We're not sure yet, let's take it back first. It must be boiled thoroughly before eating." "Are these all we've got?" He Kun suddenly scratched his head with concern. This amount of meat would barely give each person a bite. Swallowing hard, he said, how about we eat here first and then go back? There wouldn't be enough for everyone anyway, it's better for us few to eat full. As expected, he didn't forget about Li Chuyang. And Xiaza asked him, can you eat it in peace? Don't we need to find something to test if it's edible? Then let's look around in other houses to see if we can find more. Let's try the house opposite. They lured the zombies along the way inside and found there was only one in the yard, as before, each handling one respectively. Despite sweating profusely and being extremely tired, their moods were incredibly cheerful. It also felt easier than before, thus Xiaza became even more certain that his thoughts were correct. Part of the items inside the house were damaged, but after tidying up, they could be used for living in. Fresh foods like vegetables and fruits planted in the yard had all been ruined, and they continued to only find some preserved meats. In the next house within their sight, there were 2 zombies present plus those roaming along the way. It was unknown how many were indoors. And Xiaza stopped Tikuan who had gotten overly excited, saying, this much meat will do, let's come back tomorrow. If we find out it's not edible, wouldn't we have wasted our efforts? A bucket of cold water poured down on him, cooling Tikuan significantly. Looking at the meat in his hands, he stared wide-eyed at Xiaza and exclaimed, it definitely can be eaten. On the way back, Tikuan was already looking forward to showing their spoils of war to Li Chuyang. Fu Han had been hesitant about getting too close to the village and finally blurted out, why has your relationship with Tikuan suddenly become so good? Are you just classmates? He is, someone I can trust. This simple sentence was actually a very high commendation. After all, in this apocalypse world, people wouldn't easily trust others. Fu Han wanted to tell Li Chuyang that he could also be trusted, but thought it would sound hollow. He needed to prove it through actions, and was afraid that Li Chuyang might overthink it. One day, I will also become someone you can trust. Lu brother told me a little bit about what happened yesterday. What did he say? Li Chuyang thought for a moment. Lu Guoqing shouldn't have seen anything. He said Hong Lingling took you out yesterday because she wanted to, do that kind of thing to you. Fu Han's ears turned a bit red, it was hard to tell under such a bright sun if it was due to heat or shyness. You can tell me the truth. I promise I won't tell anyone, and I will never let Hong Lingling touch you again. Li Chuyang hesitated for a moment before understanding what Fu Han meant by, that kind of thing. Feeling embarrassed, he looked away and said. She wanted you, not me. How could Hong Lingling possibly want to do that to me when she hates me so much? If she wants to do it, it would be to you. Chapter 38, The Shao Family's Affairs. Li Chuyang didn't want the misunderstanding to continue, so he told Fu Han, Hong Lingling just asked me to stay away from you and said that you are hers. Seeing Li Chuyang's reaction, Fu Han knew that it was Lu Guoqing who had misunderstood. Feeling embarrassed, upon hearing Li Chuyang's words, Fu Han quickly explained his relationship with Hong Lingling. She did say she liked me, but I rejected her. There's no connection between her and me. You don't have to listen to her or avoid me. I will talk to Hong Lingling again properly. What if she refuses to give up? Li Chuyang probed at Fu Han. Fu Han, distressed, scratched his head, realizing that Hong Lingling's ability to cling was indeed quite troublesome. Although I can't control whom she likes, if she therefore goes on to hurt others, I will warn her. If necessary, I will ask her to leave. Hong Lingling was probably not someone who could be easily gotten rid of. He could actually understand Hong Lingling's behavior. After all, his previous thoughts were also like Hong Lingling's. Fu Han is good-natured and has the ability to protect them. Naturally, anyone would want to stay by Fu Han's side. After clarifying this matter, Fu Han still wanted to ask about the issues between Tikuan and him but didn't know how to approach it appropriately. And after reconsidering, the two of them had merely been closer these past couple of days, one couldn't jump to conclusions based on this. Therefore, he decided to handle the issues regarding Hong Lingling and the zombies first. Fu Han brought Li Chuyang out only to find out about the situation between him and Hong Lingling. He did not intend to put him in real danger, so they turned back soon afterward to meet up with Xiaza and the others. Upon seeing Li Chuyang, Tikuan enthusiastically waved the cured meat in his hand and couldn't wait to share it with Li Chuyang. But, distracted momentarily, he accidentally fell into the ditch. The 3 people simultaneously reached out to grab him. The nearby Xiaza pulled him up instantly, looking at his face full of mud, and couldn't help but laugh. After returning, whether villagers or other people, everyone who saw them bring back the cured meat looked at it with a greedy gleam in their eyes. Some of the villagers had previously taken back cured meat from the village and knew it could be eaten, so there was no need to test it again. They immediately took it to the kitchen for cooking. Over these 2 days, all the water everyone used was provided by Hong Lingling as she was like a human water well. Tikuan, covered in mud after his fall, wanted to clean himself properly but was unwilling to ask Hong Lingling. While Fu Han went to talk to Hong Lingling, he mentioned the water issue at the same time. I won't interfere with whom you like, so I hope you won't interfere with me either. I won't end up liking you just because you don't allow others to interact with me. Rather than wasting time on me, you'd better go like someone else. Brother Fu Han. As for the issue of water for everyone, since you have this capability, I hope you willingly help others. Of course, you can choose not to do it, letting everyone dislike you. But I get tired too, Brother Fu Han, don't you feel sorry for me? Hong Lingling blinked her eyes, coquettishly looking at Fu Han. What have they ever given me? Why should I give them water for nothing? And anyway, Hong Lingling added, I've already given them water in your consideration. You can tell everyone when you're tired, or take a rest. We are a group now, and we should help each other. No matter what, I'm just not willing, Hong Lingling pouted at Fu Han. Since you asked me to do it, brother Fu Han, I will give them water in the future. She stretched her hand to pull Fu Han's hand, but he dodged her. Brother Fu Han. Do you think I have any flaws? I promise I will only fully dedicate myself to you. I just don't like you. Stop doing this later, it gives off a wrong impression. Afraid that she might try to stick to him again, Fu Han quickly went to find Enshiaza. Enraged, Hong Lingling stamped her feet and unhappily got water for Hikuan. Seeing this as a good opportunity, and Xiao Yu pulled her aside and discussed quietly, in a while, I'll take Li Qiang to the back, then I'll find an excuse to leave to bring brother Fu Han over. Then you go interrogate him. Okay. And Xiao Yu pretended to look for clothes for Hikuan, tricking Li Qiang to the room behind, and after taking some clothes out, claimed to have something urgent and left Li Qiang alone. Hong Lingling, having observed that no one was around after Xiao Yu came out, waited for a bit before going in. Seeing it was her, Li Qiang immediately became alert. Why wouldn't Xiao Yu help Hong Lingling? Didn't she dislike Hong Lingling? Why didn't you reveal what happened yesterday? Is it because you harmed my mother, so you feel guilty? If Li Qiang admitted this, brother Fu Han would surely dislike him too. Why aren't you answering? Hong Lingling approached step by step, while Li Qiang slowly retreated into the corner of the room. Feeling that Xiao Yu had almost brought Fu Han over, she started asking the questions that Xiao Yu asked her to ask. Your aunt and others, did you harm them too? Who else do you plan to harm? Do you want to team up with your classmate to steal all our stuff and then head off to the safe zone on your own? What is your plan with your classmate? And Xiao Yu was leading Fu Han over, not having a chance yet to explain the situation clearly, but Fu Han heard Hong Lingling's voice from inside along with Li Qiang's, so he rushed in immediately. Li Qiang took the opportunity to slump down into a sitting position. Brother Fu Han. Hong Lingling looked at Xiao Yu in confusion, unsure what was going on. Ah. Fu Han shoved Hong Lingling aside and went over to help Li Qiang up, glaring angrily at her. What do you plan to do to Li Qiang? Brother Fu Han, you've misunderstood me. Hong Lingling stood up quickly after falling, clutching her broken arm. I didn't intend to do anything to him. I saw it with my own eyes. Fu Han glanced back briefly at Li Qiang to quietly ask if he was okay. Brother Fu Han, I didn't. Hong Lingling, despite trying to clear her name, was rendered speechless with both anger and hurt tears in her eyes. Seeing Fu Han so mad, she pointed a finger towards Xiao Yu and hastily said, it's her. She made me come here to ask Li Qiang some things. This was all done at her bidding. She tricked Li Qiang here. If you don't believe me, you can ask Li Qiang. Li Qiang, tell brother Fu Han that Xiao Yu tricked you here, it wasn't me. Under Fu Han's gaze, Li Qiang simply nodded at Xiao Yu. It was me who deceived him, and Xiao Yu admitted candidly, glancing calmly at Hong Lingling, realizing this woman couldn't be relied upon. All I wanted was for Hong Lingling to ask him about Xiao Wu. And Xiao Yu recounted everything Xiao Wu had told her as well as what Hong Lingling had disclosed to her. When she intended to also bring up Li Qiang hiding his knife and the time when there was an issue with the water she gave back to Hong Lingling, almost turning Hong Lingling into a zombie, Hikuan interrupted her. And Enshiaza and Hikuan arrived later, and when Hikuan heard her talk about Li Qiang's family, he didn't rush in right away but waited until she finished speaking before interrupting. There's no way. If it was really the case, it would be his aunt who chased him out of their house. Hikuan walked over excitedly to Li Qiang, gripping his hand tightly. Li Qiang doesn't talk much at school, but there's a classmate who lives upstairs from him. Do you know what that classmate says about him? He mentioned how Li Qiang gets scolded every day at home. All the household chores are done by him, and his aunt's family never treats him like a person. In school, I only see him wear his school uniform, for years not a single pair of new shoes. His parents died in an accident, leaving behind no money at all. Hence, it's impossible for him to hate his aunt's family because of that. On the contrary, it's his aunt's family that sees him as a burden and wants to send him to an orphanage, fearing that they'll bear more responsibility due to him. He doesn't dare to dislike them at all. Li Qiang talks mostly to me in school, but I've never heard him say a bad word about his aunt or family members. You can go and ask Qin how about these matters, he knows as well. Due to this, combined with Li Qiang's quiet nature which distanced him from social circles and his consistently solid middle to upper academic performance which often earned teachers' praise, no one at school likes hanging around with him. Li Qiang never complained to teachers or classmates either, which makes other students target him frequently to vent frustration and play tricks on him whenever they get the chance. Hikuan has been sticking by Li Qiang's side simply because he can't stand watching others bully him in school. There was no need to check with Qin Hao and others what Hikuan said, since Hikuan dared to say it, it must be true. And Xiao Yu felt quite shocked. What Hikuan revealed meant Xiao Wu had lied to her, and everything Hong Lingling said was false. Moreover, the various suspicions and accusations she harbored against Li Qiang filled her with a great sense of shame. Unable to control her emotions, and Xiao Yu ran out in distress. And Enshiaza exchanged a glance with Fu Han and cautiously followed her outside. Once He Kun calmed down somewhat, seeing Li Chuyang's face remain stoic and unreadable, though unable to determine whether he was angry, he realized Li Chuyang didn't want such things being known publicly. Chuyang, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say those things, I just didn't want you to be misunderstood. Looking at him, Li Chuyang shook his head slightly, signaling he was fine. These matters were something he had grown accustomed to, and now that his relatives had passed away, he wouldn't dwell on them anymore. Knowing comforting words wouldn't reach Li Chuyang, He Kun turned sharply to Hong Lingling, don't think I won't dare to touch you just because you're a woman. You've gone too far. What enmity does Chuyang have with you that you'd slander him like this behind his back? I didn't do it, it was Xiaoyu who framed me. I didn't say those things to her, she said them to me. No one believed her words anymore, and Fu Han's gaze toward her was filled with utter disappointment, as if he had already given up on her. Hong Lingling began to panic, fearing that Fu Han would no longer take her to the safe zone. Her tears flowed like an open faucet. Brother Fu Han, I was scared you'd be taken away by Li Chuyang, so I agreed to Xiaoyu's plan. I won't do it again in the future, and I'll follow your every word. I promise not to harm Li Chuyang anymore, I won't harm anyone at all. Whatever you want me to do, I'll do it, and whatever you forbid, I won't dare to. Hong Lingling stretched out her right hand, making a gesture of taking an oath. He Kun didn't want to hear her excuses or lies, giving Fu Han a look meaning, you deal with her, then he pulled Li Chuyang away. You should reflect on your actions yourself. Fu Han's heart hadn't calmed down either. Chapter 39, I forgive you. Brother, why do you think she lied to me? I don't know. And Xiaxia shook his head and consoled her by saying, she's gone now. Now that you know the truth, it's time to let it go. But and Xiaoyu slightly turned her head, unsure of how to face others, especially Li Chuyang. You've realized that you were wrong. Go apologize to Li Chuyang, I believe he will forgive you. And Xiaxia also asked her about her plans with Hong Lingling. Knowing they did have a plan, he advised her to explain everything clearly and reminded her to keep her distance from Hong Lingling. You've seen what kind of person she is, haven't you? Brother, are you not mad at me? I'm just worried you'll be corrupted by her. And Xiaxia reached out to touch her head. In the future, if you want to do something, you can always discuss it with your brother first. Alright, tidy up and I'll go with you to find Li Chuyang. Brother. Do you think Fu Han will dislike me now? As for your relationship with him, I won't interfere. And Xiaxia hesitated as he looked at her but couldn't help giving her a reminder, if things don't work out with Fu Han, you should mentally prepare yourself and not be too heartbroken. Did Fu Han say anything to you? I only look away, not wanting to make you more upset now, he said, I just feel, he probably doesn't care about you. Didn't he tell you who he likes? He only told me he didn't like Hong Lingling. And Xiaoyu couldn't help feeling secretly pleased and muttered softly, then I still have a chance. What are you thinking? Hurry up and wash your face, or there won't be any meat left later. By the time they arrived, the meat was already on the table, and everyone had been given their portions, so no one would miss out. There were fewer people on their side, but since their group brought the meat back and would be responsible for dealing with the zombies in the village, they received a larger share. The villagers were eating in the other two houses, leaving this small house specifically for them. There were only 2 small tables here which weren't enough to seat everyone, so the Lu family proactively joined the villagers to eat together. Over these past few days, the Lu family had gotten familiar with the villagers here, especially Lu Xian and Lu Ting. Although the food and lodging weren't great, being able to stay with peers made them talk and smile more often. Hong Lingling only dared to come out when she was sure no one else was around. Her makeup was smudged all over her face, but she paid no attention to it. What she worried most about was whether Fu Han would kick her out. She stood hesitantly at the door, debating whether to wait until Fu Han calmed down before seeing him. Hey, you're injured. Qin Hao saw her standing there lost in thought with a blood mark on her arm and wanted to tease her. But upon approaching her and noticing her tear-streaked face and troubled expression, he realized something serious must have happened. What's going on? Who did you offend again? Hong Lingling wiped her face twice and glared at him. What does it matter to you? I'm just showing concern for you. Qin Hao glanced inside briefly and then lowered his voice, isn't it related to Fu Han? I've warned you many times, and now you're getting hurt. Haven't you considered my buddy at all? Qin Hao. A familiar voice called out from behind. Qin Hao immediately distanced himself from Hong Lingling, forcing a smile while hastily explaining to Wang Jianxian, I was just joking around with her. Meanwhile, he cautiously observed Shi Xiuyan's reaction and relaxed when he noticed no anger. Let's go in. Hong Lingling was extremely irritated, clenching her fists but not daring to explode right now since all 3 of them were present, and obviously, the people inside wouldn't protect her. Outraged, she decided to leave but ran into Xiaoyu and Xiaxia instead. Xiaoyu didn't say anything, but her glare toward Hong Lingling revealed intense anger. It was her own fault for partnering with someone like Hong Lingling. Feeling very guilty, Hong Lingling feared both siblings acting together against her and quickly fled. They ignored her and continued moving inside. Seeing everyone present, Xiaoyu began to hesitate and fear again, brother, what if Li Chuyang refuses to forgive me? He shouldn't be the type to hold grudges. He Kun will definitely speak about it. And Xiaozhi placed his hand on her shoulder encouragingly, your brother will help you. In fact, there's another thing about Li Chuyang that I haven't told you. Do you remember the time when Hong Lingling awakened her ESP? There was something wrong with the water Hong Lingling drank. She originally intended to give that bottle of water to Li Chuyang, but Li Chuyang secretly put it back in her bag, which resulted in Hong Lingling drinking it by mistake. And during our visit to Li Chuyang's house, he hid a knife behind his back. Xiao Wu's incident really was her misunderstanding of Li Chuyang, but she personally witnessed these two events. From this alone, it was clear that Li Chuyang wasn't the simply innocent and weak person he seemed on the surface. And Xiaozhi thought for a moment and said, holding a knife was just for self-protection. You saw the situation at the time, if we hadn't shown up, who knows what that security guard would have done to him. After knowing why we were there, he didn't harm us, did he? Regarding the water issue, if Hong Lingling didn't want to harm him, she wouldn't have ended up in trouble herself. Everything Li Chuyang has done was for self-protection, he hasn't done anything wrong. Think about whether throughout everything, he has ever actively harmed anyone or acted against us. So, is it me thinking too poorly of him? You just had bias against him because of Xiao Wu. Now that you've figured things out, do you still think these are issues? And Xiao Yu shook her head, if I were in his position, would definitely have done the same. He is just more intelligent and knows how to protect himself. Seeing that she had come to understand, and Xiaozhi also felt relieved, let's go inside now. Qin Hao still didn't know what had happened and waited anxiously inside for some drama. Seeing Xiao Yu approach, He Kun instinctively stepped forward to shield Li Chuyang. Fu Han was somewhat nervous but seeing Xiaozhi right beside Xiao Yu, he chose to trust them. And Xiao Yu ignored He Kun and sincerely apologized to Li Chuyang, I wrongly accused you and kept suspecting you. I won't anymore. Can you forgive me? Or is there something I need to do to make amends? Li Chuyang looked up at her, blinked, and said, I forgive you. Actually, he didn't care much about Xiao Yu's attitude towards him, being able to eliminate an enemy who might harm him was what he wanted. Since his forgiveness came so easily, people found it hard to believe at first. After waiting for a while and seeing no reaction from Li Chuyang, everyone believed his words. And Xiaozhi pulled Xiao Yu down to sit, noticing He Kun murmuring something to Li Chuyang in front of him, it was asking why Li Chuyang forgave Xiao Yu so easily. Li Chuyang explained, we all will go to the safety zone later. There's no need to create any unpleasantness. As long as she doesn't hold any animosity toward me from now on, it will be fine. You're just not good at holding grudges. He Kun glanced at Xiao Yu, although Chuyang had forgiven her, he didn't forgive her. He then immediately remembered Hong Lingling and said to Li Chuyang, you can't forgive Hong Lingling so easily. Yeah, I don't wish to associate with her either. He Kun then felt reassured. Hong Lingling had been pretty well behaved over the past few days, and even dared not approach Fu Han. She only stood far away observing him, hoping Fu Han could assign her some tasks, but she found no one paying attention to her, everyone acted as though she didn't exist except Qin Hao who occasionally teased her. Without providing water on purpose, villagers gathered the courage to find her, but she ignored them wanting to wait for Fu Han to show up. When Fu Han mentioned going up the mountain with the villagers to fetch water, she quickly complied. Full of grievances and anger but having nowhere to vent, she shouted loudly and gave commands to Zhu Menglei and the Lu family, attempting to cover her inner panic and fear this way. He Kun did contemplate finding a chance to teach her a lesson, but Li Chuyang stopped him. After tasting the meat once, it made people crave more. He Kun regretted that they couldn't access the large cold storage of seafood and meat in the hotel. Since he couldn't deal with Hong Lingling, he focused on trying to find some more meat to eat in the village. This time, Xiao Yu went with them, leaving Zhu Menglei in the care of the Lu family. Qin Hao and others wanted to join too, but Fu Han hoped he and Shi Shiyan could prepare well for tomorrow's battle against the zombies, so he let Wang Qian follow along to prevent Fu Han's group from concealing anything from them. Naturally, Qin Hao was uneasy, but Shi Shiyan trusted that Fu Han's group would protect Wang Qian if any danger arose. After thoroughly investigating visible areas outside, Fu Han decided it was time for them to act together and hoped to explore some deeper parts of the village. Upon reaching the previous house, after climbing over the wall, they discovered 2 new zombies on guard again. Before He Kun could act impulsively like last time, Xiaozhi stopped him. Xiaozhi had previously discussed with Fu Han the idea of using zombies to train everyone's skills and ESP, Fu Han agreed, so these 2 zombies were handed over to the others. One was given to Xiao Yu, and the other Xiaozhi wanted Li Chuyang to try, while Fu Han considered Wang Qian. He Kun was the first to jump out and refuse. Knowing that Xiaozhi meant well, he firmly insisted that he would protect Li Chuyang. Naturally, Fu Han also disagreed in his heart, having the same thought as He Kun, but he didn't say it aloud. Instead, he persuaded Xiaozhi, the zombies here are too strong. Let's find another chance to train him later. Right now, he doesn't know anything, so after we go back, I will teach him first. Xiao Yu looked at Fu Han and then remembered what Hong Lingling said about Fu Han liking Li Chuyang. Let me give it a try. Li Chuyang knew that his body had not become stronger just because he awakened his ESP, which also made him doubt what his ability really was and why it seemed so different from others. He had been wanting to see if he could handle a zombie without using his ability. Now that Enshiaja brought it up, he readily agreed, not wanting others to think he lacked ambition and merely relied on their protection. Chapter 40, The Greatest Threat. Enshiayu led a zombie to play on one side, and only Enshiaja was watching her. Everyone else was staring at Li Chuyang. Fu Han handed his knife to Li Chuyang and briefly explained a few key points about dealing with zombies. Li Chuyang had previously observed how they killed zombies, so he already knew these things. However, he was worried that his strength might be insufficient. After Li Chuyang prepared himself, Enshiaja released control over the zombie. Fu Han and Hikuan stood on either side of Li Chuyang, ready to help at any moment. The freed zombie immediately focused on Li Chuyang, who was closest to it. Gripping the knife, Li Chuyang instinctively thought about using his abilities but restrained himself since this was for practice. By the time he realized this, the zombie had already rushed toward him, leaving him no choice but to keep running, without any time to consider how to strike. Both Fu Han and Hikuan refrained from stepping in. Meanwhile, Enshiayu, under Enshiaja's guidance, had already managed to disable the zombie's arm with her baseball bat, now considering how to smash its brain. Hikuan couldn't help but teach Li Chuyang to circle around the zombie. Since a zombie's brain doesn't function well, obstacles often slow them down. Li Chuyang ran towards an orange tree in the yard, causing the zombie to collide with it. He circled between two trees to evade the zombie. Once again, the zombie smashed into a tree, giving Li Chuyang a chance to stab its chest with the knife. Initially, he aimed for the zombie's head, but it was too tall for him to reach. He almost used all his strength, yet only managed to pierce the tip of the blade into it. To the zombie, it felt like a mere scratch, showing absolutely no reaction. Not only was Li Chuyang disappointed in himself, but Fu Han and Hikuan, full of expectations, were also stunned. This performance was far from what they expected. Wang Qian looked away, once believing there was some hope, but now clearly considered this merely a waste of time. She went inside the house to observe the situation outside. Li Chuyang hesitated, unsure whether he should continue or not. Before he made up his mind, the zombie lunged at him. Hikuan quickly blew the zombie away while Fu Han rushed forward, protecting Li Chuyang behind him. A fireball hit the zombie's head, pushing it back several steps. The zombie's head immediately caught fire, and it flailed its arms, stumbling around until it finally collapsed. Meanwhile, Enshiayu successfully smashed the zombie's skull with one swing of her bat. Exhausted and drenched in sweat, she leaned against the wall to catch her breath. Watching Fu Han comforting Li Chuyang nearby filled her with bitterness. Even if you can't kill zombies, I will protect you. Fu Han still believed that Li Chuyang should take it step by step. I'll teach you slowly. Eventually, you will be able to kill zombies as well. Li Chuyang had known their physical conditions varied significantly. Therefore, he felt only slightly disheartened, as everyone would wish to become stronger. He returned the knife to Fu Han, who let him keep it for self-defense. After consulting with Enshiaja agreed that it was indeed difficult for Li Chuyang, acknowledging the disparity in starting points shouldn't be rushed. Besides Li Chuyang and Zhu Menglei who lacked abilities and required special care, Enshiaja was concerned about one more person. What are you planning to do with Hong Lingling? If Hong Lingling continued to follow along, being someone with special abilities, she also needed to be trained to handle zombies herself. I'll talk to her. Fu Han hoped she could learn to defend herself, then Hong Lingling wouldn't need to stay beside him all the time. Even if Hong Lingling eventually left, Fu Han wouldn't feel overly guilty. The house across had been searched by Enshiaja and Hikuan before, so their target this time was a few houses beside it. Clearing out the corner of the zombies would be a significant achievement. Enshiayu had almost exhausted all her strength dealing with the zombie earlier. After resting for a while, she recovered quite well, another benefit of having a strengthened body. They became less prone to illness or injury, and even if injured, they recovered faster than ordinary people. Previously, when Hong Lingling was severely injured by Qin Hao, she rested for a day or two and fully recovered. After clearing out the zombies in two houses, they found very little edible food but noticed many zombies gathered around a house in the village. As they moved further away from the house, the number of zombies decreased. The house was located to the right rear side of the village. With 3 floors including the rooftop, it seemed relatively new. There was an enormous backyard, and a small ditch outside the yard connected directly to a pond at the front of the village. This raised suspicion among them that perhaps something was inside the house. After discussion, they decided to go to the roof of the neighboring house to observe the surrounding area of the house. Everything was going very smoothly. The closer they got to the house, the lighter everyone moved, not attracting any zombies. Although the neighboring house wasn't as tall as this one, standing on its rooftop was sufficient for them to clearly see the situation inside and around the main house. Behind the house, there was a smaller one that looked like a kitchen, and the remaining space was filled with vegetable patches that had been destroyed by zombies. Even the 2 pomelo trees in the corner had been knocked down. There were more zombies in the yard than in front of the house. While it was unclear how many were inside the house itself, some could be seen on the first and second floors. The difference was that the zombies on the second floor were wandering back and forth, while those on the first floor stood in the hall facing the main door, as if guarding something. From their vantage point on the rooftop, they couldn't see what was inside the hall. They would need to get to the front of the house to look directly. Wang Qian recalled what Qin Hao and Shi Shiyan had told her and guessed there might likely be an advanced zombie controlling all the zombies in the village. With so many zombies around here, relying only on cousin He Kuan and Qin Hao wouldn't be enough. Fu Han and the others needed to step in too. Li Chuyang also thought about this possibility. Among the visible zombies, he hadn't noticed any with energy stones in their brains. However, his attention suddenly shifted to two zombies at the entrance of the hall. A strange sensation emerged, like there was something controlling them, keeping them submissive and diligent in guarding duties. It felt as if they were under someone's command. The feeling passed as quickly as it came, as though it were just his imagination. Should we check out over there? He Kuan pointed toward the opposite house. Everyone shared the same curiosity. Moreover, if the zombies were indeed guarding something inside the house, then their plan to lure the zombies out wouldn't work. They circled around and approached the neighboring house. They realized that there were also quite a few zombies inside this house, making climbing over the wall risky and prone to alerting nearby zombies. However, the houses around had similar styles, 3 stories including the rooftop, with no railings, and only about a meter's distance between the rooftops. Jumping across was entirely doable for Fu Han and the others, except for Li Chuyang, who wouldn't make it alone. Fu Han hesitated but dared not risk carrying Li Chuyang over. Instead, He Kuan stayed behind intentionally, asking Li Chuyang to hug him tightly. Then, using his abilities, he grabbed Li Chuyang's shoulder and leaped across with the wind aiding them both. When Fu Han intended to ask Li Chuyang to stay and watch them jump safely, He Kuan already carried him over again. Approaching cautiously towards the edge of the roof, the view of the first floor of the opposite house slowly unfolded before them. In the middle of the hall table sat a dark-skinned, powerfully built zombie resting. Dressed in a deep blue short-sleeved vest, half of its arms were exposed, displaying muscle lines as though they were painted on. It looked incredibly strong. Before even fully comprehending the scene, the zombie suddenly opened its eyes. Unlike typical zombies whose gazes are hazy, this one's eyes gleamed sharply, making it even more intimidating than the one they had encountered at the Chiming Grand Hotel. Before they could react, all the zombies surrounding the house began moving, rushing toward their location, including the one from the hall that leapt off the table and walked steadily toward them, causing other zombies to automatically move out of its way. Let's go. Not only did they know they couldn't handle so many zombies, but that single one seemed capable of killing them all. In the confusion, He Kuan nearly failed to bring Li Chuyang along when jumping over but was fortunately pulled up by Enshiaja who reached out in time. Chuyang, I'm sorry, you're okay. He Kuan hastily apologized, while Fu Han jumped over and said, talk later. Grabbing Li Chuyang's hand, he rushed downstairs, leaving no room for delay. After climbing over the walls, they bolted straight out of the village. The zombies didn't chase after them, except for one which moved astonishingly fast, swiftly overtaking the others despite starting at the back. Head into the forest. Inside the woods, the movement of zombies would be slower. Li Chuyang was pulled by Fu Han, allowing him to glance back. This zombie not only appeared stronger than the previous advanced ones they'd faced but also possessed a noticeably larger energy stone in its brain. It surely wouldn't be easy to defeat. More alarmingly, he sensed a ravenous hunger emanating from this zombie, as if it hadn't eaten for a long time. It now saw them as prey, and until satisfied, it wouldn't stop pursuing them. Li Chuyang attempted to use his powers, but it had no effect at all. It was as if this zombie's brain were protected by a helmet, rejecting his abilities. The zombie blinked an eye, as if expressing disdain for him. Fu Han, seeing the zombie closing in, shouted for Enshiaja to join him in trying to stop it. Green vines rapidly grew from the soil and wrapped around the zombie's legs, then its body. But before Fu Han could unleash his flames, the zombie easily broke free of Enshiaja's vines and took deliberate steps toward them. Enshiaja persisted. Every time the vines regrew and bound the zombie's legs, it simply kicked free again. The zombie looked toward Fu Han's direction, but it wasn't Fu Han it was watching. It didn't even consider Fu Han or Enshiaja a threat. Its target was Li Chuyang. Li Chuyang stood behind Fu Han, staring down the zombie, fully aware that he was its goal. Just like the previous zombie they encountered at the hotel, these creatures seemed highly sensitive to his abilities and regarded him as the greatest threat. Chapter 41, Scratch. Fu Han attempted to hurl a fireball at the zombie, but it made no move to dodge, instead raising its arm and casually blocking the fireball. With a whoosh, the flames were extinguished, leaving only a charred patch on its skin, trivial and inconsequential to it. Seeing Fu Han's power only managing to cause such minor damage to the zombie, everyone couldn't help but feel tense and worried. Enshiaja couldn't restrain the zombie either, and whoever the zombie targeted among them would likely have no chance of survival. Perhaps He Kuan had the slightest possibility of escape. Everyone hastily pulled out their weapons. Wang Qian tore off a branch about the size of an arm from a nearby tree to use as her weapon. Before deciding whether to run for their lives individually, they had to at least try fighting this zombie together. Fu Han thought the zombie was looking at him, so he didn't want Li Chuyang, who was closest behind him, to be caught in any danger. Hence, he intended to lure the zombie away while contemplating how to deal with it. If Xiaozhu exerted all his strength, perhaps he could control the zombie for a few seconds, giving them only those crucial seconds to kill it. However, his flames seemed incapable of significantly harming the zombie. By himself, there was no way he could kill it. Could they only get close and stab through the zombie's head? The next time it faced his fireball, the zombie did not intercept it but rather dodged. Its bulky body, though, reacted with surprising agility, requiring just a couple of steps or a twist to evade. Some fireballs hit the road and disappeared immediately, while others landed on the roadside grasses, sparking small fires. Seemingly annoyed by these interferences, the zombie turned to look at him as if warning him. Fu Han didn't understand what it meant but observed that the zombie wasn't completely immune to his flames and continued pelting it with fireballs. A ball of flame landed near the zombie's feet, instantly igniting the surrounding weeds. The zombie growled, thinking Fu Han was too bothersome, but it didn't forget who posed the greatest threat. It quickly rushed toward Li Chuyang. The rest hadn't anticipated how smart this zombie was, it immediately identified the weakest among them. Li Chuyang had been constantly watching the zombie, knowing it wouldn't let him go. When he saw the zombie charging at him, he immediately ran around the nearest tree, trying to avoid it. However, this wasn't an ordinary zombie, and the trick taught by Hikuin proved utterly useless. By the time Hikuin reached over to save him, it was already too late. He attempted to blow some wind to save Li Chuyang, intending to move the zombie. This seemed implausible but ended up knocking Li Chuyang into the nearby mud field instead. Most crops in the field were destroyed, leaving behind only mud. Li Chuyang, covered in dirt, struggled to rise when the zombie also leaped down, its heavy weight embedding most of its legs into the mud, making it temporarily stuck. It struggled a bit, sinking deeper. Realizing Li Chuyang was escaping, it bent down swiftly and tried to grab him, only seizing Li Chuyang's shoe. The other shoe of Li Chuyang also got stuck in the mud, forcing him to flee barefoot towards the bank. Realizing what was happening, the others snapped back to reality. Xiaxia controlled the vines growing to entangle the zombie's body, but its hands were still free, and soon it broke free from the vines. Fu Han's fireballs hit several times, yet again merely scorching the zombie's skin. Xiaoyu, Wang Qian, and Hikuin charged forward with their weapons. Xiaoyu swung the baseball bat with all her might, Wang Qian gripped her makeshift branch like a sharp spear in both hands, and they all aimed at the zombie's head. Hikuin paused, allowing them to proceed before stepping forward. Although the zombie had its back turned to them, it reacted as if having eyes on its back, lowering its head, twisting its shoulders, deflecting Fu Han's fireballs while evading Xiaoyu and Wang Qian's attacks. Xiaoyu's baseball bat struck its right shoulder, vibrating painfully against her palms and breaking instantly. The left hand of the zombie moved swiftly, capturing Wang Qian's thrusting branch, engaging in a tug-of-war until Wang Qian prudently released it, landing backward into the adjacent water ditch. Ignoring Xiaoyu thereafter, the zombie firmly drove the branch into the ground and attempted to extract its leg from the mud. Seizing this opportunity, Hikuin plunged his blade into the zombie's shoulder. The zombie paid no heed to him nor the vines created by Xiaxia, soon pulling out its right leg. As the zombie was about to succeed, Hikuin gathered his courage, drew out his knife, and lunged forward, attempting to pierce through the zombie's head to end its life. Fu Han and Xiaxia continued to distract the zombie together. Li Chuyang noticed that its clothes were burned into holes by Fu Han's flames, and its already black skin became more scorched in patches. He couldn't tell if it was because the zombie didn't have the energy to resist Fu Han's flames, but each time Fu Han's flames landed on the zombie, it seemed like he could sense a trace of fear emanating from it. Xiaoyu failed to injure the zombie, and even Hikuin's powerful strike only managed to partially pierce the zombie's body, indicating just how strong this zombie was. Moreover, though Xiaoxia's vines could tighten, the zombie could break free within moments. On the contrary, Fu Han's flames consistently managed to burn the zombie's outer skin. Most zombies feared fire intensely, once set alight, without needing to puncture their heads, they were almost certainly doomed. If they could ignite this zombie, perhaps they might kill it. But currently, Fu Han's flames couldn't set the zombie ablaze without external help. Li Chuyang walked over to Xiaoyu and asked her to take out the gasoline the villagers had given them and pour it onto the zombie. The villagers originally planned to give them the promised gasoline after they cleared all the zombies from the village, but having interacted well over these past few days, they trusted Fu Han deeply. When they learned that the group intended to lure all the zombies out and kill them simultaneously, they gave them the gasoline ahead of schedule, hoping it would allow them to use fire to burn the zombies to death. Previously, the villagers also considered using fire against zombies, but with zombies dispersed throughout the village, and not wanting the fire to destroy the village or spread into nearby forests where they'd be left homeless, they abandoned the idea. Zombies were smart enough to jump into ditches or ponds when caught in fire, making such methods ineffective. Xiaoyu hesitated slightly about whether this plan would work, but with the zombie nearly emerging again, there was no choice but to try. She pulled the gasoline from her storage space, shouting at Hikuin to step aside, then poured an entire bucket of gasoline onto the zombie. Before the zombie could react, a massive ball of flame directly struck its body. No matter how much it struggled, the flames ignited the gasoline coating its body, instantly transforming it into a fiery figure. In desperation, the zombie plunged itself face down into the muddy water to extinguish the flames, managing to put out the fire only on one side of its half-buried body since the gasoline floated atop the water. Xiaoyu worried that the zombie might fully extinguish the flames, so she and Li Chuyang quickly grabbed nearby weeds and tossed them onto the zombie to smother it further. Wang Qian and Hikuin rushed over to help immediately, relaxing only when they saw the zombie stop moving. It should be dead, Fu Han told Li Chuyang, who was still staring at the zombie, hoping it would ease his concerns. Had the zombie not been trapped in the mud, they wouldn't have had the opportunity to kill it this way. Thanks to you thinking to douse it in gasoline. Even though you can't kill the zombies yet, you're still able to assist us. Li Chuyang blinked and pointed him towards the zombie's head, which had been burned into a charred lump, leaving its original features unrecognizable. Just now, I didn't expect that the zombie targeted you. If I had known, I would have definitely stopped it. Reflecting on his earlier failure to protect Li Chuyang, Fu Han felt a hint of regret. Li Chuyang kept his eyes on the zombie's head, intending for Fu Han to retrieve the energy stone inside, but Fu Han seemed not to understand. Thus, he approached Hikuin instead. The moment he whispered, gemstone, in Hikuin's ear, Hikuin grasped what he meant, pretending curiosity as he said, let me check if it's really dead. Hikuin walked down holding his knife, pushing the zombie's head away with the blade. Just as he was about to stab it, the zombie's head suddenly rose. Blackened and covered in muddy water, it emitted a foul odor while snarling menacingly. Terrified, Hikuin fell backward into the mud, astonished that the zombie was still alive. And Xiaozhe helped him up, roughly guessing his intentions. Its head is probably the only part that still moves. Hikuin confirmed that only the zombie's head was wriggling around, relieving some of his fear. Grasping his knife tightly, he prepared to thrust it into the zombie's head. Suddenly, Xiaozhe shouted, watch out. Hikuin didn't understand what had happened until looking down to see Xiaozhe's arm shielding him, just in time for the zombie's charred hand to seize Xiaozhe's arm. He thought that since the zombie was in such a state, it shouldn't take much effort to pierce its head. In reality, the knife only managed to penetrate partway. The zombie's hand still attempted to move, prompting him to immediately exert all his strength to drive the blade deeper until the tip struck something hard. The zombie's head stopped moving, and the hand gripping Xiaozhe's arm fell limp. Hikuin couldn't help but ask Xiaozhe, are you alright? Xiaozhe quickly pulled his arm back, and Hikuin noticed that the clothes seemed torn. He wasn't sure if there were any scratches. Xiaozhe shook his head. Hikuin wanted to confirm, but Xiaozhe signaled for him to cut open the zombie's head to see if there was anything inside. Seeing Xiaozhe's calm face, Hikuin thought nothing should be wrong, guessing the knife tip had likely hit the gemstone. He also worried about whether the gemstone might be damaged, so he hurriedly retrieved it. The gemstone was undamaged, still a rhombus shape, just larger than before. With a translucent green hue, it shimmered with a brilliant glow even in murky mud water. Wang Qian stared at the gemstone in Hikuin's hand, her eyes darting as she pondered how to snatch it from him. There's actually a gemstone in this zombie's brain too. Hikuin glanced at Wang Qian, preparing to hand over the gemstone to Li Chuyang. Chapter 42, Asking for the Gemstone. As Li Chuyang was about to reach out and take the gemstone, he suddenly heard Xiaoyu anxiously shouting out Xiaoche's name. Xiaoyu walked over to Xiaoche, grabbing his arm and rolling up his sleeve. It was clear to see that where he had been grabbed by the zombie, there were several scratch marks. Though not severe, the skin had been broken and blood was drawn. Being scratched by an ordinary zombie might not necessarily cause infection, but if bitten, infection was certain. They weren't sure yet if being scratched by this special kind of zombie would lead to infection, and no one wanted anything to happen to Xiaoche, but they couldn't do anything about it. No one worried more than Xiaoyu. Seeing her distressed look, Xiaoche comforted her, we still don't know if I've been infected with the virus or not. Even if I have, as someone with powers, I'm sure I'll be able to get through this. In reality, even he himself wasn't sure. There was much about the zombies that was still unknown, and no one knew what could happen. He was also afraid of turning into a zombie, but saying so would only make others worry and panic even more. The group hurriedly went back and used clean water to wash Xiaoche's wound. Xiaoyu, concerned about Xiaoche's well-being, insisted on staying by his side. Xiaoche had already made his preparations in advance, instructing Fu Han and the others that if he turned into a zombie, they must kill him, and he entrusted Xiaoyu's care to Fu Han. You'll be fine. Fu Han patted his shoulder, unwilling to hear these words. I'm just making the worst-case scenario plans. If I turn into a zombie, Xiaoyu definitely wouldn't be able to handle it, and at that time, only you can stop her. Xiaoche seemed rather calm, I'll go talk to Xiaoyu. What's wrong with you? Since Xiaoyu discovered Xiaoche's injury, Hikuin's state hadn't been right, and it wasn't until now that Li Chuyang finally had the chance to ask him. Hikuin, it's all my fault that Xiaoche got injured by the zombie. At the time, he took the blow for me and ended up getting hurt. Chuyang, None of us expected this to happen, you can't shoulder all the blame. Li Chuyang didn't know how to help Hikuin overcome his guilt. If they could do something to assist Xiaoche, it would make Hikuin feel better, but they could do nothing. Chuyang, I want to go see him. Alright. Go find Fu Han, and here's the gemstone for you. Hikuin almost forgot, and he wasn't in the mood to figure out exactly what purpose the gemstone served anyway. Li Chuyang glanced at it but did not take it, you keep it. If Xiaoche really gets into trouble, you can place this gemstone into his hand, perhaps it could help him. Really? Hikuin couldn't help but wonder, what exactly was this gemstone? I don't know if it will work, it's just my speculation. When Qin Hao held the gemstone in his hand, the energy within it was absorbed by Qin Hao, but he did not know exactly how it was done. If Enshiacha truly contracted the zombie virus, absorbing the energy from the gemstone might increase his chances of survival. I understand, then I'll go see brother and remember to stay close to Fu Han while I'm gone. Don't wander around aimlessly, especially watch out for Hong Lingling, that woman. You go ahead, I'll be fine. Enshiacha was resting inside. And Xiao Yu insisted that he lie down, doing absolutely nothing, sitting beside him while watching his wounded arm intently. When Hikuin knocked and entered, seeing Xiao Yu there, he expressed his concern for Enshiacha in a few sentences. He originally intended to apologize to Enshiacha, but in front of Xiao Yu, he didn't know how to begin, fearing that Xiao Yu would blame him. Of course, Xiao Yu had every right to do so, but Hikuin feared not knowing how to face each other later. Do you have any other matters? If not, please leave. Xiao Yu didn't want anyone else disturbing their brother-sister interaction. Xiao Yu, go boil me some soup. Xiao Yu reluctantly agreed, instructing Hikuin, tell me immediately if anything happens to my brother. Sure. You can go with peace of mind, I'll stay and watch over him. Only after Xiao Yu left did Hikuin remain to take care of Enshiacha. I'm sorry. It's all because of me that you were injured by the zombie. With Xiao Yu gone, Hikuin easily apologized. I'm still fine now. Wait until something happens to me, then you can apologize. Enshiacha was even laughing, if I hadn't blocked that for you, it would have been you who got hurt. So. If you truly feel sorry, take good care of Xiao Yu for me in the future. She's your sister, why do you want me to take care of her? And didn't you already entrust her to Brother Fu? Judging by Xiaoyu's previous attitude towards Chuyang, Hikuin didn't think the two of them could get along well. Isn't it better to have one more person looking after her? If you can dedicate even half the attention you give to Li Chuyang to her, I'll be satisfied. She should be able to take care of herself. She won't need my care, Brother Fu is enough. Nevertheless, if Enshiacha really encountered trouble, he did bear some responsibility. I promise I'll look after her for you. Enshiacha nodded, good. I believe you'll do it. Why did it sound like Enshiacha was destined to become a zombie? Hikuin glanced down at the green gemstone in his hand and then looked up to find Enshiacha staring at him. Why are you looking at me? If you want to rest, I can keep watch outside. Or shall I call your sister? No need to call her. I am feeling a bit sleepy. Enshiacha lowered his eyelids slightly. You just wait here. Once Xiao Yu comes back, she'll surely scold you if she sees you outside. Oh, then sleep well. After Hikuin spoke, he saw Enshiacha close his eyes and stared for a while, realizing he was truly asleep. He glanced at the wound on Enshiacha's arm and idly started observing the room out of boredom, finding nothing interesting. Then he began studying the gemstone in his hand. Recalling what Li Chuyang said, that this gemstone might save Enshiacha, he feared it might turn into powder again like it did in Qin Hao's hands, so he carefully put it away. With nothing left to observe but Enshiacha, he began staring absent-mindedly at him. Afterward, Wang Qian immediately went to inform Qin Hao and Shi Shuyan about the discovery of the gemstone, as well as Enshiacha being injured by a zombie. Is he okay? Whether or not psychics would turn into zombies remained unknown, but Qin Hao was curious. Wang Qian, he seems fine for now. We'll go check on him later. Qin Hao's current concern was whose hands the gemstone was in. It had to be obtained as soon as possible because the longer it stayed with Fu Han and the others, the higher the chance they'd uncover its secrets. It was Hikuin who found it, and I think he intended to give it to Li Chuyang. She truly didn't understand what Hikuin was thinking, why he liked clinging to Li Chuyang so much, and what made Li Chuyang so special. If it's with them, that makes things easier. Qin Hao confidently declared, I'm going to ask them for it right now. I'm not going. Before Qin Hao could speak, Wang Qian refused, unwilling to see him bully Li Chuyang, who lacked power. Then I'll go alone. When Qin Hao came out and couldn't find Hikuin, he spotted Li Chuyang alone and quickly stopped him, Li Chuyang. Qin Hao. Li Chuyang furrowed his brow slightly, guessing he must have come for the gemstone. I heard from Qianqian that Hikuin found another gemstone. Who has it now? I want to take it and give it to Qianqian. When Qin Hao noticed Li Chuyang remaining silent, he pushed him, using about the same force as he would in school. But forgetting how his body had been enhanced while Li Chuyang's hadn't, Li Chuyang fell directly onto the ground. This happened right before Fu Han's eyes, prompting him to rush over and help Li Chuyang up. What happened? What did you do to him? His brows knit together unhappily as he questioned Qin Hao. Qin Hao raised his hands innocently, saying, I was just joking around, lightly touching him, and somehow he ended up falling. Don't believe me? Ask him. Qin Hao didn't want any conflict with Fu Han and cast a warning glance at Li Chuyang, signaling not to say anything else. Brother Fu, I'm fine, Li Chuyang told Qin Hao, he came to ask me for the gemstone that Hikuin found. I wanted to give it to Qianqian. You guys don't need it anyway, right? Can't you just give it to me? Qin Hao hastily explained, eager for others not to suspect his true intentions. Fu Han, the item was found by Hikuin, and if he wants to give it to someone, it's his choice. There are plenty of diamond rings at Hong Lingling's place, you can go and pick a few for Wang Qian. Qianqian doesn't like diamond rings. She prefers those kinds of gemstones from last time, it's all my fault I lost them. Qin Hao focused his gaze on Li Chuyang with an overly friendly smile. Nowadays, gems aren't as valuable as they used to be. Considering we were classmates, you could just hand the gem over to me. Who knows? Maybe Qianqian will be so happy she agrees to be with me. Qin Hao extended his hand, intending to place it on Li Chuyang's shoulder, but Fu Han stopped him. I don't care what your relationship was like back in school, but now we're all classmates. I hope you can be a little more polite to Chuyang and the others. How have I not been polite? We've always gotten along well at school, you've got it all wrong. Qin Hao lied with an air of sincerity. If he doesn't want to give it to me, then fine. Let's hope so. After Qin Hao left, Fu Han turned to Li Chuyang again, confirming whether Qin Hao had indeed done anything to him. Li Chuyang shook his head. He just came for the gemstone. Is the gemstone with you? And where's He Kuan? I thought he would have been around you. It's with He Kuan, he went to find Xiacha. If he wants the gemstone so much, there must be something unusual about it. Fu Han thought for a moment, concerned that Qin Hao might cause trouble again. If Qin Hao comes after you for the gemstone, tell him it's with me and let him come to me. Got it? You don't want to take a look at the gemstone? Have you noticed anything strange about it yet? Since the gemstone was already in their possession, they were bound to discover its purpose soon. Chapter 43, He Likes You. And Xiao Yu finished cooking the soup and brought it over, noticing Xiaja was asleep. She decided not to disturb him. Not until evening did she realize something was amiss, trying to waken Xiaja. But no matter how much she shouted, or even shook Xiaja several times, he wouldn't wake up. Furthermore, his arm's wound, which was originally a bright red, was gradually turning black, and his body was heating up. After Xiao Yu returned, He Kuan felt embarrassed to stay inside any longer. Upon hearing Xiao Yu call Fu Han, He Kuan instantly guessed that Xiaja must have encountered trouble. Hastily running indoors, he found Xiaja in terrible condition, pacing anxiously. Under Li Chuyang's reminder, he suddenly remembered the gemstone and urgently slipped it into Xiaja's hand. Xiaja's hand couldn't clasp tightly enough around the gemstone, so He Kuan had to hold his hand for him. However, there wasn't any noticeable improvement in Xiaja's condition. In fact, Xiaja's hand began to feel increasingly hot, almost burning. Chuyang, will this really work? I don't know either. The energy within Xiaja's body was in complete disarray, and the energy from the gemstone continued to be absorbed by him. He could only sense these changes but was unsure if they were beneficial or detrimental. Not long after, Xiao Yu returned with Fu Han. Shi Xiu Yan and others heard the commotion and followed. There was also Hong Lingling, though she only dared stand outside the door, too afraid to come inside as Xiao Yu was still angry at her. Seeing Xiao Yu enter, He Kuan immediately stood up nervously and bashfully. Suddenly remembering the gemstone in Xiaja's hand, he worriedly tried to grab Xiaja's hand again, only to discover that the gemstone in Xiaja's palm had disappeared, scratching his head in confusion. Presumably, it vanished just like last time. Xiao Yu had no mind to consider why they were both here, focusing instead on checking Xiaja's condition. It was clear what state Xiaja was in, something Xiao Yu already realized. But when she truly heard Fu Han say it, it was still hard to accept. Big brother Fuan, my brother has made it through before, he'll be fine this time too, right? Fu Han couldn't guarantee that after surviving once, everything would go smoothly the second time. This all depends on himself, but we must believe that he can pull through. And your sister is here. Xiaojia won't become a zombie like this. Xiao Yu wiped her eyes and then sat by the bedside, starting to talk incessantly to Xiaojia without caring whether he could hear her or understand what she said. Initially, she spoke about how Xiaojia should wake up, to stay by her side, and not leave her alone, encouraging him and threatening him simultaneously. Then she started recounting old stories, things from their childhood, events at school, and family-related matters when they used to spend time together. After about an hour, Xiaojia's condition started to improve, the heat in his body dropped, and the dark wound began regaining color, although there was still no sign of him waking up. Seeing that things seemed under control, Fu Han let everyone rest first. Hong Lingling brought in 2 basins of clean water, realizing that no one wanted anything to do with her, she went to rest too. He Kuan walked to the door, seeing that everyone else had left, especially Hong Lingling, pulling Li Chuyang to say, Chuyang, I want to wait for Big Brother and to wake up. Li Chuyang understood He Kuan was likely concerned for him and responded, I'll stay with you and wait together. He Kuan happily gripped Li Chuyang's hand, excitedly saying, I knew you'd agree. Chuyang, do you think it was really the gemstone that saved Big Brotherin? Let's wait until Big Brotherin wakes up to talk about these things. Alright. Seeing them return, Xiao Yu glanced once before continuing to busy herself with wiping Xiaojia's face and hands. He Kuan dragged a bench nearby to sit down, letting Li Chuyang sit beside him. Even though Xiaojia's condition was improving, without seeing him regain consciousness, He Kuan still felt anxious and worried. The closer Xiaojia seemed to waking up, the more nervous He Kuan became, unconsciously gripping Li Chuyang's hand. Chuyang. Are you tired? Eyeing the moment when Xiaojia looked like he was about to awaken, He Kuan didn't want to leave at this crucial point, since Fu Han needed to stay too. Feeling guilty toward Li Chuyang, he whispered softly, lean on my shoulder and sleep a bit. Once Big Brother wakes up, we'll leave. Li Chuyang shook his head to indicate he was fine, no problem. You can lie down and sleep on that chair over there. Fu Han laid out some clothes on the long bench on the other side. Although there wasn't enough space for all of them to lie down, being relatively slim, Li Chuyang could manage. He Kun then pulled Li Chuyang to lie down. You can sleep here. I'll stay and watch with them. And Xiaxue's awakening was only a matter of time. His physique wasn't as strong as the others, so Li Chuyang didn't refuse. Li Chuyang slept until the next morning, while Xiaxue had awakened in the middle of the night. Not only did he not become a zombie, but he also felt stronger, with the claw wound on his arm showing noticeable improvement. After he fell into a deep sleep, his consciousness had always been hazy. He could only sense people talking and moving in front of him without understanding who or what they said. Later, when his awareness became clearer, he judged from the voice that it was Xiaoyu speaking beside him. Did you cry while holding my hand? And Xiaxue noticed her eyes were still a little red, guessing she must have cried. And Xiaoyu, I didn't hold your hand, I was wiping your face and hands for you. You sweated all over, smell yourself, you stink. And Xiaxue looked at the water basin next to him, then saw Fu Han and He Kun. First, he ruled out the sleeping Li Chuyang. Although he didn't know exactly who it was, after he lost consciousness someone definitely held his hand, though for a short period. The reason he remembered it so vividly was because he felt energy being absorbed into his body at the time. It was this very energy that helped him resist the zombie virus and kept him from turning into a zombie. Later, and Xiaxue mentioned this to Fu Han privately. Recalling how He Kun and Li Chuyang arrived earlier than them, Fu Han guessed it might be one of those two. Could that energy be related to that gemstone? When they went to ask He Kun and Li Chuyang about it later, Li Chuyang thought they had finally figured out something right. Once He Kun recounted the situation, they became even more certain the energy came from the gemstone. In fact, it should accurately be called the zombie energy stone. Fu Han, that explains why Qin Hao and his group are searching everywhere for it. He Kun said angrily, Qin Hao and his gang must have known early but deliberately hid it from us, wanting to gain strength themselves. I've already told you not to trust them. Now, I'll go find them and settle this once and for all. Let them stop bothering me and Chuyang. Don't act rashly. And Xiaxue quickly restrained him. Do you really want to ruin your relationship with them now? What about the zombies in the village? Well, we will wait until things settle down to talk about it. If they come looking for you again for the energy stone, just tell them directly. Or, let's pretend we don't know anything. Of course, Qin Hao would find out sooner or later, but since they discovered first, they wouldn't have much to say and would likely pretend as if nothing happened either way, continuing on to the safety zone with them. Seeing He Kun still uneasy, and Xiaxue explained further, now that we know what kind of people they are, we can keep an eye on them. Since Xiaxue was fine and even became stronger, the special zombie in the village had been eliminated. They began handling the remaining zombies in the village. With no control left, dealing with the zombies became much easier. Following their original plan, they lured most of the zombies around the small pond in front of the village. However, instead of driving the zombies into the pond, they confined them to the shore. Around the shore, they and the villagers gathered firewood and grass to prepare to kill the zombies with fire and lightning together. In addition to them, many strong villagers came to help too. And Xiaoyu and some girls including Li Chuyang stood at the back watching, ready to help if needed. Hong Lingling also joined them. Over these 2 days, she had behaved quite obediently and improved her attitude toward Zhu Menglei and others, seemingly intent on reforming herself. She even approached Li Chuyang, apologizing to him in front of He Kun, still blaming most of it on Xiaoyu, asking Li Chuyang to put in a good word for her with Fu Han so that Fu Han might forgive her. If I go alone to the safe zone, I will surely turn into a zombie. If you keep me, I can still provide you with water. Chuyang, let's ignore her. He Kun didn't even bother talking to such a person anymore and tried to pull Li Chuyang away. Hong Lingling immediately blocked them. Do you want to watch me turn into a zombie? Li Chuyang, everyone has seen your actions and words clearly. It isn't something I can change by pleading on your behalf. If you want to stay, you need to properly prove yourself. At the moment, he couldn't determine whether Hong Lingling had truly come to her senses and decided to change herself, but over these past 2 days, she indeed hadn't done anything harmful. I will change, Hong Lingling quickly promised him. I'm just afraid Brother Fu Han won't give me this chance. Brother Fu Han likes you so much, he must be willing to listen to your words. Li Chuyang was stunned, suspecting either he had heard wrong or Hong Lingling had said something wrong. What did she mean by Brother Fu liking me? Would surely listen to my words. He Kun saw Li Chuyang's puzzled expression and thought Hong Lingling might know something, so he couldn't help but ask her, what do you mean? Hong Lingling blinked and said slowly, don't you know Brother Fu Han likes you? This time they heard it very clearly. He Kun felt like he was losing his mind even listening to this woman. You're trying to fool us again. What I say is true, Brother Fu Han doesn't like me, he likes Li Chuyang. Seeing their shocked confusion, Hong Lingling looked at Li Chuyang softly and asked, do you like Brother Fu Han? He Kun immediately shot her a glare. Shrinking back, Hong Lingling murmured, maybe I misunderstood. It seemed Li Chuyang didn't like Brother Fu Han, which meant she still had a chance, didn't it? Chapter 44, The Scene Before Them. He Kun couldn't wait for Hong Lingling to leave as soon as possible. He didn't believe she would repent, and staying behind would be nothing but a trouble. He was worried that Chu Yang might show some mercy temporarily, so he went to find Fu Han instead. You're not really going to speak up for her, are you? Li Chuyang shook his head. No, Hong Lingling had been someone who once wanted to kill him. How could he say anything good about her? But still. That's good. He Kun nodded in relief. There was still a bit of doubt in his mind regarding what Hong Lingling had said before. What did she mean by saying that Brother Fu likes you? It's probably a lie. It must have been fabricated by Hong Lingling deliberately, to make him talk to Brother Fu. This piqued He Kun's curiosity, especially because it was related to Li Chuyang, is it? In fact, I think there is a possibility. Otherwise, why does Brother Fu treat you so well? Why doesn't he care about me or Zhu Menglei the same way? It's not necessarily because he likes me. Li Chuyang hadn't thought much about it. Surviving was the most important thing now. What if it's true? Do you like him? Fu Han wasn't a bad person. If Chuyang were to end up with Brother Fu, then Brother Fu would surely protect him well. He Kun looked over at Fu Han, who was preparing to lure the zombies over, and no matter how he looked at it, Fu Han seemed great in every aspect, except that Hong Lingling always clung around him, and that woman was extremely annoying. I haven't given it much thought. Li Chuyang roughly guessed what He Kun was thinking, but in reality, he didn't need Fu Han's protection anymore. His ability was already sufficient to protect himself. Seeing which direction Hong Lingling was walking towards, He Kun rolled his eyes exasperatedly and said, Hong Lingling has gone to find Brother Fu. I wonder what new scheme she has in mind again. Since Li Chuyang didn't plan on speaking up for her in front of Fu Han, Hong Lingling decided to go look for Fu Han herself. No matter what, she wouldn't leave. Brother Fu Han. Fu Han recognized whose voice it was but didn't turn his head, acting as though he hadn't heard, showing absolutely no reaction. Hong Lingling took a couple of quick steps and got in front of him, forcing Fu Han to notice her. Brother Fu Han, I've come to help you. You didn't say that you wanted me to learn to deal with zombies on my own. I've thought it through. What you said was completely right. Once I've learned how to kill zombies, I won't need your protection anymore. Who knows, maybe I can even protect you, Brother Fu Han. Seeing that Fu Han still showed little reaction, Hong Lingling quickly added, I'll also protect the others. It's best that you think this way. Brother Fu Han, finally you're willing to acknowledge me. You don't know how restless I've been these few days, fearing that you drive me away. Hong Lingling couldn't wait to pour out her inner distress to Fu Han, telling him about her suffering these days, hoping Fu Han would pity her and perhaps console her a little. This made Fu Han frown involuntarily. Just when he thought she had changed somewhat, it turned out she was still the same as before. We'll talk about learning to kill zombies another time. Right now, I'm going to lure all the zombies from the village out. Are you sure you want to come along with me? Fu Han had already mastered how to handle Hong Lingling. In the past, he felt that since Hong Lingling had lost her mother and knew nothing, he indulged her somewhat more. Actually, it wasn't that she couldn't do anything, she just didn't put her mind to the right things. When Hong Lingling saw Fu Han furrowing his brows and even showing a hint of impatience on his face, she clenched her teeth and resolved to say, Brother Fu Han, there's actually something I want to tell you. Fu Han absent-mindedly asked, wanting her to get to the point and leave as quickly as possible, what is it? It's about Li Chuyang. Upon hearing this, Fu Han's expression instantly changed, looking tense and concerned as if she were plotting harm against Li Chuyang once again. This made Hong Lingling seethe with jealousy. I went to find Li Chuyang earlier and told him about how you liked him. Why did you have to go blabbering nonsense to Li Chuyang? Isn't what I said true? Unless, Brother Fu Han, you actually don't like Li Chuyang. This is my business. He hadn't even sorted out his own feelings for Li Chuyang yet and certainly didn't want others talking recklessly about it. Hong Lingling hurried to apologize and explain, I spoke without thinking. But Brother Fu Han, don't you want to know how he responded to me? Unable to resist, Fu Han ended up asking. He and He Kun both didn't believe what I said. They think that the person you like is in Xiaoyu. They also said. What else did they say? They said that I only said that to ruin their relationship and sow discord between the two of you. The relationship between the two of them? What relationship between the two of them? They are already together. He Kun warned me not to tell anyone else, but I think Brother Fu Han still needs to know. You shouldn't be kept in the dark. Fu Han didn't forget how she had deceived in Xiaoyu before. Are you lying again? Hong Lingling's claim that he liked Li Chuyang was very possibly a lie intended to make him give up on Li Chuyang. Hong Lingling immediately declared confidently, if you don't believe me, go ask them. Haven't you noticed how they've been sticking together these past few days? Just observe them closely and you'll see it too. Brother Fu Han must feel shy to ask, being the modest person he is. He Kun probably liked Li Chuyang from the beginning. When he met Li Chuyang at the bookstore, he looked so delighted, right away leaving Qin Hao to follow Li Chuyang. I guess that the incident last time scared He Kun, so he confessed his feelings to Li Chuyang, who reciprocated them, and thus. That's enough. All of this is just your wild guessing. Don't spread unconfirmed information. Seeing the expression on Fu Han's face, Hong Lingling guessed that he was embarrassed by her words. While she mouthed an apology, she inwardly rejoiced at the success of her plan. Once Fu Han believed that Li Chuyang and He Kun were together, he wouldn't interfere with Li Chuyang anymore, giving her a chance. Brother Fu Han, do you need me to go with you to lure out the zombies from the village? You'd better stay back. It's too dangerous inside, I'll teach you how to kill zombies another day. Fu Han's mood was evidently much lower than when Hong Lingling first approached him. No matter whether they thought she was lying or not, if it was something important to them, they would still have doubts deep in their hearts, thinking about what she said. As long as Brother Fu Han isn't with someone else, there will always be a chance for her. Hong Lingling hadn't wandered far, just waiting nearby for Fu Han. Since Fu Han no longer disliked her presence around him, she needed to keep an eye on Fu Han carefully, making sure he wouldn't find out that Li Chuyang and He Kun weren't actually together. After losing control, the zombies appeared somewhat slower and clumsier. Fu Han and the others went into the village wanting to attract all the zombies out, but only most of them came out. Some remained trapped in the houses, making it hard to single-handedly draw them out with the horde following behind. The zombies chased after them, one by one walking into traps laid out ahead of time. The stray zombies were then herded inside by Xiaoyu and other villagers. Fu Han was the last one to leave the village. Only after he lured the zombies into the trap did Hong Lingling dare to approach and offer him water. Brother Fu Han, here's some water for you. Fu Han didn't take it and didn't even look at her. Instead, he turned toward Li Chuyang and He Kun on the side. He Kun had just helped Enshabia. Originally, Enshabia meant for him to rest and later help Fu Han lay down the fire to control its spread so the surrounding forest wouldn't catch fire. But He Kun thought that Enshabia was rejecting him, so he returned to Li Chuyang, pretending to be upset and leaning on Li Chuyang's shoulder to gain some comfort. The scorching flames falling near his feet startled Hong Lingling, forcing her to retreat 2 steps. Seeing Fu Han's attention was elsewhere, she deliberately stumbled. Brother Fu Han. Fu Han furrowed his brows and prepared to reach out to help her up, but Hong Lingling screamed out in fright as a zombie grabbed her leg, while others were closing in. The fire had ignited the surrounding twigs and dry grass, quickly spreading. Qin Hao and Shi Shiyan acted upon seeing the firelight. Thunder crashed, and the zombies panicked, squeezing each other trying to escape the trap but were paralyzed by Qin Hao's electric shocks. Hong Lingling desperately clung to Fu Han's hand, her long nails scratching Fu Han's arm, though Fu Han, intent on pulling her up, wasn't paying attention. Too many zombies surrounded Hong Lingling's legs, so Fu Han planned to repel them with fire to avoid injury to Hong Lingling. However, Hong Lingling assumed Fu Han wasn't trying to save her, and hastily grabbed onto his leg, causing Fu Han to lose balance and slide down. The zombies surged forward, overwhelming Hong Lingling. Fearing for her life, she pushed Fu Han away, crouched beside her, and instinctively released a jet of water that not only drove off the zombies but also extinguished the flames. Li Chuyang noticed Fu Han and Hong Lingling suddenly disappeared from view and hurried over to investigate with He Kun. Seeing both were below, he wanted to pull Fu Han up first, but Hong Lingling shoved Fu Han aside and seized He Kun's hand instead. Pull me up first. He Kun froze, considering letting go of Hong Lingling or saving her under Brother Fu Han's shout, finally managing to get Hong Lingling up with Fu Han's help. Li Chuyang didn't remain idle as he stood above. While they weren't paying attention, he instantly took control of a group of zombies and had them pull the zombies behind Fu Han back. Before Fu Han climbed up, Li Chuyang didn't dare to relax for a moment, doing his best to control all the zombies below. Although controlling so many zombies was extremely strenuous, leaving him tensed up, what affected him more were some strange images flashing in front of his eyes. He tried hard to avoid being influenced by these visions, but suddenly, a pair of eyes appeared, a pair of eyes he had just seen not long ago. These eyes belonged to the special zombie they had killed earlier. It seemed as if they were right in front of him, watching him and issuing commands. Without any interference from the zombies, He Kun didn't have much trouble pulling Fu Han up. Just as the two of them had let out a sigh of relief, they felt something dart past them, followed by a loud splash. It was Li Chuyang falling into the nearby pond. Chapter 45, No Chance Left. Fu Han and He Kun turned their heads, only to find that the person who fell was Li Chuyang. Their eyes then shifted towards Hong Lingling. Hong Lingling hesitated for a moment, quickly shaking her head in denial and waving her hands. It wasn't me. I didn't push him, he fell down on his own. Yes, it must be an intentional act of his to later accuse me of pushing him. She frantically tried to explain herself, giving off an obvious sense of guilt, much like a thief shouting for a thief. He Kun glared at her, not believing she had nothing to do with it, while Fu Han had already jumped down to save Li Chuyang. Li Chuyang passed out. It took considerable effort to bring him back up, but there were no signs of him regaining consciousness. Fu Han immediately called Enshabia over to check on Li Chuyang, only to find out that he hadn't drowned. Enshabia merely detected some physical weakness in Li Chuyang but found no other issues. The sky was gradually darkening as a heavy rainstorm loomed ahead. As Li Chuyang remained unconscious, Fu Han and He Kun decided to take him home to rest first. Hong Lingling felt awkward whether she followed or not, yet she knew she couldn't let Brother Fu believe she had pushed Li Chuyang into the water. Otherwise, Brother Fu would certainly kick her out. Brother Fu, you must believe me. I truly did not touch him. You don't need to explain yourself anymore. Fu Han's expression was exceedingly serious, and the look in his eyes made Hong Lingling feel terrified. Once Li Chuyang wakes up, we'll know if it was your doing. Brother Fu. Given how antagonistic the relationship between Li Chuyang and her had been, Li Chuyang would undoubtedly claim that she had pushed him, and both Brother Fu and the others would trust his version. Nobody else had witnessed the situation then, there was no one who could testify on her behalf. Her last hope now lay solely in Li Chuyang's truthfulness after waking up, admitting that he had fallen on his own accord. For the time being, Hong Lingling, just like everyone else, was also eagerly hoping for Li Chuyang's quick recovery. If the matter could be clarified on her part, she secretly hoped Li Chuyang wouldn't wake up at all, preferably drowning in the pond once and for all. The heavy rain lasted an entire day and night, until the morning of the next day when it gradually cleared up. Fu Han worried that Li Chuyang might fall back into a similar state as before in the hotel, which unfortunately proved unavoidable. After the rain started, Li Chuyang's body soon began fluctuating between cold and hot temperatures. Though this time, Li Chuyang didn't grab onto his hand, Fu Han still chose to remain by Li Chuyang's side. Fu Han assumed that Li Chuyang would likely regain consciousness by evening. Last time, he had only been unconscious for about 2 hours. However, this time around, Li Chuyang remained asleep for nearly 2 days straight. The following morning, as the weather improved but Li Chuyang continued to sleep, Fu Han anxiously called Xia over to re-examine him, but still, no problems were found. There was simply no clear reason why Li Chuyang's condition persisted. All Xia could confirm was that there was no immediate threat to his life. Originally, He Kun alone could have been sufficient to stay and watch over him, but Fu Han refused to leave, thus asking He Kun and others to deal with the remaining zombies in the village, including Hong Lingling who was summoned as well. Since Li Chuyang couldn't eat solid food, they could only feed him small amounts of soup. When Xia and the team cleaned up the village, they discovered some nutritious foods which they cooked into soup, and most of it went directly into Li Chuyang's stomach. Villagers even proactively sent along many things, appreciative of the group helping them eliminate the zombie problem from their village. Upon witnessing what happened to Li Chuyang, the villagers expressed significant concern. After all the zombies in the village were taken care of, the villagers set about tidying up each household, emphasizing the urgency of planting more crops and building new protective walls within the village. The villagers had no intention of leaving their community, as the enclosed land sufficiently supported their self-sufficiency. Lu Guoqing's family got along exceptionally well with the villagers, helping them significantly over the past couple of days. With the agreement of the villagers, Lu Guoqing's family decided to settle down in the village. With many villagers transforming into zombies, numerous fields and houses became vacant, more than enough for everyone to live comfortably and farm. Even the villagers invited Fu Han and his group to stay. However, upon hearing that they each had places where they wished to go, they did not strongly urge them to stay. Because Li Chuyang hadn't awakened yet, their journey was delayed by 2 days. During these 2 days, whatever edible items the villagers found while cleaning their homes and fields were all sent over by Lu Guoqing. Lu Guoqing would also occasionally check on Li Chuyang's condition, wanting to personally inform Li Chuyang of their family's decision to stay permanently in the village. Li Chuyang woke up in the afternoon. The weather, after the heavy rain, was unbearably sultry. He had no idea how long he'd been unconscious, only remembering that before fainting, he controlled a large group of zombies and caught sight of a pair of zombie eyes. Then he felt a sudden dizziness and collapsed. After collapsing, he felt as if he was drowned, nearly suffocating to death. But soon after, his breathing turned smooth again. He tried repeatedly to open his eyes but instead slipped into deeper darkness. He didn't know where he was, there was complete blackness around him, and occasionally, he could hear some sounds. So he kept following these sounds, running continuously. Feeling no fatigue during this period, there were moments when the sound would cease, and so he would stop as well. Running intermittently for what seemed like an endless time, suddenly someone grabbed his hand, pulling him and running together until he saw a beam of light. Together they ran into it, then Li Chuyang opened his eyes to find Fu Han holding his hand, standing beside him. Li Chuyang assumed it was just like the last time, where he was clinging on to Fu Han's hand unconsciously. He quickly pulled his hand away, sitting up and asking, "How long have I slept?" Outside, the sky was exceptionally bright, it didn't resemble the situation when he fainted, which was turning darker as if preparing for another downpour. "You're awake," Fu Han said, and all of a sudden embraced Li Chuyang tightly, which left him thoroughly perplexed, unsure about Fu Han's condition. It took a while for Fu Han's emotions to calm down. Releasing Li Chuyang, he looked at him and asked, "You've been asleep for almost 2 days. How do you feel now? Is there any discomfort?" Li Chuyang shook his head, indicating that he felt fine, with no issues at all. Fu Han was still worried. "I should let Xia check on you. Stay here, and I'll go call Xia." Upon hearing Li Chuyang was awake, a group of people rushed over, He Kun leading them. Seeing that Li Chuyang was unharmed, he excitedly hugged him. Fu Han arrived with Xia, seeing He Kun's action causing him to furrow his brow slightly, the brightness in his eyes dimming momentarily. "Let Xia examine Li Chuyang," Fu Han stated. He Kun immediately released Li Chuyang, stepping aside, and finally found an opportunity to talk to him. "These past 2 days have really scared us. We had no idea what happened to you, even and brother couldn't detect any physical problems. I thought you might be destined to become Sleeping Beauty." Of course, this statement was exaggerated. He actually suspected that Li Chuyang was going to awaken some kind of superpower, though he remembered Li Chuyang once claiming he already possessed such abilities. Previously, Xiaozhi relied on energy stones from zombies to sustain himself. He pondered finding more energy stones for Li Chuyang outside if the latter didn't wake up. He glanced at Fu Han and swallowed the rest of his words for the moment. He is perfectly fine now. Xiaozhi gave Fu Han an assuring answer, looking at the dark circles under his eyes. You can rest, right? He also echoed, that's right. Big brother Fu, you need some rest, I'll keep an eye on Chuyang. There wasn't much for him left to do here indeed. When Xiaozhi and Fu Han came out together, they noticed Fu Han's low spirits. Xiaozhi couldn't help but feel strange. Since Li Chuyang has awakened, why aren't you happy? Weren't you quite excited when you came to find me earlier? Why did you suddenly look deflated? I'm happy, but I'm just a bit tired. You need proper rest. No one can endure such stress indefinitely. Xiaozhi patted his shoulder and said, rest assured, I will take care of everything here. By the way, you. What's wrong? Do you really like Li Chuyang? Though Xiaozhi knew it sounded nosy to ask, Xiao Yu mentioned Hong Lingling told her this. When he first heard it, he was also surprised. Observing Fu Han's behavior over these couple of days, it was indeed hard not to believe. Did I make that too obvious? Fu Han originally wasn't sure how to phrase it well. When I watched him lying there, never waking up, I felt extremely afraid that he wouldn't wake up again. That's when I realized that I genuinely liked him. He's awake now, isn't he? Then why are you still so disheartened? Fu Han shook his head sorrowfully, I missed my chance. He's already with Hikuan. Xiaozhi stood frozen for a second, did he tell you personally? That doesn't seem possible. They don't appear like a couple at all. Didn't you see them hugging each other just now? Their intimacy was evident beforehand, but we failed to notice and consider that possibility. Hong Lingling was correct, just observing with our eyes would confirm their relationship. Xiaozhi still didn't believe they were together, you'd better ask them yourself. What if they're not? Then you would still have a chance. Seeing Fu Han furrow his brows and start to think deeply, Xiaozhi became worried that their conversation might affect Fu Han's rest, so he quickly urged Fu Han, go rest soon. We'll talk about this later. There's plenty of time to figure it out. As Fu Han was preparing to rest in the room, Hong Lingling rushed over to ask him whether Li Chuyang had mentioned how he ended up falling into the pond. Fu Han had no idea what Hong Lingling was talking about, his mind entirely occupied by the image of Hikuan embracing Li Chuyang and the words Xiaozhi had spoken to him. In a daze, he went inside and lay down, closing his eyes but unable to sleep. However, since he hadn't rested at all for these 2 days, his physical exhaustion eventually took over, and he fell asleep. Since she couldn't get an answer from Fu Han, Hong Lingling immediately ran to find Li Chuyang. She had endured strange looks from everyone for 2 days now, all assuming that she pushed Li Chuyang into the pool. And Xiao Yu especially believed this without doubt. Hong Lingling even suspected Xiao Yu of telling everyone behind her back. Now, she must make Li Chuyang clarify the matter and prove her innocence. Chapter 46, Do you like him? Li Chuyang got out of bed and moved around a bit. Hikuan was watching from the side, taking advantage of everyone else leaving to ask what happened when Li Chuyang fainted. At this point, Li Chuyang no longer hid the truth from him. It was likely such situations might occur again, so it was better for Hikuan to know so that he could protect Li Chuyang and cover for him. My special ability can control zombies. Is that true? Hikuan was astonished, standing up and walking to Li Chuyang. He examined him from head to toe and left to right. Your power is that strong. But if you have a special ability, why is your body so weak? When special abilities awaken, the body is usually strengthened as well, resulting in physical capabilities far exceeding those of normal people. This had already been proven by Fu Han and others. So I'm not sure if mine is really a special ability. If his body were like other ability users, he wouldn't have as many concerns. Who cares whether it's an ability or not, as long as it's powerful, that's all that matters. Besides, we can't say for sure that people with abilities will always become physically stronger, can we? Maybe you're just the special case. Your power is so amazing, it's like having several of me rolled into one. If you weren't weaker in other areas, how would regular people survive? Hikuan hoped he'd think more positively. I didn't pay attention at first, which is why the behavior of the zombies back then seemed strange. So, you controlled them. In fact, it was you who saved Brother Fu. Could the problems with your body be related to your ability? Suddenly thinking about this, Hikuan began to worry. He hadn't heard of anyone having the same condition as Chuyang while using their powers normally. Are you sure your body is okay? I only faint when I use my power too intensely, otherwise, there's generally no issue. The sudden hot and cold sensations are probably related to the weather, likely due to my weak constitution. So, you fainted because this time you controlled too many zombies? Li Chuyang remembered the zombies' eyes. The zombies were dead, so why did he see the zombies' eyes? And when they were on the roof, even before seeing the zombies inside, he had already sensed some scenes. Have all the zombies in the village been dealt with? Hikuin nodded, saying, these past 2 days, I've already killed the remaining zombies in the village together with them. Not a single one remains. The villagers have returned home and started farming and planting vegetables. Speaking of this, Hikuin recalled the thing he wanted to tell Li Chuyang earlier. Do you know who's been taking care of you these past 2 days? Isn't it you? Though the first person he saw upon waking was Fu Han, he assumed Hikuin took care of him most of the time. It's Fu Han. Hikuin leaned in close, recounting the events of the past 2 days. Let me tell you, it's not that I didn't want to take care of you, it's just Brother Fu absolutely refused to leave and insisted on guarding you. So, I went along with the others to handle the remaining zombies in the village. You don't know how worried Brother Fu was when you fell into the pond. Before I even reacted, he jumped in to save you. These past 2 days, it's almost as if he never slept while caring for you. I barely managed to help. Li Chuyang was quite surprised internally, not understanding why Fu Han acted this way. Hikuin seemed to have more to say, implying that Li Chuyang knew the reason. I suspect Brother Fu may really like you. Hikuin nudged him after noticing he was lost in thought. What do you think? Li Chuyang, we're going to the safety zone. Brother Fu needs to go to Beilong City to find his family. So you think there's no possibility between you? Or perhaps you want me to risk my life and go with him to Beilong City? Beilong City was indeed quite far away, and this journey would certainly be perilous. Hikuin hesitated uncertainly. Then, do you like him? I've never thought about it. Then what do you feel towards him? Li Chuyang pondered for a moment and said, he's a good person, but sometimes he's just too kind-hearted. If it were him, he probably wouldn't bother with so much and would directly head to Beilong City. Hikuin looked disappointed, that's all. What more should I feel? Which aspect do you mean? He rarely interacted with people in school and had never liked anyone, not knowing what liking someone feels like. For instance, how do you think he looks? Is his physique good? Especially when he becomes close to others, like Hong Lingling clinging to him, does it make you unhappy? Does your heart flutter when you look at him? Hikuin listed off a series of points for him. Li Chuyang remained perfectly serious, with not a trace of embarrassment on his face. He looks handsome and has a great physique. Isn't that what everyone thinks? His relationships with others, like getting close to Hong Lingling, are his own business. Why should I be unhappy about it? And as for this heart flutter you're talking about, I don't know what that is. When the heart doesn't move, doesn't that just mean you're dead inside? Hikuin slapped his forehead hard several times. It seems you really don't understand. Forget what I said. He could already foresee how bumpy Brother Fu's love life would be in the future. Still, Brother Fu took such care of you over these past 2 days, you should properly thank him. That was true. Li Chuyang nodded, unsure of how to appropriately thank Fu Han. As usual, Hikuin had many ideas. There's one gift he'd definitely like, but it might not be appropriate. What gift? He went and told him you like him. He'd definitely think that's the best gift. Hikuin was about to say it was a joke when Hong Lingling knocked on the door from outside. Li Chuyang, I heard you woke up. Can I come in and see you? What does she want? Hikuin muttered under his breath and looked at Li Chuyang. She's not here to harm you again, is she? Let her in. Hikuin opened the door reluctantly and asked irritably, what do you want to do now? I've already said it wasn't me. Hong Lingling gritted her teeth and saw Li Chuyang sitting inside, immediately rushing in. Her tone even carried some anger. Li Chuyang, you're awake. You go and explain to everyone, it wasn't me who pushed you into the pond. Hikuin snorted and said, not you, then who? At that time, only you were standing next to Chuyang. Could it have been me or Brother Fu instead? It wasn't me. Hong Lingling glared furiously at Hikuin, suddenly understanding the situation. She glared angrily at Li Chuyang, so you deliberately fell into the pond so everyone would think I pushed you in, right? Li Chuyang realized why Hong Lingling was in such a hurry to find him. He stopped Hikuin and said, Hikuin, I fell myself, it wasn't her push. Hikuin didn't care, believing Hong Lingling was still a bad person in his mind. Even if it wasn't her, she surely thought about doing it. If you hadn't fallen down a little later, she might have already pushed you. I didn't. Hong Lingling looked nervous, flashing her eyes quickly. She indeed had thought of it. When Hikuin was saving Brother Fu, if Li Chuyang fell into the pond, no one would go to save him. If he couldn't swim, he might drown in that pond. The reason she didn't push was because Li Chuyang looked especially strange at the time. His eyes kept staring at the zombies in the trap, emitting an eerie aura as though possessed by a ghost. It frightened her enough that she didn't dare touch him. You've heard it, Chuyang himself said I didn't push him, and you all must clarify this to everyone. Hikuin wanted nothing better than for her to suffer. Since everyone disliked her, why should we explain for you? You. Hong Lingling couldn't argue against Hikuin, so she turned to Li Chuyang. Li Chuyang, it's because of you that I've been misunderstood by everyone. Li Chuyang, I'll explain to everyone. Hikuin wanted to stop him. Chuyang. Li Chuyang shook his head at Hikuin and said, but I have a question for you. What question? Hong Lingling was afraid he'd bring up the incident on the mountain, but did Li Chuyang not notice what she had intended to do back then? If you like Brother Fu so much, why did you shove him aside to let Hikuin rescue you first? Brother Fu had always protected her, and she repeatedly claimed she liked Brother Fu. But when it mattered most, she didn't seem to care about his safety at all. This question made Hong Lingling's heart race more anxiously. Wasn't there something more important than her own life? She certainly couldn't admit that. He Kuan laughed. To me, she just says things without meaning them, she only cares about herself. I'm not like that. I do like Brother Fu. Hong Lingling didn't dare to meet their gazes. Li Chuyang stared at her, wanting to know the truth. Images began appearing in his mind again, of Fu Han and Hong Lingling together. He saw Hong Lingling intentionally fall down, pulling Fu Han down with her while trying to get his attention. So it wasn't that Hong Lingling accidentally fell, it was deliberate, and it almost led both of them into danger. If he and He Kuan hadn't arrived in time, she and Fu Han might have both turned into zombies. Seeing that Li Chuyang was upset, Hong Lingling couldn't help but recall the situation from that day and ran out in fear. Brother Fu took care of him for 2 days. Li Chuyang must have been deeply moved and then developed feelings for Brother Fu. That's why he asked her such a question, to irritate her because she almost endangered Brother Fu. That must be it. He Kuan had even encouraged Li Chuyang to confess to Brother Fu. And Brother Fu also liked Li Chuyang. If Li Chuyang went to confess to Brother Fu, she wouldn't stand a chance anymore. No way. She couldn't let Li Chuyang succeed. She had to make her move first. Hong Lingling ran to Fu Han's room. The villagers no longer stayed here. And Xia had forbidden others from coming this way so as not to disturb Fu Han's rest. With nobody around at the moment, this was the perfect opportunity for her to act. She listened by the door for a while and confirmed that Fu Han had fallen asleep. To her delight, Fu Han hadn't locked the door from the inside, it was as if heaven itself were helping her. Chapter 47, Hong Lingling's Underhanded Moves. She followed Brother Fu because she thought he was powerful and kind-hearted, so she relied on him to protect her. Even though Hong Lingling had run away, He Kuan still wanted to criticize her. Why did Brother Fu take her along in the first place? She's nothing but trouble, impossible to get rid of. Indeed, she is a trouble. Previously, Li Chuyang thought Hong Lingling genuinely liked Fu Han, but now it seemed this wasn't true, she had no intention of reforming herself. Hong Lingling continuing to stay would only bring more danger to everyone. If not considering others, Fu Han should at least think about himself. Seeing that Li Chuyang agreed with his perspective, He Kuan suddenly came up with an idea. Uncle Lu's family has decided to stay in this village and won't go with us to the safe zone. Why don't we try persuading Brother Fu to leave Hong Lingling behind as well? Li Chuyang worried that if Hong Lingling cried or pouted, Fu Han would soften again unless Fu Han himself firmly made up his mind, it wouldn't be easy to shake her off otherwise. He Kuan stared at Li Chuyang and said, is it really that hard for Brother Fu to make a decision? What's your plan? If you insist that Hong Lingling was the one who pushed you down and tried to harm you, Brother Fu would never tolerate that. At that point, I'll suggest leaving Hong Lingling behind in a village where she won't face any danger. Brother Fu will be able to leave her guilt-free. Though He Kuan didn't like deceiving everyone, for the sake of getting rid of Hong Lingling's nuisance, they'd have to burden Chuyang a little. Li Chuyang carefully considered the situation. Accusing Hong Lingling of this wrongdoing would only lead to a few people misunderstanding her. Once Hong Lingling stayed behind, there was a high probability they wouldn't meet again, which would hardly affect her much. And Hong Lingling had always been doing over-the-top things, their impressions of her were already poor, and making her image worse might not matter to her at all. Alright, let's say it like that. Who knows? Maybe she'll actually live a very happy life here later, He Kuan said half consoling, half jokingly. Hong Lingling possessed water abilities, and staying in the village would allow her to dominate and enjoy special treatment from the villagers. But she was ultimately just one person, and if she didn't know how to rein herself in, her days of arrogance wouldn't last long. After making the plan, they decided to announce it when everyone gathered for dinner. However, by the time dinner approached, Fu Han and Hong Lingling were nowhere to be seen. And Xiao Yu went over to check if Fu Han had woken up, nobody seemed to care about Hong Lingling. Not long after, the three of them appeared before everyone. And Xiao Yu was the first to return, her expression extremely unpleasant, tinged with anger, disappointment, and sorrow. Fu Han entered next, looking somewhat startled, as if he had just woken up. Hong Lingling quickly followed right behind him, practically chasing after him. As soon as she saw Fu Han, she wanted to cling to him. After entering, she deliberately glanced at Li Chuyang with a smug expression, as if flaunting something, leaving both Li Chuyang and He Kuan feeling puzzled. He Kuan even wondered if she had hit her head. Brother Fu Han. Hong Lingling immediately began with her signature coquettish tone. Fu Han kept avoiding her as she insisted on clinging to him. What do you want? Brother Fu Han, are you shy? Hong Lingling blinked her eyes and flashed a coy smile. I'm already yours, what are you shy about? Don't talk nonsense. Fu Han urgently explained while turning toward Li Chuyang anxiously. I have no idea what happened to you. Hong Lingling immediately looked heartbroken, glaring at him accusingly. Isn't Brother Fu Han going to deny it? What happened here? Qin Hao was always eager to jump into any drama. Ignoring Qin Hao, Hong Lingling plopped down and said, regardless of whether Brother Fu Han acknowledges it or not, starting today, I belong to you. Wherever you go, I'll follow. He couldn't stand her being so shameless. TSK, since you know everyone dislikes you, are you going to be shameless and stick to Brother Fu regardless? Brother Fu, Chuyang already told me what happened. It was her who pushed Chuyang into the pond. Such a malicious person, you can't possibly keep her around anymore. He observed everyone else's expressions while continuing. Brother Fu, back then it was just the two of you, and the reason why you fell may also be her fault. You almost became zombies and got burned. Can you really keep her around after all that? Anyway, she's just one person. I think we should simply let her stay in this village. All she ever does is unwillingly fetch water for us and cause trouble. Upon hearing what was said, Hong Lingling immediately stood up, agitated. She couldn't believe what Li Chuyang was saying. I didn't push him into the pond. He himself already said it wasn't me who pushed him, and at that time, I hadn't even touched him. Brother Fu Han, it's the two of them teaming up to frame me. Seeing Fu Han hesitating to speak, Hong Lingling clenched her teeth and said, Brother Fu Han, are you really going to abandon me? Maybe I'm already carrying your child. Everyone was stunned for a moment. After all, it had only been an afternoon and things had escalated so quickly. And Xiaozhe glanced over at Xiaoyu. And Xiaoyu shot Hong Lingling a glare, then looked away, clearly not wanting to talk about the matter. When she had gone to look for Brother Fu Han earlier, after knocking on the door twice and receiving no response, she found that the door wasn't locked, so she opened it to find them lying on the same bed with their clothes disheveled. No matter what the truth was, the situation couldn't be explained clearly, nor did anyone have proof to verify their innocence. Haha, why don't you just bring a kid from outside and claim he's Brother Fu's? He was the first to snap out of his shock. Laughing sarcastically, he gave her a dismissive glance. Brother Fu definitely doesn't like you, how could he have touched you? You're just saying this because you're afraid Brother Fu will drive you away, right? Do you really think everyone's that stupid to believe what you're saying? Hong Lingling didn't seem the least bit worried and instead appeared quite arrogant. If it's true or not, isn't it simple enough to let Brother Fu tell you? Brother Fu Han, there's no one else here. Just tell the truth. And if you feel shy and don't want to say, then I'll do the talking. Fu Han frowned deeply, looking very distressed, struggling to voice anything. Hong Lingling was well prepared for his silence. This afternoon, I became Brother Fu Han's. When I left Chuyang, I wanted to inform Brother Fu Han that Chuyang admitted that it wasn't me who pushed him down. After Brother Fu opened the door, he pulled me inside and pushed me onto the bed. What happened afterward doesn't need any further explanation, right? Brother Fu Han and I were sleeping peacefully when Xiaoyu woke us up. And Xiaoyu herself saw exactly what state Brother Fu Han and I were in. She spoke vividly, with a witness too, causing the situation to tilt immediately in her favor. Qin Hao was quick to add fuel to the fire. If such a thing has happened, as a man, Brother Fu needs to take responsibility. There's nothing wrong with acknowledging it. Li Chuyang stared at Hong Lingling, trying to retrieve some mental imagery of what had happened, but no matter how hard he focused, he failed to see anything. He had previously seen Hong Lingling deliberately falling down and pulling Fu Han along, so why didn't the scene come back now? There was the prior case of seeing zombie eyes and Hong Lingling being revealed once more. Could it be due to him fainting for 2 days, causing his abilities to upgrade? Or was he missing some kind of knack? He nudged Li Chuyang's arm twice. You don't believe what she says, do you? Li Chuyang shook his head. She must be lying again. She just wants to stay by Brother Fu's side. Are you so sure about Brother Fu? What if this happened while Brother Fu wasn't fully aware of himself? Then it's undoubtedly something Hong Lingling planned, said Li Chuyang. Seeing Fu Han looking sullen, unable to voice his thoughts, he figured Fu Han was clearly troubled about what to do next. Not knowing how to expose Hong Lingling's scheme, Li Chuyang asked He for help. Brother Fu can't handle her. Is there anything you can do to help Brother Fu? There's no way of telling whether such an event actually occurred except between those two directly involved. We can't force Hong Lingling to undergo a physical examination either. Besides, hospitals aren't open anyway. Despite racking his brain, He still couldn't come up with an appropriate solution unless Brother Fu claims he only likes men, that he has no feelings for women, and preferably says he already has a boyfriend. Is this really the way to go? It's the only way to prove Brother Fu's innocence. If he had no reaction to her body, then it shows that nothing happened between them, right? After all people saw was them lying on the same bed, no one saw them doing anything else. In that case, should you go tell Brother Fu and pretend to be his boyfriend? Don't you think it would suit you better? Are you just shy and don't want to go yourself, Chuyang? If I go, Hong Lingling will surely target me. Plus, I wouldn't be able to argue against her since she's more afraid of you. He stared intently at Li Chuyang, realizing he spoke with utter sincerity, showing no discomfort at all. After some thought, what Chuyang said made sense. He couldn't let Hong Lingling have the chance to harm him. Resolute, He said, all right then, I'll be the one to go. He moved to Fu Han's side and whispered his plan into Fu Han's ear while Li Chuyang continued staring at Hong Lingling, attempting to uncover the knack for accessing memories. After hearing He plan, Fu Han glanced at Li Chuyang and asked, did you and Li Chuyang come up with this? Of course it was my idea. Kun watched Fu Han's expression closely, deliberately saying, I originally planned for Chuyang to pretend to be your boyfriend, but Chuyang thought I was more suitable, so here I am. Brother Fu, this is all for your benefit. There's really no other way to make things clear now. What are you still thinking about? Do you really want Hong Lingling to cling to you forever? To be honest, both Chuyang and I believe Hong Lingling is lying. We trust that you're not the kind of person she makes you out to be. She already pushed Chuyang into the pond, you absolutely can't let her stay any longer. Having seen Hong Lingling's tricks, Kun genuinely feared what she might do next, like one day claiming she was pregnant with someone else's child. Chapter 48, Expressing Intentions. Fu Han stepped forward, recounting the events he remembered. He had left with Xiaozhe from Li Chuyang's place and returned to his room to rest after parting ways with Xiaozhe. He remembered not locking the door and not seeing Hong Lingling before falling asleep. Then, he woke up to find what happened. Whether it was before or after sleeping, he had no memory of anything involving Hong Lingling and he wasn't in a rush to deny everything Hong Lingling said. After Fu Han finished speaking, Kun immediately stood up for him, so nothing actually happened between you two. She staged all of this herself. You didn't get proper rest while taking care of Chuyang, so as soon as you lay down, you fell asleep. Could you really do anything in your sleep? You don't even have sleepwalking issues. Brother Fu, she's deliberately framing you, wanting to get you. Ignore her, just let her stay in this village. We're still far from the safe zone, and there will probably be plenty of dangers on this journey. Isn't it safer for her to stay here? Hong Lingling glared angrily at Kun, wishing she could grab a rock to shut him up because he was too talkative. At this moment, she didn't bother arguing with Kun but only wanted to cling to Fu Han. Brother Fu Han, how could you deny it? This woman is full of lies. Brother Fu doesn't even like you, how could he possibly touch you? Kun, noticing Fu Han seemed uncertain about making a decision, was ready to directly proclaim himself as Fu Han's boyfriend. Brother Fu, don't be fooled by her. If you let her keep following us, she'll try to harm Chuyang again. Brother Fu Han. Hong Lingling, you should stay with Brother Lu's family in this village. Kun's words convinced him. Even if he didn't mind the trouble caused by Hong Lingling, she kept targeting Li Chuyang and even acted against him. She shouldn't be allowed to follow them any longer. What Kun says makes sense, there will be a lot of dangers along the way. You'll be safer here. Brother Fu Han, I have abilities to protect myself, and I can learn from you guys how to kill zombies. Please don't leave me behind, okay? Hong Lingling rushed to Fu Han, looking sad and scared, saying pitifully, Brother Fu Han, it's my fault, I shouldn't have talked nonsense. From now on, whatever you say goes. You never touched me, and it's all lies that I made up. Is that acceptable? Her demeanor seemed entirely for Fu Han's sake that she'd changed her story. Fu Han pulled away her hand and looked at her earnestly, saying, I did feel a little unconscious back then, but I think nothing happened between us. I believe things are more likely as Kun said, they're your attempt to use this method to stay by my side. Brother Fu Han, how can you treat me this way? Are you trying to not admit something you've done? You once promised me. I fundamentally don't like you. Fu Han cut her off, becoming increasingly annoyed as her statements became more absurd. Glancing at Li Chuyang, he resolved and said, the one I like is Li Chuyang. There's no possibility of anything happening between us. Everyone inside the house froze again. The scene was relatively quiet, but the atmosphere wasn't awkward. Hong Lingling forgot to continue debating with him. Only Kun's lips curved into a smile, curiously turning his head to see Li Chuyang's reaction. Although Li Chuyang was also surprised like everyone else, despite Hong Lingling mentioning this to him before, and Kun also hypothesized, hearing Fu Han say it personally was another matter altogether. Since he doesn't like Fu Han, he should reject Fu Han outright. But since now isn't the right moment, it's better to remain silent. Fu Han was observing the reactions of Li Chuyang and Kun. Li Chuyang only briefly showed surprise without much else, which matched Fu Han's expectations. It was Kun's reaction that surprised him. Kun didn't seem angry at all, and there were even traces of happiness, like watching a good show. Could it be that Kun doesn't mind? Have you finished eating yet? Lu Guoqing's arrival broke the silence indoors. Seeing their food appeared untouched, most of them standing around as if discussing something. Brother Lu, you've come. Lu Guoqing nodded and said, I came to check if Chuyang had woken up. Already spotting Li Chuyang's figure. Am I interrupting your meal? No, Fu Han took the lead in sitting down, picking up the bowl to start drinking soup. The others started eating too, except Hong Lingling who stood beside Fu Han, looking hopefully at him, meaning to linger unless Fu Han agrees to take her along. Lu Guoqing glanced curiously, not prying into what had happened. Instead, he walked over to Li Chuyang and sat down beside him to talk. He first asked about Li Chuyang's condition and then relaxed after hearing there was no major issue and noticing that Kun was around. Then, Lu Guoqing started talking about their plan to stay behind. Neither do we know exactly where the safe zone is located. Driving at this pace would take more than half a month at least. Now zombies are everywhere and becoming even more dangerous. The journey will be extremely perilous. We have no special abilities. Following Fu Han's group would just create more trouble for them. It's impossible for Fu Han to look out for us 24/7. Yanzi and I discussed it and decided to stay here. The villagers have also agreed. There is water and farmland here, as long as we keep an eye on the zombies, we can definitely live here for a while. Since they'd already made the decision, Li Chuyang didn't say much. It was indeed a better choice for their family. Lu Guoqing looked at the others, lowering his voice, Chuyang, do you want to stay with us? Me and Yanzi can take care of farming, we'll manage together. Honestly, we don't know what this safe zone is really like or if they'll accept you. Going to the safe zone would be too risky. You can't even protect yourself. Traveling along with those others leads to an uncertain future. Why not stay with us? Of course, if your classmates want to stay, they're welcome too. The village still has many empty plots and houses. I've already spoken with the villagers, all of these can be provided for you. He avoided saying harsher realities but believed the young one understood. On this trip ahead, in dangerous situations, someone like Chuyang who seems entirely useless would undoubtedly be the first abandoned. Li Chuyang felt touched. He believed everything Lu Guoqing said, which made sense, staying here would allow a peaceful life. But he wanted to see the safe zone. It was established by the government, and its environment might not match everyone's expectations, but in the safe zone, there would be much useful information to gain, particularly regarding special abilities, possibly even details about the zombie virus. He could protect himself and thus wanted clarity. In response, Li Chuyang politely declined Lu Guoqing, if the safe zone proves unwelcoming, I'll certainly come back to find you. Uncle can see that you're decisive. Since you've said this, it means you've thought it through clearly. Uncle won't persuade you further. However, you must safeguard yourself during this journey. Lu Guoqing reached out to steady Li Chuyang's shoulder and silently blessed him inside, Uncle will be here waiting for good news from you. After speaking with Li Chuyang, Lu Guoqing went to ask Fu Han when they planned to leave. Agreeing to send them off with the villagers, he returned home. After finishing his meal, Fu Han reiterated to Hong Lingling one more time that she should stay behind, I've made myself clear to you. If you insist on following us, go ahead, but we won't pay attention to you. He glanced at Li Chuyang, feeling restless within, fearing what might happen next with Li Chuyang. He returned to rest indoors. And Xiaozhi needed to keep an eye on Xiao Yu and couldn't focus on Fu Han. Even Fu Han's public confession to Li Chuyang was something unexpected. Xiao Yu had experienced dual shocks today, so he needed to counsel her properly. He Kuan and Li Chuyang retreated inside too, leaving only Hong Lingling and Qin Hao with another two people. Qin Hao noticed Hong Lingling's expression changing from sadness to anger, so he approached her with a smile. When He Kuan came out, he searched everywhere for Fu Han but couldn't find him, finding this strange. Zhu Menglei thought he was looking for someone or something and offered to help, are you searching for something? He Kuan shook his head, saying, no, I just thought Brother Fu would be waiting outside. Zhu Menglei glanced at Li Chuyang who was also confusedly looking at He Kuan. He Kuan, didn't Brother Fu look at you when he left? I assumed he'd wait for you outside to hear your reply. Zhu Menglei, not a very chatty person, hadn't interacted much with Li Chuyang at school. Nor was she interested in gossiping, but these days she noticed He Kuan and Li Chuyang were getting particularly close, nearly forgetting her existence. Now that Fu Han wanted Hong Lingling to remain in the village, Zhu Menglei worried whether she might also be abandoned. Yet, she now considered another idea, if Li Chuyang ended up with Fu Han, could she continue staying close to He Kuan? Have you thought about how to tell him? Since He Kuan had asked Li Chuyang before, he was quite clear about the answer Li Chuyang would give to Fu Han. Zhu Menglei listened attentively, feeling a bit envious inside. Fu Han was so responsible, after Li Chuyang stayed with him, he would surely do his best to protect Li Chuyang. Do you think what I'm going to say is appropriate? If I reject him, he will definitely feel sad. Li Chuyang didn't want to see Fu Han sulking after being rejected. He Kuan thought for a moment and said, you should just tell him that you don't have feelings for him right now. But what? You can pretend to agree with him to help Hong Lingling lose hope. Since he confessed publicly, it's no longer possible for me to pretend to be his boyfriend. Alright, then I'll go find him and make everything clear now. Chapter 49, she followed again. When Li Chuyang saw Fu Han, he was quite calm. Fu Han had also guessed what he was likely here for, but it was strange not to see He Kuan. Where is He Kuan? He went back first. Fu Han looked at him with a bitter smile and said, are you here to reject me? Li Chuyang was surprised, how did you know? Did he already figure it out? I know that you already like someone. Do I already like someone? Li Chuyang was completely confused, how didn't he know himself? Who told you this? Seeing Li Chuyang's expression, Fu Han suddenly felt that things might not be as he thought they were. Hong Lingling told me that you and He Kuan are together. Li Chuyang, she tricked you, you can't trust what she says. She also told you. You and He Kuan aren't together. Fu Han interrupted Li Chuyang excitedly, wanting to hear Li Chuyang admit it personally. His eyes held a restrained excitement, fearing false hope. Li Chuyang shook his head and said, no, we're just friends. After Fu Han calmed down from his happiness, he felt awkward, he had been stupid to believe Hong Lingling's words. Did Hong Lingling tell you anything else? She only told me these things. Fu Han looked at him and hesitantly asked, you don't like He Kuan, nor do you like anyone else? No. So, do you not feel even a little bit of attraction towards me? Li Chuyang thought carefully and said, I don't have romantic feelings for you. As far as Fu Han as a person went, he liked him. Fu Han helplessly smiled, then can I at least comfort myself that you don't dislike me? Why do you like me? He thought Fu Han wouldn't like Hong Lingling, and maybe would prefer Xiao Yu instead. He hadn't interacted much with Fu Han, most of the time Hong Lingling was clinging to Fu Han. Fu Han couldn't explain clearly for a moment either, he hadn't considered this before. But after confessing to Li Chuyang, he didn't mind telling Li Chuyang more about his feelings. Moreover, since Li Chuyang wasn't in love yet, he could still work on making Li Chuyang fall for him. Rarely were the two of them alone together, Fu Han hoped to stay longer with Li Chuyang. They sat under the moonlight and chatted casually about different topics, talking mostly about their past. Fu Han revealed some embarrassing stories about his past to make Li Chuyang laugh, whereas when he asked Li Chuyang would gloss over them lightly, seeming to avoid memories or mention. Fu Han didn't put too much pressure on Li Chuyang and chose to go slowly, hoping one day Li Chuyang would open up to him willingly. The two of them lost track of time, and when He Kuan hadn't seen Li Chuyang return, he worriedly came to look for him. Seeing the two sitting together deeply engrossed in conversation, if it weren't late, he wouldn't want to interrupt them. After Fu Han left, He Kuan immediately started gossiping and asked how they managed to chat so much. Upon hearing Li Chuyang recount Hong Lingling lying to Fu Han by saying the two of them were together, He Kuan burst out laughing. Wrapping an arm around Li Chuyang's shoulders, he stared at him for a while and then said, I've realized that actually, Chuyang, you really do look good, and you're indeed likable. You don't think I would like you, right? Li Chuyang was caught off guard by the question. Compared to Fu Han, he cared more about He Kuan. He didn't have those romantic feelings toward He Kuan, and if he rejected He Kuan, would it affect his relationship with He Kuan? Aren't you serious? He Kuan saw his seriously contemplative face and slapped him on the shoulder, snapping him back to reality, I only consider you a good brother, family. And even if I did like you, why should you be so troubled? It's not that hard for you to reject Fu Han, is it? That's enough, I know what you're thinking. If you refused me, I'd still be like Big Brother Fu. Judging from the way Chuyang spoke, Brother Fu definitely planned to pursue Chuyang. What's he like? You'll find out soon. He Kuan didn't want Li Chuyang to feel awkward because of Brother Fu's pursuit. Actually, I think you and Big Brother Fu would suit each other, but... But what? After we all reach the safe zone, he will go to Bailong City. This issue He Kuan had thought of earlier, Big Brother Fu definitely wouldn't give up his family. He had to go to Bailong City, and they couldn't expect him to stay for Chuyang's sake. If it were earlier times, with convenient transportation and no threat of zombies, it would have been possible for Chuyang to follow Big Brother Fu. Since Chuyang doesn't have any feelings for Brother Fu, there's no way old donkey would go to Bailong City. Li Chuyang only wanted to reach the safe zone as soon as possible now, and find out about the Psi abilities and zombies. They didn't know what exactly the safe zone was like and thus couldn't make the next decision. This evening we need to be careful again. Once we leave here, we won't have to watch out for Hong Lingling anymore. He Kuan breathed a sigh of relief and silently prayed that everything would go smoothly from here on out. After the villagers were no longer threatened by zombies, Fu Han didn't delay, setting off early in the morning after tidying up. The villagers saw them off onto the highway and handed over some food they had specially set aside during the last 2 days. Initially, they promised to provide gasoline, which they did give, but most of it was used to burn zombies, so not much remained. The villagers felt a bit guilty about putting them through such danger, so this was the least they could do, give them some food. In the apocalypse, food was the most important thing. After all the zombies in the village had been cleared, the villagers refreshed their land on the first day itself to start sowing seeds, crops that could mature quickly. If necessary, they could continue searching for food on the mountain. The villagers gave them some potatoes and sweet potatoes, which could be roasted and eaten directly. Fu Han accepted them without hesitation. After bidding farewell to the Lu Guoqing family, everyone prepared to get into the vehicles. He Kuan immediately pulled Li Chuyang to Fu Han's car. After getting in, he noticed Zhu Menglei and family's siblings were already there, leaving no room for everyone. Unwilling to let Zhu Menglei find Qin Hao, he stepped out first, giving her a look, urging her to sit down, and then called the siblings to another car. Xiao Yu wouldn't get in the same car as Li Chuyang and Fu Han, so she naturally opted for Xiaochu's car. Before everyone completely boarded, they suddenly saw someone who shouldn't have been there, Hong Lingling. Hong Lingling had been following them since the morning, although she hadn't spoken much. Now she even climbed into Qin Hao's vehicle. Qin Hao originally wanted Wang Qian to sit with him, but Wang Qian didn't want Hong Lingling to share a car with Shi Xiuyan. Neither did she want to ride with Qin Hao. Thus, he reluctantly allowed Hong Lingling to sit with him. He Kuan hurriedly jumped out of the car and ran over to Qin Hao to ask what was going on. You're bringing her along. Brother Fu said she should stay behind in the village. He Kuan yelled at Qin Hao, asking loudly, while others also gathered around curiously. Hong Lingling sat in the car and didn't say a word, secretly observing them. Qin Hao raised his eyebrows slightly and hooked his lips in a smirk before saying, if you guys don't want to take her, why should I? Besides, it's me who wants to. Of course, I'm responsible for taking her along. If there are any problems with her, it definitely won't bother you. Qin Hao glanced back at Hong Lingling, she'll follow my orders now. In the past, she offered you convenience, I'll ensure she continues to do so. As for any trouble she causes, the three of us can handle it well. He Kun frowned deeply. He thought he finally got rid of this woman. He knew he wasn't a match for Qin Hao, so he hoped Fu Han could intervene and change Qin Hao's mind. Before Fu Han could speak, Qin Hao pointed at Li Chuyang and Zhu Menglei and asked, you can bring them, so why can't I bring her? How can we compare with her? She tells nothing but lies and deliberately harms people. What do you intend to do by bringing her? He Kun couldn't help but ask. Qin Hao replied, with her, we can have access to water anytime, so why not bring her along? 3 of us protecting her will be more than enough. This unexpected situation made Fu Han momentarily unsure how to respond. Although Qin Hao and his group traveled with them, their relationship wasn't good, and as long as they didn't harm them, he couldn't really interfere with their decisions. Fu Han had decided to leave Hong Lingling behind in the village. He certainly didn't want to see Hong Lingling follow them, especially worried she might hurt Li Chuyang again, influencing his pursuit of him. And Xiacha stood up and agreed with Qin Hao that Hong Lingling could come along. We hope that everything goes as you said. If she hinders us, we won't tolerate her tagging along. This trio's intentions weren't straightforward, and perhaps Hong Lingling could be a reason for their parting ways. And Xiacha chatted briefly with Fu Han, and then dragged He Kun, who was standing beside him puzzledly staring, back to the car to explain. After getting into the car, Fu Han explained the matter to Li Chuyang and assured him that Hong Lingling's words would never be trusted again, and they wouldn't show leniency towards her. Okay. Li Chuyang nodded, telling Fu Han not to worry about Qin Hao and the rest because of him. He only cared about He Kun. Zhu Menglei sat quietly in the back, blending into the background. She glanced at Fu Han looking at Li Chuyang, and then turned her gaze to He Kun in the other car. She would rather be in that car with He Kun, but he had asked her to sit here. Actually, He Kun probably wanted to sit in this car too, but since she didn't know in Xiacha or in Xiaoyu well, he had placed her here. Besides, she wouldn't want to bother the 2 people in the front anyway. In school, Zhu Menglei used to feel sorry for Li Chuyang when others bullied him. Now, she envied how much someone cared for Li Chuyang, loved him, and protected him. Why could a person's destiny change so drastically overnight? If they hadn't met Li Chuyang, could she have stayed by He Kun forever? But that was no longer possible. If Li Chuyang were to go with Fu Han to Beilong City, maybe she and He Kun could stay behind together in the safe zone. Chapter 50, Escalating Conflicts. According to the plan, Fu Han and his group were supposed to drive directly from the highway to the approximate location of the safe zone. However, due to insufficient fuel and some obstacles on the road, they had no choice but to take a detour. They came across several gas stations along the way, but all of them had been completely looted, leaving not a drop of fuel for them. In this situation, they decided to enter the city to look for usable fuel while replenishing other supplies at the same time. The journey over the past few days had been relatively smooth, and they had already entered another province. During this period, Hong Lingling indeed stayed as quiet and obedient near Qin Hao as he had promised. Nevertheless, she couldn't help glancing at Fu Han from time to time. When she saw how Fu Han treated Li Chuyang and remembered how Li Chuyang had framed her, resentment built up in her heart. The city was in complete chaos. Zombies could be seen wandering everywhere on the streets. Although energy stones hadn't yet formed in their brains, their physical condition was gradually improving. The group spent several days in the city, searching for supplies and fuel while also using these zombies to train themselves. After being scratched by a zombie last time, and Xiaja's supernatural ability progressed significantly. Previously, he could only control vines to restrict the movement of zombies by binding their legs. Now, he could fully entangle the zombies with vines, doing so both easily and quickly. Because of Hong Lingling, Fu Han and his group stopped paying attention to Qin Hao's actions and naturally didn't mention the matter of training their abilities to them. However, Wang Xian had witnessed it earlier and, after realizing that all of them were getting stronger, informed Shi Xiuyan and Qin Hao. The 3 then began emulating them, utilizing zombies for self-training. Hong Lingling wanted to slack off, thinking that the reason Qin Hao brought her along was entirely because her ability could provide water, and he didn't care if she could kill zombies or not. Qin Hao did indeed consider her as merely an ornament, not expecting her to be useful in dealing with zombies. Besides, he could sense that Hong Lingling's thoughts still lingered on Fu Han, and she wasn't fond of staying with them, making her quite unreliable. However, Shi Xiuyan still held high hopes for her. Especially after witnessing He Kun's ability to control wind to cut through the skin of zombies, though currently it caused only minor harm to them, one day he might be able to directly kill zombies with his power. Thus, Shi Xiuyan was curious about what Hong Lingling's powers would evolve into. But ultimately, she turned out to be just a woman who relied on men without giving serious thought to developing her abilities. Shi Xiuyan handed her a fruit knife, instructing her to kill zombies. She trembled holding the knife and, seeing the zombies, immediately lost strength in her legs, choosing only to flee. If Qin Hao hadn't intervened multiple times, she would have been eaten by the zombies. Unlike Shi Xiuyan, Qin Hao had no patience. Whenever Hong Lingling acted irresponsibly or half-heartedly, he would scold her and use his powers on her. Each time, she would be electrified until her scalp tingled and her legs went weak. What she hated most about herself was that her body could recover within less than an hour each time. This allowed Qin Hao to continue shocking her. After enduring this repeatedly, Hong Lingling became mentally overwhelmed. She had never experienced such grievances before, even regretting following Qin Hao. Firmly believing that the only person who would save her was Fu Han, she ran to Fu Han, crying profusely, while he remained completely unmoved. "Brother Fu Han, please help me. I really can't take it anymore. Haven't you seen how Qin Hao treats me? Didn't you say something about him before?" When Qin Hao shocked Hong Lingling those first few times, she screamed loudly every time. Fu Han couldn't bear it and said something, but Qin Hao completely ignored it. Afterward, Fu Han noticed that Hong Lingling always recovered quickly and guessed that Qin Hao knew how to measure his force appropriately, so he didn't interfere further. Fu Han didn't even glance at her and replied, "This is your own choice." He Kuan hurried over and said sharply, "If you don't leave, I'll go call Qin Hao." The name Qin Hao now had great intimidation power over Hong Lingling. Sure enough, after glaring angrily at him for a moment, she hurried back to Qin Hao's side. "Big brother Fu, don't be soft-hearted again. Although Qin Hao isn't a very good person, he won't harm her. You've seen for yourself that she screams loudly every time, yet nothing happens to her. She's screaming just for your attention so that she can return to your side." I understand. Hong Lingling, staying beside Qin Hao, indeed appeared calm and well-behaved, but he realized that her eyes often fell on him, showing that her feelings hadn't truly changed. "I won't let her deceive me again." He Kuan felt relieved after hearing this. Then, glancing in the direction of Li Chuyang, he asked Fu Han quietly, "Brother Fu, haven't you noticed that Chuyang seems to have something on his mind these past few days?" He was busy training himself and didn't have much time to spend with Li Chuyang, but when they chatted, he had noticed that sometimes Li Chuyang seemed distracted. Could it be related to his body condition? The other day, after a rainstorm, Li Chuyang had been unconscious for over 2 hours, his body alternating between cold and hot, fortunately waking up with no further issues afterward. Fu Han now had one more daily concern, praying that it wouldn't rain. He simply couldn't bear going through the same ordeal every time, given how stressful it was on him, even though he knew that Li Chuyang would eventually recover without complications. Still, his worry persisted. Fu Han assumed that since He Kuan and Li Chuyang were close friends, he must have come to share some answers. However, He Kuan was actually leaving the matter to him. "Brother Fu, why don't you talk to him? I still need to help Zhu Menglei. Just keep an eye on Chuyang." After saying this, He Kuan walked toward Zhu Menglei. Zhu Menglei herself had requested the training, and He Kuan thought it might be beneficial for her to develop some self-protection skills. Although he mainly focused on honing his own abilities, he did bring Zhu Menglei along when training her physical combat. He sought out in Xiaoju's guidance because in Xiaoju and his sister were better skilled at hand-to-hand combat. Hence, He Kuan accompanied Zhu Menglei while asking in Xiaoju to supervise both their training alongside in Xiaoyu's. Li Chuyang had also attempted training. However, his physical condition was worse than Zhu Menglei's. After only a few days of training, Zhu Menglei had already improved significantly against zombies. Initially, she struggled holding the knife and trembled upon seeing a zombie's leg, yet now, she could calmly wield a blade, avoid zombie attacks, and even attempt striking them back. By contrast, Li Chuyang became exhausted after only a short while into training. Even though his grip appeared strong, Zhu Menglei could easily snatch the blade from him. His body seemed to suffer from congenital defects that Fu Han tried addressing by first building his stamina. It proved entirely ineffective. With no progress on martial prowess, Li Chuyang shifted focus to perfecting his supernatural ability. Controlling zombies now flowed effortlessly for him, he could even direct them to do simple tasks, although complex commands were beyond their comprehension, and they were prone to lose control. As for the visions he used to see, he'd recently managed to understand them partially. These were images previously witnessed by people or zombies, and while he had grasped a little bit of this ability, it was far more challenging than controlling zombies. Both human and zombie brains contained countless memories, and reading them felt like fishing a needle out of a haystack, difficult to pinpoint what he needed. However, reading zombie minds was easier compared to humans, and thus he trained exclusively using zombies as subjects. Initially, everything proceeded smoothly until Li Chuyang discovered how incredibly fatigued he became each time he strenuously read a zombie's memory. Though outwardly fine, he'd feel as if he had just run a marathon, his entire body weak and drained. His brain was especially weary, to the point where controlling even a single ordinary zombie grew increasingly difficult. Unlike He Kuan's energy-based powers that stopped functioning once depleted, Li Chuyang's consumed mental stamina instead, with its limit appearing fixed unlike theirs. His attempts at pushing harder merely resulted in extreme fatigue, as if his body reached its absolute threshold. When Fu Han came to inquire about his concerns, Li Chuyang briefly considered confessing. But, weighing his current state and noting his ability differed greatly from theirs with clear vulnerabilities, he opted to remain secretive, attributing his worries solely to bodily conditions. There should be medical equipment and resources at the safe zone. They can conduct a comprehensive examination for you, surely identifying the problem with your body. Fu Han could only offer such comfort, originally believing he could assist Li Chuyang. Yet realizing Li Chuyang's case was quite unique, Fu Han feared it might relate to end times effects on his physical constitution. "Aha! You can rest these few days, or go search for supplies with me. Fu Han believed he could safeguard Li Chuyang well enough, ensuring Li Chuyang still felt valuable. As they conversed, Qin Hao suddenly arrived, asking whether either of them had seen Hong Lingling. Fu Han mentioned Hong Lingling coming to find him earlier. Didn't she return? I haven't seen her. Qin Hao scrutinized them suspiciously, accusingly questioning, you're not hiding her, are you? Li Chuyang responded, she indeed went back. Haven't you really seen her? Li Chuyang. Do you think I'm deliberately causing trouble? Qin Hao raised his eyebrows unhappily. Now that you've got someone on your side, you're acting tougher, huh? So, are the two of you together now? As your classmate, I should congratulate you. Does Li Chuyang listen to everything you say? Qin Hao couldn't help but ask Fu Han out of curiosity. He's much more obedient than He Kun, with such pale and tender skin. Isn't he even better to touch than a woman? The tone of Qin Hao's words and his attitude toward Li Chuyang already irritated Fu Han, and when Qin Hao began insulting Li Chuyang while clearly enjoying it, Fu Han lost control. Recalling He Kun's mention of how Qin Hao used to bully Li Chuyang back in school only fueled Fu Han's anger. Without hesitation, Fu Han threw a punch. In the future, please watch your mouth. Fu Han still held his fists tightly. My relationship with Chuyang is none of your business. You'd better hurry up and find Hong Lingling instead. Chapter 51, Thief. Qin Hao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and laughed. Are you really protecting him? I thought you just wanted to play around, but it seems like you actually like him. He stared at Li Chuyang with a glance that made people uncomfortable. Fu Han deliberately stood in front of Li Chuyang, blocking his view. Qin Hao chuckled, I'm not interested in him, my heart belongs only to Qian Qian. I'll respect him as much as possible for your sake. Qin Hao took another look at Li Chuyang, still unable to believe how easily the dependence the stupid woman sought had been taken away from her by someone else. I really didn't see that stupid woman. She must have run off somewhere to hide. Can you really let her go like that? She might die alone outside. Since Hong Lingling's life was at stake, Fu Han found it difficult to ignore it, but he also didn't hastily agree to Qin Hao's request for others to go out and search for Hong Lingling. And Xiaza had already stated clearly beforehand and outright refused when he heard Qin Hao wanted them to help look for Hong Lingling. She is your person, so you should find her yourselves. If she dies outside, then it is because you chose not to take her with you, yet failed to look after her. Qin Hao was also a proud man, unhappy at what Xiaza said, coldly huffed, cursed the stupid woman, and quickly went nearby to look for someone. Did you say it too harshly? Fu Han worriedly asked Xiaza. There was still a long way ahead together, and they would face difficulties side by side. Xiaza, they concealed the matter of the energy stones from us before, so they wouldn't be sincere with us anyway. Moreover, they knew very well why we didn't want to bring Hong Lingling along, yet insisted on doing so. Since they haven't given us any respect, we don't need to consider their feelings either. He Kun also echoed a few words, telling Fu Han not to worry about Qin Hao and company. He thought it was something important at first, but was surprised to find it was merely about asking them to help look for Hong Lingling. If it were anything else, he might have considered it. Do you know why Qin Hao brought Hong Lingling along? He Kun could not understand. All Hong Lingling could do was provide them with ample drinking water, however, she lacked any ability to protect herself. Wouldn't it be troublesome? Li Chuyang shook his head. He also did not understand Shi Shiyan's thoughts. His abilities worked on ordinary people fairly well, but using them on other supernaturally gifted people was not only challenging but also prone to exposure. Therefore, he had hardly attempted it actively. What he saw happen with Hong Lingling last time occurred unintentionally. Seeing that Shi Shiyan and the others had gone outside looking for Hong Lingling, He Kun now believed what Qin Hao said. Given Hong Lingling's temperament enduring Qin Hao's torment every day, it was indeed tough. The fact that she managed to hold on for days made He Kun look at her with newfound respect. It's all zombies outside. Hong Lingling is no match for the zombies, so she wouldn't dare run far. He Kun believed that Qin Hao and the group would soon find Hong Lingling nearby and watch the situation unfold. However, as nightfall approached, Shi Shiyan and the rest returned without finding any trace of Hong Lingling. Meeting their gazes, Qin Hao deliberately walked up to Fu Han and said, that stupid woman disappeared somewhere, and we couldn't find her. Now that she has fled, let her die outside. Maybe tomorrow we will see her as a zombie coming back to haunt us. You've all developed some cold hearts. He Kun wasn't afraid of Qin Hao. During school, they weren't getting along well anyway. Stop blaming this on us. Would this have happened if you hadn't left her behind? And now you blame our supposed lack of compassion. It's your responsibility. If only He Kun wasn't weaker than Qin Hao, he would have beaten Qin Hao a long time ago. If you feel more comfortable for it, consider I never mentioned anything. Qin Hao shrugged indifferently, ate something with Shi Shiyan and the others, and began preparing to rest. By the morning of the second day, Hong Lingling still hadn't shown up. Fu Han was somewhat worried, but seeing He Kun and the others completely indifferent to Hong Lingling's fate and their firm stance toward Qin Hao's group, he couldn't help but wonder if the problem lay within himself, whether he was too indecisive and overly kind. Fu Han became lost and confused, questioning whether his persistence was correct, and if he should try to make some changes. In the past, he would seek Xiaza's opinion, but now he wondered what Li Chuyang thought. Could it be that he was too soft-hearted? Was it because of his attitude towards Hong Lingling that Chuyang disliked him? Li Chuyang paused for a moment before answering Fu Han's question. What Hong Lingling said about liking you was just an excuse. She just wanted to use you to protect her while going to the safe zone. If you hadn't indulged her all the time, she wouldn't have done some of those things over and over. If Fu Han had treated Hong Lingling from the start as Qin Hao did, Hong Lingling wouldn't have become increasingly unreasonable. So it's my fault. If you hadn't brought her along, then you probably wouldn't have brought me along either. So he should still thank Fu Han for his kindness, otherwise, he would have been left at home. Fu Han was a good person, but being too kind might only mean a little disadvantage under normal circumstances. However, in this apocalypse, it could cost him his life. Since Fu Han had already realized this point, Li Chuyang didn't mind giving him a few more reminders. Whether or not he understood them, and how he decided to act, was up to Fu Han. Fu Han managed a faint smile. I've lived over 20 years, but I'm still nowhere near as wise as you are at only a few years older. It seems like there's still so much I don't know about you. If I have concealed something from you, will you be angry? As long as it doesn't harm others. Hearing Li Chuyang say this made Fu Han happy. It meant their relationship was slowly getting closer. He couldn't help but touch Li Chuyang's head. I believe you're not a bad person, nor would you easily do anything to hurt others. He had never intended to hurt anyone, he just wanted to survive properly. Li Chuyang looked up at Fu Han and said, I'll go look for Hong Lingling with you. Since Fu Han had said that, he must still worry about Hong Lingling. If Hong Lingling really died outside, Fu Han might at least not feel overly guilty, nor regret not trying to find her. They couldn't stay here too long just for Hong Lingling. After we find her, I won't bother with her anymore. Fu Han promised Li Chuyang, and also told himself that he should let go of Hong Lingling completely. There were no zombies around, so Fu Han and Li Chuyang searched every place where someone could hide, but found no trace of Hong Lingling. Li Chuyang suggested they look further out, and encountering zombies would be even better. He could try using his powers to see if these zombies had seen Hong Lingling. Their current location was on the outskirts of the city center, where too many zombies gathered in the central district. Driving so many vehicles made them easy targets for zombies, so they set up camp on a small square in the outskirts. In front and behind them were some old buildings with not very tall floors, slightly taller ones had burned down, it was unclear who had done it, and some of these buildings were still burning with little flames visible. These burnt-out buildings were obviously unsuitable for hiding people. As they walked along, they encountered 2 or 3 zombies. With the clue about Hong Lingling, searching the memories of these zombies wasn't difficult for Li Chuyang, yet there was no discovery, none of them had seen Hong Lingling. Hong Lingling was afraid of zombies and shouldn't have fled far away. Even if she tried to run, seeing those zombies should have scared her back. She hadn't taken anything, and after one night, how could she have endured? Bang! The sound of something hitting an iron gate came from the right side. They turned their heads and saw a figure dart into the alley. Fu Han, seeing no zombies over there, said, let's check it out. The alley was empty. Standing at the entrance hesitating whether to chase or not, a stone rolled out from inside, it was about the same size as the pebble that had hit the iron gate earlier. This was clearly intentional, an attempt to lead them onward. Although zombies were evolving, they weren't smart enough to do something like this. If it was a person, why not come out and meet them directly? Out of curiosity, the two followed the trail. The deeper they went, the more turns they made, winding through countless alleys. Each time they almost lost the person in front, a pebble would be thrown to guide them. After a while, they somehow returned to where they started, and the person leading them suddenly disappeared. Unable to guess this person's intention, Fu Han worried something might happen, and quickly took Li Chuyang back. Just as they stepped outside, they heard He Kuan and Qin Hao arguing inside. Qin Hao suspected He Kuan had hidden their stuff. Of course, He Kuan denied it, they hadn't done anything, and they had also lost quite a few items. It seemed like they'd been robbed. Where did you go? Seeing they'd just returned from outside, Qin Hao naturally suspected they had hidden their belongings somewhere. Li Chuyang wasn't sure if Qin Hao was deliberately provoking trouble, so he explained, we went to look for Hong Lingling. Why would we go through such great lengths to do this? Have you considered that it might be Hong Lingling? Qin Hao was awkwardly speechless for a moment, finally muttering after some time, that stupid woman doesn't have the guts to do something like this. She would if she wanted to run away. Without anything, she surely wouldn't last long, but with these supplies, even staying in one place, she could survive for a short while. Would she really dare to run? The zombies outside would scare her back to us immediately. Qin Hao didn't believe Hong Lingling would dare to act like this. Seeing Qin Hao's attitude, Li Chuyang felt there was no need to say more. Fu Han, however, thought of that strange person and brought up the matter. And Xiaxia, they could possibly be accomplices. After seeing you, they intentionally drew you out to steal things while you were gone. Qin Hao chuckled, could it be your own doing? Just wanting us to leave? Chapter 52, The Boy. Qin Hao. Shi Xiuyan and Wang Qian hurried over to stop Qin Hao's unreasonable tantrum. Both believed the missing items had nothing to do with He Kuan but were stolen by someone else. Shi Xiuyan carefully examined their lost belongings, which besides food, also included things they had found in this city. Around the locations where they discovered these items, there were always zombies. All of their possessions were kept in the car, and it seemed as though the thief was aware of this. No other place showed signs of having been rummaged through. The thief had directly pried open the car doors and took what was inside. I suspect Hong Lingling might be with them. This would explain why they couldn't find Hong Lingling nearby. No matter how upset she was, she wouldn't risk her own life by going somewhere dangerous filled with zombies. Moreover, the reason the thief knew everything was in the car was because Hong Lingling had told them. How dare that stupid woman betray us? Qin Hao clenched his fists tightly and asked Li Chuyang, where did you see them? Fu Han said, it's almost dark. Let's wait until tomorrow to look for them. That place is extremely convoluted, and one person nearly got us lost. We don't know where they are hiding yet, and even if we discover their tracks, they can easily evade us. We need to be cautious tonight. They know where we are and might come back for us. The night passed uneventfully, with no disturbances. Qin Hao was eager early the next morning, ready to reclaim their belongings, and Hong Lingling, determined to teach her a proper lesson. The group came to the alleyway entrance from yesterday but didn't rush in immediately. They first observed the surrounding situation. This area appeared to be an old district with very aged buildings. In front were 2- or 3-story old streets, at the end was a row of 5-story residential buildings, on the left side was a large market, and behind that were many warehouses. Each house in the alley was small and interconnected by numerous narrow paths. These houses, now deserted, had open front and back doors, allowing direct access between them, even permitting passage via windows on upper floors. Strangely enough, not a single zombie could be seen around here. With roads crinkled everywhere, even after Fu Han and Li Chuyang were led around in circles yesterday, they still couldn't figure out where exactly these pathways would lead. It was confusing right from the start, leaving them unsure which road to take. As they discussed splitting into teams and taking different routes, someone came forward again to lead them. Small balls rolled out from the alleyways located to their left front and right rear. Before they could approach, the balls exploded instantly before their eyes, creating small bursts of bright fireworks, crude miniature ones. Qin Hao's group chose the left front route while Fu Han's team opted for the right rear. After entering the alley, instead of fireworks or stones guiding them further, there was the sound of whistles. Fu Han's team pursued for a short distance when a whistle sounded again from another direction. With 6 people present, they once more divided into 2 groups. Zhu Menglei assumed she'd be assigned with the other 2, but unexpectedly, He Kuan suggested letting in Xiao Yu go with Fu Han and Li Chuyang. And Xiao Yu agreed without argument. Not long after separating, they heard an explosion coming from far away, seemingly from Qin Hao's side. No one was sure what had happened, but at that moment, they realized these weren't just simple thieves, they were quite resourceful. Fu Han and Xiaojia both paused, hesitant about whether to keep chasing or not, staying vigilant of their surroundings all the while. If Qin Hao's side could encounter an explosion, they too faced the same danger. Their guide, noticing they hadn't followed up, blew several whistles, still receiving no response. Finally, he revealed himself before them. Do you still want your stuff back? It was a teenage boy speaking. He was around 14 or 15 years old, wearing dirty sports attire, his face smeared with dirt making his appearance unclear. However, his sharp eyes stood out clearly. On his body hung a small bag, and around his neck dangled an iron whistle. Even without blowing the whistle himself, Fu Han's group could hear the distinct whistling sound, not the sound of an explosion. Judging from his build, the boy seemed smaller than Li Chuyang, equally thin but slightly shorter. His hair was a bit longer, and if he hadn't spoken, it would have been hard to tell whether he was male or female. And Xiao Yu stared at him and asked, was it you who stole our things? The boy shrugged and said, if you want your stuff back, follow me. He turned around and disappeared at the corner. If he was the one who stole our things, why would he help us? And Xiao Yu spoke with confusion, could it be that he's not with the ones who stole from us? Are you guys coming or not? The boy appeared upstairs as if out of nowhere, sticking his head out of a window and asking them, then slid down skillfully using the drainpipe by the window. If you don't hurry up, they'll eat all your stuff. Seeing their reactions were too different from normal people, the boy decided to try other ways to lure them over. And don't you care about those few people who came with you? Your things you can give up on, but what about them? Didn't you hear that explosion just now? That was the trap they set. Those 3 people must have been caught already. The rest might be next. And Xiao Yu focused for a moment and indeed didn't hear any more whistling, feeling increasingly worried. Where were they taken? Wanna know? Follow me then. Seeing Xiao Yu eagerly chasing after him, the boy smirked secretly and ran swiftly, leading them into the warehouse ahead. Inside the warehouse, it was pitch black. Fu Han's group only saw the boy's figure disappear into the darkness, and when they caught up, they had no idea where the boy was hiding. A light ignited in Fu Han's hand, instantly lighting up the surroundings. Before they could take a closer look, there was suddenly a bang behind them, and the big doors of the warehouse were locked from the outside, making the warehouse darker. The boy hiding above noticed Fu Han and the others were about to find him, so he walked out of the shadows himself. His eyes glinted with surprise when he looked at Fu Han. You can use psychic powers. And Xiao Yu realized they'd been deceived by the boy and her face turned grim. She shouted angrily, let the people outside open the door. He won't listen to me, the boy blinked innocently, pointing at Li Chuyang with his finger. He wants him. Unless you're willing to let him stay, he won't let you go. And Xiao Yu pulled out a knife in her hand, and you're still here. The boy remained composed, showing no fear of Xiao Yu hurting him. He doesn't care whether I live or die. We're just their tools. He looked at Fu Han and suggested, perhaps you should try opening the door with your psychic power. And Xiao Yu went over and kicked the warehouse door a couple of times and tried using her knife, but it was futile. Fu Han's fire wasn't quite enough either. The boy grinned mischievously, holding 2 small balls in each hand. Wanna try these? Fu Han immediately took Li Chuyang and Xiao Yu several steps back, keeping his distance from the boy. The objects in the boy's hands looked similar to the small fireworks from before. And Xiao Yu, aren't you afraid you might die here too? I'm trying to help you. Do you think we'll believe you? This boy rivaled Hong Lingling with his web of lies. Fu Han glanced at Li Chuyang and asked the boy, why does he want him? Of course, it's to make him a tool like me. The boy glanced at both of them, then looked at Li Chuyang. Haven't you noticed how much he looks like me? Apart from him, they also wanted another girl who was with you initially, the one you separated from during the chase. How many of you are there? The boy carefully counted on his fingers. There are 4 of us, and 2 of them, a married couple. Oh, right, a few days ago they captured a woman. That woman didn't seem very obedient, but the man liked her while the woman hated her. Chances are she's not gonna survive. Speaking, the boy waved the thing in his hand. This is something that couple made themselves. It has such power it could easily blow someone to death. Are you ready to use this to blow open the warehouse doors? Why do you want to help us? The person caught must have been Hong Lingling. Of course, there's a condition. What kind of condition? Fu Han subconsciously tightened his grip on Li Chuyang's hand. Help me kill that couple. The boy said it lightly, yet deep within his tone lay a hatred for these 2 people. Although he owed his survival to them, he was forced to do a lot of things he didn't want to do. After calming down, Fu Han asked the boy why he hated them so much but continued helping them. They can give me food and let me survive, of course I will listen to them. The boy had run out of patience. Do you guys want to help me or not? If not, then you will just wait here to die. Or hand him over. Their couple aren't good people either. There are a lot of people who have died in their hands. Can't you do this for saving us? Alright, I will help you. The boy, as if he had foreseen the answer, put the things back into his shoulder bag and said, I'll go make him open the door right away. Didn't you say he wouldn't listen to you? And Xiao Yu thought they were tricked again. Are you stupid? He wants the guy, and there's no other exit here. How else would he get out without opening the door? The boy then laid out his plan. He set up traps by the door. When he opens it, don't make any rash moves or he'll blow all of us up here. He will go out first, and when he agrees to let us out, I will keep an eye on him for you, then you follow my signals. Remember, don't be impulsive. Chapter 53, Deserved Death. The boy looked crafty, saying half-truths, and Fu Han was hesitant to hand Li Chuyang over to him, worried about unexpected changes that might turn Li Chuyang into the boy's hostage. Li Chuyang also knew the boy wasn't entirely trustworthy. However, he could tell the boy had no special abilities, so even if things went wrong with the boy wouldn't be able to do much to him. Thus, he agreed to follow the boy's plan. The boy didn't seem rushed at all, waiting for them to make a decision. They would eventually agree because in the past, when he had relied on those people with special abilities they were all brainless, thoughtlessly agreeing without considering whether others were willing or not, simply thrusting people forward. This person called Fu Han looked better, not as stupid or bad, hoping his powers would be strong enough to kill Su Heixin. Otherwise, he would have to place his hope in a few other people. In the end, Fu Han was persuaded by Li Chuyang, but before letting him go outside, secretly handed Li Chuyang a knife to hide on himself for self-defense. The boy asked them if they were ready. After hearing their affirmation, he blew a whistle 3 times. Following this, there was movement outside the warehouse and the door slowly opened just a crack. Through the gap, a middle-aged man of average height could be seen, dressed in gray workwear with a leather coat on top and a black leather hat covering his head. Su Qing shouted, Zhou Su, let that guy come out first. The boy Zhou Su then indicated for Li Chuyang to go out first. Su Qing kept staring inside. Even after seeing only Li Chuyang step out alone, he maintained a certain distance from Li Chuyang. Uncle Black, I've already talked it through with them. You can come out too. Having acquired Li Chuyang, Su Qing's mood was quite good, also being quite satisfied with Zhou Su's performance this time. Zhou Su led Fu Han and Xiao Yu out of the warehouse, standing before Su Qing and said, they said they don't want anything else, they just need Uncle Black to let them go. I don't really need them either, you send them back. Su Qing's gaze swept over both of them, briefly pausing on Xiao Yu before continuing to look at Li Chuyang with a smiling expression. After some training, this kid would surely become one of his reliable assistants, like Zhou Su. Walking next to Su Qing, Zhou Su quietly said, Uncle Black, that sister is so beautiful, are you sure you want me to just send them back? This caused Su Qing to carefully scrutinize Xiao Yu. She indeed looked younger and prettier than the one they captured 2 days ago, who was under Aunt Black's watch and he hadn't found an opportunity to act. But now, Rest assured, I won't tell Aunt Black. Zhou Su smirked inwardly at Su Qing's growing interest while continuing to flatter him. They all follow your orders now and don't dare to resist. Why don't you take her over there for fun? I'll keep an eye on them here. Once you're done enjoying yourself, we can set up our net elsewhere. This part hadn't been discussed in the warehouse, and Xiao Yu noticed Su Qing's gaze lingering on her and felt sickened. She angrily furrowed her brows, but luckily, Fu Han stopped her. This was the perfect moment once Su Qing came near. Although Zhou Su always had numerous thoughts in his mind, Su Qing was extremely confident that the boy couldn't possibly get the better of him. So without hesitation, Su Qing handed Li Chuyang over to Zhou Su and walked toward Xiao Yu. And Xiao Yu clenched her fists tightly, waiting for Su Qing to approach her, suddenly kicking him hard and sending the unsuspecting Su Qing falling to the ground. At this sudden change, Su Qing's face turned instantly. He pulled a small round bomb from his pocket and without any hesitation threw it towards Xiao Yu's feet. Zhou Su, seemingly having anticipated such a move, pulled Li Chuyang aside beforehand. Sure enough, neither was calm under pressure nor ruthless enough. After the explosion subsided, Su Qing climbed back up from the ground. As he dusted off the dirt from his hands and clothes preparing to question Zhou Su about what had happened, he saw Fu Han and Xiao Yu stand up unscathed, gracefully dodging his bomb. Su Qing then took another bomb out of his pocket. Glancing at the fire emerging from Fu Han's hands, he was terrified and hesitated to throw it. If that flame touched him, coupled with the bombs in his pockets, he would immediately explode into bits of flesh. Uncle Black! Suddenly shouting at him, Su Qing turned back and saw Zhou Su along with Li Chuyang running towards him trying to capture Li Chuyang as a hostage. Thinking that he had raised Zhou Su well and should reward him later, he unexpectedly felt a sharp pain in his waist and stomach. Zhou Su had plunged a knife into his body. Zhou Su gave Su Qing a faint smile, raising his eyebrows happily, and said with relief, "Uncle Black, farewell." After speaking, Zhou Su forcefully pushed Su Qing towards the warehouse door and pulled out 2 small bombs from his satchel, throwing them. The explosion simultaneously triggered the bombs on Su Qing's body as well as the traps he had set up at the warehouse entrance, causing a significant blast. In just a few seconds, the entire warehouse turned into ruins, showcasing the immense power. Zhou Su got up from the ground, seeing that Su Qing's body was buried under the rubble, already dead enough to ensure there would be no coming back. Only then did he feel relieved. Fu Han recovered, and his first thought was to look for Li Chuyang. Zhou Su moved so fast that Fu Han never expected him to be so ruthless and decisive. He could only pull Xiao Yu away in time. Li Chuyang was too far from him, so he couldn't help but watch. Fortunately, Li Chuyang had already realized that Zhou Su was no ordinary person, keeping a close eye on him. Seeing Zhou Su move aside, he didn't hesitate and ran off, escaping unscathed. Fu Han rushed over to Li Chuyang, confirming he was fine before turning angrily to Zhou Su, who was grinning ear to ear in happiness over his successful elimination of Su Qing. "He was already stabbed by you. Why did you still blow him up?" "I injured him, but I can't guarantee that he would die, right? He still had bombs on him. If I hadn't pushed him away and killed him with the explosion, he might have taken us all down with him." Zhou Su rolled his eyes, retorting, "If you two were a bit more decisive, you could have killed him earlier, and there would have been no need for me to do it. You should thank me for saving your lives." And Xiao Yu was still shaken by the near-death experience, angrily saying, "You almost blew us up too." Zhou Su shrugged, their survival having nothing to do with him, it was their responsibility whether they lived or not. But since they survived, it meant he could exploit their value further. "Do you still want to find your companions?" This was the first time Xiao Yu had encountered such a person, a teenager completely beyond her control. Fu Han wondered what Zhou Su must have experienced while being with Su Qing to turn this ruthless. On the way to Su Qing's residence, Zhou Su gave them a detailed introduction to the great achievements of Mr. and Mrs. Su Qing. When zombies appeared, most people in the city either fled or became zombies themselves, leaving only a small portion in hiding. The Zuz stayed behind, as employees of the fireworks factory. Hiding within, they used the materials from the factory to produce bombs to fight zombies. Relying on these homemade explosives, they ransacked nearly all the food available in the city. With no food left, people had no choice but to seek refuge with them, begging for some to survive. Initially, the couple would share some food with those who came seeking aid, but soon their true nature was revealed. Not only did they stop sharing food, but they began stealing from others. They would send young children to evoke sympathy from passers-by, especially those passing through the city, and if they failed to trick them, they'd order the kids to steal. Those who dared resist were blown up. At first, they had many followers, but all the useless ones were driven away by the Zuz and later turned into zombies or were killed. Only people like Zhou Su, who were deceptive and easy to feed, were kept around. Fu Han wasn't the first person the Zuz had cheated and stolen from. Some died, and others narrowly escaped with their lives. Shouldn't we agree that people like them don't deserve to live? Zhou Su paused, pointing to a cluster of houses ahead. "I wonder if Aunt Black has come back yet. I'll go check things out first. Aunt Black went after your female companion. She's even crueler than Uncle Black, so pray your companion is all right." Zhou Su assumed they'd obediently wait here, but unexpectedly, they had grown smarter and followed him to the doorway. Fu Han looked at him, saying, "We'll wait here for you." To find Xia Zhe and Qin Hao, they still depended on Zhou Su, so they absolutely couldn't let Zhou Su escape and run off. You guys stay here then. Zhou Su took a deep breath, shouting for Aunt Black while rushing inside. Aunt Black, something's wrong. Aunt Black. There was no response, nor any sound of others, so Zhou Su checked everywhere. Except for Hong Lingling, tied up, everyone else was indeed gone, including Aunt Black, who apparently hadn't returned yet. Zhou Su ignored Hong Lingling and tried to open the door to Mr. and Mrs. Su's room, intending to take everything inside away. But since he couldn't open it, he called Fu Han and the others over, saying, all your things are in here. The key should be with Aunt Black since she hasn't returned yet. Fu Han glanced at the lock, confirming that he could melt it down, and said to Zhou Su, you lead us to find the others first, and I'll come back later to open this door. Aunt Black hasn't returned yet, which means your friends are probably fine. If we don't hurry up, she might come back alone, Zhou Su said anxiously. And Xiao Yu looked at him and asked, do you not want to deal with Aunt Black? Being able to kill Su Heixin is already more than enough for me. Aunt Black wasn't as easy to approach as Uncle Black, let alone taking action against her, escaping was much more important. And Xiao Yu humphed, if you don't help us find them, you won't be going anywhere. Zhou Su instinctively tried to slip away, but Xiao Yu grabbed his collar. He instantly turned around, holding a knife coated with Su Qing's blood towards her. There hadn't been time to wipe it clean after pulling it out from Su Qing's body. And Xiao Yu had no choice but to let go. Do you still think you can hold me back? Unless I want to stay. Zhou Su, holding the knife, smiled while talking to draw their attention, all the while preparing to jump toward Li Chuyang. Among the three, Li Chuyang was the weakest. Grabbing Li Chuyang would give him the upper hand. Chapter 54, Hatred. Scorching flames narrowly passed by Zhou Su and vanished upon hitting the ground, leaving behind only a scorched black patch. Ever since seeing Zhou Su, his words and actions never seemed to align. Especially after witnessing how he had killed Su Qing, Fu Han had been even more cautious in watching him closely. After Zhou Su escaped from Xiaoyu's grasp without fleeing immediately, Fu Han guessed that he might make a move against Li Chuyang. Sure enough, when he saw Zhou Su trying to get closer to Li Chuyang, Fu Han acted swiftly to stop him. You're crazy. Zhou Su shouted in fear, that's where they're making bombs. You want to blow us all up here? Fu Han didn't intend to set the place on fire or hurt Zhou Su, he exercised restraint. If you won't listen, we'll have no choice but to tie you up. And Xiao Yu noticed some ropes on the ground and prepared to bind Zhou Su. As she went to retrieve the rope, she heard strange noises and opened a small door, discovering Hong Lingling tied up inside. Hong Lingling frantically mumbled sounds, pleading for Xiao Yu to save her. And Xiao Yu hesitated for a moment before letting her go. No, thank you, was given. Hong Lingling rushed straight to Fu Han's side, hoping to earn his sympathy with her tearful tale. However, when Fu Han saw clearly who it was, he stepped aside in advance, causing Hong Lingling to nearly collide with the wall. Taking this opportunity, Zhou Su attempted to sneak away, but Xiao Yu had already been waiting for him with the rope. Turning around, the first thing he saw was Xiao Yu's smile and the rope in her hand. Sister, I've made a mistake. No matter what Zhou Su said, Xiao Yu ignored it and used the rope to bind his hands together. Seeing that cajoling wouldn't work, Zhou Su quickly changed tactics. Had I known you were this kind of people, I wouldn't have saved you. You deserve to be locked up in that warehouse forever and let Su Heixin kill all of you. I've been tortured by Su Heixin and his wife. Do you think my life has been easy? I just wanted to find my parents. Big Brother Fu, is he one of those two guys' accomplices? Why do you keep him around? Hong Lingling, disturbed by Zhou Su's complaints, even forgot to cry. Over the last couple of days, apart from the couple, this guy hadn't treated her well either. She approached to slap Zhou Su twice but was stopped by Fu Han. Big Brother Fu. I haven't done anything to you. It's because you got caught by Su Heixin's tricks. Haven't you seen yet? Let me go immediately. This woman will take advantage of me while my hands are tied to kill me. Big Brother Fu, we can't let him stay. He's terrible as well, they've done so many bad things together. We need to find the others, Fu Han coldly told Hong Lingling, wishing she'd stop talking. Then he addressed Zhou Su, after you help us find the others, we'll untie you. Zhou Su lifted his bound hands and said, untie me first, or I won't help you. Anyway, I'm not the one in a rush. If we're late, perhaps Auntie He would have killed your comrades. You must help even if you don't want to. And Xiao Yu directly dragged him toward the door. Zhou Su tried to stand still, but it was futile. He could only continue yelling loudly. Yet no one responded, and Hong Lingling even cheered from the side. Although he was clever, he was no match for these two in strength. They weren't ruthless people, and they probably wouldn't harm him too much. In fact, they might actually succeed in killing Auntie He. Once Zhou Su realized this, he compromised with Xiao Yu, promising to help them, though Xiao Yu did not untie him. Once outside, Hong Lingling didn't dare to act up anymore, fearing encounters with zombies or other dangers. She obediently followed from behind, repeatedly trying to edge closer to Fu Han, but every time, Fu Han stayed close to Li Chuyang, giving her no chance to approach. She deliberately tripped herself, falling to the ground, but Fu Han merely glanced back at her, showing no intention of helping her up. It was Zhou Su who noticed her ulterior motive and mercilessly mocked her. "Sister, stop wasting your efforts. The guy obviously doesn't like you. Right, big brother? Mind your own business." Hong Lingling glared at him furiously, finding him even more annoying than he could. "With your old and ugly face, why would the handsome and good-looking big brother like you?" Zhou Su kept sucking up to Fu Han, eagerly looking up at him, hoping that if Fu Han was pleased, he might ask An Xiaoyu to release him. "Do you have eyes? Who's old and ugly?" Zhou Su blinked and said, "Sister, you've forgotten that you haven't reapplied makeup for 2 days, and the day before yesterday, you were splashed with water. Your current appearance looks ghost-like. Maybe running into a zombie would scare it to death." "Ha. Oops." Zhou Su was laughing heartily when Hong Lingling splashed a handful of water on his face, followed by a large water balloon that hit him and knocked him to the ground. Enough. Hong Lingling still thought it wasn't enough until Fu Han called her out. She wanted to act cute but suddenly remembered Zhou Su's words and quickly turned around to wash her face. Zhou Su wiped his face a couple of times, inadvertently cleaning off most of the dirt, revealing his originally handsome features. His facial features weren't extraordinary, but his eyes always shone brightly. Fu Han pulled Zhou Su up, and with a grin, Zhou Su said, "Thanks, big brother," secretly eyeing Hong Lingling but decided not to provoke her further. Hong Lingling didn't have time to reapply makeup and could only keep her head down so others wouldn't see her unmade-up face. However, no one cared what she looked like without makeup. She even felt Fu Han was ignoring her because she hadn't taken care of her appearance for the past few days. Seeing Fu Han staying close to Li Chuyang, she felt jealous and envious. With Zhou Su leading the way, they soon found An Xiaoyu and the others. The only injury among them was He Kuan, who had sustained minor wounds protecting Zhu Menglei. After separating from Fu Han, they were soon lured into Auntie Hei's trap. But Auntie Hei didn't expect them to have superpowers that completely countered her bombs, unlike Fu Han's fire ability. Realizing she couldn't win, Auntie Hei left to find Su Qingxin. Upon hearing their plan to look for Qin Hao, Hong Lingling became scared. Qin Hao would surely know about her sneaking away and wouldn't let her off easily. Zhou Su calculated the timeline. If Auntie Hei had fled but hadn't returned home, she must have gone to find Su Heixin. Should she discover Su Heixin's body, she would be enraged and plot revenge for him. They might encounter Auntie Hei if they went there now, but with several superpowered individuals in their group, they still stood a chance to defeat her. If things got too risky, they could abandon Su Heixin's hidden food supply and find an opportunity to escape. Zhou Su led them through, passing by the site of the explosion, where neither Qin Hao nor Auntie Hei was seen. Instead, the first person they encountered was one of Zhou Su's associates, a girl roughly his age who had previously lured An Xiaoyu and the others away. Wearing dirty clothes with her messy hair tied back into a loose ponytail, she had a whistle hanging around her neck. Upon seeing them, she remained silent, just standing there motionlessly. "Don't go near her." Zhou Su promptly shouted at Fu Han and the rest, "She may have bombs hidden on her." "Hua and I, where's Auntie Hei?" Zhou Su called out. Hua and I glanced at him vacantly and said, "Auntie Hei is looking for you." Zhou Su guessed this would happen and asked further, "What did Auntie Hei send you here for?" "She told me if I saw you, I'd give you something." Hua Ni's hand went inside her crossbody bag, different from Zhou Su's as hers was embroidered with a large sunflower. Her hand stayed inside, and she slowly began walking toward Zhou Su instead. Zhou Su stepped back in fright and yelled to Fu Han, "Quick! Stop her!" Without understanding why, An Xiaoyu used vines to bind Hua and I, preventing her from moving closer. "Hua and I, take out all the bombs on you. They won't hurt you. Believe me." Zhou Su earnestly persuaded Hua and I, even attempting to go help her himself. Li Chuyang glanced at Hua and I, then abruptly snatched the rope from An Xiaoyu and pulled Zhou Su back. Zhou Su stumbled slightly, puzzled by his action. "What are you doing? You know she has bombs on her, so why are you going over there?" "I want to save her." "You can't save her." Indeed, Auntie Hei had attached bombs to Hua and I, which would immediately detonate once she got close enough to them. This information Li Chuyang had read directly from Hua Ni's simple memories moments before. "Then why don't you guys save her?" Zhou Su shouted at Li Chuyang and moved to persuade Hua and I again, but Hua and I suddenly said goodbye to him and ran into an alley. Just as Zhou Su was about to chase after her, a tremendous explosion rang out. The ground trembled violently as the houses on both sides of the alley crumbled. Zhou Su stood there in a daze for a moment, then wiped his eyes twice, saying solemnly, "Let's go find Auntie Hei." His tone was unusually heavy, hiding deep hatred in his otherwise calm eyes. Even though he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he could guess what had likely happened. Auntie Hei must have incited Hua and I to come and die for her. Zhou Su quickened his pace. Based on the direction Hua and I had come from, he already knew where Auntie Hei was hiding. Avoiding the trap set by Su Qingxin and his group along the way, Zhou Su finally led Fu Han and the others to a warehouse where they found Qin Hao's group. But there was no sign of Auntie Hei's crew. Instead, they encountered zombies deliberately lured in by Auntie Hei. At the sight of the two people, Zhou Su almost lost control and wanted to rush forward, only to remember that his hands were still tied. He then glanced at Li Chuyang and quietly begged him to untie him. I want to take revenge for Hua and I. You need to calm down first. Li Chuyang looked at the two individuals and asked him, are these two also Anti-Hei's accomplices? Do you know where Anti-Hei might be hiding? If I don't do it myself, are you guys going to avenge Hua and I for me? Kill them for me. Zhou Su let out a cold snort. The reason Su Qingxin kept them four alive was because they looked as innocent as high school students, making it easier to deceive others. Even if their missions failed, they often could feign pity to avoid punishment. How could Su Qingxin possibly harm these two immediately when they hadn't touched the other captives either? Chapter 55, No Change of Heart. The two of them were only responsible for luring the zombies over to their side. After leaving a few small fireworks behind, they hastily departed and didn't dare to linger in front of Fu Han and the others any longer. Zhou Su was now solely focused on catching these two siblings to avenge Hua and I and rushed after them immediately. He forgot that his hands were still tied, with the rope in Li Chuyang's possession. Li Chuyang guessed what he intended to do, so he held onto the rope and followed Zhou Su, hoping to find Aunt Hei through him. Zhou Su said Aunt Hei would definitely avenge Su Qing, so she must be hiding nearby, observing their fight against the zombies while waiting for an opportunity to strike. Aunt Hei surely prepared many bombs to deal with them, and it would be best to control her first. He Kun saw Li Chuyang and Zhou Su running away and wanted to alert Fu Han, but Fu Han had already finished speaking with Xia Zhe and chased after them. Meanwhile, Hong Lingling had also disappeared. If Brother Fu had already caught up, and if Hong Lingling was truly going to find Chuyang, she wouldn't be able to harm Chuyang. Li Long and Li Yan, though they left in two different directions, eventually met up again after circling around. They discovered Zhou Su trailing behind them and intentionally led him to Aunt Hei. Chasing after them, they arrived at a residential house. Li Chuyang pulled Zhou Su aside and first untied the ropes from his hands. He was just about to remind Zhou Su to be cautious and not to act rashly. Zhou Su stared at him for a moment and said, "Go back, this has nothing to do with you. Following me will only lead to your death." If the person who followed was someone with abilities, he wouldn't have said such things, yet unexpectedly, the one who followed was this weak individual. Li Chuyang did not argue with Zhou Su, he came along certainly not for the purpose of dying. "I'll just follow closely behind you. Aunt Hei should be inside as well, what do you plan to do?" All he could think about was avenging Hua and I, he hadn't carefully thought out how to face Aunt Hei. Aunt Hei never really trusted him before, and now she would definitely suspect that Uncle Hei's death had something to do with him. Add to that Li Long and Li Yan sowing discord next to Aunt Hei, it was likely that Aunt Hei would kill him to avenge Uncle Hei. Zhou Su glanced at Li Chuyang, asking with a somewhat skeptical tone, "Could it be that you've thought of some method?" Li Chuyang shook his head and said, "Aunt Hei doesn't believe in you anymore, you'd better not go up there." "I actually haven't come up with a way to make Aunt Hei trust me." Zhou Su had thought of many reasons in his mind, but none of them would be believable to Aunt Hei. However, he did not chase after her to kill her, leaving her to deal with those people would be fine. All he needed to do was deceive Li Long and Li Yan down. After making up his mind, Zhou Su hid Li Chuyang nearby and then loudly called out downstairs for Aunt Hei to come out, deceiving her by saying Fu Han had also chased over here. There were also statements regarding how Su Qing died, any words that might stir Aunt Hei up, he shouted without restraint, unlike his timid self from the past. It was a good release for him. Standing upstairs, Aunt Hei only saw him down below. Guessing that Fu Han couldn't possibly catch up so fast due to being stuck by the zombies, she figured Zhou Su was bluffing and thus took Li Long and Li Yan down to capture him. Seeing Aunt Hei come down as well, Li Chuyang grew somewhat concerned about Zhou Su. Yet, Aunt Hei didn't intend to take action herself, only instructing Li Long and Li Yan to capture him. The knife stolen from Li Chuyang, along with his bag, had been taken away by Xiaoyu. Li Long and Li Yan also noticed his missing bag and approached him carelessly. Gripping his fists tightly, Zhou Su intended to punch Li Long in the face. Foreseeing this, Li Long easily dodged it, throwing a firework at Zhou Su's feet to scare him. "Why didn't you escape when you had the chance? Instead, you've returned to die." Zhou Su glared at him fiercely and asked, "Wasn't it you two who came up with the idea to tie bombs to Hua and I?" "So you really came for Hua and I?" Li Long laughed and looked at Li Yan. "I told you, their relationship is special. He would rather skip a perfect chance to save his life for the sake of avenging Hua and I. You said he was smart, but all he's got are bad ideas." Li Yan gave him a glare and said to Zhou Su, "If not Hua and I, then shouldn't we let her sacrifice herself instead? Why didn't you stay by Hua Ni's side to protect her? What are you two wasting time talking about?" Aunt Hei shouted from behind, worried that Fu Han might send someone over. "You two are no match for us. You know our skills. If you don't want to suffer, be obedient, maybe we'll say a good word to Aunt Hei for you and let you die more comfortably." Li Long clenched his fists and clearly didn't put Zhou Su in his eyes. Zhou Su had long been prepared to fight them, regardless of the bombs they carried. He directly lunged at Li Long, knocking him down and straddling him as he grabbed his arms. Li Long kicked Zhou Su's back with his bowed leg while shouting for Li Yan to help pull him off. No matter how hard Zhou Su fought, he was no match against two opponents. Moreover, he wasn't as strong as Li Long, and it wasn't long before he was caught. Li Long had Li Yan stand behind him, holding Zhou Su's hands, then walked up to Zhou Su and delivered 2 fierce punches to his stomach. Li Long intended to throw more punches at Zhou Su but was stopped by Aunt He, who told them to take Zhou Su upstairs and thoroughly question how Su Qin had died. Before they entered the house, a sudden noise came from behind them. While Zhou Su and Li Long were struggling, Hong Lingling had stealthily approached Li Chuyang from behind and shoved him out of the way. Li Chuyang fell to the ground, looked up at Hong Lingling and saw her sneer at him before running off immediately, only to be caught by Li Long. Li Long caught sight of Hong Lingling's figure but was too late to chase after her. Instead, he took Li Chuyang before Aunt He, saying, "That woman we captured a few days ago has run away." Aunt He fixed her eyes on Li Chuyang, curving her lips into a smirk. "He will do." Aunt He somewhat resembled Su Qin, both were a little overweight. However, she was fairer than Su Qin. Unlike Su Qin's cheerful and honest face, hers was cold, looking very ferocious. She had her long hair tied in a bun at the back, which had collected some dust, and wore a pair of golden earrings. Without glancing at Li Chuyang further, her sharp gaze swept over Zhou Su. Li Yan escorted Zhou Su following behind Aunt He. Seeing Li Chuyang's delicate skin, Li Long had merely pulled him up just now, leaving a red mark around his wrist. He then pinched Li Chuyang's face, noticing the immediate appearance of gray-black smudges on his cheeks. Laughing, he said, "I see why Uncle He took a liking to you." Afterward, he did the same on the other side of Li Chuyang's face, leaving identical marks. "Wouldn't it be nice if I pleaded with Aunt He to let you live?" This boy appeared to be more obedient than Zhou Su. Furrowing his brows, Li Chuyang looked at him confusedly, asking, "Su Qin is dead. Why do you still stay beside her?" Hua and I didn't have much choice and would have followed Zhou Su otherwise. As for Li Long and Li Yan, they both had opportunities to escape. "Are you trying to persuade me?" Li Long found it funny. "What's wrong with staying with Aunt He? We eat well and sleep well. Outside there are only zombies, and our chances of surviving out there are not certain. As long as you listen to me obediently, I'll take care of you. No worries." Li Long looked at him approvingly. Refined like a doll, Li Chuyang sparked an urge in him to keep Li Chuyang all to himself. When Li Yan and others went upstairs, Li Long quickly bent down and kissed Li Chuyang on the cheek without minding the dirt he had previously smudged there. With excitement in his eyes, he asked, "Why does your body smell so good?" Li Chuyang hadn't anticipated this move and thus failed to evade in time. Realizing afterward, he immediately distanced himself from Li Long and wiped his face with his sleeve. "Hee, feeling shy already?" Realizing that Li Long couldn't be persuaded, Li Chuyang hurried upstairs. Aunt He had begun interrogating Zhou Su. "Speak. Who killed Uncle He?" Not a trace of panic showed on Zhou Su's face, rather, he laughed heartily. "Of course it's me. Didn't you know I wanted to kill him a long time ago?" "You." Aunt He slapped him hard across the face, and Zhou Su swallowed the blood in his mouth, laughing, "You alone can't possibly kill him, who helped you?" She didn't believe what Zhou Su said but remained resolute in linking Su Qing's death to Zhou Su. "I've told you, but you don't believe me anyway. Let's say whatever you want me to say." Bang! Another slap. "They all helped me. Aren't you also planning to kill them anyway?" Bang! This slap came from Aunt He's anger and frustration, believing Zhou Su was deliberately provoking her. Even though she was capable, wiping out those people wouldn't happen instantly. And right now, she simply could not kill them all. Still, since Zhou Su was in her hands, the trap she had set would soon come into play. "If you weren't helping them, they'd already have been blown up by me." Li Chuyang silently watched Aunt He from the side, secretly utilizing his abilities. Li Long thought he had been frightened by Aunt He. Finding his days look cute, he hoped Li Chuyang would adapt quickly and didn't bother him. Neither did he dare disturb Aunt He at such a moment. Aunt He clearly had no intention of killing Zhou Su just yet. Even though she knew that nothing could be asked out of Zhou Su, she kept questioning him, regardless of whatever response Zhou Su gave her, she slapped him. She no longer cared who exactly had killed Su Qin, as if venting inner pain and anger and other emotions. In a little while, Zhou Su's face had swollen into 2 buns, and Aunt He showed no sign of stopping until some noise came from downstairs. When Fu Han was searching and encountered Hong Lingling, she intentionally pointed him in the wrong direction, hoping that by the time he found Li Chuyang would already have been killed by Aunt He. After circling around for half a while, Fu Han realized something was amiss, and even used his abilities on Hong Lingling to force her to reveal Li Chuyang's location. Hong Lingling led Fu Han outside the house, deliberately making noise to warn the people upstairs, hoping to give Aunt He enough time to kill Li Chuyang and Zhou Su. Chapter 56, Getting Angry. Aunt He did not act as Hong Lingling had hoped, hastily killing Li Chuyang and Zhou Su and then fleeing for her life. Instead, she gagged the 2 men and took them to escape through a door at the back of the upstairs. Li Chuyang was her safeguard, so there was no way she would kill him in a rush. As for Zhou Su, she did want to kill him but hadn't tormented him enough yet. After retrieving Uncle He's body, she planned to let Zhou Su join him. Li Yan feared that Zhou Su might cause trouble, so he tied him up and also ordered Li Long to tie up Li Chuyang. Li Long looked at Li Chuyang, who was gazing up at him, and immediately smiled, saying it wasn't necessary. He is quite foolish. I'll keep an eye on him. Humph, don't mess up anything. Aunt Hei's mood isn't good, said Li Yan while tying up Zhou Su, and quickly followed Aunt Hei. Li Long dragged Li Chuyang and said, if you don't behave and be quiet like Zhou Su, you will end up like him with your mouth stuffed. Don't provoke me. Although the alleyways were complex, they were already familiar territory for Li Long and his group. There was no way for Li Chuyang to deliberately slow down to memorize the route. Aunt Hei was walking ahead even faster and turned around to remind Li Yan to take them to another hiding place and wait for her. She left them behind and went another direction. At this point, Zhou Su suddenly turned back and made some muffled noises toward Li Chuyang. His mouth was gagged, so Li Chuyang couldn't understand what he said, but judging from Zhou Su's expression, it seemed as if he were trying to tell him others were in danger. Li Chuyang could not help but ask Li Long nearby, what has she gone off to do? Li Long, of course, it's about seeking revenge for Uncle Hei. Even if your companions survive the zombies, they still can't escape Aunt Hei's traps. Stop worrying about them, start considering how to beg Aunt Hei to spare your life. Or, you could ask for my help too. Li Long tried to touch him again, but this time Li Chuyang dodged in advance, looking at him and said, won't you help her? She cannot possibly succeed alone. What will you do if Aunt Hei dies? You seem pretty confident. Li Long sniffed lightly, you don't know how powerful Aunt Hei is. Previously, against all of you, she only used small bombs. But now to avenge Uncle Hei, she has set plenty of traps and installed numerous bombs which are enough to blow everyone away. Even if they have special abilities, they won't be able to escape. Stop talking nonsense, let's hurry. Li Yan worried about someone chasing them and that this place wasn't completely safe. Not long after, several explosion sounds came from the direction where Aunt Hei had departed, and a few buildings far away collapsed. Some neighboring houses caught fire. The sound of explosions alerted the surrounding zombies. 2 zombies appeared and blocked their path. Seeing this as an opportunity, Li Chuyang immediately controlled the zombies to attack Li Long and Li Yan. Under normal circumstances, they could play with these 2 zombies, but since they were carrying Zhou Su and Li Chuyang, Li Long and Li Yan wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. The continued triggering of bombs by Aunt Hei would agitate more zombies, making staying here too dangerous. The duo led Li Chuyang and Zhou Su into an alleyway to find another route, but the zombies kept chasing closely and focused entirely on them. Li Yan threw down 2 bombs to stop the zombies. The zombies knew that it was dangerous, though they didn't evade in time, they weren't hurt too much. As the zombies lunged forward, Li Long hurried over to help Li Yan. While being tangled by the zombies, Li Chuyang undid the ropes binding Zhou Su's hands. Zhou Su hesitated whether to kill Li Long and Li Yan or not. Seeing more incoming zombies, he resolutely chose to pull Li Chuyang and run away. They've escaped. Li Yan noticed the ropes on the ground, shouted at Li Long, threw whatever bombs and fireworks she had onto the side of the zombies, and then rushed after them immediately. When the distance became too far, Li Chuyang would lose control over the zombies. For Li Long and Li Yan to disengage from this situation was relatively easy. They must reunite with Fu Han as soon as possible. In their absence, there was a high chance that they might fall into Aunt Hei's traps. Wait a moment, I'll deal with them, then I'll take you to find them. Zhou Su was still thinking about avenging Hua and I. However, he overestimated himself once again. This was Aunt Hei and Li Long and Li Yan's territory. Without Aunt Hei's trust, Zhou Su often stayed beside Su Heixin. Su Heixin's trap placements were mostly known to him, but regarding where Aunt Hei had placed which kind of traps, Zhou Su wasn't clear. Not only did Zhou Su fail to deceive Li Long and Li Yan, but instead, he got locked up by them. Li Yan didn't want to waste time with them, she wanted to blow them up directly. However, Li Long couldn't bear to let Li Chuyang go and kept persuading him. The 2 of them even began arguing. Not long after, Li Chuyang heard Fu Han's voice. Fu Han's arrival interrupted Li Long and Li Yan. They discovered that Fu Han was there for Li Chuyang, deliberately luring him into the trap set by Aunt Hei. Zhou Su heard that all suddenly went silent outside and shouted inside to warn Fu Han about the traps, but received no reply. A few minutes later, he heard a series of explosion sounds. Will he be okay? Zhou Su wasn't very clear how powerful Fu Han's abilities were, but he knew Fu Han was a kind-hearted person who could easily be deceived by Li Long and Li Yan, whereas they wouldn't show any mercy toward Fu Han. Li Chuyang's mind felt frozen. He didn't dare think what would happen if Fu Han had been killed in the explosion. In fact, he should have thought that way so his mind would come up with ways to save himself. Why don't you say anything? What are we going to do if he's dead? Otherwise, why don't you pretend to listen to Li Long first, trick them into opening the door and letting you out, then I'll. It won't happen, Big Brother Fu will be fine. Li Chuyang looked at Zhou Su firmly and said, I believe in him, he will come to rescue us. Although Fu Han was kind-hearted, it didn't mean he lacked intelligence. He fully understood how dangerous Li Long and Li Yan were and surely had prepared precautions against them. I'm just assuming. If something happens to him, we must still try to find a way out. Zhou Su sensed something strange in Li Chuyang's emotions and couldn't help asking, what's your relationship with him? Li Chuyang suddenly remembered when Fu Han had expressed liking him, so he hesitated a moment before saying, "There's no special relationship between us. He just kindly protects us and escorts us to the safe zone." "You're heading to the safe zone?" "Aha." Zhou Su felt excited yet somewhat embarrassed, thinking about his previous attitude towards them, and became shy to ask outright. But he was not usually someone with thin skin. He asked Li Chuyang earnestly, Could I go with you to the safe zone? I want to find my parents." "My parents, we got separated. They went to the safe zone with others. My original plan was to break away from Su Heixin and his wife and then head to the safe zone to look for them." Zhou Su looked away shyly and asked, "Can you put in a good word for me? I did save you from Su Heixin, didn't I?" Li Chuyang replied, "You'll have to ask Big Brother Fu whether he agrees to let you follow us or not. I see the two of you get along well, right? Can't you say a word on my behalf? His survival status is uncertain now, and if he's gone, who else can I ask?" Li Chuyang furrowed his brow, "The way you speak doesn't help your cause. Staking everything on me isn't productive. You're smart enough to think of your own solutions." Zhou Su immediately perked up, "You're right about that. It's better to rely on oneself, huh? Chuyang. Li Chuyang, are you there?" Fu Han's urgent voice came from outside, and Zhou Su responded faster than Li Chuyang, tapping the door a few times to let Fu Han know their location. "Chuyang, are you in there?" Not hearing Li Chuyang's reply, Fu Han remained anxious. "He's here, hurry up and save us. Big Brother Fu, I'm inside. Are you okay?" "That's right. How about Li Long and Li Yan?" Since Fu Han survived to rescue them, Zhou Su eagerly wanted to know their situation. Let's get you out first." After being rescued, they didn't see any signs of Li Long and Li Yan, only Hong Lingling hiding behind. Seeing Li Chuyang was unharmed, Hong Lingling hesitated whether to leave or stay, trying to hide behind hoping Li Chuyang wouldn't notice her. "Big Brother Fu, are you hurt?" While checking Li Chuyang, he noticed blood flowing from Fu Han's arm. Fu Han shook his head and said, "I'm fine, it's just a minor injury. As long as you're okay." "Where are Li Long and Li Yan?" Zhou Su asked Fu Han. Fu Han frowned, unsure of how to answer. Hong Lingling behind him answered for him, "They were blown to death. They wanted to blow me and Brother Fu up, but Brother Fu's fire ignited the explosives, killing them instead." Hong Lingling said with relief, noticing Li Chuyang's dark eyes fixed on her. She quickly moved closer to Fu Han, "Brother Fu, he got injured while saving me." Her intention was to let Li Chuyang know that Fu Han still cared about her. However, upon hearing this, Li Chuyang's gaze became even more intense. "Big Brother Fu, let's find Brother An and He-kun quickly, they're in danger." Li Chuyang averted his gaze and decided to look for An Xiaya first. Fu Han glanced at the ruins over there and his frown deepened. Not daring to get too close to the two men, Hong Lingling walked behind with Zhou Su, who then started asking questions. "Hey, what's the relationship between those two? Why are you following us?" Hong Lingling wasn't sure why, but her mind kept lingering on the look Li Chuyang had given her earlier, a sense of unease building inside her as if something was about to happen. "Of course, I'm here to help you all." Zhou Su intentionally raised his voice, a noticeable change in his tone and attitude compared to before. Fu Han turned around and gave him a glance. Zhou Su flashed him a smile and said, "Big Brother, I've decided to reform. Can you please keep me along? I promise to follow your orders." Then pointing at Li Chuyang, he added, "I'll be more obedient than him. Don't trust him, Brother Fu." Hong Lingling instinctively wanted to stand beside Fu Han but froze under Li Chuyang's stare. Chapter 57, Don't Call Me Brother. He wants to go with us to the safe zone to find his parents. Li Chuyang withdrew his gaze and told Fu Han, perhaps this was not the real reason, but it was certain that Zhou Su wanted to go to the safe zone. "Brother, let me follow you." After finishing his begging, Zhou Su immediately added, "I know where Aunt Black is, and I can help you trick her out. You go with us for now." Fu Han. Li Chuyang's glance came over, Hong Lingling felt as if something was stuck in her throat. Ever since he fell into the pond, Li Chuyang seemed to have changed completely. It looked like they were still the same as before, she could bully Li Chuyang at will, but in reality, it was Li Chuyang who had been pressing down on her. Moreover, Li Chuyang was becoming increasingly excessive, actually making her unable to speak in front of Brother Fu Han. He really mustn't stay. Although Zhou Su did not clearly know the location of the trap set by Aunt Black, he understood Aunt Black herself quite well. He led Fu Han and Li Chuyang not only to find Xiacha and others but also guessed roughly where Aunt Black might be hiding and where traps might have been laid. Xiaoyu and the other three girls were left in a safe place waiting, while Xiacha and others had just sustained minor external injuries and hadn't been harmed by Aunt Black yet. Since Fu Han and the others returned safely, He-kun wanted to leave here quickly to get rid of Aunt Black. Qin Hao was scared by Aunt Black's bombs, he had been buried inside the house earlier, fortunately, he found a safe corner to hide in, or else he would have been crushed to death. We shouldn't bother with this crazy woman anymore. Qin Hao also agreed with He-kun's thoughts, casting a glance at Hong Lingling as he said, didn't we already know where our things are hidden? Let's grab them and go. Aunt Black won't let you go. Zhou Su stood aside, coldly saying. If they had left early, Aunt Black might not have caught up with them, but now it was too late. Even if it meant dying together, Aunt Black would certainly kill them to avenge Su Heixin. After all, she had no regrets left in this world. Hong Lingling also wished Aunt Black to die, but she couldn't express her opinions here, she didn't dare to say anything. In the past, she hoped everyone's attention would be on her, now she just hoped everyone ignored her, especially Qin Hao. Of course, Qin Hao had to settle accounts with her, but not right now. He was confused about who Zhou Su was. Why don't you kill Aunt Black first and then retrieve your stuff? Zhou Su deliberately tempted them. Aunt Black has quite a few good things hidden, don't you want them? And you wouldn't want to worry every day about being followed by a threat, would you? It's not you who will get blown up, so it's easy for you to talk. Bombs are everywhere, and she hides instead of coming out. What can we do to her? I can lure her out. You. If not you. Qin Hao frowned and asked Li Chuyang, who exactly is he? Suddenly, he thought Li Chuyang was much more adorable. Zhou Su pointed out a few places, instructing them not to approach. After I lure Aunt Black out, surround from these 4 directions. Once you see Aunt Black, control her immediately, or even kill her, don't let her have the chance to act. She must be carrying bombs, if she can't escape, she'll die with us. Then, he specifically instructed Fu Han, you'd better not act. I don't want to die. Fu Han, Xiaozhe can control her. That works. Why should we listen to him? Qin Hao asked angrily, this dirty kid was shorter than them and younger than them, how could he command them? Do I really have to say it? Of course, because I'm smarter than all of you. Qin Hao clenched his fists tightly, youngster, don't be too arrogant. Zhou Su looked straight at him without showing any fear. Qin Hao smirked and placed his hand on Zhou Su's shoulder, sending a slight electric current through him. Zhou Su trembled violently and quickly hid behind Fu Han and Li Chuyang, his right hand still shaking. Do you still need my help? Will you know how to speak next time? Qin Hao laughed happily. Zhou Su carefully observed these people. Were they monsters? It seemed each one of them possessed superpowers. This time, Aunt Black lost her 2 helpers, Li Long and Li Yan, and it took Zhou Su great effort to trick her out. He even almost thought Aunt Black wouldn't believe him and was ready to give him a bomb to explode on the spot, but luckily, his bet paid off. What did he say to you before he died? Didn't you disbelieve that it was me who killed Uncle He? Zhou Su tried his best to delay time, waiting for Xiaozhe and the others to arrive. Humph. You must have been present when he died. Anything he had to say could only be said to you. Zhou Su was betting on exactly this. Aren't you afraid I'm tricking you? Aunt Black gave a cold laugh. I should actually thank you. Seeing this familiar smile, Zhou Su suddenly felt an ominous premonition. But at this point, he had no way out. Uncle, he asked me to tell you, he loved you very much, and in the next life, he still wanted to be husband and wife with you. Did he really say that? A touch of emotion appeared on Aunt Black's icy face. Green vines grew from the ground, wrapping around her legs, but she didn't seem to notice at all, not looking down once. Zhou Su shouted to warn Xiaozhe and the others, then leapt through the side window. In an instant, Aunt Black detonated all the bombs she had buried around her, collapsing the house. Not only that, almost all the surrounding zombies were drawn over. On their side, only Xiaoyu and Zhou Su, who were closer, suffered more serious injuries. Xiaoyu's left calf was crushed, and Zhou Su twisted his hand while jumping in, but there were no other major issues. Fortunately, Aunt Black failed to wait for the best moment, detonating her concealed bombs prematurely, giving them the chance to survive. However, this attraction of zombies could be considered a gift Aunt Black prepared for them before her death. When the zombies appeared, Hong Lingling's first thought wasn't to run away, but to send Li Chuyang to feed the zombies instead. She stood behind Li Chuyang, planning as usual to push him over. However, Li Chuyang turned around as if he had eyes on his back. You. Feeling guilty, Hong Lingling didn't know what to say. Watching Li Chuyang's eyes widen gradually, she saw the encircling zombies ignore him and charge toward her. She tried to use her abilities to push the zombies away, but there were too many zombies, completely surrounding her. There was nowhere for her to escape. She could only watch helplessly as Li Chuyang disappeared from her sight. Li Chuyang ran to Fu Han's side, calmly gazing behind him, saying, Hong Lingling doesn't seem to have followed. There's no need to care about her. As long as you're fine. Fu Han was more worried about Xiaoyu and Xiaoqin, rushing anxiously to meet up with Xiaoyu. With He Kuan by Xiaoyu's side, even though Xiaoyu was injured, there were no further problems. Xiaoqin found them. With more zombies coming, they soon left. Zhou Su led them to rest where Su Qing and his wife had hidden, taking the opportunity for Fu Han to open several doors. Seeing the things inside the room, the pain from the wounds vanished instantly. After satisfying themselves, without thinking clearly how much they would ask them for, he watched Fu Han share some of the items with Shi Xiu Yan and his group, and then all the remaining items disappeared right in front of him. Where are the things? Zhou Su stared blankly. Fu Han looked at him, aren't you going to the safe zone with us? Brother, I eat food too, right? In view of my contribution, can you share a little with me? Zhou Su coaxed him, considering asking Li Chuyang for help. And Xiaoqin still disliked him, I will keep the stuff. If you want to eat or use anything, I'll give it to you. Zhou Su stared at Xiaoqin for quite a while, having no idea where she hid those things. Since he intended to follow them to the safe zone, he decided not to provoke her anymore and went to find Li Chuyang for answers. Li Chuyang didn't respond much to him, whereas He Kun answered all his questions and warned him to stay far from Fu Han. Brother Fu likes Chuyang, don't call him brother so sweetly just because you're young. Brother likes him. Zhou Su's face filled with enlightenment, that explains why brother cares about him so much, always worrying about him. You guys relax, I don't have any such thoughts towards brother. This, brother, called made He Kun uncomfortable, you can just call everyone big brother like we do. Isn't it good that I call initial brother differently? Initial brother, how do you call your brother? Zhou Su turned to Li Chuyang, noticing he was looking at Fu Han, and thus said, I think brother looks a bit upset. Is he still thinking about Long and Yen? Initial brother, let's go console our brother. Don't call brother. He Kun got angry, he suspected this Zhou Su had ulterior motives. Chuyang can go alone. Why do you need to go? If anyone goes, it should be me accompanying Chuyang. You don't know what happened. Zhou Su knew He Kun had special abilities, but he wasn't afraid of him. I'm worried that brother might not know how to tell Chuyang. I was there to help Chuyang. You'd better not interfere with us and go back to your own brother. After speaking, Zhou Su pulled Li Chuyang to look for Fu Han. Since two people had already gone, He Kun didn't follow them, unwilling to argue with Zhou Su in front of Fu Han and worsen his mood. Instead, he went to Xiaoqi's side but still kept an eye on Zhou Su, preventing Li Chuyang from being disadvantaged. Qin Hao belatedly realized Hong Lingling was missing, standing up to ask if anyone had seen her, but no one responded. Even those who were uninjured felt extremely exhausted. Qin Hao asked again, which annoyed Wang Qian and drew her gaze. Reluctantly, he sat back down and explained to Wang Qian that he wanted to properly discipline Hong Lingling and make her apologize for today's events. Are you actually into her? How could that be? I wouldn't care even if she were dead. Qian, believe me, my heart now and forever belongs only to you. Wang Qian let out a light hum and closed her eyes to rest, ignoring him. Chapter 58, Wanting to Touch Your Face. Brother. Zhou Su pulled Li Chuyang and sat him down next to Fu Han, whispering to him, you're not still thinking about Li Long and Li Yen, are you? Even if they didn't die by your hands, I would have killed them to avenge Huani. You saw how Huani died, it was all due to the plans of that brother-sister duo. They also did a lot of bad things under Aunt Black. What you're doing, counts as carrying out justice on behalf of heaven. It took him a while to come up with such an appropriate term. Fu Han looked at Zhou Su's face which even showed some joy, then turned to Li Chuyang. Li Chuyang wasn't as delighted as Zhou Su and seemed rather calm. Zhou Su deliberately brought up some words that Li Long had said to Li Chuyang and exaggerated them further. When you weren't around, brother, Li Long asked Chuyang to follow him and listen to him in the future. Not only did Li Long touch brother Chuyang's face, but he even kissed brother Chuyang. How do you know? Li Chuyang remembered that Zhou Su had been taken upstairs by Li Yen and shouldn't have seen Li Long kissing him on the stairs. I just made that up. Did Li Long really kiss you? Zhou Su looked awkwardly between the two, noticing Fu Han's mood gradually turning from gloomy to angry. He continued fearlessly, so it seems Li Long has feelings for you, huh? That's why he didn't want to tie you up and was so good to you. Did he do anything else to you? Fu Han clenched his fists as he asked Li Chuyang. Li Chuyang shook his head, confused by Zhou Su's winking gestures towards him. He only kissed me once. At that time, I didn't expect him to do that. Did he also touch your face? Fu Han stared at Li Chuyang's face, resisting the urge to reach out himself since he hadn't done so much. Perhaps he deliberately smeared ashes on my face. He wanted to touch your face, and maybe even hold your hand. Li Chuyang wanted Fu Han to calm down, but Zhou Su kept fanning the flames nearby, growing happier as Fu Han's expression became increasingly grim. Li Chuyang looked at Zhou Su with confusion, not understanding his intentions. Zhou Su chuckled inwardly, feeling that he'd accomplished enough. Quickly excusing himself, he left saying he was going to rest. Big brother Fu, you should rest too. Remembering Fu Han's injuries, Li Chuyang decided not to bother him further and started to get up but was stopped by Fu Han grabbing his hand. Fu Han softly asked him, can you stay and rest here tonight? His tone was weary and somewhat tender. Fu Han's heart was beating nervously. He wasn't sure if this approach would work, but he sincerely hoped Li Chuyang would stay beside him. Because every time he closed his eyes, images of Li Long and Li Yen being buried alive beneath rubble flashed before his mind, making him restless. Li Chuyang looked at him and immediately sat back down. He understood Fu Han's state somewhat because he had also killed Hong Lingling earlier that day. With everyone else lying down to rest, Fu Han grabbed Li Chuyang's hand and found a corner where they both lay down. Seeing that Fu Han hadn't closed his eyes yet, Li Chuyang lowered his voice and whispered to him, if I tell you I killed Hong Lingling, what would you think? How could you kill Hong Lingling? Fu Han thought it was impossible either way. I'm asking hypothetically. Would you think I'm evil, terrible? Hong Lingling, she intended to harm you. If she truly did something unforgivable, then killing her would be understandable. I wouldn't think you're a bad person or unworthy, Fu Han realized suddenly. I was indeed too lenient with Hong Lingling. Misjudging her character allowed her to hurt you. Li Chuyang said, Li Long and Li Yan are no different than Hong Lingling. You just haven't witnessed all their misdeeds. Zhou Su's words were correct. It hit Fu Han all at once. Li Chuyang was consoling him. Immediately, not only did he resolve the issues concerning Li Long and Li Yan, but his whole demeanor brightened considerably as he finally smiled. I will ensure Hong Lingling never gets another chance to come near you. There are so many zombies outside. She is alone out there. Seeing that Fu Han's eyes remained unmoved, Li Chuyang felt relieved. Fu Han tightened his grip on his hand and said, let's stop thinking about her. Once everyone is rested, we'll leave this place soon. Fully abandoning any thoughts of Hong Lingling. Li Chuyang nodded lightly. Relaxing, Fu Han thought back to what Zhou Su said about Li Long and his actions toward Li Chuyang. In the dimness, he couldn't see very clearly, but he could feel Li Chuyang's face within reach of his hand. Did Li Long really not do anything else to you? No. Li Chuyang didn't understand why he asked about this again. Do you really care that much? It's not that I care, but I don't want you to be influenced by him. I haven't been influenced by him. If he had been prepared, there would have been no way for Li Long to get a chance to touch him. Did he touch your face? Fu Han's tone wasn't like a question, it seemed a bit sour. Li Chuyang turned his head and looked into Fu Han's eyes. He seemed to sense Fu Han's thoughts, finding it hard to put into words. I also want to touch your face. Fu Han was surprised at how he had changed, but when he saw Li Chuyang slightly nod in agreement, his heart suddenly felt light and joyful, feeling that this wasn't such a bad thing. Fu Han reached out slowly and touched Li Chuyang's cheek, finding it a little cool, incredibly soft, as if with just a little force, he might damage it. Of course, he wouldn't allow himself to do that. He wanted to kiss him more, although Li Long had done so, which he could use as an excuse, but he was afraid of progressing too fast and scaring off Li Chuyang. Li Chuyang lay still, unable to move, and this feeling was somewhat strange. He found he didn't know how to refuse Fu Han. Initially, he thought it was because Fu Han was injured and tired from the day's events, his mood not great either, but that wasn't the case. If it had been He Kun or someone else, while he might not outright reject them, he would refuse through silence. It would never be possible for anyone else besides Fu Han to touch his face this way. Fu Han was indeed special to him, different even from He Kun, but he didn't know whether it was because he had fallen for Fu Han. After a while, Fu Han drew back his hand, though reluctantly. He himself felt this behavior verged on abnormal, so he returned his hand. But the other one subtly held on to Li Chuyang's hand, pretending he'd forgotten, and didn't let go. After spending the night resting, those with minor injuries were mostly healed, only Xiacha's leg and Zhou Su's hand weren't completely recovered yet. Su Qing and his wife had left behind quite a few things, so they decided to stay for 2 more days, letting Xiaozha and Zhou Su recuperate well. Meanwhile, they organized the supplies they found, especially the bombs and fireworks they found at Su Qing's place. The bigger bombs had all been used against them by Ant Black. What remained were some fireworks and smaller bombs, not particularly powerful, but still useful. Qin Hao considered going out to look for Hong Lingling the next day after hearing that she had become separated during the explosion, but Shi Xiuyan persuaded him against it. And since he noticed Wang Qian seemed rather upset, he abandoned the idea. Hong Lingling's name was gradually forgotten by them, her disappearance as calm as ever. Since Zhou Su joined them, the person who had opposed Qin Hao shifted from He Kun to Zhou Su, who enjoyed it immensely. His mouth was even more cutting than He Kun's, his quick-thinking mind giving him no disadvantage before Qin Hao. Whenever Qin Hao prepared to use his abilities, Zhou Su would use Li Chuyang as a shield or hide behind Fu Han. Qin Hao was no match for Fu Han, so he had no choice but to stop. Over time, he increasingly yearned for many energy stones to enhance his abilities, hoping one day to defeat Fu Han and make everyone listen to him. As time passed, the number of zombies possessing energy stones grew larger, and naturally, the zombies themselves became stronger. Thanks to the energy stones obtained from zombies, each of them improved somewhat. During this period, Li Chuyang realized he could absorb energy stones too. However, the effect of absorbing energy stone energy was far inferior to what Fu Han and the others experienced. Apart from He Kun, no one else knew he possessed abilities, so he had no reasonable excuse to ask them for the hard-earned energy stones, especially as relations between Qin Hao's group and theirs became increasingly strained. Matters worsened. Qin Hao's desire to grow stronger intensified, wanting all the energy stones they collected. Yet others also shared such thoughts, although they didn't express it as evidently or eagerly as Qin Hao. Finally, in one allocation of energy stones, Qin Hao quarreled fiercely with them, and it was agreed afterward that any newly obtained energy stones would be allocated freely by the individuals who retrieved them. Qin Hao started killing zombies ferociously, even deliberately snatching the targets they discovered. And it wasn't just Qin Hao, on their journey, they began encountering more and more survivors, among whom there were several ability users. All of them now knew that there were energy stones inside the heads of zombies that could boost their abilities. Before, people avoided zombies at all costs, but now they actively sought them out, hoping to encounter the strongest ones possible. The stronger the zombie, the bigger the energy stone in its head, and the greater the enhancement it provided, but also the greater the danger. Many had been bitten by zombies. Some turned into zombies while others grew stronger. There were even those who, in pursuit of strength, willingly allowed themselves to be bitten. The zombies were changing, these survivors, were changing, the entire world was subtly transforming into something else entirely. Fu Han still remembered what he saw when Zhou Su killed Su Qing right before his eyes. At that moment, he was deeply shocked, unable to comprehend how someone so young could act with such ruthlessness and decisiveness. And now, scenes like that replayed in front of him every so often. Regardless of whether one possessed abilities or not, everyone was adapting to this apocalypse in their own way. Fortunately, Fu Han still saw many who, like himself, remained true to their principles, willing to protect the weak and save others. He was even more grateful that the few people around him were the same as him, unaffected by others. They were still partners that he could trust, and they were all becoming tougher and more resilient. On the other hand, the distance between them and Qin Hao's group was growing increasingly further. It seemed it was almost time for them to part ways. Chapter 59, Try to Like. Qin Hao and his 3 companions all possessed unique abilities, and they had developed strong among themselves. With Shi Xiuyan as their commander, their speed in hunting zombies far surpassed that of Fu Han's group. This was also one of the reasons why Qin Hao's group was dissatisfied with the equal distribution of energy stones among everyone. Another reason was that the relationship between Qin Hao, Zhou Su, and He Kun had never improved, and he occasionally criticized Li Chuyang as well. Once, when Qin Hao and Zhou Su started quarreling again, Zhou Su hid behind Li Chuyang. Fu Han didn't immediately step in, assuming they were just fooling around, believing that Qin Hao wouldn't really hurt them. However, rarely catching Zhou Su this time, Qin Hao wanted to give him a lesson. He had previously only used his ability against Hong Lingling and momentarily didn't control the intensity well, not only injuring Zhou Su but almost causing Li Chuyang to faint due to the aftermath. Fu Han was very angry about this incident. Although she did not engage in physical confrontation with Qin Hao, she seriously insisted that Qin Hao apologize to Zhou Su and Li Chuyang. She gave him cold looks for several days. The accumulation of resentment started with Qin Hao instructing Shi Xiuyan and Wang Qian to secretly hoard the energy stones they obtained. When they were discovered, there was no remorse or regret shown. Instead, they directly stopped adhering to their previous agreement of equally distributing the energy stones. Fu Han didn't say anything in response, indirectly approving of their actions. Even though they had long parted ways in spirit, they still traveled together on the road. Until roughly a week's journey away from the safe zone, the ever-increasing encounters with other teams along the way finally led to Qin Hao's formal detachment from the group. They joined another team. No one felt surprised by this, some even thought it came too late. Others showed no particular reaction, but Zhou Su and He Kun celebrated extravagantly, making such a ruckus that Qin Hao's group could hardly ignore it. Li Chuyang noticed Qin Hao's glance towards their side and worried that Qin Hao might take action against them. Over the course of their journey, everyone had absorbed nearly 10 energy stones each, and Qin Hao's group absorbed even more. According to what others had told them, their abilities had likely already reached the strength of sea level, possibly higher. This ability grading system was devised by someone who specifically studied these powers, initially divided into 5 grades from A to E. Later, it was suggested that an even stronger S-level grade might exist, though so far, no one seemed to have witnessed it. But according to the speed at which zombies evolved and how fast they absorbed zombie energy stones to enhance their powers, surpassing A-level and achieving S-level would only be a matter of time, and one day, multiple S-level individuals might emerge. Abilities made the survivors stronger, leading some to start thinking that this sudden apocalypse might ultimately be a blessing for humanity. Based on what others said, Li Chuyang observed all the power users he'd met and was confident this judgment was reliant on the internal energy levels of power users. The most precise method of judging these power grades was via a special device created using energy stones, capable of sensing energy within ability users' bodies. Some people knew their own power grades based on experience and intuition. Since he possessed no internal energy and his ability didn't rely on energy, this system could not classify his skills. At first, everyone's abilities were merely E-level, now having strengthened to C-level, even space-based power users like Xiaoyu had achieved C-level, while his ability hadn't seen much progress during this time and he found no one else with similar abilities. Although Zhu Menglei didn't express it outright, her condition was evidently no different from those without abilities, fearful, anguished, feeling abandoned by the world, finding less and less space left for them on Earth. Every glance from those with abilities intensified their feelings of helplessness. Li Chuyang possessed an ability, so he paid little heed to those powered beings' gazes. Zhou Su shared similarities with Zhu Menglei in not possessing any special powers. After constantly voicing his concerns about this fact, he eventually grew accustomed to it and became less troubled by the reality, proving to be someone not easily defeated by mere facts. Nowadays, he rarely mentioned it daily but occasionally joked about it with Li Chuyang. He Kun kept a watchful eye on Zhou Su daily and also frequented in Xiaozhe's vicinity, thus leaving little time to notice Zhu Menglei. Zhu Menlei's existence was quite low-key, something Li Chuyang seldom pondered about either. Observing that Fu Han and others were strengthening progressively, Li Chuyang paid more attention to Zhou Su, both fearing Qin Hao's potential moves against him and intrigued by Zhou Su's frequent scheming for him to charm Fu Han, unable to discern what benefits it would bring Zhou Su. For instance, the moonlight was beautiful tonight, and everyone sat together. Zhou Su was sitting next to Li Chuyang and suggested that he ask Fu Han to go outside with him and admire the moon. Zhou Su initially thought Fu Han and Li Chuyang were already a couple, but later learned from He Kun that Fu Han had confessed to Li Chuyang, only for Li Chuyang to reject her. He didn't have romantic feelings for her yet. Upon learning this, Zhou Su immediately went to Li Chuyang to lecture him, but it was like teaching Confucian classics to cattle. Li Chuyang still showed no understanding whatsoever. He could tell that Fu Han was being more proactive, so he always encouraged Li Chuyang to seek out Fu Han. He liked these two older brothers very much and thus hoped they would end up together. Such pure affection was rare and precious in the apocalypse. Isn't it good that we're all sitting here together? Li Chuyang looked at Zhou Su, puzzled. At this moment, Brother Fu seemed to be in a good mood. Are you really not afraid that your brother will fall for someone else? The situation had become comical. It was like the eunuch worrying when the emperor wasn't. Li Chuyang hesitated for a moment before replying firmly, if he falls for someone else, it's inevitable that he'll eventually move on. What if you're married? Would you still let that happen? That would be his mistake then, wouldn't it? You should think about how to keep hold of his heart. Love is something both people need to nurture together. Li Chuyang froze. How do you know so much? Isn't he younger than both of them? Because I'm simply smarter than you two. Zhou Su's expression shifted slightly. Such a good man as him, you don't want. So who do you want instead? He Kun. Why don't you try liking him? You said you didn't see anything wrong with him, didn't you? It shouldn't be hard for you, right? Zhou Su continued listing off Fu Han's qualities. If Brother Fu liked me, I'd have been with him long ago. Do you like Brother Fu? Yes. Not only do I like Brother Fu, I also like you. Knowing Li Chuyang wouldn't misunderstand, Zhou Su boldly said it. He Kun was eavesdropping, ears pricked up. On hearing this, he quickly moved closer and pinched Zhou Su on the shoulder, saying, I told you not to compete with me for Brother Fu. When did I ever compete? I've been helping them just like you. With that, Zhou Su stood up and shoved He Kun away. Caught off guard by the sudden strength, He Kun fell backward into Enxiaja's arms. Seeing Enxiaja's smile upside down made He Kun blush instantly. He scrambled to his feet, muttering some complaints to Zhou Su under his breath. Zhou Su ignored him and turned back to Li Chuyang. I know you're worried about your brother going to North Dragon City later, but anyway, you have no other family. Just go with him. He will surely protect you well. Do you really have a home somewhere else? Go with him, and in the future, his family will be your family. Wouldn't that be better? His thoughts went further and bolder than He Kun's. Li Chuyang glanced around at everyone, feeling as though this was what everyone expected, including in Xiaoyu, who once liked Fu Han but has now let go. Everyone supported him and Fu Han being together. Alright, I'll try. Li Chuyang finally nodded and agreed to Zhou Su's plan to try liking Fu Han. Then go find your brother now. Actually, I'll go with you first, and then I'll bring your brother over. Considering everyone's presence, Zhou Su arranged everything meticulously. As there were increasingly more groups, everyone slept in designated areas at night, not far apart, keeping an eye on each other while offering mutual protection. Qin Hao saw that only the two of them came out, so he called another person and circled around to block their path. It's you. Without thinking, Zhou Su tightened his grip on Li Chuyang's arm. What do you want? Brother is right there. If we shout, someone will come over. And why don't you call then? I actually hope he comes. Qin Hao grinned wildly and approached them. Brother. Zhou Su didn't hesitate for a moment and shouted in the direction of Fu Han, but it was like shouting into a void. There was no response. Not only did Fu Han not hear him, even the people closest to them didn't make any move. Qin Hao walked over and grabbed Zhou Su's arm, and a faint electric current instantly spread through Zhou Su's body. Although he only felt tingling numbness, just being watched by Qin Hao made him uncomfortable, stirring unease in his heart. Qin Hao chuckled and tossed an energy stone behind him. A shadow under the tree caught it and said something to Qin Hao. It seemed only they could hear it, as Zhou Su and Li Chuyang only heard Qin Hao speaking. The shadow was an accomplice summoned by Qin Hao with an energy stone. Your brother Fu Han will come to save you. Qin Hao held one of them in each hand and dragged them deep into the woods. Chapter 60, Getting What You Deserve. Do you want to lure my brother here so you can harm him? Suddenly realizing what was happening, Zhou Su understood that Qin Hao's target wasn't him and Li Chuyang, but Fu Han. It was unclear how the accomplice Qin Hao had hired managed to make everyone else unable to hear their voices. You're really quite smart. Qin Hao glanced at Li Chuyang, then asked Zhou Su, why do you all like Fu Han? He and Xiao Yan weren't bad looking either. In fact, his power used to be slightly less than Fu Han's. But now he could confidently say that Fu Han was absolutely no match for him. With Hong Lingling as a precedent, he didn't dare try to persuade them. But after killing Fu Han, he could give them a chance, see if they would choose to follow him. What aspect of you can compare with my brother? Zhou Su showed no fear of Qin Hao attacking him. His face devoid of any hint of fear, he recklessly provoked him, saying, let alone us, even your goddess Wang Shi wouldn't like you. What nonsense are you spouting? How could Cici not like me? Qin Hao's gaze grew increasingly dangerous as he spoke with supreme confidence. Cece might seem to dislike me on the surface, but deep down she does have feelings for me. What do you know? You don't understand, Cece. You'd better quiet down right now. I don't want to harm you, so don't make me angry. Li Chuyang shook his head at Zhou Su, signaling him to stop talking. They only needed to wait for Fu Han to come and rescue them. His current concern was for Fu Han. Qin Hao's overconfidence clearly indicated he had already thought out his plan against Fu Han. Qin Hao still had some leftover energy stones, suggesting his energy was temporarily in a saturated state and he could no longer absorb the energy within the stones. This meant he was currently at his strongest point. However, during this period, the amount of energy stones absorbed by Fu Han far lagged behind Qin Hao's, giving him only a slight edge in terms of special abilities. Estimating that Fu Han should be almost close enough to find them, Qin Hao bound them both to a tree. You two just enjoy watching how I defeat your big brother Fu Han. Brother. Zhou Su saw someone approaching and couldn't help shouting. Now, Fu Han was able to hear his voice. Seeing them tied up, Fu Han frowned and turned to look at Qin Hao. Qin Hao, what do you intend to do? Why can't we talk things through peacefully? If you think Zhou Su or Chuyang has harmed you in any way, you can tell me and I can make them apologize to you. Apologize? Qin Hao laughed loudly while looking at him. I don't need their apologies, I want them to. What do you want them to do? I want them to follow me. Will you agree? Qin Hao raised an eyebrow and brought up old memories. Do you remember Hong Lingling? That woman who liked following you around. What does this matter have to do with Hong Lingling? Of course, he hadn't forgotten about Hong Lingling. After all, she was someone who once traveled the path with them, and what she had done was hard to forget. He often used Hong Lingling as a reminder that one must not be too lenient towards others. Hong Lingling used to follow me, then she mysteriously disappeared without anyone giving me an explanation. Exchanging her for these two feels like a loss to me. After all, Hong Lingling had superpowers. I gave her some energy stones, and after upgrading her superpowers, it should have been very useful now. I remember she escaped from you herself back then. Her disappearance shouldn't be blamed on us. If you were kinder to her, she wouldn't have run to me for help. Even if they hadn't taken her away from the village, Hong Lingling might still be living well there. It's clearly your own fault, yet you shift the blame onto others. Do you still not understand why you're disliked? Zhou Su understood the situation and couldn't help but interject. Big brother, don't waste words on him. He deliberately captured us to lure you here. Be careful of him. How could you bear losing them? One Li Chuyang isn't enough to satisfy you yet. But Zhou Su, calling Big Brother so sweetly, aren't you more likable than Li Chuyang? Why don't you show any aversion toward Li Chuyang? Isn't it because you haven't had enough fun with him yet? Qin Hao didn't believe that Zhou Su wasn't interested in Fu Han, nor did he believe that Fu Han didn't like Zhou Su. After cutting his hair and washing his face, Zhou Su looked somewhat similar to Li Chuyang in type, though not as good-looking as him. His personality was lively, and they each had their strengths. Qin Hao's revolting attitude hadn't changed a bit, always thinking ill of others. Gripping his fists tightly, Fu Han realized that talking to him was useless, deciding to attack directly. Qin Hao nimbly dodged Fu Han's punch. His weapon was still the same iron rod, though its once shiny surface now had more black patches. He sniffed lightly, and with a visible blue current wrapping around the iron rod, he swung it towards Fu Han's head. The air seemed to be scorched by the strong current, emitting a series of crackling sounds. Fu Han evaded this blow, the iron rod grazed the ground, turning the tender green grass into a charred black spot instantly. Fu Han wasn't quite sure to what extent Qin Hao's abilities had reached. To test him, he threw a small fireball. The fire landed beside Qin Hao's feet, forming a circle of flames surrounding him almost immediately. The flames only reached up to Qin Hao's calves. With a chuckle, Qin Hao lifted his leg to step out of the ring of fire. Suddenly, the flames shot higher, nearly singeing his clothes. Your improvement is no small feat either. Despite this incident, Qin Hao remained relaxed and didn't take Fu Han's attack seriously. With a sudden grip on the iron rod, he struck it forcefully against the ground. The electric current spread outward with loyalty to the rod, dispersing and extinguishing the encircling flames. Li Chuyang and Zhou Su, who were not far away, felt their scalps tingle and became dizzy. When they recovered, they saw Fu Han and Qin Hao already engaged in a fierce battle. In Fu Han's hand was a dagger, which he used to fend off Qin Hao's relentless attacks. Still, Fu Han was struck several times by the iron rod. Luckily, his physique was rather robust, so he sustained minimal injury. An ordinary person would have been knocked unconscious by now. Qin Hao's offense was ferocious, keeping Fu Han under constant pressure. Fu Han could only try to defuse Qin Hao's attacks and found little opportunity to counterattack. Li Chuyang and Zhou Su watched anxiously. Zhou Su, usually unable to stop talking, dared not utter a sound for fear of affecting Fu Han. However, when he noticed Fu Han about to kneel down under Qin Hao's oppression, he couldn't help but shout a warning. Due to the effect of the electrical current Qin Hao created, Li Chuyang struggled to concentrate and influence Qin Hao. Earlier, he hadn't intervened because controlling an anomaly user like Qin Hao under normal circumstances was extremely difficult, especially someone whose ability had reached C level and was close to breaking through to B level. Attempting to control Qin Hao would not only expose himself but might also result in harm from Qin Hao. Only during Qin Hao and Fu Han's confrontation could Li Chuyang find an opportunity to affect Qin Hao's performance and help Fu Han defeat him. It was autumn, and there was often wind at night. Sleeping outdoors in thin clothing made catching a cold quite easy. Although anomalous individuals had stronger physiques and fared better, regular people like Zhou Su would still shiver even with multiple layers of clothes, including Li Chuyang. Even as a gentle breeze played through their hair, sweat was pouring down Li Chuyang's forehead, while his hands remained cold. Zhou Su was too preoccupied watching Fu Han to notice Li Chuyang's condition. The dagger in Fu Han's hand began deforming visibly. The blue current flowed barely 10 centimeters away from Fu Han. Qin Hao had the absolute upper hand, his lips curling as he released an even stronger current. Instantly, Fu Han's right knee buckled, struggling to maintain a stance, utterly powerless to unleash his own abilities to force Qin Hao back. With greater glee, Qin Hao prepared to knock Fu Han down with one powerful strike. However, just before moving, his mind went blank, as if his body wasn't his own anymore. It was like his soul had been locked in a cell with 6 blank walls. Confused and unsure of what to do next, he suddenly felt a burning sensation under his feet, causing him to dash around aimlessly before crashing into a white wall, returning to his physical body. Standing nearby at a higher vantage point, Fu Han looked down at him, holding Qin Hao's weapon while lying on the ground. His left side glowed with fiery light, having burned his cheeks. Ah! Qin Hao screamed in pain, attempting to tear off the burning clothes which clung stubbornly to his body. After several unsuccessful attempts, he resorted to rolling on the ground to put out the flames. Once able to rest momentarily, the acrid smell filled the air. His left side, arms, and part of the lower left cheek skin were burned away. After casting 2 quick glances, Li Chuyang quickly turned away and vomited twice before collapsing weakly into Fu Han's arms. Zhou Su approached carefully, showing no sympathy for Qin Hao, thinking it was entirely his fault for picking unnecessary fights and aiming to defeat his brother, resulting in this dire outcome. Just as he was considering whether to go over and finish Qin Hao off, Fu Han called out to him. Turning back, he saw Li Chu fainting for no apparent reason, so they quickly returned with him to find Xiaozhe. Xiaozhe found nothing wrong upon examination. But when it suddenly rained that evening, they understood the reason. It turned out that Li Chuyang's old ailment had flared up again, only this time it occurred earlier than expected. From now on, they could use it as a rain forecast. The heavy rain lowered the nighttime temperature even further, also drenching Qin Hao who had fainted in the woods. The left side of his upper body still caused excruciating pain, but he didn't want to die there. Struggling along, he made it back to Shi Shiyan and Wang Qian. Seeing his disheveled appearance, the two were startled. Upon learning that Fu Han had wounded him like this, Wang Qian almost crushed her fingers. Brother, we'll find Fu Han to avenge Qin Hao. Chapter 61, No Plan. Stay calm, let's find someone to treat Qin Hao first. Shi Shiyan furrowed his brows slightly, not expecting things to turn out this way. He knew that Qin Hao had always wanted to defeat Fu Han. With Qin Hao's strength, a one-on-one fight with Fu Han wouldn't have been much of a problem. Qin Hao wasn't overly foolish, and Fu Han was also not the type to use cunning schemes, so he hadn't interfered with Qin Hao. He really couldn't figure out why Fu Han would go so far as to harm Qin Hao like this. Qin Hao was still conscious. Upon hearing Wang Qian mention wanting to seek revenge for him, he felt especially pleased. Using his right hand, he held on to Wang Qian and told her, Sisi, don't you dare go after them. I'll take my own revenge. There's no need for you to do it. Seeing Wang Qian calming down and Qin Hao's mind still clear, Shi Shiyan didn't dare to waste time, worried that Qin Hao's left hand might be permanently damaged. Stay here and take care of Qin Hao. I'll go look for someone who can help him. This was destined to be an unsettled night. The heavy rain continued throughout the entire night, stopping only at dawn. Li Chuyang woke up during the latter half of the night. When he opened his eyes, he saw Fu Han guarding him again. He remembered that when Qin Hao attempted to kill Fu Han, he successfully restrained Qin Hao. After restraining Qin Hao, what happened next was unknown to him. Perhaps if humans possess souls, then his soul and Qin Hao's were in the same place. He could see Qin Hao, but Qin Hao couldn't see him. Afterward, all he saw was Qin Hao lying on the ground, aflame, while Fu Han remained unharmed. I'm fine. How do you feel? Fu Han had already calmed down. Since Li Chuyang fainted, he had thought only about Chuyang. I'm feeling much better. Hearing the sound of rain outside, Li Chuyang sat up. What time is it now? It's around 1 in the morning. Why don't you sleep a bit longer? Are you not tired? Feeling somewhat warm, Li Chuyang took off his coat, accidentally brushing against Fu Han's hand. Puzzled, he asked, why are your hands so cold? Is that so? Fu Han smiled at him. Would you warm me up? Li Chuyang remembered that due to Fu Han's fire-based powers, his body usually shouldn't feel cold, nor should his hands be this cool. Concerned, he asked, has something gone wrong with your abilities? Qin Hao nearly killed him tonight. No, I was just too worried about you. Fu Han suddenly grasped his hand, which had already warmed up. Li Chuyang sighed in relief and said, it's not the first time I've been like this. There's no need for you to worry so much about me. He had long since gotten used to it himself. You're the person I like. Who else should I worry about besides you? Just go to sleep. Li Chuyang tried to pull his hand away, but Fu Han didn't let go. He said, everyone else has fallen asleep. Can I lie down with you? Alright, Li Chuyang nodded lightly. It wasn't the first time they'd slept together. Even though he knew Fu Han liked him, he didn't think anything was wrong with sleeping together. It felt no different than sharing a bed with Zhou Su or Hikuan. As Fu Han lay there holding Li Chuyang's hand, closing his eyes reminded him of the battle between himself and Qin Hao earlier. He couldn't comprehend it. At that moment, Qin Hao obviously intended to exert more force to kill him but inexplicably began staring into space, giving him a chance to use his powers. Because they were extremely close, his flames instantly set Qin Hao's clothes ablaze, and then he pushed him away. Qin Hao seemed entirely defenseless, falling to the ground without immediately trying to extinguish the flames on his body. Given how injured Qin Hao was, he certainly wouldn't give up easily. If Qin Hao found some extra support from Shi Xiuyan and others, their situation would become perilous. He must improve his powers as soon as possible. Early the next morning, after everyone woke up and ate a simple meal, they started packing up to continue heading toward the safe zone. A particularly eye-catching group appeared amidst the throng. Compared to Fu Han's team, which consisted of 2 cars, a relatively large group, this newly emerged group comprised 2 large trucks. They had even more people, nearly 20 in total, with the majority being women. In every respect, this group caught attention. Once the truck stopped, people disembarked one by one. Several men wore green military uniforms, with strong, muscular builds, exuding immense power at first glance. The women following them mostly wore dresses, their faces adorned with makeup, each one very beautiful, attracting numerous male gazes. 2 men came over with some items to exchange with them, but Fu Han and his group were too far away to see clearly. However, they heard from others that the items for exchange were guns and bullets, and not a small amount. Among all their teams, the number of people with guns could be counted on one hand, and ammunition was also extremely limited. They wouldn't take it out unless absolutely necessary. There was no better weapon against zombies than a gun, and those who had precise shooting skills could kill a zombie with just 1 bullet, or even more. The guns and bullets these people brought out caused a frenzy of haggling, everyone eager to exchange items with them. They, however, weren't in a hurry to make exchanges but instead took out more guns and bullets from their trucks. Then, they asked everyone to display what they prepared for trade so that the men could come and choose. This group included a total of 8 men, with the rest being women, no elderly or children among them. 3 of the men handled the exchange while the remaining 5 men ate their breakfast surrounded by a group of women. Each man had at least 2 women accompanying him, and the food they ate made everyone else envious. Not only did they have sausages and instant noodles, but there were also chicken legs, chicken claws, and other compressed packaged meat in abundance. Of course, this feast was for the 5 men, the women beside them would occasionally be given a share, while the other women had compressed biscuits. Needless to say, even Zhou Su couldn't resist the smell of instant noodles. After a while, the 3 men finished looking at everyone's items, walked over to their side, and asked if they wanted anything in exchange. They had circled around, and apart from the diamond rings and gems left behind by Hong Lingling, they didn't have many other valuable things left. However, these 3 men actually showed interest in them. What do you want? One man asked them. Instant noodles, sausages, and chicken legs. The 3 men hesitated for a moment, and then one of them went back to the car and fetched some items, not too much but also not too little. Fu Han directly handed the bag over to them. When the 3 men returned, Li Chuyang saw Shi Xiuyan stopping them. He held a few substantial energy stones and wanted to exchange them for something. Once again, the same man went to the truck to retrieve some items. It could be seen that these were medicines, though it was unclear what kind. It didn't take much guessing to figure out they were likely for Qin Hao. Li Chuyang withdrew his gaze and noticed Fu Han also watching Shi Xiuyan. After the exchange, people quickly approached the 8 men to chat with them, and they even brought out liquor to drink as they conversed. Some people started heading out again, and the activities recommenced. The bald man and the fat man from the group handed over their motorcycles to others and each hugged a woman as they climbed onto the 2 trucks. Big brother, who are you looking at? Zhou Su suddenly came up to Fu Han, eyeing the 2 trucks. You're not admiring those beauties, are you? Except for their team, the men in other groups also cast similar gazes at the women. I must have mistaken someone. The direction of Beilong City wasn't this way, so she couldn't possibly appear here, in this safe zone. Zhou Su scrutinized him closely. You'd better not be lying to me, or I'll tell Brother Chuyang. If you dare to hurt Brother Chuyang, neither Hikuan nor I will forgive you. I thought she was my classmate. Let's go get in the car. He didn't know if they had safely returned to Beilong City. Fu Han's situation, Zhou Su had heard about from Hikuan. Seeing that all the women had boarded the trucks and disappeared from view, he turned to Fu Han and said, if she really is your classmate, you should pretend not to recognize her. Didn't her group leave you behind and run away? Why are you still thinking about them? You should only think about Brother Chuyang now. Speaking of which, did you make any progress last night since you slept together? Fu Han slapped his head aside and warned him, don't wander off alone with Brother Chuyang next time. Got it. Zhou Su still felt a bit guilty in his heart, it was his fault for not considering things thoroughly. Next time, can we find a house to stay in? It would be more convenient for you and brother Chuyang. You've seen how many people there are. Even if there's a place to live, would we be able to snatch it? You need to strive for happiness with brother Chuyang. Sleeping in the car or outside wouldn't bother us. Fu Han's ears turned red almost to the point of bleeding, yet Zhou Su, who said this, looked completely unperturbed. Do you still want to eat chicken legs? Zhou Su immediately reassured him, brother, don't worry, I definitely won't blab in front of brother Chuyang and mess up your plan. What plan do I have? How would I know what your plan is? Unless you tell me, and I can give you some advice. I don't have a plan. Such an important matter, how could you not have a plan? The first time is very important. If you don't do it well, brother Chuyang will leave you. Fu Han just wanted to find a stone to block his mouth. Zhou Su didn't notice his embarrassment at all and was even giving him advice. When Li Chuyang came over, he quickly covered Zhou Su's mouth. What's wrong with you two? I've finished packing everything. Nothing, let's get in the car and go. Fu Han gave Zhou Su a warning look before letting go of his hand. Zhou Su took a breath and grinned at Li Chuyang, your brother and I were talking about a secret. Oh. Zhou Su jumped beside Li Chuyang, don't you want to know what secret your brother and I were talking about? Li Chuyang looked at Fu Han, isn't it supposed to be a secret? You are the one brother likes, so of course, he can tell you. Zhou Su started teaching him again, if brother starts having secrets with others, you must be careful. Maybe it means he has someone else outside. Zhou Su. Chapter 62, Killing with a Borrowed Knife. 2 days later, when Li Chuyang saw Qin Hao again, he was already fine. However, the places that had been burnt would never recover as before, leaving many scars. The ones on his body were hidden by clothing, but the scars on the lower left part of his cheek and neck were clearly visible, unable to be concealed like his hands with gloves. Before being burnt, his appearance was still decent, but now it seemed somewhat grotesque, especially since his nature was so strong. Once someone looked at the scar on his face, his eyes would glare fiercely, making him look like a ferocious demon. Moreover, the way he looked at Fu Han and them was even more somber, like a death god, as if telling them that he could come for revenge anytime. Shi Xiuyan seemed relatively calm, while Wang Qian started to hate them just like Qin Hao did. Qin Hao's attitude towards her was much different from before. Previously, he would try to please her no matter what, but now he not only dared not look at her but also avoided her. They all knew why. But Qin Hao still cared about her deep down, only that his current appearance made him no longer dare to have any thoughts towards Wang Qian. This vendetta wasn't something they wouldn't avenge, rather, they were waiting for a better opportunity, an opportunity that would ensure revenge for Qin Hao and kill Fu Han. This time, it wasn't Qin Hao alone, but the three of them together. The newly arrived team had certainly shown off in their group. Their truck could have moved faster but intentionally slowed down to maintain consistency with theirs. Zombies encountered on the road were easily killed by them. Energy stones were excavated one by one from the zombies' brains by the fat man and the bald head, then handed over willingly. These people ate meat, allowing others to drink soup as well. Life was far more comfortable compared to the time when there were only the two of them. Others couldn't get a single zombie, let alone energy stones. Some attempted to snatch 1 or 2 zombies from their hands. Those who openly took them faced no consequences, but those who used improper means either had a leg or hand disabled by the 8 men. Trying to seize zombies from their hands was incredibly difficult. Those who failed could only obediently follow behind or flatter them like the bald and the fat man, although success was not guaranteed for everyone. Additionally, another event occurred. One of the women following the 8 men ran away with another man, but both were caught that same night. In front of everyone, they were directly killed, their bodies thrown into the fire pile to prevent them from turning into zombies. Regarding this, no one dared to speak up. No matter which team's strength, none could match the power of these 8 men, including Fu Han and them. These 8 men were physically very strong, and some of them had special abilities. Not to mention the fact that they possessed guns. Fu Han watched several times over the past 2 days, finally managing to see clearly those women. He had approached a little closer to check if one of them was his classmate. He was seen by these men who waved him over. He decisively shook his head and returned to Li Chuyang's side. It wasn't just him staring at these women. For some reason, these men didn't seem to mind. Rather, anyone willing to trade could pick one of the women to spend the night with, provided they weren't among the favorites of these 8 men or the 2 given to the bald and the fat. The women could only get down from the truck during breaks to eat and were forbidden to move too far away, otherwise they would be punished. Hence, they rarely got opportunities to talk to others nor dared to chat casually. Although there wasn't a clear plan yet, Qin Hao kept keeping an eye on Fu Han without stopping. It wasn't known what happened that night, otherwise Fu Han would have died at his hands long ago. Opportunities always came from watching closely, good moments could slip away at any time, such as right now, he thought of an excellent method to deal with Fu Han. Qin Hao tidied himself up, walking towards the man who had gestured to Fu Han earlier. Now, he spoke favoring the side of his face, trying to hide the left half of his face. Big brother. Which woman catches your eye? Zhao Hui assumed he came to change a woman for a night. Big brother, you've misunderstood. I'm here to express my gratitude. Qin Hao handed over a cigarette, lighting it for Zhao Hui with his lighter. As he stared at the flame, he zoned out momentarily. A few days ago, my brother came looking for some medicine from you all, it was for me. Saying that, he turned his left half-face to show Zhao Hui a glance. Zhao Hui was only slightly surprised, less than the average person would be. So those medicines were for you? And these injuries, were they from burns? How did this happen? Brother Zhao has sharp eyes, it was indeed fire that burned me. As Zhao Hui's gaze felt ordinary, Qin Hao felt comfortable and relaxed, it was caused by that guy earlier. His special ability is fire. Who? You weren't pointing to him just now. The one who refused, the one older than me. That little brat. Zhao Hui didn't expect this, seems like his skills are quite cruel, I couldn't even tell. You definitely couldn't have seen that he prefers men. He likes men. Yeah. Qin Hao gestured towards Li Chuyang standing next to Fu Han, that's the one he likes. That kid doesn't look bad, kind of attractive. Zhao Hui scrutinized Li Chuyang while asking Qin Hao, then why was he staring at my women? Based on my past interactions with him, maybe he wanted to save them. What? Zhao Hui threw the cigarette to the ground, clearly displeased. Does he love sticking his nose into other people's business? It's just my guess. Maybe he has his eyes on one of your women, but since he already has a man, it's hard for him to ask outright. Qin Hao consoled Zhao Hui briefly before changing the subject, however, he always claims to be an upright person, thinking he's a savior who enjoys saving others. And yet he injured you so badly. Humph. Zhao Hui expressed disdain all over his face. Qin Hao chuckled awkwardly, I just touched his man, and he got upset. So it's your fault. A friend's wife should not be disrespected, although it's a man in this case. I haven't touched any men either, I just wanted to try it out with one, who knew. Seeing Zhao Hui's interest growing as he looked at Li Chuyang, Qin Hao began chatting about him, it's my mistake. He usually keeps a close watch, I really shouldn't have done that. His lover has such white and tender skin, extremely obedient, not inferior to any woman, otherwise I wouldn't have had that thought. Better than a woman. Exactly, Zhao Hui's attention was completely captured. He had seen some burly men before, but he never truly tried, and found no interest in them. Looking at Li Chuyang, however, seemed more appealing. I barely touched him. I haven't even tried yet. Qin Hao lit another cigarette for Zhao Hui, asking, Big brother, do you also have interest? Zhao Hui puffed on the cigarette without saying a word. Hee, if there's a chance later, I'll definitely bring Big brother along. Zhao Hui smiled, what's your name? Qin Hao. Since brother is older, I'll call you Zhao Gu, Big brother Zhao, and you can just call me Xiao Hao. Call me Hui Gu, Big brother Hui. There's also another Zhao among your team members. If I call everyone Zhao Gu, it will get confusing. Alright, Hui Gu. Afterward, Qin Hao never approached Zhao Hui again. Originally, he intended to team up with Zhao Hui to capture Li Chuyang, use Li Chuyang to provoke Fu Han, then kill Fu Han. After hearing his plan, Shi Xiuyan suggested Qin Hao string Zhao Hui along until Zhao Hui was hooked enough to take initiative himself. This way, the entire situation would be dominated by Zhao Hui, and should anything go wrong afterward, the other 7 men could help them out. Wang Qian heard their entire plan but didn't agree with this approach. It was Fu Han who had harmed Qin Hao, and there was no need to involve Li Chuyang. Yet considering it might avenge Qin Hao, she didn't say anything. But they hadn't waited long for Zhao Hui to come find them, because Fu Han went to Zhao Hui first. Fu Han confirmed multiple times that the woman was Su Xinting, his college classmate whom he went on vacation with. He had been hesitating whether to go find Su Xinting. Zhou Su's words lingered in his mind, and he still wasn't reassured. Su Xinting surely didn't follow those people willingly. Perhaps, like him, Su Xinting was abandoned by other classmates and ended up with these people. After discovering that the woman Fu Han was looking at was indeed Su Xinting, Zhao Hui consulted his brother and then staged a performance, pretending to let Su Xinting accompany someone else for the night. Sure enough, Fu Han couldn't help but stand up and stop them. Zhou Su pulled Li Chuyang quickly after Fu Han and stood a distance behind Fu Han, ensuring they could hear everything clearly. He Kuan and the others followed soon after, asking what happened. Zhou Su replied irritably, Big brother here fancies that woman. He Kuan couldn't help but look at Li Chuyang, who shook his head, indicating he didn't know what was going on either. However, over the past 2 days, he had indeed noticed that Fu Han seemed distracted. The older brother said that woman is his university classmate. I've already told him to just leave her be, there must be something between them. Don't talk nonsense, He Kuan nudged him and said, Brother Fu isn't that kind of person. We'll see. Zhou Su, seeing the situation, concluded that the older brother definitely intended to rescue her, and thus turned to He Kuan and said, won't you worry about brother bringing another Hong Lingling back. He will definitely take her to Beilong City. At this reminder from Zhou Su, He Kuan truly began to worry about having another Hong Lingling clinging onto Fu Han and bullying Li Chuyang. Moreover, given their classmate relationship, it would not be easy to get rid of her. Still, could they really stop Brother Fu now? Chapter 63, A Small Lesson. Do you have any questions? Zhao Hui smiled as he asked Fu Han, saying, "Are you interested in her too? If you can come up with something better, I can let her spend the evening with you first." Su Xinting stood behind Zhao Hui. When she saw that the person speaking was Fu Han, she awkwardly and shamefully lowered her head. Compared to Hong Lingling, she was younger, with a prettier face that looked more innocent. She hadn't endured much hardship on this journey, her figure, skin, and even her long black hair were well maintained. In contrast, and Xiao Yu standing in front of her appeared somewhat rougher. A thin diamond necklace hung around her neck, and there was a diamond ring on the ring finger of her left hand. These items had been forcibly taken from Hong Lingling's bag and placed on her. Other women also wore some accessories, but only a few women wore the diamond rings on their left ring fingers. Zhou Su and Li Chuyang noticed this detail while standing at the front. Although Li Chuyang didn't understand its significance, Zhou Su quickly guessed after observing it. However, it wasn't convenient to inform Fu Han about this at the moment. Since Fu Han had stepped forward, he obviously intended to rescue Su Xinting. He didn't want a conflict with these people either, so he asked Zhao Hui how many energy stones could exchange for Su Xinting. "You really think it's easy, huh? A few energy stones to trade for a person?" Zhao Hui laughed loudly as he asked the onlookers if it wasn't funny. "How many energy stones can you provide? Have we cleared all the zombies nearby? How many can you take from us?" Besides energy stones, Fu Han couldn't think of anything else he could obtain quickly and would be valued by the other party. Zhou Su was watching Su Xinting closely and showed no intention of helping Fu Han in any way. After all, he was quite skilled at negotiating. Zhao Hui then said, "Things can't exchange for a person, but people can still exchange for people." Fu Han looked at him with confusion, unsure exactly who he meant by person. Zhao Hui stroked his chin, eyeing Li Chuyang with interest. "I think the guy behind you is pretty good. If you're willing to trade him for her, I could consider it." Everyone immediately focused their attention on Zhou Su and Li Chuyang, speculating curiously whether Zhao Hui was referring to Zhou Su or Li Chuyang. Fu Han furrowed his brows, unwilling to give anyone up in exchange for Zhao Hui. "If you're not willing to give him up, then forget what I said," Zhao Hui replied. He turned to call Su Xinting to follow those bringing things to exchange her. He also warned her to properly entertain the guests. "Don't even think about escaping. You should know very well what will happen if you try. Don't doubt our abilities." Finally, he glanced at Fu Han. This warning was also a reminder for Fu Han not to harbor ill intentions. Su Xinting slowly walked over, whispering to Fu Han as she passed him, "Stop worrying about me. They're not easy to deal with. And, sorry, I couldn't persuade the others to look for you." Fu Han could only watch as Su Xinting followed the man back to his place. "Let's go back," Fu Han sighed helplessly, looking at Zhao Hui's smile and the fragile figure of Su Xinting in the distance. Seeing Fu Han's disheartened expression, Zhou Su told him bluntly, that Su Xinting doesn't seem worth it. "Why bother saving her, brother? She just apologized to me." After hearing Su Xinting's explanation, Fu Han developed more understanding towards his university classmate who left him, and reduced his blame, making him feel a bit better. Zhou Su didn't care, asking, "Didn't she say that she initially wanted to find you, but the other few people disagreed? As a woman, she didn't dare to run around recklessly and thus left with the others?" You could guess this. He Kun thought Su Xinting seemed pitiful, but before knowing who she really was, he remained undecided about whether they should save her. Most importantly, he feared another, Hong Lingling. Seeing that Fu Han actually believed Su Xinting's words, Zhou Su revealed the truth. "Relax, she'll be fine." "How do you know?" And Xiaozhe didn't doubt his words but wanted to know where he deduced this from. "Did you see the diamond ring on her finger?" Only Li Chuyang nodded, the rest merely glanced, their focus being entirely on Su Xinting and Zhao Hui. No one paid attention to what kind of rings or necklaces she wore. Zhou Su didn't expect Li Chuyang to catch this either, continuing, "She wears the diamond ring on her left ring finger. You should know what that means, right?" And Xiao Yu asked, "You mean she's married to one of those men? Then why, send her to accompany others?" Several other women also wore their diamond rings on their ring fingers. These women hadn't accompanied anyone yet, whereas those who had done so wore the rings on other fingers. Fortunately, he remembered this while observing his brother. And Xiaozhe was the first to understand what he meant. So they were putting on a show for us? Intentionally luring Fu Han into a trap? It should be like that. Why do they want to lure brother Fu there? For Li Chuyang, Zhu Menglei quietly mused to herself. Zhou Su, he doesn't allow our brother to trade people, right? That's their purpose. The group couldn't help but look at him and Li Chuyang, growing more puzzled as to whether their target was Li Chuyang or Zhou Su, and why they wanted either of them. Zhou Su didn't concern himself with these thoughts, instead saying to Fu Han, "Brother, you don't need to worry about your female classmate. She will definitely be fine tonight. If you don't believe me, we can check later. Nothing will happen to her," which he said quite candidly despite knowing he might have overheard something he shouldn't have. "I guess she knows too, but it seems like she didn't tell you." This question immediately highlighted Su Xinting's calculative nature. If Su Xinting knew and not only refrained from telling Fu Han but even apologized to him instead, it clearly showed her mindset was far less simple than her appearance suggested. He Kun immediately made up his mind, they should leave her alone. Of course, there's also a possibility that she thinks her life here isn't bad, having food and drinks without any danger, so she truly doesn't want to be saved by you. Zhou Su thought the likelihood of this was very small. And Xiaoyu and Zhu Menglei, being women themselves, found this unimaginable. No one would willingly sell their body unless in extreme circumstances. Having clarified his point, Zhou Su left it up to the older brother what to do next. He edged closer to Li Chuyang, showing support for staying on Li Chuyang's side and not backing Fu Han's rescue mission. Li Chuyang was impressed by how clearly Zhou Su understood things. Even if he had noticed the diamond ring issue, he wouldn't have analyzed it as deeply. Zhou Su had guessed what Su Xinting told Fu Han and deduced her true thoughts. Though Zhou Su was younger, his experiences were undoubtedly more complex. Apart from understanding his family somewhat well, Li Chuyang hadn't interacted much with others. His grasp on human nature wasn't strong enough. He indeed had much to learn from Zhou Su. Still undecided, Fu Han turned to Xiaozhi, who then said, "Let's check it out tonight. If it really is as Zhou Su says, then there's no need to rush into rescuing her." With so many of them, it wasn't convenient for everyone to go. Eventually, they decided Fu Han and Xiaozhi would go, while the rest stayed behind awaiting their return. Zhou Su trusted Xiaozhi to keep Fu Han under control, so he chose not to go along, deciding to give Li Chuyang a good lesson in advance. His serious and composed demeanor led Li Chuyang to think he might have another discovery to privately share. He glanced at Xiaoyu and Zhu Menglei before moving closer to listen. Zhou Su hadn't originally intended for Kun to hear, but after considering that Kun wasn't very sharp anyway, he let him stay. "Brother will definitely save Su Xinting," Zhou Su asserted firmly. "She's his classmate, and they will surely head to Beilong City together afterward." "Are we going to stop Brother Fu?" Kun curiously asked. Li Chuyang sat quietly, listening intently and never interrupting Zhou Su's words. "Can you just listen carefully?" "You continue," Kun shrugged, finding it amusing to see Zhou Su acting like a little teacher. "So, Chuyang, you've got to watch her carefully. Keep an eye on our brother." Zhou Su particularly pointed to Kun, "When I'm not around, Kun elder brother, you've got to help Chuyang know, alright? Where are you going? When we reach the safe zone, he'll have to return to his parents." Saying this, a sense of reluctance filled all three of their hearts. This is a good thing, why are you so sad?" Kun put an arm around each of their shoulders. "Me and Chuyang could possibly stay in the safe zone as well, we're not necessarily bound to follow Brother Fu to Beilong City. But certainly, he needed to stay with Chuyang." Zhou Su shook his head immediately, urging them, "You both must absolutely follow brother. What a wonderful person he is, Brother Chuyang, you can't miss this opportunity." Feeling Zhou Su's emotions were swinging wildly, Li Chuyang observed. "Kun, isn't he about to have Su Xinting soon? So I'm teaching you guys now how to deal with Su Xinting. What do you, a kid, know about such complicated matters?" Zhou Su shot him a glare. Even if brother doesn't have any interest in Su Xinting, there's a chance she might be interested in him. Back and forth, when issues arise between you and brother, she could take advantage of the situation. A single hand can't clap. What can she do to the elder brother anyway? Weren't you just unsure about brother's intentions? Anything is possible. You should teach us more. Kun was curious to see how much Zhou Su knew. "So, you need to keep an eye on brother closely. Especially you, Chuyang, stick closer to brother. Once brother becomes annoyed with you or tries to hide something from you, that's when you need to be cautious. It's also appropriate to occasionally get angry and let brother know you're upset. Don't just go along with whatever he says. If Chuyang would display some temper, I wouldn't worry so much about you." Kun quickly nodded in agreement. "I agree with this point. Chuyang, you should learn to get mad like us sometimes, so people won't think you're easy to bully." Chapter 64, Safe Zone. After saying a lot, Zhou Su had no idea how much Li Chuyang understood, but he hoped to figure out who Su Xinting really was before he left. They thought Fu Han and Xiaozhi would be back very late, but the two returned in less than half an hour. "Su Xinting has been taken away," Xiaozhi told them. Nothing unusual happened. Another man took Su Xinting away. This man hugged her with one arm, and when he noticed her gloomy expression, he comforted her with a few words. Judging from what this man said, the situation seemed to match what Zhou Su described. Su Xinting even knew that they were intentionally putting on a show for others. The man also asked about Fu Han, but Su Xinting never opened her mouth, so it's unclear if she eventually told him anything. "Brother, just let her go." Zhou Su looked at Xiaozhi, hoping he would support him in trying to persuade Fu Han. "Those people are truly not ones to be trifled with, they will definitely not let her go. We would have to kill all 8 of them, otherwise, they will certainly come after us for revenge. We've already seen how cruel their methods can be, anyone falling into their hands is dead for sure. We shouldn't provoke them right now," Xiaozhi agreed with Zhou Su. "The person they're after is either Zhou Su or Chuyang. Since Su Xinting couldn't deceive us, they will definitely try something else." He then gave Fu Han a suggestion: "We should head to the safe zone as soon as possible. It's best if we avoid them." Zhou Su signaled to Li Chuyang while giving him a glance, gesturing for him to add a word or two. Li Chuyang looked at Fu Han and said, "They are going to the safe zone too, and Su Xinting won't be in danger following them. Why don't we make our plans once we get there?" In the safe zone, they wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Brother, you're not prioritizing your own safety over hers, are you? I won't trade any of you for her. Let's rest early and set off tomorrow morning. The plan to exchange Su Xinting for Li Chuyang failed. Zhao Hui learned from Su Yongfei that Su Xinting was Fu Han's classmate. Still, he wanted to use Su Xinting to work through Fu Han, but Su Yongfei wouldn't allow it anymore and nearly got into a heated argument with him. He told Zhao Hui to grab Li Chuyang himself without all this unnecessary nonsense, mocking him like a woman constantly nagging, "It's just a guy, with all of us brothers supporting you, why are you so afraid?" Unwilling to argue with him, Zhao Hui thought of Qin Hao instead. Qin Hao wasn't stupid, he knew Qin Hao must have an ulterior motive by telling him all these things. So he went to check what exactly Qin Hao was after. When they woke up early the next day, they discovered Fu Han and Li Chuyang had already left ahead of time. Zhao Hui immediately became anxious and called Qin Hao over, directly asking what his purpose was. "Fu Han injured me so badly, I only want my revenge." Qin Hao forgot what Shi Shiyan had told him, "Don't seem too eager, pretend to hand the initiative to Zhao Hui, yet actually keep everything under their control." Eagerly, he told Zhao Hui, "Big brother Hui, let's cooperate. Together, we kill Fu Han, and you'll obtain Li Chuyang." Zhao Hui suddenly didn't feel as rushed. What about his companions? There are many of them, and there are just the two of us looking for them. Plus, they've already run away. I'll think of a way to trick the two of them to come out alone. Will they still believe you? Well, I'll come up with a way. Don't you have two companions? Why don't the three of you go bother them, and I'll help from behind, catching them off guard. Before finding Qin Hao, Zhao Hui had already clarified the situation between Qin Hao's team and Fu Han's small group with Guangtou. I hear all three of you have impressive superpowers. With my assistance, defeating them shouldn't be difficult, right? Qin Hao stiffly smiled and replied, "How could the three of us compare with you big brothers? If any of the big brothers are willing to help, Fu Han will have no chance to resist." Ho ho, such trivial matters, why involve them? Wouldn't that make big brother Hui look bad? Are you trying to make them laugh at me? It's settled. You three go find them first, and I'll help you. Not allowing Qin Hao to say another word or negotiate further, Zhao Hui sent him away. With no good ideas in mind, Qin Hao had to return and seek Shi Shiyan's help. Wang Qian complained a bit, "Didn't your cousin tell you not to rush?" Well, now it's obvious. He merely wants us to fight on his behalf while he watches from the sidelines. You thought about using him, but now we are the ones being used. Qin Hao did not go over to coax her like he had in the past but instead said, "I'll resolve this myself, I won't let us become his hired guns." How can you resolve this? And didn't we already agree that we would help you take revenge together? If you have any plans, you should discuss them more with cousin. It wouldn't have ended up like this. Stop talking about him. Let's focus on what we should do now. Shi Shiyan, noticing Qin Hao's silence and worried he might act impulsively, admonished Wang Qian a bit, "Qian is only concerned for you. Don't dwell on what she said." Wang Qian awkwardly apologized to Qin Hao, "In the future, please don't act alone anymore." Qin Hao simply responded with an, and the atmosphere between him and Wang Qian remained strange. To catch up with Fu Han's group, the three of them kept traveling, assuming Fu Han and the others had already reached the safe zone. But when they arrived there the next day along with a group of people, so did Zhao Hui and his crew eventually reach the safe zone one after another. Judging by the timing, Fu Han's group was supposed to arrive first, yet they encountered a small team just outside the safe zone who were hunting zombies to collect energy stones. From this group, Fu Han and his companions learned quite a bit of information about the safe zone. In order to enhance their powers and store some energy stones, they joined this group in hunting zombies and gained a significant amount of energy stones. Outside the safe zone, most exchanges were conducted using energy stones, particularly among those with superpowers. Within the safe zone, energy stones functioned as a de facto currency. Everyone living inside, regardless of age or gender, whether they possessed superpowers or not, had to contribute a certain number of energy stones, though other items of equivalent value could be used as substitutes. The entire safe zone was enclosed by iron fences several meters high. In emergencies, the fences would be electrified, mainly to ward off zombies and also to deal with some survivors attempting to disrupt the safe zone. On each side of the gates stood two fully armed soldiers, always on guard even deep into the night. Access to and from the safe zone depended on a pass. The pass recorded various details, including your power level, room number in your residential area, length of stay, and emergency contact, among others. When entering the safe zone for the first time, your power level would be tested, then registered and issued accordingly. However, it would only allow you to settle down once you handed in energy stones. When energy stones were scarce, people would contribute food or other useful supplies instead. As energy stones became more abundant, those with powers typically opted to contribute these stones. A regular energy stone allowed a person to stay in an ordinary room for 3 days, and 1 day out killing zombies could yield at least 3 to 5 stones. After subtracting personal needs, it was roughly necessary to hunt zombies only 1 day per week. Furthermore, there were ways within the safe zone to earn energy stones. In addition to these rules, the safe zone implemented many regulations. After receiving the pass, everyone also received a set of guidelines detailing all important things about the safe zone. As previously guessed, Fu Han's group had sea-level powers which, though not extraordinary within the safe zone, 4 out of their 7 members were powered individuals, an above-average ratio indeed. Yes, the safe zone's ability detection equipment failed to detect Li Chuyang's powers, something Li Chuyang had long expected. Standing outside the safe zone, they had no idea how vast it truly was until they saw the map on the guidelines. It was about 4 to 5 times larger than the village they had stayed in before. The entire safe zone was divided into 6 sections, the smallest being the administrative area, with the remaining 5 areas designated as living zones. The largest of these, Zone E, consisted of cultivated farmland planted with various vegetables, fruits, and crops. The remaining 4 zones were residential areas where rooms decreased in quality from Zone A to Zone D. Zone D was the largest while Zone A was the smallest. The sizes of rooms within each zone also varied accordingly, with different prices naturally. The spaces between these zones were public activity areas, where people could linger during the day but were forbidden from sleeping overnight. They could only reside in the rooms located within the 4 residential zones. In short, if you couldn't provide enough energy stones or supplies, you would be expelled. But if you later managed to procure sufficient supplies, you could return to live again. The supplies handed over weren't embezzled by anyone, they were used to sustain the people within the safe zone. Those residing inside the safe zone were provided 3 free meals a day, with a fixed amount for each individual. As for the energy stones, they were distributed among those superpowered individuals who made contributions to the safe zone. For example, an electric superhuman like Qin Hao could supply electricity to the safe zone, and so on. The ever-improving operations of the safe zone relied precisely on the powers from various types of superhumans. For Fu Han's group of 4, there was no appropriate job in the safe zone that matched their powers. Neither Fu Han nor He Kuan had any applicable use for their abilities, let alone in Xiaoyu, while in Xiaoju's wood power showed a little potential. But his type of wood ability could only make vines grow out of the soil, whereas other wood superhumans could accelerate the growth of crops in fields. This was the most valuable ability within the safe zone. Fortunately, outside the safe zone, they met Zhang Jian and his group, who had prepared a sufficient number of energy stones in advance, enabling them to settle down within the safe zone. Chapter 65, Family. After learning the general situation of the safe zone, the first thing Fu Han and his group did was to help Zhou Su find his parents. Although they were all reluctant, Zhou Su's behavior was far too calm. Though he also said that he wanted to find his parents, he didn't seem excited or happy. Zhang Jian had lived in the safe zone for a short period of time. With his help, it wasn't long before they found Zhou Su's family, his father and his stepmother. The two lived in a small house in Zone D. Like most other people without special abilities, they worked every day in Zone E to earn their living time there. They started working from morning until night doing farming work. Even such simple work was difficult to come by, powerful superhumans severely compressed their living space. Fortunately, there weren't many superhumans who could cause crops to grow, nor could they work too long, and regular superhumans despised such farming tasks. This allowed these ordinary people an opportunity to live in the safe zone. The atmosphere after the reunion of Zhou Su's family was quite strange, devoid of the expected joy and happiness. When Zhou Kong saw Zhou Su, his face turned very stiff, even avoiding Zhou Su's gaze guiltily. Huang Yan's displeasure was even more obvious, but at this moment, Zhou Su was laughing loudly as he rushed over to Zhou Kong. "Dad. Mom. Seeing me alive doesn't make you happy." Zhou Su's eyes glanced at Huang Yan with added coldness. Zhou Kong managed to produce a weak smile. Happy, how could Dad not be happy seeing you? How did you get here?" "It was the older brothers who brought me." Zhou Su pointed at Fu Han's group. "Mom, Dad, aren't you going to invite my brothers in for a sit? Without their protection, I wouldn't have been able to meet you." Huang Yan smiled and said, "The room is too small, we can't accommodate so many people. The brothers won't mind. It's the end times now, who would still nitpick?" After speaking, Zhou Su walked in first and called Fu Han's group to come inside. This was a single-person room. Except for a decent bed, there was nothing else inside. Not even a chair. Upon entering, they barely had a place to stand. Zhou Su sat down on the bed and called out warmly to Huang Yan, "We just arrived at the safe zone today. Mom, hurry up and bring out some things to treat my brothers. Where do you keep all the food and drinks?" Seeing him about to search everywhere, Huang Yan stopped him urgently. "Zhou Su. Do you think this is like before? Your father and I don't even have enough food to eat every day, let alone extras. But why do you and Dad not look any thinner then? Look how much weight I've lost." In front of outsiders, Huang Yan couldn't explode with anger, so she could only give Zhou Kong a glance to get him to rein in Zhou Su. Zhou Kong awkwardly chuckled to Fu Han and his group, saying, "We truly don't have anything to entertain you with. Thank you for bringing Zhou Su here. Since all of you just arrived today as well, you should go find a place to stay and rest first. If there is an opportunity in the future, I will definitely thank you properly." Fu Han looked at Zhou Su with concern. The family's atmosphere was too bizarre. They had never seen Zhou Su behave so sarcastic and ambivalent. It seemed he wasn't happy being around his parents, but why did he insist so much on finding them? You're right, Dad, Zhou Su smiled and said to Fu Han's group, brothers, you should first go find a place to settle down. I'll visit you when I have free time. The three of them smiled as they saw their guests off, yet each smile concealed something different. After handing over enough energy stones, they were assigned 3 rooms in Zone D. After Zhang Jian led them to the rooms, he said that if there was anything they needed, they could find him anytime. If they wished, he could show them around the safe zone in the evening. Even though the internet was gone and they were in the apocalypse, the safe zone was secure enough. Humans, unable to withstand loneliness, quickly picked up their alternative nightlife once again. Isn't he being a bit too friendly/enthusiastic? After putting down his things, couldn't help but say, isn't he pretending to be nice because we have a lot of energy stones? And Xiaza, he probably doesn't have such thoughts. Zhang Jian's gaze on the energy stones was normal, with no greed. I was just talking nonsense. Didn't intend to malign the person so much. Wasn't Zhou Su gone already? He needed to think a bit more and remain cautious. What should we do next? Should we continue to care about Zhou Su's situation? Everyone should have noticed the odd relationship between him and his parents, right? Fu Han turned to Li Chuyang and asked, have you decided whether you want to stay here? Zhu Menglei couldn't help but look at He-Kun, who said, Chuyang will go wherever I go. I have no other family left, so from now on Chuyang is my family. Zhu Menglei was unsure if she should speak up, so An Xiaoyu asked He-Kun for her, what about her? He-Kun scratched his head, thought for a while, and said, Zhu Menglei, you should stay here. We'll try to find you a job in Zone E. You're not afraid of hard work, so you should be able to stay here. If Chuyang and I don't stay, go to brother Zhang Jian if you have any difficulties. He's pretty warm-hearted. And Xiaoyu was momentarily speechless. He had just said that Zhang Jian didn't have good intentions, and now he was trusting Zhu Menglei to Zhang Jian, she came with you, and you're going to leave her like this? I'm just classmates with her. He-Kun mumbled quietly, do you expect me to keep bringing her along? It's dangerous outside, so it's better for her to stay here. What He-Kun said made sense, but leaving Zhu Menglei here by herself didn't feel right to An Xiaoyu. This safe zone wasn't as beautiful or secure as she imagined. I'll decide after discussing with him whether to stay or not. Fu Han became anxious again. When dinner time arrived, Zhang Jian came over and led them to the cafeteria between zones D and E. There was only one cafeteria in the safe zone, and everyone ate the same food. Of course, you could trade energy stones for better and more food. Regardless of the taste, this was their first real meal in a long time. There were cooked rice and vegetables. Seeing there were other foods available, after everyone agreed unanimously, Fu Han exchanged energy stones for some. Even though they were leftovers, it was enough to make them feel satisfied. Zhang Jian ate with them. When he saw Li Chuyang and Zhu Menglei, who had no superpowers, receive the same amount of food, he was slightly surprised. In the safe zone, all teams followed the rule of distributing food according to labor. It was also an unwritten rule. Normally, those with superpowers got to choose first and received more food. However, Zhang Jian soon noticed Li Chuyang and Zhu Menglei setting aside part of their food. After such a rare opportunity for a feast, they couldn't finish it all themselves, so it would be a waste not to share. You guys have a really good relationship, Zhang Jian said enviously. Such bonds were rare in the apocalypse. After the meal, Zhang Jian asked if they wanted to take a walk. Fu Han immediately declined, wanting to go back and discuss staying thoroughly. Zhang Jian acknowledged this and then asked Li Chuyang again, no one dares to cause trouble here. Soldiers patrol day and night. Li Chuyang indeed wanted to know more, so he took He-Kun with him. Then, the others followed too. Fu Han looked at Zhang Jian without showing any embarrassment at all. After leaving the cafeteria, public areas between the residential zones were gradually occupied. Singing, dancing, crosstalk performances, etc., nothing was restricted. The only prohibition was fighting and making trouble. Many couples who found each other walked back to their rooms together. A quarreling couple was quickly taken away by soldiers. Looking at it this way, the safe zone was very secure indeed. At first, the 7 of them stayed close, standing out prominently. Gradually, the crowd dispersed them. Li Chuyang walked with Zhang Jian, thinking the person holding his hand was Fu Han, until he realized it was Zhang Jian. Embarrassed, he quickly pulled his hand back and began searching for Fu Han and He-Kun's figures. They'll be fine, it's safe here, Zhang Jian reassured him when seeing his concern, let me take you to look for them. If we can't find them, I'll send you back first. They'll come back if they can't find you. Zhang Jian took Li Chuyang through quieter places, slowly calming down. While listening to Zhang Jian talk about the safe zone, Li Chuyang started asking, is there a doctor in the safe zone? This made Zhang Jian ask, is someone sick? Li Chuyang replied, I'm not feeling well, I want to get checked out. The clinic has someone on duty even at night. Should I take you there now? Li Chuyang worried Fu Han might get anxious if he couldn't find him. Zhang Jian also considered this and quickly apologized, I'll take you tomorrow. Is there anything wrong with your body? Li Chuyang didn't elaborate much, only saying he often caught a fever on rainy days. The two of them chatted all the way back to Li Chuyang's place. Fu Han had indeed already returned and was just about to head out anxiously in search of him. Upon seeing that he was with Zhang Jian, Fu Han immediately pulled Li Chuyang over and thanked Zhang Jian. Li Chuyang felt that Fu Han's tone seemed a little strange, assuming it was because he hadn't calmed down yet. After Zhang Jian left, Fu Han suddenly hugged him tightly, bringing Li Chuyang close to his chest. He could hear Fu Han's rapid heartbeat. "I couldn't find you anywhere. I was extremely worried, afraid something might happen to you," Fu Han murmured softly, his voice particularly deep. Li Chuyang said, "I've been with Zhang Jian the whole time. There are people everywhere here, you really didn't need to worry so much." Fu Han cupped his head with both hands, looked into his eyes and asked, "Are you not even a little worried about me? If anything happens to you, wouldn't it make more sense for me to worry about He Kuan or Zhu Menglei first?" Fu Han spoke lowly, "I saw Qin Hao and the others. I'm no match for them now. Did you run into them?" Suddenly Fu Han smiled happily, "So you do care about me." Chapter 66, Voluntary Exposure. Early in the morning, Zhang Jian came to find them again. He wanted to have breakfast with them and then take Li Chuyang to see a doctor for a physical examination. Everyone else was fine, except for Fu Han, who seemed a little unhappy upon seeing Zhang Jian. He felt that Zhang Jian's enthusiasm towards them was all because of Chuyang. Zhang Jian's eyes would occasionally land on Chuyang, not too obvious, but it was clear that he was interested in Chuyang. Zhang Jian noticed Fu Han's slight hostility towards him and explained, "I just want to be friends with you guys. It seems peaceful here, but it's actually very hard to make real friends. There are strict rules in the safety zone. No matter who it is, they are not allowed to hurt others, especially between psychics and normal people. Psychic abilities made humans stronger and stronger, but this also easily caused friction and conflicts. Those haughty psychics didn't care at all about normal people. To protect the normal people and prevent psychics from turning the safe zone into chaos, such rules were established. However, these still couldn't stop some psychics from oppressing the normal people secretly in the safe zone. Evening activities were mostly enjoyment and performances for psychics, normal people could only stand around as an audience to applaud. The safe zone is indeed safer than the outside world, but beneath the surface rules, there exist some hidden rules. Zhang Jian didn't want to scare them, so he added, "We can still move around freely, as long as we don't provoke those who shouldn't be provoked. For instance, people living in Zone A and part of Zone B. The 4 residential zones actually represent different classes. The strongest and richest live in Zone A, while normal people with no support or reliance can only stay in the worst houses in Zone D. Even administrative personnel of the safe zone usually reside in Zone B, with very few living in Zone A." During breakfast, Zhang Jian gave them a detailed introduction to the administrative personnel of the safe zone. It is jointly managed by 3 administrators who were among the first to receive orders and set up this safe zone. Under them are several departments handling the various tasks big and small within the safe zone. Every Monday morning, the 3 managers will hold meetings with the heads of various departments to summarize the previous week's situation in the safe zone and deploy plans for the upcoming week. After the meeting, they would post some important events from the previous week on the bulletin board, including consumption of supplies, commendations or criticisms for certain individuals, etc. Any measures to be implemented during the week will also be written on the bulletin board. After discussing these matters, they finished eating breakfast. Zhang Jian then turned to Li Chuyang, preparing to ask if he wanted to see the doctor. Li Chuyang didn't want everyone to follow him, so he quickly interrupted Zhang Jian, "Big brother Zhang Jian, did you say you would take me to see the place you mentioned yesterday?" "All right. Big brother Fu, I'll go with big brother Zhang Jian, I'll find you guys later." After saying that, he hurriedly dragged Zhang Jian away. Fu Han looked at their departing backs, his face growing more somber. He Kuan asked him, "Should we follow them?" "I'll go alone." Striding quickly, he followed them closely without letting them know, intending to see where they were going and why they hid it from him. After walking for a while out of the cafeteria, Li Chuyang let go of Zhang Jian's hand and apologized to him, "I didn't want them to worry." "It's all right, I understand you." Zhang Jian looked at his own hand that had been pulled by Li Chuyang and asked, "Do you really have no special relationship with them?" Li Chuyang shook his head, looking at him curiously. "I just think your relationships are too close, like a family." Zhang Jian smiled and said, "My relationship with my uncle's group isn't as good as yours. I feel Fu Han seems particularly concerned about you." "Aha. Does he like you?" Li Chuyang guessed what he wanted to ask and cut him off. "Will there be a lot of people there at this moment?" "There aren't usually many people coming to see the doctor. Generally, there are only 1 or 2 on-duty doctors there." As he spoke, they arrived at the medical office entrance, exactly as Zhang Jian described. It was empty inside, with not a soul in sight. Zhang Jian went over, knocked on the door, registered, and then took Li Chuyang inside for a checkup. Despite being called a clinic, the place was actually quite large, equipped with various devices, even having a basement. One side of the basement stored medical supplies, the other side was a lab. This was all Zhang Jian told Li Chuyang, and Li Chuyang had no chance to visit. After seeing the doctor, Li Chuyang briefly explained his physical condition, mainly focusing on the issue of how he would alternately feel hot and cold during rainy weather. After a thorough checkup, the doctor concluded that he simply had a weak constitution. Nowadays, rain is not like it used to be. People like you without any psychic abilities and with such a fragile body are easily affected by weather changes. Strengthening your physique through exercise will make things better. She had seen similar cases before, which was why she could make such a quick diagnosis. Even though she hadn't found anything unusual, Li Chuyang thought she seemed experienced and continued asking her, what if an ordinary person absorbs an energy stone? Normally, only psychics can absorb the energy within the energy stones. How is that possible? Ordinary people cannot absorb energy stones, otherwise wouldn't everyone have special powers? The doctor assumed he was joking or wanted to use the energy stone to enhance his own health. Be realistic. You're still young, and this isn't some major problem. If you live in the safety zone, I suggest finding a job in Zone E. Your condition might gradually improve. Then, the female doctor dismissed them. As they were about to leave, a male doctor suddenly called them back, saying he wanted to re-examine Li Chuyang. The female doctor then came over and said, Dr. Su is more experienced than me. I may have overlooked something earlier, so let Dr. Su give you another checkup. Without much thought, Li Chuyang followed Dr. Su to another room for further examination, while Zhang Jian was left outside waiting. Once inside, Dr. Su started chatting with Li Chuyang. I just heard Dr. Wu mention that you asked her what would happen if an ordinary person absorbed an energy stone. Li Chuyang looked at him silently, unsure what to say. Dr. Su smiled as he asked, could that person possibly be you? Seeing that he still didn't answer, Dr. Su explained, I've been researching zombies, including zombie viruses and the energy stones found in their brains. If what you said is true, this would be a very significant discovery. If it's not you, did you perhaps see someone else, an ordinary person, absorb an energy stone? Dr. Su stared at him earnestly, asking, you don't have psychic abilities, right? Li Chuyang shook his head. Dr. Su took out a blue energy stone from a drawer and handed it to him, do you want to try it? Li Chuyang gazed at the energy stone in Dr. Su's hand, suspecting whether Dr. Su knew something, hesitating about exposing himself in front of him. If Dr. Su indeed knew about cases where individuals like him had no energy in their bodies but could absorb the energy stone, then he must have accumulated a lot of valuable data. Don't worry, I won't harm you. I merely want to conduct some research. Dr. Su slowly approached Li Chuyang with the energy stone, gently placing it into his hand, and quietly asked, can you absorb it? Li Chuyang glanced at him and directly absorbed the energy stone in front of him. Dr. Su's excited eyes sparkled, speechless as he stared at Li Chuyang, overwhelmed with emotion. After regaining his composure, he had Li Chuyang lie down on a device to test his physical condition. Once the data was recorded, Dr. Su took out several more energy stones, allowing Li Chuyang to absorb them all before conducting another test. However, the results of the second test differed significantly from what he expected. Despite absorbing so much energy, theoretically, Li Chuyang's physical condition should have shown obvious improvements, yet the fluctuations in the data were very small. Zhang Jian couldn't hear any sounds from inside, becoming worried since Dr. Wu wasn't around anymore. He knocked on the door, Dr. Su, are you done with the checkup? I'll be done shortly, just wait a little longer. Dr. Su regained his focus, looking at Li Chuyang and saying, there seems to be nothing wrong with your body. Everything appears normal, provided that. What? Li Chuyang asked curiously. Do you have any psychic abilities? What kind of power do you possess? Dr. Su's tone was very certain, you cannot absorb the energy from the energy stones without having psychic abilities. Psychic powers originated from modifications by the zombie virus, and the energy stones themselves were created using human remains by the zombie virus, so only those with psychic abilities could absorb their energy. Why do you hide it? I can definitely tell you, your ability is also a type of psychic power. Only, it's special, it falls under the mental category. Other psychics rely on energy-based powers, whereas you use something different. The classification of psychic abilities had not been made public, and thus the world didn't know there were mental class psychic abilities. As long as you tell me what your ability is, I can teach you how to enhance it. You should have noticed that your psychic power cannot be enhanced by absorbing the energy from energy stones like energy-based powers can. I know a lot about mental class psychic abilities, and if you are willing to cooperate with me in research, I can tell you all of it. Su Yi tried hard to suppress his inner excitement but still couldn't control himself. Energy-based psychic powers may look very strong, but in reality, their potential is far less than that of mental class psychic powers, like yours. There was even a hint of disdain for energy-based psychic powers in his tone. But enhancing your type of psychic power is quite difficult, especially for someone your age, and your physical condition will seriously hinder your power growth. I wonder if you have started noticing that the speed of your ability improvement has already fallen behind those of energy-based psychic powers. Without having seen Li Chuyang use his ability, Su Yi still couldn't figure out the extent of Li Chuyang's powers just by looking at him. Chapter 67, The Decision to Stay. Do you still have any concerns? You can tell me any questions you have, and I will help you resolve them. Su Yi poured him a glass of water. Li Chuyang didn't drink the water that was given to him. What do you want me to cooperate with you on? It was good that he spoke, at least this gave him some hope, just testing your physical condition and psychic abilities, allowing me to gain a more comprehensive understanding of mental abilities. Your biggest weakness is that your physical strength can't keep up with the enhancement of your psychic abilities. This is why you cannot compare with energy-type ability users. The stronger their abilities are, the stronger their bodies become. But your enhanced abilities only bring a burden to your body. So, you need to simultaneously strengthen your physique as well. As for how to do so, I don't know much yet. But if your physical state remains like this, your psychic abilities will eventually harm you. Su Yi's expression became extremely serious by the end. He was no longer in a hurry either. You go think about it carefully. When you're ready, you can come find me here. Of course, if you agree, you will be given preferential treatment in all aspects within this safe zone, and I will protect you. As he was preparing to send Li Chuyang out, Su Yi suddenly remembered something. Do you need energy stones? Energy stones can slightly improve your physical condition, but not significantly. You might also need some other things. Though he really needed energy stones right now, for the sake of caution, Li Chuyang decided not to accept Su Yi's goodwill. Su Yi didn't say anything further. From Li Chuyang's previous behavior, he could already tell that this was a child who wasn't easy to trust others. His inner caution and vigilance were quite inconsistent with his outward appearance. However, since he possessed mental abilities, having such intelligence wasn't unusual. He was young after all and had little experience in society. Seeing Li Chuyang come out safely, Zhang Jian immediately felt relieved, but then noticed that something seemed off. Why did it take so long? Did Dr. Su say anything? Not really, it was similar to what Dr. Wu said. After finishing his sentence, Li Chuyang saw Fu Han appearing at the door. Big brother Fu. Is this the place you were talking about? Fu Han looked around while asking them, why didn't you tell me? I wanted to understand the situation myself first, then tell you guys. What did the doctor say? No issues, same as what Big Brother said. Li Chuyang then asked where Hikuan went, saying he wanted to look for them. Fu Han sent Zhang Jian back first but still couldn't get much information from Li Chuyang. Li Chuyang only told Hikuan, wanting to discuss matters thoroughly with him. Are you thinking of staying? Li Chuyang nodded. Not everything Su Yi said may be true, but since he could guess my ability, he must know something. I want to stay and see what he can discover. What about Big Brother Fu? I haven't told him yet. Are you willing to leave him behind? Hikuan asked seriously. Li Chuyang shook his head. I can't let him waste his time here because of me. We can take care of each other. Of course, we are staying here, plus Zhou Su is also here. Hikuan's smile wasn't particularly joyful. Are you thinking of going with them? I said I would follow you. Wherever you go, I'll go too. I'm just a little reluctant. To me, you're more important than they are. I consider you family. Therefore, no matter what decision Hikuan made, he would support him and wouldn't blame him. I know, otherwise, how would you have told me such an important thing? Since you've said that, shouldn't you call me Big Brother now? Hikuan happily embraced his shoulders. Speaking of the word brother, he thought of Zhou Su, recalling the sound of Zhou Su calling Fu Han brother, shivered, and quickly added, just call me elder brother. Li Chuyang looked at Hikuan's particularly expectant eyes and softly called once, elder brother. Ha! Can you call me again? I didn't hear it clearly. Li Chuyang gently pushed him away, troubled and asked, how should I tell Big Brother Fu and the others? We'll just tell them that we want to stay. They won't do anything to us. But Big Brother Fu will probably be upset for a while. After returning to Beilong City, he might forget about me. It's very possible. I just saw Su Xinting's truck drive into the safe zone. Li Chuyang frowned slightly and said, should we go tell Zhou Su? They were still unsure whether Zhao Hui wanted him or Zhou Su. Sure, and we can tell him the good news that we are going to stay. He has been hoping that you and Brother Fu would be together and that you'd follow Brother Fu to Beilong City. Do you think he'll be happy or sad when he hears this news? Hikuan was almost eager. Zhou Su's family lived in another building. After checking around, they learned that the Zhou family had gone to work in Area E. Come to think of it, they hadn't visited Area E yet. Hikuan wanted to see what Area E looked like and what ordinary people did there. From a distance, they could already see people working in the fields and vegetable patches, crisscrossed with paths as people came and went doing farm work. It was impossible to immediately spot where the Zhou family was. The two wanted to get closer, even go inside, but were stopped at the entrance and told to wait outside since random entry and exit weren't allowed. So, Li Chuyang and Hikuan returned, planning to visit Zhou Su's house later. But they ended up being delayed by Aunt Zhu Menglei. At the time, they were walking along the road when Aunt Zhu Menglei suddenly ran over, embraced Zhu Menglei excitedly, and burst into tears. This was a completely different feeling from when Zhou Su saw his parents. Aunt Zhu Menglei pulled Zhu Menglei aside and warmly asked after her well-being, forgetting they were still on the road. When mentioning Zhu Menglei's parents, the tears she had barely stopped immediately flowed again. Her husband kept comforting her by her side. Upon learning that Zhu Menglei had come to the safe zone with classmates led by Hikuan, she kept thanking them profusely and enthusiastically invited them over to their house. Being unable to refuse such fervent hospitality, Zhu Menglei's aunt held onto Hikuan's hand without letting go, making it hard for them to decline. On the way, it was evident how truly caring Aunt Zhu Menglei and Uncle Zhu were towards Zhu Menglei. As soon as they sat down inside the house for less than a minute, they started discussing where Zhu Menglei would live. First, they suggested partitioning off space with a curtain and setting up a small bed, but Aunt Zhu Menglei thought it wasn't ideal and proposed that her husband sleep in someone else's room so that they, aunt and niece, could stay together. Uncle Zhu Menglei didn't protest at all. They stayed for quite a while. In the end, Zhu Menglei escorted them out. Looking at Hikuan, Zhu Menglei didn't know how to start, and Hikuan also couldn't understand what was in her mind. You found your relatives, why aren't you happy? Hikuan genuinely didn't know what was in her mind and assumed she might worry about not seeing them anymore, so he informed her, Chuyang and I have decided to stay. You're staying. Zhu Menglei looked at Li Chuyang in surprise. From any perspective, Fu Han's condition seemed very favorable, and Fu Han treated Li Chuyang especially well. Since Li Chuyang no longer had a family, leaving with Fu Han seemed a fine choice. Could it be that he didn't like Fu Han? Regardless of the reason, it was good news for her. Zhu Menglei showed a slight smile on her face. If she managed to stay in the safe zone for a long term, wouldn't her relationship with Hikuan then become more equal? Li Chuyang looked at Zhu Menglei and suddenly felt her inner emotions. Only then did he realize that she always liked Hikuan, and Hikuan seemed clueless. On the way back, he told Hikuan about this. Can you really tell? It wasn't that Hikuan doubted him, rather, Li Chuyang himself didn't fully understand his feelings toward Fu Han, so how could he figure out Zhu Menglei's liking for him? Do you like her? Hikuan hesitated, scratching his head as he said, why does this question sound familiar? Didn't I ask you the same thing before? Li Chuyang seriously replied, she seems to really like you. That kind of affection, suppressed yet heavy, somewhat different from the way Fu Han cared about him. Is this part of your ability? Hikuan glanced sideways at him, do you also sense what I'm thinking? No. Li Chuyang shook his head slightly, I still can't fully control it, I just occasionally sense some things. These signs were similar to the visions he'd seen before, still beyond his control. Once he gradually adapted and mastered it, he should be able to use it effortlessly. But, what Sui had said about his psychic abilities and physical condition suddenly popped into his mind. I'm beginning to believe what Dr. Su said. Your psychic ability really does have limitless potential. If my ability gets a little more powerful, it can only create a small tornado, but your ability's limits are unimaginable. The energy restriction had limited his imagination. Li Chuyang didn't mention the dangerous part yet, no matter how powerful his psychic ability might be, his body had to endure it. When the two returned to their place, they didn't get a chance to tell Xiaxia and his sister about Zhu Menglei finding her aunt before they asked if they had seen Fu Han. Is brother Fu gone? Hikuan instinctively looked at Li Chuyang. Could it be that he already knew about their decision to stay, so he left ahead of them? But Xiaxia and Xiaoyu were still here. I don't know where he went. My brother and I looked everywhere. We thought he was with you. And Xiaoyu's gaze lingered on Li Chuyang, who saw brother Fu last. Li Chuyang looked at Hikuan and said, did he go to find brother Zhang Jian or Dr. Su? Hikuan. It's also possible that he went to look for Su Xinting. Zhou Su. Chapter 68, Search. Li Chuyang and Hikuan ran to look for Zhou Su, but they only met Zhou Kong and Huang Yan. Zhou Kong glanced at Huang Yan and told them that Zhou Su wasn't there, he went out to play and hasn't come back yet. Why are you looking for him? Hikuan then asked, how long has he been out? Do you know where he went to play? Not very long. Zhou Kong stuttered and couldn't clearly say anything. Huang Yan answered with dissatisfaction, we don't know where he went to play. He'll come back when he's tired. Didn't he go find you guys? No, Li Chuyang shook his head and said, he might be in danger. Don't you really know where he went? If we said we didn't know, then we just don't know. Huang Yan immediately scowled and said, what do you mean by dangerous? This is a safe zone. What danger could he face? Stop scaring people here. With the way you talk, I should tell Zhou Su to stay away from you in the future. Since Zhou Su didn't come find you, it means he doesn't want to see you anymore. Don't bother looking for him again in the future. Annoyed after saying this, Huang Yan drove them out. You. Hikuan, angry, clenched his fists and almost kicked the door open. What attitude is that? When we brought Zhou Su over, I noticed she already didn't seem too happy. How long has it been? And now you're turning on us. Besides, are you implying Zhou Su doesn't want to see us? Perhaps it's the other two who don't want to see us. Chuyang. Do they really mean that Zhou Su went out to play? It's hard to say. But Zhou Su's stepmom definitely doesn't like us. Hikuan, I still want to check back there. We need to make sure nothing happened to Zhou Su. Alright, what do you plan to do? You keep watch outside, I'll go inside. Got it. The door was knocked on again. Huang Yan made no attempt to hide her impatience and disdain. Before she could speak, she suddenly felt blankness in her mind, and when she came to, Li Chuyang was nowhere to be seen as if it had all been her imagination. So. Hikuan heard no sound, but seeing Li Chuyang's slightly sullen expression worried him. Did something happen to Zhou Su? He was taken away by Qin Hao. What? Did Qin Hao abduct him to trick brother Fu into coming over? Hikuan also lost interest in asking how he got this information from Huang Yan. So brother Fu went alone to rescue Zhou Su from Qin Hao. Li Chuyang shook his head and said, I don't know. Zhou Su was abducted by Qin Hao last night. His parents witnessed it, but they decided to pretend like they didn't know. Ha! It's not surprising that Huang Yan is Zhou Su's stepmom, but isn't Zhou Kong Zhou Su's real father? How can he treat his own son like this? Thinking about how Zhou Kong didn't even speak up earlier, coupled with Huang Yan's attitude, He Kuan grew angrier. Worried about Zhou Su, Li Chuyang didn't delve further into their memories. Let's hurry and find Brotherin. And Xiaze and the others went to Zhang Jian's medical room but didn't find Brother Fu. However, they did hear from Zhang Jian that Fu Han had come to see him. Zhang Jian, he came to ask me if I knew of any issues with Chuyang's health according to the doctor. He Kuan couldn't help whispering to Li Chuyang, is what he said true? Li Chuyang ignored him and informed Xiaze about the situation concerning Zhou Su. And Xiao Yu had some doubts. If Zhou Su disappeared last night, why didn't his parents seek their help to rescue him? However, at this moment, the most important thing was to figure out where they were, and there was no time to dwell on these questions. If Brother Fu went to find Sister Su Xinting, he would have told us. Given the current situation, it's highly possible that after meeting with Brother Zhang Jian, Brother Fu fell for Qin Hao's trap and was taken away before he could inform us. Where could Qin Hao possibly take Zhou Su? There are many soldiers guarding different places around here. They understood less about the situation within the secure area compared to Zhang Jian, so everyone looked towards Zhang Jian. Indeed, Zhang Jian had a few guesses. Based on what you said, Qin Hao must have taken Zhou Su outside the secure area. Inside the secure zone, there are hardly any hiding spots for them, especially since Qin Hao is dragging along another person, it'd be easy to get discovered. What happens outside the secure area remains uncertain, and those within the secure area wouldn't care. That's why he had previously mentioned how difficult it is to make sincere friends here. Once you leave the secured zone, your so-called friends may betray you in an instant. Do any of you know someone here who might be close to the group guarding the gate? If we can find out when Fu Han and Qin Hao left, we might still be able to track them down. They had only been there for a couple of days. How could they possibly know such a person? Zhang Jian guessed their answer by looking at their faces. He tried with 2 energy stones, but to no avail. And Xiaze then gave Xiao Yu another 2 energy stones, yet it made no difference, the group was completely unyielding and even slightly irritated by him. Li Chuyang took a glance from afar and realized the crowd was too dense, it would be too easy to expose himself using his special ability if he attempted it. The only option left was Su Yi. He sent the others outside and entered alone to look for Su Yi. Wu Ye wasn't there, and Li Chuyang saw another male doctor instead. Just as he started worrying that Su Yi might not be around, mentioning Su Yi's name immediately brought him over. Su Yi happily led him into the office. Have you made up your mind? Given his arrival, the implication was quite clear. I will agree to your terms, but I need your help first. What kind of help? Tell me. I want to know the time when 2 people left the secure area. Su Yi stood up, took off his white coat, and while putting on an overcoat, asked Li Chuyang, is something wrong with these 2? Can you elaborate a bit more? Li Chuyang paused, then said, one of them took my friend away, and my other friend went to look for them. Su Yi chuckled, that's simple. Let me go find out for you. This seemed indeed like a simple matter. Su Yi didn't expect it to involve so many people, taking some effort to figure things out before telling Li Chuyang. Alongside this information, Su Yi casually warned them, it seems you've managed to offend some people. You looked for them before, right? Someone intentionally told them not to share anything with you. The one named Zhao Hui. Everyone exchanged glances, surprised that Zhao Hui actually knew someone inside. Do you want me to go with you? Su Yi asked Li Chuyang. Li Chuyang thanked him, politely declining Su Yi's assistance. Then in a voice only they could hear, he promised Su Yi he'd keep his promise and come back to meet him. I'll wait for you. Su Yi smiled, watching them leave the secure area. He arranged for someone to follow them discreetly. Zhang Jian understood the surroundings outside the secured zone much better than they did. There was a mountain on one side, a forest on the other, with almost no human habitation nearby. It was deliberately chosen, a location far from the city meant being farther from zombies. The mountain itself provided a great escape route and defensive position. However, this patch of forest became an unstable factor. As more survivors emerged near the secure area, zombies were also drawn in, some of which ended up wandering into the forest. Now, no one knew exactly how many zombies were lurking within. Fu Han's departure without a vehicle suggested that Qin Hao's group hadn't traveled far. Thus, the most likely destination was the forest. Near the middle of the forest by a small stream stood an abandoned house, and Zhang Jian guessed they might be somewhere in that vicinity. Before entering, Zhang Jian briefed them about the situation in the forest, allowing them to decide whether to enter together or leave someone outside. And Xiaze glanced at Zhang Jian and Li Chuyang. Zhang Jian merely came to assist, there was no reason to put him in unnecessary danger. And though Li Chuyang was willing to go, it wouldn't necessarily be helpful. If it weren't for the fact that they were facing Qin Hao and 2 others, he wouldn't have allowed He Kuan to go either. Even the 3 of them together might struggle to handle Qin Hao's group. Therefore, he decided to leave Zhang Jian and Li Chuyang behind. Not knowing the exact relationship between Li Chuyang and Su Yi, seeing how Li Chuyang could rely on Su Yi for help implied a level of trustworthiness for now. Brother Zhang, can you please take Chuyang back to see Dr. Su? The three of us can handle it. I'm going with you. Li Chuyang resolutely interjected, looking at Enshiaza, I won't hold you back. Hikoen added, big brotherin, let Chuyang come along too. With both Hikoen and Li Chuyang insisting, Enshiaza believed they clearly understood the dangers ahead but agreed nonetheless. I'll go with you guys as well. Though I haven't gone inside often, I'm more familiar than you all are. Besides, I'm genuinely curious what lies deep within. Zhang Jian tried to make it sound casual, hoping not to burden them. Thus, they all walked together into the woods. This forest looked no different from any other, with an overwhelming sense of tranquility. It was so quiet that not a single bird's chirp could be heard, and no animals were in sight. On the periphery of the woods, they could see footprints left behind by people, but as they ventured deeper, the tracks grew scarcer while the trees grew taller. After about 10 minutes, Hikoen heard the sound of running water before anyone else did. We should look around near the stream. They've been outside overnight, so if they were here, they'd have surely left some traces. Zhang Jian clearly had more experience, and he had been marking their path on tree trunks with a dagger all along. Following the direction of the sound, Hikoen quickly led them to a small stream running through the middle of the forest. Once they found the stream, Zhang Jian already knew where the abandoned house in the forest center would be. The door of the small house was already damaged, but inside they found signs of someone having stayed there recently. In addition to this, there were burn marks on the floor and walls, confirming that Fu Han had indeed been there. It seemed they had fought, though the outcome was unclear, as well as their current whereabouts. Chapter 69, The Green Zombie. After searching the cabin, Li Chuyang and the others went outside to look for traces left by Fu Han and the rest, but unexpectedly discovered a basement behind the cabin. The door to the basement was locked with a large padlock. As they were at a loss about what to do, Zhang Jian stepped forward and melted the iron lock in front of them into liquid metal, then reshaped it into a small knife. My ability is only good for doing these sorts of things, Zhang Jian said as he looked at the small knife in his hand, seemingly satisfied. He handed it over to Li Chuyang. Li Chuyang took it without much thought, assuming that Zhang Jian was giving it to him for self-defense. After entering the basement, they surprisingly found Zhou Su tied up inside. His mouth was gagged, and he had already passed out with visible signs of having been beaten. They brought Zhou Su back to the cabin and gave him some water. Slowly, Zhou Su woke up. Big brotherin. Brother Chuyang. Have you come to rescue me? Zhou Su was still a little disoriented. The basement had been abandoned for a long time and there was no ventilation, causing him to faint shortly after being locked inside. Where's Fu Han? Did you see where he and Qin Hao went? Ang Xiaofei asked anxiously once he regained consciousness. Brother? I didn't see my brother. Zhou Su looked around and realized that Fu Han wasn't there. Did brother come for me? When did he arrive? He tried hard to recall, but still couldn't find any relevant memory. Last night, after being taken away by Qin Hao kept him outside all night and brought him here in the morning. They had argued, and Qin Hao had beaten him up before locking him into the basement after finding it. He had no idea that his brother had been there, nor did he see him. It was all because he had passed out, hearing nothing. Were Qin Hao alone or were Shi Xiuyan and Wang Qian with him? The two of them were also here, but later they left to do something. I don't know if they've returned. And Xiaozhe thought for a moment and said, Xiaoyu, you and Chuyang stay here to take care of Zhou Su. I'll go into the forest with Hikoen and brother Zhang Jian to look for Fu Han. If we haven't returned before dark, you should head back to the safe zone and wait for our news. If it was just Qin Hao, Fu Han might be able to handle it, but with Shi Xiuyan and Wang Qian, he definitely wouldn't be their match. If he knew that Fu Han was still safe, he would certainly send Zhou Su and Chuyang back first. But not knowing Fu Han's condition, he could only make this arrangement temporarily. The longer they delayed, the more dangerous it would become for Fu Han. Let's split up to search. Li Chuyang suggested to Xiaozhe, if we encounter Qin Hao, we shouldn't act immediately. Let's find brother Fu first. Big brotherin, please trust me. I can deal with them somehow. Li Chuyang decided to leave Xiaoyu behind to take care of Zhou Su. I'll go with Hikoen, and big brotherin, you go with brother Zhang Jian to another side. Big brotherin, don't worry about us, Hikoen finished speaking and quickly followed Li Chuyang. Those who stayed behind looked confused, especially Xiaoyu. Though Xiaozhe wanted to finish saying something, he swallowed his words and oddly believed in what Li Chuyang said, but still worried about whether they would encounter zombies. Meanwhile, Zhang Jian felt that Li Chuyang was somewhat mysterious, as if he had secrets. Perhaps there was a connection to Dr. Su. He was certain that Li Chuyang had just met Dr. Su, but seeing Dr. Su's attitude toward him, their relationship seemed to have developed rather quickly. He hoped that one day he would have an opportunity to understand Li Chuyang better. After leaving the cabin, Li Chuyang had no idea where to look for Fu Han and could only wander further, hoping that Hikoen might hear some sounds. Although Hikoen didn't hear anything special, they found in the forest that some trees had been broken. Upon closer inspection, it was clear that this had been done intentionally and not long ago. Not far away, they discovered fallen tree trunks. Only Wang Qian could have done something like this. Following the trail left by Wang Qian, they soon found her battling a zombie covered in green moss. This zombie was not only nimble but could even climb trees, making its movements exceptionally agile. Several times, it evaded Wang Qian's attacks by using the surrounding trees. Unable to climb, Wang Qian resorted to breaking the tree, forcing the zombie down. Not far from their fight, they also discovered another zombie whose head had been pierced by a branch and had died. Apparently, this one was also killed by Wang Qian. Should we go help her? He Kuan hesitated and asked Li Chuyang. She might know where Brother Fu is. So that meant helping, right? He Kuan glanced but didn't rush to go over just yet. He first called out to Wang Qian. Wang Qian turned her head and seeing them, she momentarily lost focus and was grabbed by the zombie on its arm. Just as the zombie was about to bite her, she managed to grab the zombie's neck in time. The zombie's mouth spat out some green liquid and kept struggling to bite her. Wang Qian struggled hard to twist the zombie's neck, but these zombies were stronger than the ones outside, their movements were more agile and their bodies were abnormally peculiar. Unlike the external zombies which could be easily broken or cut, these ones had rubber-like bodies that exhibited elasticity, and only sharp objects could penetrate their bodies. This was something Wang Qian discovered after killing the previous zombie. Seeing her struggle to hold on, He Kuan finally stepped in to help, attempting to kick the zombie's head to pieces. The zombie's eyeballs were squeezed almost to bursting by Wang Qian, and when it turned to look at He Kuan, it seemed as though they would pop out the next second. His kick left no change on the zombie's head. Instead, it used another hand to grab He Kuan's leg. He Kuan raised his leg and released a gust of wind, which quickly cut through the zombie's skin like a blade. Green fluid seeped out, resembling sap from moss covering the zombie's outer skin. After a bout of entanglement, the zombie suddenly loosened its grip on them and ran to the nearest tree, climbing up swiftly and standing high on thick branches, looking down at them. Wang Qian caught her breath twice, her gaze filled with confusion and caution as she stared at He Kuan, not understanding why he helped her. She was very aware of what they were there for. You're not going to make it climb down. He Kuan gestured for her to push the tree over. Seeing that the zombie hadn't made a move, Wang Qian didn't rush. He Kuan rolled his eyes at her before asking, do you know where Brother Fu is? Do you think I'll tell you? Why do you all keep doing this? What did Brother Fu do? Back then, it was you who insisted on following Brother Fu. He Kuan didn't understand how they'd come to this point. Originally, they were classmates, even if they didn't get along well, he never thought it needed to escalate into such life-and-death enmity. Wang Qian looked at him coldly, He injured Qin Hao so severely, and now you ask if he did anything. Aren't you our classmate too? Why do you take sides with Fu Han? Back then, you were with us. Without us, who knows what would have happened to you and Zhu Menglei. If they were going to talk about things, then they all had a lot to say. If he hadn't kidnapped Zhou Su and Chu Yang, would Brother Fu have hurt him that way? Clearly, Qin Hao started it by wanting to harm Brother Fu. He Kuan didn't believe Wang Qian wasn't aware of this point. So what? The result is that Qin Hao has become like this. You don't like Qin Hao anyway, why pretend to care so much about him? Just because I don't like him doesn't mean I don't care, does it? Do you care about Li Chuyang because you like Li Chuyang? Wang Qian said, then looked back, only to find Li Chuyang gone. Even though she didn't know where Li Chuyang had gone, the zombie above was still there. No matter what He Kuan's intention was for coming to help her deal with the zombie, she intentionally didn't warn him so that he wouldn't leave her behind. While they were bickering, Li Chuyang found Qin Hao's figure in the memories of the zombie and quickly followed it. Along the way, he saw not only the dead green zombies but also several living ones. On the heads of the dead zombies, green liquid was still oozing, but the energy stones inside their brains had not been removed, suggesting the person who killed them didn't have time to do so. There were traces of Qin Hao in the memories of the living zombies, and it was indeed Qin Hao who had killed the dead ones, but for some unknown reason, there was no sign of Fu Han. Nor did he find any traces left by Fu Han. Li Chuyang controlled the green zombie walking ahead. After continuing for a short distance, he suddenly realized the zombie had broken free from his control and climbed up a tree. When he walked closer, he spotted some flickering firelight not far away and couldn't help but think of Fu Han, so he rushed over. Sure enough, Fu Han was just ahead, surrounded by multiple zombies. The zombies deftly avoided his flames, preventing him from hurting them. In the process, he ended up setting the surrounding trees ablaze, forcing him to keep his distance from those places. Just as he was about to go help Fu Han, a soft laugh came from behind him. Qin Hao approached him and said in surprise, I didn't expect you to find your way here alone. After a struggle with Fu Han in the cabin, he realized he was no match for Fu Han. As planned earlier with Shi Shiyan, Qin Hao lured Fu Han into the forest where Shi Shiyan had set up traps beforehand. However, Fu Han was too smart and did not fall for the trap. In order to inquire about Zhou Su's whereabouts, Qin Hao led him deep into the forest. Afterward, they were separated due to encountering these strange green zombies. After killing a few zombies, he began searching for Fu Han. Unexpectedly, he stumbled upon Li Chuyang instead. Are you here to die with him? With you by his side, Fu Han must be thrilled. Chapter 70, Promotion. Li Chuyang tried to take control of Qin Hao at the first moment, but not only did he fail, Qin Hao also sensed something. Although Qin Hao didn't know what had happened, the previous sensation felt familiar. It reminded him of the strange situation when he was about to kill Fu Han last time. For a fleeting moment, he thought he was almost losing control again, yet strangely enough, he managed to get rid of that eerie feeling this time. Instinctively, he looked around. The towering trees, lush leaves, and thick grass were all in an unsettling stillness, showing no signs of anything hiding there. And when he looked towards Li Chuyang, his heart inexplicably quivered. He couldn't help but suspect that the strange presence might be coming from Li Chuyang, who appeared so weak and harmless, behaving just like an ordinary person. It was impossible for it to be him. Qin Hao clenched his fists, trembling all over, then abruptly rushed at Li Chuyang, choking him by the neck. Li Chuyang struggled for breath while glancing towards the tree behind Qin Hao. The leaves wildly swayed as a green zombie slid down rapidly from the tree, leaping forward to grab Qin Hao's shoulder. Its mouth wide open, it lunged at Qin Hao's neck. Forced to release Li Chuyang quickly, Qin Hao struck the zombie's head with his fist. The powerful electric current paralyzed the zombie temporarily, freezing it in place. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Hao pushed the zombie away. At this moment, he felt that Li Chuyang posed a much greater threat, so he decided to go after Li Chuyang instead, unwilling to lose control again. Upon noticing the commotion here, Fu Han observed the situation clearly. His actions grew fiercer, flames burst out upon contact with the zombies, forcing them into nearby streams to douse the fire on their bodies. After managing to temporarily repel the surrounding zombies, Fu Han hurriedly went to save Li Chuyang, only to see him being pushed into the water by Qin Hao right before his eyes. Furious, Fu Han glared at Qin Hao and prepared to jump in to rescue Li Chuyang. However, Qin Hao jumped into the water even quicker. His purpose wasn't to capture Li Chuyang. With electrical currents coursing through his entire body due to his lost weapon during his struggle with Fu Han, he turned himself into a live conductor. Blue electricity flickered all around him, causing those zombies unable to escape from the water to tremble violently, soon emitting black smoke from their ears, noses, eyes, and mouths. As he watched Li Chuyang being carried further away by the water, Qin Hao laughed mockingly in front of him. "Don't you like him? Why don't you join him?" The green zombies began gradually surrounding them, increasing in number. One even followed the water downstream in pursuit of Li Chuyang. Li Chuyang struggled in the water a few times, trying to grab onto some water plants to climb ashore. However, due to the current transmitted by Qin Hao, he briefly became paralyzed and dizzy, making his limbs powerless. The flow relentlessly battered against him. Just as he was nearly about to faint, a pair of hands pulled him out of the water and placed him on the shore. The golden sunset filtered through the dense foliage, shining so brightly that one couldn't bear to open their eyes. Soaked from head to toe, he only felt an intense cold, his head heavy, urging him to fall asleep. Suddenly, a green object blocked his view. The sun cast its shadow, revealing its outline, a head with greenish eyeballs curiously looking at him as if evaluating or searching for something. Aside from the sound of the stream, everything else was silent. The green zombie slowly squatted down and stared at him while opening its mouth. He attempted to push it away with his hands, which felt as heavy as stones, unable to lift them. He immediately tried to control it. He succeeded momentarily but soon lost command as if someone else was also manipulating it. Looking into the zombie's slightly green eyes, it seemed like he was seeing something else. They silently contended with each other. Around them, the flowing water acted as witnesses to their fight, while rustling leaves cheered on. Snap! Suddenly, the zombie twisted its own neck off using both hands, collapsing beside him. Li Chuyang gasped heavily for air. The sunlight fell on his body without bringing even the slightest warmth. In fact, he felt increasingly colder, his whole body near frozen. This made him remember the warmth of Fu Han, remembering that Fu Han and Qin Hao were ahead, where more zombies still remained. But suddenly, he found renewed strength, shoving the collapsed zombie off him and using the small knife given by Zhang Jian to dig out the energy crystal inside the zombie's head. The green energy crystal was clear and sparkling, so beautiful that it moved one's heart, but in the blink of an eye, it disappeared in his palm. He still didn't feel any change in his body and prepared to go find Fu Han when another green zombie appeared before him. He didn't waste time on this zombie, simply ignoring it as it tried to follow him but couldn't move a single step, its legs stuck as if glued to the ground. The leaves rustled loudly, almost drowning out the sound of the stream. Something was crawling in the grass. With a sudden thud, it pierced through the zombie's head, extracting the energy crystal and absorbing it immediately afterward. Emerald light flickered behind the leaves, following Li Chuyang's scent. Qin Hao saw Li Chuyang completely disappear into the flow and laughed louder, his grotesque face resembling that of a madman. Ignoring the zombies around him, it seemed as if he could only see Fu Han, like a zombie fixated on Fu Han's head, wondering whether there was also an energy crystal inside and wishing to consume Fu Han's power. Unaware of Li Chuyang's safety, Qin Hao chased after him like a madman, disregarding the injuries on his arms inflicted by the zombies. Seeing no way back, Fu Han could only choose to fight with all his might. Flames erupted around him, scorching every zombie they touched, revealing their green flesh as the flames spread over them. The green zombies hesitated to approach, yet Qin Hao, oblivious to the danger, chose to battle him barehanded. Electric currents paralyzed Fu Han's body but caused the flames around him to burn brighter. Qin Hao's body was constantly scorched by these flames as he roared savagely, his ferocious features becoming terrifying. Only when his whole body caught fire did he abruptly dive headfirst into the water. Li Chuyang was moving forward along the current when he noticed a charred figure being swept away in the water, revealing faintly red flesh. It appeared to be human rather than one of those green zombies from the forest. Up ahead, some sparks of fire could be seen, though no other sounds were heard, prompting him to hasten his steps toward it. Big brother Fu. Li Chuyang called out upon seeing Fu Han lying on the ground enveloped in flames, but received no response. However, the surrounding zombies started approaching him. In an instant, he took control of these 5 already wounded zombies. As though transformed into a grim reaper, every zombie his gaze fell upon ripped off its own neck. After all 5 zombie heads hit the ground, the flames around Fu Han also extinguished. He had fainted, his body burning hot as if freshly boiled. Without caring for the throbbing pain in his head, Li Chuyang quickly extracted all the green energy crystals from the zombie heads. Once Fu Han absorbed one crystal, Li Chuyang promptly placed another one into his hand. Despite Fu Han's elevated body temperature, Li Chuyang, feeling freezing cold himself, found no discomfort holding on to Fu Han despite the bright red palms indicating burns. After Fu Han absorbed all 5 energy crystals, apart from the slight reduction in temperature, there were no noticeable changes. Li Chuyang looked around, wanting to find more green zombies, but found nothing except silence. All he could hear was the sound of flowing water and rustling leaves. The light overhead began dimming until finally, he collapsed, unable to hold on any longer. Having been carried away by the current, Qin Hao felt himself nearing death. Recalling his failure to kill Fu Han and obtain his energy, he refused to let go without a fight, struggling to stay conscious and attempting to climb ashore. Suddenly, something wrapped around his waist, pulling him onto the shore. Drip, drip, drip. Large raindrops splattered against his face. The blur of green before his eyes gradually turned into shaking leaves, drifting further and further away. When he came to a stop, he turned to look who saved him, but only caught a flash of green slicing across his neck before everything went still. Yet, only one person lingered in his mind. This night was bound to be sleepless. He Kuan found Fu Han and Li Chuyang first. Wang Qian followed cautiously behind, contemplating whether to seize the opportunity for an attack but halted immediately upon catching He Kuan's stern gaze. She decided to search for Qin Hao instead. The sky is about to turn dark, are you really heading deeper inside? He Kuan asked nonchalantly upon noticing her intent to delve further into the woods to look for Qin Hao. What's it got to do with you? Wang Qian stared at the dead zombies scattered around, trembling despite encountering such sights multiple times before. Both Fu Han and Li Chuyang had passed out, leaving He Kuan unmotivated to concern himself with her. Not long after, Xiaza and Zhang Jian arrived nearby. Shi Xiuyan trailed shortly afterward, glancing briefly at them before rushing off to look for Wang Qian and Qin Hao. Even though it was already dark and pouring with rain, the condition of Fu Han and Li Chuyang left them no choice but to immediately return to the safe zone to find Su Yi to examine them. Su Yi first looked at Li Chuyang's condition and immediately furrowed his brows. Seeing that Fu Han's situation was stabilizing, he handed him over to another doctor. His powers are leveling up, he'll be fine if he makes it through the night. After saying this, he took Li Chuyang into his laboratory. Li Chuyang's condition was much worse than Fu Han's, clearly a result of overusing his powers. It was unclear how long he had pushed himself, or if he even realized how close he came to death. Su Yi didn't dare take any chances and quickly provided Li Chuyang with a few energy stones for absorption, as well as administering some drugs to strengthen his constitution. What happened next would all depend on Li Chuyang himself. Hopefully, his abilities haven't been affected. Chapter 71, Out of Control. Fu Han's condition was stable throughout the night. The 5 energy stones Li Chuyang helped him absorb provided him with sufficient energy, so he woke up early in the morning. And Xiaye, Zhou Su, and others were all guarding in his ward. When Fu Han gradually became clear-headed, he remembered what happened yesterday. Seeing Xiaye and the others there, but not seeing Li Chuyang, his heart suddenly felt as if it had skipped several beats. He didn't dare to think about how Li Chuyang was doing. Brother, you're awake. Zhou Su was lying by his bedside, any slight sound woke him up. His shout, brother, also woke up the others. And Xiaye looked at him and saw that although his complexion was fine, his mood seemed off, so he asked, how are you feeling now? I'm fine. After a moment of silence, Fu Han tightened his hands under the blanket, asking softly, where is Chuyang? Have you found him? He was taken away by Dr. Su. We don't know how he is yet. After hearing this, Fu Han let out a sigh of relief first, then immediately began to worry again, what happened to him? Do you not remember what happened between the two of you? He fainted just like you did, but his situation seems worse than yours. Dr. Su doesn't even let us go near him. He Kuan said worriedly, then continued, I will go check right now if Dr. Su is available. I'll go with you. Fu Han hurriedly got off the bed, forgetting to put on his shoes. Brother. Zhou Su ran after him holding his shoes. The sunlight outside wasn't too strong, there was still some drizzle, and it was still a bit cold in the morning, but Fu Han felt nothing. Hearing the noise outside, Su Yi first checked Li Chuyang's condition. He couldn't give him too much energy stone at once, so he increased the amount of medicine he gave him. How are you? When Su Yi came out and saw Fu Han, he asked, then examined Fu Han's condition briefly. Everything was exactly as he had expected, congratulations. You're a Class B superhuman ability user now. Fu Han showed no signs of happiness, looking behind Su Yi and asking, can I go see Chuyang? Su Yi glanced at the others and said, you must be Fu Han. Li Chuyang's condition is currently stable. It would be best if you don't disturb him for now. When it's appropriate, I will let you visit him. You've been exhausted all night. Go back and rest well. Fu Han then let everyone else go back and rest, while he stayed here to guard. Not having seen Li Chuyang wake up, He Kuan and Zhou Su refused to leave, and in Xiaoye and in Xiaoyu didn't leave either. It was past breakfast time when Zhang Jian brought them some food and told them, I saw Shi Xiuyan, Wang Qian, and a few people go out. I'm not sure if they're going to find Qin Hao. This made He Kuan remember to ask Fu Han, Big Brother Fu, how is Qin Hao? What exactly happened between you two yesterday? Fu Han recounted from when he received the message that Qin Hao had taken Zhou Su. Thinking Qin Hao wanted to defeat him again without involving others, he went to find Qin Hao alone. Upon meeting Qin Hao, Fu Han didn't see Zhou Su, so he chased Qin Hao into the deep forest. What happened next was when he encountered Li Chuyang. His memory only lingered on Qin Hao burning with fire, falling into the stream and being washed away. He vaguely remembered that someone held his hand after he passed out, and he felt that person was Li Chuyang. Based on what He Kuan saw when he arrived, he guessed the rest somewhat accurately. Chuyang probably returned later to look for you. Seeing you unconscious, he dug out the energy stones from those zombies' brains and used them on you. Fu Han could hardly remember if he killed those zombies himself. Others thought he killed them when he lost consciousness, otherwise Li Chuyang wouldn't have been able to get the energy stones from the zombies. Last night, Wang Qian insisted on finding Qin Hao, but Shi Xiuyan pulled her away from the woods due to increasing rain, making the dark forest unsafe. In the morning, before Wang Qian urged him, the two of them went to ask Zhao Hui for help and requested that Zhao Hui send people to join them in the woods to search for Qin Hao. Upon hearing there were quite a number of green zombies with energy stones in the forest, Zhao Hui was rather interested. However, upon seeing their urgency, he mentioned something about Li Chuyang, agreeing to help him obtain Li Chuyang only after promising to assist him. Then Zhao Hui took Sun Yong, called Baldi and Fatso, and together with 6 of them they entered the forest to look for Qin Hao. At first, they only encountered a few scattered green zombies, which 6 people easily dealt with. The guns held by Zhao Hui and Sun Yong were still highly effective against these kinds of zombies. They followed the stream downstream and gradually encountered more and more green zombies. These zombies were more agile, jumping back and forth between the tall trees with the help of thick vines. Their green figures became extremely difficult to aim at amidst the emerald forest. Baldi couldn't help but suggest, Big Brother Yong, Big Brother Hui, I think we should burn these zombies with fire. Although it had just rained and everything was damp, as long as the fire wasn't too big, it wouldn't fail to catch in this forest. What if Qin Hao is hiding inside? Wang Qian worriedly said. Thanks to the rain yesterday, otherwise Fu Han's fire would have burned who knows what here. Baldi grinned and said, he's not a fool, is he? Isn't there water? Wouldn't he know to hide in the water? While they were arguing, Zhao Hui shot a zombie dead, and Baldi quickly ran over to dig out the energy stone, happily putting it in his bag. Just as he was about to return, something suddenly tied around his leg. Thinking to cut the vine with his knife, the vine directly dragged him into the woods. Zombies on the trees jumped down one after another toward him. A cry of pain from Baldi rang out. By the time Zhao Hui and the others rushed over, Baldi was beyond saving, and rapidly turning into a zombie. Other zombies surrounded them, and a familiar figure appeared behind Fatso, snatching the backpack off him and disappearing into the forest depths in the blink of an eye. Qin Hao! Wang Qian shouted several times. Shi Xiuyan opened his mouth but didn't shout out loud, because he knew Qin Hao had already turned into a zombie. He has become a zombie, your shouting won't do any good. Fatso sorrowfully looked at Baldi, reminding Wang Qian. Zhao Hui and Sun Yong looked at each other and asked, why did he take Chen Tu's bag? Don't zombies only show interest in humans? When did they start taking people's bags? Chen Tu was Baldi's name, and Fatso's real name was Chen Biao. The two worked in the same place and became sworn brothers on their first meeting. Chen Biao, what was in Chen Tu's bag? Chen Biao scratched his head, thinking for a moment, and said, nothing much, just a few bread loaves, water, cigarettes, a lighter, a knife, and energy stones. Brother Hui, what should we do now? Should we still look for Qin Hao? Looking at the zombies ahead, Zhao Hui said, he's already turned into a zombie, why bother looking for him? I feel this place is kind of eerie. These zombies, they're way too weird. Let's go back for now. After I call up a few more brothers, we'll come back and kill all these zombies. And he decisively chose to retreat back to the safe zone. Shi Xiuyan and Wang Qian had no choice but to face the fact that Qin Hao had become a zombie. Brother, what should we do now? Should they still seek revenge for Qin Hao? And what about Zhao Hui? How had things turned out this way? She couldn't help but recall He Kuan's words to her yesterday. Clearly, the three of them had successfully reached the safe zone. They could have lived well within the safe zone. Had they really made a mistake? Brother, why do you think Qin Hao became like that? He's already a zombie, Shi Xiuyan frowned and said. Wang Qian hesitated, I know he has become a zombie. Brother, don't you also find something strange about the Qin Hao after turning into a zombie? It seemed like he had some consciousness unlike the other zombies. Why didn't he recognize them? I don't know either right now. Perhaps zombies have evolved to a level far stronger than we imagined. Shi Xiuyan couldn't help but wonder, if the zombified Qin Hao came looking for them, what should he and Qian do? Before Qin Hao found them, they heard that everyone in the safe zone was discussing one thing: every day, a zombie could be seen wandering near the boundary of the safe zone. As soon as someone got close, the zombie would immediately leave and disappear into the woods. This zombie's features bore a striking resemblance to Qin Hao. Besides that, Zhao Hui kept pressuring them, urging them to bring Li Chuyang to him. Li Chuyang woke up in the afternoon when Fu Han did. Feeling somewhat weak upon waking but very clear-headed, Dr. Su finished checking him over, took a deep breath, then asked if anything had happened to his special ability. I'm fine, thank you, Dr. Su. Li Chuyang still didn't want to reveal anything, and although Dr. Su felt slightly disappointed, since Li Chuyang had agreed to cooperate with him, there was no need to rush. After Dr. Su came out, he gave some instructions before letting Fu Han and the others in to see Li Chuyang. After Fu Han entered the room, he stared at Li Chuyang for quite a while. Only after confirming that Li Chuyang was unharmed did he sit down by the bed and hold his hand tightly without letting go. In front of everyone, Fu Han only briefly inquired about Li Chuyang's well-being, holding back what he really wanted to say. Seeing with their own eyes that Li Chuyang was fine, He Kuan and others finally felt reassured, leaving Fu Han alone in the room. Brother Fu, how are you? I'm fine, you don't need to worry about me. Right now, your most important task is to take good care of yourself. Fu Han felt his hand was a little cold, so he gripped it even tighter, asking, was it you who saved me that day? Do you remember? Fu Han shook his head, I don't remember, but I know that it was you by my side at that time. Fu Han looked tenderly at Li Chuyang, lifting his left hand to cup Li Chuyang's face, tilting his head slightly upward, refusing to let Li Chuyang avoid his gaze. Do you know what I was thinking when I saw you being swept away by the water? What were you thinking? Following Fu Han's touch, Li Chuyang felt as if he could hear Fu Han's heartbeat, boom, 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 beating very fast. His own heart began racing uncontrollably. Chapter 72, Ambition. At that time, Qin Hao didn't let me go to save you, so I thought about taking him down with me. Fu Han said solemnly, then smiled and hugged him, luckily, you're back, and you even saved me. Thank goodness you're all right. Have you already made your decision? Fu Han let go of him and looked into Fu Han's eyes. Li Chuyang hesitated, unsure if he should tell the truth, and his resolve wasn't as strong as before. If you want to stay here, I'll respect your choice. Fu Han patted his head earnestly, I only hope that the decision you make is truly what you want. Li Chuyang was thinking about how to explain it clearly to Fu Han when Sui knocked and entered, smiling as he asked how he felt. I feel much better, my body is no longer a problem. Sui nodded and reminded him, your body is still somewhat weak, make sure to rest and don't overwork yourself. Aha. Sui then turned to Fu Han and asked, what is your relationship? We are comrades, friends. Li Chuyang glanced at Fu Han and said, Big brother Fu, go back first, I have some things I want to discuss with Dr. Su. I'll come see you again later. You can come after finishing your meal. Fu Han looked at Sui, not understanding why they needed so much time. What do you want to eat? I'll bring you something. Anything is fine. After watching Li Chuyang dismiss Fu Han, Sui smiled as he sat by the bedside, expectantly looking at Li Chuyang. Was he preparing to reveal his secrets? My ability is to control zombies. Li Chuyang didn't know how much Sui knew about yesterday's events, but no matter what, Sui had saved his life, so he should show some sincerity. Sui's expression remained surprised for quite a while until he calmed down, because his imagination had gone too far. Such a vision had impacted him heavily. After calming down, he asked curiously and confusedly, can you only control zombies? Yeah, Li Chuyang nodded, saying, in order to save Big Brother Fu, I controlled a few zombies to kill themselves. Previously, I couldn't make zombies harm themselves. No wonder your condition was so bad. This far exceeds your abilities. Do you realize that what you did put yourself in danger? Sui couldn't help but remind him, your physique is still too weak. It's not suitable for you to do this. When your body becomes stronger in the future, there's no need to rush. As I've told you, your physical enhancement will be relatively slow, but you will definitely become very strong. Sui then began asking about the details of his powers, when he discovered it, the injuries he suffered in the safe zone along the way, problems that occurred with his body, and what his current abilities allowed the zombies to do, such as how many he could control at most. He recorded everything Li Chuyang said. He still couldn't fully trust Sui, so Li Chuyang withheld part of his ability, keeping it as a backup plan in case Sui acted against him. After talking with Li Chuyang, Sui was already eager to see Li Chuyang's abilities in action. However, considering Li Qiang's current physical state, he restrained himself and decided to wait until Li Qiang recovered further. Finally, Su Yi also requested a needle tube of blood from Li Qiang for testing and research. Originally, he had planned to do this while Li Qiang was unconscious, but considering how cautious Li Qiang was, he waited until now to address it directly. Li Qiang first asked Su Yi what he intended to do with the blood. Su Yi explained, "I want to see if your abilities have any impact on your blood or physical condition. These studies will also help improve your physical condition and enhance your powers in the future." Li Qiang nodded, not rushing to give him the blood, but first asking him one thing: "You must have studied other mental energy users before. What were their powers?" Having anticipated that Li Qiang would ask this, Su Yi had been prepared ever since coming here, waiting for the appearance of a mental energy user. "Actually, I haven't conducted any personal research before. All the information I possess comes from my teacher." "Your teacher?" He was a professor. I offended him, so he kicked me out of his research institute. My teacher and I were studying zombies and mental energy abilities. After being driven out by him, I came to Zone 8 to continue my research." Su Yi recalled the old days with greater determination in his heart to surpass the professor one day. Now that he had Li Qiang, everything was ready. "Director Wang from Zone 8 strongly supports my research, which is why I chose Zone 8. Zone 8 was the code name for this safe zone. There were other safe zones across the country. With Director Wang around, you and I have nothing to worry about." Su Yi had figured out all their affairs clearly. "It seems like you and your companions are just staying temporarily. Do you need any help? Besides, have you taken care of your troubles yet? Let me know if there's anything I can assist with. We're partners, friends now, right? We'll handle it ourselves. If we need your help, Dr. Su, I'll come find you." Since they had sought Su Yi's help once already, Li Qiang felt more at ease about asking for assistance. Li Qiang also wanted to know more about Su Yi and his teacher, but seeing how Su Yi didn't seem keen to bring up the subject, he didn't press further and instead started chatting about zombies and mental energy abilities. He learned that Su Yi also had a mental energy ability. It allowed him to perceive a person's physical condition and conduct basic analyses. Although Su Yi's ability had just reached sea level, his diagnostic capability wasn't as accurate or fast as using instruments. After obtaining Li Qiang's blood sample, Su Yi left first. However, after studying, there was nothing special about Li Qiang's blood. Even when it encountered zombie virus, no reaction occurred. For the time being, Su Yi found no value, meaning his studies should focus more on Li Qiang himself, more importantly on how to control him. The ability to control zombies, given the current worldwide outbreak of zombies, was equivalent to having a zombie army prepared anywhere for him, depending on how many zombies Li Qiang could control and to what extent. Given enough time, once Li Qiang grew stronger, these energy-based mental energy users wouldn't be worth mentioning. They would never be his match. Controlling the world using zombies was not impossible. When he studied clearly how the zombie virus acted on both humans and zombies, together with Li Qiang, they could potentially take control of the world. He wondered if the mental energy user under his teacher's hand would ever be their rival by then. In the afternoon, Fu Han arrived with Hikuan, Zhu Menglei and Zhou Su, who brought some stuff along too. The things Zhu Menglei carried were from her aunt, while those Zhou Su had were stolen goods. Regarding Zhou Su's issues, despite Hikuan's persuasion, Zhou Su refused to be convinced and insisted on staying with his parents. So Hikuan told Li Qiang and Fu Han, wanting them to persuade Zhou Su not to live with his parents. "They don't care about you, and you don't like them either, so why put yourself through the trouble of staying with them?" Zhou Su's smile held a trace of coldness, "Because whenever I'm by their side, they'll be unhappy, and that makes me happy. I enjoy seeing them argue over me and become angry. I want to make their life unpleasant. Anyway, they can't do much to me. Isn't Qin Hao dead already? No one will harm you. What about Zhao Hui?" Fu Han looked at Zhou Su's happy expression and felt uncomfortable. "Zhe Xiuyan and Wang Qian might try to avenge Qin Hao and hurt you. I'll be careful with them," Zhou Su said nonchalantly. "You guys just stop persuading me. I've got my parents now. What am I supposed to do without them? Just follow you guys. Anyway, my father is still my real father." His words carried a tone of sarcasm no matter how you interpreted them. "Brother, did you hear about the zombies appearing outside the safe zone these last 2 days? I heard it's Qin Hao. He must have turned into a zombie and is coming back for revenge. People within the safe zone went out intending to kill it, but every time someone approached, it would retreat into the woods and hide." This was also something that troubled Fu Han deeply. "I've already discussed with Xia Zhe. Tomorrow, we'll go out and see if we can find it and eliminate it. Zhou Su, then I'll come over tomorrow to look after Brother Chuyang. I'm fine already. I'll tell Dr. Su soon and return with you." He wanted to check out what Qin Hao had turned into. Qin Hao's peculiar behavior was like lying in wait for someone. It wasn't him, probably waiting for Brother Fu to come and find it. Su Yi gave Li Chuyang a checkup and let him go after confirming there was no issue. He reminded him to come back the day after tomorrow so he could witness Li Chuyang's ability to control zombies. Li Chuyang agreed. After going back, Fu Han also told Li Chuyang something. "I ran into Su Xinting. She secretly slipped me a note asking if I plan on staying in Zone 8 or going back to Beilong City. If I'm heading back to Beilong City, she hopes I'll take her along. She wants to return home to find her family. There wasn't much more to it, but from Su Xinting's condition, Fu Han felt like she wasn't doing well. I want to take her back to Beilong City with us. It's your decision. Li Chuyang looked at Fu Han, confused as to why he was being told this. I just wanted you to know before you make your decision. Fu Han paused for a moment and then suddenly asked him, is there something between you and Dr. Su that you're hiding from me? Is it because of Dr. Su or because of something wrong with your body that you refuse to go to Beilong City with me? Are you too compassionate to tell me that you'll stay here? Chapter 73, You Can Kiss Me Back. Li Chuyang, after deciding how to clearly articulate his thoughts, told Fu Han everything without reservation. He intentionally left the events with Su Yi for last. At this point, he felt he could trust Fu Han as much as he trusted He Kun. However, regarding Hong Lingling, he chose to keep it a secret, nobody was mentioning her now, and she was no longer important. Fu Han took in a lot of information all at once. He was both happy that Li Chuyang possessed such abilities but worried about his health. So you've really decided to stay? Yeah. I promised Dr. Su, and I want to figure things out myself too. Li Chuyang looked into Fu Han's sad eyes, unsure how to comfort him. Once Dr. Su makes progress, I'll go look for you in Beilong City. The expression on Fu Han's face was indiscernible, it was unclear whether he was happy or in pain. Aren't you worried that I might fall for someone else in the meantime? Li Chuyang felt an ache in his heart, reminded of what Zhou Su had told him. If you're not around to watch over your brother, someone will surely take advantage of the situation. Even if your brother has no interest in others, what if he encounters someone cunning who wins his body or his heart? Don't believe those lies about staying faithful even when you're apart. If we spend too much time separated, with no phones or internet, our feelings are bound to grow distant. It's only a matter of time and opportunity before problems arise. And if that doesn't work, you can always beg your brother to stay. Are you really not afraid? Fu Han sighed deeply. After all this time, do you still not have even a little bit of affection for me? In Fu Han's disheartened gaze, there was still a glimmer of hope. Li Chuyang hesitated slightly before shaking his head. Not what? Fu Han feared misunderstanding him and wanted to make sure he understood correctly. Li Chuyang summoned his courage, looking at Fu Han and speaking every word clearly. It's not that I'm unafraid, and it's not that I don't like you. He didn't want to evade the truth, indeed, he had started to feel something for Fu Han. When he saw Fu Han lying motionless, ablaze in fire with unknown fate, he distinctly felt fear, realizing how much he cared for Fu Han. He didn't want to deceive himself, nor did he wish to see Fu Han hurt by his denial. Fu Han excitedly embraced Li Chuyang, whispering into his ear, I like you, Chuyang. I know. And you? I like you too. Though spoken softly, Li Chuyang's words were heard clearly by Fu Han, who released him to find Li Chuyang's cheeks particularly flushed, redder than Fu Han's own. Fu Han reached out to touch the burning cheeks and couldn't resist stealing a kiss. Li Chuyang glanced at him shyly, lowering his head as he heard Fu Han murmur quietly, you can kiss me back. Although Li Chuyang didn't follow through, their progress already made him exceptionally pleased. Still, upon remembering Li Chuyang's agreement with Su Yi to stay here, Fu Han's mood soured slightly. He would definitely find a way to resolve this. The next day, after hearing that Qin Hao had been spotted again near the safe zone, they all left the safe zone to search for Qin Hao, accompanied by Shi Xiuyan and Wang Qian, whom He Kun had informed. Seeing in Xiaoyou's discomfort, He Kun quickly explained, they also wish for Qin Hao to find peace. This decision had been made jointly by the two after being informed by He Kun. They sought to uncover why Qin Hao kept appearing near the safe zone. Their prior assumptions had been wrong, they thought Qin Hao retained some consciousness and wanted to see Wang Qian. But the real possibility was that a powerful zombie deep within the forest controlled Qin Hao and directed him toward the safe zone. Yet the purpose remained elusive. Disappointed, they no longer wished to witness Qin Hao, turned into a zombie, be manipulated further. To demonstrate their sincerity, Shi Xiuyan shared Zhao Hui's request with Fu Han. We asked him for help in finding Qin Hao, and in return, he asked us to get Li Chuyang. He was very interested in Li Chuyang. There was no need to mention why Zhao Hui was interested, given that Qin Hao had already turned into a zombie. What does he want with Chuyang? It was the first time He Kun had heard Shi Xiuyan talk about this, so he immediately questioned him. Shi Xiuyan replied, he likes Li Chuyang. Aren't there plenty of women around him? So many beauties he hadn't even finished enjoying, and yet he was thinking about men. A chill ran down He Kun's spine. He has been sending people to keep an eye on you recently. You'd better be more careful. That group was not easy to deal with, especially since they brought so many women and even stayed in Area B, reportedly having some unusual relations with the managers inside the safe zone. Shi Xiuyan deeply regretted provoking Zhao Hui. If he had known Qin Hao turned into a zombie, he would never have asked Zhao Hui for help with Xiaoxi. Let him come then, who knows who will be afraid of whom. Could Zhao Hui alone possibly match against all of them? Shi Xiuyan didn't say much further, believing Fu Han and Xiaozhe must already understand the situation. Wang Qian saw He Kun acting arrogantly and scoffed lightly, they have 8 brothers and no people inside the safe zone. Are you sure you're not afraid? He Kun hesitated and said. Who said anything about fighting those 8 guys? And Xiao Yu looked at the two of them and said, stop arguing, Qin Hao's been scared away by both of you. As soon as they caught sight of him, Qin Hao immediately fled back into the forest but did not move too far, staying within their line of sight as if leading them somewhere. The forest remained eerily silent, and the heavy rain had washed away almost all the traces they had left before. The bodies of the zombies were covered by leaves and would soon decompose, absorbed back into the soil. Noticing Qin Hao trying to lure them deeper into the woods, the group stopped without hesitation. They couldn't keep letting Qin Hao lead them around like this. Turning around to go back, as expected, Qin Hao pursued again and brought a large group of green zombies with him, some even having sprouted grass on their bodies. Qin Hao quickly surrounded them with the zombies and initiated an attack. Then, while standing in place directing the battle, watching the fight unfold, he seized an opportune moment and suddenly launched an attack toward Li Chuyang. And Xiaozhe tried to stop him, but Qin Hao leaped onto a tree branch to avoid his vines, reached out and precisely tore out the roots of Xiaozhe's vines, throwing them on the ground with obvious disdain on his icy face. Without hesitation, he lunged toward Li Chuyang again. A zombie suddenly dashed over to block his path. Before Shi Xiuyan or Wang Qian could fully comprehend what happened, Qin Hao easily ripped off its arms with glowing hands and kicked it down hard. A viscous green liquid spewed onto the ground and seeped slowly into the soil. After struggling a bit, the zombie rose again but instead focused on Wang Qian, who was closest. Wang Qian immediately threw her stick, which pierced through the zombie's head and pinned it to the tree trunk. Li Chuyang attempted to control other zombies to block Qin Hao, only to find that all the nearby zombies had moved away from him and were attacking others. A bright yellow flame shot by in front of him, and Qin Hao nimbly flipped to evade it. Ignoring Fu Han's attacks, his eyes fixed solely on Li Chuyang the entire time. Realizing this, Fu Han shouted at Li Chuyang, Chuyang, run. I'll hold him off. While retreating, Li Chuyang scanned among the trees, starting to believe Shi Xiuyan's guess. There was a powerful zombie controlling Qin Hao deep within this forest, and it made Li Chuyang the target. Once he left this area, these zombies should halt their pursuit. However, just as he was about to escape, several people appeared ahead, forcing him to step back. Bang! Several gunshots rang out, and several green zombies fell instantly. Shi Xiuyan and Wang Qian felt the pressure ease and turned back to see Zhao Hui and Sun Yong walking towards them along with Fat Chen Biao and 2 other men, each holding a gun, including Chen Biao. They helped take care of a few zombies targeting Shi Xiuyan and Wang Qian and then stopped at a distance, waiting to watch the drama unfold. Zhao Hui called out to Fu Han, do we need to lend a hand? All the while his eyes lingered on Li Chuyang, blowing a teasing whistle as he smiled. Li Chuyang ran over to He Kun, letting He Kun protect him. Meanwhile, he continued controlling the zombies to push them towards Zhao Hui's group, forcing Zhao Hui's team to join the fight by killing these zombies. Zhao Hui, Sun Yong, and another man showed excellent marksmanship. Each gunshot resulted in the fall of a zombie. More zombies kept emerging from the depths of the forest, stronger ones appearing progressively, covered in more green plants than before, making them harder to kill. Upon seeing so many zombies, Zhao Hui quickly took out a Molotov cocktail and threw it among them. Just like on Fu Han's side, a large group of zombies immediately caught fire. However, after jumping into the stream to extinguish the flames, these zombies would return again. After one round of fighting, the bullets they brought were almost depleted, and Chen Biao, hiding to the side, didn't dare to dig for energy stones in the zombies' heads at this moment. Brother Hui! Chen Biao suddenly shouted, staring at the distant trees, trembling as he hid behind Zhao Hui and Sun Yong, saying, there's a tree moving over there. Are you hallucinating from fear? Zhao Hui impatiently kicked him away, originally thinking that with He Yang's help, it would be easy to bring Li Chuyang back, but now they were trapped here by these zombies. It's real, Brother Hui. I'm not hallucinating. If you don't believe me, look over there. Following the direction Chen Biao pointed, Zhao Hui and the others indeed noticed that a not-so-tall tree was shaking. The grass around this tree was also rustling, as if something was rapidly moving through it. Ah! Brother Hui, save me! Brother Hui, please help! Chapter 74, Baby Tree Zombie. A thick green vine suddenly shot out from the grass, wrapping around Chen Biao's leg and quickly dragging him back in the direction of the baby tree that Chen Biao had just pointed out to them. On the other side, Wang Qian was also entangled by a vine. Thinking Xia Zhou was attacking her, she noticed he was focused on dealing with the zombies and didn't even glance her way. Moreover, the vine was much thicker and sturdier than Xia Zhou's. As she tried to pull it off, more vines sprang up to bind her hands. She shouted for help towards Shi Xiuyan. Shi Xiuyan kicked away a nearby zombie and rushed over, cutting the vine binding her with his dagger. Chuyang. He Kun himself was busy dealing with his own problems. Seeing Li Chuyang being dragged away, he almost got his arm bitten off trying to save him. Fu Han heard He Kun's call and glanced at Li Chuyang, only to be shocked by Qin Hao's electric attack. His hand went numb for a moment, and then Li Chuyang disappeared without any sound. By this time, Chen Biao's screams had already ceased. Zhao Hui and a few others moved toward the baby tree, almost losing another person along the way but were saved when He Yang cut the vine in time and pulled him back. Despite being surrounded by a few zombies, they clearly saw what happened next. The so-called baby tree wasn't a tree at all, it was a zombie completely covered in plants. A small tree grew out of its head, precisely the trembling branches they had seen. The strong vines came out of the zombie's arms, which it could freely control extending and retracting. This was their first encounter with a zombie with special abilities. Zhao Hui and the others felt somewhat excited. Such a powerful zombie likely had an energy stone in its brain containing tremendous energy. Their first thought wasn't about running away but how to kill this zombie. Just as Li Chuyang was dragged to the zombie's side, a thin vine grew out of its arm, with a tiny light green leaf on top, slowly moving to Li Chuyang's neck. Bang! Zhao Hui fired the last bullet he had, hitting the zombie's arm. Viscous green liquid oozed out. Opening its mouth, now devoid of teeth, replaced by green moss, the zombie growled lowly at Zhao Hui. Several thick vines rapidly shot out from the ground toward them. Guys, don't let it die. Zhao Hui dodged while telling Sun Yong and He Yang, leaving the other follower no time for assistance, who was unfortunately wrapped up and dragged to the zombie's side. Without hesitation, it pierced through his chest cavity and absorbed his life force before tossing him aside like garbage. While it struggled against Zhao Hui and his group, Li Chuyang tried controlling nearby zombies to save himself, preparing to escape. Unexpectedly, He Yang stretched out his equally strong arm and pulled him back, throwing him toward a large tree behind them and warned fiercely, "Stay put." Seeing the zombie focus all its attention on Zhao Hui and his group, this did reduce some pressure on He Kuan's team. And Xiao Yu and Wang Qian worked hard to gather zombies together while Xiaozhi temporarily held them down with vines. Shi Xiu Yan took the chance to strike them with thunder attacks. He Kuan saw they could still handle it and used the wind to assist Fu Han in fighting against Qin Hao, though Fu Han asked him to find Li Chuyang instead. "Chuyang, are you alright?" He Kuan shouted after spotting Li Chuyang but couldn't approach him immediately. Looking at the chaotic scene, Li Chuyang nearly forgot what he should do. With He Yang blocking his path, he couldn't reach He Kuan, yet none of the zombies could get near him either, a perfect opportunity to lend a hand to Fu Han. But controlling Qin Hao was much harder than controlling those regular zombies. Not only had several attempts failed, but he even felt like he'd been hit by Qin Hao's current, making his body feel slightly numb and stiff, causing his mind to become dazed, struggling to concentrate. If it hadn't been for Fu Han holding him back, Qin Hao would have probably torn him apart by now. Unable to get closer to the baby tree zombie, Zhao Hui and the others grabbed one of its vines and attempted to pull the zombie over together. The zombie, realizing their intention, swiftly controlled the vine to wrap around several nearby trees to stabilize itself. During the stalemate, Chen Biao lying on the ground suddenly crawled up, holding a knife as he walked toward them. Zhao Hui shouted a warning, but the now zombified Chen Biao showed no response. After severing the vine, he lunged at Zhao Hui with his knife. Zhao Hui rolled on the ground to avoid it, quickly jumped up, and delivered a powerful kick to knock Chen Biao down before cleanly stabbing through his head. The baby tree zombie retreated a bit, calling Qin Hao back to its side and ordering him to deal with Zhao Hui's group. Qin Hao picked up a severed vine from the ground. Blue current surged from his palm to the whole vine as it slashed through the air toward Zhao Hui's team. Not knowing its power, He Yang grabbed it without hesitation but let go within a second. His rough palms turned pitch black due to the electricity coursing through them, yet Li Chuyang noticed not even a single wince on his face. As they kept retreating before Qin Hao, Li Chuyang was exposed, and Qin Hao mercilessly swung his electrified vine whip towards him. Holding his breath in fear, Li Chuyang saw a small flame fly towards the tip of the vine, burning it into ashes in the blink of an eye. Attempting to retreat, Qin Hao found Wang Qian and Shi Xiu Yan blocking his path. Facing his cold, expressionless gaze, they painfully struck him. Qin Hao grabbed the branch out of Wang Qian's hands, noticing her eyes shift. Realizing too late, she was yanked forward as he stoically bent down to bite her neck. A ball of fire came flying, nearly hitting Qin Hao, who quickly released Wang Qian and dodged aside. The flame fell on Wang Qian instead, and in her daze, she was promptly pushed into the stream by Shi Xiu Yan. When Wang Qian stood up from the creek, she picked up one of Qin Hao's old weapons and exchanged glances with Shi Xiu Yan. She walked onto the bank, seeing Fu Han grappling with Qin Hao. Seizing the moment, she shouted loudly, "Hurry, get out of the way," and threw the iron rod with all her might at Qin Hao, pinning him against the tree trunk. As Qin Hao tried to pull the rod free, a massive bolt of lightning descended from the sky and struck him precisely. Both he and the tree began to burn. Under Fu Han's control, the flames raged until nothing remained of Qin Hao but ash. "Big brother Fu!" Suddenly, Xiao Yu screamed. While they were dealing with Qin Hao, Zhao Hui's group found themselves cornered by the baby tree zombie and He Kuan. Sensing the disadvantage, they gave up their plan to kill the zombie. Sun Yong feared Fu Han would turn on them, so attempted to take He Kuan hostage, only to end up shielding He Kuan instead. A sturdy vine pierced through Sun Yong's body, splashing blood over the remaining three. "Sun Yong! He Kuan, be careful!" Li Chuyang yelled when he saw He Yang about to strike He Kuan. Dodging away, He Kuan tripped and fell. The vines concealed in the grass rapidly encircled his legs, multiplying until completely enveloping him, dragging him swiftly to the baby tree zombie. Xiaozhi tangled the zombies in front of him before hastily chasing after. He Yang glanced once then looked back at Li Chuyang, rushing decisively forward to grab him, shouting to Zhao Hui, and together they left Sun Yang's corpse behind, fleeing into the forest with Li Chuyang. Pointing towards the direction where He Yang and Zhao Hui had fled, and Xiao Yu said to Fu Han, "Big brother Fu, you rescue Li Chuyang, I'll find my brother and He Kuan." "You all must be cautious," Fu Han said firmly, knowing each passing second endangered He Kuan and Li Chuyang more. Shi Xiu Yan and Wang Qian thought Fu Han alone could handle Zhao Hui and He Yang, thus followed in Xiao Yu to save He Kuan. Despite carrying one extra person, He Yang ran incredibly fast, while Zhao Hui lagged slightly behind. Li Chuyang held tightly around He Yang's waist, feeling miserable from the bumpy ride that caused him to vomit what little he'd eaten yesterday, finding himself utterly nauseous despite He Yang showing no sign of discomfort. Eventually, Zhao Hui called for a rest, saying, "Go clean yourself, I need to catch my breath." Fatigued from the previous battle, he estimated this distance should have put enough time between them and Fu Han's pursuit. He Yang discarded his coat and went to wash it in the stream nearby. Taking several deep breaths, Zhao Hui approached Li Chuyang, caressing his cheek with satisfaction, muttering, "You've finally fallen into my hands." Leaning weakly against the tree trunk, Li Chuyang lacked the energy to respond to Zhao Hui. Witnessing the lustful scrutiny upon him, another wave of nausea surged forth and he vomited again. Unsettled by his smell, Zhao Hui endured for 2 deep breaths, noticing He Yang return already cleansed, instructing him, "Watch him while I clean my face." He Yang took off his shirt, holding the damp clothes as he walked to Li Chuyang. His muscles were well defined, and his gaze was deep and dark. Not only was his entire frame much larger than Zhao Hui's, but his presence was far more intimidating. There was also a deep scar from his shoulder down to near his chest. Upon seeing Li Chuyang vomit on himself, He Yang silently discarded Li Chuyang's coat without a word. Li Chuyang thought he was being rejected, but then saw He Yang pulling down his pants. A chill ran through him, his eyes wide with shock as he looked at He Yang. The rough hand of He Yang touched his thigh, damp yet scorching hot. With one hand restraining Li Chuyang, the other started unfastening his belt, making Li Chuyang realize what He Yang intended to do. His struggles against He Yang were futile, like a newborn chick squirming in the grip of a human hand, easily crushed by just one of He Yang's hands. "You. If you don't want to die, stay still." He Yang raised his hand, intending to slap him, but refrained out of fear of knocking him unconscious. Instead, he pinched Li Chuyang's cheeks tightly, preventing him from speaking. If He Yang applied even a little more force, Li Chuyang felt his jaw would be crushed instantly. Gradually, Li Chuyang calmed down, ceasing his resistance, and expressionlessly watched as He Yang stripped off the rest of his clothes. Chapter 75, Don't Go Over. Zhao Hui came back after washing his face twice and saw He Yang taking off his clothes. He paused for a moment and immediately said, "Don't kill him yet." "I haven't tried yet. I didn't know you were interested in men too. That's why you followed me as soon as I said something." "Hee, how does it feel?" Zhao Hui took out a cigarette, sat down on the grass nearby, lit a cigarette and smoked. Time passed with no response from He Yang and no sound either. Curious, he turned around, only to see He Yang standing in front of him, having already pulled up his pants. "Brother, wasn't that a bit quick? Was that even 10 seconds? Why?" Zhao Hui clutched his neck, his eyes scanning over the small knife in He Yang's hand. Before he could say another word, he fell down. He saw his own blood spray onto He Yang's robust chest. Without blinking an eye, He Yang turned around and returned to Li Chuyang's side. Li Chuyang looked up at him slightly, then slowly closed his eyes. He Yang suddenly plunged the knife into his own chest and became conscious again. Bewildered, he looked at the knife embedded in his chest and his own hand. Hearing the sound of He Yang falling to the ground, Li Chuyang opened his eyes to confirm He Yang was dead. Breathing heavily, he quickly put his clothes back on. Before he had time to rest, he heard Fu Han's voice. "Chuyang." Li Chuyang quickly stood up and found Fu Han before he arrived. "Chuyang." Li Chuyang stumbled into Fu Han's arms, trembling uncontrollably. "Fu. Elder brother Fu. Are you alright? Where are Zhao Hui and He Yang?" Fu Han hugged him tightly, watching warily behind Li Chuyang, searching for Zhao Hui and He Yang's figures. Li Chuyang gripped Fu Han's arm tightly to stop him. "Elder brother Fu, don't go there." His voice was urgent and tense, even trembling and filled with fear. "Elder brother Fu, let's quickly find He Kuan. Let's leave them alone." "Alright." Since Li Chuyang did not want him to go over, Fu Han chose to respect him. He took off his coat and gave it to him to wear, then returned to find Xiao Yu and the others. Leaning in Fu Han's embrace, Li Chuyang's body warmed up quickly, but occasionally, he would still shiver. The intermittent stabs of pain in his head made him unable to calm down. As soon as he closed his eyes, he saw He Yang killing Zhao Hui and himself. Fu Han felt something was off with him, but seeing he did not want to speak, he could only hold his hand tight and told him, "He Kuan will be fine. We will rescue him." Li Chuyang nodded, learning through the zombie memories where the young tree zombie was hiding. From this point on, Li Chuyang could no longer help them anymore. Controlling He Yang earlier had drained him of too much energy. He asked Fu Han to place him aside and informed Fu Han that the weak point of this zombie was the same as other zombies, in the head. But there was one thing they didn't expect: piercing the zombie's brain couldn't kill it, it quickly absorbed the energy within other zombie bodies and repaired its wound. Its true form was hidden inside the hollow trunk of a dead tree, using the still living roots of the dead tree to draw nutrients from the soil. Concealed in this forest, the virus in its body rapidly adapted them to their surroundings in the forest and was gradually becoming similar to trees. Fu Han's flames were their biggest nemesis. It knew this, so it did not kill He Kun but instead used him to protect itself. Shi Xiuyan's lightning could break its vines, but the effort cost him too much, only causing some inconsequential damage to the zombie. After a fierce battle, it seemed to have discovered that Xiaoyu and Wang Qian were the weakest among them. One after another, it captured them, but Wang Qian struggled to snap the vines binding her and managed to escape in time. And Xiaoju's vines were completely useless against this zombie, being utterly crushed under its power. Watching them get captured one by one, Li Chuyang reluctantly stood up, instantly controlling all the surrounding zombies, ordering them all to surround the tree where the sapling zombie was hiding. The branches above the sapling zombie broke one by one, tearing apart its hiding place. The green liquid seeping out from the green zombie's pierced body soaked their bodies, but being zombies, they had no sensation anyway and continued biting wildly. Fu Han glanced at Li Chuyang, and together with Shi Xiuyan, they rushed forward to rescue He Kun and others. Then he hurled a flame that quickly spread. Amidst fiery skies, almost half the sky turned red. The subsequent arrivals of Su Yi and others took care of the remaining zombies, bringing them back to the safe zone. Su Yi arrived with several of Zhao Hui's brothers. After searching the woods for hours, they successively found the bodies of Sun Yong, Zhao Hui, and He Yang. On He Yang's body, they also discovered the weapon that had killed Zhao Hui and He Yang, a small metal knife. At this point, Li Chuyang had already fainted. Su Yi was extremely upset about Li Chuyang's disobedience during this mission. Since Li Chuyang refused to listen and didn't value his own abilities or Su Yi's words, Su Yi decided it was time to get tougher on him. There was no longer a need to be courteous. Everyone except Fu Han and Shi Xiuyan sustained various degrees of injury. Among them, He Kun was the worst off. His body had been cut multiple times by zombie vines, and he had lost quite a bit of blood. After examining him, Su Yi clearly informed them that He Kun had been infected with the zombie virus. If he couldn't survive, he would transform into a zombie. As everyone worried and guarded over Li Chuyang and Fu Han, Su Yi took some of He Kun's blood infected with the zombie virus to the lab for testing. Upon comparison, it matched the virus in that particular zombie but differed from the viruses of the other green zombies in the forest. This zombie virus appeared even stronger, it could parasitize plants without absorbing their nutrients. However, once it infected a human, it would endow the host with the ability to absorb nutrients from plants and soil. In other words, these zombies did not need to eat humans to evolve, infecting people was merely an instinctual action. As Professor had previously studied, this virus was extraordinarily powerful, not only adaptable but capable of surviving in various environments and evolving accordingly. The Professor had once mentioned that if this virus adapted fully to Earth's environments, the planet would become its breeding ground, consuming everything. Unfortunately, the Professor died too soon, otherwise, seeing the energy stones inside the zombie brains would have revealed the ultimate transformation of the virus energy absorbed through human bodies. Luckily, psychics could utilize these energy stones, otherwise, there'd be no way to stop the zombies from turning Earth's energy into energy stones while watching helplessly as those stones accumulated. This time, they lost 5 members of their group, yet they gained many energy stones, including one with far more powerful energy than anything they'd encountered before. Its energy could even absorb the energy from other stones, forcing them to specially store it. Fu Han's team, along with Zhao Hui's group, were rewarded with a small portion of the harvested energy stones. However, Jiang Yan's group wasn't interested in energy stones, they wanted to find the murderer who killed Zhao Hui and He Yang to avenge their fallen comrades. Because of the deaths of Zhao Hui and 2 others, Jiang Yan and 4 companions were in especially low spirits recently. Previously protected by Sun Yong, Su Xinting had lived comfortably. Now Sun Yong was dead, leaving her vulnerable not only to the menacing gaze of the 5 men but also the envy of women who had always resented her protection under Sun Yong. She had no choice but to secretly seek out Fu Han again. Fu Han, when do you plan to leave for Beilong City? Su Xinting anxiously asked him. Aren't the ones who fought against those zombies earlier actually you and Sun Yong's team? Jiang Yan's group has been searching for the killer of Zhao Hui and He Yang. Whoever it is, make sure that person leaves here quickly. With Jiang Yan around, they won't be able to stay alive in this safe zone. I understand. I'll leave as soon as possible. Fu Han examined the bruises on her face and said, you shouldn't go back. Why don't you hide first? We'll bring you with us when we leave. Fu Han then took some food and medication from Xiaoyu for Su Xinting to use while she hid. On this side, Li Chuyang also received information about Jiang Yan's group from Su Yi. He could sense a change in Su Yi's attitude towards him after waking up. Jiang Yan's group has already located Zhang Jian. Judging from the condition of Zhao Hui and He Yang's deaths, they were obviously not killed by Fu Han or another psychic like him. That left Wang Qian, and Xiaoyu, and Li Chuyang as the possible suspects in their group. Zhao Hui and He Yang were skilled fighters. Zhao Hui was killed with a quick throat slash, and He Yang was stabbed straight in the chest. Although both had injuries, none came from knife wounds, they likely happened during previous battles with zombies. Whoever killed them acted swiftly, accurately, and lethally, with great strength, which ruled out Li Chuyang. The most plausible culprits seemed to be Wang Qian and Xiaoyu. They could have lured the victims with charm and struck when the men weren't prepared. Unfortunately, there weren't more clues, otherwise, he would have certainly found out who killed Zhao Hui and He Yang. This was supposed to be an incident outside the safe zone, and people inside wouldn't care. But Jiang Yan knows Director Meng, so this won't end easily. I know you are comrades and will protect each other, but I think you'd better figure something out soon, or when Jiang Yan finds the murderer, you might find yourselves in trouble. Li Chuyang didn't ask for his help but wanted to check on He Kuan instead. Su Yi was slightly surprised and refused. With your current physical condition, it's best if you just stay here. What about Fu Han? I want to see him. You're not allowed to see anyone except me right now. Why? I feel fine already. Because you promised to cooperate with me, but you didn't keep our agreement, so I won't let you wander around anymore. Just rest here properly. After Su Yi finished speaking, he left the room, hearing that Fu Han had come again. He suddenly thought of a plan to help Li Chuyang get rid of these people. Chapter 76, Trap. Dr. Su, how is Chuyang? Su Yi brought Fu Han to his office and said seriously, he endured too long this time trying to save you all. His current condition isn't stable yet. You'll need to keep an eye on him in the coming days while I go downtown to see if I can find the medicine he needs. Upon hearing this, Fu Han quickly said, what medicine does Chuyang need? We can look for it ourselves. It would be better for you, Dr. Su, to stay here and watch over Chuyang. If anything happens to Chuyang, we won't know what to do. And this is Chuyang's matter, how could we let you take such risks? But, you don't know what kind of medicine I'm looking for. Su Yi looked at them, feeling troubled, or else I'll go with you. If you just tell us which medicine you need, Xiaozhou understands. Fu Han hurriedly called Xiaozhou over. Su Yi first asked him some simple questions, understanding what Xiaozhou knows before explaining which medicine he needed. I hope you can find it in the city. Otherwise, we'll just have to wait a few more days until the people delivering supplies bring the medicine. Before leaving, Fu Han had one small request, Dr. Su, may I visit Chuyang? There wouldn't be any problem if it's only you, but you shouldn't stay too long, Su Yi replied. After asking Fu Han to wait outside, he went inside and increased the dose of sedatives and sleeping drugs in Li Chuyang's fore, ensuring that Li Chuyang wouldn't wake up. Fu Han held Li Chuyang's hand inside and spoke a few words. Seeing that Li Chuyang showed no signs of waking up, she left. Thank you for your trouble, Dr. Su. We will return with the medicine as soon as possible. I will take good care of Li Chuyang. Be careful along the way. If you cannot find the medicine, waiting a few days is fine as well. As Su Yi saw them off, he mentioned Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan has been looking these past few days for who killed Zhao Hui and He Yang. You leaving now will surely attract their attention. You must be cautious. I understand, thank you Dr. Su. Fu Han and Xiaozhou instructed Xiaoyu and the others before leaving the safe zone, you should not move around randomly these few days and try your best to avoid meeting Jiang Yan and his group. If something happens that you cannot handle, seek help from Dr. Su. If that doesn't work, you leave the safe zone and find somewhere to hide. Xiaoyu, please also take care of Sun Xian Ting. Brother, Fu Han brother, you too please rest assured. We will wait for your return here. After sending off Fu Han and Xiaozhou, Xiaoyu felt inexplicably uneasy, sensing that something might happen. She called everyone over, including Zhou Su and Zhu Menglei, and He Kuan brought Shi Xiaoyan and Wang Qian along. The two knew they were still under suspicion by Xiaoyu and the others and thus expressed their stance, Jiang Yan has already approached us. If I were on their side, I would have told them who killed Zhao Hui and He Yang long ago. Since we didn't tell them the truth, they are suspicious of us as well. They haven't acted yet, so they're still unsure of who did it. But... He Kuan looked worried at the somewhat serious expression on Shi Xiaoyan's face, but what? Fu Han and Xiaozhou have left the safe zone at this time. Jiang Yan will naturally suspect them first. Are you saying my brother and Fu Han brother are in danger? And Xiaoyu stood up anxiously, why didn't you say this sooner? Shi Xiaoyan, I believe they know. They simply did not voice it out because they're afraid you'll worry. And Xiaoyu looked towards He Kuan and said, I want to find them. He Kuan hadn't fully thought through it and hesitated, saying, but they asked us to wait for them here. I know who you care about the most, but if you chase after them now, do you even know where they are? Sitting quietly in the corner, Su Xian Ting observed everyone else, Fu Han being her only assurance of returning to Beijing Long City, he absolutely couldn't run into trouble. So without thinking twice, she stood up and said, then both of you can go find them. That way, you can also have each other's support. And Xiaoyu and He Kuan looked at her. He Kuan asked, and what about you all? If the two of them leave, those remaining would all lack special abilities, how could they protect themselves? Su Xian Ting looked at Shi Xiaoyan and Wang Qian, aren't there still the two of them? All fell silent simultaneously. After a moment, Shi Xiaoyan turned to Xiaoyu and said, if you trust us, Cici and I can go look for them. He Kuan could accept this. If Shi Xiuyan and Wang Qian really had any ill intentions, Fu Han and Xiaozhi should be able to deal with them. However, this would still need Xiao Yu's agreement. And Xiao Yu hadn't said anything yet, so Su Xianting suggested, we don't know if Jiang Yan has already gone to find Fu Han. This gave Xiao Yu some time to think about it. However, in the afternoon, Jiang Yan left the safe zone with a few people. 2 out of the 5 brothers stayed behind to keep an eye on them. With no other better ideas, Xiao Yu could only follow Su Xianting's suggestion and let Shi Xiuyan and Wang Qian go look for Fu Han and Xiaozhi. Shi Xiuyan, we will follow Jiang Yan first to see if they are indeed looking for Fu Han. This time, only 3 out of their group went, so to achieve peace, the 2 remaining in the safe zone would have to be dealt with as well. Everything was going according to Su Yi's plan. Since Jiang Yan and his crew were already on their way, it was time for him to prepare to take care of the rest. Zhou Su, Zhu Menglei, and Su Xianting don't have special abilities and thus pose no significant threat. The ones remaining, Xiao Yu and He Kuan, so, he'll start with He Kuan then. After Shi Xiuyan and Wang Qian left, Zhou Su and Zhu Menglei returned to their place. Xiao Yu and He Kuan told them to stay in contact daily. Xiao Yu was particularly worried about Zhou Su. Zhou Su wasn't concerned at all, I can't escape anyway, they would definitely come for you first. The next day, Zhou Su woke up to find that Zhou Kong and Huang Yan were nowhere to be seen. They didn't show up until noon, looking somewhat strange and showing different attitudes towards him. Especially Huang Yan, who usually had a short temper but now refrained from yelling, even offering her hidden snacks to him, acting like an entirely different person. As Zhou Su ate and enjoyed being served by them, he asked, Dad, Mom, what's going on? Did your consciences suddenly wake up, or are you scared of going to hell after death? You. Huang Yan almost lost her temper, seeing Zhou Kang's guilty and shameful expression, she pushed him aside and smiled at Zhou Su, your dad and I realized we were too cruel to you before. We now want to make up for it, hoping that you will forgive us. These things, you can eat them all, Su, you don't need to save any for me or your father. Zhou Su had never held back from questioning them directly, deliberately bringing up old issues, Dad, can I ask you a question? Zhou Kong, what is it? Zhou Su looked at Zhou Kong and asked, when you and Mom abandoned me to run here to the safe zone, did you feel even the slightest regret? He saw through Huang Yan long ago and wouldn't forgive her regardless of what she did afterward. Su. We of course regretted it. Su, your dad and I regretted halfway through. We thought about going back to look for you, but there were just too many zombies, and no one was willing to go with us to look for you. Shut up. Was I asking you? I was asking my dad. Zhou Su glared coldly at Huang Yan, don't think I don't know it was you who incited my dad to abandon me. And you. Don't think I've forgotten everything just because I'm young. If it weren't for your interference between my parents, how could my mom die? Do you think I called you Mom just because my dad wanted me to treat you as my mom? All I wanted was to make you remember my real mom every time you hear me call you Mom, making you unable to get rid of my mom. As Zhou Su recalled the past, he became emotionally charged, standing up abruptly and grabbing the water cup with the intention to throw it at Huang Yan. However, he suddenly felt dizzy, realizing they had drugged him, but it was too late. Before losing consciousness, Zhou Su took one last look at Zhou Kong, this man who was useless as ever, always hiding behind women, letting them manipulate him into abandoning his own flesh and blood. What are you spacing out for? Quickly send him over to Dr. Su. Panting for breath, Huang Yan noticed Zhou Kong mired in guilt and self-reproach and kicked him, look at how much we've been tormented by him since he came. Before, we slept soundly, but since he came, we haven't had a single night of peaceful sleep or a decent meal. He takes everything for himself, but instead of eating it, he'd rather give it to others than let us have a bite. Did you not hear what he just said? Even though he calls us Mom and Dad, he has long stopped recognizing us. Why should we keep him around? I've wanted to take care of him for a long time, and now such a good opportunity arises. Not only can we resolve the problem of him, but we'll also get easier jobs. What are you still hesitating for? Zhou Kong stood up. With the help of Huang Yan, they put Zhou Su on his back and carried him together to Su Yi's office. Su Yi smiled satisfactorily and said, you may go back now, all the work has been arranged for you. If anyone asks, do you know what to say? Huang Yan nodded humbly in agreement, yes, thank you, Dr. Su. Dr. Su, what do you plan to do with him? Zhou Kong glanced worriedly at Zhou Su, but was pulled away halfway through his sentence by Huang Yan. Not even tigers eat their cubs, but apparently, this saying doesn't always hold true. Before Zhou Su could regain consciousness, Su Yi brought him down to the underground laboratory and locked him up. Beside the cage where Zhou Su was imprisoned, Li Chuyang was lying on a hospital bed, his hands and feet shackled. Su Yi had already begun reducing his medication dosage, but he still hadn't woken up. Aside from them, there were 2 zombies confined in the corner of this rather large laboratory. They were Su Yi's previous test subjects and objects of study. Chapter 77, Laboratory. Chuyang brother. Zhou Su woke up before Li Chuyang, and even before he could clearly identify the place, he realized something when he noticed Li Chuyang lying beside him. He screamed his lungs out until hoarse, but finally saw signs of Li Chuyang waking up. He immediately called out several times again. Zhou Su. How did you end up here? After a slight movement, Li Chuyang discovered that his hands and feet were bound, and his body felt soft, unable to use any strength. My parents sent me here. Zhou Su explained after speaking. Dr. Su tricked us, he made my brother and in search for your medicine in the city. He must have also said something to my parents, which caused them to send me here. Why does he want to capture you? Li Chuyang remembered what Dr. Su had told him right before he fell into unconsciousness. Su Yi had already detained him, so why did he still need to grab Zhou Su? I don't know. Zhou Su shook his head, having just guessed that Su Yi wasn't a good person and had deceived them. What about He Kun? Are they all right? I just woke up too. Zhou Su looked at Li Chuyang and asked, Brother Chuyang, why does he want to capture you? He wants to use me for research. Hearing this, Zhou Su couldn't help but look at the two caged zombies in the corner, shivering with fear. Su Yi must be afraid that Brother Anan would come looking for you, so he tricked them into leaving. This isn't good. Brother He Kun and the others are also in danger. They'll probably notice my disappearance and come looking for me. Zhou Su added, this must be part of Su Yi's plan. He plans on capturing all of us to experiment on. Upon hearing Zhou Su's words, Li Chuyang figured out Su Yi's true intentions as well. Su Yi was likely concerned about Fu Han coming after him but found Fu Han and Xiaxia difficult to deal with. So Su Yi tricked them into leaving behind He Kun and the few others as mere subjects for his experiments. It's all my fault. If I had realized earlier that there was something wrong with my parents, I wouldn't have ended up being captured here. I could have warned Brother He Kun. He thought too lowly of Zhou Kang's ruthlessness and promised himself that if given another chance, he would personally kill Zhou Kang and Huang Yan. It's not your fault. It's mine for trusting Su Yi too easily. Believing himself to have an ace up his sleeve led him to think Su Yi wouldn't dare to do anything. Li Chuyang quickly snapped out of his remorse, looking towards the two caged zombies. He attempted to control them to save both himself and Zhou Su but found his mind too dizzy to concentrate enough to use his powers. Additionally, the cages themselves seemed strange as if designed to prevent him from using his abilities on the zombies. Chuyang brother. The voice had barely faded when Su Yi descended the stairs holding some food. You're awake. His eyes flickered over Zhou Su, ignoring him completely. Su Yi placed the food aside and addressed Li Chuyang, I assume the both of you are hungry. I've brought you some food. However, he did not immediately give them the food. Why did you kidnap us? Zhou Su shouted loudly, pretending to be naive, what did we ever do to you? Su Yi glanced at him briefly, regretting not gagging him sooner, then turned back to address Li Chuyang, didn't you say you can control the undead? Do it now. Show me. If I find out you're lying to me, neither of you will eat today. After saying this, Su Yi moved one of the zombies into another cage where he placed two balloons in the corner. He adjusted Li Chuyang's bed slightly higher so that he could have a clear view of the zombie within its cage, make the zombie pop those two balloons. Zhou Su, upon hearing Su Yi's words, grew quiet, unsure of exactly what was happening. Su Yi implied that Chuyang brother had superpowers and the ability to control zombies. But why wasn't this detected when they first entered the safe zone? Li Chuyang only stared silently at Su Yi without making a move. Su Yi chuckled lightly, sounding somewhat calm yet eerily insane, looks like you haven't fully grasped the current situation you're in. With a needle, he drew a tube of zombie virus, walking towards Zhou Su. Zhou Su immediately backed away as far into the cage as possible, fearful and asking, what is that stuff? It's what will turn you into a zombie. Reaching out, Su Yi grabbed Zhou Su, who was entirely powerless against him, if you're lucky enough, perhaps you'll survive this and awaken some special abilities. Zhou Su fiercely shook his head and cried out, no. I don't want superpowers. Whatever you want me to do, I'll follow you. But you're useless to me, I don't need you. Su Yi glanced at Li Chuyang, I need him. What do you want Chuyang for? He refuses to cooperate with me. If he'd listened to me, things wouldn't have turned out like this. We could have gotten along and ruled the world together, but he's too arrogant. Rule the world. Are you insane? Ah. Su Yi grabbed Zhou Su tightly, am I insane? It's you people who are ignorant. Do you know how powerful his special abilities are? He said he can control zombies. Don't you see that he controls an army of zombies? With such a massive zombie army under our command, who in this world wouldn't obey us? If he won't listen, I'll turn him into a zombie. What if Brother Chuyang was lying to you? Su Yi moved the needle closer to Zhou Su's arm and said regretfully, then both of you will be nothing more than my test subjects. I'm not lying to you. Li Chuyang spoke up, his voice weak, let him go first. Humph. Su Yi didn't fear any tricks, do it then. Zhou Su looked back and forth between them, focusing intently on the zombie inside the cage. Li Chuyang gave it a try. This time it went smoothly, but he deliberately made it seem difficult, letting the zombie move slowly, breaking the balloons with its fingers. Bang! After popping the balloons, the zombie immediately returned to its normal state, furiously clawing at the cage. Su Yi and Zhou Su snapped back to reality. The former laughed loudly as if already seeing everyone, even the zombies bowing down to him. The latter was shocked at Li Chuyang, realizing he truly had this capability despite himself never knowing about it. For a moment, he wasn't sure whether to rejoice over being saved by Li Chuyang or lament that Li Chuyang had kept this secret from him. Good, it seems you weren't lying to me. Su Yi calmed down, smiling as he handed food to Zhou Su before feeding Li Chuyang. Although Li Chuyang didn't want to eat, he was indeed starving. Su Yi thought he had full control over Li Chuyang and wouldn't risk further resistance. That's the spirit. As long as you two follow my orders, I won't harm you. Looking at Su Yi's smile, Li Chuyang could only tell himself to endure until he recovered somewhat. He had only one chance. If Su Yi discovered that Li Chuyang could control not just zombies, but also humans and abnormals, then Su Yi might subject him to something far worse, putting Zhou Su and others in greater danger. Before leaving, Su Yi locked the zombies back into their original cages to ensure Li Chuyang couldn't control these two, preventing potential incidents. Li Chuyang noticed Zhou Su wasn't eating and urged him with a few words. But all Zhou Su asked was, "Who else did you tell about your powers?" "Only Brother Fu and he couldn't know." Li Chuyang glanced at him. After hearing his response, Zhou Su's sullen expression revealed a hint of a smile. "Brother Chuyang, you've hidden this pretty well. I had no idea." "Not only did I sometimes sound stupid because of your words," Zhou Su added silently. "What should we do now? Have you figured anything out?" Zhou Su paused suddenly, examining the entire room and lowering his voice. "Could Su Yi have installed surveillance in the room?" "I don't know." Li Chuyang wasn't fully aware since he rarely regained consciousness here and Su Yi hadn't mentioned anything. "We should still be careful," Zhou Su hesitated, munching on the food while pondering how they could exchange important information discreetly. He quickly came up with an excellent idea. "Chuyang brother, whenever we don't want Su Yi to hear, let's use, as a code word. Like this, Chuyang brother, you. Li Chuyang. What did you say?" You. The next day, there was another person added to the laboratory cage, He Kuan, who fared worse than Zhou Su. Since he had abnormal powers, he was bound and injected with anesthesia, standing upright barely possible, let alone using his powers. He could manage only a few words at a time before losing strength. However, this wasn't the most frightening part for Li Chuyang yet. Although Su Yi had captured them, he hadn't done much to them. After capturing He Kuan, Su Yi drew blood samples from all three of them, adding unknown substances to begin his experiments. There was no one else in the lab. Su Yi worked alone without assistance. Perhaps unable to find anyone to share, Su Yi introduced his ongoing experimental research to Li Chuyang. "I want to know how the zombie virus reacts with each of your 3 blood samples. As it turns out, everything's normal. The evolved zombie virus only manifests its characteristics when it interacts with humans, the blood and other environments it survives in show no difference." Su Yi said dejectedly, his eyes seeming to glow as he stared at the zombie virus before him. "This virus is incredible. I've never seen a virus like this. It seems to have gone through countless evolutions to gain its current abilities. Its power feels like it doesn't even belong on Earth. Crazy man." "Humph." Su Yi glanced at He Kuan, speaking coldly to him, "Don't be so arrogant. Once I develop the special ability suppressant, you'll become an ordinary person in front of me." Su Yi moved suddenly to Li Chuyang's side. "By the way, I haven't yet introduced to you what I'm currently researching. One is the special ability suppressant, which can inhibit special ability users from utilizing their powers, making it easier for us to deal with those people with superhuman abilities. And I also have another great research project, replicating special abilities. Can you imagine what this world would become once I've developed such a thing? This world will completely belong to me. Whatever special abilities I want to possess, I can possess them, and whoever I want to give these powers to will receive them. Ha ha ha. Your mental-based special abilities, I will also come to possess them." Chapter 78, A Failed Experiment. "So what do you want to keep me for?" Li Chuyang didn't know if Su Yi's words could come true, but the way Su Yi looked now was just completely insane. There wasn't a trace of humanity in his eyes, all that remained was utter madness. "Psychic mutants are rather rare, and you, my dear, are my treasure. Until I figure out how to replicate abilities, I'll ensure you stay alive." Su Yi gently caressed Li Chuyang's face with his hand, a deranged smile on his face mixed with a hint of coldness. "But don't think that because I consider you my treasure, I won't harm you. I only need you to stay alive. Your hands, your feet, even your eyes, they're no use to me at all. So whatever you do, don't provoke me." "Ha ha, ha ha." Zhou Su, locked in a cage, upon seeing Su Yi's expression and grin, felt an intense chill down his spine. He had thought Su Haixin and Ant Black were the most repulsive and twisted people he'd ever encountered, but compared to Su Yi, who looked polished and gentlemanly, they weren't worth mentioning. He had previously thought about pretending to listen to Su Yi, hoping this would get him released from the cage, but it now seemed impossible. Su Yi trusted only himself and didn't need anyone else to do things for him. Su Yi was incredibly cautious, probably due to good habits maintained as a researcher, meticulous and hardworking, highly sensitive when it came to time management. He never allowed Li Chuyang and He Kuan too much time to be awake or use their abilities. As for Li Chuyang, who wanted to control 2 zombies, apart from during performances demanded by Su Yi, the rest of the time the zombies were locked in a special cage where he couldn't control them. Taking advantage of one of Su Yi's happy moments, driven by curiosity, Li Chuyang asked a question. Perhaps encouraged by some progress in his research, Su Yi was in an excellent mood and gave him an answer. There is an interference device in that cage over there, it's specifically designed to influence psychic abilities like yours. Actually, I still haven't fully understood how it works, it was invented by my teacher. But with you here, I believe I'll soon figure it out. In fact, most of what he knew about zombies and mutations had been discovered by his teacher, but the teacher had never let him participate in the core research. That's why he had to start everything from scratch. Su Yi began injecting other substances into Hikuan and Zhou Su, experimental agents whose effects were not yet clear. After slowing down the dosage for Li Chuyang and seeing that he posed little threat, Su Yi cut off the medication entirely, allowing Li Chuyang more time to be conscious. He planned to wait until Li Chuyang regained his strength to begin training him in controlling zombies. Moreover, later on, he also brought in Xiaoyu into the mix. And Xiaoyu's spatial ability posed absolutely no threat, so Su Yi simply locked her up in a cage without drugging her. He merely gagged her whenever she talked too much. In front of Su Yi, Zhou Su's intelligence and tricks were utterly useless. No matter how much Zhou Su pleaded, not a single word got through to Su Yi, who carried out his plans as usual. Seeing Su Yi prepare to inject a mixture of zombie virus and Hikuan's blood into Zhou Su, Li Chuyang finally lost patience and tried to stop Su Yi. With a light laugh, Su Yi replied, "I've just begun, this is only the first step in my experiment. Do you really think I'd listen to you? You clearly don't understand me at all. This will create many problems if we can't work together." Upon realizing that persuasion was futile, Li Chuyang immediately tried to control Su Yi. For less than 2 seconds, Su Yi was frozen, then quickly reacted, breaking free from Li Chuyang's control. Shocked, he stared at Li Chuyang, slowly stepping towards him, quietly asking, "Did you just try something on me? You can't fool me. In this room, apart from you, no one else could affect me, and only you might possess such a capability." Su Yi smirked coldly, "You deceived me. Your power isn't just about controlling zombies, you can also control people, right?" Suddenly, he grabbed Li Chuyang's arm tightly, pinching with such force that Li Chuyang furrowed his brows in pain. "Speak. Answer me, are my guesses correct? If you don't want to see them die right in front of you, you'd better not hide anything from me anymore." "Yes, but it's difficult to succeed." Su Yi suddenly burst into laughter, leaning close to Li Chuyang's face and saying coldly, "Do you think I'm so laughable? Did I foolishly believe I could control you? You've been secretly planning to control me, haven't you? You want to control me to save them, then get yourself freed. Is that it?" Li Chuyang turned his head to avoid Su Yi's chilling gaze, but Su Yi wouldn't give him any room to escape. He gripped Li Chuyang's chin, forcing their eyes to meet. "You're far too disobedient this time, you've really provoked me." Slap. Su Yi fiercely slapped him across the face, then walked over to Zhou Su's cage, dragging Zhou Su out roughly and shouting Li Chuyang's name as he made Li Chuyang watch him inject the drug into Zhou Su's body. "If you dare stop me again, the next one will be in Xiaoyu, then Zhu Menglei. My dear, don't worry, soon you'll get used to this. And you'll no longer think of stopping me." Zhou Su covered his arm and back into the furthest corner of the cage, slumping there, starting to become visibly abnormal. "Zhou Su!" Li Chuyang called out helplessly, his eyes turning red with desperation. Hikuan still lay semi-conscious in the cage, while Xiaoyu was completely stunned, unsure of what to say. When she saw Su Yi's gaze turn towards her, she instinctively took a couple of steps back. In this place, Su Yi seemed like someone who held all power within his grasp. The only people they knew outside were Zhu Menglei and Su Xinting. However, neither could find anyone to come rescue them. Was it destined for them to die here and become Su Yi's test subjects? After witnessing another capability of Li Chuyang's psychic abilities, Su Yi grew cautious once more. He immediately resumed the drugs Li Chuyang had been given just less than a day ago. Unable to resist, Li Chuyang could only watch helplessly as Su Yi abused them freely. Most painful for him was having to watch Zhou Su slowly transform into a zombie. At first, Zhou Su could still mutter a few words, but gradually he lost consciousness, his complexion growing pale, drenched in sweat. Silently, Li Chuyang urged Zhou Su on in his heart, hoping he would survive. When Zhou Su opened his eyes, though, Li Chuyang knew it was already too late. Zhou Su's previously lively eyes became dull and muddy, never to call them familiar names again. Now, he was merely a walking corpse, mindlessly waving his hands, driven solely by a desire for the living. Seeing Zhou Su in this state, Li Chuyang closed his eyes and turned away, a single tear slipping from the corner of his eye. And Xiaoyu let her gaze drop in dejection, reminiscing about every little interaction they had shared with Zhou Su. She couldn't believe Zhou Su had turned into a zombie right before their eyes. After mourning and reflecting on their loss, she turned her worried eyes towards Hikuan lying beside her, contemplating her own fate. Su Yi had said that she would be the next experimental subject. Su Yi's experiment had failed. His goal was to replicate Hikuan's powers onto Zhou Su, but instead, Zhou Su became a pure zombie. This outcome was surely disappointing and infuriating for Su Yi, prompting him to continue his experiments on Xiaoyu immediately. Li Chuyang realized his time was running out. He must control Su Yi before Su Yi started on Xiaoyu. These few individuals were far from enough for Su Yi. There would inevitably be many sacrifices on the path to his success. Zhu Menglei and Su Xinting would be his next targets. Although crime was technically not allowed in a safe zone, without recognition or disclosure, who else would know? That's why Su Yi planned to capture everyone associated with Li Chuyang, to serve as his lab rats. Compared to the smart and cunning Su Xinting, Zhu Menglei posed much less of a threat, especially since she still had 2 family members. So Su Yi planned to bring Su Xinting in first. But after the others disappeared, Su Xinting didn't seek help from anyone or try contacting him. Instead, she ran to Jiang Yan's men for protection. Having failed to capture Su Xinting, Su Yi was in an extremely foul mood. Upon returning to the lab, he hoped Zhou Su might surprise him, but indeed, he got a surprise, just not the kind he wanted. Zhou Su lay motionless inside the cage, unresponsive no matter how Su Yi shouted, seemingly dead. Shouldn't he have either turned into a zombie or awakened some ability? Why was he dead? Su Yi cautiously opened the cage and approached Zhou Su. Just as he stepped closer, Zhou Su suddenly sprang up and tackled him to the ground. Su Yi barely managed to push Zhou Su away and ran out of the cage, wanting to lock Zhou Su back in. However, Zhou Su relentlessly clung to him, preventing him from locking the cage. Panicking, Su Yi tried to find the anesthetic specifically designed for zombies. Just as he was about to get it, his body suddenly went unresponsive. It was as if he had been kicked out of his own body and locked into a blank prison with no walls or doors. He couldn't see anything, hear anything, or feel anything. There was nothing except himself. Li Chuyang didn't dare to be the slightest bit negligent or relaxed. First, he controlled Su Yi to rescue and Xiaoyu, then he Kuan. Watch over him. Li Chuyang, fearing that Su Yi might break free of his control at any moment, reminded and Xiaoyu before allowing Su Yi to release him. He Kuan's consciousness was still unclear, and Li Chuyang had no idea what kind of drug Su Yi had used on him, or even if there was an antidote. As soon as he got off the bed that had confined him, his legs went limp, and he fell to the ground. And Xiaoyu supported He Kuan and didn't have a hand to help Li Chuyang. Meanwhile, Zhou Su stood by idly, following the command given by Li Chuyang. To fully control Su Yi, Li Chuyang had no extra focus to spare on Zhou Su. In that very instant, Su Yi felt like he had returned to his own body, freed from that terrifying prison. Chapter 79, Escape. Su Yi was just gloating over regaining control of his body, contemplating hacking off Li Chuyang's legs so he'd never dare defy him again, nor be able to escape. Suddenly, a needle-like stabbing pain shot through his brain. Before he could recover, his hand picked up the knife from the desk, intending to stab the knife toward the Li Chuyang in front of him. It instead slowly and uncontrollably moved towards his own neck. Li Chuyang's dark and calm eyes gazed neither coldly nor warmly but like glass, reflecting Su Yi's face. What Su Yi saw was not Li Chuyang but himself, his face contorted as if he and Li Chuyang were pulling on it. Though it lasted only an instant, the pain felt like an eternity. The knife shifted gently from one side to the other, slicing into his neck. At that moment, Su Yi didn't know whether it was his intention or Li Chuyang's control. As Su Yi fell, Li Chuyang also collapsed, clutching his head with both hands. Su Yi had only experienced a fleeting pain, but he felt as though countless needles were piercing his mind, flooding with foreign memories not his own. They surged into his brain like a tidal wave unleashed by opening a sluice gate, rampaging wildly, leaving him unable to calm them down. And Xiaoyu was stunned, snapping out of her daze only to see Li Chuyang curled up in agony. She hesitated to touch him. With Su Yi's corpse lying nearby, Zhou Su turned into a zombie too, and there were 2 more zombies in the cage behind them. Her thoughts were disordered but soon calmed herself. She put He Kuan aside, then swiftly disposed of Su Yi's body, preventing any further chaos should he turn back into a zombie. As for Zhou Su, she decided to wait until Li Chuyang woke up before deciding what to do next. Although Li Chuyang's actions seemed frightening, and Xiaoyu knew it was Li Chuyang who had saved them. Without him, they would all have been turned into zombies, becoming Su Yi's terrifying test subjects. But what should they do now? With Su Yi dead, how would they leave? How would they escape this safe zone? What about Su Xinting and Zhu Menglei? They had no idea what had happened to them, or if Su Yi had done anything to them. After an unknown amount of time, Li Chuyang finally ceased to feel any pain. The things in his mind disappeared but he knew they merely hid away. When he needed them, he could summon them at any time, like now. Li Chuyang slowly stood up, grabbed 2 vials, injecting them into himself and He Kuan respectively. He gradually felt more lucid, and He Kuan slowly regained consciousness. What are these? And Xiaoyu watched as Li Chuyang quickly tidied up some things in the lab, mainly a few vials, then instructed her to store them. Then, Li Chuyang released the 2 zombies from their cages. Once free, they pounced toward him but stopped short, standing quietly like Zhou Su did before. Li Chuyang dismantled the interference device inside and stored it. Walking over to Zhou Su, he silently said goodbye to him mentally, then told Xiaoyu to prepare to leave. Though Zhou Su had already become a zombie, it wouldn't be good to leave 3 zombies and Su Yi's corpse here, and Xiaoyu worried someone might discover the corpse or the zombies might cause trouble. I've already arranged everything here, let's leave first. Li Chuyang gave one last look around, He had no interest in Su Yi's research and wanted it all to turn to ashes along with Su Yi. Li Chuyang took in Xiao Yu through another door, and she noticed he seemed familiar with this place but realized it wasn't the right time to ask questions. The trio circled around to the back of Zone A. Li Chuyang stopped them, saying, "I have something else to take care of, you stay here and wait for me. I'll bring Su Xinting here, then we'll go find Brother Fu." "Chuyang, what are you going to do?" He Kuan had recovered significantly and was now able to stand on his own. Li Chuyang didn't turn around, simply stating, to fulfill Zhou Su's wish. Zone D. Zhou Kong hadn't slept well for several nights. He often saw Zhou Su when he closed his eyes, dreaming that Zhou Su turned into a zombie looking for him and Huang Yan, aiming to turn them into zombies too. Huang Yan was the exact opposite of Zhou Kong. Although she didn't know what Su Yi made Zhou Su do, it couldn't be good. Zhou Su would die sooner or later in Su Yi's hands. The thought of this made her laugh in her dreams. Besides, their daily work had become easier, they no longer had to toil so hard. Indeed, Zhou Su was there just to suppress them, and with him gone, life became more comfortable. Seeing Zhou Kang's troubled face, Huang Yan consoled him several times but then stopped caring. As they were resting in the house, a sudden knock on the door startled Zhou Kang. He stiffened his spine and froze, too scared to open the door. "Look at your pitiful face. Even if Zhou Su came back, would he eat you?" Huang Yan gave him a kick and went over to open the door. Seeing Li Chuyang, she impatiently said, "Zhou Su isn't here, look for him elsewhere." As she was about to close the door, her hand moved against her will, opening the door wide to welcome Li Chuyang in. Why are you here?" Zhou Kong trembled as he asked, his eyes glued to the space behind Li Chuyang, fearing Zhou Su might suddenly pop out. "I have come to give you some news that should be good for you." "What kind of news?" "Zhou Su is dead." Zhou Kong remained dazed for several seconds, staring at Li Chuyang with an open mouth, unsure what questions to ask. Huang Yan let out a laugh and immediately acted arrogantly, saying, "We get it, you can leave now. This is our family matter, we don't need your concern." When she tried to push Li Chuyang out, he looked at her suddenly and said, "He had one last wish before dying, and I am here to fulfill it." "What wish?" Zhou Kong and Huang Yan asked simultaneously, the former tense with fear, the latter dismissing it casually. "He wished for you two to accompany him." After speaking, Li Chuyang turned and left the room. Huang Yan closed the door, her eyes blank as she stared at the similarly vacant eyes of Zhou Kong. They walked to the window and jumped down, one after the other. "Zhou Su, the things you wanted me to do, I've done for you. I'm sorry I wasn't able to save you." Su Xinting successively heard about Dr. Su Yi's lab catching fire and a couple from Zone D committing suicide without apparent reason. The former incident reminded her of the missing He Kuan and others, while she paid little attention to the latter. While investigating the news of the laboratory, she spotted Li Chuyang in the crowd and quickly followed him. Li Chuyang noticed Su Xinting when he found someone trailing behind them. It turned out to be two ordinary-looking people just curious about Su Xinting, and he simply took care of them. "How did you end up here? Do you know where He Kuan and Xiao Yu went?" Su Xinting asked hastily. Li Chuyang replied, "We're preparing to leave and find Brother Fu." Although Su Xinting wondered how such a large group could leave considering the severity of the situation and Su Yi's lab fire possibly being related to them, the guards at the gate certainly wouldn't let them go easily. However, the deeper she followed Li Chuyang, the more confused she felt. Hadn't he said they were leaving? Why were they heading towards Zone A? Not seeing Zhou Su and Zhu Menglei, Su Xinting did not inquire much further and silently followed along with Xiao Yu and the rest behind Li Chuyang. "What place is this?" Xiao Yu asked curiously. He Kuan had recovered and now trailed Xiao Yu, with Su Xinting following last. Li Chuyang led them into Zone A through the back door and descended to its basement. Here lay a secret passage leading outside the safe zone. All this information was obtained from Su Yi's memories. Though Su Yi hadn't taken this passage, he still knew the password for the main gate. Li Chuyang hadn't intentionally searched Su Yi's memories until Su Yi was nearly regaining control over his body. At that point, he realized that once Su Yi succeeded, everyone else would surely be killed by him except himself, which could never happen. In that moment, although Su Yi momentarily reclaimed his body, what Li Chuyang had mastered was no longer merely Su Yi's body but also seemed capable of commanding Su Yi's own actions. Despite Su Yi's best attempts to resist, he met his demise at his own hands. While taking over Su Yi, Li Chuyang inexplicably inherited all of Su Yi's memories. Still, it didn't mean that because Su Yi was a doctor, he himself automatically became one. What he gained were more pieces of knowledge, like having many ingredients, but turning these ingredients into food is another matter entirely. Once he had time, absorbing those pieces of knowledge completely might enable him to accomplish this. Through the secret passage, they safely arrived outside the secure area. This place, which they once longed for and pursued, has now become their nightmare and calamity. Su Yi had many high-ranking friends in Safe Zone 8. Though it was unclear when they would find out, they would eventually come looking for them. They couldn't stay here any longer. "Let's go find Brother Fu and Brethren. Do you know where they are?" "Yes." Su Yi had tricked them into going somewhere he knew all too well, including the plan he told Jiang Yan to eliminate Fu Han and Xiaozhe using Jiang Yan's group. They currently had no car, and with so much time having passed, Jiang Yan's group should have already caught up to Fu Han and Xiaozhe. They didn't know how Brother Fu and Brother An were doing right now. Chapter 80, Strike First. Li Chuyang and the others had walked all day when they first encountered Jiang Yan's big truck. The sky was about to darken, and Jiang Yan had chosen this relatively open place, where zombies could be immediately detected if they approached, to camp and rest. Rest for one night, then set off early in the morning, arriving back at safety zone number 8 before noon. One after another, the group got off the truck, taking out food and water to begin resting. He Kun was the first to hear the sound of their large truck, and followed the direction of the sound to find Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan's chosen rest area was surrounded by not too many obstacles, so they couldn't get close, forcing He Kun to judge from the sounds how many people were there and what they were saying. This time, Jiang Yan brought 2 brothers along, as well as 3 more people, thinking that their 6 members would be enough to deal with Fu Han and Xiaozhe. But they didn't expect Shi Xiuyan and Wang Qian to suddenly appear, and if it weren't for his carelessness, mistakenly believing these 2 came to help, they wouldn't have been caught off guard by a sneak attack. He indeed underestimated the strength of Fu Han and Xiaozhe. Sui had not informed him that Fu Han's ability had already been upgraded to level B. Brother Jiang, what do we do once we go back? They will surely know we are returning to the safe zone and will probably escape. Humph. Jiang Yan crushed the empty tin can in his hand and threw it on the ground, lighting a cigarette, and said, we don't need to worry about them running away. They went out to look for medicine, there are still their comrades inside the safety zone. There is no way they will ignore those people. So aren't we just waiting in the safe zone? I want them to fall into my trap. We have hostages in our hands. No matter how capable they are, they'll think twice before acting recklessly, in the end they will obediently follow our orders. Brother Jiang, you will get revenge for Brother Jiang and Brother Sheng. And Zhao Hui and He Yang. Yes, brothers Hui and He were also killed by them. Although I've crippled one of Xiaozhe's legs and Fu Han wasn't injured too seriously, Shi Xiuyan and Wang Qian haven't sustained much injury either, there is a high possibility that they might catch up. Be careful tonight. Brother Jiang, you can rest assured, Xiao Ke has already gone around setting up traps. If they dare to ambush us at night, we'll ensure that they are blown to pieces. Decay side, they 4 are all abilities users, otherwise Brother Jiang wouldn't have lost to them, it's unfortunate that they won't serve under you, Brother Jiang. This encounter between Brother Jiang and Fu Han's group was truly devastating. Zhao Hui, Sun Yong, and He Yang each were top-notch fighters, whether using guns or knives. Especially He Yang, who was the strongest physically among their 7-member team, fearless and pain-free, nothing in this world could make He Yang lose his composure. Brother Jiang was a force abilities user, completely overpowered Sister Wang Qian, who, compared to Brother Jiang, looked like a child. Were it not for Xiaozhe assisting Sister Wang Qian, continuously using vines to interfere with Brother Jiang, how could Brother Jiang die at the hands of Sister Wang Qian? Brother Sheng's ability was somewhat special, unclear exactly what it should be called, but Brother Sheng had a prestigious nickname, Gun God. This title didn't imply that his gun skill surpassed Brother Jiang's, rather he used his abilities to control the speed and direction of bullets. Meaning, no one could escape Brother Sheng's tracking bullets. Every bullet fired from Brother Sheng's gun was dead accurate, and no matter what, impossible to evade, even Fu Han. The first shot by Brother Sheng struck Fu Han's shoulder, thus revealing Brother Sheng's ability. It was the first time Brother Sheng used more than one bullet, second and third shots, even more bullets, to kill. The second bullet just grazed Fu Han's arm, the third one Fu Han did not dodge again but instead stood there letting Brother Sheng shoot, the bullet accurately heading towards Fu Han's heart, over the same distance, taking less than half the time of the previous shot. Thinking Fu Han couldn't possibly avoid it, a wall of fire instantly appeared in front of Fu Han's chest, swallowing the bullet which instantly turned to ashes without ever reaching Fu Han's clothes. In the face of Fu Han's overwhelming strength, Brother Sheng's abilities seemed like a child's plaything. After failing to harm Fu Han with the third bullet, none of the following ones would have any chance either. Unfortunately, Zhang's power was suppressed by Fu Han's ability, or else Brother Sheng wouldn't have died. Rest for now, we'll set off early tomorrow. Jiang Yan stamped out his cigarette on the ground and climbed onto the back of the truck. After Decay helped Xiao Ke prepare everything properly, they both climbed aboard the truck to sleep, sitting at opposite ends of the truck's tail, each covered with a thick green cotton coat for warmth. Li Chuyang and the others, hidden in the forest on the backside of the hill, lit a fire to keep warm. He Kun returned to their side after no longer hearing any voices, and Li Chuyang handed him a cup of hot water and a warm roasted potato. He Kun took a sip of the hot water, peeling the potato skin while saying, there are only 3 of them, one is called Brother Jiang, and the other 2 are Big K and Little K. Su Xinting added, Brother Jiang is Jiang Yan, he's the leader of the 8 of them, I heard he was previously their company commander. Big K and Little K are his followers who began supporting him after they arrived at the safety zone. They listened to Jiang Yan. This time, those who went with Jiang Yan were also Jiang Chongjian and Li Sheng. What about them? He Kun thought for a moment and said, judging by what Big K implied, it seems they have already died. He glanced at Xiao Yu and softened his tone, saying, I also heard Jiang Yan mention that he has disabled one of Brother An's legs, and Fu Han has been injured. And Xiao Yu immediately became agitated and stood up, staring at He Kun as she asked, what did he say? How is my brother doing now? He didn't specify much, just mentioned that Fu Han wasn't severely injured and Shi Shiyan and Wang Qian suffered minor injuries. He quickly assured her to prevent her from rushing out to confront Jiang Yan, continuing, at least none of your comrades are in mortal danger. We will find a way to heal Brother An's leg, there must be some ability users among so many people who can treat him. That they are alive is the best outcome, Su Xinting responded in a low and somewhat cold voice. All of Jiang Yan's group are ability users. Zhao Hui and He Yang, especially He Yang, are formidable fighters. Although I don't know how you managed to kill them both, it's clear Jiang Yan's group of 3 will be even harder to handle. Jiang Changjian is incredibly strong, and Li Sheng's marksmanship has never failed. They are armed with guns and explosives, not something most ability users could take on. After listening to Su Xinting, and Xiao Yu slightly calmed down but still worriedly hoped to see Xiaozhi soon. He Kun had a different concern, Fu Han is injured, we don't know if they'll come after Jiang Yan or head back to the safety zone to look for us, or perhaps they've gone somewhere else. Su Xinting considered this, with Brother An's leg injury, Fu Han would definitely not leave him behind. The nearest place with proper medical resources is safety zone number 8. They'd also assume we're still in the safety zone, so they won't go anywhere else. I speculate that they must be following Jiang Yan closely and are even more eager to return to safety zone number 8. Do you mean Fu Han might chase Jiang Yan down to eliminate him? It's hard to say, Fu Han had already killed 3 of Jiang Yan's men, but he was not someone to exterminate enemies completely. His main focus would certainly be to return to safety zone number 8 and ensure they wouldn't be caught by Jiang Yan. Li Chuyang glanced at Su Xinting and pulled He Kun aside, asking, did you hear any sounds of zombies nearby? In Su Yi's lab, He Kun was less aware than Li Chuyang due to being unconscious for long periods, so he hadn't personally witnessed much of what happened, but he knew a lot from Xiaoyu, asking curiously, what do you plan to do? Li Chuyang responded, we can't let Jiang Yan go back. He Kun agreed. Jiang Yan was merciless, and once aware of their existence, he wouldn't leave any of them alive. They must strike first. Should they fall into Jiang Yan's hands, their fate wouldn't be better than falling into Su Yi's. He Kun looked at Li Chuyang and asked, so what's your plan? They've placed traps around the truck. It's impossible for the zombies to get close. Let the zombies set off the traps then, Li Chuyang told him, with worry in his voice, Big K and Little K don't have any abilities, I should be able to control them without issue. I might not be able to control Jiang Yan, though. He is the hardest to deal with, and we may need your help. I'll try my best to control Big K and Little K to assist you. No problem, He Kun replied, glancing back at Xiaoyu and Su Xinting. We'd better ask Su Xinting first about Jiang Yan's ability so we know what to expect. Su Xinting wasn't entirely clear on Jiang Yan's exact ability, nor could she explain it clearly. She learned most things about them through Sun Yong, who was always the most afraid of Jiang Yan and He Yang. They seldom mentioned Jiang Yan. Since they had decided to kill Jiang Yan, Su Xinting readily agreed, letting Jiang Yan live would undoubtedly cause future trouble for them. Su Xinting absolutely did not want to be captured by Jiang Yan again before she could return to North Dragon City. Su Xinting recounted everything she knew about Jiang Yan, although all 8 of them came from the military, Jiang Yan and He Yang have the strongest abilities among them. Jiang Yan is particularly outstanding in reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance skills. On several occasions during their journey, it was he who first detected their opponents when they were being targeted. No one can hide undetected under his watchful eyes. His marksmanship is second only to Li Sheng's. Li Sheng's bullets can track their targets, while Jiang Yan's can penetrate walls to take down enemies. As long as we get within a certain range of him, even if there are walls or trees blocking us, he'll instantly know where we're hiding. Is he really that good? Does his ability give him X-ray vision or something? Can he only see people? Are things like walls, trees, and even clothes useless against him? He couldn't imagine Jiang Yan's power and instinctively tightened his grip on his coat, the thoughts growing increasingly unsettling. Chapter 81, Cease Resistance. Yu Yan DJ. He Kun snapped back to reality, wrapped his arm around Li Chuyang's shoulder, and said smugly, no matter how powerful Jiang Yan is, he can't be stronger than our Chuyang, right? Su Xinting glanced at Li Chuyang but didn't say anything more. She wasn't very clear about what kind of abilities Li Chuyang possessed, but looking at his harmless face and the strength hidden beneath his frail body, she felt this was not someone easy to provoke. Yet people often let their first impressions of his appearance overshadow the danger and threat he posed. I'll deal with Jiang Yan later. Sister Xiaoyu and Su Xinting, you two keep an eye on Chuyang. If anything happens, you leave with Chuyang first, don't worry about me. That was the only way. Su Xinting had no combat ability, and even Xiaoyu's skills wouldn't protect her from Jiang Yan's gun. Li Chuyang needed protection while using his abilities. In the woods, they found a few zombies. Li Chuyang controlled these zombies to go ahead and break the traps that Jiang Yan had set up around the truck. As soon as the zombies appeared nearby, Jiang Yan, who was sleeping in the truck, woke up. He kicked each of Decay and Xiao K, saying, zombies are coming. Decay and Xiao K jolted awake from their sleep. After exchanging puzzled glances with Jiang Yan, they lifted the tarpaulin and indeed saw several dark silhouettes moving toward them. The two jumped off the truck and were just about to shoot the zombies before they triggered their traps, when the zombies suddenly noticed them and started sprinting forward, detonating the traps in the process. Bang! A massive fireball erupted in the darkness, blowing the incoming zombies into pieces. Decay scratched his head and said to Jiang Yan, "The traps have all been set off by the zombies. We need to set them up again." Xiao Ke had already gone to the truck to get some landmines. "Something's off," Jiang Yan said, circling around and drawing the pistol holstered at his waist. He warily surveyed the surroundings. Decay and Xiao Ke also pulled out their guns, defending Jiang Yan on both sides as they waited for his command. On the right. A violent gust swept in from the right side, stirring up sand and dust. Before Decay and Xiao Ke could react to see anything, Jiang Yan fired several rounds at the center of the gust. "Brother Jiang!" Decay shouted. Jiang Yan quickly gave them a few directions. Both Decay and Xiao Ke followed Jiang Yan's orders and shot in the given directions. They weren't sure if they hit anything as the violent wind had already reached them. The three had to hold onto the truck tightly to avoid being blown away. As they focused their attention on Hikuan, Li Chuyang appeared. The darkness did not affect his use of his powers. Decay and Xiao Ke might have had stronger willpower than ordinary people, but they were still normal people without superhuman abilities. Controlling such individuals was second nature to Li Chuyang. Under Li Chuyang's control, Decay aimed his gun at Jiang Yan. However, before firing, he suddenly yelled at Jiang Yan, "Brother Jiang, watch out." Jiang Yan managed to roll aside in time, dodging Decay's aim. His confused eyes swept over both men. Xiao Ke stood dumbfounded against the car like a block of wood, while Decay looked conflicted and continuously fired shots at him, seemingly struggling to speak. Without fully understanding what happened, Jiang Yan decisively shot Decay in the chest. Just as he was about to do the same to Xiao Ke, a fierce gust of wind came rushing from behind him, forcing him to hide in front of the truck. Simultaneously, he noticed Hikuan's figure. Decay. At the moment Decay fell, Xiao Ke abruptly came to his senses. Li Chuyang clutched his chest. When Decay was shot, he felt as though he too had been struck by a bullet, forcing him to break his control over Xiao Ke. Seeing Decay dead, Xiao Ke shouted out loud, "Brother Jiang, why did you kill Decay? It was him who shot at me first. What's going on with you guys?" Xiao Ke trembled in the darkness, it felt like someone was controlling me earlier. "I'm not sure what happened." While shooting Hikuan, Jiang Yan searched around in the darkness and spotted the presence of Li Chuyang and his companions. Immediately, he told Xiao Ke, "There are others at 8 o'clock. Go find them." Hikuan moved so fast that every time Jiang Yan predicted where he would appear next, Hikuan changed speed. Realizing this, Jiang Yan stopped shooting at him and chose defense instead. As long as there were bullets in his gun, Hikuan wouldn't dare approach. Because if Hikuan were to come near him, he'd instantly lose his advantage of speed. Meanwhile, noticing Jiang Yan suddenly stopping the gunfire, Hikuan opted to harass him with the wind. Jiang Yan used the truck for cover and continued evading back and forth. Li Chuyang took 2 breaths, and as soon as he had recovered, he immediately retook control of Xiao Ke. He first made Xiao Ke shoot twice towards their side as if hitting them, then let Xiao Ke return to Jiang Yan's side. Controlling only Xiao Ke this time ensured no more unexpected accidents. However, Jiang Yan was too cautious. Seeing Xiao Ke approach, he decisively called out to him, "It's dangerous here. Don't come over yet. How is your situation?" "They're already dead." Jiang Yan froze for a moment and, while poking his head out, fired a shot at Xiao Ke. The bullet hit Xiao Ke's arm, causing Li Chuyang to almost lose control over him again. This time, he endured it. He tried hard to recall the moment when he controlled Sui. Before long, it seemed like his mind had invaded Xiao Ke's head. He became Xiao Ke, while Xiao Ke merged into his thoughts. Jiang Yan still did not understand what was happening, but he could be sure that the trick was pulled by the few people hiding at 8 o'clock. Since he couldn't determine whether Xiao Ke was truly himself, he decided to kill him. At this moment, Xiao Ke suddenly rolled to the other side of the car. Realizing what Xiao Ke intended to do, Jiang Yan immediately jumped off the side of the car. As Xiao Ke fired, Jiang Yan also quickly fired back, blocking the bullets coming out of Xiao Ke's gun. Although he avoided the explosion of the truck, he exposed himself in the process. Hikuan seized the opportunity and arrived next to Jiang Yan. A bullet grazed Jiang Yan's arm, and a knife was placed against his neck. Jiang Yan pointed his gun at Hikuan, and neither backed down. But Xiao Ke, standing nearby, fired 2 shots, hitting Jiang Yan's left and right arms. Jiang Yan normally used his right hand for guns, rarely displaying his left-hand shooting skills to others, so Xiao Ke became one of the lucky onlookers. To be safe, Li Chuyang had Xiao Ke disable both his hands. "Don't kill him!" Xiao Ke shouted, stopping Hikuan. After confirming that Xiao Ke was utterly useless, Li Chuyang let Xiao Ke shoot himself. Jiang Yan and Hikuan both stared in shock. "Let's go," Li Chuyang came back to his senses and said to Xiaoyu and Su Xinting. Although his arms and chest were intact, he still felt a faint pain. Li Chuyang picked up Xiao Ke's gun from the ground and clumsily fired it at the ground. It clearly wasn't working well, so he handed the gun over to Hikuan. Chuyang, why don't we kill him? What use does he have now? Just wait. Li Chuyang walked up to Jiang Yan. He couldn't put the gun away first, gripping the knife tightly in his hand. So it was you. Observing the situation, Jiang Yan roughly guessed what had happened with Decay and Xiao Ke just now. The person he had always ignored turned out to be the most concealed one among them. His presence here meant that Su Yi should already be dead, right? Still, he was curious about one thing. How did you do it? Would you like to experience it yourself? Jiang Yan blinked, asking, how can I experience it? Cease resistance. As soon as those words fell, Jiang Yan instantly felt an odd power taking over his body. He attempted to resist but merely managed to hold out with no chance to fight back. Then, remembering Li Chuyang's words, he ceased resistance. That strange force rushed into his body and jointly controlled it alongside him. After sweeping through his mind, he felt as though he heard Li Chuyang say one last sentence to him. In that lucid state, despite the gunshot wounds on his hands, he used his last ounce of strength to break his own neck. Knowing this was the order given by Li Chuyang, he firmly believed this was exactly what he wanted. Li Chuyang touched his own neck, having promptly withdrawn his control over Jiang Yan before feeling the sensation of his neck being broken. He was becoming increasingly proficient in controlling his abilities. Looking at the three corpses before him, Li Chuyang felt an inner calm. He didn't know if this was necessarily a good thing because even he was starting to feel a bit scared of himself. Finally, we've dealt with them. He Kuan looked back at the truck behind them and said, shall we take this car to find Brother Fu? And Xiao Yu and Su Xinting looked at Li Chuyang. Without Fu Han present, Li Chuyang seemed to have unknowingly become their leader. No, let's drive this car back to the safe zone. Back to the safe zone? They must be searching everywhere for us. Isn't returning to the safe zone like walking into a trap? And Xiao Yu also wore a puzzled face, whereas Su Xinting probably had a vague understanding of his intention. We don't know which route Brother Fu took, and if we keep looking for them, we might miss them. But they will definitely go back to the safe zone to find us. We can't let them go back alone, so we should return to the safe zone and wait for them outside. Alright, then let's rest on this car tonight and head back to the safe zone tomorrow morning. He Kuan climbed into the car first to check what supplies were inside, guns, ammunition, food, clothes, etc., everything was prepared. Some were left in the car as backup, while Li Chuyang asked and Xiao Yu to store the rest of the items properly. Li Chuyang watched as He Kuan was still studying the gun in his hand with interest, and went over to ask, do you know how to use it? No, I don't. He Kuan wanted to pass the gun to Li Chuyang for him to take a look, but Li Chuyang didn't accept it. Instead, he called in Xiao Yu over and had her take out 2 guns, handing one each to both of them. I'll teach you. You know. But just now. The shot fired at the ground wasn't very impressive. Li Chuyang may not have known, but Xiao Ke was someone who loved guns immensely and had conducted much research on them. That was also why Jiang Yan had displayed his left-handed shooting skill specifically to Xiao Ke. Chapter 82 Little Fool. Just as Li Chuyang had expected, Fu Han was in a rush to take Xiacha back to find Su Yi to treat his leg. He had no intention of chasing Jiang Yan and only thought about avoiding Jiang Yan, then going back to the safe zone. After a night's rest, Li Chuyang returned to outside the safe zone on the morning of the second day. In the afternoon, he saw Shi Xiuyan and Wang Qian nearby. Fu Han needed to take care of Xiacha, so these two came over first to scout the situation around the safe zone. Before they went into the safe zone, He Kuan stopped them and led them to meet with Li Chuyang first. After that, they would go to find Fu Han and Xiacha. Compared to the 4 of Li Chuyang, the 4 of Fu Han looked much worse off. Especially Fu Han and Xiacha were injured, their supplies were scarce, and their wounds were simply bandaged. And Xiao Yu immediately rushed to Xiacha's side to check his condition. Fu Han gave her the space and turned to look at Li Chuyang. From Jiang Yan's memories, Li Chuyang already knew their general situation. It wasn't good, but better than he had imagined. And Xiacha struggled to stand up in an attempt to comfort Xiao Yu, it's just one useless leg. With a cane, I can still walk myself. His hand was holding a branch torn off by Wang Qian for him to use as a cane. And Xiao Yu, eyes red, held back her tears and crouched down to check Xiacha's calf wound. She saw the blood stains on his pants and carefully rolled up his pant leg. Gazing at the wound on his calf, she softly asked, is there really no way to heal? Li Chuyang gently pushed Fu Han aside and said, I'll deal with your wounds first. After finishing, he walked to Xiao Yu's side, Sister Xiao Yu, please take out the medicine. I'll wash their wounds first. Regarding Brother N's situation, I know someone who can heal him. Really? And Xiao Yu stood up, excitedly looking at Li Chuyang. She has the ability to cure, she can heal Brother N's leg. Where is she? I'll help them clean the wounds first, and then I'll tell you later. And Xiao Yu quickly took out the medicine she kept in her pocket, asking Li Chuyang curiously all the while, when did you learn medicine? Li Chuyang paused for a moment, realizing he couldn't hide it anymore, Su Yi knows how. Following Su Yi's memory, he somewhat awkwardly cleaned and treated the wounds of Xiacha and Fu Han. Fu Han's injuries were on his shoulder and arm, though not too severe, if left untreated, the wounds could worsen. After Li Chuyang finished tidying up, and Xiao Yu couldn't wait to ask him who exactly could heal Xiacha's leg. Lu Sheng's hand was once damaged, Jiang Yan took him to see a woman who healed his hand. A woman with healing abilities was something every team desired, including Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan had once tried to bring this woman away, but failed and could only leave with Lu Sheng whose hand was healed. Where is she? And Xiao Yu started worrying whether this woman, who knew Jiang Yan, would truly help them. At Flower Camp. The group packed up and decided to continue driving Jiang Yan's large truck. Given that both Fu Han and Xiacha were injured, Shi Xiuyan voluntarily undertook the task of driving. When Wang Qian sat beside Shi Xiuyan, Li Chuyang was about to get in but was pulled back by Fu Han, who asked curiously, "Are you not sitting with us in the back?" Shi Xiuyan and Wang Qian also looked perplexed at him. Li Chuyang glanced at He Kun and said, "Don't you want to know what happened? I want to sit in the front and rest." Then he gently pried Fu Han's hand off him. "They will tell you what happened. Big brother Fu, let Chuyang sit in the front if he wants. We'll go to the back." He Kun dragged Fu Han to the back. As everyone settled into the vehicle, and Xiao Yu and He Kun exchanged looks. He Kun spoke up first, recounting what happened when he was conscious. And Xiao Yu filled in the latter part, followed by telling how they killed Jiang Yan. He Kun didn't joke around either. Chu Yang's powers were astonishing, beyond what normal people could understand or accept, and he had also killed several people. Of course, the most crucial thing was Fu Han's attitude. Among everyone, and Xiao Yu had been the most clear-headed throughout and was the only one who saw everything. Despite how terrifying Li Chuyang's abilities were, deep down she still stood on Li Chuyang's side, so she said involuntarily, if Li Chuyang hadn't killed them, they would have come after us eventually. And Su Yi deserved to die. He killed Zhou Su and wanted to kill all of us too. Jiang Yan hurt you guys and wouldn't have let it rest. We stopped him from coming back for more trouble. Li Chuyang didn't harm anyone other than those people. I believe in him. He Kun also stepped forward, even though Chuyang kept his abilities a secret from us. Has he ever harmed any of you? He was mainly speaking to Fu Han. He could have hurt you if he wanted to long before this. Su Xinting added her 2 cents, thinking mostly about herself. Having someone like Li Chuyang on their team meant no person or zombie would be able to hurt them on their way back to North Dragon City. So why are you all looking at me? Do you think I'd chase him away? Fu Han opened his mouth, confused by the gazes that made him feel like they couldn't accept him. I'm glad he has these abilities. Didn't you say Su Yi and the others deserve to die? Why would I wish for them to live and hurt you? If you hadn't said anything, I thought you'd blame Chuyang for killing them. He coincided with relief and asked softly, Fu brother, are you afraid of Chuyang? He himself had considered it. What if accidentally angering Chuyang made him force him to commit suicide? What's even scarier is that Chuyang seemed to be able to access memories of others, meaning they can't hide anything from him. He had previously worried that Chuyang being around Fu Han might cause problems for him, but now they should worry about whether Fu brother will run off out of fear of Chuyang. What do I have to be afraid of? You said he wouldn't harm us, right? Why should I be scared? Consider my words erased. If Fu brother doesn't betray Chuyang, then Chuyang probably wouldn't do anything to him. It wasn't until they stopped for the night and got out of the vehicle to rest that Fu Han had the chance to talk to Li Chuyang privately. He pulled Li Chuyang aside with some urgency, and the others wisely didn't disturb them, starting instead to pitch tents and prepare food. How many days have we been separated? Fu Han wrapped his arms around Li Chuyang, resting his head on his shoulder and muffledly asking him, I started missing you since we left the safe zone. Before leaving, I didn't get to see you wake up either. I almost wanted to find the medicine immediately just to return and wait beside you for you to awaken. I feared so much that I wouldn't be able to find the medicine and would end up delaying your treatment. When I met Jiang Yan, all I could think was that no matter what, I had to go back to see you one last time. He suddenly loosened his grip on Li Chuyang and pointed at his chest. Li Sheng's bullets hit here multiple times. But I knew you were still waiting for me, so I couldn't die. You were waiting for me, right? His hand gently caressed Li Chuyang's face, the affectionate look as if trying to burn a hole into Li Chuyang's face. Li Chuyang's heart raced irregularly, and his cheeks flushed red as he stared at Fu Han. Though he wanted to evade Fu Han's gaze, he felt that Fu Han likely hoped he would meet his eyes too. Yeah, I was waiting for you. Then did you miss me? Fu Han, thrilled, leaned down and kissed Li Chuyang, making him stiffen momentarily before closing his eyes to savor the slightly passionate kiss. Seeing Li Chuyang was starting to gasp for air, Fu Han finally released him and laughed, I bet you didn't miss me as much as I missed you. He stroked Li Chuyang's head and said, I've already heard everything from He Kun and Xiao Yu. Without you this time, they would have been in danger. You idiot, how could I possibly be afraid of you or dislike you? You killed those who needed killing, if you hadn't, they would have killed you. No matter what, I wouldn't want the one injured to be you. I also believe you wouldn't kill without good reason. Fu Han hugged him again, I'm sorry, during the time when you were in danger, I wasn't there to protect you. I even told you I'd keep you safe. Now it looks like you're far more capable than me. It should be you protecting me. Li Chuyang looked up at him and said, if you acted fast enough, you could kill me before I control you, and also while I'm controlling others. Fu Han couldn't resist kissing him again, so you're telling me all your weaknesses. Does that mean you really trust me? That you really like me? He indeed told him because he trusted Fu Han. Is this a sign that you trust me or that you like me? Li Chuyang lowered his head and softly replied, both. Leaning on Fu Han gave him a great sense of security. Chuyang. Can you look at me and say it? I like you. How do you know that's what I wanted to hear? Did you secretly control me and find out what I wanted to hear just now? Fu Han started to joke around. With a serious face, Li Chuyang shook his head, no. The last thing Fu Han would want to hear is probably, I trust you. Do you want to see if I really like you? See how much I like you. I won't control you, Li Chuyang firmly told Fu Han. Controlling Fu Han might be tough, but he believed that one day he could definitely do it. But he didn't want to. If the day ever comes when he needs to do that and no longer trusts Fu Han, he would only choose to leave Fu Han or kill him. If you need me to do that, I hope you would do it. I'd rather hurt myself than see you hurt. There will never be such a day. Chapter 83, Humanity's Hope. At this point, neither Li Chuyang nor Shi Xiuyan and the others wanted to go to any so-called safe zones anymore. They were all set on following Fu Han to North Dragon City. Though Huaizhai wasn't directly on their route to North Dragon City, it was only a detour. The group decided to take the detour first to Huaizhai to treat Xiacha's leg and then proceed to North Dragon City. With Li Chuyang, who was almost like a cheat in their presence, things went much smoother for them along the way. Though they encountered some obstacles, none of them were insurmountable. Moreover, they had an endless supply of energy stones, allowing everyone's abilities to steadily improve. Zombies evolved at vastly different rates. Some zombies weren't even as formidable as the green ones they had encountered in the forest outside safe zone number 8, while others had evolved with more control. The normal zombies controlled by these more advanced ones couldn't be easily manipulated by Li Chuyang. That's when Fu Han and the rest would step in. Even though Li Chuyang could get energy stones from the zombies, they all agreed that only continuous battles against zombies could truly make them stronger. Along the way, they also passed through another safe zone but only entered briefly to exchange energy stones for supplies before leaving again. Winter was approaching, and the weather was getting colder. The number of survivors they encountered outside dwindled, most people had already gone to the safe zones. Occasionally, they would encounter small squads hunting zombies. 2 months passed, and it was the first time they had encountered such a large number of people, just as it was the first time the other side had seen a group this size. Both sides traveled in trucks. Their group had 8 members, while the opposing military truck carried 12 people, though they had originally been 16, they had lost 4 teammates since arriving here. When the two vehicles met, both groups inevitably stopped to exchange words. Upon learning that the other side was from the North Dragon City Army, Fu Han and Su Xinting were overjoyed. And the soldiers brought them good news. Fu Han's family, his parents, sister, and brother-in-law, were safe and hadn't faced any danger. However, they were unclear about the situation of Su Xinting's family. You classmates are all safely back. They said you got separated from them along the way. Not knowing your status, they thought you wouldn't make it. Su Xinting standing at the back let out a light hum. They sure had the nerve to say such a thing. Fu Han didn't feel like saying much about it. Instead, he asked Wei Jianming what they were doing here. We're retrieving data for Professor Liao from a research institute nearby. When mentioning Professor Liao, both Wei Jianming and his team seemed to change expressions slightly, as if Professor Liao represented their hope. Professor Liao? Professor Liao escaped from this very institute and later moved to North Dragon City. When he fled, he didn't have time to bring all the institute's research materials with him. So, we've been sent to retrieve these materials for Professor Liao. Wei Jianming's face seemed radiant. Since the outbreak began, Professor Liao's team has dedicated themselves to studying the zombie virus. They're the most advanced researchers on the zombie virus in our country. All the information we currently know about the zombie virus and superpowers comes from the studies summarized by Professor Liao. If anyone can develop a cure for the zombie virus, it must be Professor Liao. This sentence equated to saying, Professor Liao is humanity's last hope. Given what Wei Jianming had said, Fu Han believed they had a responsibility to help him find those documents. The survivors left on Earth would want a cure found as soon as possible and to end this terrifying apocalypse. Li Chuyang asked about the exact location of the research institute, and unexpectedly, it was the one Sui had once worked at. Perhaps Sui had never truly participated in core research, which was why he didn't know about Professor Liao. When Fu Han's group said they'd help them, Wei Jianming laughed loudly. Brother Fu Han, this isn't a game. The area surrounding the research institute is swarming with zombies, and the ones inside have likely already mutated. This isn't just a casual expedition, just a slight misstep and we might die in there. We've come this far and seen plenty of situations. Besides, we have powers, enough to protect ourselves and assist you. You all have abilities. I underestimated you then. Wei Jianming glanced back at his team. If not for the mission, he'd originally intended to take them back to North Dragon City, but now, having them follow along would work fine too. However, you'll need to follow orders. It's our task after all, and we won't force you to take unnecessary risks. Of course, we will all follow your arrangements. After traveling for a day, they finally managed to arrive at the research institute. Along the way, the zombies they encountered were all taken care of by Fu Han's group, which was essentially showing their powers to Wei Jianming. As previously agreed, unless absolutely necessary, Li Chuyang would not be involved when there were outsiders around. In Fu Han's mind, Li Chuyang's safety came first and foremost, so Li Chuyang did not act this entire day. The closer they got to the institute, the greater and stronger the number of zombies became. When they reached the entrance of the institute, they already saw over 10 zombies. Wei Jianming didn't feel right always having Fu Han's team handle the situations and decided to demonstrate his own team's skills in front of Fu Han. But as soon as they dealt with that batch of zombies, more surged out from the surrounding woods. It seemed like the zombies had no end, impossible to finish killing. After consuming a significant amount of ammunition, Wei Jianming decisively ordered everyone to retreat and return to a safer location for rest and reorganization before making further plans to enter the institute. The number of zombies around the institute far exceeded his expectations. After retreating to a safe place, Wei Jianming sent 4 people divided into 2 small squads to conduct reconnaissance around the institute. With this many zombies, it looks like we won't be able to immediately enter the institute. We might have to stay outside for a few days. According to the reconnaissance team's reports, it seemed there were zombies inside the institute controlling the ones outside. Whenever humans approached, the zombies poured out endlessly. If they wanted to safely enter the institute, clearing the zombies outside could take several days, or possibly 1 or 2 weeks. Their journey here had already consumed plenty of supplies. With their remaining supplies, they could only last less than 6 days, and their ammunition was almost depleted. This kind of resource wasn't something that could be easily replenished just by stopping at any safe zone. Chuyang, do you have any solutions? The best scenario would be if Li Chuyang could control these zombies, not only solving the zombie issue but also sending them ahead into the institute to scout the way for them. Li Chuyang shook his head. He had observed carefully while killing the zombies at the entrance of the institute. There are too many zombies, and I sense an abnormally powerful zombie inside the institute. I can't take control of these zombies away from them. This is going to be extremely dangerous. The zombies in the institute were unlike any they had faced before. He was most concerned that among such powerful zombies, there might not just be one. Su Yi's memory of the institute was rather limited, and he was kicked out of the institute before the accident happened, offering little help. In that case, we can only start by clearing the zombies at the entrance, then after entering the institute, figure out a way to keep them out once inside. Since Wei Jianming said the documents inside the institute were crucial for Professor Liao's research, they must enter, retrieve those documents, and bring them back to North Dragon City to give to Professor Liao. Wei Jianming couldn't think of a better solution and chose to accept Fu Han's suggestion, though this was merely how they planned to enter the institute. Further plans needed to be devised once inside. From Su Yi's memories, Li Chuyang only knew some parts of the institute's layout. Fortunately, Wei Jianming and his team had obtained complete architectural blueprints of the institute before setting out, as well as where the materials they needed to bring back were located. However, Professor Liao had no knowledge about the conditions of the zombies inside the institute. Professor Liao had told them that the zombies inside might have mutated due to their experiments, and since they were simultaneously researching superhumans, they might encounter superpowered zombies. As Wei Jianming recounted Professor Liao's instructions and reminders, he highlighted key areas they should visit upon entering the institute on the map and finally mapped out the most reasonable route. They had no idea what dangers awaited inside, but Wei Jianming informed Fu Han beforehand. His soldiers had already made peace with the possibility of sacrifice. Su Xinting, being someone without combat ability, was naturally excluded from consideration. And Xiacha was injured. Fu Han considered everyone. Initially, he intended to go alone, but Li Chuyang insisted on going with him. Taking into account the uniqueness of Li Chuyang's powers, Fu Han decided to bring Li Chuyang along, trusting they would definitely come out alive. Finally joining them was He Kuan, who naturally wouldn't miss out if Li Chuyang was going. As for the remaining people, Fu Han left them outside for backup. Wei Jianming hadn't said much from beginning to end. This wasn't originally their mission. It was already commendable that they had come this far together. But, neither Fu Han nor He Kuan aside, who exactly was Li Chuyang? In response to Wei Jianming's question, Fu Han replied, I have my reasons, please trust me. All necessary reminders had already been given, so Wei Jianming didn't say anything further. Seeing that Fu Han's side had left 5 people outside the institute, he decided to leave only 2 team members at the institute's entrance and bring everyone else into the research facility. After the plan and personnel assignments were determined, Wei Jianming allowed 1 more day for rest and preparation before entering the institute. Fu Han also contributed some of their supplies so that everyone could enter the research institute in their best possible condition. Chapter 84, Plant Infection. After resting for a day, Wei Jianming, Fu Han, and others set out again to the entrance of the research institute. The entrance was still surrounded by numerous zombies. And Xiaozhe struck first, trapping these zombies in place. Subsequently, Shi Xiuyan unleashed lightning, and with 2 Molotov cocktails, the zombies temporarily lost their combat capability and soon died in the thunder and flames. Wang Qian and Xiaoyu placed the roadblocks they had made on both sides of the research institute gate, preventing the incoming zombies from approaching the gate. Wei Jianming waved his hand, and his soldiers went ahead to clear the way, opening the gate of the research institute. Fu Han and two others closely followed Wei Jianming into the institute, with 4 people clearing the path ahead and guarding the rear. The inside of the institute looked desolate. Within just a few months, weeds had already grown everywhere. In addition to an L-shaped main building, there were 2 other smaller buildings, the canteen and dormitory. After entering the institute, they hadn't yet encountered any zombies, but when the door of the main building was opened, suddenly over a dozen zombies rushed out from the canteen and dormitory buildings. These zombies were the same as those outside the institute, just regular zombies, and posed no threat to them at all. Fu Han threw 2 fireballs, while the other zombies were killed by Wei Jianming's troops. Once the door of the main building was opened, they still couldn't see the zombies inside. However, as they ventured deeper, they noticed that the temperature inside was significantly lower than outside. The cold seemed to seep into their bones, and even Fu Han couldn't help but shiver. Li Chuyang had absorbed quite a bit of energy stones along the way, but his constitution was still not as good as Fu Han's group. However, on rainy days, he wouldn't fall into a coma like before, though his body would still occasionally feel hot and cold. Faced with the sudden drop in temperature, he instinctively tightened his coat. Fu Han unconsciously grabbed his hand, feeling it was like holding a well-tempered little furnace that dissipated the chill from his body. Even when they were outside, he felt something strange about this building. It was clear that there were zombies hidden inside, but he couldn't perceive where exactly they were located within the building. Ah! A scream suddenly came from behind, and everyone instantly became alert, looking towards the rear. Among the 4 people guarding the rear, one was knocked down by a zombie that leapt out from a room, offering no chance for resistance and immediately bitten on the neck by the zombie. The remaining 3 immediately shot at the zombie, which quickly dragged the person back into the room, continuing to bite the soldier's neck. The soldier's body began visibly transforming into a zombie form at an alarming rate, a speed they had never seen before. 2 soldiers rushed to the room's entrance, mouths agape in shock. The soldier who had just been dragged in was now emaciated, with skin turned the same bluish-gray color as the zombies. The zombie standing up revealed its face, covered with grayish-black fur, unrecognizable as any known animal. Only black pupils and a blood-covered mouth were visible. What they originally thought was black clothing on the zombie was actually black fur growing from its body. Remnants of torn clothes were also visible on its frame, and its nails had become sharp claws. Rather than being simply a zombie, its appearance resembled more of a bizarre animal infected with the zombie virus. In the time it took for them to be stunned, the fallen soldier on the ground had also risen as a zombie and rapidly charged toward them. The 2 quickly shot it, hitting its head, but only a small amount of black blood flowed out of its body. As if a cherished toy had been broken, the zombie opened its mouth wide and roared at them, its low voice akin to a growl. The exposed pointed teeth, combined with the fur on its body, momentarily made it resemble a standing bear. Though the guns were aimed at its head, despite looking clumsy like a bear, it moved very swiftly and agilely, jumping aside in the blink of an eye, then reaching the 2 men. The 2 dared not hesitate and quickly retreated from the room. In the narrow corridor, the others found it hard to attack, and Li Chuyang tried to control it, but failed. Lead it back into the room, Wei Jianming ordered decisively. The 2 quickly ran into the room, and the zombie followed. Wei Jianming entered with another person, instructing others to guard outside. The room was relatively spacious, but it couldn't fit too many people. Shot after shot rang out, wounding the zombie without killing it. The sticky black liquid flowing from its body didn't resemble blood. After losing another person, Wei Jianming finally managed to kill the zombie. Inside the room, apart from the zombie and the bodies of 2 other soldiers, there was also a rotted black bear chained by its limbs in the corner under shards of glass. To prevent any surprise attacks like before, Wei Jianming ordered them to check every room they passed. In the nearby laboratories, they did not encounter any more zombies but only found various dead animals used for experiments. When they reached the 2nd floor, they began to meet the Institute's researchers, who had long since turned into zombies. Their appearances looked similar to ordinary zombies, not as terrifying as the one they had encountered earlier. They cleared out the zombies on this floor without much difficulty. Wei Jianming took out a map and assigned 2 people per group to gather data from specific rooms. Fu Han surveyed the corridor with the others. With too many people before, now that everyone had dispersed, the corridor grew quiet, allowing them to hear dripping water. At the end of the corridor, inside the storage room, the floor was damp, covered thickly with moss-like plants. The ceiling dripped water from icicles of varying lengths, and even standing at the doorway gave off an eerie chill. Other than these findings, they didn't discover anything else. Seeing Wei Jianming come out, Fu Han approached him and asked for a glance at the map. The materials on the 2nd floor were not the most important, the crucial items were on the 3rd floor. The place they needed to go to, the core laboratory at the far end of the 3rd floor, was located right above the storage room. Above that was the rooftop where a water storage device was installed. The electricity in the institute had long been cut off, and after several months, despite the laboratories being kept at low temperatures, it would be impossible to maintain such temperatures for so long. Even ice columns had formed below. The 3rd floor will likely be dangerous, Fu Han said seriously as he returned the map to Wei Jianming. Wei Jianming stored the map away and sent 2 people upstairs first to investigate while they waited at the bottom of the stairs. As the 2 ascended, their voices soon came down, report to the captain, the floor is icy on the 3rd floor. The ice on the third floor wasn't very thick, and along the walls, plants similar to those in the storage room downstairs spread densely toward the ends of the corridor. Did you find any zombies? No. The two peered into the rooms on either side of the corridor and said, all the doors are closed, and no sounds can be heard. When the two cautiously stepped onto the third floor, they did not slip, but the ice on the ground reacted as if alive, quickly freezing their feet. They hurriedly pulled out their knives to chisel the ice from their feet, only to have the plants along the wall edge move, spreading over their feet. The ice continued to rise, covering their bodies, until it enveloped them entirely. Downstairs, Wei Jianming only heard cries that abruptly ceased, leaving behind silence. In less than 10 seconds, two dark green figures appeared, descending the stairs. Their bodies dripped water, as if they had just emerged from it. Wei Jianming called out their names several times but received no response. He resolutely opened fire, killing the two figures. As bullets struck their heads, the green plants on their bodies instinctively gathered in front of their heads and froze upon impact, then rapidly recovered their entire bodies. Ding! The bullets clattered onto the floor, emitting a crisp sound. No matter how much they shot, the plants on their bodies would quickly gather to block the bullets. Wei Jianming had no choice but to change his method of attack. Each of them drew their knives. Despite their slow movements, the creatures could accurately block and counterattack. Plants condensed on their palms, enabling them to disarm the knives but showing no interest in them, dropping them to the ground. They grabbed the nearest person with bare hands instead. In mere seconds, dark green plants from their bodies spread over another individual, turning him into the same kind of zombie. Worse still, Li Chuyang realized they couldn't control these creatures at all. It was somewhat similar yet different from the interference device in Suyi's lab, as if the plants themselves prevented control, or maybe the entity controlling the zombies was the plants themselves. Retreat. Wei Jianming decisively led everyone back to the second floor. The three zombies standing at the stairwell suddenly stopped and did not pursue any further. Behind them, a layer of ice gradually formed on the stairs, stopping right beneath their feet. This situation couldn't help but make one think that they relied on the ice behind them, which is why they could only go as far as the stairwell. Fu Han tried tossing a ball of flame, and the three zombies quickly retreated as the ice under their feet melted, bringing them back to the third floor. However, the ice on the third floor wasn't so easy to melt. Whenever it melted slightly, it would immediately refreeze. Without the ice melting, they didn't dare to go up to the third floor. Once they touched those dark green plants, they would instantly turn into zombies. But now that they knew the zombies were afraid of fire, Wei Jianming quickly came up with an idea. They returned to the second floor and moved everything flammable from the rooms to the stairwell, where Fu Han lit a small bonfire. Chapter 85, The Reminder of Zombies. A small fire was still burning, the ice on the ground gradually melting. The three zombies and the plants around them retreated to where the ice had not melted yet. They were very afraid of Fu Han's flames and didn't dare to get close to him. Seeing Fu Han's effectiveness, Wei Jianming was glad that he had agreed to let Fu Han follow them. Without Fu Han, they would probably have to retreat today. There were several rooms in the corridor, but Wei Jianming did not get overly confident with the momentary suppression of the zombies. When they cautiously opened the door of the first room, a sudden gust of cold wind instantly extinguished their fire behind them. They quickly retreated. The ice on the ground that had just been melted by them quickly refroze. Luckily, Fu Han acted in time to prevent the ice from getting closer to them, otherwise, they would be frozen, then turn into zombies. Even Wei Jianming, who had witnessed many situations, couldn't help breaking out in cold sweat. He took a deep breath and thanked Fu Han after regaining composure. Inside the room, there was a layer of frost everywhere, accompanied by continuous whistling wind sounds, and the chilly breeze blowing out seemed like it could immediately freeze someone. Fu Han glanced and found no plants inside the room, decisively using fire to prevent the plants outside the corridor from entering. Wei Jianming reacted quickly as well, immediately throwing a bunch of dismantled wooden chairs and tables over to create a fire zone so that Fu Han wouldn't need to guard constantly. Despite this, they still dared not enter the room. Outside the corridor, there were three zombies watching them. If the fire went out and the ice reformed, the zombies could bring those plants over to block their way and surround them inside. They weren't clear about what was specifically happening inside the room either. Li Chuyang and He Kuan stood at the back. Suddenly, He Kuan looked back downstairs and quietly told Li Chuyang, "I think I heard some sound downstairs." They had checked all the rooms on the first and second floors and confirmed that there were no more zombies. The main gate was closed too. If zombies or people came in, there would surely be noise. Li Chuyang did not feel any presence of zombies downstairs, but he trusted He Kuan's senses. If it wasn't something special, he wouldn't have mentioned it. Actually, he wanted to go downstairs himself too. Before they figured out how to kill these three zombies, it would be very dangerous for them to enter any room on the third floor. There were not many rooms on the third floor compared to the laboratories and offices on the first and second floors. These rooms were much larger, possibly containing smaller rooms. He Kuan listened carefully, noticing the sound growing closer. Unable to resist, he walked downstairs while Li Chuyang followed him, clearly hearing the sound. It was footsteps. "Captain, the two of them have gone downstairs." Lin Jijun standing at the back noticed the absence of two people and hurriedly reported to Wei Jianming. No one should leave here unguarded, so Wei Jianming assigned him and another person to go downstairs to find Li Chuyang and He Kun. There is something down here, He Kun turned back to Li Chuyang and said, unwilling to be separated too far. This thing was clearly not human, it could only be a zombie or some kind of mutated animal. Look, Li Chuyang pointed at the damp footprints on the ground to He Kun. Judging by the size of the footprints, it seemed to be like those of a 10-year-old child. Before He Kun had time to say anything after checking, he heard movement behind him and turned around to find a shadow slipping into the next room. The two approached silently, but found nothing inside the room despite having clearly seen something run in. What are you doing down here? Lin Jijun walked down and asked unhappily, don't you know it's dangerous here? How can you come down without saying a word? He Kun looked at Li Chuyang and told him, we just saw something running into this room. Lin Jijun came over with his gun to take a look, where is there something? Doubting that they were fooling him. Do you see the footprints on the ground? They're still wet. He Kun immediately pointed at the footprints on the floor to prove they hadn't lied. You stay here, I'll go check. After inspecting, Lin Jijun said to his companion, then followed the footprints all the way to a storeroom at the end of the corridor, shocked by the familiar plants inside. He stood far away at the entrance and watched. Li Chuyang followed over and looked at the icicles on the ceiling, suddenly realizing something. The plants here should have no aggression because the temperature of the floor and the room did not freeze the water, causing them to lose their vitality. If they grew on the ceiling, the situation would be the same as upstairs. Lin Jijun saw him nearby and seriously warned him, don't go over there. I'll go tell the captain. Before going up, he specifically asked if He Kun had made any discoveries. He Kun shook his head and came to Li Chuyang's side, fearing that something might happen to Li Chuyang. Do you have fire with you? He Kun patted his pocket and took out a lighter to give to him. Li Chuyang went into the room to find some scrap paper, lit it, and threw it into the storeroom. The plants on the ground showed no reaction, burned slightly black, and emitted a strange stench. Are they dead? He Kun guessed, then inside the storeroom came a more muffled sound of water, like the sound of something moving in the water. Judging by Li Chuyang's reaction, He Kun knew that he also heard it. I'll go inside and check, you wait here for me. Just in case, He Kun laid 2 wooden boards on the ground to avoid stepping on those plants. In the corner of the storeroom, he found a pitch-black hole, which seemed to connect to the drainage pipe below. It was completely dark, and he couldn't see anything. That thing must have climbed up through this. He Kun carefully examined the size of the pipe, it wouldn't allow an adult with a normal physique to pass through. However, if someone was slim or small, like Li Chuyang, or even a child, they could easily move through it. This is the 2nd floor, it seems its climbing skills are quite impressive. There must be passages in the other rooms too, otherwise, it wouldn't just disappear into thin air. As they thought about the soldier guarding the other room, the two hurriedly ran over, and upon seeing the person safe and sound, they let out a sigh of relief. Their sudden appearance startled the guard. Is anything wrong? He Kun continued searching for the passage within the room while backing out. When Lin Jijun called Wei Jianming down, he informed Wei Jianming about their discovery. However, this information only told them that the building still harbored hidden threats, it was useless for dealing with the situation on the 3rd floor. They couldn't access the pipes in the storeroom or the passages discovered in other rooms, and only Li Chuyang could enter. Not to mention whether Li Chuyang would want to enter, even if he did, any discovery would only put himself in danger without benefiting them. Unfortunately, the map they had wasn't real architectural drawings, otherwise, they could find other entrances to the drainage pipes and potentially discover something useful. Or we could try breaking through the ceiling and take a look. Lin Jijun thought that if they knocked a hole in the ceiling, they could understand the situation inside the room. This was indeed a method, but not a good one. The icicles formed on the ceiling were far thicker than the ice on the 3rd floor floors. The cause of this ice very well may be in this room. Making a hole here would surely alarm whatever was in the 3rd floor lab. So far, their discovery was that these plants had no activity in water or on the ground, they could only infect people when on the ice, turning them into zombies. It was impossible for this zombie to attract their attention for no reason. Li Chuyang returned to the following room and carefully observed, noticing a few cabinets nearby filled with many chemical substances. After having He Kun cautiously pry open the cabinet doors, they found several chemicals such as potassium and sodium that produce large amounts of heat when exposed to water. These chemicals aren't like fire, they directly generate heat and can last for a period of time. Not knowing what effect they'd have upstairs, but currently, they had no other choice. Wei Jianming and others weren't quite sure what these chemicals could do, and Fu Han and He Kun knew limited information too. But Li Chuyang possessed Su Yi's memory, and Su Yi understood these things quite well. Carefully carrying these bottles up, Lin Jijun sprinkled a can of potassium onto the floor of the 3rd floor. The icy surface melted continuously without the tendency to refreeze. Not only that, these plants were very afraid of these chemicals. They fled quickly, like mice seeing a cat, and the exposed skin of the zombies was directly scorched. Even after the chemicals were consumed, the plants didn't cover the scorched places again. With the help of these chemicals, they successfully killed the 3 zombies and entered the first room on the 3rd floor. There were a few zombies covered in frost inside the room, and they woke up after the team went in. The zombies moved slowly, they were even less capable than the ordinary zombies outside and were easily killed. From their clothing, it was clear that they had been researchers here. However, the second room held much more terrifying things. This room was divided into 3 parts, the left and right sides were for experiments, while the middle part was a meeting and rest area which looked a bit messy. On the left side, 2 zombies were kept in a room. They resembled the bear-like zombie they had encountered on the first floor with messy fur, non-human teeth and hands. On the right side, there was only 1 zombie, but it had a larger frame and was continuously shedding plants onto the ground and walls, some of them flowing out through the cracks at the door. Just looking at them, no one would want to provoke them. After collecting the information in the rooms, they pulled back to enter the final laboratory, where the ice at the doorway was already very thick. Just as they were considering how to open the door, the sound of shattering glass came from behind them. The 3 zombies that had been locked in the second room successively stepped out, their bloated bodies wrapped in plants, constantly dropping green vegetation. Without an icy surface to sustain them, these plants lay quietly on the ground. Chapter 86, The Little Girl. Lin Jijun fired 2 shots at the 2 zombies with hair on their bodies ahead of him. The zombies easily dodged, and the bullets hit the giant plant zombie behind them. The bullets were absorbed by the plants on its body and then dropped to the ground like mud with a slap. The dodging zombies quickly lunged towards Lin Jijun and his teammate beside him. Lin Jijun was a little slow in reacting, and was knocked down by the zombie, barely managing to hold it back with his gun as it tried to bite him. A fierce wind suddenly swept past Lin Jijun, forcing the zombie back. Several strands of hair floated onto Lin Jijun's face. Fu Han seized the opportunity to throw a fireball at the plant zombie behind. Just like the previous bullets, it was swallowed by the plants on its body, turning into a scorched black mass that fell off. Lead them downstairs. Wei Jianming worried that there might be more zombies emerging from the room behind them, or freeze them instantly. If so, they would all perish here. Li Chuyang stayed close to He Kuan and retreated downstairs first. Those 2 zombies were manageable, they could at least injure them. But this plant zombie seemed to be able to absorb anything, chemicals, bullets, or knives, with the plants on its body. While they were focused on dealing with the zombies, Li Chuyang noticed a small head peeking out of the storage room, with wet, dark, dirty long hair, covering the whole face except for a pair of bright eyes. Based on its figure, the footprints they found earlier on the floor should belong to it, but its eyes looked normal, not like those of a zombie. Li Chuyang noticed it, and it saw Li Chuyang too. After a brief moment of eye contact, it immediately hid back inside the storage room. Li Chuyang rushed over and entered the storage room, only to find her crouching in the hole where He Kuan had discovered earlier. You. Even though she was covered in dirt and those dark green plants, Li Chuyang could clearly see that her skin was no different from an ordinary person's, making it difficult to determine whether she was human or a zombie. If she were human, how could such a young girl climb through the pipe so effortlessly and survive in this terrifying research institute? He didn't dare to use his abilities on her for fear of frightening her away. Can you speak? The little girl just stared warily at him. When he reached out to pull her up, she suddenly slipped down the pipe. Li Chuyang hesitated for a moment before jumping down the hole as well. The water below was deeper than he imagined, and his thick clothing kept him from getting hurt. But compared to the little girl's smaller frame, he could only move while bending forward. The little girl ran swiftly. Since he had already followed her down, Li Chuyang didn't have much else to think about. As his eyes gradually adjusted to the darkness below, he realized that the water was filled with those plants. After walking for a few minutes, the little girl squeezed out of a dimly lit hole. Li Chuyang quickly followed, realizing through the window that he had somehow ended up in the opposite dormitory building. Not having time to ponder further, when he stepped out of the room, the little girl had already vanished without a trace. Fortunately, there were still water marks left by the girl on the ground. Taking a few steps forward, a zombie suddenly rushed out of one of the rooms, leaping toward him. Ah! Her sharp scream was deafening, but it successfully stopped the zombie from harming him. The little girl appeared at the end of the corridor, flashing towards him in a blink and leaping quickly onto the zombie, crushing its head. Li Chuyang leaned against the wall, quietly observing the little girl. The little girl was also looking at him. Her eyes had previously shown extreme coldness and hatred towards the zombie, but now watching him, they seemed calm again, even showing a touch of fear. I won't harm you. Li Chuyang slowly squatted down to look the little girl straight in the eye. Can you speak? Her scream had been perfectly clear, indicating her throat was fine, and her cry was unlike that of a zombie. Was she human? What's your name? My name is Li Chuyang. We came here to look for something. The little girl shook her head. Zombie. Zombie? After considering, Li Chuyang asked, do you mean there are zombies inside? The little girl nodded. How long have you been here? She shook her head again, but said another 2 words, Dad. Is your dad here? Zombie. Did he turn into a zombie? As she nodded, she grabbed some of the plants stuck on her body to show Li Chuyang. Do you mean that the zombie completely covered in these things is your dad? Dad. The little girl shook her head while shouting for her dad, her eyes appearing to be filled with some pain and sorrow. Your dad has turned into a zombie. It is hurting others. Can you stop it? The little girl looked at Li Chuyang again and then led him back into the sewer this time, where they entered the kitchen of the cafeteria. The little girl took a stainless steel pot and filled it with water, then threw the plants off her body into the pot and placed it on the stove, trying to light the fire. Are you saying that if we boil these things in water, it can kill them? The little girl nodded. Li Chuyang was eager to go back and tell Fu Han, so he stretched out his hand and asked, will you come with me? The little girl refused by placing both hands behind her back, but her eyes filled with yearning once again. They won't hurt you. The little girl didn't trust him, as if there were other concerns. Can I see your memories? Are there things you don't remember? After seeing your memories, I will know your name and how long you have been here. It won't hurt. Just a moment. The little girl also wanted to know these answers, and readily agreed. The little girl did not resist. Li Chuyang easily touched her memories, but her memories were like being locked away, making it impossible for him to probe. If he forced himself to look, it would harm her. I'm sorry, I saw nothing. Then, Li Chuyang asked her a very serious question, are you a zombie? The expression on the little girl's face immediately became painful as she fearfully covered her neck with her hands and shrank into the corner. Li Chuyang coaxed her to take her hand away, although he found no bite marks on her neck. From her reaction and expression, it could be felt that she had once been bitten by a zombie. Haven't you eaten for a long time? Not eating. Li Chuyang found a candy from his pocket and gave it to her. The little girl held it in her hand and looked at it for a long time before carefully peeling it off and putting it into her mouth. Not eating does not mean not wanting to eat, but rather not having eaten for a long time. If she had awakened special abilities yet remained human, she would still need to eat. Li Chuyang speculated that she probably had turned into a zombie, only her appearance stayed the same as a human, and she kept human consciousness, allowing her to survive here. Furthermore, she didn't attack them or anyone else and even wished to help them. Since she was safe staying here, Li Chuyang decided to leave her alone for now. I have some things to do, you wait here for me, I'll come find you later, okay? The little girl seemed to be carefully savoring the taste of the candy, ignoring his words. Li Chuyang repeated himself again, and the little girl finally nodded, agreeing. She also reminded him of one thing, don't go in. He had already wasted some time and did not know what happened with Fu Han and the rest, so he could only think about this later. He left everything edible from his belongings to the little girl before returning to the main building to tell Fu Han how to deal with the plant zombie. Seeing his confidence, Fu Han and others didn't dare waste time asking where he had been. After dealing with the other two zombies, they lured the plant zombie into the third-floor water reservoir, trapping it inside. Fu Han used fire to cook it alive. Without talking about its flavor, after cooking, all the plants fell off its body, turning into a pot of green soup, revealing its body full of injected needles. It wasn't known what strange substances made him become like this. However, he was wearing the clothes from the institute, indicating he should be a researcher, not an experimental subject. Lin Jijun went forward and dealt the final blow, digging out the energy stone from its brain. He dug the energy stones out from every zombie killed after entering the main building, always muttering something along the way. His comrades were killed by zombies, so he hated zombies most. After finishing these 3 zombies, they returned to the last lab on the 3rd floor, which was also the largest laboratory in the whole building. Looking at the frozen door, Li Chuyang couldn't help thinking of the little girl's words to him, don't go in. Could she be warning him not to enter this lab? The ice was gradually melting, without any sign of refreezing. It didn't seem like a passive resistance but more like an intentional enticement for them to open the door. The moment the lab door opened, a spear of ice shot out along with a chilling cold breath. Everyone dodged it in time. Fu Han and Hikun each grabbed one of Li Chuyang's arms and moved aside. The person standing next to Lin Jijun wasn't as fortunate, responding half a beat too late. The ice spear pierced through his body and continued flying until it shattered the window on the opposite side of the corridor. The sound of breaking glass was nothing compared to the chilling impact of the speeding ice spear. Inside the lab, it seemed like a world made entirely of ice and snow. Every corner was covered with a thick layer of frost, and at first glance, it looked like there was nothing unusual, but no one dared step inside lightly. The memory of the previous ice spear still lingered vividly in their minds, and they all feared another deadly icicle might come shooting out at any moment. Wan Jianming took a deep breath and ordered one soldier to go in first while the rest stayed behind for cover. As soon as his foot crossed the threshold, he hadn't even steadied himself when a green plant suddenly shot out, wrapping around his leg and dragging him inside. Wan Jianming quickly fired his gun, severing the plant. But just as one broke, more emerged. Fu Han decisively used fire to hold them back, allowing Wan Jianming to signal for an orderly retreat. At that moment, the zombie controlling the plants appeared before them, its hands transforming into green vines that lunged toward the group. Chapter 87, Lost Breath. This zombie's ability seemed very similar to Enshiaja's wood element ability, except that its hands had transformed into vines instead of controlling vines to grow out of the ground like Enshiaja did. Bullets inflicted limited damage on these vines, and they couldn't afford to waste them, so people like Wei Jianming pulled out their knives. Fu Han and Hikuen's abilities could handle the situation. The vines were burned into ashes by Fu Han's flames or cut apart by Hikuen's wind blades before they even touched them. Li Chuyang was perfectly safe staying near them. Judging from this zombie's behavior, it was a wood element psychic in its previous life. After becoming a zombie, it inherited its pre-death powers. Over time, an energy stone formed in its brain, and based on the intensity of the energy stone, it could be judged as a sea-level psychic when it was alive. Fu Han's fire element ability was counteractive against its ability, but it also had a powerful ally, another ice element psychic zombie inside the laboratory. A cold gust of wind extinguished the flames spreading on the vines, further emboldening them. Its vines appeared endless, fiercely attacking them. Of the people Wei Jianming brought along, including himself, only 4 remained. Facing these 2 powerful zombies, he had to be more cautious. Seeing that they had reached the final stage, he didn't want the mission to fail here. Even if they were to die, they needed to send the collected information out for external parties to successfully deliver it to Professor Liao. If humanity could be saved, sacrificing a few individuals wouldn't matter much. Another zombie emerged from the lab, encased in ice, looking almost invincible. With a wave of its hand, it condensed an icicle and hurled it toward them. The icicle flew toward Wei Jianming, and a timely burst of flame engulfed it, saving his life at the last moment. Breathing a sigh of relief, Wei Jianming threw the last firebomb onto the zombie's feet. The burst of flames disappeared almost instantly, enveloped by a layer of cold air, rendering it completely ineffective. Their ammunition was nearly depleted. None of their weapons worked against this zombie, leaving them with no choice but to rely on Fu Han to deal with it while focusing their attention on the other wood element psychic zombie. Chu Yang, do you have any ideas on how to deal with them? He Kun observed the situations on both sides, ready to help them out anytime. They'd seen an ice element psychic before, but none could compare to the one displayed by this current zombie. It used to be a B-level ice element psychic, now, its ability might have reached A level. There was no way Fu Han could compete with it, which was evident from the current state of affairs where Fu Han's flames were constantly suppressed by the zombie and were unable to harm it at all. Fortunately, Li Chuyang could interfere with it. Unable to take control over the surrounding zombies, directly facing it gave him a chance to exercise his power. Its ice armor wasn't affected by Li Chuyang's psychic abilities, and though he knew using his abilities would put him in danger, Li Chuyang decided not to let He Kun leave to help Wei Jianming. Instead, he asked He Kun to stay by his side. As soon as he activated his psychic abilities, he immediately caught the zombie's attention and became its first target for an attack. 2 icicles shot towards Li Chuyang simultaneously, and Fu Han and He Kun each blocked one for him. Wei Jianming and others cast a questioning glance, and Lin Jijun muttered in his heart, he's utterly useless, and others still need to protect him. I don't understand why we brought him along. Then more icicles came, but this time they were somewhat askew, embedding themselves into the walls. Scorching flames struck it, melting some of its icy armor slightly, but it quickly refrosted and continued targeting Fu Han. It decisively rushed to Fu Han's side, choosing to confront Fu Han head-on to determine whether it could freeze him solid or he would burn it to death. Li Chuyang wanted to help Fu Han immediately, but at this moment, there was a sudden cry of pain from Wei Jianming's side. A vine pierced through a soldier's body, and Lin Jijun along with another soldier got entangled by vines. Before they were killed, He Kun cut off the vines around them and attacked the zombie. Pale-faced and short of breath, Lin Jijun hadn't fully recovered from the shock when he saw his fallen comrade turn into a zombie and lunge toward them. Seeing that Fu Han's palm was already showing signs of being frozen, Li Chuyang stopped paying attention to Lin Jijun and seized the opportunity to successfully infiltrate the zombie's brain. Even though it was distracted by dealing with Fu Han, it could still match Li Chuyang evenly, not allowing him to seize control. In this stalemate, Li Chuyang's body became increasingly cold. In no time, a layer of frost covered his body, and his face and lips grew paler. Although he sensed this change, he dared not give up because if he did, Fu Han would die. As he successfully made contact with the zombie's memory, it felt like he had instantly been transported to the Arctic or Antarctic, completely paralyzed by the cold, unable to move. He faintly heard He Kun calling out his name. Chuyang. Chuyang. He Kun glanced at Li Chuyang and immediately abandoned Wei Jianming and others to come over to Li Chuyang's side. Seeing Li Chuyang becoming more and more encased in ice while he could do nothing about it, all He Kun could do was resort to the most primitive method, removing his own coat and covering Li Chuyang with it. Then, he embraced Li Chuyang tightly, trying to use the heat from his body to melt the ice enveloping him. In that moment of distraction, another teammate of Lin Jijun also died. He noticed Wei Jianming's arm was wounded, and vines were almost entwining him. Lin Jijun screamed wildly, taking out the only grenade he carried on him. He grabbed the zombified corpse of his comrade, charged toward the zombie, then jumped aside just in time. Bang! The zombie was instantly blown into pieces, and Wei Jianming was saved. Lin Jijun lay on the ground, injured in various parts of his body, but surviving was already a stroke of luck for him. Meanwhile, when Fu Han saw Li Chuyang's condition, his left hand was instantly engulfed in flames. He extended it toward the zombie's head, gradually melting the ice on its head until he burned off its entire head. All that remained was a pale blue energy stone in his palm. He immediately moved to Li Chuyang's side, pulling He Kun away, then hugged Li Chuyang who had turned into an ice block. Li Chuyang's ice melted quickly, and when Fu Han realized that Li Chuyang no longer had a breath left, he promptly kissed Li Chuyang to transfer several breaths into him, until Li Chuyang began breathing again. Li Chuyang collapsed into Fu Han's arms, opened his eyes and saw Fu Han's worried expression. Weakly, he said, I'm fine. Upon realizing the zombie was dead, his mind finally found peace. After a brief rest, once everyone's conditions had mostly recovered, Fu Han went inside and melted the ice in the lab, collected the final batch of data, and prepared to leave the research institute. Li Chuyang hadn't forgotten about the little girl, but no matter how many times he called, she didn't appear again. They found 2 energy stones at the cafeteria where they had separated earlier, as if they were gifts given to him by the little girl. Seeing that night was falling fast, it wasn't wise for them to linger in the research institute any longer. Thus, Li Chuyang decided to leave the research institute. After the 2 zombies hidden in the last lab died, the zombies outside the institute were cleared, so none came rushing in anymore. Despite that, they had no intention of staying around this frightening research institute. Though they successfully retrieved all the materials, they started their journey from Belong City with 16 people, and now only 4 were left, Wei Jianming, Lin Jijun, and 2 others who didn't enter the institute. Their losses were significant. But if these materials could help Professor Liao develop the antidote, all of this would be worth it. Once Li Chuyang had rested enough, he helped treat the wounds on the bodies of everyone present, especially those of Lin Jijun, whose injuries were the worst. But Lin Jijun seemed somewhat unappreciative. "What are you doing? Don't think just because you saved your life there isn't still danger," Wei Jianming immediately reprimanded Lin Jijun. "She's kindly helping to treat your wound, and this is how you respond." Lying on his stomach, Lin Jijun muttered something under his breath, "Without him, I might not have suffered such serious wounds." "How dare you speak like that?" Wei Jianming clenched his fists and looked all over Lin Jijun, truly unable to find a place to hit him. "Just wait until you recover from your wounds, see how I'll deal with you." Lin Jijun acted indifferently. Seeing this situation, and Xiao Yu approached from the side and said, "Let me try." She had learned some things along the way with Li Chuyang, such as using a gun and dressing wounds. However, applying medication wasn't as easy to learn. Lin Jijun looked at Xiao Yu briefly. Though his face was blackened, one could still tell that he was bashful and shy. Wei Jianming sighed lightly in helplessness, saying to Xiao Yu, "Thank you." He stayed nearby, watching since it was a man and woman together, to make sure there wouldn't be any inappropriate behavior or something embarrassing happening. And Xiao Yu's technique wasn't professional, but it was pretty good. When she saw Lin Jijun take off his clothes, her expression didn't change and she continued to clean his wounds, not showing any embarrassment or unwillingness to touch him or endure the sight of Lin Jijun's injuries. Lin Jijun also restrained himself from crying out in pain, frequently glancing up at Xiao Yu on the sly. He sure knows how to pick. He Kuan noticed Lin Jijun's reaction, pulling Li Chuyang down to sit as he joked, "If it weren't for Chuyang today, we might not even have made it out alive," yet he still has the audacity to criticize Chuyang. Chuyang almost, seeing Fu Han's expression, he stopped talking immediately. "It's already great that Chuyang can still treat our wounds." Fu Han didn't dare to think about it, seeing Li Chuyang stop breathing right before his eyes caused his heart to stop as well. If he had been just a moment too late, he probably would never forgive himself. If he were stronger, Chuyang wouldn't have had to take such a risk. Even though Chuyang was stronger than him, he couldn't let Chuyang protect him or face danger because of him. That night, Fu Han absorbed the ice blue energy stone, and his abilities successfully leveled up to Class A. He Kuan gave Wei Jianming's wooden element zombie energy stone to Xiaozhe. He thought this wooden element ability stone should be more suitable for someone like Xiaozhe with wooden element abilities, and it might even help Xiaozhe's leg recover. In fact, ever since Xiaozhe's legs were injured, he had been giving him energy stones. Chapter 88, Sister. You keep it. And Xiaozhe did not take the energy stone that He Kuan had given him. "This is the squad leader's reward for you. It should go to Chuyang most of all," He Kuan said quietly. "If it wasn't for Chuyang, we wouldn't have made it to the 3rd floor and none of us would have survived. This time was indeed dangerous. Luckily, you all returned safe and sound." He Kuan felt a little excited as he looked at Xiaozhe and asked, "Big Brotherin, were you worried about me?" "Of course I was worried about you all. If it wasn't for my leg, I would have gone in with you." He Kuan scratched his head awkwardly. "Actually, when I saw those zombies, I wasn't scared at all. But when I saw Chuyang frozen, there was nothing I could do. That's when I was truly afraid. I feared Chuyang would die right in front of me. His voice gradually choked up, and he became increasingly agitated, almost speaking incoherently. And Xiaozhe took his hand and softly consoled him, "It's over now. Isn't Li Chuyang standing over there just fine? It's all behind you now, don't dwell on it anymore." "I know." He Kuan glanced at their interlaced hands and looked at Xiaozhe, saying, "Actually, I had something I wanted to tell you before going in there, but I was afraid if I didn't come back out alive, so I decided to wait until I made it out alive to tell you. Seeing Chu Yang's condition made me even more determined that I had to tell you. What do you want to say to me?" And Xiaozhe remained composed, as if he had anticipated his words. "He Kuan, I want to be with you. I like you. Will you agree to be with me? Even if your legs can never heal, I won't look down on you." And Xiaozhe couldn't help but laugh. "Are you afraid I'll reject you because of my leg? I just want you to know how much I genuinely like you." He Kuan stood wide-eyed in front of him. "Can you accept me? You don't have someone else you like, do you? I think you're quite good. You're not going to refuse me, are you? I don't want to hear any buts. There are no buts. I think you're quite good too." Let's muddle through life together from now on. He Kuen's face lit up with a joyful smile as he corrected him, not just us, but also brother Fu and Chu Yang, and sister Xiao Yu. Yes, you're right. Gradually calming down, He Kuen looked at Xiao Yu and asked quietly, won't sister Xiao Yu disapprove? I'm her brother, so you'll be her sister-in-law from now on. Tell me, who will control whom? Big brother, you're awesome. He Kuen gave him a thumbs up. And Xiaza reached out to pull him into an embrace, but He Kuen suddenly stood up, I'm going to tell brother Fu and Chu Yang. Just before leaving, he bent down and kissed Xiaza on the cheek. He Kuen casually handed the energy stone to Li Chuyang. Though it would only make Li Chuyang slightly stronger, it still made him feel it was worth it. Aren't you giving it to Big Brotherin? He Kuen being with Xiaza filled Li Chuyang with happiness for them, so you've liked Big Brotherin all along. I thought you were only taking care of him because of his leg. Hee, how could you not understand these things yet after being with brother Fu? Didn't brother Fu say anything to you? Brother Fu should have noticed something, right? Li Chuyang shook his head and looked at the energy stone in his hand. Kuenji, let's go to the research institute again tomorrow morning, shall we? Sure, but are you looking for something or did you lose something inside? I need to find a person. A person? Probably a zombie. Li Chuyang decided to be straightforward since he didn't want to hide it. Do you remember that plant-covered zombie on the 3rd floor? The method to deal with it was told to me by her. If it's a zombie, why are you still looking for it? Is it possible they're planning to bring a zombie along with them? She looks no different from a regular person on the outside. How do you know she's a zombie, not a human? He Kuen was curious, this was the first time he'd encountered such a situation. How could a normal person survive in there for months and still be doing well? Could it be that after turning into a zombie, she got access to the research cure, which turned her back into a normal person? With her, that Liao professor could soon research a cure. Suddenly, He Kuen felt that the talk of a cure wasn't a distant dream anymore, and a tangible hope emerged. I don't know, she seems to have been stimulated by something and locked up her memory. I didn't see her memories either. Seeing He Kuen's excited look, Li Chuyang felt calm inside, sensing that the situation was not as simple as it seemed. Regardless of whether she could be the hope for a cure, he wanted to keep her close. Seeing the girl's silhouette, he thought about himself from long ago. Since she could talk and had awareness, he couldn't just leave her behind at the institute. Li Chuyang woke up at dawn the next day, while Fu Han had already absorbed all the energy from the energy stone and become conscious. Seeing He Kuen still asleep, he went to the institute with Fu Han. He originally expected Fu Han might not wake up so early, which was why he invited He Kuen to accompany him. When He Kuen woke up and heard Xiaza tell him they had already left, he waited eagerly alongside Xiaza for their return. In the meantime, He Kuen shared the story of the girl with Xiaza. After listening, Xiaza wasn't as excited as He Kuen. Instead, he cautioned, don't tell Captain Wei and the others about this. Alright, I won't share this with anyone casually. From Xiaza's serious expression, He Kuen deduced some hidden meaning. Brotherin, do you not trust Captain Wei and the rest? I'm not saying I don't trust them. If I didn't trust them, would I have let you go into the institute with them? We haven't clarified this ourselves yet, it's merely your conjecture. The fact that Wei Jianming sacrificed so many people shows that what they said isn't entirely false. However, all the information we have on Professor Liao came from Wei Jianming. We won't know what kind of person Professor Liao is until we've seen them. Even though Xiaza hadn't gone in with Fu Han and the others, he learned details about the institute from He Kuen's description. Those professors' research and experiments were no trivial matters, especially the 2 zombies with special powers, which suggested that they might be experimenting on psychics. Whether under coercion or voluntarily remains unclear. As Professor Liao originated from this institute and participated in the core studies, they must be familiar with the experiments conducted there. You are thoughtful as always, brotherin. However, neither did Li Chuyang bring back any person or zombie. After wasting some time, they even got criticized by Lin Jijun, who increasingly viewed Li Chuyang with disdain. In Lin Jijun's eyes, at least Su Xinting was Fu Han's university classmate, Wang Qian and Shi Shiyan contributed to the team in various ways, but the only exception was Li Chuyang, whose privileged status likely stemmed from his connection with Fu Han, allowing him to enjoy the life of a spoiled son. Fu Han was really blinded, clearly an excellent person, yet indulging in men. How could he choose such a useless pretty face? Not only that, they even brought him along to such dangerous places. Without any combat ability, he only created more trouble. What nonsense are you mumbling again? Wei Jianming slapped the back of Lin Jijun's head. Don't talk nonsense, take care of your mouth. Time to get on the vehicle. After boarding, Lin Jijun spoke even more brazenly, unconcerned about being overheard by Fu Han and others. Captain, didn't you hear what I said? Was I wrong? Wei Jianming stretched out his legs as if preparing to kick him, but ultimately refrained because of his injuries sustained while killing zombies. It's none of your business anyway, stop talking nonsense. If you can't control your tongue, I'll shut it for you. No need, Captain. I guarantee I won't speak recklessly in front of them. After 2 brief apologies, Lin Jijun added, but if anything happens to him, I wouldn't care anyway. You're grown now, yet this attitude hasn't changed at all. Didn't the captain say, a dog can't change its poop-eating habit? Humph. Who's the dog here? You. Wei Jianming glared at him, causing Lin Jijun to shrink back quickly, muttering softly, Captain, you're bullying an injured man. We haven't laid a finger on you yet. Hee, my wound hurts, I'll lie down and stay silent. Don't play dead, remember yesterday when they treated your wound, I saw you sneakily checking them out. Admit it, are you attracted to someone? Captain, didn't you notice everything closely then? Wei Jianming closed his eyes lazily and gave a vague affirmation. When Deng Feng began chatting with Lin Jijun again, he slightly opened his eyes to glance at Lin Jijun's facial expressions. They were chatting cheerfully, leaving the person driving up front itching to join in, but he held back, his belly full of words. However, his attention was gradually drawn to something reflected in the rearview mirror, which puzzled him as he couldn't make out clearly what it was. Feeling that it seemed to have been following them all along, he promptly reported this to Wei Jianming. Wei Jianming also couldn't see clearly, but he was sure it wasn't a zombie. Zombies couldn't run that fast, nor could they trail after them like that, it appeared to be some kind of wild animal. Since nothing unusual happened, Wei Jianming decided not to worry about it. It wasn't until noon when they stopped to rest that Li Chuyang overheard them talking about it and instinctively thought of the little girl from the institute. This time, without bringing Fu Han along, he went off alone. The little girl was hiding behind a tree. Seeing it was him, she didn't hide. Having followed them all the way, her already dirty little self had accumulated even more dust, with no spot on her body from head to toe left clean. Li Chuyang squatted down in front of her and said, if you want to follow me, you need to accept them too. They're with me, they won't hurt you, and I won't let them hurt you either. You can always stay by my side. Li Chuyang extended his hand toward her and asked, would you like to come with me? The little girl handed him 2 energy stones, and then reluctantly pulled her grubby little hands back slowly. Li Chuyang grabbed her hand firmly, saying, you shouldn't regret this now. Starting today, you're my sister. The little girl blinked at him a few times and followed Li Chuyang back to where Fu Han and the others were. Chapter 89, Arrival at Flower Camp. After washing up and changing into a new set of clothes, Li Chuxin looked about the same as Lu Ting, a quiet, shy child. This was quite normal in the apocalypse. As long as she didn't show her abilities, no one would suspect anything. Even if they discovered her powers, they would probably just think she had some kind of superhuman ability and wouldn't associate her with zombies. Regarding the name Li Chuxin, it was given to her by Li Chuyang, who hoped she could become happy again and start anew. If she wanted to recover her past memories in the future, he would help her with that too. For now, only the 4 of them knew about Li Chuxin. They hadn't told anyone else yet. Though everyone liked Li Chuxin, she only stuck close to Li Chuyang, speaking only to him. Over several days, no matter how much the others tried to coax her or give her treats, she didn't say a single word. In addition to this, there was one major issue, Li Chuxin would often slip out without their notice to kill zombies and bring back energy stones for him. Li Chuyang could only patiently teach her, hoping to gradually change her behavior. Lin Jijun's injuries were gradually healing, and because of Li Chuyang bringing back Li Chuxin, his opinion of Li Chuyang had changed slightly. Though he still thought Li Chuyang was rather weak-looking, at least his heart seemed kind. It wasn't until one night when Lin Jijun got up to relieve himself and noticed Li Chuxin return covered in dirt that he realized something was off about her. And Li Chuyang already knew. He went to tell Wei Jianming, but without evidence, he couldn't make any convincing claims. Wei Jianming simply assumed Lin Jijun had mistaken what he saw and did not believe him. To prove himself, Lin Jijun took on an extra daily task, closely watching Li Chuyang and Li Chuxin, believing that sooner or later they'd slip up and give themselves away. Unfortunately, Li Chuyang hadn't managed to stop Li Chuxin's habit of going out to kill zombies and retrieve energy stones. Over time, Li Chuyang grew used to her actions, relieved that she always returned safely and without taking too much time. Eventually, Lin Jijun caught them red-handed. Seeing the energy stone in Li Chuxin's hand, Lin Jijun quickly grabbed her, intending to take her to Wei Jianming so he could witness the situation firsthand. Li Chuyang arrived just in time, blocking their way. I'm going to take her to see the captain. Lin Jijun didn't even bother looking at Li Chuyang, thinking of him as nothing more than a burden, someone who didn't even need a knife or gun to deal with. What's going on here? How does a kid like her get her hands on an energy stone? Did you order her to do it? Have you known all along about her ability, kept her around to find energy stones for you every day? Let her go first. Li Chuyang noticed Li Chuxin struggling to break free from Lin Jijun and feared she might harm Lin Jijun if she got too agitated. She finds the energy stones herself. I didn't ask her to. Brother. I'm telling the captain. Lin Jijun refused to believe Li Chuyang's explanation and pulled Li Chuxin towards Wei Jianming. In her excitement, Li Chuxin pushed Lin Jijun down and hid behind Li Chuyang. Lin Jijun remained stunned, sitting on the ground, unable to comprehend how a mere child could knock him over. Does she have special powers? Why didn't you tell us? Just as Li Chuyang was unsure of how to handle the situation, Fu Han appeared. Lin Jijun immediately confronted Fu Han, questioning whether she knew about this. Seeing Fu Han's protective stance toward Li Chuyang made Lin Jijun feel deeply disappointed. Why didn't you tell the captain either? Just because you fancy him, are you willing to blindly follow whatever he says? Sensing Lin Jijun's evident dislike for Li Chuyang, Fu Han frowned. Do you misunderstand something about us? What misunderstanding? I've seen what he's done, yet Captain trusts you so much. And for what? I don't understand why you're so fond of him. Having laid everything bare, Lin Jijun spilled out all the frustrations bottled inside him, mostly complaints against Li Chuyang, especially regarding what happened in the research institute. He's always holding us back. If you want to spoil him, shouldn't there be limits? We're living in the apocalypse, surrounded by zombies. Shouldn't he learn to protect himself instead of being a burden? If he has hands and feet, why can't he fend for himself instead of relying on others? Isn't it degrading for a man to rely on others completely? Women don't even need to be so meticulously protected anymore. You don't know about Chuyang's situation, and you shouldn't talk about him like that. He hasn't caused you any trouble, and how we treat him is our business. I hope you will apologize to him. Fu Han endured her anger for the sake of Jian Mingwei. Why should I apologize to him? Everything I said is true, and I haven't harmed him either. Did you not consider that what you just said was hurtful? Fu Han clenched her fists tightly. Lin Jijun, if you have the guts, go tell the captain, and also clarify Li Chuxin's situation to him. Li Chuxin's matter was another issue. Lin Jijun's attitude made it clear his perspective wouldn't change easily. Fu Han didn't want to explain too much to him or divulge their secrets, nor could she kill Lin Jijun. If he told others what happened today, then only Chuyang's abilities could resolve this. Fu Han glanced at Lin Jijun and asked Li Chuyang, Chuyang, do you have a way to make him forget all this? Li Chuyang shook his head, looking at Lin Jijun and saying, but I can make him think of this as a dream. You. Lin Jijun was about to say something when his eyes instantly changed. He returned to the resting place and lay down, falling asleep shortly after. Li Chuyang regained his composure and consoled Li Chuxin with a few words. The next day, Lin Jijun woke up acting somewhat dazed. He wasn't sure whether last night's events were real or just a dream. Seeing Li Chuyang and the others react as if nothing had happened deepened his suspicion that it was all a dream. A voice inside him kept telling him that there was no problem with Li Chuyang and Li Chuxin, so he shouldn't continue investigating. After a few days, Lin Jijun returned to his usual self, and it was also time for them to part ways. Wei Jianming and his group were eager to return the data they carried to Professor Liao and thus didn't accompany Fu Han's group to Huadai village. Only Su Xinting followed them along. Su Xinting simply wanted to get back to Beilong City quickly, and Fu Han naturally had no reason to keep her. For this reason, Wei Jianming also suggested he first return to Beilong City and then ask Xiaxia to cure his leg before going to find him later. Since they couldn't predict what would happen in Huadai village, Fu Han certainly wouldn't allow Xiaxia to go alone. He declined Wei Jianming's suggestion but entrusted him with delivering a message to his family, telling them not to worry. Huadai village was located in a mountainous area. They drove for several days before finding its entrance. Due to the appearance of zombies, the current Huadai village was merely a smaller version of its former self, with fewer remaining locals. Recently, an increasing number of people had come here seeking medical treatment, making the villagers even less willing to let outsiders in or even encounter them. Upon their arrival, there were already 3 groups of people waiting at the entrance to Huadai village. All of them had heard rumors about a woman inside the village with healing powers who could help cure their injuries or illnesses. One of the 3 groups consisted of only one man whose hands were problematic. He was completely wrapped up, wearing a hat on his head, revealing only a tired face. He looked to be nearly 30 years old. Another group was a family of 4, parents who came with their daughter, seeking treatment for their son, whose mental state was abnormal. The last group was larger, consisting of 2 sons, each with their wives and children, hoping to heal their elderly father's lung cancer. This family appeared extremely wealthy in both attire and demeanor. Seeing Fu Han and his group appear, all being quite young, the older brothers from the last group approached to inquire and inform them about the other 2 group situations. They knew little about the lone youth but chatted extensively with the other family, learning that the couple was friendly and warm while their son and daughter weren't interested in mingling with others. When they realized that Li Chuxin's age was close to that of their children, they specifically called over their kids to introduce them. Of course, this happened after knowing that Fu Han and his group intended to head to Beilong City. Since their family originally came from Beilong City and planned to return after curing their father, they wanted to travel together with Fu Han's group. Regarding the situation within Huadai village, these people didn't know much. When they first arrived, someone from inside had come out asking them to leave, claiming they couldn't cure their conditions. All of that was said just to deceive us into leaving. If it wasn't true, why would there have been widespread rumors earlier? Qin Erlao stated firmly, since we've taken the risk to come here, we won't leave until my father's illness is cured. Qin Laoda, wearing a pair of glasses, looked more steady than Qin Lao Er. He asked Fu Han with concern, are you guys prepared enough? They definitely won't let us in any time soon. But I've calculated, their food and water inside can't possibly be so abundant that they'll last long. Within this week, someone from inside will definitely come out. But they may have other entrances or exits where we don't know about. And Xiaxia noticed there was something else he wanted to say, so he asked a question, do you know where their other entrances might be? Hey, my brother has already checked it out and found a few suspicious spots, Qin Lao Er immediately said upon seeing Qin Lao Da's expression, guessing he probably wanted to cooperate with Fu Han. My sister-in-law and my wife need to watch the kids and my dad, we don't feel comfortable leaving them here alone. Fuan brother, would you and your group find it convenient to go guard those other places? And Xiaxia turned to the others, haven't you told them yet? Qin Lao Air immediately became somewhat displeased, saying, the guy over there is like a mute pot, doesn't speak a word. That family doesn't trust what my brother said, probably thinking we're trying to trick them away. In fact, I've always thought there's something strange about their family. Brother Fuan, you guys don't think we're trying to deceive you too, do you? Qin Lao De sent a look to Qin Lao Air, cutting him off from badmouthing that family. If you don't trust us, you can leave 2 people here. Chapter 90, The Way In. Mr. Qin didn't seem at all anxious. He had long realized this would be a protracted battle, and he regarded this as a test for them. However, Mr. Qin's younger brother wasn't so calm. Especially after encountering nothing but rejection from the other sides, he was now trying to persuade Fu Han and his group, who were the only young people they'd come across in a while. The people inside weren't always like this. They've received many people who sought their help for illnesses or injuries. Recently, something must have happened because their attitude suddenly changed. They no longer welcome outsiders and don't even let anyone in, Mr. Qin's younger brother told them quietly. With all of you here, it might not be easy to get in. If they really let us in, I doubt we'll be able to enter more than a few people at a time. That's why cooperation is our best option, so that they won't know, and we could bring in 2 more people. Once inside, we can take care of each other. Don't you think, buddy? Where are the other entrances you mentioned? And Xiaxia asked them further. These 2 brothers didn't seem to be lying, and there was no reason for them to deceive them unless this was a trap. After seeing his genuine interest and his sincere attitude, which was unlike the last family who spoke kindly but ultimately ignored everything they said and refused them outright with a smile, Mr. Qin broke a branch from a tree and squatted down to draw a simple map of Huaizhai, marking several places as possible entrances. One place was more secluded, hidden deep within the woods, making it relatively dangerous. Among their family, only these 2 brothers could stay and watch for opportunities, though only one could go at a time, and they had to alternate daily. This meant that one of the brothers had to stay behind while the other could accompany them to the other 2 locations. Before dusk, they would switch. You're a larger group, so decide how you want to arrange yourselves. Mr. Qin finished by saying this to them. His expression and attitude regarding their own arrangements were quite firm, leaving no room for negotiation. Mr. Qin's younger brother understood that such an arrangement might appear slightly unkind. All the manpower would have to come from Fu Han's side, leaving him somewhat awkward as he chuckled nervously. It will also help us supervise each other. Regardless of who among us meets the people inside, there will be no hiding things from each other. Besides, on our side, there are only my brother and me, the rest are women, children, and the elderly. Neither of us would feel comfortable sending them into danger, right? My elder brother is right. Since you're more in number, you can make your own decisions on how to arrange yourselves. But I suggest, judging by your numbers, 1, 2. It's probably best if you split into groups of 2 to 3. That way, you can rotate among the different spots, so it's not just a few individuals doing all the hard work. Let's discuss it a bit more. Sure, take your time discussing, and once you've made a decision, let us know. With a pleasant smile, Mr. Qin's younger brother returned to their family's side. Their old father sat in the middle with his grandson and granddaughter on either side, followed by his daughters-in-law. When they saw their return, they gave them a scolding or 2. Mr. Qin's wife then handed them some water. Meanwhile, Mr. Qin's younger brother's wife gestured to the children to pacify the old man. All the juniors were very filial toward him. For someone of his age, having lung cancer, their ability to bring him to this place during the apocalypse truly showed their devotion. Judging solely by this, Fu Han found himself willing to trust them. And Xiaxia had already grown accustomed to limping, despite being at the doorstep of Huaizhai. Still, his heart wasn't overly anxious. Nevertheless, he also hoped his leg could be healed soon, not only to stop being a burden to everyone but also so they could quickly proceed to Beilong City, allowing Fu Han to reunite with his family earlier. Before Xiaxia agreed, He stepped forward and said, we should first talk with those people on the other 2 sides and see what they say. And Xiao Yu seemed a bit worried, won't the Qins get upset? He had his own thoughts, we won't mention anything else. We'll just chat casually and see if what Mr. Qin and his older brother said holds true. Shi Xiuyan glanced at the Qin side and nodded in agreement with He they must have guessed we'd talk with them. If we eventually cooperate, they won't mind. If we don't want to collaborate, there's also no need to worry whether they'll mind. Although Shi Xiuyan and Wang Qian occasionally thought of Qin Hao, they were now accompanied by He and the others. They had been traveling together for so long that they had already put the matter of Qin Hao behind them. Reflecting now on what happened back then, Qin Hao was mostly at fault. If only he hadn't relentlessly pursued power and focused solely on defeating Fu Han, things wouldn't have reached such a point. They weren't sure whether He and the others had truly let go of it, but they could only prove themselves with time and actions. I'll go with He The rest of you wait here, Shi Xiuyan volunteered. There was no point in sending too many people, it would only lead to mixed discussions, making it hard to stay on topic and possibly upsetting the other party. Especially the lone individual who clearly didn't look like someone who enjoyed small talk. He Kun and Shi Shiyan approached him first, but after casting a glance at them, the man turned his back to them, hiding his face in shadow where it was impossible to see clearly. Who knows how long it had been since he cleaned himself. A peculiar smell emanated from him. Seeing he wasn't interested in talking, they went directly to the family of 4. Their daughter looked to be over 20 years old, while the son, though older, was at least 18. However, both his behavior and expressions were strange. His face would remain sullen one moment, and the next he'd burst out into nonsensical laughter, muttering to himself and biting his nails as if he were a child of 7 or 8 years old. The sister stepped forward, blocking her younger brother from their view. Her unfriendly tone and demeanor suggested she was someone not to be trifled with. "What do you want?" The parents gently pulled their daughter aside, telling her to take her brother away from them. Their smiles were smooth-talking and overly slick as they chatted casually with Shi Shiyan and He Kun, telling them what they wanted to know while also trying to extract information about what the 2 brothers of the Qin family had shared. He Kun kept his lips sealed and tried to steer the conversation elsewhere, while Shi Shiyan noticed that the couple seemed to know something more, so he deliberately divulged some details about the alternative entrances mentioned by the elder Mr. Qin. Instantly, the couple became much more talkative. "They're just seeing that there are many of you and that you're all young, so they want you to do their work." Zhang Dajie snorted disdainfully, showing clear contempt for the Qin brothers' scheme. "They told us the same thing, but we saw right through it. They were just trying to trick us into taking the risks while their whole family stayed safe. So, we rejected them." Zhang Dashu added, "If we were to wait a day or 2, fine, but who knows how long we'll need to wait. What if we suddenly encounter zombies along the way? I suggest you don't listen to the Qin brothers. Actually, we do have an idea, but it's a bit risky." "Look, folks," Zhang Dajie explained earnestly, "the reason those inside started rejecting outsiders is probably because someone among them caused trouble. Now, in this end-times world, helping cure diseases isn't a good deed. They've always been doing this until something changed. Why would their attitude shift so drastically otherwise?" Zhang Dajie sounded serious. "Of course, they will not let us in easily, so we need to figure out a way ourselves." "Figure out a way ourselves?" Shi Shiyan and He Kun exchanged a glance, somewhat surprised. "Do you know how to get in? Isn't it simple? In such a small area, while our family can't find a way to enter, aren't you young ones smart enough to come up with a plan?" Zhang Dajie smiled slyly. "Once you get inside, all you have to do is open the door for us, and we'll all be able to get in." Zhang Dashu followed up immediately. "It won't be that easy though. Once inside, you must explain thoroughly to them and avoid conflict. After all, we're coming here to ask for medical help." Zhang Dajie added, "His father is already so old. How much longer can he live? Even if he's cured, so what?" The elder Qin, evidently suffering from lung cancer, did not have much time left. Meanwhile, the illness of Zhang Dashu's son wasn't life-threatening. Still, their impatience made their proposed solution appear rushed, prone to causing misunderstanding and leading to unnecessary conflicts. It almost seemed as though they hoped the visitors failed, giving Zhang's family another opportunity. Li Chuyang, staying close to Fu Han, carefully observed the group. Among the Qin family members, only Qin Lao possessed abilities. As for the other side, all 5 individuals had unique powers. Still, given that they managed to arrive here and endure such lengths, it made sense that they were competent in some way. Li Chuyang informed everyone of the situation, and none of them gave it much additional thought. After all, though these people harbored their own thoughts, none of them exhibited hostility. After discussing, they decided to follow the Qin brothers' plan. An Xiaozi, An Xiaoyu, and He Kun would stay behind, while Fu Han, Li Chuyang, and Li Chuxin went to the dangerous place. Shi Shiyan and Wang Qian went to the remaining location. Qin Lao's words made some sense. They had to meet daily to exchange information and agreed on a shift change time. After splitting up, Li Chuyang sent Li Chuxin to look nearby for zombies, specifically instructing her not to kill them, but to see if their memories could reveal anything about this area. Although he had clearly told Li Chuxin to find the zombies and then return to lead them there, she instead directly brought back several zombies. After Li Chuyang examined their memories, Li Chuxin immediately killed them, extracting their energy stones and handing them over to Li Chuyang. Li Chuyang then gave the energy stones to Fu Han, who refused. "My powers haven't improved much lately. You should absorb these stones. Judging by your condition, you need to absorb many energy stones to reach our current level." Li Chuxin didn't speak much but understood everything they were saying. She turned around to leave, looking for more energy stones, but Fu Han pulled her back. "I'll find energy stones for Chuyang. There's no need for you to go, just stay by Chuyang's side." Li Chuxin shook her head, looking at him and saying, "Uncle will go, it's dangerous." "I'll go instead, I won't." Chapter 91, Healing Power. "Why am I uncle, and he is big brother?" Fu Han pointed at Li Chuyang, confusedly asking Li Chuxin. Li Chuxin said seriously, "Uncle is uncle, big brother is big brother." Li Chuyang looked at Li Chuxin and guessed, "Is Chuxin afraid we might get confused?" Up to now, the only person Li Chuxin recognized was Fu Han. She was still wary of and a bit scared of others. During this time, Li Chuxin's power was also growing at a very fast rate. He could clearly feel there was an energy stone in Li Chuxin's head just like in a zombie's brain, and its power was very strong. Zombies with weaker powers than her were completely suppressed by her in front of her. Although different from his way of controlling zombies, it achieved similar effects. Only, she didn't like zombies herself and would rather kill them than have too much contact with them. Fortunately, her appearance and age made people unable to associate her with zombies, providing her best cover, otherwise, they would really find it hard to continue taking Li Chuxin with them. From the memories brought back by the zombies that Li Chuxin captured, Li Chuyang obtained some useful information, so he didn't let Li Chuxin go out to catch zombies anymore. Among these few zombies, one had come to Huaizhai for treatment. He arrived 2 months ago. Though his disease was cured, he encountered a zombie on his way home and unfortunately got bitten, turning into a zombie afterward. The person in Huaizhai who possesses healing abilities is a woman surnamed Miao. She grew up in Huaizhai from a young age and enjoyed picking medicinal herbs on mountains and in forests. After the apocalypse, she awakened her healing power not long after. Initially, she could only cure minor wounds, but as she healed more and more people, her ability became stronger. Nowadays, curing disabilities is as simple for her as killing a few zombies. She can even heal those infected with the zombie virus if the infection isn't too long-standing. As long as they haven't fully turned into zombies, there's still hope for them here. Her ability is undoubtedly very powerful, yet each day, she can only heal a limited number of people, which is likely related to her energy. Because of her presence, more and more people came to Huaizhai seeking her help, whether it be serious illnesses or minor injuries. People like the Qin family and Zhang the sisters' family started coming later. So, Mei Yuanyuan began limiting the number of people she saw every day. Even so, she couldn't stop all those seeking her assistance. Gradually, problems arose. Among those seeking her help were those who intended to take her away, thereby harming others within Huaizhai. As the situation worsened, Mei Yuanyuan stopped seeing people randomly and sometimes wouldn't let even one person in for days for her to heal. Huaizhai does indeed have other entrances and exits, but the zombies' memories provided no information about these entries. Only those trusted by the people inside Huaizhai know where the other entrances are located. After guarding for several days without any success at 3 locations, Fu Han deduced they might be staking out the wrong spots. The places discovered by the leader of the Qin clan weren't the other entrances they were looking for. Delaying this way wasn't getting them anywhere. Mr. Zhang and Mrs. Zhang, watching their lack of progress, mockingly laughed and brought up their suggestions again. Shi Xiuyan also thought carefully before arriving at an idea. Since they couldn't get in, why not make someone inside come out? What do you want to do? He Kuan feared he had something undesirable planned. Shi Xiuyan, isn't Li Chuyang able to control zombies? We'll just let the zombies surround them. They certainly won't ignore the zombies, right? When they come out to deal with the zombies, we can help them. In this way, we can not only speak to them but regarding our requests, they probably won't refuse easily. It's almost a perfect solution, though slightly devious. But they wouldn't truly harm anyone in Huaizhai. What they needed their help with would be a small favor for Mei Yuanyuan. Fu Han hesitated a little and glanced at Li Chuyang. Li Chuyang looked at him and said, Chuxin found nearby zombies, indicating he doesn't mind doing this. He Kuan and Xiaoyu somewhat leaned towards agreeing with Shi Xiuyan's method. Although Xiaozha himself wasn't in a rush, they were worried for Xiaozha and hoped to see Xiaozha get better as soon as possible. Finally, with no objections, Li Chuxin took Li Chuyang to find those zombies. Within half an hour, a significant number of zombies ran toward Huaizhai from the side, encircling the wall's periphery, quickly drawing the attention of the people inside. These zombies were all under Li Chuyang's control. The people in Huaizhai tried every method, using fire and stones but couldn't possibly clean up from inside. Finally, they dispatched Tuas to investigate the situation. Following Shi Xiuyan's plan, Fu Han and Shi Xiuyan waited nearby. Once someone came out from inside, they would step forward to help, successfully getting acquainted with 2 people from Huaizhai. After explaining their intentions, the 2 went back inside Huaizhai and informed Miao Yuanyuan. With Miao Yuanyuan's permission, they opened the gates and agreed to let them enter. The brothers of the Qin family quickly pulled their families and old father along. Mr. Zhang and Mrs. Zhang didn't fall behind either, while that single person silently trailed at the end. Are all these, your companions? The sight of so many people coming was a bit startling. We are here seeking Miao girl's help to save my father. We're here for our son. The last person remained silent, his solo presence contrasting with others and making him seem less significant. Realizing the difficulty for the other side, Shi Xiuyan and Wang Qian offered to wait outside. He Kuan, after casting an affectionate look at Xiaozha and then at Li Chuyang, also chose to stay outside. The Qin family members turned away their heads, their eyes darting about as they didn't say a word, not wanting anyone to remain outside to wait. We can't let all of you go inside. After some deadlock, the elder of the Qin family stepped down, allowing Qin Lar, his wife, and their father to go in while he stayed with their child. After much deliberation, the Zhang family mother and daughter decided to remain outside as well. As for Li Chuyang's group, thanks to the favor of Fu Han and Shi Xiuyan, they were permitted to have 2 more people go inside. Conditions within Huaizhai weren't particularly luxurious either, its only advantage being the surrounding mountains, water, and trees ensuring no one could starve or dehydrate. Moreover, due to its remote location, the number of zombies was relatively fewer, qualifying it as a small safe zone. Upon entering, they didn't wait long before seeing Miao Yuanyuan herself. a woman just over 20 years old whose appearance wasn't extraordinarily pretty or delicate. Originally, she was a simple and down-to-earth person, but these few months had brought her growth. Apart from her, there were a few other individuals with abilities present, although none compared with hers. When she emerged, she was accompanied by 2 elders, and there were many people around where they met. The 2 ability users who came out to clear the zombies were also present. Miao Yuanyuan and the 2 elders first acquainted themselves with Fu Han, thanking him for helping them eliminate the zombies before letting Miao Yuanyuan examine Xiaxia. For Miao Yuanyuan, Xiaxia's injury was no major problem. His wound wasn't serious either, located on his calf, and Miao Yuanyuan indicated it was quite straightforward. After checking Xiaxia, Miao Yuanyuan then looked towards the Qin and Zhang families. Before Mr. Zhang could say anything, Qin Lai rushed up, standing in front of Miao Yuanyuan and pleading her to save his father. My father has lung cancer, doctors said before the outbreak of zombies that he wouldn't live for more than a year. Please, Miss Miao, save my father. His wife joined him in pleading Miao Yuanyuan. In contrast, patient Mr. Qin stood in the background looking calm and collected. These past few days, he hadn't listened to his family's advice and smoked again. His lung cancer had originally been caused by smoking. Miao Yuanyuan and those accompanying her were used to such scenes and showed no change in their expressions. They only stopped the couple, preventing them from getting too close to Miao Yuanyuan. For Miao Yuanyuan, cases like Xiaxia's, relatively young with good physical conditions, were easiest to cure when afflicted with similar injuries. However, cases like Mr. Qin's were the hardest. Seeing Miao Yuanyuan kept silent, Mr. Zhang immediately stepped forward. Miss Miao, please take a look at my son. My father is already elderly, whether we treat him or not makes little difference. Upon hearing this, the face of Qin Lai and his wife changed immediately. They started arguing with Mr. Zhang. Standing next to his father, Mr. Zhang's son was laughing joyfully, even applauding and encouraging them to fight. Qin Lai, losing his patience, almost raised a hand against Mr. Zhang's son. Naturally, others wouldn't let them fight, trying to intervene in the process. Qin Lai pushed Mr. Zhang first, and Mr. Zhang reciprocated with a push. As Qin Lai retreated, he collided with his own father, causing him to fall unconscious instantly. The scene quickly descended into chaos as Qin Lai and his wife knelt down wailing. In the end, they had no choice but to first arrange for the 2 families to settle in. Miao Yuanyuan decided to treat Xiaxia's leg first. After the men from the Qin and Zhang families left, the remaining man finally spoke up. Miss Miao, may you also take a look at me? Xiao Wu slightly lifted his head, revealing half of his face. Knowing that he smelled bad, he didn't get too close to Miao Yuanyuan. Miao Yuanyuan noticed his pale complexion and that he was wrapped up tightly. She asked, where is your injury? Xiao Wu looked at Fu Han and the others, not answering. You'd better wait for now. Miao Yuanyuan called someone over to lead him away for a cleaning first. Although they had heard about Miao Yuanyuan's abilities long ago, seeing it with their own eyes still evoked admiration. Miao Yuanyuan's hands covered Xiaxia's calf, and in less than half a minute, Xiaxia's leg was healed, though he would still need some time to readjust to his treated leg. And Xiao Yu and He Kuan were so excited that they said thanks several times. Miao Yuanyuan seemed uninterested in much contact with outsiders and left after saying just a few words, heading over to check on Xiao Wu. The conditions of the Qin family and Zhang family, she already understood in her heart. Regardless of whether or not treatment was possible, they indeed posed more challenging cases. Chapter 92, Danger is Close. Xiao Wu sat quietly in the room waiting for Miao Yuanyuan. Since being outside Huazhai, he hadn't had a sound night's sleep, constantly on edge and alert. Even though now inside Huazhai and having seen Miao Yuanyuan, he was still uneasy. As Miao Yuanyuan entered the room with others behind her, Xiao Wu took a special glance at them. Seeing that they were all from Huazhai, he felt more relaxed and took off his upper garment to reveal his left hand. Upon seeing his left hand, those behind Miao Yuanyuan immediately moved to protect her, preventing her from getting close to Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu's left hand moved without issue, but its skin appeared like that of a zombie, shriveled, with no vitality at all. I'm not a zombie, Xiao Wu quickly explained. My arm was injected with the zombie virus, and if I hadn't curbed its spread, would have already turned into a zombie. Even so, his left hand had become like this. If the zombie virus in his arm wasn't thoroughly cleared, he would inevitably turn into a zombie one day. Are you, a mutant? Miao Yuanyuan could only think of this as the possible explanation for controlling the zombie virus within him. Yes, Xiao Wu knew exactly what Miao Yuanyuan really wanted to ask, I am a mutant, and the person who injected me with the zombie virus. I don't know who he is, or why he did this to me. All I know is that he isn't targeting just me but many mutants. I've also heard some things about you, and I suspect they may come after you too. Why do you think those who cause trouble for me are connected to those who captured you? There were too many people interested in her, quite a few wanted her by their side, making her their personal healing machine. They want to turn me into a zombie, which is more than just killing me. It seems there's another purpose that I can't figure out. Xiao Wu had been thinking about this issue. After becoming a zombie, what else could they possibly do? With so many zombies outside, why specifically grab them, turning these mutants into zombies? There I met other mutants. Their abilities seem to have some peculiarities, not ordinary ones. The rarer the ability, the fewer corresponding mutants. Common fire or water powers are frequent phenomena that he didn't find among the captives, that's why I suspect the people coming for you and those who captured me might be working together. Even if they haven't come for you yet, I believe they will eventually capture you and turn you into a zombie. Xiao Wu also suspected that since Miao Yuanyuan could heal zombie viruses, would she then not transform into a zombie? Miao Yuanyuan saw through his doubt and said, if I carry too much zombie virus within my body, I wouldn't be able to save myself. After finishing speaking, she began examining Xiao Wu's left hand while continuing to ask questions. What do you know about those people? With a serious expression, Xiao Wu informed Miao Yuanyuan, I escaped from Beilong City. They seem to have many members, including not a few mutants aiding them. Right now, they're only searching for unique mutants around Beilong City. Along the way, I've started hearing rumors about missing mutants in Beilong City, at least 10 mutants have fallen victim. You should be relatively safe within Huaizhai, but it's dangerous outside. Remembering how they just came in from the outside today, he couldn't help but advise her, you need to be especially careful with outsiders coming in. Miao Yuanyuan asked, a lot of people entered today. Since you've been outside all the time, you probably know them. Are they alright? Xiao Wu looked awkwardly at her, saying, I was afraid they'd notice something wrong with my arm, so I avoided much contact with them. However, over these past days, they've been interacting quite a bit amongst themselves. Anyway, you all still need to remain cautious. Miao Yuanyuan nodded. One of the two behind her instantly left to relay the message to others, dispatching additional manpower to monitor the new arrivals. The zombie virus in your arm I can remove, but it will likely take some time, Miao Yuanyuan worriedly asked him, how long can you hold out? As long as I can manage. At this point, Xiao Wu revealed his mutation power to Miao Yuanyuan, my power can slow down the diffusion of the zombie virus. It has almost been half a month since the virus was injected into me. After hearing his words, Miao Yuanyuan understood and assured him, then curing you shouldn't be a problem. However, there are 2 other people waiting for me, so it might take longer on your case. I already appreciate that you're willing to help me. As Xiao Wu spoke, he almost knelt down to thank her and finally promised, once I'm better, I'd like to stay and protect you. He originally had nowhere else to go and was also worried about those people possibly coming after him again. This naturally suited Miao Yuanyuan as well, there were few within Huaizhai truly capable of protecting them. After listening to Xiao Wu's story about the mutants being captured, she became increasingly concerned. If those people ever came after her in the future, perhaps Xiao Wu's staying could allow him to recognize them. Miao Yuanyuan arranged for someone to give Xiao Wu a place to stay, then prepared to check on Qin Liar's father and brother Zhang's son but heard Fu Han and others were getting ready to leave. Engsub's leg had healed, with no need for follow-up treatment. Once he gradually adapted, he would regain his previous condition. Therefore, they had no reason to stay any longer. Moreover, He Kuan and the others were still waiting for them outside. When bidding farewell to Miao Yuanyuan, Fu Han asked once more if there was anything they could assist with, saying, you've cured Engsub's leg, we don't know how to thank you. You've helped us deal with the zombies outside, you've already helped us. Miao Yuanyuan used her mutation power to heal people and save lives without ever seeking anything in return from them. She believed this ability was a gift from heaven, so she would do everything possible to help. But, she didn't want to become the exclusive healer for these mutants or be controlled. Just as she was about to see off Fu Han and the others, Xiao Wu suddenly ran out and stopped Miao Yuanyuan, asking her to keep Fu Han and the group behind for now. Isn't it uncertain whether they are really here to capture me? If they leave, we only need to watch the other 4 people carefully. For this consideration, Miao Yuanyuan didn't want Fu Han and the others to stay longer. But I think they should be fine, while those 4 seem odd. If they indeed pose problems, wouldn't keeping these few people help us? While outside, Xiao Wu had been observing. Judging by those who brought children along, Fu Han and the Qin family had less possibility, but the Qin family left their child outside whereas Fu Han and his group kept their child close at all times. The Zhang family members deserved suspicion most. Let's keep them around for 2 more days, then after you examine the other 2 families, decide whether they should leave early. This careful consideration stemmed from Xiao Wu's concern over Miao Yuanyuan's safety. After some thought, Miao Yuanyuan discussed it with several elders of the village and then invited Fu Han, Le Chiang, and their companions to stay longer. Though she didn't specify what the matter was, Fu Han could sense that something must be up and agreed. Only afterward did Miao Yuanyuan visit Old Qin and brother Zhang's son. Old Qin indeed suffered from lung cancer, and it was in its late stage. Curing him would require far more energy and time than healing Xiao Wu. If they chose to stay in Huaizhai, she could slowly cure Old Qin, but judging by Qin Liar and his wife's intentions, they seemed unwilling to stay in Huaizhai and wished to return to Beilong City. Hearing this, Old Qin struck his head hard and scolded, you ungrateful son, do you want to see me die? If I'm here, why are you going back to Beilong City? To meet your little mistress. Qin Liar received harsh reprimands, leaving no face for himself, and no persuasion from the couple could stop him. Listening nearby, Miao Yuanyuan stepped out after a moment, giving them time to deliberate properly. She then checked on brother Zhang's son, and things weren't quite as she anticipated, she found no issues with Zhang Xiang's brain. At least her mutation powers detected none. Judging from Zhang Xiang's condition, she guessed it was a psychological issue rather than a physical ailment. Her mutation power could only treat physical problems, when it came to psychological ones, she was powerless. Miao Yuanyuan called Brother Zhang out and explained the situation privately. Brother Zhang refused to believe Miao Yuanyuan couldn't cure Zhang Xiang. Just then, Qin Liar walked out of the house and told Miao Yuanyuan they were willing to stay and try, but my elder brother and sister-in-law, along with our 2 children, are waiting outside. Qin Liar glanced at Zhang brother, then said to Miao Yuanyuan, "We've caused you much trouble being here. Perhaps I'll let my elder brother and sister-in-law go back to Beilong City first, then we'll find them later." Since they had chosen to stay, Miao Yuanyuan decided that there were some things she needed to make clear with them. Although Huaizhai has a place for you all to live, your food and drink will still depend on yourselves. Their resources were limited, and the fact that she had allowed people in without restriction to save lives was already due to the villagers giving her face. Fortunately, most of the people she had saved knew how to be grateful and had made some contributions to Huaizhai, either big or small. Qin Liar indicated that these weren't issues at all, he just needed to go out and inform his elder brother. Mr. Zhang stood nearby, holding a grin as he called out to him, "While you're at it, could you also let my wife and daughter know?" In this situation, Miao Yuanyuan had no reason to stop him from going out. She sent someone along to guide him there. As for the Zhang family father and son, she could only wait for them to give up on their own before leaving. By then, she should also be able to let Fu Han and his group leave. Chapter 93, What Kind of Monster? In the evening, Li Chuxin suddenly woke up. Li Chuyang thought she was going out to hunt zombies again, so he pulled her back and whispered to her, "We're in Huaizhai. There are no zombies here." He didn't know how many energy stones Li Chuxin had given him, but his physical condition was incomparable to what it used to be. Although he still couldn't match Fu Han and others, he could already rival some low-level psychics, and his body wouldn't be affected by weather anymore. His abilities had also improved significantly. Li Chuxin took a look outside and shook her head, "It's not zombies." "Not zombies?" Fu Han said while getting dressed, "I'll go take a look." "We'll go with you." Li Chuyang and Li Chuxin both got out of bed. It was deep midnight then, and it was pitch dark inside and outside the house. They didn't light any lamps for fear of disturbing the commotion outside. Li Chuxin walked in front, followed closely by Fu Han and Li Chuyang. Their steps were as silent as anything else around them. However, the night wind was howling and rustling the leaves nearby. Even if there were some sounds made, they were hard to hear. They weren't sure what Li Chuxin had heard either. After leaving the house, it became clear that Li Chuxin was leading them towards the main gate. As they were about to reach the main gate, they finally saw 2 furtive figures. Despite the darkness, they could tell that these 2 people were Brother Zhang and his son Zhang Xiang. They were opening the main gate of Huaizhai, possibly preparing to leave or do something else. Zhang Xiang looked nothing like the person he'd been during the day, seemingly without any problem. Li Chuyang and the others waited for a bit, deciding to first see what exactly they intended to do. After the gate opened, they let Sister Zhang and her daughter in and left the door slightly open. The 4 of them came to Miao Yuanyuan's room. Brother Zhang kicked down the door to Miao Yuan's room, went in with Zhang Xiang, knocked her unconscious, lifted her up, and prepared to leave. Fu Han, along with Li Chuyang and Li Chuxin, blocked their way. "Who are you?" At this point, anyone could tell that Zhang Xiang had been pretending to be stupid. They hadn't come to treat him, instead, they wanted to take Miao Yuan away. "Mind your own business." Sister Zhang and her daughter completely discarded their previous pleasant demeanor. In the darkness, the 2 of them's eyes became icy cold. Sister Zhang's daughter even pulled out a steel wire and quickly wrapped it around her palms. This was her weapon. A lump of fire appeared on Zhang Xiang's hand, and he smirked, saying, "What are you hesitating about? Hurry up and kill them," and he made the first move against Li Chuxin. Li Chuyang dragged Li Chuxin to dodge, and others around gradually woke up, including Xiaoyu and Xiaozhe. "What's going on?" Xiaoyu looked bewildered. "They want to take my Yuanyuan away," Xiaowu shouted. "They're not here to cure Zhang Xiang, they're here to kidnap Miss Mai." Seeing that Fu Han was also a fire-type psychic with a higher level than himself, Zhang Xiang decided to escape with my Yuanyuan before being surrounded by villagers from all sides. People of Huaizhai, including Qiao Wu, immediately chased after them. Then they witnessed Sister Zhang creating a strong gust of wind, blowing Qiao Wu and his group several steps backward, enabling herself, Brother Zhang, and others to flee faster on the strength of the wind. Because they didn't close the main gate when they entered, they ran directly through it. Li Chuyang handed Li Chuxin over to Xiaoyu and pursued Fu Han from both sides. Fortunately, outside the main gate, He Kuan and his team were still waiting. Seeing Zhang Xiang running out, Fu Han shouted loudly to let He Kuan intercept Zhang Xiang and his group. Qin Lauda and his companions woke up as well, pulling their wives and 2 children far away, peeking into Huaizhai, searching for Qin Lauer and the rest. Boom! A brilliant streak of lightning struck, blocking Zhang Xiang and his crew from advancing further. Qin Lauda shuddered in fright, realizing what just happened. His wife quickly covered their children's ears, staring blankly at Shi Shiyan. "Husband, was that thunder created by him?" Realizing there was no way out, Zhang Xiang immediately woke my Yuanyuan up, using her as a hostage. Li Chuyang ran up, looking at Zhang Xiang and Ma Yuanyuan, then spoke to Fu Han, Fu brother, let them go for now. I can save her. Since they have Sister Zhang, a wind-type psychic with them, they could run very fast. Since Li Chuyang said so, Fu Han trusted him and let him chase confidently. You and Hikuan go together, I will stay here to comfort them and find you later. Be careful, don't forget what I said. Your safety is the most important thing. Alright, you be careful too. If you can't find us, come back before dawn. After agreeing, Fu Han signaled Hikuan to move aside and let Zhang Xiang and his group leave. Shi Xiuyan pulled Hikuan to one side. Zhang Xiang glanced appreciatively at Fu Han as he turned around, then the four of them quickly departed. Li Chuyang didn't have much time to explain to Hikuan and asked him to chase first. Hikuan looked at Fu Han, seeing that Fu Han nodded in agreement. He reached out and pulled Li Chuyang's arm, and the wind began swirling around them, gradually forming a sandstorm. Their speed increased so rapidly that they vanished from sight almost instantly, as if they had flown away. Fu Han withdrew his gaze and turned to look at the people chasing out from Huaizhai. Glancing around, it seemed almost everyone from the village had come out. Xiao Wu was leading the charge but couldn't find Zhang Xiang or catch a glimpse of Ma Yuanyuan, so he came over to ask Fu Han, who was one of the first ones to follow. Someone has already gone to save her, so you all don't worry. We will definitely bring her back safely. Why didn't you go? Xiao Wu's voice and eyes were filled with doubt. If Zhang Xiang could pretend to treat illnesses, then Qin Laoda's family and Fu Han could also be pretending. Shi Xiuyan chuckled after hearing Xiao Wu's question, if we were on their side, why would we stay here waiting for you? Why wouldn't we just leave with them? We've already sent someone to save her, what more do you want? Xiao Wu's attitude made Wang Qian angry as well, they just used Ma Yuanyuan to threaten us. What if they really hurt her? Would you blame us for not letting them leave? I just thought his abilities were strong enough to restrain all four of them by himself, so I got anxious. Xiao Wu awkwardly lowered his head and, upon closer inspection, noticed that two people were indeed missing. The two who weren't present looked quite young, so he started to worry again. Can you really guarantee that these two will bring Miss Mai back safely? What else can you do besides trusting us? If it were only Hikuan, Wang Qian might have still been worried, but Li Chuyang had gone instead, demanding only that Hikuan accompany him alone, ensuring he'd definitely catch up. Since Li Chuyang was so confident, there wasn't anything else to worry about. Seeing that Xiao Wu wasn't as suspicious anymore, Fu Han told him, I'll go look for them now. Please take care of the people in the village. Tell them we will definitely bring Ma Yuanyuan back safely. Having heard Fu Han's promise personally, Xiao Wu chose to trust him and rely on his own judgment. Since it was Xiao Wu himself who convinced Ma Yuanyuan to keep them, any consequences would rest solely on his shoulders. The only thing he could do was exactly what Fu Han had said, plus, you must save Miss Mai. Otherwise, she'll turn into a zombie. Don't worry. In just a few short minutes, the Zhang family had carried Ma Yuanyuan several kilometers away. Believing no one could catch up to them, they felt secure and prepared to safely deliver Ma Yuanyuan to North Long City to claim their reward. However, Zhang Dajie suddenly heard a familiar sound in the dark night. With limited visibility due to the darkness, they distinctly felt something like a tornado approaching from not far behind them. What's going on? Is there another wind-type psychic among them? Zhang Dajing curiously glanced at Zhang Dajie while jokingly saying, this power seems stronger than your ability. I wouldn't need any of you troubles if I was by myself. So you mean only one person is chasing us? Not more than two, Zhang Dajie confidently said. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiang stopped, if it's only two people, why should we keep running? Let's just kill them. Zhang Dajie's daughter gave a light sniff and took out her weapon, looking eagerly at Zhang Xiang. Zhang Xiang said, alright, it's all yours. Don't come asking for help if you lose because I won't help you. While they were chatting and resting, Hikuan had already brought Li Chuyang to close range. Surprisingly noticing there were only two people chasing them, the young ones, and that Fu Han hadn't followed, they became slightly puzzled. Zhang Dajing gave a thumbs up to Zhang Dajie, setting the unconscious Ma Yuanyuan aside and watching together as the drama unfolded. Just as Zhang Dajie's daughter was preparing to attack Li Chuyang with her steel wire, Hikuan glanced at Li Chuyang, then shook his head at her. Are you already scared? Zhang Xiang was surprised when he saw her suddenly turn back. After standing still for 2 seconds, she put away her steel wire and rushed to Ma Yuanyuan lying on the ground. Zhang Dage quickly blocked her, and Zhang Daji and Zhang Xiang became alert. What are you doing? The two people standing opposite remained motionless, making the surrounding atmosphere deathly silent, and Shuang Mei's actions made the situation seem even more eerie. Zhang Xiang stood in front, signaling Zhang Dage to retreat with Miao Yuanyuan. If you don't want to kill them, why are you disturbing Miao Yuanyuan? Shuang Mei. Zhang Dachi called out a few times but got no response. Zhang Xiang turned his head and saw not only did Zhang Dachi go quiet, Zhang Dage had also fallen silent while standing among the three of them. Akuan, please bring Miao Yuanyuan over first. Li Chuyang didn't want anything to happen to Miao Yuanyuan, nor did he want her to wake up unexpectedly and see this scene, so he distractedly said a sentence to Hikuan. I'm fine. He was reading the memories of Zhang Dage and the other two. Hikuan nodded and walked toward Zhang Xiang and the others. What kind of monsters are you really? A lump of flame shone in Zhang Xiang's hand, clearly illuminating his facial expression. His inner thoughts were just like the flame in his palm, fearful, uneasy, and flickering several times almost extinguishing. Chapter 94, Beilong City. Zhang Xiang and the other three were not actually a family. Before the apocalypse, they had already done very few good deeds. Later, after gaining their superhuman abilities, they met and found they were quite compatible in their depravity, so they formed a small group to commit murder and theft as a way to survive in the post-apocalyptic world. Having cooperated for 2 or 3 months, they still did not fully trust each other and all harbored their own intentions. This time, after arriving in Beilong City, they noticed a reward posting that promised both energy stones and substantial supplies to anyone who could bring Miao Yuan alive and successful. Enticed by the rewards, they planned accordingly and pretended to be a family seeking Miao Yuan's healing services at Huaizhai. This then led to what happened later. Big brother Zhang and big sister Zhang behind Zhang Xiang fought and killed each other. Shuang Mei walked towards Zhang Xiang with her wire, a cold smile on her face. Haven't you always wanted to know how it feels to die under my steel wire? Today, I'll grant your wish. Are you not aware of the situation? Zhang Xiang thought Shuang Mei had suddenly come to her senses. Why not kill them first before we settle our personal issues? Despite her current lack of flair, Shuang Mei dressed nicely sometimes and Zhang Xiang had seen her beautiful side. Thus, he developed feelings for her, often making improper advances. Big brother and big sister Zhang ignored these actions since Shuang Mei was no match for Zhang Xiang. She had been consistently overpowered by Zhang Xiang and unable to do anything about it. She wouldn't be foolish enough to engage in a head-on fight, she was content staying within this small group. There was no reason to antagonize Zhang Xiang, especially when eventually one day she hoped to beat him up thoroughly and perhaps even disable one of his hands. Disabling both would render him utterly useless, which wouldn't be ideal since she hadn't encountered a better partner than Zhang Xiang yet. Because of her frustration from dealing with Zhang Xiang, she redirected her anger onto the people and zombies who died at her hands. Whenever Zhang Xiang watched her use the wire, he became obsessed with its deadly power, finding an odd attraction in it. Several times, he teased her about wrapping the wire around his neck. Of course, he wouldn't dare let her really do it, he feared she might impulsively kill him. Now, Li Chuyang chose to give her a chance to act against Zhang Xiang. Zhang Xiang continued retreating, no longer paying attention to Miao Yuan. The bodies of big brother and big sister Zhang made him increasingly panicked, unable to guess what had happened. Surely even if they disliked each other, they wouldn't kill each other. This strange behavior was obviously related to the reason they had momentarily frozen earlier, and everything likely pointed back to Li Chuyang standing silently opposite them. The flames in his hands suddenly extinguished, and after glancing at Li Chuyang and seeing Shuang Mei full of murderous intent advancing towards him, Zhang Xiang decisively turned and fled. He successfully brought Miao Yuan back undamaged and unconscious. Shuang Mei chased Zhang Xiang, gradually running further away. Looked worriedly at Li Chuyang and asked, will there be problems now that they've run away? It seemed Zhang Xiang had remained clear-headed all along. Had Chuyang not accessed his memories? I have taken care of everything. Li Chuyang's expression didn't ease as he glanced at Miao Yuan and said, don't let her wake up. Let's go back. He could quietly infiltrate the minds of B-class ability users like Zhang Xiang without either Zhang Xiang himself or others noticing anything out of the ordinary. After examining the memories of all 4 individuals, Li Chuyang found no information about the person behind the reward postings. They only knew of such information and where to hand Miao Yuan over once she was brought to Beilong City. Beyond that, they were completely ignorant. They also hadn't bothered to investigate, all they did was follow what others told them, witnessing those others receive their rewards firsthand. All 4 were intrigued by the rewards and thus decided to take this gamble. On their way back, they ran into Fu Han, so Li Chuyang informed him of the information he had obtained from Zhang Xiang, as well as the events of the night, which were indeed tied to second brother Qin. When the people of Huaizhai saw they had indeed returned safely with Miao Yuan unharmed, their attitude shifted dramatically. Especially Qiao Wu, who even apologized sincerely, saying he shouldn't have doubted them so much before and recounted how he had tried to convince Miao Yuan to let them stay. I should have stuck to my beliefs, Qiao Wu said shamefully. If it weren't for you tonight, Sister Miao would have been in danger. His gaze had been lingering between Li Chuyang and He since they returned with Miao Yuan intact, and he was curious how 2 such young people managed to bring her back without a scratch. You 2 are also ability users, right? Not only that, but neither of them showed any sign of injury. I wonder what happened to the Zhang family. Did they flee or? If they fled, they might come back with more people. They won't return, Fu Han interrupted Qiao Wu's curious questions. Seeing Miao Yuan awake, he recounted everything Qin Lao had done. Qin Lao didn't want to cure his father, he was the one who leaked the information to Zhang Dajie and Shuang Mei. He took several energy stones from the Zhang family. The only person in the Qin family with abilities was him. He usually sacrificed the most to protect the Qin family and therefore had little chance to obtain many energy stones. Seeing the energy stones that Zhang Xiang had displayed, he immediately became tempted. If his father's illness couldn't be cured, he could finally be free from his father, so he agreed to help Zhang Xiang. After hearing this, the Huaizhai residents unanimously decided to drive out Qin Lao and his group. Whether this aligned with Qin Lao's wishes or not, it was now the Qin family's matter. As for Miao Yuanyuan, she decided to tell Qin Lao too about the incident and let him decide what to do. She still intended to heal him, keeping everything as originally agreed, but they wouldn't allow Qin Lao to stay there anymore. As for Qin Lao, he knew nothing of these matters and sincerely wanted to save his father. After inviting Qin Lao's family inside, once the Qin family heard everything, Qin Lao too scanned everyone around, then took off his shoe and chased after Qin Lao, cursing quite fiercely. Qin Lao quickly blocked him and brought in a stick from outside, handing it to Qin Lao too. Once Qin Lao too tired himself out, Qin Lao personally beat Qin Lao a few times with the stick. Despite having abilities, Qin Lao did not dare to resist, nor did he wish to harm his relatives. He disliked only his father. Qin Lao too always looked down on him, favoring and doting on Qin Lao. For Qin Lao, even after he awakened his abilities, Qin Lao's attitude toward him never improved. In the end, Qin Lao was driven out, while the rest of the Qin family chose to remain in Huaizhai to care for Qin Lao's treatment, likely intending to settle there long term. These were all Qin family affairs. Li Chuyang paid little attention to them, but Xiao Wu shared all the information he had obtained in Beilong City, warning them to be cautious if they ever traveled there. Compared to other safe zones across the country, Beilong City has more secure accommodations, abundant resources, and manpower. Many ability users aim to go there, to both serve their purpose and stake their claim within Beilong City. I don't know whether these recent events have drawn much attention. This was Xiao Wu's biggest concern. Everyone's focus was on zombies, and news spread slowly. Whether people learned about the situation or acted on it remained uncertain. Do not easily trust anyone. The apocalypse has turned dead people into zombies, and living people have changed too. Huaizhai had become unsafe. Miao Yuanyuan and Xiao Wu still hadn't made further plans for their future, unsure where they would eventually go. In passing, He Kuan mentioned Wei Jianming's mention of Professor Liao and the potential for an antidote. That would be amazing. Let's hope this apocalypse ends soon. Regarding Professor Liao, Xiao Wu had not heard about him in Beilong City, but he did know there was a research base there dedicated to scientists studying the zombie virus. Now it seemed they weren't entirely useless, there was at least some hope. Bidding farewell to the Huaizhai residents, Fu Han and the group led by Li Chuyang finally set off for Beilong City. On leaving Huaizhai, they saw Qin Lao waiting outside the village, looking regretful and hoping for forgiveness from Qin Lao Tu and Qin Lao. With no favorable response, Qin Lao's hopes went unanswered. Even his wife and children refused to plead on his behalf. After days of freezing cold and hunger, he finally decided to abandon his family and return to Beilong City to meet his mistress. Qin Lao Tu was right, Qin Lao indeed had a lover in Beilong City. He quickened his pace, thinking that following Fu Han and the others would be safer. However, halfway through, he encountered the dead bodies of the 4 members of the Zhang family. Zhang Dajia and his 2 companions had turned into zombies, while Zhang Xiang, judging from the terrible wounds on his body, they all seemed to have been caused by his sister's steel wire. Seeing the condition of the Zhang family, he couldn't help but recall that night. How did He Kuan and Li Chuyang manage to rescue Miao Yuanyuan from the hands of their group of 4 without a single injury? How did Fu Han's group know about his collaboration with the Zhang family? And how did Zhang Xiang end up being killed by his own sister? Qin Lao did not dwell too much on these questions, but he knew one thing for sure: if he ever encountered them again in Beilong City, he must avoid them at all costs, hoping that they never meet again. Recently, the alert level in Beilong City had been raised another notch. The news of missing ability users had gradually spread and caught the attention of the government. Ability users like Qin Lao, who had previously resided in Beilong City without any misconduct records, were allowed entry without much hassle. Conversely, Fu Han's group, being a large number of ability users, spent almost an entire day just on registration and documentation. If it weren't for Wei Jianming's mention, the process would have taken even longer. Before nightfall, they successfully entered the first safe zone, where Fu Han's family resided. Chapter 95, Meeting the Parents. Since Wei Jianming brought back news about Fu Han's family had been waiting for him to return every day. From the very beginning of the apocalypse, they started worrying about Fu Han, who was outside. If they had known that zombies would appear, they definitely wouldn't have let Fu Han leave their side and travel so far away. They had also considered going to Changning City to find Fu Han, but as the situation across the country hadn't stabilized yet, leaving Beilong City would be too dangerous. They didn't even know where exactly to go to find Fu Han. After being persuaded by Nziyuan, they calmed down. Nziyuan, the fiancé of Fu Han's sister Fu Wen, had always been serving in the military district. After the apocalypse began, he led the army in Beilong City, both protecting survivors and resisting zombies. The successful establishment of Safe Zone No. 1 was due in large part to his efforts, and now he was in charge of maintaining security within Beilong City. After Safe Zone No. 1 was built, Fu's family wanted to leave to find Fu Han again, but Nziyuan did not stop them anymore. Instead, he arranged for people to accompany them. However, they encountered Fu Han's college classmate returning from outside Beilong City, who informed them of the unfortunate news regarding Fu Han. Afterward, it was Wei Jianming who brought them the latest news. Fu Han's parents, Fu Lang and Gao Fun, worked at the newly built research institute. With such a renowned son-in-law as An Ziyuan, the Fu family was quite well known in safe zone number 1. Once inside the zone, when Fu Han mentioned his parents' names, not only were people willing to guide them, but they even guessed Fu Han's identity. When Wei Jianming returned with news that Fu Han was alive, Gao Fun couldn't help but share this information with most of the people around her. Upon reunion, all they could see in each other's eyes was relief and emotion. Fu Han and his father were fine, but Gao Fun teared up upon seeing Fu Han, eventually unable to hold back and hugged Fu Han tightly, crying out loud. People like He Kuan became mere background figures, witnessing this moment and reminiscing about their own families, with mixed emotions swirling inside them. An Xiaozhe looked at An Xiaoyu, pulling one hand while He Kuan's other hand pulled Li Chuyang, who in turn held Li Chuxin. Shi Xiuyan and Wang Qian stood on the side, exchanging glances which were sufficient between them. When Fu Lang and Gao Fun finally calmed down, especially Gao Fun, who finally stopped crying and wanted to bring Fu Han home immediately, Fu Han introduced Li Chuyang and the others to them. "Dad, Mom, these are my partners I met on the way," Fu Han said, pulling Li Chuyang beside him and holding his hand. Fu Lang and Gao Fun looked at several of them, then focused on Li Chuyang. It was clear that many things must have happened on Fu Han's journey back, and decided to first bring these people home. The house they lived in wasn't small, but it wasn't overly large either. Originally, a bigger and better house had been allocated to them, but they refused. Fu Wen moved to live with An Ziyuan, leaving only the two of them. Even with Fu Han returning, the house was enough for the entire family. However, they never expected Fu Han to bring back so many people, with children and adults alike, making their originally spacious home feel suddenly much smaller. As Gao Fun spoke to Fu Han about everything that had happened over these months, she called Li Chuyang and the others into the living room, bringing out some food stored at home. Fu Lang sent a message through someone to inform An Ziyuan and Fu Wen, asking them to come over quickly and bring supplies along. Seeing Gao Fun still clinging onto Fu Han's hand, he asked whether Fu Han and the others had eaten. He then told Gao Fun to start preparing dinner immediately. Gao Fun gave Fu Lang an unfriendly glance, releasing Fu Han's hand while wiping her tears and laughing. She entered the kitchen to prepare dinner. Taking this opportunity, Fu Lang called Fu Han into the room and listened briefly to what had happened on the journey, as well as learning more about Li Chuyang and his group. Red-eyed, his voice choked as he patted Fu Han on the shoulder, saying, "Son, you've grown up. Regarding those few, once your sister and brother-in-law come, I'll ask your brother-in-law to arrange accommodation for them. Since they've been through life and death together with you and they've lost their families, let them stay here from now on. We will surely help them however we can." "Thank you, Dad." Fu Han scratched his head, unsure how to broach the subject of Li Chuyang. "What is it? Is there something else you want to say?" Although months apart, Fu Lang still knew his son well. "Father, didn't you just see it? The person whose hand I held, his name is Li Chuyang, and I'm with him now." "You." The situation was exactly as they had imagined, and Fu Lang felt calm inside. The most important thing was that Fu Han had returned safely. "We'll talk about this later. Beilong City has changed a lot recently. You and your partners need some time to adapt." As the two were talking, they heard a knock on the door from outside. Fu Lang couldn't help but say, "That must be your sister and brother-in-law." An Ziyuan and Fu Wen also lived in safe zone number 1, just in another building. Gao Fun had already gone to open the door, happily telling Fu Wen, "Your brother has returned. He's perfectly fine. I told you that before, didn't I? Fu Han has great fortune, nothing would happen to him." Fu Wen smiled and walked into the house. At first glance, there were 6 or 7 people in the room, and she couldn't see Fu Han. Just as she was about to ask Gao Fun, she saw Fu Lang and Fu Han coming out of the room. Fu Wen usually showed much more strength and endurance than Gao Fun. But at this moment, upon seeing Fu Han intact right before her eyes, she wasn't much stronger than Gao Fun when Gao Fun first saw Fu Han. If it weren't for seeing Gao Fun on the verge of crying again, she might not have been able to hold back her tears either. They stopped quickly enough. After exchanging a few words with Fu Han, Fu Wen introduced An Ziyuan to each other for them to get reacquainted, and then Fu Wen's attention gradually shifted to Li Chuyang and his group. With outsiders present, many things the Fu family wanted to say were inconvenient to express. So, they first had dinner together and then asked An Ziyuan to arrange accommodations for them. Fu Han sent them off. An Xiaozhe and the others could all understand Fu Han's feelings towards his family and urged him to go back home. Before he left, he took Li Chuyang with him. Li Chuxin originally intended to go along as well. However, she had gradually gotten used to staying with An Xiaoyu and no longer needed to stick by Li Chuyang all the time. But when Li Chuyang was around, she still preferred to stay with him. Leaving Li Chuxin behind was He Kuan's suggestion. Li Chuyang himself didn't think there was any problem with bringing Li Chuxin along, but He Kuan and the others believed that since Fu Han was taking Li Chuyang back home to introduce him to the family, bringing Li Chuxin along might make things slightly inconvenient. An Ziyuan and Fu Wen, upon seeing Fu Han bringing Li Chuyang out, looked at him curiously, "Isn't there enough room inside?" "Dad already told Zian, the 3 rooms should be enough for them. He's staying with me." "You." Fu Wen's gaze fell on their hands clasped together, her brows furrowing in confusion as if trying to say something, only for Nziyuan to stop her. Let's go home first. Mom and Dad are still waiting for us. Fu Wen swallowed her words, we'll discuss this at home. Walking ahead, Fu Wen kept looking back at Fu Han and Li Chuyang frequently, almost as if expecting them to do something behind her. Come to think of it, Fu Han was at the age where dating was appropriate. If it hadn't been the apocalypse, Fu Wen might have encouraged it, yet she had never heard Fu Han mention that he liked men. She wondered what her parents thought. Seeing Fu Han bring Li Chuyang home, Fu Lang and Gao Fun were also surprised, assuming like Fu Wen that it was due to a lack of space. In front of the entire family, Fu Han formally introduced Li Chuyang, briefly explaining his situation, we've confirmed our relationship. From now on, he will live with me. Nziyuan went to the kitchen to boil water while Fu Wen looked at her parents. It was still their turn to speak. Gao Fun looked at Fu Lang, then at Li Chuyang. This child looked quite obedient, but suddenly having a stranger added to the household made it difficult to accept, especially when Fu Han directly wanted someone to live with them. Everything happened so fast that it seemed a little strange. Since you've decided, let him stay, Fu Lang spoke first, forcing Gao Fun to swallow her doubts. She turned to Fu Wen and asked, will you and Nziyuan stay here tonight? Mom, we'll go home tonight. Fu Wen gave a curious glance at Nziyuan. Nziyuan gestured for her to notice Gao Fun's expression. Feeling that this arrangement was perfect, Gao Fun said, then, clean out your room and give it to your brother. Let him stay in your brother's room. Oh. Fu Wen observed the expressions of those around and entered the room with Gao Fun to tidy up. Gao Fun still felt somewhat reluctant looking at Fu Han's room. All the items inside had been carefully organized by her own hands, and she cleaned them every day. Yet now Fu Han had returned, and an outsider was about to stay there. Fu Wen looked outside and started chatting with Gao Fun inside the room. Mom, I feel Fu Han seems pretty serious about this. Is treating him like this really good for Fu Han? We're being a bit too distant. What do you mean by being close or not? We're all meeting him for the first time today, and we don't even know what kind of person he is. Are you saying that because he spent some time with your brother outside, we should trust him without question? It's the apocalypse now, we should be more cautious. Observing him for a few days before jumping to conclusions would be wise. Gao Fun continued, bringing up Nzian, we also observed Nzian for quite a long time. If it weren't for the apocalypse, your father and I wouldn't have let you live together until you got married. But if we had found any flaws in Nzian at any point, we wouldn't have allowed you two to associate anymore. Yes, Nzian was handpicked by you and Dad, Fu Wen admitted. She indeed held great satisfaction toward Nzian, and it was thanks to him that she and her parents could survive the apocalypse and enjoy their current life. So, what's your first impression of him? He doesn't seem like someone who will cause trouble, and I heard from your father that he lost his parents when he was still young, living with his aunt's family. He was an excellent student and very obedient. After the apocalypse, his aunt's family passed away, and then he met your younger brother and has been following him all the way here. I think he's also well behaved, and quiet too. That's all your brother said. Who knows if it's just because he has no one else and decided to cling on to your brother. Surely not. Let's observe him for a while first. Don't jump to conclusions yet. Chapter 96, To be determined. Early in the morning, Gao Fun woke up. She thought that Fu Han probably hadn't had many decent meals these past few months outside. Although it was now the apocalypse and their home conditions weren't great, the food they could make would surely be better than his daily meals out there. Fu Han didn't look thin, he even seemed stronger and more robust, which meant he must have endured quite a lot of hardship. Fortunately, they hadn't spoiled him too much, otherwise, it would be hard to say how he would survive after several months out there or whether he would even still be alive. In the next few days, Gao Fun wanted to provide as much support to Fu Han as she could from every possible angle. Last night, she had discussed with Fu Lang, intending for both of them to take a few days off so they could spend some quality time together with Fu Han and reunite as a family. Fu Lang wasn't as sentimental as her, seeing Fu Han come back safely was already enough for him. The food at home was almost finished last night, but fortunately, Fu Wen and Ziyan brought plenty, allowing them to barely prepare a hearty breakfast this morning. Gao Fun stayed awake last night, feeling excited, and thus got up very early despite yawning repeatedly upon waking. However, she found that Fu Han and Li Chuyang were already up and doing something inside the house. They came out when they heard her voice. Did you wake up this early? Gao Fun glanced at the time again to make sure her sleepy eyes hadn't deceived her. She considered that they must not have slept well outside where they might face zombies at any moment, so it made sense they'd wake early. Our home is very safe, you should sleep longer. Have you even had a proper bed during the past months? Surely our bed at home is more comfortable. Go back and sleep more, I'll cook breakfast for you. Fu Han looked at Li Chuyang and said, we're not sleepy anymore. We've slept enough. If you don't mind, we can help you cook breakfast. Gao Fun glanced at Li Chuyang and smiled happily, you never used to offer to help me cook breakfast before. Are you becoming mature now? This is because I want to spend more time with you. If you think we're disturbing you, we'll just go back inside. What about your friends? How will they eat breakfast? Gaofan originally intended to call Fu Han and check to avoid making too little breakfast, causing an awkward situation. They can take care of themselves. After we finish breakfast, we'll go find them. Now they've settled down but need to figure out what they'll do while staying in Safety Zone 1. Even though in Xiaoyou's spatial items are sufficient for a period of use, they cannot rely on this forever and must still secure a stable source of supplies to sustain their lives. The two followed Gaofan into the kitchen. Neither knew how to cook properly, fumbling clumsily around. Eventually, Gaofan sent them out, noticing that Li Chuyang seemed rather quiet, doing things taught by Fu Han, seemingly shy. After breakfast, Fu Lang went to the institute. Seeing that the two boys were in no rush to meet their friends, Gaofan took them to trade for some stuff. With money now being useless and no more supermarkets or stores, people now trade goods. Energy stones have partially replaced the function of money. As a couple working at the institute, they have a set amount of supplies each day. Besides, Ziyan and Fu Wen give them plenty of items. The energy stones Gaofan has are all given to her by Ziyan. Seeing Gaofan carefully selecting among a few energy stones, Fu Han couldn't help but smile and tell her, "I have a lot of those at my place. I'm an ability user, I can kill zombies casually." "Is this such a casual thing?" Fu Han's joking tone did not ease Gaofan's worries, instead, it made her even more concerned. Thinking of the situations he faced dealing with zombies outside filled her with fear about potential dangers he may encounter. "I don't need such things at all. All I wish is for you to be fine, for our family to remain safe and peaceful." These past few months, she had witnessed countless partings and deaths, relatives turning into zombies, having to watch as they are destroyed. This was too heartbreaking. "I'm standing right here before you now, aren't I? You haven't seen how strong your son is yet." Fu Han covertly glanced at Li Chuyang, deciding to keep Chuyang's abilities secret since they were too special. "In the future, I will join brother-in-law in eliminating zombies." Thus, he must not let Gaofan always worry and miss him, he needed her to adapt and trust him. Seeing Fu Han wasn't joking, Gaofan was momentarily taken aback. She had really never thought about what Fu Han should do after coming back. After exchanging all the things Gaofan needed, Fu Han and Li Chuyang first met Hikuan and roughly discussed the issues regarding staying here, then went to see Ziyan. What kind of work they could do still depended on what arrangements Ziyan could make. Moreover, since they had only returned yesterday and knew nothing about the situation in Beilong City, it was clearly most appropriate to ask Ziyan for help with these matters. Ziyan had already learned some information about Fu Han from Wei Jianming beforehand, so he had foreseen that Fu Han would come to see him and had specifically set aside 1 day's free time. Furthermore, he also called Wei Jianming over. To be honest, Fu Han and his friends were all rare talents as ability users, and now was precisely when Ziyan needed more manpower. Lin Jijun came together with Wei Jianming. The two of them, upon seeing Fu Han and Li Chuyang, joked with Wei Jianming who teased, "You're always following him around like glue." Lin Jijun stood by the side and stared at Li Chuyang for a couple more seconds, experiencing an indescribable strange feeling in his heart. He should feel a strong emotion towards Li Chuyang, but in his mind, it was as if they had never shared any experiences like strangers, which was quite bizarre. When they entered the study, Wei Jianming glanced at Li Chuyang with slight doubt and asked Fu Han, "Won't your sister take him to look around?" "He'll listen together." Fu Han had mentioned in the morning that he would reveal Li Chuyang's ability to use, but not too detailed. Wei Jianming was greatly surprised when hearing Fu Han say that Li Chuyang also possessed special abilities. Not only had he failed to detect it himself, but no matter how he looked at Li Chuyang, he did not seem like someone who could have such abilities. Li Chuyang's body had undergone qualitative changes during the last month, thanks to Li Chuxin constantly bringing energy stones for him. Fu Han hadn't used many, so Li Chuyang absorbed most of them. Although he still appeared frail, this was merely because he didn't gain much weight, but his height increased. Over these months, protected by Fu Han and others like Hikuan, he was spared from dirty or tiring tasks. Comparatively speaking, he resembled a well-preserved young master. It was also due to Li Chuyang's good condition that yesterday Gaofan noticed that Wang Qian and Xiaoyu, the two girls, didn't look as well off, leading to her suspicion towards Li Chuyang. However, after seeing Li Chuyang doing things neatly and efficiently this morning, her impression of Li Chuyang improved slightly. Fu Han didn't elaborate on what specific ability Li Chuyang possessed, and Wei Jianming didn't dare to inquire further either, while Ziyan naturally chose to trust Fu Han. Before the apocalypse, Ziyan had only met Fu Han a few times, but judging from Fu Han helping Wei Jianming retrieve the materials from the institute, he could tell what kind of person Fu Han was, let alone how Fu Han consistently stayed with these friends without giving up. Under Ziyan's efforts, the current state of Beilong City was relatively stable. Whenever there was a minor wave of zombies, he could quickly dispatch manpower to handle it. What worried him was encountering a large-scale zombie swarm, which would render them incapable of response. Moreover, among his people, ability users only constituted a small percentage. New recruits were insufficient to cover the losses incurred while dealing with zombies. He also considered gathering the forces of ability users, but the rewards offered were too meager, making many of them consider killing zombies independently and trading energy stones for supplies more rewarding and freeing. Not even controlling the situation in Beilong City was assured, let alone contemplating the other safe zones nationwide. Although Professor Liao had acquired the data, the actual day when an antidote would be researched remained unknown. As long as there was no antidote, he couldn't afford to relax even a little bit. After discussing all these matters, Wei Jianming brought up the status update from Professor Liao. His assistants were inadequate, and since obtaining the materials, their research hasn't made any breakthrough progress. Though Fu Lang and Gao Fen worked at the same institute as Professor Liao Huahao, they were studying in different fields. The institute was no longer the type of research building with just one or two buildings that they had visited before, rather, it was akin to a mini-safe zone divided into several sections where scientific researchers of various fields gathered. Among these sections, the one led by Professor Liao Huahao was designated as the key area, under his leadership focusing on studying the zombie virus. Research on special abilities was another direction pursued by Liao Huahao, whose understanding and expertise surpassed everyone else, making it natural for him to lead the team. Professor Liao wishes to personally thank you guys. Without your help, we probably wouldn't have been able to obtain the data, losing our lives in the process. After recounting the situation with Liao Huahao, Wei Jianming mentioned this, intending to introduce Liao Huahao to Fu Han for mutual recognition. After they had finished speaking, Li Chuyang began to contemplate something. The situation with Li Chuxin could potentially assist Professor Liao's research on the zombie virus, and might even be key to developing a cure for the zombie virus. Should he hand Li Chuxin over? Deep down, he was reluctant to part with Li Chuxin and didn't want her to become a subject of experimentation. But considering the greater good and humanity's survival, it seemed like the right thing to do. You shouldn't worry too much about this right now. Didn't Wei Jianming say that he would introduce us to Professor Liao? Let's first meet with Professor Liao before making any decisions, and we can ask him directly. If Chuxin truly proves helpful for his research, we can hand her over to him, but he must not harm her in any way. Anything he wishes to do with Chuxin must have our approval first. Li Chuyang looked at Fu Han and asked, what if they learn about Chuxin and insist on taking her away from us? Although he had control over the zombies and even some hostile ability users, he didn't wish to hurt others, especially ordinary people or those they knew. I need you to trust me, I won't let them take Chuxin away unless you agree to it. And even then, only if you consent will they be able to take Chuxin away from your side. Besides, you're so powerful that I'm no match for you. Fu Han reached out to pat his head. Remember, whatever happens, prioritize your own safety first, and let me handle things as much as possible, alright? Okay. For some reason, ever since arriving in Beilong City, he had felt a growing sense of unease deep inside. Chapter 97, Mental Psionic Abilities. Yesterday, Fu Han told An Zian about the missing psychics and how some were being turned into zombies. The next day, An Zian sent two people with An Xiaozhe to investigate first. Fu Han and Li Chuyang were originally going to go as well, but Wei Jianming came and told them that Liao Huahao had time in the morning and wanted to meet them, so they stayed behind. Li Chuxin was still staying with An Xiaoyu. An Xiaoyu and Wang Qian did not go out with An Xiaozhe, and after breakfast, Li Chuyang would visit Li Chuxin. Over these past few days, Li Chuxin had spent very little time with him. Although she had accepted An Xiaoyu, she still preferred to be with Li Chuyang and was very reluctant to let go of his hand when parting. Fu Han thought this couldn't last forever since eventually, Li Chuxin would have to stay with Li Chuyang, so he decided to bring her back tonight to let her parents get used to it early. Upon hearing Fu Han's promise, Li Chuxin obediently released Li Chuyang's hand and let him leave with Fu Han. Wei Jianming had been waiting at the entrance of the institute. As soon as he saw them coming, he eagerly took them to the research area where Liao Huahao was. Liao Huahao was researching the two most important projects, and it was clear that his research zone was much larger than the others, with dedicated personnel responsible for guarding it. The building was divided into two areas, left and right, studying the zombie virus and psychic abilities respectively. These two areas were connected in the middle, but random movement between them was generally restricted. The left side, which studied the zombie virus, housed zombies and was more dangerous compared to the right side, which only contained psychics. The style of the research building reminded Li Chuyang somewhat of the previous research facility they visited, making him think of the animals and zombies used in experiments there, as well as those mutated zombies. Though he didn't understand the scientific work, the horror of those mutated zombies made him a little afraid of those research projects, fearing that Li Chuxin's identity might be exposed and that she might end up like one of those mutated zombies. However, there seemed to be no such animals in this research institute, nor any cases of zombie mutation yet. Moreover, all the psychics being studied here had volunteered willingly. The research conducted by Liao Huahao on them mainly involved drawing blood, testing physical conditions, and observing their reactions to energy stones. These were all humane studies. When Liao Huahao first arrived in Beilong City, he shared quite a bit of knowledge regarding the zombie virus, including its presence in water and more. Later, he explained the formation of the energy stones found in zombie brains and how they enhanced psychic powers, along with the design of ability detection devices and classification of psychic levels. These achievements alone were already significant results. After that, Liao Huahao hit a bottleneck in his research, which is why Wei Jianming went to the institute to retrieve some materials on his behalf. In the next stage, Liao Huahao would focus exclusively on the study of the zombie virus, striving to develop a cure or at least glimpse a prototype of the antidote. Studies on psychic powers would take a break. Although this research building appeared large, it actually housed very few people. Aside from Liao Huahao, there were only a few assistants, as other professors lagged too far behind him in terms of research to keep up. So, Liao Huahao worked with only a small team of assistants. For a long period ahead, Liao Huahao would be sequestered in his lab and might not have time to see anyone else, which is why he urgently wanted to meet Fu Han and Li Chuyang now. Regarding the memory of the zombies in the institute, Li Chuyang hadn't been able to access them. Additionally, Li Chuxin's memories had always been locked, so he had no chance to look at them either, meaning he wouldn't know certain details about Liao Huahao beforehand. Besides, Su Yi only recognized a few professors aside from his teacher, and there was no mention of Liao Huahao in his memories. When they truly met Liao Huahao, Fu Han and Li Chuyang were surprised. Liao Huahao was much younger than they had imagined. Standing beside Wei Jianming, their ages looked roughly the same. Even Li Chuxin's father, though he was actually quite old, appeared about the same age as Fu Lang. Not only was Liao Huahao young, but he was also very handsome. Wearing glasses, his smile was warm and polite, immediately giving a good impression. He came out from the research room, greeted them, then invited them inside, asking if they wanted to tour the lab. I heard from Captain Wei that you are an A-level fire-type psychic. When do you have time to show me your abilities? And let me study it a bit? Liao Huahao asked jokingly, but his gaze on Fu Han was quite serious. I also heard that all your partners are psychics. No wonder your ability has reached A-level, leading so many psychics is not an easy task. So far, I haven't met any psychics whose powers exceed the A-level. Do you have the fortune of being the first S-level psychic I know? Professor Liao, do you have a way to help psychics break through to higher levels? Fu Han asked curiously. Since you haven't seen any S-level psychics before, how did you divide these psychic ranks? Do you really believe there are psychics who surpass the A-level? These classifications were not made by me alone, I must thank my previous research partners. All of this was our joint effort. As for the question you raised, I haven't yet found a stable method to help psychics break through their current levels. All I know is that they need some energy accumulation and a suitable opportunity. If there really is a way to help psychics break through steadily, then lower-level psychics would be able to smoothly upgrade without worrying about the dangers, Liao Huahao replied firmly, with a determined look in his eyes. I not only believe in S-level psychics, I even think there is no upper limit to the levels of psychic powers. It's just that our research hasn't advanced that far yet, and such high-level psychics haven't appeared. After finishing, Liao Huahao joked with them, saying, although high-level psychic powers can overwhelm lower ones, there is also the element of one power type counteracting another. Lower-level psychics may still be able to defeat those at higher levels. Fu Han understood this well. Water-type psychics could counteract his fire-type, while his fire-type could suppress ice-type psychics. Back in the research institute, he had encountered an ice-type zombie that wasn't easily suppressed because its ice powers were extremely strong. Have you heard of mental psionic abilities? Li Chuyang suddenly asked Liao Huahao. Liao Huahao and Wei Jianming both paused, but their reactions were different. Wei Jianming was surprised by Li Chuyang's sudden questioning, as well as Liao Huahao's response. On the other hand, Liao Huahao was taken aback that he actually knew about mental-type psionics. After a brief moment of thought, Liao Huahao quickly composed himself and smiled gently, replying, yes, I know about mental-type psionics, but I haven't done much research on it. I wonder where you learned about mental psionics. We've never disclosed any information about this field, as mental psionics are incredibly rare. In the past, we believed the probability of someone possessing mental psionic abilities was less than 1 in 10 million. Not only is it difficult to identify, but those who do possess such abilities often don't survive long. That's why we never released data on this subject, Liao Huahao explained. In fact, we once encountered a mental psionic user. Unfortunately, he didn't live long, causing our research to be interrupted. Since then, I haven't come across any other mental psionic users, which is part of the reason why. We came across a man named Su Yi when passing through a safe zone. He worked in the same institute as you and told us about it. Does Su Yi know you? Do you know Su Yi? Liao Huahao thought for a moment and shook his head. Su Yi? I don't recall that name. Do you know which lab he worked in or what direction of research he pursued? Li Chuyang responded, he just mentioned it briefly. I assumed you might know more, so I simply out of curiosity asked. Liao Huahao smiled and said, if you ever encounter a mental psionic user, please bring them to me. And if I ever meet one, I will certainly introduce them to you. As for this Su Yi, which safe zone did you meet him in? Since he was in the same institute as me and knows about mental psionics, I hope he would come here to collaborate on research. He is already dead, he encountered zombies when going outside, Fu Han interjected. He didn't want Liao Huahao to expend too much effort investigating Su Yi. Since Liao Huahao didn't offer much insight on this topic, Fu Han brought up questions about the zombie virus, wanting to know if a cure was possible and how it would function. Can the people who have turned into zombies be saved? This isn't a simple research project and cannot be summarized in just a few words. Liao Huahao paused for a second, then succinctly answered, for us, once someone becomes a zombie, they are already considered dead. From that perspective, I believe there is no antidote to save them. The cure I am researching now is aimed at living individuals, specifically those infected by the zombie virus. The zombie virus is very powerful, and the possibility of making a vaccine is too low. We can only use drugs when humans are infected with the zombie virus to counteract it, helping them get through. Obviously, Liao Huahao had not yet seen cases like Li Chuxin's, nor did he know such possibilities existed. If he knew about Li Chuxin, he would certainly want to take her for research. Liao Huahao's answers today in all aspects were impeccable, giving no one any chance to detect issues. However, what these people did not know was that most of the data he currently possessed had been discovered long ago. The reason why he sent Wei Jianming to retrieve the data from the institute was because he wanted to check if there was anything he missed when he escaped back then. But these things weren't really important anymore. In fact, today he unexpectedly made another significant discovery, the emergence of another mental-type psychic ability user. As expected, it should be this Li Chuyang. It's unknown which specific aspect his mental-type psychic abilities pertain to. Chapter 98, It's the Fu family. When bidding farewell to Liao Huahao, the smile on his face seemed to hold some deeper meaning and lingered in Li Chuyang's mind. He was unsure what Liao Huahao was trying to imply. Wei Jianming escorted them back, claiming he wanted to visit Li Chuxin. In fact, the person he truly wanted to see was in Xiaoyu, a fact that everyone had noticed. However, when they went to pick up Li Chuxin, they found a bouquet of fresh flowers on the table in the house, as if they had just been delivered. Wei Jianming pretended to compliment the beauty of the flowers and asked in Xiaoyu where they were picked from. Wang Qian replied for in Xiaoyu beside her, the flowers were sent by Lin Jijun, who said thank you to Sister Xiaoyu for previously applying medicine for him. She was originally supposed to go with Shi Xiuyan today, but Shi told her to stay behind and learn from in Xiaoyu how to cook and clean the house. Wei Jianming smiled, not saying anything, secretly cursing Lin Jijun in his heart as a sly little guy. Your work has already been arranged, at the supply area. I'll take you there tomorrow to have a look. If you have any problems, let me know. Thank you, Captain Wei. This job wasn't dangerous, it only required physical labor. Wang Qian could reluctantly accept it, mainly because her cousin surely hoped she would take this job. I just said a few words, Wei Jianming told them where he lived and let them know they could find him anytime if they needed something before leaving. After Wei Jianming returned and saw Lin Jijun, he intentionally asked about giving flowers to in Xiaoyu, do you like her? Lin Jijun, embarrassed, scratched his head and nodded, telling Wei Jianming, Captain, I want to pursue in Xiaoyu. This is your own business. Why are you telling me? Can I stop you? Wei Jianming muttered. Lin Jijun noticed his somewhat unhappy expression, isn't this because you, Captain, asked me whether I like in Xiaoyu? Captain, do you also like her? Wei Jianming snorted lightly, looking at him and asking, so what? Are you going to give her to me? Absolutely not. Lin Jijun said very seriously, this cannot be given away. If anyone should yield, it should be you, Captain. Why should I yield to you? Wei Jianming didn't understand his reasoning. Because you're the captain, Lin Jijun immediately jumped away from Wei Jianming, fearing that Wei might hit him. Still, since the captain was single, there was indeed no reason for him to demand precedence in such matters. Captain, let's compete fairly, see who in Xiaoyu will choose eventually. Only then did Wei Jianming's face show satisfaction, since you sent her flowers today, I'll yield to you first. Captain, it shouldn't be counted like that. The two talked and got back to their main topic, Captain, I don't know why, but every time I see Li Chuyang, I feel strange. Li Chuxin was taken in by him along the way and recognized as his sister, right? Aren't these things you already know? What's so strange? Wei Jianming thought for a moment and said, Li Chuyang has special abilities. He isn't the weakling you described, weren't you aware of this earlier? Why did I notice your attitude toward Li Chuyang changing halfway? Did I? Lin Jijun rubbed his head, unable to think clearly, I just think there's something odd about him and his sister, like it has something to do with a dream I had. Can you really believe dreams? Wei Jianming slapped his forehead, I thought you were referring to something serious. Aren't you just fooling me? Captain, I'm not. I really. After chatting with Lin Jijun, the strange feeling in his heart did not fade. When Liao Huahao called him over and asked about the event starting from when they met Fu Han and his group, Lin Jijun recounted everything in detail and mentioned the strange feeling he had when seeing Li Chuyang and Li Chuxin. They all say Li Chuyang has special abilities, but actually, none of us have seen him use them. No one has tested him either. We don't even know if he truly has special abilities. Lin Jijun's tone carried a trace of doubt, mainly, I still think there's something off about Li Chuxin. What's so strange about her? Liao Huahao initially suspected Li Chuyang to be the psychic special ability user, but hearing Lin Jijun talk about the strangeness of Li Chuyang's sister, Li Chuxin, gave him another possible suspect. I can't really explain it, Lin Jijun awkwardly pulled at the corners of his mouth, actually, it's a dream I had. Dream? What kind of dream did you have? It was a dream where I saw Li Chuxin sneak out at midnight to kill zombies. She killed many zombies effortlessly on her own. This was all from his dreams, yet Lin Jijun believed in it wholeheartedly. It was strange that he couldn't forget the content of this dream. Is this what you dreamed? If it wasn't a dream but reality, then had Li Chuxin made Lin Jijun believe that it was just a dream? Who else was in your dream besides Li Chuxin? Seemed like Li Chuyang. Fu Han was also there. It has been almost over a month already, so I don't remember clearly. Lin Jijun looked at Liao Huahao and found him very serious, which made him feel odd since even their captain hadn't shown much interest in these matters before. Professor Liao, why are you interested in knowing about my dreams? I just noticed you seem puzzled, so I asked a bit more, wanting to know what kind of dream it was. Liao Huahao smiled. However, I think the deep impression this dream left on you might be caused by something that happened in reality. Something that happened in reality? Lin Jijun carefully recalled everything that had happened during that time. Ashamed, he looked at Liao Huahao and said, actually back then, I suspected there was a problem with Li Chuyang recognizing Li Chuxin as his sister, so I kept an eye on them for a while. Maybe I was too focused on observing them. Li Chuyang actually has special abilities, the captain already mentioned that. Earlier, I shouldn't have doubted him. Maybe it's not wrong on your part, Liao Huahao kept hinting to Lin Jijun, I am actually quite interested in meeting Li Chuyang's younger sister. I wonder if I'll ever get such a chance. She lives, with Fu Han's other companions. In goodwill, Lin Jijun informed Liao Huahao about Xiaoyou's address. If Professor Liao wishes to meet them, I can tell them and help you make arrangements. Just that Li Chuyang mentioned to me the topic of psychic powers, now I'm somewhat suspicious that Li Chuxin may possess psychic abilities. Psychic abilities? Another type of special ability, one the current ability testing equipment cannot detect. Unfamiliar people might cause harm to themselves because of it. An ability that could hurt oneself. Not knowing how to control it would result in hurting oneself or even those around you. I must go tell Xiaoyu immediately. Lin Jijun glanced at Liao Huahao with doubt, asking, Professor Liao, did you not tell Fu Han? They didn't say much to me, it seems they don't fully trust me either, so I couldn't add much either. After all, it wouldn't be right to dig into every detail the first time we met. It's my lack of consideration. Can Professor Liao tell me more about psychic abilities so I can warn Xiaoyu? I'm still unsure if Li Chuxin truly is the person with psychic abilities. Lin Jijun volunteered himself without hesitation, how should we confirm this? Professor Liao, let me help you confirm it. Thus, Liao Huahao started explaining slowly to Lin Jijun. On the other side, after bringing Li Chuxin home, Fu Han called Fu Wen to intercede on his behalf in front of Gao Fun. The brother and sister were preparing dinner in the kitchen while Li Chuyang was teaching Li Chuxin to read and recognize characters in the living room. He wanted Li Chuxin to recover her memory as soon as possible, firstly, to check if she had any memories about Liao Huahao, secondly, to ensure she doesn't expose herself in public. Li Chuxin showed no reaction to most words except those related to experiments, research, and science, at which she would stare blankly, lost in deep contemplation, as if immersed in past memories. But when questioned, she couldn't articulate anything. Li Chuyang suddenly brought up the name Liao Huahao in front of Li Chuxin. Chuxin, do you still remember Liao Huahao? He worked with your father at the research institute, presumably your father's colleague. Do you have any impression of him? Li Chuxin thought hard and shook her head at Li Chuyang after a long pause, I don't remember. She had no recollection about anything concerning the name Liao Huahao. Su Yi was also completely unfamiliar with Liao Huahao. Could it be? Liao Huahao wasn't really his original name. Perhaps when Liao Huahao came to Beilong City, he changed his name to Liao Huahao. Then only when Chuxin meets Liao Huahao face to face will we find out if she recognizes him. If they really knew each other, Liao Huahao would certainly ask about Chuxin's situation. How should he explain so that Liao Huahao believes a 10-year-old child survived in such a terrifying research institute? Additionally, Liao Huahao said the psychic power user was dead. Whether that was true or false, who knows? Nevertheless, they faced another imminent issue at hand. Gaofan had taken a liking to Li Chuxin, especially after learning about her situation. This improved her opinion of Li Chuyang somewhat. However, Li Chuxin remained wary of outsiders and would have likely fled from Gaofan's enthusiasm and concern if Li Chuyang wasn't by her side. Fortunately, Fu Han was there to explain, she only likes Chuyang, it took her a long time to become familiar with the rest of us. We let her stay with Xiaoyu for 2 days, but she missed Chuyang. Gaofan added, she can't keep following you two around forever. Before, we didn't have the conditions outside, but now at home, in the future, my room will be hers to sleep in. Thank you, Mom. Fu Han happily looked at Fu Wen. With Gaofan speaking up, Fu Wen had little to say anyway, plus she rarely came back to sleep at home these days. Thank you, sis. Thank you, Dad. My mom has basically approved of the two of us. Fu Han's mood was particularly good as they were finally able to sleep together again that night. I should have brought Chuxin over earlier. My parents and my sister all have good attitudes towards you and Chuxin now. From now on, this place will be your home, and you and Chuxin are part of the Fu family. After Fu Han kissed him, Li Chuyang asked, how should I explain the situation with me and Chuxin to your family? After all, Chuxin's situation was even more unique than his own. Chapter 99 Caution. Once they get to know you and Chu Xian better, we'll find the right time to talk to them. Fu Han knew that his parents might not be able to accept this matter calmly, especially his mother, who would be more shocked and might have difficulty viewing them as ordinary people. I've heard from my brother-in-law that they are preparing to rebuild the school. When the school is ready, you can send Chu Xian there every day. After Chu Xian gets used to it, you can come and help me fight the zombies. Fu Han had already planned everything. Once Professor Liao develops the antidote and the zombies disappear, we might not need to tell my parents after all. For now, just focus on teaching Chu Xian how to read at home and helping my parents. The rest is up to me. Whatever happens, you must believe that I will never leave you. Li Chuyang tightly held Fu Han's hand. Since he had come here with Fu Han and accepted him, he was willing to entrust everything to Fu Han. Although last night was exhausting, Li Chuyang woke up early with Fu Han. After resting for a night, his body had almost fully recovered. Li Chu Xian also woke up early, lying in bed and staring at the ceiling lost in thought. Upon hearing Li Chuyang's voice, she immediately got up and ran out of her room, hugging Li Chuyang tightly. The familiar scent of Li Chuyang made her feel at ease instantly, but today, Li Chuyang smelled slightly different from usual, carrying an unusually strong smell belonging to Fu Han. In the past, traces of Fu Han's scent could sometimes be found on Li Chuyang, but today it was particularly strong. She looked up at Fu Han curiously, which made Fu Han feel somewhat guilty, suspecting if she had overheard something last night. Judging by Li Chu Xian's behavior, it seemed uncertain whether she had slept properly at all. Li Chu Xian's physical condition was extremely unique, she could survive for a long period without sleep or food, relying merely on air. Fortunately, Li Chuyang had trained her in advance to develop many habits similar to those of ordinary people, so her peculiarities were not easily detectable. Gaofan woke up to prepare breakfast. Seeing the three family members, both big and small, together washing up, the atmosphere was warm and harmonious, making her feel that such a setup wasn't bad either. Even though Fu Han might not be able to have children in the future, Li Chu Xian could be considered their half-child. At the dining table, Li Chu Xian always followed Li Chuyang, eating whatever was given to her. Regardless of the quantity, she could eat everything. With the dishes Gaofan offered her, she only glanced at Li Chuyang before finishing them quickly. Today, Fu Han planned to go out and look for a photo of Liao Huahao. Gaofan, upon hearing that Li Chuyang and Li Chu Xian would stay at home, couldn't help reminding them, Chuyang, teach Chu Xian to read at home. At noon. I'll return and cook for you too. If anything happens, you can find us at the research area. You've met Professor Liao, so you should know where your father and I are working, right? Yes, Team Leader Wei pointed it out to us specifically. Just mention our names when you arrive, everyone there knows us. Alright, thank you Auntie, Li Chuyang replied while starting to think about learning how to cook himself so that he wouldn't need to trouble Gaofan with coming back especially to cook for them. If I haven't returned by 12, you should visit Fu Wan or borrow a meal from Uncle Lu downstairs, I'll inform them, Gaofan said, fearing that if she got delayed in the research area, the two children might wait aimlessly at home. Fu Lang and Gaofan left first. Fu Han took his time, and eventually managed to steal a quick kiss from Li Chuyang when Li Chu Xian wasn't paying attention before departing. In the morning, Li Chuyang taught Li Chu Xian to recognize characters while cleaning every corner of the house, leaving no speck of dust behind. When Gaofan came back and saw the entire house almost unrecognizable in its cleanliness, she didn't need to ask to know it was definitely cleaned by Li Chuyang. This time, with no large frame of Fu Han taking up space in the kitchen, Miao Chuyang assisting nearby made things smoother, and Gaofan felt comfortable working, noticing Li Chuyang observing carefully as if trying to learn, prompting her to start actively teaching him cooking. You and Chu Xian can take a walk around too, as long as you don't venture outside the safety zone, it's quite secure within. As Gaofan and Li Chuyang exchanged questions and answers, Gaofan learned more details about what had happened to Li Chuyang and Fu Han along the way. Li Chuyang's words were mostly impartial, making her less distressed when listening, yet realizing those experiences were definitely not simple. Most of what Li Chuyang mentioned were related to zombies. He guessed Gaofan might be deeply moved upon hearing about those malevolent superhumans and commoners. Auntie, please don't worry. Brother Fu's ability is very powerful, regular zombies can't harm him. It's impossible not to worry, who made me his mother? Gaofan didn't dwell further on the topic herself. Tell me about your situation. Who fell for whom first? From high school through college, I never saw Fu Han mention any girl or guy, I thought he'd be slow to mature just like his father. Gaofan and Li Chuyang talked so much they lost track of time and nearly got her late, reminding her at departure that they would continue their conversation in the evening. In the afternoon, Li Chuyang took Li Chu Xian to visit in Xiaoyu and others. Not only did they see in Xiaoyu, but also Lin Jijun was there as well. This time Lin Jijun didn't come empty-handed, and instead of flowers, he brought a nice-looking sweater because it was getting colder and snow might begin soon. Lin Jijun and in Xiaoyu exchanged a few words. When he learned that Li Chuyang had taken Li Chu Xian away, he felt disappointed. Wanting to spend more time with in Xiaoyu, he unexpectedly encountered Li Chuyang coming back with Li Chu Xian. Hearing Li Chuyang say he came to learn how to cook from in Xiaoyu, she couldn't help laughing. Is this for Fu Han? Are you starting to prepare to be a good wife already? It seemed such a waste that someone with Li Chuyang's amazing abilities would stay home and cook. You'd be better off going with my brother. In recent days, He Kuan and in Xiaxia hadn't found many clues, they hadn't located the person who posted the reward announcement either. Instead, they had encountered some zombies and acquired a few energy stones. Lin Jijun kept staring at Li Chu Xian. After glancing at him, Li Chu Xian quickly moved closer to Li Chuyang. Noticing Li Chu Xian's action, Li Chuyang turned his gaze toward Lin Jijun. Laughing, Lin Jijun said, "How come I feel like you've grown taller? Your sister hasn't grown much though." She still looks the same. After Lin Jijun pointed it out, both Li Chuyang and Xiaoyu realized this. They always considered Li Chuxian a child and noticed that she ate little usually, so they hadn't thought much about her growth before. Seeing the change in their expressions, Lin Jijun believed even more in what Liao Huahao said. Could she have psychological issues? Maybe you should take her to a doctor. Li Chuyang quickly responded, she's already improved a lot, it's just that she's not yet used to meeting strangers. Does she exhibit any strange behaviors? This isn't a minor issue, you must pay attention. Why don't you go back home first today? I need to teach Chuyang to cook, and I won't have time to entertain you. I have nothing else to do either. How about I stay here and help look after Li Chuxian? Lin Jijun was unusually enthusiastic today. Looking at Xiaoyu, Li Chuyang said, Chuxian isn't familiar with you, so you can't look after her. That's right. Go back first. I don't think it's appropriate to let you just watch on the sidelines anyway. Unless, you go and practice sparring with Wang Qian. Pretending to call Wang Qian out, and Xiaoyu quickly stopped her when Lin Jijun hurriedly interrupted, then I'll leave first. Without special powers himself, how could he be a match against Wang Qian, a strength-type ability user who could probably knock him down with a single punch? And Xiaoyu sent Lin Jijun out. Watching him gradually walk farther, she gestured for Li Chuyang to approach. Li Chuyang attempted to control Lin Jijun but detected interference emanating from Lin Jijun. Recalling something, Li Chuyang asked Xiaoyu to take out the interference device obtained from Su Yi's research lab. The core of this interference device was an energy stone, utilizing the energy within it to generate a specific interference field that rendered Li Chuyang's abilities ineffective within a certain range. In Beilong City, the only person aware of psychic powers and interference devices was Professor Liao Huahao. The interference device on Lin Jijun clearly came from him, though they weren't sure how much information Liao Huahao had disclosed. It seems they now suspect Chuxian might be that psychic ability user. In that case, you have to be cautious. Absolutely prevent Lin Jijun from getting close to you and Chuxian, and Xiaoyu began to feel concerned. Recently Brother Fu Han won't always be by your side, otherwise, the two of you should stay with us. Professor Liao may likely want to capture you and Chuxian for research once he finds out about you. The evidence inside the research institute has proven these professors aren't averse to using unethical means for their studies, not only on animals but also on ability users and living humans alike. There's no telling how many among those ability users and living subjects agreed willingly. Thinking of the mutation zombie covered in plants inside the research center, its body riddled with needles after death, it appeared that the things injected into its body were responsible for transforming it into such. Clearly, Professor Liao Huahao wasn't as simple as they imagined. You need to be careful too. Try to minimize contact with Lin Jijun and Professor Liao Huahao. I will remind Hikoen and my brother, and Xiaoyu was most worried about them and Li Chuxian, after all, the two of them were Liao Huahao's targets. Hopefully, Li Chuxian can recall something after seeing Liao Huahao's picture. However, since he only sent Lin Jijun over here, it indicates he might still be in the guessing phase or has some hesitation. We still have time to figure things out. And Xiaoyu only let Li Chuyang and Li Chuxian return after Hikoen came back. She also arranged for Xiaja and Hikoen to escort them home. On the way, they met Fu Han who had come to pick them up. After a brief conversation, they agreed to meet again the next day at Xiaja's place for further discussion. Fu Han also returned empty-handed today, unable to obtain Liao Huahao's photograph. Instead, he endured those people endlessly praising Liao Huahao. Liao Huahao enjoyed a high reputation in both the safety zone and the research area. Even Fu Lang greatly admired and respected how Liao Huahao, relying mainly on his own efforts at such a young age, had managed to conduct research highly valuable to humanity, regarding him as a genius destined to save mankind in this era. Chapter 100, Liao Huahao's supernatural ability. Gao Fen's attention was drawn to Liao Huahao, and she forgot about chatting with Li Chuyang. Fu Han had already taken Li Chuyang back to the room early, as the severity of the matter left him in no mood to think about anything else. Due to the special nature of Liao Huahao's identity, they couldn't just take action against him. They currently had no evidence proving what Liao Huahao had done, and everyone would rather believe Liao Huahao, the person who brought them hope, than the group trying to destroy it. Since Lin Jijun is Professor Liao's man, let's start by dealing with him first. Fu Han thought for a moment and said to Li Chuyang, if we can catch him and remove the interference device on him, you'll know exactly what Professor Liao has told him and what he wants him to do to you all. You and Chuxian should stay out of sight for now. I'll go with Xiaja. For the time being, just you two stay together. When I'm not here, Chuxian can protect you. They were worried about Li Chuyang and Li Chuxian, and Li Chuyang was equally worried about them. If Liao Huahao didn't succeed, no one knew what means he might resort to. In the previous research institute, only Liao Huahao managed to escape unharmed. He could confirm that Liao Huahao came from the research institute, but whether Liao Huahao was a professor, or the subject of the research, or even if he was the psychic supernormal they studied, remained unclear. However, he had obtained 2 interference devices from Su Yi, which might be useful if they encountered Liao Huahao. Lin Jijun failed to make contact with Li Chuxian and knew that Li Chuyang had taken her to Fu Han's place, making it almost impossible for him to test Li Chuxian. Unwilling to return to see Liao Huahao empty-handed, he at least wanted to prove that Li Chuexin possessed psychic abilities, preferably by bringing her directly to meet Professor Liao. He rushed out to find Li Chuyang and Li Chuexin, but then his teammates told him that Fu Han had been inquiring about his whereabouts from Captain Wei Jianming, who instructed him to come immediately. This issue related to Xiaoyou's safety, and since Professor Liao sent him, the captain would surely agree to help. With these thoughts, Lin Jijun went to see Captain Wei. What have you gotten yourself into? Fu Han came to me asking about your whereabouts. It seems like their intentions aren't friendly. Since the situation wasn't yet clear, Wei Jianming naturally still protected Lin Jijun. But if Lin Jijun really made some mistakes, he would personally escort him to face Fu Han. But I haven't done anything yet. How could they already know? What are you planning? It's something Professor Liao asked me to do. Captain, you must believe me. I'm not trying to harm them, rather, they are in danger, and I'm helping Professor Liao to protect them. Professor Liao? What did Professor Liao ask you to do? Professor Liao asked me to keep it confidential. I cannot tell you. Captain, if you trust me, distract Fu Han and the others so I can meet Li Chuyang alone. Why would they be in danger while staying in the safe zone? No matter how hard Wei Jianming tried to think, he couldn't imagine why Professor Liao would get involved. Captain, if you don't believe me, do you doubt Professor Liao himself? I'm just going to meet Li Chuyang and Li Chuexin. Li Chuyang is so weak that he can't even kill zombies, and Li Chuexin is just a child. How could I possibly harm them? I've always kept your teachings close to heart. Lin Jijun solemnly swore to Captain Wei, after I complete this task for Professor Liao, you can do whatever you want with me. Alright, I'll think it over. Lin Jijun, are you really asking for my help? Wei Jianming pondered for a moment, recalling the years Lin Jijun had served under him, and decided to trust Lin Jijun once more. How exactly do you want me to help? Just distract Fu Han and his team so I can find Li Chuyang. You promise you won't hurt them? Don't I need to swear to you? Alright, hide somewhere first. I'll distract Fu Han and his people for you. Thank you, Captain. When I report back to Professor Liao, I will certainly mention you. After leaving Captain Wei Jianming, Lin Jijun hid nearby. Once Wei Jianming sent someone to signal him, Lin Jijun approached Fu Han's door to knock. And Xiaoyu and Wang Qian were also sent away by Wei Jianming, so Li Chuyang was staying at home with Li Chuexin. Seeing Lin Jijun upon opening the door, Li Chuyang instinctively frowned and looked confused. Why are you here? Weren't there reports that Wei Jianming had found Lin Jijun? Could it be? Wei Jianming lied to them. Li Chuyang wanted to close the door, but Lin Jijun grabbed it with his hand. Won't you even hear what I came here to say? It's related to your sister. Li Chuyang appeared very calm. Are you aware that there's something strange about Li Chuxin? Lin Jijun glanced at Li Chuyang and then looked at Li Chuxin behind him, feeling a sense of déjà vu. Is the person with psychic abilities Li Chuxin? Do you know how dangerous it is for Li Chuxin to have these powers? You are putting not just yourselves, but also her in danger by keeping her around. You don't understand psychic powers, bring her to Professor Liao instead. Professor Liao will help all of you, and especially Li Chuxin. You can go together with her to see Professor Liao. What else did he tell you? Who? Professor Liao. Professor Liao said he would not harm you. He sent me only to deliver this message, trying to get you to trust him. There are so many people in the research area, Professor Liao couldn't possibly do anything harmful. He really wants to help you. Why doesn't he come see us himself? Why does he give you things? Things, those are for my self-protection. How did you know about them? Go back and tell him we don't want to see him and that he should stop looking for us. Liao Huahao clearly didn't tell Lin Jijun about his own affairs, he was just using Lin Jijun to test him and Chuxin. Why can't you trust me? Trust Professor Liao? Aren't you afraid she might hurt you, Fu Han, or others? Why wouldn't Li Chuyang listen to him? And why did Lin Jijun's attitude toward Professor Liao upset him so much? Clenching his fists tightly in anger, Lin Jijun's eyes turned red as he suddenly glanced at Li Chuxin, determined to see exactly what kind of ability she had. Pushing his way inside, he lunged toward her. Li Chuyang tried to block Lin Jijun, instinctively attempting to use his powers but remembered Lin Jijun had an interference device on him. As a result, Lin Jijun shoved Li Chuyang aside first. Seeing Lin Jijun charging at her and knocking Li Chuyang to the ground, Li Chuxin believed Lin Jijun was coming to hurt both of them. Within the blink of an eye, she appeared in front of Lin Jijun, jumping onto him. Chuxin, no. Li Chuyang immediately shouted to stop her. Chuxin, let him go. He isn't here to hurt us. Let him go, and we'll leave here. Since meeting Li Chuxin, he had only seen her kill zombies but had never seen her harm anyone. He didn't want her to break this precedent because of him. After staring at Lin Jijun for a moment, Li Chuxin jumped off him. Li Chuyang took Li Chuxin away from Fu Han's place and went to Wei Jianming. From one of Wei Jianming's subordinates, he learned about Wei Jianming's plan to deceive Fu Han and the others, and since he now knew they were safe, he relaxed. Originally, he wanted to hide somewhere in the safety zone with Li Chuxin until Fu Han returned, but they ran into Lin Jijun, who could not find them and ended up going to the research area. Lin Jijun went around to the back entrance to look for Liao Huahao. Li Chuyang wanted to confirm whether Lin Jijun was indeed meeting with Liao Huahao, and thought it a good opportunity to let Chuxin see Liao Huahao's face. If things turned dangerous, he would take Chuxin to Fulang and Gaofan. With so many people present, Liao Huahao certainly wouldn't dare do anything. With this contingency plan in mind, he dared to trail Lin Jijun. However, an unexpected situation occurred with Li Chuxin. As they observed Lin Jijun talking to Liao Huahao from afar, when Liao Huahao's face became visible, Li Chuxin stared at Liao Huahao and suddenly began convulsing violently, collapsing unconscious on the ground. Li Chuyang anxiously called out a few times, drawing Liao Huahao and Lin Jijun over. Not caring about anything else, he turned to Lin Jijun beside Liao Huahao and said, "Chuxin has fainted. Quickly, take us to a doctor." He believed Lin Jijun was merely being manipulated by Liao Huahao and was still essentially a good person. Lin Jijun hesitated briefly before rushing over to help, but before he had taken a few steps, a ball of fire flew over and instantly incinerated him, leaving nothing but ash, which the wind blew away. "You can use psychic powers. Why hadn't anyone mentioned this? Why hadn't he sensed any energy within Liao Huahao? Do you still want to save her?" Liao Huahao patted his pocket lightly, walking closer to them and finally seeing Li Chuxin's face clearly. He froze instantly. How could it be her? Wasn't she supposed to be dead? Could that psychic actually be her? Is she the psychic abnormality? Can you really save her? Liao Huahao squatted down and touched Li Chuxin a few times, and her complexion improved significantly, but she still hadn't woken up. "I'm not medicine, I just smoothed out her energy flow. She fainted because of sudden shock, now follow me while holding her." Li Chuyang had already witnessed his abilities moments ago, and Liao Huahao knew he wouldn't dare disobey. The abilities demonstrated by Liao Huahao were nearly on par with Fu Han's, and indeed, Li Chuyang didn't dare to act rashly against him, at least not until he was certain of Li Chuxin's safety. With their focus entirely on Li Chuxin, both of them overlooked something important. There were no interference devices on Liao Huahao, nor in the secret lab he led them to. Liao Huahao hadn't sensed any energy within Li Chuyang, nor had he seen Li Chuyang use his powers. He assumed that the claim about Li Chuyang having special abilities must have been a fabrication by Fu Han to protect him. Lin Jijun had mentioned that Li Chuxin only listened to Li Chuyang, so for now, Liao Huahao had to keep Li Chuyang around. What exactly is her ability? After settling Li Chuxin comfortably, Liao Huahao found some leisure time and asked Li Chuyang. Chapter 101, Memory Restoration. I don't know. Since Liao Huahao had misunderstood, Li Chuyang certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to tell him actively. Are you pretending to be clueless? Liao Huahao stared at Li Chuyang and asked, looking closely and realizing that Li Chuyang actually had a pretty decent appearance, quite likable. Didn't Lin Jijun explain it clearly to you? Or were you scared out of your wits? Mental energy abilities are difficult to control, let alone she's still a child. If her control isn't good, she might harm herself. I never intended to hurt any of you, I just wanted to help her, and to understand more about mental energy abilities. Moreover, we even know each other. Li Chuyang couldn't help but look up, slightly surprised to see that Liao Huahao had actually admitted it himself. Has she forgotten what happened in the past? My office was in the same institute as her father's. He gave me a lot of guidance on my research. If she still remembered what happened before, there's no way she wouldn't have come to find me upon hearing my name. Liao Huahao said with a sigh, then looked back at the room where Li Chuxin was staying, saying, but it's better that she has forgotten. The things she saw in that institute were not something a 10-year-old child should witness. She fainted probably because she saw me and got shocked. After she wakes up, I'll give her a thorough checkup to see if she has recalled anything from the past. Liao Huahao took Li Chuyang to another room. You can stay here for now. Let me know if you need anything. Why did you kill Lin Jijun? Li Chuyang didn't trust what Liao Huahao said. Liao Huahao paused, turned back to look at him, and explained, I don't want others to know that you're here temporarily. He wasn't trustworthy. Knowing too much, sooner or later he would have blabbed. I won't harm you. Lin Jijun told me that it was you who took her in, even recognizing her as your sister. Just for this point, I should thank you. Although Liao Huahao spoke very politely, based on his actions, Li Chuyang could not trust him. Also, Liao Huahao's ability still baffled him. There was no energy inside Liao Huahao's body, yet he could use the same type of power as Fu Han. It was unclear whether it was done through his own mental energy system. If that were the case, then controlling Liao Huahao easily would be even riskier. Liao Huahao returned to the research lab upstairs. About an hour later, as expected, Wei Jianming brought Fu Han to ask about the whereabouts of Lin Jijun and Li Chuyang. I did send Lin Jijun to find Li Chuyang, but Lin Jijun hasn't returned to see me yet, Liao Huahao said calmly. I sent Lin Jijun to meet Li Chuyang because I wanted to see Li Chuxin. I suspect Li Chuxin might be the daughter of a professor from the previous days of the institute, so I wanted to meet her. That professor's family all turned into zombies except for him and his daughter, whom he brought along to live at the institute. I thought she might not have survived, until Lin Jijun mentioned some specific events which raised my suspicion. If that's the case, why would Lin Jijun insist on keeping it confidential? Wei Jianming found it hard to understand why this needed to be kept secret. Li Chuxin's identity was nothing special anyway. It's because I didn't want it to be too troublesome, so I made him keep it a secret. Liao Huahao then proceeded to inquire about their situation. Did something happen to Lin Jijun? Since you've learned of this now, I will go see Li Chuxin personally to confirm whether she really is Professor Hu's daughter. Wei Jianming glanced at Fu Han. Judging from Professor Liao's expression, it seemed he wasn't lying. If Lin Jijun really had brought Li Chuyang and Li Chuxin to meet Professor Liao, there would be no reason for Lin Jijun to hide them. Seeing they remained silent with a somewhat heavy expression, Liao Huahao became worried and asked, could it be that Lin Jijun has done something to them? If there's anything we can do, please tell me. There's nothing serious. Lin Jijun just went to find Chuyang, but now he himself has disappeared, so Captain Wei and I came to inquire with Professor Liao. Fu Han almost believed Liao Huahao's words if it weren't for knowing that Lin Jijun carried an interference device given by Liao Huahao. We'll go search somewhere else and update Professor when we get news. Wei Jianming and Fu Han left together while contemplating where Lin Jijun might have gone. Lin Jijun didn't come to meet Professor Liao, so where did he take Li Chuyang and Li Chuxin? The only thing he could affirm now was that Lin Jijun not only deceived him but also concealed something crucial. Do you really believe what Professor Liao said? Fu Han knew that Liao Huahao was very respected in their hearts, but could Wei Jianming, such an experienced person, have not suspected Liao Huahao at all? Professor Liao lying. Why would he deceive us? Wei Jianming carefully thought about the whole matter. Are you saying you know why Professor Liao wanted to see Li Chuxin? It seemed like everything revolved around Li Chuxin. Fu Han firmly told Wei Jianming, Lin Jijun couldn't possibly have taken Chuyang and Chuxin alone. So you're saying someone helped Lin Jijun take them away? I can't be sure, but it might be because of something Lin Jijun said, and then Chuyang took Chuxin and left with him. Fu Han looked at Wei Jianming and said, Professor Liao wanted to see Chuxin not because she is Professor Hu's daughter, but because he believes she has mental energy abilities, so he wants to conduct research. When mental energy abilities were mentioned that day, Liao Huahao's reaction was indeed somewhat unusual. Wei Jianming started to gradually believe what Fu Han said. The safe zone is so large, it's too difficult just for a few of us. You should still ask Enzian for help. I hope they haven't left the safe zone. Captain Wei, how much do you know about Professor Liao? You are still doubting Professor Liao? Does Liao Huahao have any place where he could hide people? Professor Liao's research building, not many people have been inside, and I don't know the situation in there either. However, I can find someone to help ask around. Thank you, Captain Wei. We've already found Liao Huahao, and he must have already become wary. If you keep a close eye on him these days, you'll know whether or not he has hidden the people. Fu Han worried most that Liao Huahao would have intentions to kill. As for Chuyang and Chuxin, it was easier to say they were fine. However, Lin Jijun had no such guarantees. He could tell that Wei Jianming still felt obligated towards Lin Jijun, and only by making Wei Jianming see things firsthand would he believe that Liao Huahao also had another side. While they were looking for Li Chuyang everywhere outside, Li Chuxin woke up. She had recovered her past memories and shrank into a corner of the room out of fear when she saw Liao Huahao. No matter what Liao Huahao said to her, Li Chuxin buried her head and didn't speak. Liao Huahao didn't want to scare her, so he called Li Chuyang over but didn't let him approach Li Chuxin. She only listens to you. Li Chuxin looked up as soon as she saw Li Chuyang, and her eyes showed some excitement. Liao Huahao grabbed Li Chuyang's arm and said to Li Chuxin, if you don't start talking, I'll kill him. Don't scare her. Li Chuyang feared that Li Chuxin would act impulsively if startled. She probably hasn't regained her memory yet, which is why she's so afraid when she sees you. Since you've said this, there is that possibility, otherwise, she wouldn't be so afraid of me. Liao Huahao relaxed slightly and suddenly leaned toward Li Chuyang to ask, so, does she have mental energy abilities? Can't you test it yourself? Haven't you studied mental energy abilities? That would require stimulating her. She does seem to possess some strange abilities. What kind of research do you want to use her for? Liao Huahao leaned close to Li Chuyang's ear and said, I want her to listen to my orders. Can you make that happen? If you can, I might consider letting you go. Seeing Li Chuyang's skeptical look, he continued, you mean nothing to me, either are you a threat, so whether I keep you or not makes no difference to me. Or, do you want to stay by my side? Li Chuyang stepped back twice, let her and me be alone without interruption. Fine, I'll give you time, but not too long, I can't wait, nor can those people outside. After saying that, Liao Huahao actually let him go and left, leaving Li Chuyang quite disbelieving that Liao Huahao trusted him so easily. Li Chuxin rushed over and hugged Li Chuyang, trembling lightly, brother. It's okay now, he's gone. He won't harm us for the time being, don't be afraid, Chuxin. Do you really not remember him? Li Chuxin fell silent for a while and then softly said, brother, I remember him, I've remembered everything. I saw him being locked up by Dad for research, and normally Dad and other uncles wouldn't let him out. Later. Take your time, there's no rush. Later he broke free and turned Dad and the other uncles into zombies. I hid myself and he didn't discover me. Li Chuxin trembled more severely while speaking, crying at the thought of her father. So Liao Huahao is not a professor at all, he's the one being studied for his psychic abilities. Brother, I'm scared. Let's leave here. Li Chuxin, having calmed down, held Li Chuyang's hand tightly, fearfully glancing around, dreading Liao Huahao's return. Does Chuxin know what abilities he has? He knows zombies fear stones, so even they dare not fight him. Is that all? In this case, Liao Huahao must be the psychic type ability user who can sense the energy of zombies and ability users just like himself. Do the zombies refrain from attacking him because Liao Huahao controls them, or is it something else? Li Chuyang inquired further into some specific details and realized Liao Huahao's powers seemed more about interfering with the zombies rather than controlling them. Or perhaps it could also mean Liao Huahao's level of special ability back then was still too low, only allowing him to interfere with but not control so many zombies. When Liao Huahao didn't do anything against the zombies would still attack him. Therefore, Liao Huahao must have done something to the zombies. Then what about the fire-based powers Liao Huahao displayed? At least, he himself couldn't accomplish that. This shows there are differences between Liao Huahao's psychic abilities and his own. Since dealing with Liao Huahao wasn't going to be easy for him, Li Chuyang had no choice but to rely on Chuxin's intervention. Chapter 102, Standoff. These past few days, Li Chuyang had been observing Liao Huahao's movements. Every day at 10 in the morning, Liao Huahao would come down to deliver food. Occasionally, he would visit during lunch or in the evening. He and Li Chuxin were still locked in the room, but they could still hear what was happening outside. When Liao Huahao didn't come to see them at night, he would still go out through the back door, usually returning 1 to 2 hours later. Li Chuyang deliberately delayed things for a few days, otherwise, if Li Chuxin changed her attitude too quickly, Liao Huahao wouldn't believe it. When the timing felt right, Li Chuyang instructed Li Chuxin to pretend that she was beginning to listen to Liao Huahao. When will you let me go? Li Chuyang held Li Chuxin's hand and did not rush to hand her over to Liao Huahao. I'll let you go once I confirm that she really is willing to follow my orders, Liao Huahao smiled. Fu Han has been frantically searching for you outside. He's nearly turned the entire safety zone and research area upside down. Li Chuyang obediently handed Li Chuxin's hand over to Liao Huahao. Liao Huahao smirked in satisfaction. That's more like it. The sooner you listen to me, the sooner you can be reunited with Fu Han. Liao Huahao took Li Chuxin to another room where a zombie was being kept. He planned to lock Li Chuxin in there with the zombie. Since he couldn't use Li Chuyang to provoke Li Chuxin anymore, he figured using the zombie would work. Spiritual powers could influence zombies. If Li Chuxin faced the zombie alone, she would definitely use her abilities. Li Chuyang didn't object to Liao Huahao's actions. Quietly standing aside, he observed the room and realized that Liao Huahao hadn't installed any interference devices. When Liao Huahao opened the glass door, preparing to push Li Chuxin inside, Li Chuyang stepped behind him as if ready to attack. Liao Huahao predictably turned around and grabbed his hand with an easy laugh. What do you think you're doing? You actually want to hurt me? As he spoke, both Li Chuxin and the zombie lunged toward Liao Huahao. Li Chuxin jumped onto Liao Huahao's back, pinching his neck with her small hands, while the zombie grabbed Liao Huahao's arms. If you move even an inch, Chuxin will kill you. You don't let her kill me now because you're trying to get something from me. Indeed, Li Chuyang wanted to know what exactly Liao Huahao had done, but the most important thing wasn't for him to find out, it was necessary to expose Liao Huahao's true nature to everyone else in the safety zone and research area. The three of them, along with the zombie, left Liao Huahao's lab building. Li Chuyang intended to take Liao Huahao to Enxiaya first. But after walking not far, Liao Huahao suddenly broke free from the zombie's grip, rolled on the ground, and then unleashed a gust of wind, successfully shaking off Li Chuxin. Chuxin! Li Chuyang shouted, and immediately, Li Chuxin returned to Li Chuyang's side, and the two quickly fled. Liao Huahao was about to stop them when the zombie blocked his way. By the time he burned the zombie to ashes, Li Chuyang and Li Chuxin had already run too far away. If he pursued them further, he would certainly be spotted by others. What's wrong with this zombie? Why hadn't it attacked anyone else after escaping, only clinging to him? Could it have something to do with Li Chuxin's spiritual abilities? He hadn't expected Li Chuxin to possess such fighting skills. Clearly, Li Chuyang had kept something up his sleeve, waiting until this moment to have Li Chuxin act and capture him. From now on, they absolutely couldn't stay together anymore, they had to be separately detained. Liao Huahao looked up at the moonlight above, dusted himself off, and returned to his quarters, lying down calmly to sleep. He awaited the arrival of Li Chuyang and Li Chuxin, along with Fu Han. Without thinking, Fu Han rushed forward and hugged Li Chuyang upon seeing them after their disappearance of a few days. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the two completely unharmed and then asked where they'd been these last few days. Chuxin and I were locked up by Liao Huahao. With no outsiders present, Li Chuyang directly confessed. Upon hearing this, Fu Han instinctively tightened his grip on Li Chuyang's hand. And Xiaya and the others' expressions didn't change much because they had already guessed that Liao Huahao had hidden the two of them. Why did Professor Liao imprison you? Though neither of the two looked like they had been mistreated, Fu Lang, Gao Fun, and even Fu Wen and Zian wore skeptical expressions on their faces. Gao Fun followed up curiously, didn't you guys follow Lin Jijun? How did you end up with Professor Liao? What happened to Lin Jijun? Previously, Fu Han had explained to her that it wasn't Lin Jijun who took away Li Chuyang and Li Chuxin, but rather something Lin Jijun said had led Li Chuyang to take Li Chuxin with him and follow Lin Jijun. However, Gao Fun didn't believe this, still suspecting Lin Jijun had used some kind of scheme. Lin Jijun is dead, killed by Liao Huahao. You say Lin Jijun was sent by Professor Liao, and now you're claiming it was Professor Liao who killed Lin Jijun. How do you expect us to believe you? Fu Han, Professor Liao isn't someone you can slander so easily. You'd better thoroughly investigate the matter. Gao Fen angrily finished speaking and went back to her room. Fu Lang looked at An Zian and his wife. Fu Wen got up and went into the room to comfort Gao Fen. He then asked Li Chuyang for detailed details. Fu Han then carefully explained the ins and outs to him. That's what happened. Professor Liao isn't actually one of the institute's professors. He's a psychically gifted individual discovered by the professors at the research institute and has been continuously studied. After escaping, he killed everyone in the institute and then brought the professor's research results to Beilong City, changing his name to Liao Huahao and pretending to be a professor. Li Chuyang recounted everything about Liao Huahao that Li Chuxin remembered. Did Professor Liao harm you? No, he just wanted to take Chuxin away. It was already known that Chuxin was exposed. Li Chuyang wondered if Liao Huahao suspected Chuxin of being a psychic-type ability user. You say Professor Liao killed Lin Jijun. Where is Lin Jijun's body? Only a few days had passed, even if Liao Huahao tried to dispose of it, there should still be some traces left. Liao Huahao has superpowers. He burned Lin Jijun to ashes. Does Professor Liao have superpowers? Everyone was quite shocked, and the expressions of Fu Lang and An Zian were especially strange. An Zian opened his mouth and said, Professor Liao was tested before, he had no abilities. The superpower he uses might be related to his mental-type powers. Fu Han briefly explained what psychic-type abilities were. Liao Huahao believes that Chuxin is also a psychic-type ability user. That's why he wants to take Chuxin away, probably intending to control Chuxin and make her serve him. Before all this, Professor Liao never showed any ambition beyond scientific research. We indeed find it difficult to believe. If Liao Huahao really had ambitions, why would he go through all the trouble of coming here as a professor? Wouldn't it be better to directly pursue his ambitions? Li Chuyang had previously worried about this situation, so he planned to bring Liao Huahao in front of everyone and let Liao Huahao confess personally. An Zian confirmed that Liao Huahao had not yet left the research area, so Fu Lang told Li Chuyang and the others to rest first, planning to go see Liao Huahao together tomorrow. Regardless of whether Li Chuyang's story was true or false, this matter wasn't easy to handle. In his heart, Fu Lang hoped that Li Chuyang was lying, because once Liao Huahao's lie was exposed, there would definitely be more people like Gao Fen, who wouldn't accept the truth at first and choose to avoid it. And once they accepted it, the consequences would be even worse. With hope shattered, people's minds would revert back to how they were when the apocalypse started, panicked and lost. After accompanying Li Chuyang and Li Chuxin for a while, Fu Lang called Fu Han out to discuss the matter with An Zian. They were inside the house, and Li Chuxin could clearly hear their voices. So, Li Chuyang asked her to repeat what she had heard. He wanted to know what Fu Lang and An Zian thought, and their attitude toward the matter. He distinctly remembered the look Gao Fen gave him when she returned to the room. On one side were his family, and on the other side were them. He didn't want to put Brother Fu in a difficult position. If everyone held the same attitude as Gao Fen, Liao Huahao would still be able to stay peacefully in the research area, and he and Chuxin would have to always guard against Liao Huahao's next move. Since Liao Huahao hadn't chased them tonight, he must have another plan. He couldn't harm Liao Huahao, otherwise, the people here would misunderstand him even more and possibly even misunderstand the Fu family. Unless they found evidence to prove that everything about Liao Huahao was a fabrication. Fortunately, Fu Lang and An Zian's attitudes remained relatively neutral, they neither sided with Gao Fen nor fully believed him. They merely emphasized that Liao Huahao needed to be closely watched to determine whether he had hidden anything from them. However, based on what Fu Lang implied, he seemed inclined to support Liao Huahao. One reason was that Liao Huahao hadn't crossed any boundaries, they hadn't been harmed, and without Lin Jijun's corpse, it was impossible to verify. Secondly, Liao Huahao did produce some research results. Although it was currently uncertain whether these results were truly his own, authenticity couldn't be faked for long. When there's no more progress or breakthroughs in Liao Huahao's research over time, his facade would naturally be revealed. Li Chuyang only worried whether they could wait until then. The next morning, Gao Fen got up as usual and made breakfast, but Li Chuyang could obviously feel that Gao Fen's attitude toward him and Chuxin wasn't as good as before, becoming colder. After finishing the meal, she was waiting to go with them to find Liao Huahao. Besides them, there was also Wei Jianming, no one else was called. Before the matter was clarified, Fu Lang and An Zian didn't want to spread the news, but their group was still quite noticeable. Liao Huahao came out from inside, dressed as he usually was, relaxed and natural. Seeing Li Chuyang, he even smiled and said, "You've already found them, huh?" As if he hadn't seen them these past few days. Have everything been cleared up? Where are Lin Jijun and Li Chuxin? Are they alright? Liao Huahao feigned ignorance while knowing full well what had happened. Fu Lang looked at Li Chuyang and said, "Chuyang says they were in your research building all this time, and Lin Jijun has already been killed by you, Professor Liao." Ho ho, Professor Fu, are you joking with me? Putting aside that they were in my research building, why would I kill Lin Jijun? How did I kill him? Liao Huahao looked at Li Chuyang with an interesting smile. What exactly have you told them? Could you repeat it? How did we end up talking about me like this? Chapter 103, The Mysterious Man. Liao Huahao was smiling as he listened to Jian's recount. He turned to Li Chuyang and said, "You're not afraid I'll take Li Chuxin away, deliberately staging all this, are you? Since he said that, then feel free to search wherever you want. However, regarding the back door of the research building, it does indeed exist. There's a possibility I sometimes forget to lock it. They might have sneaked in through there and hidden inside." Wei Jianming led a group to search thoroughly but found nothing suspicious or Lin Jijun's body. The interior structure was exactly as described by Li Chuyang, but things could also be as Liao Huahao said. Nonetheless, they didn't find anything incriminating against Liao Huahao. "Did Captain Wei find anything?" Liao Huahao asked with a smile. Seeing Wei Jianming shake his head, he looked at Li Chuyang and said, "You should think carefully about what exactly happened." Gao Fen helplessly glanced at Li Chuyang, shook her head, and hurriedly apologized to Liao Huahao. "It's fine. They're just kids. Lin Jijun hasn't been found yet, so finding him should be the priority first." Afterward, Liao Huahao added that he really had only told Lin Jijun he wanted to meet Li Chuxin once, which still remained true. Gao Fen spoke harshly about Fu Han several times in front of Liao Huahao, but she didn't criticize Li Chuyang, not out of fear but sheer laziness. She needed to re-evaluate Li Chuyang and his sister. After returning, Gao Fen mentioned again Liao Huahao's wish to see Li Chuxin and asked Fu Han to take her to meet Liao Huahao tomorrow. Li Chuyang quickly voiced his disapproval upon hearing this, stating firmly that under no circumstances would he allow Li Chuxin to go near Liao Huahao again. Liao Professor merely wants to meet her to confirm if she is the daughter of a fellow professor at his institute. What's wrong with that? Or are you worried that Chuxin will willingly stay by Liao Professor's side? If that's the case, her staying with Liao Professor would also make sense and be reasonable. By this reasonable, Fu Han implied that Li Chuxin shouldn't follow Li Chuyang blindly. "I haven't even let you apologize on behalf of Liao Professor for today's matter yet," referring to the fact that Li Chuyang hadn't offered an apology voluntarily. Fortunately, Liao Professor showed great magnanimity and didn't hold a grudge. Seeing that Li Chuyang wouldn't heed her advice, Gao Fen instructed Fu Han instead. Fu Han promptly signaled to Fu Lang to calm Gao Fen down while taking Li Chuyang into another room. "I won't let Chuxin go meet him." Even before Fu Han could open his mouth, Li Chuyang steadfastly refused. Grasping his hand, Fu Han sighed deeply and remarked, "If only we'd known things would turn out like this, we wouldn't have rushed to look for Liao Huahao. Mom is treating you this way now. You and Chuxin can stay with Xia Zhe for now." Though Li Chuyang couldn't say much to his mother either, leaving him behind meant putting up with her temper. Fu Han did not want Li Chuyang to suffer unnecessarily and made this decision accordingly. "Alright," responded Li Chuyang, who originally intended not to bring Chuxin back home but decided that staying close was best for protecting her. "You all need to be careful too, Liao Huahao's special ability is very powerful. Didn't you see how in an instant, he reduced Lin Jijun to ashes?" "Yes, Lin Jijun tried to help me bring Chuxin to the doctor." Suddenly, without any warning, Liao Huahao acted, so fast that I didn't even see his exact movements. Recalling it now, all Li Chuyang could remember was the sight of Lin Jijun turning into ashes. Even I find it hard to instantly reduce someone to ashes right now. His power is actually stronger than mine. Fu Han exclaimed in astonishment, "You mentioned that Chuxin has regained her memory. Can you definitely confirm that Liao Huahao is the psychic ability user? Is his ability different from yours? It seems like he has never thought about my capabilities, so perhaps his and my abilities are different, but one similarity is the perception of other users' energies and the interference with zombies. So how did he manage to burn Lin Jijun to ashes?" This question likely only Liao Huahao himself could answer. After some time spent together in comfort, Fu Han sent Li Chuyang off to Xiech's place, explaining the situation of the day, urging them to take good care of both Li Chuyang and Li Chuxin, and to remain cautious of Liao Huahao. Fortunately, his father, Jian, and Wei Jianming still trusted them fully. When Fu Han returned home later, Gao Fen scolded him fiercely after learning he not only didn't bring Li Chuxin back but sent Li Chuyang away too, glaring and questioning, "So, you prefer those siblings over your own mom, me?" "Mom, you don't have to put it like that. Investigations aren't finished yet." Not wanting to argue further with Gao Fen, Fu Han exchanged a look with Fu Lang and hurried back into his room. Gao Fen called out a few times outside and, receiving no response, began to nag Fu Lang. Fu Lang let her words go in one ear and out the other, not remembering a single word she said. Instead, he was recalling the events that had transpired since Liao Huahao appeared in Beilong City, checking if there was anything they had overlooked. In the past few days, people kept asking Gao Fen what all those people were doing at Professor Liao's research building that day. Annoyed by the questions, she went to vent to Fu Wan and then on her way home, suddenly remembered to check if Li Chuyang and Li Chuxin were around. He Kuan opened the door and saw her, calling over Li Chuyang since this was Fu Han's mom. He Kuan didn't dare say much, but if it were someone else, he wouldn't have even opened the door. "Auntie." Gao Fen looked at him and asked, "Where's Chuxin? Does Auntie have something for her?" "Chuyang, I don't want to keep this in mind either. How about this, you and Chuxin come with me to apologize to Professor Liao, and we'll just forget this whole matter ever happened. Professor Liao already said that day he didn't care and would forgive you too." This matter had been weighing heavily on her mind. Fu Han also refused to give up on Li Chuyang, so she came looking for Li Chuyang herself. Auntie, everything I said is true, and neither Chuxin nor I will see Professor Liao. You child, is it so hard for you to apologize? Li Chuyang shook his head towards He Kun as he moved closer. Auntie, if this is why you've come, you might as well go back home. Enraged, Gao Fen stood up and told him, as long as you don't apologize to Professor Liao, don't come to our house again. If Fu Han insists on staying with you, let him stay here with you. Is Fu Han's mom really this mean? He Kun massaged his forehead, concerned for Li Chuyang. Will she stop coming here? Luckily, Gao Fen didn't get physical, otherwise he wouldn't know if he should intervene. Her attitude towards you guys wasn't like this before, right? It's because of Liao Huahao. I've noticed too, everyone here trusts Liao Huahao, believing he can develop an antidote. Therefore, none of them are willing to believe Liao Huahao is deceiving them. He Kun sighed deeply. What do you think Liao Huahao wants by staying here? He won't be conducting crazy experiments like Su Yi, will he? Liao Huahao and Su Yi are different. Su Yi is a real researcher while he is a fake. The point He Kun raised reminded Li Chuyang of something significant. His so-called research results already existed. All he does is release them stage by stage. He must be up to something inside the research building. Unfortunately, at the time, he didn't have the chance to thoroughly examine Liao Huahao's research building for any hidden secrets. Didn't you say he secretly goes out sometimes? Why don't we find an opportunity to sneak in or tail him? He Ku's boldness never wavered. He will surely be cautious during this period, so we'd better wait for now. They could remain passive, waiting for Liao Huahao to come after them, but that wasn't a long-term solution. However, things turned out harder than they expected. As Siege and the others continued searching for clues about the mysterious person who turned psychics into zombies, they unexpectedly came under attack. Li Chuyang decided to set aside matters regarding Liao Huahao for the time being and help them track down this person first. From their previous discoveries, they had determined that the mysterious man's messages were always broadcasted in an abandoned underground plaza. After a certain interval, he would appear, mixing in the crowd, picking a random person to deliver the message. Each meeting location was decided by him, usually close by places like derelict buildings or apartments with complex terrains that facilitated a quick escape. While investigating nearby areas, they encountered several psychic users who immediately attacked without speaking. When they couldn't win, these individuals fled. With Li Chuyang along this time, they gathered more information. Because there were often clusters of psychic users around, and even some zombies could be spotted, Li Chuyang figured out what had happened through their memories. This mysterious person had been seeking out psychic users, and as for what he was doing with them, there were many speculations. No one had seen it with their own eyes, except Xiao Wu, who managed to escape alive. Some said he recruited psychic users, others claimed he killed them. All kinds of rumors circulated. Due to the handsome rewards offered, many would capture psychic users and then hand them over to this mysterious figure. Not only did they target psychic users from outside, but even those close to them weren't spared. Anytime someone disappeared after being alone for a few days, it was likely they had been sent to the mysterious person. However, lately, the number of psychic users the mysterious man requested seemed to have decreased, appearing only at long intervals. Besides the long-term residents, they also encountered the group that attacked them yesterday. As soon as Li Chuyang acted, these attackers were rendered utterly helpless. They confessed that they were acting under orders from the mysterious man, who had instructed them to bring in Siege and He Kun to him. Each individual was valued at 50 to 100 energy stones, an amount considered quite substantial for them. If used sparingly, it could exchange for 2 months' worth of supplies. Having confirmed that it was the mysterious person, they pretended to let in Siege and He Kun be captured, so these people would take them to meet the mysterious figure. Chapter 104, The Battle of Two. After sending the message, the mysterious person arranged to meet them the next evening at an abandoned building. Although there was a safe zone established in Beilong City, outside the safe area various abandoned places occasionally saw small teams of 3 or 5 people residing temporarily. During the day, they could be seen active around the area, hunting lone zombies. By night, these people all hid away. Beilong City, as the capital, remained one of the most well-informed and quick-to-get news locations even in this apocalypse era. With more people gathering, naturally more trading emerged. Initially, they traded just some supplies. After energy stones appeared, trades became diverse, and then came the trading among individuals with special abilities. After it got dark, the surroundings were eerily quiet except for the sound of cold wind blowing. Everything had long been deserted and desolate, making the heart feel cold. Wei Jianming was relatively familiar with this area and helped them find an excellent ambush location. A few people took in Xiaozi and He Kun to wait for the mysterious person beforehand. They were all under Li Chuyang's control, so there was no need to worry at all. In less than 10 minutes, a man dressed entirely in black, wearing a hat on his head, a mask covering his face, only revealing a pair of eyes, appeared in the abandoned building. The moment the mysterious person showed up, he had come alone. Li Chuyang hid in the shadows. Looking at the man's figure, he thought it somewhat resembled Liao Huahao, perhaps because he spent a few days with Liao Huahao before, learning about his physical features. Taking a look from a distance, after confirming that it was Enshiaza and Hikuin, the mysterious person pulled out a small bag of energy stones from inside his clothes and tossed it over. Judging by the size of the bag, it probably contained at least dozens of energy stones. The bag wasn't small either, hiding it in his clothing seemed impossible, and he didn't have a backpack, so he must have the same kind of spatial ability as in Xiaoyu. They didn't bother counting exactly how many energy stones were in the bag but instead followed Li Chuyang's instructions to attack the mysterious person. The mysterious person quickly dodged, raising his hand, and a sheet of flames appeared in front of him, repelling the attackers. Then in the blink of an eye, he levitated several people in mid-air, losing their gravity, making them unable to approach him any further. Rising and falling suddenly, the few were left dizzy and disoriented. Controlling one to fly towards him, he pulled out a gun pointing at this person's forehead, questioning what was going on. Seeing their plan fail, Hikuin and Enshiaza simultaneously stood up and attacked the mysterious person. Fu Han and the others with Li Chuyang also rushed over immediately. "It's you too." Upon hearing his voice closely, Li Chuyang suspected even more that this person might be Liao Huahao. With a wave of the hand, those floating in the air were thrown out of the building, hovering there for a second before swiftly falling down. Falling from such a high place, they were sure not to survive. "How did you make them sell their lives for you?" These were all desperados who cared little for others' lives, he truly couldn't think of anything that would compel them to risk their lives for others. Facing so many opponents alone, the mysterious person still appeared extremely composed, seeming completely unfazed. "Who exactly are you? Why turn able-bodied people into zombies?" Wei Jianming already had an idea in his mind, but still wanted to see the face of the mysterious person. "If you had come out a bit later, you might have witnessed why I did this." As the mysterious person spoke, he stepped backward, preparing to escape via levitation. Hikuin had been ready, a violent gust of wind came from behind the mysterious person, sweeping him back. Landing on the ground, the mysterious person found himself standing on a patch of beans scattered by Enshiaza just now, green vines sprouting rapidly and wrapping around him. Blazing flames erupted from the mysterious person, burning the vines to ash within seconds. His right hand moved, and a vine shot toward Enshiaza like a snake targeting his neck. Fu Han intervened in time to save Enshiaza. Subsequently, the mysterious person demonstrated his water, wind, and other special abilities, seemingly being capable of producing whatever ability they could think of. This was far beyond someone who merely possessed multiple powers. Until now, no one had appeared who could use even two types of abilities, yet he managed to wield so many powers. The mystery deepened as he kept reaching into his chest pocket, as if those abilities were hidden inside his jacket. All he had to do was touch them, and an ability would emerge. Fu Han, Enshiaza, and Hikuin attacked simultaneously but failed to even scratch the mysterious person. However, due to Hikuin's intentional move, the mysterious person's hat and mask were knocked off, revealing his true identity. Just as Li Chuyang had guessed, it was Liao Huahao. "Professor Liao." Wei Jianming no longer needed any proof upon seeing Liao Huahao here. He had been hoping against hope that what Li Chuyang said wasn't true, which would mean Lin Jijun might still be alive. "Since you've discovered me, I can't let you leave," he said, not wanting to abandon his professor identity yet. Liao Huahao glanced at Li Chuyang and Li Chuxin, feigning an attack on them while Fu Han and the others focused on protecting Li Chuyang. In a flash, he shifted his attack toward Wei Jianming. Wei Jianming rolled to evade but still suffered severe burns over half of his body. Now incapacitated, Wei Jianming was left aside by Liao Huahao, who then turned his attention to Hikuin as a more serious threat. Enshiaza's wood ability was suppressed by Liao Huahao's fire, making it ineffective temporarily. The only one putting up resistance was Hikuin, whose wind powers slightly taxed Liao Huahao. Facing Liao Huahao's abilities, Li Chuxin's physical combat skills proved useless since her abilities were specifically targeted at zombies. Li Chuyang dared not risk letting Li Chuxin join the fight, knowing that if things continued like this, Liao Huahao would have the upper hand. Thus, Li Chuyang knew he must intervene. Fu Han realized that Li Chuyang refrained from fighting because of some consideration. They had worked together many times. Fu Han quickly began distracting Liao Huahao, giving Li Chuyang an opening to interfere and control him. With the flames spread by the wind, Liao Huahao found himself surrounded. Yet he remained calm, condensing droplets around him into icy pellets intending to summon a frosty blizzard. But halfway through, they melted back into water. Clearly aware that the problem didn't originate with himself, someone else was disrupting him. Li Chuyang stood there, beside whom was also Li Chuxin. He had assumed all along that Li Chuxin possessed mental abilities when in fact it was Li Chuyang misleading him. "You're quite the actor, aren't you? You've been using Li Chuxin to throw me off." He should have suspected earlier, realizing that how could Li Chuyang stay with Fu Han without special abilities. Liao Huahao effortlessly walked out of the wall of fire surrounding him. As his body caught fire, he merely wiggled his fingers and the burned parts immediately healed. "This is between you and me." With a crooked smile, Liao Huahao adjusted his glasses. The ground beneath their feet started trembling, splitting apart, sending both Liao Huahao and the Li siblings tumbling down, though Liao Huahao managed to float mid-air before reaching the bottom. Without hesitation, Hikuin jumped after them, carried by the wind directly to Li Chuyang's side. Grabbing Li Chuyang, the latter held Li Chuxin securely before ensuring all three landed safely on the ground. Fu Han and Enshiaza upstairs, having witnessed their safe landing, breathed a sigh of relief and rushed down, disregarding Wei Jianming for now. Akun, protect Chuxin well. Before launching his attack, Li Chuyang handed Li Chuxin to He Kun, opting to face Liao Huahao alone. Chuyang, he's tough, we should help you. I believe in myself, I can handle this. Though Li Chuyang's voice was soft, it carried a firm determination. The sound carried by the wind reached He Kun's ears, warning him that zombies were gathering nearby. Having deduced Li Chuyang's plan, He Kun promptly took Li Chuxin to regroup with Fu Han and others. Alright, show me your power. Liao Huahao descended to stand not far from Li Chuyang. Sensing zombies approaching behind him, Liao Huahao paid no mind and simply threw a ball of flame backward, instantly reducing the zombies to ashes. Li Chuyang still didn't move while more zombies gathered around them. Liao Huahao suddenly paused, remembering the strange behavior of those zombies the other day. Sure enough, these zombies ignored Li Chuyang completely, attacking him instead. So, your power is controlling these zombies? That won't harm me, said Liao Huahao, confident his varied powers could easily handle the zombies. As he focused on combating the zombies, Li Chuyang struck quietly, beginning a silent battle. When Liao Huahao sensed Li Chuyang's presence in his mind, he realized the severity of the situation. If his abilities could be described as powerful, then Li Chuyang's could only be described as terrifying. Although Li Chuyang couldn't use energy-based abilities like other energy psychics, he could harness the abilities of deceased psychic individuals through the energy stones in the brains of zombies after transforming into one. That was why he needed various kinds of psychics and turned them into zombies. The stronger the energy stones in their brains, the more potent abilities he could command. As long as the energy within the stones wasn't depleted, he could keep using these corresponding abilities. The stronger his powers grew, the less energy each use of an energy stone consumed, and the more varied powers he could utilize at once. Switching between different powers also became faster. He had thought his mental power was already formidable, but compared to Li Chuyang's mental power, it was like comparing a lake to an ocean. Even while controlling so many zombies, Li Chuyang managed to launch a mental attack on him. Initially, Li Chuyang's mental power had been like a small lake, but as his physical constitution strengthened, his mental power grew rapidly, surpassing any imaginable limits. Despite the strength of his powers and mental prowess, his weakness was glaringly evident. If there was nothing around him that he could control, he would essentially be just an ordinary person. Compared to Liao Huahao's mental strength, Li Chuyang still lagged behind. If they both tried to interfere with a single zombie in front of them, Li Chuyang would have difficulty gaining control over it. Li Chuyang was fully aware of his own shortcomings, which is why he knew exactly what it would take to defeat Liao Huahao. Chapter 105, Sacrifice. Li Chuyang and Liao Huahao were like a group of small fish and a big fish at this moment. The big fish wanted to eat all the small ones, but they scattered around escaping while grabbing the big fish's tail and poking its eyes, attacking it from all sides with various distractions. When the big fish became exhausted, it would be the time for the small fish to devour the big one. The zombies surrounding Liao Huahao were entirely consumed by the flames emanating from his body, and the energy within the energy stone was depleted as the flames gradually faded away. Why bother? If we two team up, this world will be ours. Liao Huahao began to realize that Li Chuyang wouldn't be an easy opponent, so he decided to compromise. With me around, no one can hurt you, everything will be under our control. Then, you can be with anyone you want without anyone daring to meddle. If we keep going like this, in the end, both of us will only lose. Is this what you desire? Liao Huahao's words left Li Chuyang unmoved, as he didn't trust him. Liao Huahao had turned the other psychic individuals into zombies to obtain their powers and could very well have similar intentions toward him in the future. Once Fu Han or He Kun fell into Liao Huahao's hands, he could use them to threaten him. This was something Li Chuyang couldn't let happen. Liao Huahao didn't know which word of his had irritated Li Chuyang, but suddenly, there was a more ferocious attack on his mind initiated by Li Chuyang, leaving him with no choice but to fight back with full strength. During this period, He Kun noticed Li Chuyang and Liao Huahao were no longer reacting, taking the chance to try and kill Liao Huahao. However, his blade struck against Liao Huahao as if hitting stone, not harming him in the slightest, but rather adding a notch to the sword. At the moment he decided to take action against Li Chuyang, Liao Huahao had made all necessary preparations and petrified his body using his abilities. His outward appearance seemed unchanged, but his entire body had become as hard as stone, impervious to any weapon or natural force. Enshiaza brought Wei Jianming out from the building and handed him over to his people for treatment before returning. Meanwhile, Enshiaza, Wei Jianming, and Li Chuxin stayed behind to observe Li Chuyang and Liao Huahao. It was now past 9 in the evening. The sky was pitch black, a crescent moon hanging above as cold winds blew harder, bringing down the outside temperature significantly. Half an hour later, snowflakes began to fall gently. It's snowing, He Kun said, leaning closer into Enshiaza's embrace. Snow started accumulating on Li Chuyang's shoulders, prompting Fu Han to walk over and act as his heater. Knowing Fu Han was taking care of Li Chuyang, He Kun became less worried and retreated with Enshiaza to find a warmer spot with better visibility. Another half hour passed. By now, snow was piling up thickly on Liao Huahao, threatening to transform him into a snowman. As dawn broke, Li Chuyang slowly opened his eyes to a snowy white world. Yet around him, no single flake landed, and instead, there was a feeling of warmth. Fu Han excitedly pulled him into a tight embrace. All night, Fu Han stood next to Li Chuyang, resisting the urge to touch him for fear of disturbing him during the battle with Liao Huahao. When he managed to regain composure, he turned to see Liao Huahao who lay encased completely in snow, motionless. If they hadn't witnessed it firsthand, they might have thought this was just a statue beneath the snow. "Are you alright?" Li Chuyang shook his head to indicate he was fine, not only unharmed but even somewhat stronger than before. He glanced at Liao Huahao and asked, "Where are Akin and Brotherin?" Hikuin and Xiaza were resting in a nearby corner, awakening quickly at the sound of voices, calling out to Li Chuyang, "Chuyang." Once confirming Li Chuyang was unhurt, Hikuin rushed over to check on Liao Huahao, asking Li Chuyang, what happened to him. "He petrified himself earlier to make sure we couldn't harm him while fighting. Now, he's completely turned to stone," explained Li Chuyang, reflecting how in last night's conflict, he absorbed Liao Huahao's complete mental power upon defeating him. Turned to stone. Hikuin took out his knife wanting to poke at the icy figure before him, hesitating as he admired how perfectly the snow enveloped the form. "Should we go back now?" The mysterious person who harmed those with special abilities turned out to be Liao Huahao. They'd solved two problems in one go. Or rather, it was always essentially one problem they hadn't realized yet. Hikuin thought that once Liao Huahao was dead, everything would be fine. However, Fu Han became even more worried because his father and brother-in-law had previously told him about Liao Huahao's significance in the research zone within the safe area. Liao Huahao was the hope and reliance of the survivors. If Liao Huahao hadn't crossed any boundaries, they wouldn't have dared to act against him, as doing so would hurt those who had always believed in Liao Huahao. Wei Jianming used to be one of those people too, but after spending a long time with them and because of Lin Jijun's matter, he was able to accept the fact that Liao Huahao had been deceiving them all along and came to understand Liao Huahao's true nature. If the news of Liao Huahao's death were to spread, chaos would erupt in the safe zone. Fu Han had no choice but to warn them not to spread the news of Liao Huahao's death. He would decide what to do after consulting with his father and brother-in-law when he returned. Paper cannot wrap fire forever. After the heavy snowfall, the temperature began to rise several days later as the snow melted, revealing Liao Huahao's corpse. In the research zone, Liao Huahao hadn't shown up for several days, prompting some to start questioning and looking for Liao Huahao's whereabouts. Fu Han and the others hadn't yet devised a good plan, and when Liao Huahao's body was discovered, they could only reluctantly disclose all the bad things Liao Huahao had done. Even though Wei Jianming was a witness, everyone refused to believe them and demanded that Wei Jianming reveal the killer. But this was all secondary. The most important thing was that people started to become anxious, and an atmosphere of panic gathered like dark clouds overhead. Liao Huahao had boasted that he could develop a cure, and everyone firmly believed he could achieve it. Now that he was dead, there were still many who believed this lie. With their hopes dashed, rumors quickly spread, faster than the zombie virus, that everyone would eventually turn into zombies. No one knew whether someone maliciously targeted Fu Han or made random guesses, but when Wei Jianming failed to produce the person who killed Liao Huahao, a group suddenly emerged claiming Fu Han had murdered Liao Huahao to protect Li Chuyang and Li Chuxin. Wei Jianming's explanations went unheard, and there was no reason to expect anyone else to believe either. People gathered daily at the Fu family doorstep, affecting Fu Wen and Enzian as well. Fu Lang and Gao Fen couldn't continue working in the research zone and stayed at home, not daring to open the curtains while enduring curses and accusations from outside. At first, Li Chuyang didn't know what Fu Han was facing until he overheard some remarks and personally witnessed what was happening. Only then did he understand what Fu Han and his family were going through. "Akan, I'm prepared to tell them that I killed Liao Huahao," Li Chuyang announced his decision to Hikuin upon returning. "No, you can't do that." Hikuin strongly disagreed. "Isn't the reason Brother Fu acted this way to protect you? If you step out now, won't that negate all of Brother Fu's efforts? If they find out you killed Liao Huahao, they won't let you go, and even if Brother Fu and Captain Wei step forward, they still couldn't protect you. They are ordinary people, it's impossible to kill them all." "That's right, Chuyang, wait a bit longer. When time passes, and people gradually forget this matter and Liao Huahao, everything will be fine," and Xiaza joined Hikuin in persuading Li Chuyang. Fu Han had entrusted Li Chuyang to them, and if they allowed Li Chuyang to do this, how could they face Fu Han? The situation turned out this way because perhaps only Fu Han's father foresaw it. "But I can't just watch Brother Fu sacrifice himself like this. What if they harm Brother Fu and his family someday? That would be something Li Chuyang could never forgive himself for. Of course, he had plans afterward. No one will be able to harm me, not even the zombies outside. After revealing the truth, I'll leave here. Once their attention shifts onto me, they won't trouble Brother Fu and his family anymore. Unless you have a better way. But where will you go if you leave? Go to Huazhai to find Xiao Wu. Or look for Brother Lu and his family. Or head to another safe zone. If you must leave, I'll go with you. No, you need to stay here and help Brother Fu. It's enough for me to leave alone." He didn't want to hurt Brother Fu and naturally couldn't involve Hikuin either. "You've finally found a peaceful life here. There's no need to follow me out there. Once the commotion dies down, I'll come back to find you." Li Chuxin ran over from Xiaoyo's side and tightly grabbed Li Chuyang's hand, refusing to let go. Brother, I want to be with you. What about Chushin? What should we do with her? Chuyang was worried about Chushin, so he changed his mind and decided to bring Chushin along. He was afraid that Chushin might sneak out to find him, and given her abilities, Akan and the others might not be able to hold her back, so it would be better if he took Chushin with him. This is final. You must make Brother Fu understand that he shouldn't look for me. There was no way they could stop Li Chuyang, so they could only help him prepare as much as possible. He Kuan and Xiaoyu packed a large bag of supplies for them. No matter how much they packed, it still didn't seem enough. Since they lacked spatial abilities, they ended up carrying one large backpack and one small one. After preparing, Li Chuyang found Wei Jianming and told him about the plan, asking Wei Jianming to cooperate. Seeing that He Kuan and the others had already agreed, Wei Jianming felt there was nothing more to say. He pushed Li Chuyang to the front of everyone, saying that it was Li Chuyang who killed Liao Huahao. Wei Jianming reiterated all the vile deeds done by Liao Huahao, but before the killer of Liao Huahao, none of this mattered. All they wanted was to vent their accumulated anger at Li Chuyang. Wei Jianming locked Li Chuyang away before they could harm him, and then found a time to release Li Chuyang to escape. Chapter 106, Zombie Unrest. After bringing Li Chushin out from safety zone number 1, Li Chuyang did not dare to stay in Beilong City for too long. He knew for sure that someone would come looking for them. Moreover, he worried about being found by Fu Han, which might disrupt their current plans. During the daytime with the sun shining, things were fine, but at night, the temperature dropped drastically. Although his abilities were quite powerful, his body still feared the cold. Staying close to Chushin did not help with warmth either, since her body maintained a constant temperature like that of a zombie, though she was different because she had feelings. Before nightfall, Li Chuyang always tried to find a house where they could rest. Meanwhile, Chushin would go out and find some materials for keeping warm. The weather in the north was too cold, so the two prepared to head south. Along the way, many people they encountered eyed them, a tall figure with a small one, wishing to take advantage of them. Li Chuyang didn't want to deal with them, so they started taking more secluded paths. Of course, there were also kind-hearted individuals who wished to let them stay. However, they felt alien, lacking any sense of familiarity. This frequently reminded him of Lu Guoqing's family. Thus, he decided to bring Chushin along to look for Lu Guoqing. Traveling solely on foot, and not particularly rushed, they walked extremely slowly, covering less distance in half a month than it would take to reach Huazhai. As the new year approached, the two were destined to spend the last day of the year outside. However, they later noticed an increase in the number of zombies on the road. Regardless of who acted against them, the zombies would avoid them, causing them not to notice initially. It wasn't until they came across more and more groups of 5 or 6 people traveling in the same direction as the zombies that they took note. From passers-by, they learned that within the past week, the zombies had shown abnormal behavior. It seemed that all zombies were gathering toward one direction. Unless they encountered living beings, zombies would attack, but otherwise, they moved continuously as if responding to some signal. Li Chuyang controlled several zombies and even read their memories, finding nothing unusual or understanding why the zombies were acting this way. Many others had noticed the strange movements of the zombies, leading to a large group of survivors following them, trying to uncover if there was some secret behind where the zombies were headed. Soon afterward, rumors spread, suggesting that aliens would appear where the zombies were going. These aliens were supposedly here to rescue the remaining humans on Earth and transport humanity off this uninhabitable planet. Once the rumor spread, more survivors joined in, creating an odd scene. A horde of zombies madly rushing ahead with scattered crowds following closely behind. As more people joined the procession, the situation became surprisingly lively, especially during the nightly rests. Li Chuyang wasn't certain if this was just another trap, but he concluded that observing wouldn't harm him before continuing to search for Lu Guoqing's family. Since the two, being a pair of differing sizes, attracted too much attention, they simply attached themselves to a relatively decent group and hitched a ride with them, saving them from a bit of trouble. However, peace was short-lived. Some groups had limited supplies. With the evolution of zombies, most now contained energy stones in their brains, lowering their value significantly. Few people were willing to trade precious resources such as food for these stones. As a result, these individuals began targeting their fellow travelers, using force or powers to seize supplies from weaker groups. The group Li Chuyang belonged to also faced similar problems. When someone targeted his team, he had no choice but to assist them. Fortunately, with Li Chushin's ability to find food, he managed to bring back some wild fruits, though only enough for himself, thus, he couldn't provide for anyone else. With the situation growing increasingly chaotic, he detached himself from the group, returning to his initial state of just 2 people. Subsequently, he encountered 2 familiar parties, first among them being Qiao Wu and Miao Yuanyuan, who, upon noticing the strange behaviors of the zombies, also decided to follow. Seeing Li Chuyang alone, Xiao Wu assumed something had happened after they left for Beilong City. Cautiously, he inquired about Fu Han's situation and the mysterious person who captured psychics in Beilong City, turning them into zombies. He's already dead. Dead? Xiao Wu glanced at Miao Yuanyuan, incredulously saying, after you left, someone came to Huazhai again to try and kidnap Yuanyuan. Even along this journey, we've encountered those scheming against Yuanyuan. Hearing about Liao Huahao's death nearly a month ago, Xiao Wu guessed that news hadn't spread far enough yet. After following them for a few days, Li Chuyang discovered that Miao Yuanyuan had not only cured Xiao Wu but also seemed to be with him. The two acted very intimately toward each other. Later, Xiao Wu confirmed this fact when he acknowledged that he and Miao Yuanyuan were indeed together. Why did you split up from Fu Han? And what about He Kun? A lot of things happen to us in Beilong City. Everyone's fine, but it's better if I leave. As long as they're safe. Xiao Wu sighed in relief. Your relationship seemed great, did something go wrong between you? They should be looking for you, right? Beilong City must already know the status of the zombies, they'll surely follow soon, so you'll see them then. Seeing that Li Chuyang didn't wish to discuss it further, Xiao Wu stopped bringing up the topic and instead talked about their group situation. Even though their numbers weren't small, they still needed to stay vigilant. Since no one was in control of the situation, all they could do was take care of themselves and avoid becoming people like those they saw. Li Chuyang encountered another familiar group at the foot of Changyue Mountain, which was where the zombies were heading. Changyue Mountain isn't the highest mountain in the country, yet its trees are lush and dense. At the top lies an extinct volcano, under which there is a hot spring. Originally, this area was a natural ecological reserve but, after the apocalypse, no one managed it anymore. Zombies kept climbing the mountain, and the ones who climbed first even got pushed into the volcano. Although several zombies fell, this was just a fraction compared to the large zombie crowd. People following behind gradually chose to camp at the bottom of the mountain, too scared to continue ascending. They intended to wait at the bottom and observe the situation before moving upward again. Xiao Wu and his companions were no exception. While waiting at the foot of the mountain, Li Chuyang met Zhang Jian and his group of people, who were the first batch to have followed from safety zone number 8. In Zhang Jian's group were his uncle, his cousin, Zhu Menglei, and her aunt and uncle. When Li Chuyang and his group left safety zone number 8, Jiang Yan's two brothers in the zone had waited a while for Jiang Yan's return. After more than half a month of searching, with no word or sign of Jiang Yan, they presumed something happened to Jiang Yan's group and returned to safety zone number 8 targeting Zhu Menglei and her relatives. They planned to kill Zhu Menlei's family to avenge Jiang Yan. It was Zhang Jian and his cousin who protected Zhu Menglei, and Zhang Jian worried this would happen. He had kept an eye on Zhu Menglei but never forgot about Li Chuyang either. Upon seeing Li Chuyang here alone, Zhang Jian's previously calm heart started to stir once again. Naturally, Zhang Jian couldn't help but inquire about Fu Han and He Kun, as well as how Li Chuxin was doing. Hearing the news, Zhang Jian's cousin brought Zhu Menglei over to check on everyone, especially He Kun. She was now with Zhang Jian's cousin, but her concern for He Kun wasn't due to lingering feelings, it was because He Kun had saved her, and she would never forget this fact. To Zhu Menglei, He Kun would always remain a classmate and friend. When I left Beilong City, they were all fine. Xiao Wu said Beilong City's people would come here, though Li Chuyang wasn't sure if Fu Han's group would follow. Following the plan, when Wei Jianming implicated him, everyone's focus shifted to him, and Fu brother and his family should have been fine. Li Chuyang looked at Zhu Menglei and said, "Ah Kun, he's with him brother." They stayed in Beilong City's number 1 safe zone and started new lives. Reassured, Zhu Menglei asked, looking at him, "Why did you leave Beilong City? Did something go wrong between you and Fu Han's family? If that's the case, how could He Kun allow Li Chuyang to leave?" "Because I discovered something extraordinary. Only my departure could solve it." "Who's He Kun?" Zhang Jian's cousin noticed Zhu Menglei reacted particularly upon hearing the name He Kun. Blushing slightly, Zhu Menglei reached out and held his hand, saying, "He's our classmate." Zhang Jian dismissed the couple and greeted Li Chuxin, getting familiar with her since he knew Li Chuyang considered her his adopted sister. He asked Li Chuyang about his plans. "We don't fully understand this current situation, so you two should be cautious. Otherwise, why don't you join us?" Just during their conversation, a few incidents broke out on the other side involving arguments and even some physical altercations. Besides food grabbing, these quarrels were related to the previous rumors, which now added more details, saying that the alien spacecraft could carry limited numbers of people, implying only a select few would be able to board the alien ship and leave Earth. The more the rumors spread, the less mercy those who resorted to violence showed, believing that killing others was simply reducing the number of competitors. This absurd rumor transformed the survival battle between humans and zombies into a true game of survival. It quickly became impossible to stay at the foot of Changyue Mountain. Ruthless and strong individuals continuously expanded their territory, driving opponents away in advance to ensure they had a chance to board the alien spacecraft and leave this planet. Those who dared to resist either became the victors or died. But most people chose to yield, giving up their ground to these stronger ones. No one yet knew what secrets lay hidden atop Changyue Mountain, nor did anyone dare to set foot there. Zhang Jian followed Li Chuyang closely every day, making sure nothing happened to him. He still didn't know about the abilities of Li Chuyang and Li Chuxin, assuming they were just a pair of weak siblings, until Li Chuyang told him he wanted to go check out the summit. "You said you want to go to the summit? That's too dangerous." Chapter 107, The Height of a Mountain. Now, at the foot of the mountain, there are all those people, and as soon as you get close to them, they will stop you. However, if Li Chuyang said he was going to the top of the mountain, those people would likely be quite willing to let him go up. "If you want to do something else, I will accompany you. But if you insist on going to the top, I won't let you go." Zhang Jian was just as curious as everyone else about what was happening at the top, with so many zombies around and those people dominating the foot of the mountain. It wasn't a good time now. Let's wait a while longer, someone will definitely organize a team to investigate the top. We only need to wait for them to bring back the information. I'm not afraid of them, nor am I afraid of those zombies. With such a dire situation, no matter who steps forward, it would be impossible to control the scene. Only by finding out exactly what is at the top can these people truly calm down. Are you really determined to go? In that case, I'll go with you. You don't have to follow us. I know I'll regret it if I don't go, so let me go with you this time. Back when they were in safety zone number 8, if he had tried harder, he might have already been with Li Chuyang. Regretting that decision now is futile, he didn't want to regret this opportunity to join Li Chuyang again. Did you just say that you're taking Li Chuxin with you? Given how much Li Chuyang cares about Li Chuxin, it was hard to believe he would bring her along on such a dangerous trip. Was there something special about this? Zhang Jian speculated in his mind. After discussing this with his uncle and cousins, Zhang Jian set off with Li Chuyang. People who came later learned from the earlier arrivals that most stayed at the nearest safety zone near Changyue Mountain, safety zone number 5. It was only a day's journey from safety zone number 5 to Changyue Mountain. Along the way, various groups were stationed, each containing individuals with special abilities, trying to obtain the first-hand news from Changyue Mountain. Zhang Jian thought since they were about to head to the summit, he'd better let his uncle and cousin take Zhu Menglei and the others to stay in safety zone number 5, where it was still relatively safe. Chaos from Changyue Mountain hadn't yet reached the 5th safety zone. On the way, as everyone saw them heading toward the foot of the mountain, they watched with great interest, wondering how the 3 of them, 2 adults and 1 child, would manage to secure their territory. Li Chuyang had no intention of directly confronting them or revealing their true destination. He led them around to the side, bypassing the larger groups to reach an area guarded by only 2 people. He concealed himself behind a tree, neither too close nor too far away, before controlling those 2 guards and sending them to another location. Thus, the 3 of them smoothly ascended the mountain without being noticed. There were no other people on the mountain, only wandering zombies. Strangely, Zhang Jian noticed that the zombies kept avoiding them. Even the 2 men guarding the foot of the mountain suddenly left for no apparent reason. Now, observing the zombies' behavior, Zhang Jian realized that Li Chuyang wasn't joking when he said he wasn't afraid. Whether it was due to Li Chuyang or Li Chuxin, the zombies seemed unaffected by their presence. When they reached the top, the sight was different. Zombies were packed tightly together, blocking the view. If they could have stood high enough, seeing those zombies might resemble watching an entire colony of ants moving, pressing into each other and tumbling into the nearby inactive volcano ahead. They rushed blindly into danger, falling like moths drawn to fire, and as soon as one batch disappeared into the crater, another wave would immediately flood in. Li Chuyang found a safe place for Zhang Jian and Li Chuxin to stay while he took control of the zombies surrounding the volcano. He then approached the volcanic crater and looked down inside. After the zombies fell in, they were slowly consumed by the magma, leaving behind intact energy stones, which gradually moved towards the central stone in the center, eventually merging into it. The main energy stone grew slightly larger after absorbing the power of the recent day's worth of zombie falls. The size of this stone now resembled the fist of an adult male, shining like a diamond, reflecting the colors of the molten lava and even displaying additional hues. So, at the top of the mountain, there was nothing like alien spacecraft, just this enormous energy stone. This energy stone was incomparable to regular ones. Although no method yet existed to retrieve it from the magma, if seen by any of the special ability holders below, it would surely cause a frenzy, making the situation worse than it currently was. Li Chuyang informed Zhang Jian about what he saw inside the volcano, and both agreed the information should remain undisclosed. Apart from this, they discovered nothing else. They then descended the mountain and prepared to leave Changyue Mountain. As for Fu Han, after realizing that the people surrounding his home had left, he immediately took Fu Lang and Gao Fen to find An Zian first, entrusting them into An Zian's care. Then Fu Han went off to look for Li Chuyang. Gao Fen knew who he was going to look for and tried her best to stop him. Isn't it dangerous to go out now? What if they capture you? Do you not care about your father, me, or even your sister? Mom, I'm just going to check on Chuyang. If they really wanted to harm us, they would have done so already. Since they've left, it proves they believe we didn't kill Liao Huahao. For this reason, he worried more and decided he must personally check on Chuyang to ensure his safety. After much effort by Fu Lang in stopping Gao Fen, Fu Han was finally able to leave. Although people still looked at him with strange eyes, no one made any move against him. Upon seeing He Kuan, Fu Han learned that it was Li Chuyang who stepped forward, sacrificing himself to get Fu Han and his family out of trouble. Chuyang has left. Before he went, he told me to let you know not to look for him. After everything calms down, he will come back. How can I not look for him? No matter what, he had to bring Chuyang back. An Zian and the others met Wei Jianming and learned from him the truth about how Li Chuyang saved their lives. During the days trapped inside the house, Gao Fen listened carefully as Fu Han recounted the events concerning Liao Huahao and gradually came to accept that Liao Huahao was a fraudster. Hearing this new development, she felt deeply sorry for Li Chuyang. When Fu Han returned, they curiously asked who killed Liao Huahao. Wei Jianming, who had been injured and sent back earlier, also did not know what happened later. He had witnessed all sorts of superpowers displayed by Liao Huahao, enough to handle Fu Han and his group easily. Yet, they managed to kill Liao Huahao without a single injury. What's more peculiar was Liao Huahao's body, which was as hard as stone, impervious to knives or guns and did not decompose. Of course, that was because Liao Huahao truly turned into stone, though his appearance remained normal. After Liao Huahao failed, his mental power was absorbed by Li Chuyang, leaving him unconscious and thus unable to reverse the petrification effect caused by his own powers. It was Chuyang. They all believed now that Liao Huahao was evil, and killing him was certainly an accomplishment. None of us were a match for Liao Huahao. Liao Huahao challenged Li Chuyang to a duel. The two fought through the night, and ultimately Liao Huahao lost to Chuyang. So Li Chuyang really possesses superpowers. Wei Jianming couldn't help but imagine the young face of Li Chuyang as being capable of such immense power. Both Gao Fun and Fu Wen were filled with fear. Having heard Wei Jianming describe the strength of Liao Huahao, it turned out that Li Chuyang was even stronger. After recounting all these, Fu Han told them, "I'm going to look for Chuyang." This time, Gao Fun did not stop him, nor did Fu Lang try to prevent him. "Brother-in-law, Dad, and Captain Wei, this place is up to you all. Once I find Chuyang, I'll bring him back immediately." With this departure, and Xiaozhe and He Kun accompanied Fu Han. As for Xiaoyu and Wang Qian Shixian, they were left behind since the outside world was still dangerous. They first searched several places around Beilong City but found neither Li Chuyang nor Li Chuxin. Leaving Beilong City, they next headed for Huaizhai. There weren't many places Li Chuyang might have gone to, especially if he hoped they could find him. He would surely head toward the few places they stayed in along their journey from Changning City. When they arrived at Huaizhai, it was already empty. Not only was there no sign of Li Chuyang, but people like Qiao Wu and Miao Yuanyuan were also nowhere to be seen. A week after leaving Huaizhai, they noticed anomalies among the zombies and a group following closely behind the undead. All three agreed that if Li Chuyang had also observed this, he would likely follow everyone together. Following the large group from behind, they inquired continuously about news regarding Li Chuyang and Li Chuxin while quickening their pace. Finally, half a month later, they reached safety zone number 5. It was there in the 5th safety zone where they heard about Li Chuyang, prompting Fu Han to urgently rush toward Changyue Mountain. Arriving at the foot of Changyue Mountain, Fu Han encountered those who claimed control over the mountain. From their mouths, however, he received no information about Li Chuyang, even though during his journey, he had clearly heard rumors about Li Chuyang heading this way. And Xiacha speculated that Li Chuyang possibly controlled them and then ascended the mountain. "We need to go up the mountain," Fu Han said to that group. "What do you intend to do up on the mountain?" It had been so many days, and they were seeing people who wanted to go up the mountain for the first time. Looking for someone. Looking for someone. They weren't here to uncover the secrets at the top of the mountain. That wouldn't do. These individuals wouldn't let Fu Han and his group climb the mountain, and their reasoning didn't make sense. Fu Han had no choice but to resort to force, quickly drawing the attention of everyone in the vicinity. They all had a spectator's mindset. If Fu Han defeated these people, they could seize the opportunity to follow him up the mountain. Otherwise, it would just be an entertaining show that let them gauge these strangers' abilities. Fu Han's special ability had already advanced to the strongest A level during this period. The fire in the palm of his hand looked the same as before, but it now matched the strength of the powers Liao Huahao unleashed through energy stones. If one didn't dodge, it could reduce a person to ashes in the blink of an eye. Of course, the few individuals ruling the mountain also possessed impressive skills, otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to kill those stubbornly refusing to leave and drive the others away. Chapter 108, Alien Spaceship. When Fu Han revealed his fire-based supernatural ability, the few people opposite were momentarily stunned. But there was no principle of retreating without a fight. If they did so, then this mountain would be out of their reach as well. As flames approached them, a sudden surge of an earth wall erupted from the ground to block the flames. Then, sharp earthen spikes erupted beneath Fu Han and his companions' feet. He Kun quickly took Fu Han and Xiaozhe to evade. Fu Han didn't intend to waste any more time here, and after exchanging a glance with He Kun, both combined their flame abilities, trapping the opponents in flames. The dancing fire crept closer, ready to engulf them at any moment. There was no sign of surrender from the group, so Fu Han made no move to back off. Just as they were about to be burned, within the blink of an eye, the several people vanished from the center of the flames and reappeared a few meters away. This was their leader's ability, capable of altering their spatial position, commonly referred to as teleportation. The flames missed their mark, and Fu Han immediately extinguished them. With forests all around, he didn't want to start a large forest fire. Even with Xiaozhe taking action, it was futile to restrain the group except for He Kun, who relied on wind abilities to keep up with them. The two sides engaged in a fiercely contested battle, neither side gaining the upper hand. One of them circled to the side, ready to fire a concealed shot at Fu Han. Bang! The bullet flew out but struck one of his own teammates instead, his gun now aimed at their leader. Before they had time to make sense of what happened, Fu Han and the others noticed this bizarre occurrence and immediately thought of Li Chuyang. After turning around, Fu Han indeed spotted Li Chuyang among the crowd. Excited and forgetting about those people around, Fu Han ran to Li Chuyang, hugging him without saying a word. Chuyang. He Kuan and Xiaozha also walked over, their hearts easing along with Fu Han's. They greeted Zhang Jian. Seeing the way the two looked at each other, Zhang Jian realized that he had never had a chance, but seeing Li Chuyang and Fu Han reunited again gave him a form of satisfaction. Fu Hong, are you three the only ones who came? This made Li Chuyang think that they might have snuck out without resolving issues, fearing that their reckless actions could bring trouble to Fu's family. Fu Han clearly understood what he was thinking. My parents already know the truth, and I came out with their consent to look for you. I've entrusted them into my brother-in-law's care. Also, Captain Wei is around, don't worry. Liao Huahao's matter, everyone is gradually coming to terms with. You don't need to hide anymore. Would you come back with me? Yes, Chuyang, Beilong City has already cleared up. You can return. The conditions in Beilong City were better than in other safe zones, and everyone was gathered there, making staying in Beilong City favorable. Since the issue had been resolved and there wasn't much left to do here, Li Chuyang had no reason not to agree. He genuinely couldn't let go of Fu Han either and wanted to stay together with him. On one side, they rejoiced heartily upon their reunion, while the other side continued staring at them. Aren't you going to the mountaintop? Is he the person you're looking for? Fu Han chose not to respond to them. Li Chuyang, noticing many people surrounding nearby, stepped forward to address them. Apart from zombies, there's nothing else on the mountain. You went to the mountaintop? All by yourself? Who are you trying to fool? No matter how it appeared, Li Chuyang didn't seem like someone who could reach the mountaintop alone, let alone survive to return. If the mountain was filled with only zombies, as he claimed, how had he managed to survive? It simply didn't add up logically, and no one believed Li Chuyang's statement. Fu Han just wanted to take Li Chuyang back to Beilong City as soon as possible to live peacefully there. When they intended to leave, however, the crowd encircling below Changyue Mountain wouldn't let them go, insisting that since Li Chuyang claimed there were only zombies on the mountain, they should ascend together to verify. Regarding Fu Han, having witnessed his supernatural abilities, the crowd seemed united in treating Fu Han as their leader, requesting that Fu Han lead them to the mountaintop. The people stationed at the foot of the mountain had been forgotten, with none having any intention to stand out. If some volunteered to take the lead, they'd be happy to follow along. With no choice, knowing that they wouldn't leave until they personally saw there were no alien rescue spaceships on the mountaintop, Fu Han reluctantly agreed to lead them up. Along the way, as Li Chuyang described, they only encountered zombies. They discovered no signs of humans or aliens. Once they reached the mountaintop, just as Li Chuyang had observed, there were still only zombies, constantly crowding toward and falling into the volcano. Fu Han had already planned to descend the mountain, but they insisted on checking what was inside the volcano. However, the number of zombies was too overwhelming for them to clean up, and Fu Han certainly didn't want Li Chuyang to be exposed. No matter how he tried, Fu Han wouldn't agree, instead advising them to head back down. The crowd naturally refused to listen to Fu Han's words. They were determined at all costs to carve a path and see with their own eyes what was inside the volcano that could lure the zombies to jump into it. What Li Chuyang feared finally happened. When those supernaturals saw the energy stone inside the volcano, about the size of a fist and continuously growing, they all harbored intentions to claim it as their own. It began with violent seizing and plundering, but now devolved into killing zombies first, followed by brutally turning on each other. These people hadn't stopped since. Witnessing the chaos before him, Fu Han regretted it. If he had known it would end this way, he shouldn't have agreed to lead them up the summit. He attempted to intervene, only nearly getting injured in the melee. Seeing how recklessly they disregarded everything, mistaking Fu Han and his companions as rivals aiming for the enormous energy stone, Li Chuyang finally couldn't endure these people any longer. He had Hikoen bring him to the rim of the volcano. Standing at its edge, he activated his supernatural abilities, controlling everyone within seconds. Li Chuyang identified one of the individuals who possessed the telekinetic ability and brought him to the volcano's rim, compelling him to extract the energy stone from within the volcano. The energy stone was still warm to the touch, its immense power truly tempting. The energy stone could not be destroyed, the only solution was to absorb all of its energy. Right before everyone's eyes, this was precisely what Li Chuyang did. The sheer amount of energy inside it made it impossible for him to absorb it all immediately. In the middle of this process, the gathered crowd suddenly turned their gazes skyward to something hovering above Li Chuyang. Accompanied by a strong wind, a bizarrely shaped alien spaceship landed just above his head. Zombies went berserk, jumping into the volcano where the energy stones were reforming. The spaceship gradually opened a door, projecting a pale green light which fell directly onto Li Chuyang, covering his entire body. It attracted the energy stone in his hands, lifting him along with it, attempting to carry both man and the stone away. Chuyang. Fu Han and the others panicked upon seeing this, chasing after with Hikoen, yet none of them could fly up and grab hold of Li Chuyang. When they were helpless and running out of options, those possessing teleportation abilities at the base of the mountain suddenly transferred themselves along with a few comrades next to Li Chuyang, grabbing hold of him as they were all sucked into the spaceship together. Once inside the ship, it didn't leave immediately. It seemed to be waiting for the newly formed energy stone in the volcano. Hikoen tried using the wind to lift himself up but failed due to the overpowering air currents surrounding the spacecraft. Inside the spaceship, there was a single alien being with smooth, pale blue skin, completely hairless, with slender limbs more flexible than a human's. His joints moved much more agilely, and atop his hairless head were two short antennae-like protrusions. His nose was flat and resembled two mere holes, his mouth wide and his eyes tiny without visible pupils. The alien wore an intricate silver-gray suit, like a fine mesh that covered from feet to neck. The energy stone was drawn into a box-like container, while Li Chuyang and his group were detained. The material of their enclosure was strange, able to shift according to their movements when touched, yet completely invincible against knives, fire, or water. After numerous attempts proved futile, they tried communicating with the alien, speaking Mandarin, English, and anything else they knew. Combined with various gestures, yet the alien showed no reaction whatsoever, leaving unclear whether it understood them or not. Li Chuyang decided to give it a try and used his supernatural ability to connect with the alien. He discovered it was far easier and simpler than expected, akin to two machines exchanging information. Initially, Li Chuyang hadn't realized it, until he noticed the alien gradually mastering their language and understood it was a mutual exchange. Naturally, Li Chuyang also obtained a wealth of knowledge from the alien. Most crucially, it included the alien's language. Only by understanding their language could he make sense of the alien's thought processes. Compared to the technological knowledge from the alien's mind, Li Chuyang's own knowledge felt ancient, like rudimentary mathematics and literature, far inferior in quality as well as quantity. To the alien, the information received from Li Chuyang was merely for collection and interpreting local culture. But from the alien, the most important thing Li Chuyang gained was technology, advanced enough to transform this planet, propelling its development thousands of years ahead. It was as if Li Chuyang had jumped into an ocean. He wasn't a sponge, but rather an abyss, a bottomless pit endlessly devouring the seawater, and he couldn't stop even if he wanted to. A day and a night passed, and finally, Li Chuyang was able to halt. The energy stone inside the volcano had reformed into the size of a fist. The spaceship's door opened again, and the energy stone was once more sucked into the ship from the volcano. Seizing the moment, Li Chuyang leaped off the spacecraft before issuing two commands to the alien, one for their return trip, and another falsehood, that there were no more resources they needed on this planet, so they would never come back here. The remaining individuals failed to seize the opportunity, or perhaps they hadn't even considered staying on this planet. Still clinging to the illusion that the aliens had come to save them, they accompanied the extraterrestrials back to their home world. What fate awaited them there, Li Chuyang did not know, but it surely wouldn't be as ideal as what they had imagined. Because everything from the very beginning had been part of the aliens' plan, to bring the zombie virus to this planet, destroy this backward and primitive place, and thus acquire the energy they craved. Chapter 109, Finale. Seeing Li Chuyang fall from the spaceship, Hikoen rushed over immediately, letting the wind carry them both as they slowly descended. Fu Han tightly hugged Li Chuyang, relieved that he was still alive and had not been taken away by the alien spaceship. As for the rest of the people who saw the alien spaceship leave, their faces, once filled with hope, instantly fell, replaced by despair. Liao Hua had been their false hope in the past, and now this alien spaceship represented the hope they had imagined. Unbeknownst to them, Li Chuyang had already grasped their true hope. No matter what they said, they wouldn't believe it. Only by producing the real antidote could they feel completely reassured. Li Chuyang learned from his previous experiences, and before the zombies reverted to madness, he and Fu Han persuaded the others to leave. He dared not delay. Immediately afterward, he returned with Fu Han to Beilong City, then entered the most advanced research lab, where he spent half a month finally creating an antidote that would counteract the zombie virus. This antidote could only eliminate the zombie virus, it could not save those who had already become zombies or were about to, but as long as all the zombie viruses were cleared out, there would be no more fear of anyone turning into a zombie. The simplest way would be to bring the antidote into the atmosphere, allowing it to spread across the world with the rain. After everything was arranged, Li Chuyang, unable to celebrate with Fu Han and the others, passed out. He had gained too much from the aliens, and reaching the point of developing the antidote was his limit. He knew it was the most important task at hand, so once the issue of the zombie virus was resolved, he could barely hold on for another second. Fu Han thought he was just exhausted, or perhaps using his powers too intensely like before, requiring some rest. 2 days passed, but Li Chuyang showed no sign of waking up. He realized that this fainting episode was different from any before. This time, Li Chuyang seemed like a vegetable, only his normal breathing proving that he was still alive. They had no choice but to send him to the hospital for care, relying on intravenous fluids to maintain the energy and nutrients his body needed daily. The antidote developed by Li Chuyang proved truly effective. Zombies around the world were gradually disappearing. He was the hope of humanity, the one who saved humans. However, only a few people knew about this. Fu Han did not spread the word, knowing that Chuyang wanted it this way. They desired a peaceful and simple life. After the zombies disappeared completely, survivors began rebuilding their lives. The powers of the psionics didn't vanish along with the zombies and still had a certain impact on the world, inevitably leading to the creation of a new one. Nevertheless, Li Chuyang remained unconscious. Fu Han didn't know how long he would have to wait, but he was willing to wait forever. 6 months later, under the persuasion of An Xiaoyu and Wei Jianming, An Xiaoyu finally decided not to keep waiting for Li Chuyang and accepted Wei Jianming's proposal. Wang Qian and Shi Xiuyan also found their respective destinations. Even though they started new families, they often visited Fu Han and Li Chuyang. Likewise, He Kuan and Xiaxia brought Li Chuxin along. He Kuan insisted on waiting for Li Chuyang to wake up so they could marry each other together. Though infected by the zombie virus, Li Chuxin managed to sustain her life thanks to the medicine Li Chuyang left before collapsing. Her growth wasn't halted, just far slower than usual. According to her growth speed, Li Chuyang roughly estimated that her lifespan should match that of the extraterrestrial beings he met, nearly 200 years. Day after day, Fu Han, after finishing his daily work, would come to Li Chuyang's side and recount all that happened that day. Li Chuxin also persisted in visiting Li Chuyang regularly every day. Another 6 months passed, and Li Chuyang finally regained consciousness. Upon opening his eyes and seeing this unfamiliar environment, he guessed the situation roughly. After lying down for a year, getting out of bed almost made him lose his balance. It took several trips walking while leaning on the wall for him to gradually adapt. Before he could walk properly, the door to the room suddenly opened. Fu Han stood at the doorway. Seeing him standing there, Fu Han's eyes brimmed with emotion, tears almost spilling. Smiling, he approached slowly until finally extending his arms and hugging Li Chuyang tightly, feeling the warmth and reality of the body in his arms. Only then did he dare to believe that this was not a dream, that Li Chuyang had truly woken up. All of this is normal, you know. You've been asleep for a whole year. How can you expect to act like a normal person right after waking up? However, Li Chuyang's physical constitution was inherently strong, and it would only take him a few days to recover to the level of a normal person. As Fu Han spoke, he helped Li Chuyang lie back down on the bed. He had so much to say to Li Chuyang that all Li Chuyang needed to do was listen while lying there. Li Chuyang clearly remembered everything that happened in a second before he fainted, which made Fu Han immensely relieved that Li Chuyang hadn't forgotten about him. As for the words Fu Han had spoken when Li Chuyang was unconscious, he didn't mind repeating them. Fu Han's talk also touched upon He Kuan and others. Many were things Li Chuyang wanted to know, and how the world outside was faring now. The antidote for the zombie virus was developed by Li Chuyang using the knowledge he obtained from the aliens. Due to some special ingredients, he had to prepare them step by step, which took half a month to finally complete the antidote. Worried that something might go wrong, Li Chuyang was reassured by Fu Han's confirmation that zombies were no longer present in the world. But, he still had one concern. The zombie virus was part of the aliens' plan, something he had already mentioned to Fu Han. What he hadn't said was, although I gave them a piece of false information, I'm still worried they might detect activity on this planet and have new ideas. This time, the alien virus plan wiped out nearly 80% of humanity. For such an underdeveloped planet in their highly advanced galactic system, they showed no mercy at all. Do you mean they might come back? This inevitably reminded Fu Han of the day when the alien spaceship appeared, as if it were yesterday. What he feared wasn't the aliens taking them away, what he feared most was being separated from Li Chuyang. I'm not certain. Then we should cherish our time even more. Later, He Kuan and others heard the news and came over one after another to visit Li Chuyang. And Xiao Yu, heavily pregnant with her due date just a few months away, joked that if Li Chuyang hadn't woken up soon, he'd miss the birth of the child. The issue of the aliens wasn't something they needed to worry about today. Today, they simply wanted to celebrate Li Chuyang's recovery. Gao Fun and Fu Wen eagerly brought up the topic of Li Chuyang and Fu Han's wedding as soon as they saw him. They also mentioned He Kuan and Xiaxia, who couldn't wait any longer. He Kuan pulled Li Chuyang aside, insisting Fu Han and Xiaxia propose to them, pointing out how Wei Jianming proposed to Xiao Yu, which he rated only 6 points out of 10. He felt that these two should aim for 8 or 9 points to pass muster. Li Chuyang couldn't understand why He Kuan cared so much about these formalities. He thought Fu Han's words were correct, they should cherish the present time, and thus, if Fu Han proposed, he would accept. However, he didn't mind cooperating with He Kuan's antics, as it gave him more time to spend with Li Chuxin, free from Fu Han's constant clinginess. Besides, after his body fully recovered, he applied for another job, becoming a researcher and disseminator of science and technology. Specifically, he aimed to teach the humans the technology he learned from the aliens so that they could develop quickly enough to stand a chance against the aliens if they ever returned to the planet. What Li Chuyang intended to teach far exceeded the current knowledge of humans, so the first group he taught consisted of the top scholars in the field of science worldwide. These people would then spread the knowledge further. There was so much for Li Chuyang to teach that he felt 24 hours a day were insufficient. Thanks to his mental abilities, he learned extremely fast, whereas others couldn't keep up with him. Fu Han complained to him about how little time they spent together, wishing he could marry Li Chuyang sooner, though thankfully, his mother and sister helped him behind the scenes. Despite Li Chuyang claiming indifference to formalities, Fu Han carefully prepared both the proposal and a grand wedding. In this regard, Xiaxia contributed the most, since He Kuan was far less easy to please than Li Chuyang. After marriage, Fu Han expected the situation to improve, but Li Chuyang became even busier. His reputation grew to surpass Fu Han's, making Li Chuyang a revered figure admired by many. With admiration came envy, and Fu Han was grateful that he had married Li Chuyang early. He still remembered how Li Chuyang once told him that at the beginning, he followed him because he seemed powerful and capable of protecting him. Now, looking back, it seemed like Chuyang had always been the more capable one, he was the one who needed to worry about being left behind. Although Fu Han was jealous that Li Chuyang's career took up most of his time, he clearly understood what Li Chuyang was doing. Therefore, even though he felt upset inside, he still happily went on to help Chuyang. Li Chuyang wasn't unaware of Fu Han's thoughts. So years later, when he had finished teaching all the knowledge he possessed, he stepped back and settled down by Fu Han's side, taking care of him and Li Chuxin, only stepping in to assist when they encountered problems they couldn't solve. This caused quite a stir at the time, leaving Fu Han frequently threatened, warned, and even begged to let Li Chuyang rest. But these were minor issues. They had come so far together, and no matter what difficulties lay ahead, they would continue walking forward with unwavering determination. The end.